This young man was originally a sword Dao genius. However, during a battle with the lone expert seeking defeat, he died while attempting a breakthrough. This was something Jian Chen could not accept. And then, after an unknown amount of time, he woke up. Something seemed off about this. Could it be that, despite his severe injuries, Jian Chen didn't die? That was the question he asked himself as his consciousness slowly returned. Jian Chen struggled to open his eyes, vaguely seeing a figure in front of him, constantly calling out, "Come on, young master, let's eat." As his vision cleared, Jian Chen saw that the person in front of him was a young girl with a voluptuous and fiery figure. The way her clothes were designed caused the things on her chest to sway incessantly, looking incredibly distracting. Jian Chen couldn't help but say, "Hey, hurry up and cover that thing, you pervert." The girl froze at his words. 1, 2, then 3 seconds later, she screamed loudly and ran out of the room, shouting as she went, "Old master! Madam, young master can speak now." Jian Chen sprang up and watched in confusion as the other person hurriedly turned their back, wondering why she called him young master. And at that very moment, he was struck with panic as he realized he had turned into a child. Was there any logic to this? He only remembered that he had been locked in a fierce duel with the old man seeking defeat atop a mountain. In the end, both of them had suffered grave injuries and died, after which the sky had suddenly collapsed. When all these details were pieced together, Jian Chen immediately came to a conclusion. This is bad, you've transmigrated. Once he thought of this, Jian Chen immediately began to observe his surroundings. The room was decorated in a strange way, making it hard for him to figure out where he was. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. Although the lone expert seeking defeat had been pierced through by Jian Chen's sword, the remnants of his presence still lingered. This made Jian Chen eager to return to the sect as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Jian Chen paid no attention to the fact that he now had the body of a child and tried desperately to climb out of the pot. At that moment, a middle-aged man burst into the room. It seemed like he was the old master that the girl had just cried out to earlier. Jian Chen didn't have time to think much and immediately gave an order. "Hey, you all, take me back to Heavenly Sword Mountain." The man's expression instantly froze for a moment. A few seconds later, he returned to his usual demeanor, and then, with great excitement, he lifted Jian Chen up and hugged him, laughing as he said, "Haha, Chang Tian really can talk now. The Changyang family finally has a child of destiny, our clan has hope for revival." As he spoke, he continued rubbing his cheek against Jian Chen's, his beard making the boy wince in pain. Meanwhile, the servants in the mansion couldn't stop congratulating him. It was no surprise, though, a 6-month-old child who could speak clearly wasn't that exactly what people referred to as the legendary child of heaven? However, they had never asked Jian Chen if he wanted their enthusiasm. He didn't care at all about the revival of the family. Right now, all he wanted was to return to Heavenly Sword Mountain. But trapped in the body of a child, Jian Chen was completely powerless. It was impossible to act according to his own will. Later, he learned that the world he had transmigrated to was called the Continent of Heaven Origin, a completely different world from the one he had lived in during his previous life. His new identity, Jian Chen, was that of the young master of the Changyang clan, Changyang Eternal Sky. Thus, he continued to live as Chang Tian, while secretly carrying the memories of his past life. On one hand, he quietly investigated how to return to Heavenly Sword Mountain, and on the other, he silently practiced the purple Qing sword art again. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the Shangli trial of the Changyang family began. Jian Chen believed that after 3 years of training, his strength would surely amaze everyone. His power would undoubtedly stun those present. The method for testing Shangli was very simple, he just needed to place his hand on the large stone tablet in front of him. To his surprise, after Jian Chen placed his hand on it, a symbol resembling an X appeared on the stone tablet, causing everyone to freeze in disbelief. This symbol indicated that he lacked the constitution to cultivate Shangli, which, in common terms, meant he was a cripple. Don't talk about others, even Jian Chen himself could hardly believe his ears when he heard this news. He, a sword Dao genius, the strongest in the world in his previous life, yet in this life, he had become a cripple? What made it even more embarrassing was that, after the event when he spoke at the age of 6, Jianchen had become a phenomenon within the family. Therefore, on the day of the Shangli test, many people came just to cheer for him. He had also planned to confidently show off his strength before such a large crowd of supporters, proving that he would dominate the world with his power. But unexpectedly, after the test was over, the result was that the heavenly young master had no Shangli at all. The first reaction of everyone was to gape in astonishment. They all loudly asked each other if there had been some kind of mistake. Their young master had been outstanding since childhood, how could he be someone who couldn't cultivate Shangli? Up on the high platform, his father, Uncle Chang Yang, who had placed all his trust in his son since he was only 6 months old, was no less shaken. He stood up abruptly, repeatedly asking, "Uncle De, what did you just say? Can Shang Tian not cultivate Shangli?" The two women sitting on either side of Uncle Chang Yang displayed two very different expressions upon hearing this. On his right was Ce Tai, by Yun Tian, who was also Jian Chen's mother in this lifetime, and she looked extremely worried. On the left side of Uncle Chang Yang sat 3 barbarians Yu Fengyan, who had already given birth to a son, so the fact that Jian Chen was considered a cripple naturally made her very pleased. Below, Jian Chen, after a few seconds of confusion, quickly regained his composure and then turned to Uncle De, saying, "Am I a cripple?" "Don't joke around, Uncle De, this must be a defective stone." Uncle De didn't think young master was someone incapable of cultivating Shangli, so he decided to check again himself. This time, he didn't rely on the stone tablet but used his own penetrating vision. During this process, Uncle Chang Yang was extremely tense. However, after Uncle De completed his examination, he simply let out a long sigh. "Is it over then? Aren't you going to check anymore?" This time, Jian Chen was starting to feel anxious. Uncle De looked at him with a complicated expression before turning back to Uncle Chang Yang, who was eagerly waiting. However, the old man had to honestly admit that despite his careful investigation, he had found no trace of Shangli in Jian Chen's body, meaning that his body was incapable of cultivating. Uncle Chang Yang's face darkened upon hearing this, and Bai Yun Tian was extremely confused. While everyone else was disappointed and unhappy, Yu Fengyan showed no restraint, mocking them loudly. "Oh my, a genius who enjoys the mansion's abundant cultivation resources every month, how could he possibly be a waste?" When no one reacted, she became even more arrogant, going so far as to give orders to the servants, stepping over her husband's authority. "Did you hear that? Your young master is no longer a genius. Hurry up and pack up, don't embarrass yourselves." The servants, who had come to cheer for Jian Chen, began to pack up and leave one by one. Seeing this, Jian Chen clenched his small fist tightly, unable to control his trembling. He still couldn't believe what had just happened. Over the past few years, he had clearly been cultivating the Azure Sword. There has already been some achievement. So why does this body not contain any Shangli at all? Not to mention that the spiritual energy in this world is far denser than in the world from your previous life. Normally, the process of cultivation should yield better results. So where exactly is the problem? The first level of the purple Qing sword art is body refinement. Jian Chen has integrated all the Shangli into his body for training. Could it be that because of this, the test results showed that your body has no Shangli? Thinking of this, Chang Tian suddenly exclaimed, "That makes a lot of sense. It must be the reason." "Old master, over here," Yu Fengyan is starting to act coquettishly with Uncle Chang Yang. If Chang Tian is indeed a waste, then the future of the Chang Yang family must rely on co-heir. At this moment, Chang Yang's face was dark with anger. He clearly had not yet accepted the fact that the son he loved and had high hopes for turned out to be a useless person. However, he could no longer favor him when the results were so clear. He had no choice but to order the servant to transfer all the cultivation resources that had been allocated to Jian Chen to Chang Yang Ku'er instead. At the same time, half of Ce Tai's money was discreetly taken away. Yu Fengyan, having achieved his goal, was immensely pleased, while Jian Chen could not hold back and threw his father a cold, disdainful look. Seeing how quickly the man's attitude changed just because his son was a cripple, it was clear he was a person who lived far too pragmatically. Uncle Chongyang took a few steps before stopping, briefly turning his head to glance at Jianshan, only to collide with the intense gaze of his 3-year-old son. His feelings were complicated, but he decisively ordered the servants to disperse, forbidding anyone from discussing the disgraceful events of the day any further. Yu Fengyan quickly followed Uncle Chongyang, and as she passed by, Bai Yun Tian couldn't help but make a sharp remark. "Fourth sister, raising a useless child like that must be truly difficult for you." Bai Yun Tian wasn't easily intimidated, but being mocked in such a way, she could only clench her teeth and bear it in silence. It wasn't until Uncle Chongyang had gone far that his trusted subordinate, Cloud Affairs, approached to offer Jianshan some words of comfort. "Young master, don't blame the old master for being cold-hearted. No matter how you try to persuade him, he still has to bear the responsibility of the entire family." "Got it, I understand." Jianshan obediently replied, though he put on a facade of understanding, his heart still full of discontent. Uncle Chongyang had his own reasons, and he, too, had his own thoughts. After all, he was someone who had traveled here from another world, and there was no real blood connection between them. So, this family no longer held any expectations for him. Still, the person who had Jianshan's attention was sitting right there. He slowly walked over to Bai Yun Tian, lowered his head, and quietly said, "Mother, I'm sorry for being so useless." Bai Yun Tian was a gentle person who loved her son deeply. How could she scold him in such a situation? On the contrary, her response was even more optimistic. Jianshan had imagined many things. So what if he couldn't cultivate? Cheng Tian's innate talent in other areas was not inferior to anyone else's. When the time came, he would still stand out. "Cheng Tian, don't be afraid. With your mother here, let me see who dares to bully you." Saying this, Bai Yun Tian embraced her son. Jianshan knew that her heart was heavy with sadness, but he still tried to comfort himself. "In this world, only Bai Yun Tian is truly sincere with you, and you also regard her as your own mother. If that's the case, then for the sake of your mother," Jianshan became even more determined to make those who had mocked and belittled him today pay for it in the future. Thinking this, he quickly turned back, tightly grasped Bai Yun Tian's hand, and firmly said, "Mother, I will never let you down. I will use my own strength to make those petty people in this mansion pay the price." Bai Yun Tian looked at her son in slight astonishment, for the resolute expression on his face was not at all like that of a 3-year-old child. She then smiled gently. "All right, my dear, I believe in you." Since the day he had been declared a waste, 4 years had passed, and Jianshan was now 7 years old. Like every other day, today he was still locked inside the library pavilion of Zhangyang Manor, reading books. Over the years, Jianshan had read over 1,000 books in this place, and now he was holding the last one. Jianshan was very eager, wanting to know how powerful he would become by mastering all the techniques in the library pavilion and combining them with the power of the violet sword. After encountering that book again, Jianshan immediately stood up and began to test his strength by performing a few basic moves. Jianshan struck the wall with a powerful blow. Immediately, a deep hole appeared on the solid wall, with the imprint of his hand clearly visible. Meanwhile, Jianshan did not feel any pain at all. The result made him very satisfied. Since the body tempering exercise 3 years ago, he no longer needed to incorporate Shangli assimilation into his physical body. As a result, his cultivation had indeed progressed rapidly. By this time, dawn was approaching, so Jianshan quietly left the library pavilion and prepared to visit his mother. For years had passed, but he had always kept his cultivation a secret from Bai Yun Tian, so that no one would discover that he had been silently cultivating all this time. Bai Yun Tian, on the other hand, had always lived with great optimism, and had always taught her son that no matter how difficult the circumstances, one must strive to become a good man. "Mother, I'm sorry. If it weren't for the fact that I was a waste, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this," Jianshan said, his voice soft. "Although, it's been a long time since I was a waste." Bai Yun Tian immediately responded, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're living just fine as we are right now, even though every day is the same cold tea and plain rice, but we're healthy. And cucumbers are not only delicious but also help with weight loss. Isn't it great to get two benefits from one? One couldn't help but admire Jian Chen's mother's optimism. She even mentioned that she had heard recently that Yu Fengyan Shi Qianjin had bought some high-value supplements, but they had problems, causing her face to puff up. On the other hand, though they were a bit financially tight, mother and son were very healthy. After chatting for a while, Bai Yun Tian suddenly remembered something and pulled a piece of paper out from her sleeve. Chan Tian, these are the exercises you need to complete today. Jian Shen sighed deeply, then pleaded, Mother, can't I just read the book instead? These exercises are really troublesome. Jian Shen could easily memorize the content by just reading the book, and didn't really need to do these tedious exercises. However, Bai Yun Tian was very strict when it came to this matter. She believed that her son couldn't cultivate Shangli because he lacked discipline. In the future, if you want to become a talented person, you can only rely on books and study. After all, doing so is only meant to be for your own good. Jian Shen continued to sigh, beginning to hesitate whether or not he should tell his mother that he had already started cultivating Shangli. Unexpectedly, Bai Yun Tian seemed to have read his thoughts, and continued, Don't complain anymore. If you can cultivate Shangli, the demands I place on you will increase exponentially. Jian Shen thought about that bleak future and ultimately chose to hide the fact that he had been secretly practicing. He then took his assignments and headed back to the library pavilion once more, though in reality, there were no books left that he hadn't already read. He really didn't want to do any homework at all. Jian Shen, while munching on a cucumber, thought about where he could go to kill time. Then, suddenly, he caught a faint scent in the air. A more discerning person would realize it was the smell of radish cakes, Bai Yun Tian's favorite. Without thinking much, he ran toward the source of the fragrance, intending to get some for his mother. She would definitely be very happy, but who would have thought? Jian Shen's small hand had barely reached the plate of cakes before someone else snatched it away. Isn't this young master? The young master of the Changyang family, yet here you are in the kitchen stealing food. If this word gets out, it's certainly not going to sound good. Jian Shen recognized the scoundrel. His name was Chou, just a mere cook, but he was a follower of Yu Fengyan, so he acted arrogantly and didn't show any respect for Jian Shen or his mother. Seeing his insolent attitude, Jian Shen couldn't help but coldly say, Chou, you know I'm the young master of the Changyang family, yet you dare to speak to me so disrespectfully. Aren't you afraid of being punished? Unfortunately, Jian Shen's words had no effect on this blind fool. He even replied more arrogantly, I'm a member of the Three Barbarians, Ce Tai can't even control me, let alone a useless, discarded thing like you. Give me the radish cake, Jian Shen commanded. Oh, I remember now. Ce Tai likes radish cakes, doesn't he? Young master, you really are so filial to your mother, Chou sneered. Chou set up to this point, and the group of chefs around him also joined in attacking Jian Shen, claiming that if it weren't for him causing trouble, how could Ce Tai Shen, a master sorcerer, have ended up in such a pitiful state, unable to even eat a radish cake? Moreover, if it weren't for Uncle Changyang's mercy, the two of them would have already been kicked out long ago. Jian Shen seemed as though he hadn't heard any of these words, simply mechanically repeating his previous statement in an even colder tone. Give me the radish cake. His gaze was incredibly intimidating, but in Chou's eyes, he was nothing more than a 7-year-old child without Shangli, with no real threat whatsoever. He deliberately let go of the cake, but then claimed it was a slip of the hand. The plate of delicious radish cakes fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Unable to endure this humiliation, Jian Shen immediately rushed forward and punched Chou. He took the full force of Jian Shen's furious strike to the chest, his eyes nearly popping out, and he fell backward. Unconscious. You rely on the Three Barbarians as your backing, and for these past few years, you've done many despicable things behind the master's back. Today, I've come to settle the score with you. Jian Shen declared, his eyes cold as a blade. Following Chou, those arrogant chefs who thought the heavens and earth owed them deference were one by one knocked down by Jian Shen's blows. All his pent-up resentment and rage poured out in this moment. Those present were only cultivators of middling rank, how could they withstand attacks full of Shangli? Watching their companions beaten until they foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness, the remaining men turned pale with fear. Jian Shen, by contrast, remained utterly composed as he laid their faults bare. For years you have been secretly skimming my silver, giving it to my mother, using that money to feed your debauchery. Did you really think I didn't know? No one dared answer, for Jian Shen's words were not false. They had always regarded him as a child. Who could have expected this child to be so formidable? Jian Shen did not bother to beat each of them senseless, he struck only as a warning. Before departing, he made sure to threaten them. From now on, if this happens again, I will not spare you. Understood? The group of chefs, who had been so aggressive earlier, were now constantly nodding their heads and responding with yes, yes at every turn. After Jian Shen left, they dared to whisper among themselves, could that be the useless young master we know? How could he possibly knock down a soldier with third-level cultivation? As for Jian Shen, after teaching those unreasonable people a lesson, he felt much more at ease. Indeed, in life, one shouldn't endure too much. Sometimes, teaching a lesson to bad people is good for one's health. After walking a few more steps, he heard the commotion again. Thinking it was someone else, he realized it was actually third young master of Zhangyang Manor, Chang Yang-ku, who was training. This chubby boy was the son that Yu Fengyan doted on so much. After the incident 3 years ago, all of Jian Shen's training resources had been transferred to him. But just a glance was enough to tell that Chang Yang-ku had no talent whatsoever. Waving a wooden axe around haphazardly, he was already exhausted and about to vomit his meal before even finishing a few swings. Jian Shen couldn't help but show a look of disdain. Yu Fengyan must really be something to take pride in, this fat son of his. To mess around like that and still dare to claim you're practicing typing? Seeing him, the cheerful mood Jian Shen had was instantly ruined. Jian Shen decisively turned around, planning to leave, but unexpectedly, Chang Yang-ku spotted him. He immediately ordered someone to close the door, blocking Jian Shen's way, intending to bully him for his own amusement. Then, Chang Yang-ku approached him, speaking in a flattery tone, "Little brother, come here, third brother has candy for you." Jian Shen's expression darkened even more. He countered, "Are you trying to lure me with candy? Do you think I'm a 6 or 7-year-old? Am I not?" Chang Yang-ku was taken aback by the question. Jian Shen sighed, "All right then, you really are 7 years old after all." Chang Yang-ku thought it was just fine to lure him with candy, he couldn't argue with that. In the blink of an eye, Jian Shen was grabbed by the sleeve of his robe and dragged along. With Chang Yang-ku's large frame, anyone would assume the young master was about to suffer. But of course, Jian Shen wouldn't let him bully him like that. Moreover, this fat guy, along with Yu Fengyan, had bullied Bai Yin Tian and him many times over the past few years. Today, he was once again causing trouble on his own, so why not take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? Thinking this, Jian Shen couldn't control the expression on his face and broke into a smile that reeked of danger. Chang Yang-ku, seeing this smile, couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He felt that something was off with his younger brother today, as if he was plotting something. However, after calming himself down, Chang Yang-ku reassured himself that Jian Shen was ultimately just a useless person who couldn't cultivate. While his own power had already reached the 4th level, what was there to fear? So, he pulled Jian Shen toward the training arena. Surrounded by piles of weapons in the arena, Chang Yang-ku allowed Jian Shen to choose whichever weapon he liked best. Unexpectedly, Jian Shen didn't even bother to glance at them and simply picked up a dry branch from nearby. "No need, third brother. I'll use this to spar with you." Chang Yang-ku stood there, stunned, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. But of course, he didn't think Jian Shen had the ability to use that thing to harm him. He just believed the boy had a problem with his mind. So Chang Yang-ku was very confident that today he could beat him into the ground. "Little brother, be careful. Third brother is about to strike." This fat guy even seriously warned him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Yang-ku swung his axe and charged forward. He looked large and clumsy, delivering a powerful blow, but in Jian Shen's eyes, it was no different from a pig stumbling around. The movement was so crude that there was no difficulty in dodging it. Jianchen slightly leaned to the left, causing Chang Yang-kok to lose his balance. His strike crashed violently into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jianchen quickly counterattacked. The dry branch in his hand was as sharp as a sword, stabbing fiercely toward his enemy. However, in the end, Jianchen chose not to harm him, and the branch stopped just a hand's width away from Chang Yang-kok. Chang Yang-kok, both astonished and terrified, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered, "What is this?" "Third brother, you've lost," Jianchen declared loudly with a triumphant smile, making the chubby, boastful guy feel a moment of fear. Today, it could be said that he had succeeded tremendously. After a few seconds of being stunned, Chang Yang suddenly jumped up and claimed that Jianchen had played dirty, and the match didn't count. However, when he was asked how exactly Jianchen had cheated, he couldn't answer. Angry to the point of frustration, Chang Yang spat directly into Jianchen's face. After all, since the previous match didn't count, the two of them would have to fight again. What did he have to fear? Even if they fought 100 times, Jianchen would still be completely confident in his victory over the chubby guy. So, he generously agreed. He reassured himself that the previous loss was due to his underestimating his opponent, and that this time, as long as he stayed focused, Jianchen would definitely be no match for him. But after thinking it over, Chang Yang still felt that something wasn't quite right. Normally, even if he underestimated his opponent, Jianchen should never have been able to beat him. Troubled by this, he began to shift his suspicion towards the dry branch Jianchen had been holding and suggested to little brother, "Can I take a look at your branch?" Jianchen was a bit puzzled. It was just a branch, what was there to see? Still, he tossed it over to Chang Yang-ku. At that moment, he no longer held any weapon in his hand. Chang Yang-ku, shameless as ever, immediately struck the branch away, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Useless fool! Without that branch, let's see how you can possibly beat me now." Jianchen's expression turned stern, clearly displeased. This fat guy was exactly like his mother, no real talent, yet loved to play dirty. But if he thought that simply taking away Jianchen's weapon meant victory, he couldn't have been more wrong. Since his rebirth, Jianchen had diligently practiced the purple Qing sword art. Even without a sword in hand, he could still command it. While silently reciting the incantation, he closed his eyes tightly. Foolish Chang Yang thought Jianchen had accepted defeat and shut his eyes in surrender, and laughed even louder. "Useless fool! The future master of the Chang Yang family can only be me. Die!" This counterattack from Chang Yang was far more ferocious than before. It seemed he had no intention of stopping at a mere duel. Across from him, Jianchen remained utterly unfazed. In the final instant, before the opponent's weapon could touch him, Jianchen successfully summoned his dried branch and used it to send Yang sprawling to the ground. He was struck senseless. When he came to, he saw the branch he had just flung stuck fast in the ground right in front of him, and a warm stream of liquid was trickling down his face. Chang Yang touched his cheek and, in a panic, realized the branch had carved a deep wound across his face, blood gushing out. He immediately shrieked, "You useless fool, my little brother dared hit me, I'll go tell mother." Jianchen wouldn't be outdone. He instantly adopted a menacing tone to intimidate his opponent. "If you call me useless again, next time I'll take your life." Frightened by the boy's threat, Chang Yang stumbled back a few steps and then scrambled away on all fours, shouting as he ran, "Mother, save me." Seeing his appearance, Jianchen could only sigh. To be so embarrassed and still dare to call himself the future master of the Chang Yang family, how shameless. As for him, it seemed that after this, he could no longer hide his strength. But that didn't matter. At most, he would just be punished a little. Jianchen only hoped that this commotion wouldn't involve his mother. What he didn't know was that after he left, a stranger had quietly approached the arena, pulled out the dry branch that had been embedded deep into the ground, and watched him leave, muttering, "So, you couldn't hold back anymore and revealed your true strength? It seems there will be a big change in the mansion soon." Just as Jianchen had predicted, mother and son Chang Yang would certainly not let this matter rest. Yu Fengyan, whose face was still swollen like a balloon from overusing beauty products, dragged her son to where Uncle Chang Yang was resting to cause a scene. "Old master, you must stand up for Ko'er. If it weren't for the boy's extraordinary luck, he would have been killed by Chung Tian today." Sho'er was also called over, crying and adding fuel to the fire as she accused Master of blaming Jianchen. "Old master, young master is unruly and violent, without reason or cause, beating up innocent people. Old master must punish young master to maintain discipline and decorum." Uncle Chang Yang was not a fool. Of course he didn't rush to believe one-sided accusations. He immediately questioned, "Chung Tian clearly cannot cultivate Shangli, how could he possibly harm others, including Ko'er?" Yu Fengyan was relentless and immediately screamed, accusing Bai Yun Tian of always pampering and indulging Jianchen. Therefore, she claimed this time too, it must have been her using unscrupulous methods to frame Chang Yang once again. She shamelessly added that if Uncle Chang Yang didn't deal with this seriously, then in the future, she and her mother would definitely fall victim to further schemes by Bai Yun Tian and her daughter. The Chang Yang family had always valued kindness and tolerance. "If Cheng Tian truly had attacked others without reason, I would certainly punish Yen Ning." Uncle Chang Yang responded, then ordered the servants to summon Jianchen for questioning. Seeing his serious attitude, Yu Fengyan couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. She was certain that this time, she had successfully driven Bai Yun Tian and her son out onto the streets, aiming to seize Zhangyang Manor for herself. The sky was a bright, dazzling blue, casting light over the ancient, solemn rooftops. The pale yellow bricks of the round, charming windows framed the peaceful, beautiful surroundings, with lush green trees enveloping the serene scenery. At this moment, Yang Po was leisurely standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "I will ensure justice is served for you," he said. Fengyan, sitting on the ground, was crying pitifully, "Old master, you must stand up for us." Just then, Yun Tian softly stepped forward to stop them. No need to find Cheng Tian anymore. She hesitated for a few seconds before continuing her explanation. "Old master, today's matter has nothing to do with Cheng Tian. It was all my doing, carried out in the shadows." Yang Ba furrowed his brow in helplessness. The injuries to Ko'er and Sho'er weren't caused by Cheng Tian, but by her? Yun Tian slightly lowered her head and cast a dark look at him before responding without hesitation. "Cheng Tian is incapable of cultivating Shangli. I feared he might be bullied, so I secretly watched over and protected him." With that, she suddenly turned and pointed directly at the mother and son who were making a scene. "Today, I saw Sho'er and Ko'er bullying Cheng Tian. In a fit of anger, she immediately took action to teach them a lesson." Fengyan hurriedly ran over to defend, inwardly thinking that Ko'er was kind-hearted, and Sho'er was always well-behaved, so how could they possibly bully Cheng Tian? Upon hearing this, Yang Ke quickly put on an expression of innocence. "I did not bully Cheng Tian." Following closely, Sho'er's voice, full of grievance, sounded. "I am wronged beyond measure." Seizing the opportunity, Fengyan boldly pointed at Yun Tian's face. Clearly, it was fourth sister who, in order to protect Cheng Tian, deliberately took all the blame upon herself. Yun Tian glared sharply at her and snapped, "Cheng Tian cannot cultivate Shangli, everyone in the mansion knows this. How could he possibly have harmed Ko'er and Sho'er?" Fengyan was rendered speechless by Yun Tian's sharp rebuttal, unable to respond, her face turning pale with sweat. Despite the woman before her looking pitiful, with her face smeared with makeup, Yun Tian suddenly knelt down before the man. "Old master, it was all my doing. Cheng Tian has no involvement. I am willing to accept the punishment." Yang Bao was startled and confused. "This is..." "Stop for a moment," he murmured gently. "Yun Tian, you've already admitted it, so your punishment will be to stay inside and reflect for a month." Yun Tian closed her eyes when she heard Yang Ba's words and responded, "No problem." Fengyan quickly glanced at Yang Ba, her expression one of reluctance. "Old master, but Ko'er almost died. How can you let her off so easily? How can you let her off so easily?" Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she pulled her son closer and whispered in a low voice, "No, we can't let them continue with their self-righteousness like this." Yang Ku immediately held his head and pretended to be in pain. My head hurts so much, am I going to die? Shu Hu, not knowing when to stop, made Feng Yin even angrier as she pointed directly at Yun Tian. Ko'er's life and death are tied to the fate of the family. How can you not expel this poisonous woman from the family? Yun Tian, enraged, grabbed the magic orb and stepped toward her. Is that so? So, if I can heal Ko'er's wounds, can we then dismiss this punishment? Feng Yin, nervously pulling Yang Ke behind her for protection, stuck out her tongue in childish defiance. No, who knows if you're pretending to heal her just to harm Ko'er under the guise of it. Despite Yang Ba's increasingly unpleasant expression, Yun Tian snorted and criticized him, clearly intending to seize the opportunity to bully our mother and child. Feng Yin, guilty and startled, shouted nonsense, claiming that it was they who had hurt someone first. Thus, the female feud showed no sign of cooling down. At this moment, Yun Tian, unwilling to back down, lunged forward. Her child was Xiong Hai Zi, wasn't it right to defend him? Feng Yin arrogantly retorted, saying that her own child was the real Xiong Hai Zi. Witnessing the fierce and lingering argument between the two women, Yang Ba could only helplessly turn and flee. In less than 5 seconds, from a steady middle-aged figure, he was nothing but a streak of smoke, running away in a hurry. Yang Ba's life. A few hours later, at a striking orange wooden house nestled amidst dense trees and a clear pond adorned with lotus leaves and stone lanterns in the Qingping garden, Jian Chen sat alone, picking his nose. It had been so long, why hadn't anyone come looking for him? Did Chang Ying's mother and child not go to report the matter? At this thought, he suddenly became disheartened, tilting his head and resting his cheek on his hand. He didn't even know where his mother had gone. How boring to be so stupid. At the exact moment when Jian Chen was sitting absent-mindedly, gazing at the sky, a strong gust of air suddenly rushed toward him from behind. As if sensing danger with sharpened instincts, he quickly tilted his body and glanced at the incoming object. In the blink of an eye, Jian Chen swiftly turned to dodge the sharp knife embedded in the ground. Enraged, he shouted at the masked assassin, "How dare you harm the third young master? You will definitely die for this." Without hesitation, he rushed forward, demanding, "Did you Feng Yin send you?" The assassin, full of murderous intent, accelerated, his bloodthirsty presence unmistakable. "That's right," he replied. "The 3 barbarians have tolerated you for far too long." As soon as the words left his mouth, the assassin immediately leaped into the air, both hands firmly gripping his sword, ready to strike. Faced with this life-threatening situation, Jian Chen hesitated only for a moment before leaping high into the air to avoid the blow from his opponent. Like the cold-blooded assassins he had encountered before, the assassin raised his hand, summoning a powerful red vortex of wind. Seeing this, Jian Chen swiftly reacted, deftly dodging the explosion that erupted right next to his ear. His mind raced as he assessed the situation, his tension mounting. This person is at the 4th level of holy power, you can handle this. With this in mind, Jian Chen swiftly unleashed a powerful magic spell to retaliate. Seeing this, Assassin's name sneered disdainfully, thinking, "A mere branch intends to hurt me?" Wrapped in the massive amount of magic enveloping his entire body, Jian Chen smirked sharply. Who said a branch couldn't harm someone? Saying that, his magic staff suddenly began to twist and bend with the wind. In an instant, much to Assassin's name's astonishment, the sharp blade of the staff pointed directly at his head. Seeing the speed of the sharp blade increase, Assassin's name momentarily froze, not knowing what to do but watch in disbelief. In less than 12 seconds, the powerful silver light pierced directly at Assassin's name, splitting his mask in two. As the strange mask fell to the ground, the scene officially ended. Yang Ba, sweating nervously, looked at the person before him, fear gripping him as much as it did his father. Jian Chen hurriedly waved his hand, "Father." A sudden shift in expression crossed his face. Yang Ba spoke in a grave tone, his voice filled with seriousness. Cheng Tian, however, stopped unexpectedly for a moment, then burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. You can really use Shangli now. Under the radiant sunlight and the clear blue sky, a great green tree cast its shade over the ancient houses, creating a peaceful yet vibrant scene in the heart of nature. At this moment, Jian Chen obediently confessed everything. Yes, divine power, I've long been able to use it. Pausing for a few seconds, he looked seriously at Yang Ba. Third brother and Xiao heir were both injured by me. If you want to punish or hit me, do as you wish, as long as it doesn't involve mother. Yang Ba smiled warmly, placing both hands on the boy's shoulders to reassure him. Chang heir, if you can cultivate, why didn't you tell father? That way, your mother and you would have. No. Jian Chen narrowed his eyes coldly, brushing the man's hands off his shoulders. And what if I told you? Back then, when you thought I was a useless cripple, you cast me aside without a second thought. As he spoke, fragments of the past flickered through his mind. His voice grew colder than ever. Enough. Back then, when you thought I was a genius, you showered me with endless favor. With eyes filled with bitter resentment, he demanded in a steely tone, tell me, was that all it ever was? What am I to you, finally? Am I your son or just a tool? Yang Ba furrowed his brows, helplessly looking at him. Here, I have my own burdens to bear. I have to think about the family. Jian Chen yelled in anger, criticizing, you're burdened, but what about mother and me? What did I ask her to go through all those years? Did you ever ask how she was? Did you ever care when you Feng Yan bullied us? Ignoring Yang Ba's stunned expression, Jian Chen shouted in fury, if I really were a useless fool, even if I were to die, you wouldn't even spare me a glance. Hearing this, Yang Ba immediately spoke in the weakest tone he could manage, Cheng Tian, how could you say that? How could I treat you like that? He replied sharply, actually, it doesn't matter how you treat me, but don't you ever touch my mother. Yang Ba hurriedly tried to explain, it's not like you think. I'm the head of this family. There are many things beyond my control. Despite his efforts to mediate, Jian Chen remained indifferent and turned to leave. That's right. He was the head of the family. One must think for everyone, but I only care about my mother. He paused for a moment, then continued with a tone full of arrogance, do whatever you want, punish me if you please, after all, this house no longer means anything to me. Tie, who did not expect the situation before him, and with Yang Ba left behind, all he could do was mutter in a low voice, dejected, Cheng Tian. At the same time, from a nearby tree corner, Uncle Du unexpectedly spoke up, old master, admitting your mistake isn't difficult, really. Upon hearing this, Yang Ba's tears and snot began to flow uncontrollably. Uncle De had seen everything. A few hours later, from a vantage point that overlooked the entire traditional wooden house, where the beautifully curved rooftops reflected on the still lake. The water, as clear as crystal, along with the large green branches, created a peaceful and tranquil scene. The hoarse voice of someone began to sound. Truthfully, as Uncle De walked down the corridor with Yang Ba, he slowly explained, the young master used a branch to strike the third young master, almost injuring him. Truly, a talent of extraordinary potential. Yang Ba quickly responded, I had to use all the power of my fourth-level divine strength just to calm him down. Stop for a moment, he said, making a confused expression. At first, when the check was done, it was said that Cheng Tian couldn't cultivate. Why is it possible now? Uncle De shared the same question. When I checked back then, I already felt something was off. The young master is clearly the chosen one, so why couldn't he cultivate? At this point, the old man didn't forget to reveal, that's why, for the past few years, I have been quietly keeping an eye on the young master. He secretly goes to the library pavilion to cultivate his divine power, and in fact, I've known about it for a long time. Yang Ba looked at Uncle De in surprise. You knew all along, why didn't you tell me? Uncle De replied nonchalantly, I was observing the young master, and I was also observing you, old master. Yang Ba, bewildered, pointed at his own face. You were observing me? The old man calmly continued, if the old master remained blind to everything, I would have taken Zhang Tian to a place where he could be nurtured. Upon hearing this, Yang Ba angrily snapped, Uncle De, the Changyang family has treated you well, how could you do something like this? Uncle De turned and walked away without fear. Old master, I am just an employee of the Changyang family. You don't even care about your own son. Again blame an outsider as if it's me. Yang Ba was so furious he was choking. He paused a moment to steady himself, then in a small, feeble voice said, "It was my fault. I failed in my duty as a father, which led to a misunderstanding between father and son." Uncle Dick chuckled with delight. Too little, too late. By then it would be pointless. Saying this, he casually assessed Jian Shen's character. The young master is sentimental. If the old master treats him sincerely, he will certainly change his way of thinking. Hearing that, young Ba's eyes widened in joy. "I understand, Uncle Day." The next day, in the study of Zhangyang Manor, beneath curved red tiles under a blue sky and dazzling sunlight, surrounded by greenery. Inside, Yun Tian and Feng Yan with her child sat apart. Feng Yan now wore a swollen, distorted face as she glared at the people at the next table. "The old master has gone to punish Cheng Tian. You and your child are finished this time." Yun Tian cast her a cold, warning glance. "You pig-headed fool, don't boast. If anything goes wrong, I'll take Cheng Tian home with me." "It's fine." With that, she continued to cover her mouth, laughing mockingly. "On the contrary, in your current state, do you even dare to go outside?" Feng Yan grumbled in frustration. "I've been feeling better these past few days, no need for you to worry." While the two women inside continued to argue back and forth, Yang Ba, along with Jian Shen, stepped in. "Yun Tian, Feng Yan, I've investigated thoroughly, and it was Cheng Tian who caused your injuries." Feng Yan quickly seized the opportunity, shouting, "Old master, you must punish Cheng Tian." Yun Tian tensed up. "Old master." Yang Ba spoke sternly. Although Cheng Tian's actions were wrong, Ko-er and Xiao-er should not have bullied others either. So, in a way, this matter is balanced now. Please don't pursue it further, and accept our apology. With that, he pretended to tap Jian Shen on the head as a signal. The boy casually scratched his nose and mumbled a few words. "Sorry, third mother." The moment Feng Yan and Yun Tian saw his indifferent attitude, they were helpless. Was this really how one should apologize? Ji, who was not planning to make it easy. Feng Yan shouted directly at her husband, "How can we just let it go like this? Old master. Ko-er is indeed the hope for our future. How could this be?" Yang Ba spoke sternly, "Shut up." Xiao-er had secretly made things difficult for Yun Tian and her child. They had both violated the family rules, so I've already expelled him from the mansion. After pausing for a few seconds, he patted Jian Shen's shoulder and continued, "Well done. From now on, anyone in this mansion who dares to bully Yun Tian and her child will definitely be punished." Feng Yan was the first to be intimidated by his sharp gaze, trembling in fear. Despite Yun Tian and her child crying and holding each other, Yang Ba turned to Jian Shen and smiled affectionately. "So, how about this? Do you think this is fair now?" He smiled contentedly. "It'll do." At this point, Jian Shen hurried over to Yun Tian. "Mother, you weren't bullied, were you?" She smiled gently at him. "Mother is fine. But isn't your father angry with you?" Jian Shen replied with a tone full of resentment, "No, I talked to him like two men." Yun Tian sighed helplessly. "This brat, what kind of conversation was that? Acting like an old man." Suddenly, Yang Ba looked at her with a pleading expression. "Yun Tian, you've helped Ko-er with her injuries, could you also help Feng Yan a little with hers?" Yun Tian happily replied, "It's fine, as long as Cheng Tian isn't held accountable." Feng Yan angrily shouted, "We don't need her to treat us." Yang Ba raised his voice to remind, "Feng Yan, stop causing trouble." She sulked and replied, "Yes, we will all listen to old master." Standing in the midst of a flow of abundant magical energy, Yun Tian closed her eyes and began focusing to cast a massive magic sphere. Jian Shen, standing behind and witnessing this scene, couldn't help but silently admire. Heaven and earth have so much special energy, and through the hands of Mother, it is transmitted into the body. This is the true power of a divine master. As expected, in the blink of an eye, the mother and son, Feng Yan and Yang Ku, instantly returned to their original beautiful and handsome appearance. Great, they've recovered. Facing the expressions of admiration from Jian Chen and Yang Ba, Yun Tian now showed an air of complacency. It's nothing difficult. At that moment, a thought suddenly popped into Jian Chen's mind. If he knew how to control this energy, his cultivation would definitely increase exponentially. Without realizing that you were deep in thought, Yang Ba suddenly patted your shoulder. Although I won't pursue this matter further, he said. Pausing for a moment, his tone turned serious. But Cheng Tian was still in the wrong. There must be a punishment. Jian Chen lazily replied, Hey, I already said it's not the same thing. Yun Tian anxiously whispered, So are you still going to punish him? Feng Yan, hearing this, joyfully raised his hand in support. Old master, you are wise. Yang Ba, don't pay attention to what she says. Cheng Tian secretly trained before without any system in place. Starting tomorrow, Cheng Tian and Uncle De will begin their training in the secret path behind the mountain and won't stop until they reach the 8th level of divine power. In contrast to Yun Tian's expression of shared joy for her son, Feng Yan was so furious he nearly spat blood. Was this really a punishment? Yang Ke ran over and suggested, Father, I also want to be punished. Jian Chen, now stroking his chin in satisfaction, said, Alright then, with Uncle D as a guide, it's not bad at all. Yang Ba didn't forget to step forward and remind him, and there's this. Pausing again, he pulled out an envelope. Wait until you reach the 8th level of divine power, then you can open this envelope. Seeing Jian Chen still wide-eyed with surprise, Yang Ba calmly suggested, At that time, your future will be changed. Tiehu seemed to be scared, and Jian Chen nervously thought to himself, What does this letter have to do with your future? 7 years later, the old manor still faintly smelled of wood, and the trees were still sprouting new buds. Yang Ba was sitting, gazing at the human world outside. He wondered about the progress of Cheng Tian's cultivation. How was it going? Had he reached the 8th level of Shangli yet? Uncle D slowly responded, In recent years, the progress of young master no longer surprises me like it used to. He's now only at the 7th level of Shangli. At this point, the old man leisurely raised the teacup to savor its fragrance. Although, at just 14 years old, such progress was enough to be called a genius, this old man always felt. After pausing for a few seconds, Uncle Dick quickly drained his teacup. Young master seemed not to be putting in his full effort when it came to cultivation. Yang Ba's voice was filled with suspicion. What do you mean by that? Does Uncle Day have any evidence? Uncle Day calmly stroked his beard. No, this old man is just going by instinct. As long as the young master wishes, he can ascend to the 8th floor of Shangli at any time. Hearing this, Yang Ba's voice became thoughtful. If Cheng Tian does not ascend to the 8th floor of Shangli as scheduled this year. He paused for a few seconds, looking down at the envelope lying on the table, before speaking again, his tone laced with helplessness. Then we will have to wait another year. A few hours later, the golden rays of the sun bathed the old, time-worn black-gray roof tiles. The rows of deep green trees stretched out endlessly in all directions. At this moment, Zhang Ran cheerfully brought the food over to the master. Fourth madam, these are seasonal fruits and the breakfast that old master specifically instructed me to bring for you and the young master. Lying under the sunlight, Yun Tian immediately pointed to the table, signaling, Cheng Tian is in meditation. Just leave it here, I'll bring it to him later. Zhang Ran quickly responded, yes. Tiehu could not hide the joy in her heart, while Yun Tian chuckled softly. Cheng Tian, the treatment we're getting. After a brief pause, she suddenly turned towards the door and spoke loudly, things are getting better and better. At that very moment, through every window pane, a solitary figure sat quietly inside the cool room. No one else, the master of that back was none other than Jian Chen at the age of 14. As if sinking into another subconscious world, he tightly shut his eyes, clearly irritated. In the blink of an eye, the brutal scene of bloodshed slowly emerged in his mind, accompanied by a voice filled with gloating laughter. Without Cheng Tian as your backing, you useless trash will be torn apart by us like fish bait. With that, the masked assassins began to draw their swords, preparing to surround them. Seeing them rushing in unison, the young man with pink hair shouted defiantly. Boss Chang Tian will definitely return to take revenge for us. We'll fight to the death with your thief Dogo sect. Upon hearing this, the assassin did not hesitate for a moment and leaped straight at the pink-haired youth. With a gleeful laugh, he responded. Chang Tian and your sect's leader are both dead, they won't be coming back. Despite the increasing death toll, the assassins continued to shout in a menacing tone, kill them all. Kill them. Surrounded by dozens of swords thrusting toward them, the group below had no choice but to huddle together helplessly. As expected. In just a few brief seconds, the atmosphere around suddenly turned into a pitch-black night, thick with the scent of fresh blood. Tuahu seemed to gradually feel the agonizing pain of those within his subconscious screaming in torment. No, wait. Jian Shen's whole body began to sweat endlessly. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he cried out in fury, demanding it to stop. As if resonating with the hatred of a past life, Jian Shen's eyes rolled white as he stared into the void. After a brief pause, he plunged the tip of his blade into the ground and spoke in a low, somber voice. It was all just a dream. Staring at the weary reflection on the gleaming surface of his sword, Jian Shen let out a faint, sorrowful smile. So desolate these years have truly worn you down. I know you've never known the warmth of a home in your past life, and now all of this has become something you cannot let go of. Clutching the blue sword tightly in his hand, he continued his quiet dialogue with himself. You haven't done your best to grow stronger, instead, you've grown accustomed to the life at Zhangyang Manor. His eyes gradually deepened in thought. You didn't forget to remind yourself, but you are not Changyang Eternal Sky, you are Jian Shen, and the people of the sector still waiting for your return. Despite the swirling magic energy enveloping his body, Jian Shen stood tall, his determination unwavering. He kept growing stronger, looking for ways to return. It was like a vow carved into his heart. He forcefully slashed a cold sword strike into the air, then silently thought to himself, this was something he could never forget. A few seconds later, a massive wave of pale blue energy surged, like a fury unleashed in the mysterious night sky, dotted with fragile purple lights. Looking at the Chinese characters on the stone wall, Jian Shen felt as if he was igniting a destructive fire within himself. He lifted his head and looked at Meng Long. I've reached the 8th level of Shangli. A few hours later, back at the old mansion in the middle of the dense forest, Yang Ba and Uncle Du unexpectedly turned their heads at the same time, both speaking in unison. Chang Tian, have you really reached the 8th level of Shangli? That's incredible, young master has truly not disappointed us. Jian Shen smirked at them. Can I open this letter now? You want to know how it relates to your future? Yang Ba immediately replied. Of course, it does. However, contrary to the initial hopeful expression, Jian Shen was now staring blankly at the contents of the admission letter. Yang Ba smiled and explained, this is the admission notice from the Zaja Institute, the most prestigious institution in our Jessen Empire. The Zaja Institute has trained many top-level powerhouses, and only those who reach the 8th level of Shangli before the age of 18 are eligible to attend. As he said this, he did not forget to pat Jian Shen on the back in encouragement. Chang Tian, your talent is extraordinary, and Zaja Institute is the best fit for you. The future of the Changyang family depends on you. Uncle Dick quickly chimed in, Zaja Institute starts enrollment in 3 days. Young master will be right on time. Jian Shen smiled obediently. I understand. I won't disappoint anyone. Yang Ba looked at the massive eagle beside him and continued his introduction. Chang Tian, this is the spatial belt I'm giving you. You can break through to the 10th level of Shangli before the age of 18 and condense the holy weapon into a saint. I'll give you a spatial ring as well. Jian Shen confidently replied, Father, it won't be long before I become a saint. Yun Tian anxiously rushed over. Chang Tian, this is your first time leaving home, and without your mother by your side. You must take good care of yourself. These are the things your mother knows you need to pay attention to when going outside. You must study diligently. Jian Shen smiled awkwardly. Mother, I'm no longer a child, I'll take care of myself. Hearing this, Yun Tian beamed and whispered, Yu Feng Yin heard that you're going to the academy to study, and got so upset he nearly fell ill. You're doing very well, my son. Jian grinned slyly. Mother, you're laughing at someone else's misfortune. Uncle De gently stepped forward and reminded him, young master, it's time for you to go. Sitting firmly on the back of the eagle with Uncle De, Jian was not accustomed to saying goodbyes. Father, mother, I'm leaving. Yang Ba and Yun Tian responded one after the other, take care on the road, remember to write letters back. As soon as they finished speaking, the eagle let out a loud cry, signaling the start of the journey, showing no sign of hesitation or fear. Jian, full of excitement, shouted. Studying at Zaja Institute, we arrived here. Suspended between the lush green forest and the bright sky, the eagles were soaring, their wings gracefully sweeping through the air. Jian couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia in his heart. It had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of flying, and it brought back memories. Seeing the amazed expression on his face, Uncle De suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Young master truly is extraordinary. Years ago, when he had brought the boss to Zaja Institute, he had been so intimidated that he couldn't even move. Jian widened his eyes in confusion. What? It seemed like 100 questions were swirling in his mind, and he continued to ask, I have a boss at Zaja Institute, and I didn't even know about it? Uncle De chuckled, scratching his head, blaming himself for forgetting to tell him. After a brief pause, he slowly revealed, Boss Zhang Yang, who was born to the first madam. Old master married 3 wives, but the 2 madams didn't get along. The first madam, in anger, took the first young master, who had been born not long before, and returned to her maternal home, severing ties with Zhang Yang Manor. Jian nodded in understanding, realizing the situation. No wonder he had never heard of this boss from childhood until now. At this point, he couldn't help but grin mischievously. If it weren't for his powerful biological mother, he would probably have been suppressed by Yu Fengyan. The love, hatred, and grudges of the noble families. Uncle D, observing this scene, silently assessed the situation. It seemed like the young master understood very well, he clearly wasn't just a child. The old man slightly lowered his head and stepped forward. When the first young master was 17 years old, he had already reached the 8th level of divine strength. When he entered the academy, from then on, young master would always turn to the first young master for help whenever something came up. Jian raised his hand in a V shape, grinning mischievously, thank you, Uncle De, I understand now. A few hours later, nestled within the majestic mountain range, stood an ancient academy. With his gaze firmly fixed on the scene below, Uncle De spoke in a deep voice, young master, we have arrived. After a moment of stunned silence, Jian, now excited, exclaimed, this. Pausing for a few seconds, he continued in a trembling voice, still in disbelief. This is the Zaja Academy. The crowd seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. As soon as Jian landed, he looked around in confusion. He blinked in astonishment and exclaimed, there are so many people at the academy. How am I supposed to find the boss? Uncle De gently reassured him, don't worry, the first young master is very easy to find. Just as the old man had said, in the blink of an eye, Jian was startled by the sound of hearty laughter nearby. Chongyang Eternal Sky, the boss was here. The owner of that bold, carefree laugh was none other than Zhang Yang Hu. Feeling embarrassed, Jian turned away. He really is easy to find. I want to go home. Uncle De waved his hand with an easy smile and said, it's been years, but the first young master is still as unique as ever. Yang Hu couldn't help but run over, eyes squinting with a cheerful grin. Uncle De quickly responded, young master, the old master has always missed you deeply. At those words, Yang Hu's expression darkened, and he gave a cold snort. Uncle D, don't mention him. I have nothing to do with that old man, that flattering old fool. After a brief pause, he turned to look at the young man beside him. Cheng Tian, you've grown so much. Jian obediently replied, boss. At that, Yang Hu couldn't help but continue laughing and chatting away. From now on at the academy, if anyone dares to bully you, just come find me. Boss will help you vent your anger. Uncle De gently reminded, first young master, please take care of the young master for me. I still have some business to discuss with the principal. He quickly replied, Uncle De, don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll take Chung Tian for a tour around the academy. Jin Chen's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, huh? This so-called boss, who doesn't look very reliable, might actually be quite decent after all. A few hours later, the sky was a clear blue, white clouds drifted above the ancient rooftops, while the lush green leaves and golden blossoms dotted the scene, creating a picturesque view of Qingping under the radiant sunlight. A tall pavilion in grand ancient architecture came into view. Beneath the vast blue sky, Yang Hu's fingers kept pointing in all directions as he enthusiastically introduced each place. Here, here. Brother Hu seemed to be basking in his own pride, grinning broadly as he spoke. This is all part of Zaja Institute. Alright, that's enough introductions. Jian Chen looked at Yang Hu with mild exasperation. Boss, you really talk a lot but say nothing, he thought silently, concluding that this boss was truly unreliable. Seeing that you seemed a bit upset, Yang Hu tilted his head and reminded, tomorrow is the newborn martial arts tournament. I'll sign you up, so you can mingle with others. Consider it your way of stepping into a new environment. Jian Chen closed his eyes in helplessness. Boss, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding of what it means to integrate into a community? At that moment, Yang Hu gently pinned a gold star onto his shirt symbolizing the excitement of the newborn battles. You need to perform well, this is your qualification to participate. Jian Chen furrowed his brows in confusion, staring at the star neatly pinned on his chest. Boss, you're being a bit too enthusiastic. Are you not interested in this competition, or should I just skip it entirely? Unexpectedly, Yang Hu suddenly seemed to remember something, and he quickly spoke up, excusing himself. All right, I forgot to get your registration materials. Cheng Tian, go to the cafeteria and eat first. I'll go grab the paperwork. Before Jian Chen could respond, Yang Hu was already leaving, accompanied by a gust of wind that seemed to whistle as it passed. Jian Chen's face darkened as he muttered under his breath, feeling abandoned. This boss, really? After a long while, in the spacious dining hall, where warm golden light and bright red hues filled the air, the shadowy figures of people unintentionally created an atmosphere that was both solemn and cozy. Jian Chen sat chewing, looking at the simple dishes on the table. The food here was both cheap and delicious, affordable even for students from poor backgrounds. The absence of hardship was a result of the Zaja Academy's philosophy of equality between the rich and the poor. Even the heavens would refrain from interrupting one's meal. Just as Jian Chen was about to take another helping, the sound of someone banging their fist on the table startled him. Hey, this table is ours. Move to another one, Di Lu said angrily when Jian Chen didn't respond. Hey, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Jian Chen, not at all intimidated, frowned in annoyance. He just wanted to sit down and eat. This table was for the academy, when did it become reserved for them? Di Liang leaned forward, pointing directly at Jian Chen's face. You don't deserve to sit at the same table as us. I'll ask you one more time, will you move? Xiuli, standing behind, lazily chimed in, ergo, why bother being polite with him? Just kick him out. Jian Chen shut his eyes and responded dismissively. But of course, he would yield. Wait until I finish eating, then I'll say, you all stand and wait, don't sit like that. As soon as his words ended, the two brothers immediately began taking turns cursing. Damn it, you don't want to drink the wine offered to you, but you want to drink the wine of punishment. We've told you this already, do you even know who we are? Determined to prevent the conflict from escalating, Di Yun calmly stepped forward to stop them. This friend, judging by your attire, it seems you come from a noble background? What's your name? Which family are you from? After a brief pause, he sat down opposite without hesitation. Although the academy strictly prohibited nobles from oppressing commoners, the competition among the noble families within the academy was not regulated. At this point, Di Yun's gaze gradually turned grim. He spoke in a low, threatening tone, do you believe I can make it so that you can never move freely in this academy again? Meanwhile, from the perspective of the onlookers, they began whispering to each other. Those are the three siblings from the Zaja family. How did this newcomer offend them? In contrast to the fearful expressions of those around him, Jian Chen calmly continued to slurp his noodles. He silently thought to himself. Wu Zhang's background was crude, and his manner of speaking was vulgar. In his past life, he had seen far too much of it, truly a childish mindset. As expected, Di Yun, witnessing the boy's nonchalant behavior, immediately grew angry and slammed the table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Xiaoli reminded him through his hand. Little brat, what are you trying to do? Boss, I'm talking to you. Not to be outdone by them, Di Liang stood at a corner, grinding his teeth, as if the last thread of his reason had snapped. He charged forward with great force, yanking the tablecloth so violently that it tore in an instant, causing a chaotic scene. In the blink of an eye, the dining table turned into a heap of ruins, and the tablecloth silently fell to the floor at Jian Chen's feet. Seeing him stand up without saying anything, Di Liang immediately pressed his advantage. I'll feed you. After saying that, without any hesitation, he grabbed a bowl of gruel and charged forward to attack. As expected, right after Jian Chen swiftly leaned to avoid the strike, he immediately landed a powerful blow to Di Liang's back. It was as if they had just witnessed a horrifying scene. Di Yun and Xiaoli both froze, staring in shock at Di Liang, who had collapsed to the ground as if nothing had happened. Jian Chen held a bowl of noodles in one hand, chewing loudly, aggressive, hot-tempered, unstable, his training poorly disciplined, paying no heed to the swollen wound under his chin. Di Lu shouted in fury, "You dare mock me? Today I cannot let you live." Just as the tension in the air began to mount, someone unexpectedly interjected, "Stop fighting, hold on a moment, I'm finished eating, this place is yours." Hearing that, Di Liang replied impatiently, "This is none of your business." Iron Pagoda grinned foolishly at him. "We're all classmates, no need to fight." Di Liang glared and warned him to shut up. For some reason the man still stood there smiling. Unable to contain himself, Di Liang launched a straight punch at the man before him. "You lowlife aren't even worth speaking to," Iron Pagoda mocked, grinning with his mouth open. "If you really want to hit someone, hit me, I've got thick skin and won't feel the pain." Xiaoli laughed loudly, "This scoundrel volunteered for a beating. Ergut, you must teach him a lesson." Di Liang replied with a burst of energy, "You bastard, this is someone asking for it themselves." Jian Chen quickly intervened, worried, "Enough, if there's an issue, take it up with me, it has nothing to do with anyone else." Di Yun's voice grew serious as he reminded, "Second brother, stop. The academy strictly forbids conflict between nobles and commoners." At the same time, the surrounding students began to warn one another in turn. "It looks like there's a fight over there, that's Za Di Yun. Let's go, we don't want to get involved." Di Yun slowly took a few steps forward. "You've offended the Di Yun family, don't you want to stay in the academy any longer?" As golden demonic energy surged out from his body, he spoke in a leisurely tone, "Anyway, the academy doesn't intervene in conflicts between nobles, but you really don't want to end up with broken limbs being carried out of the academy, do you?" Jian Chen gripped his chopsticks tightly and shot a cold, sideways glance at Di Yun, ready to strike. Before he could act, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "I'll be damned, let's see who dares to lay a hand on my fourth brother." In the blink of an eye, the muscular figure of Yang Hu crashed down onto the wooden table, smashing it to pieces. He grumbled loudly, "What kind of table is this? One step and it breaks." Jian Chen quietly suggested, "Boss, could you change to a normal entrance method?" Standing before the gaze full of expectation from him, Yang Hu pointed bluntly at the noble sitting arrogantly. "Za Di Yun, if you want to fight me, come play with me." At this point, he suddenly remembered and looked at the pile of documents slung over his shoulder. "Ha!" Without the slightest embarrassment, Yang Hu quickly handed the stack of documents to Jian Chen. "Oh, right, fourth brother, here are the documents for signing up for the Wu Xiansheng competition." Jian Chen helplessly replied, "Is this the time to be dealing with the registration?" Di Yun asked in surprise. The Wu Xiansheng competition sparked a mischievous thought in Yang Hu's mind, and he muttered in a strange tone, "This brat is really your fourth brother?" Yang Hu couldn't help but laugh proudly. Doesn't he look just like me? Di Lu glared at the two of them. Who are you? Xiao Li spoke with a tone of contempt. Di, how dare you touch the Di Yin clan? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? Unlike the incessant chatter of his younger brothers, Di Yun silently pondered. This madman Zhang Yang who can't be provoked, there's no way to catch that brat, so we'll have to think of another plan. To the astonishment of Di Liang and Xiao Li, he immediately turned and left. I'll remember what happened today. Let's go. Seeing this, Yang Hu looked expectantly at the person beside him. What about it? Is the boss really influential? Jian Shen replied skeptically, this matter is probably not that simple. At the same time, outside the mess hall, Xiao Li hurried after them in puzzlement. Who was that who just arrived? Di Yan answered slowly, his name is Zhang Yanghu, he's someone very difficult to provoke. Di Liang felt a bit resentful. Boss, are we just going to let this go? He answered without hesitation. How could they let this pass? After pausing for a few seconds, Di Yan continued to lay out a plan. That little brat also registered to participate in the Wu Xin Shang match. We'll kill him during the match. Zhang Yang, who had nothing to say, his expression darkened. He now raised his hand in a killing gesture. How dare he insult members of the Di Yun clan, he must die. A few hours later, standing in the middle of the wide road. At that moment, it was the figure of the young man, Jian Shen. He was muttering in annoyance, boss, really? Suddenly says there's something to do, hurriedly leaving, and now I'm stuck here, remembering Yang Hu's words. Fourth brother, I just remembered I have something to do. You go wander around the campus yourself. Holding the pile of documents tightly in his hands, Jian Shen tiredly muttered to himself, it's my first day here, in a foreign land, how can I go wandering around? Not someone I can rely on, even though I wouldn't say I have no friends. After a pause, he suddenly felt a spark of excitement as he recalled Iron Pagoda's words. Cheng Tian, I'm heading back to the dormitory now. From now on, we're friends, so if you need anything, don't forget to ask. At this, Jian Shen unconsciously smiled with amusement. That guy, Iron Pagoda, was actually pretty fun. He paused for a few seconds, and then, feeling a wave of frustration, he sat down on the ground. That boring Wu Xin Shang match? He had no interest in it at all, might as well just cast a blank vote. After sitting silently for a while, Jian Shen suddenly sprang up, laughing softly as he wandered around the campus, exploring, eager to learn more about the Imperial Academy. A while later, the sky gradually turned as red as fire, as if it were dyeing the dark green leaves with a pinkish-orange hue, eventually coloring an entire forest. Unaware of the shadowy figure slowly approaching, Min Ting and Zhou Tian continued to murmur to each other, junior sister. Hearing their intimate murmurs by chance, Jian Shen Air couldn't help but break into a sly smile. In my past life at the sect, some of my junior brothers and sisters also hid in the bushes like this. It seems that no matter where you are, humans always have their desires and emotions. At this point, he suddenly noticed suspicious figures lurking from a distance. Jian Shen rubbed his chin, sizing them up. Their suspicious appearance marked them as either thieves or worse. A few hours later, in a different location, Yang Gao was sitting, extending his hand toward Jitian. I've investigated. She'll be passing through here soon. You all stay hidden and pretend to be ruffians, teasing her, while I'll show up as the hero who saves the damsel in distress. Lu Yu quickly responded, Boss, don't worry. We'll make it look real. Chen Fu didn't hesitate and added a few more words in agreement. To help the boss pursue the beauty, we would willingly jump into the sea of flames, Yang Gao immediately reminded them. My goddess is a little lamb, you must be gentle with her, did you hear that? Lu Yu and Chen Fu both nodded in unison, understanding the order. Meanwhile, Jian Shen stood at a nearby tree corner, thinking to himself that such a conventional habit was truly uncreative. Just as his thoughts concluded, their group quickly rallied with a vigorous spirit, shouting and acting without hesitation. Jian Shen immediately grabbed onto a tree branch, gaining momentum to chase after them. Ah, using the same old trick to deceive miss, I can't just pretend I didn't see that. As night fell, a crescent moon shone brightly in the blue sky. Dotted with countless stars, the tree canopies seemed to be coated in silver under the moonlight. At the same time, a pair of green shoes lightly stepped on the ground, breaking the silence of the late-night forest. Tiehu, seeing the stunning beauty for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "The woman is so beautiful, I hadn't even noticed the person beside her was somewhat jealous." He casually continued, "Isn't she the newborn who has been attracting so much attention?" On the other side, where the attention was being drawn, the young girl suddenly flinched, looking towards the people with their faces hidden. At that moment, Yang Gao let out a mocking laugh. "Little girl, do you want to play with me, the big shot?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fu immediately waved his hand, playing along. "Don't you fear being lonely all by yourself?" Yu Yu, her voice trembling with fear, whispered. "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer." Seeing her retreating a few steps, Lu Yuing and Na stepped forward. "What are you scared of? Little sister, come, let your big brother give you a little touch." But unfortunately, just as he reached out to grope the person in front of him, he was suddenly stopped by Yu Yu. Taking advantage of his momentary confusion, she immediately summoned all her strength and threw him to the ground. To the astonishment of those around, Yu Yu wasted no time in unleashing her enormous destructive power, causing the ground beneath her to shatter and crack loudly. Ao Kong and Shen Fu, witnessing this scene, both pondered in confusion what the hell was going on. What was this? Calling her a little lamb? This was openly the most blatant and ruthless act of fighting, wasn't it? As soon as they confirmed that the person who had intended to completely overpower her was now completely subdued, Yu Yu calmly waved her hand and said, "Although I don't like fighting." She paused for a few seconds, then seriously pointed at them, "But I won't be polite with bad people." On the other hand, Jian Chen, amused, dragged the leader who had been beaten to a pulp. He hadn't expected that the seemingly weak and delicate girl would fight so decisively. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly caught the desperate looks in the eyes of the two thugs. "Boss, help!" Unable to hide his confused expression, Jin Chen hurriedly turned away, then looked back to see the real boss running away in a panic. "Who's your boss? Stop acting like one." At this point, Yu Yu frowned and puffed out her cheeks, staring at him intently. "You're their boss, then you have to teach them a lesson." Hearing this, Jian Chen quickly waved his hand, trying to explain, "Wait, miss, you're misunderstanding." Yu Yu, who had no intention of listening to him, spun around and charged at him like a feather, continuing the attack. At the same time, Ao Kong and Chen Fu were frantically signaling. Jian Chen looked over and asked, "Who is that guy? Where's our boss?" "Don't mind him, it's not our concern, we should take this chance to leave." Tiehu had no other option, and he suddenly forced a reluctant smile. "Fine then," Jian Chen said with a sharp gaze and a powerful magical aura radiating from his body, his voice filled with excitement. "I've been so bored, let me see what Mrs. Strength is like." As her eyes gradually turned dark, Yu Yu extended her hand, conjuring a faint pink light. "You too." Just as she was about to launch a powerful strike towards her opponent, she suddenly heard a familiar voice, causing her to stop in her tracks. Caught off guard by the obscure magical force that froze her in place, Jian Chen gasped in shock, his body immobilized. At that moment, Yu Yu joyfully called out. Teacher Qiuyi raised his hand to maintain the magic, coldly reminding them. "The academy has strict rules prohibiting unauthorized combat. Have you both forgotten?" Yu Yu pointed at Jian Chen and explained. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was wrong, but he's a bad person. Didn't you say before that we should never let bad people go?" Standing behind them, hearing this, he quickly responded. "It's just a misunderstanding," Zhou Yi frowned and reminded him. "I will handle this. You go back and continue your cultivation." Yu Yu obediently responded, "Yes." After saying that, she immediately began humming and skipping over to where Jian Chen was still being restrained. Without the slightest sign of hesitation, Yu stuck out her tongue provocatively, irritating Jian Chen to the point where he gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, "Damn maidservant." Seeing her getting farther and farther away, Jian Chen began to feel uneasy and glanced over, silently pleading, "Aunt, let's talk this through. The situation is not at all as your disciple said, there's an explanation." With eyes filled with killing intent, Zhou slowly assessed, "The strength in your body indicates that you are special." Upon hearing this, Jian Chen's eyes widened in worry. He secretly speculated, could it be? Did she somehow figure out that he had traveled through time? Before he could say anything, his mind was racing with thoughts. Zhou slightly bent over, looking directly into Jian Chen's eyes. "There's no need to panic. I have never been curious about other people's secrets, even if you are the little brat from the Changyang family," suddenly singled out and clearly revealed. He felt momentarily tense. Could it be that this woman knew him? Despite the young man still being frightened, Zhou calmly extended her hand in front of him. "Before that, you must prove that you are worth living, otherwise, nothing." At this point, her gaze slowly darkened, and without hesitation, Zhou immediately created a magic circle with her fingertip. In the blink of an eye, the magic sphere swerved past Jian Chen's ear at a dangerously close distance, as if it might devour him alive. Zhou Yi's voice was low and ominous. "I will kill you with my own hands." Realizing something was terribly wrong, Jian Chen recoiled in fear, his body tensing. He felt wronged in his heart, thinking, is this person crazy? I don't seem to have any enmity with her. In front of Jian Chen's stunned expression, Zhou Yi formed two swirling vortexes with her hands, each filled with danger. "Little brat of the Changyang family, remember my words." Seeing the massive vortex slowly engulfing his entire body, Jian Chen's heart sank, and he helplessly muttered, "This is despite you trying to struggle with your gaze." The spinning wheel, from beginning to end, continuously submerged Jian Chen's entire body. Taking advantage of the fact that he could still hear, 2D whispered cryptically, "This is just a brief encounter." With his one eye that hadn't yet been submerged, Jian Chen couldn't help but think in confusion, a brief encounter? A few seconds later, in a different part of the forest, Jian Chen began to move his limbs. This was a teleportation technique. At that very moment, while Jian Chen was still fumbling and looking around, wondering where he was, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Fourth brother Yang Hu, struggling, staggered towards him, his body drenched in blood. "How did you end up here?" Jian Chen called out in panic, "Boss." Seeing him stumble continuously, Jian Chen hurried to support him. "What happened? How did you get so badly injured?" Yang Hu replied hoarsely, "I was trying to go to the back mountain to hunt monsters and get a level 1 magic core for you, but I accidentally triggered a level 3 monster and took a few hits." At this point, he glanced at the magic core in his hand and smiled with squinted eyes. "I thought I was going to die here. Didn't expect you to come, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Just in time to hand you the magic core." Pausing for a moment, Yang Hu unexpectedly placed the magic core into Jian Chen's hands. "You're about to join the Wu Xin Shang battle? This magic core can help boost your strength during the fight." Jian Chen trembled as he tightly gripped the magic core, his voice quiet and full of emotion. "Boss, when you said earlier you had something to do, was it really to get me the magic core?" Standing beneath the brilliant sunset, Yang Hu tilted his head slightly, flashing a warm smile. "I'm your older brother. I don't have many abilities, but I can only do things like this for you." After a brief pause, his muscular body began to tremble slightly. "You must perform well in the Wu Xin Shang battle, fourth brother." Jian Chen pondered at this. Was the battle really that important? Boss had risked his life to get me the magic core. Realizing this, he stared wide-eyed, surprised, and looked at Yang Hu, who was slowly sitting down, glancing at his still form. Curiously, Jian Chen asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" Yang Hu frowned with a look of sorrow. "Fourth brother, I can only help you get this far. Remember to bring my bones back." Jian Chen scratched his head in confusion. "Boss, can we stop with the drama? I just checked your wounds, they're all external." "They're serious, but you won't die." Upon hearing this, Yang Hu joyfully shouted, "Huh? I'm not going to die?" Stop for a moment, he rolled back and forth, laughing mischievously. "I thought I was done for." Seeing this, Jian Chen turned his head away and sighed, "Really, I have to admire the boss. If it weren't for me, you'd probably have lost too much blood and died." After saying this, he quickly ran to where Yang Hu was lying to dress his wounds. The first aid was finally completed. Jian Chen slowly moved his hands a few times. The bleeding had temporarily stopped. As long as he quickly returned to the academy for treatment as soon as possible, he would be fine. Yang Hu happily patted his head. "Fourth brother, you're amazing. No wonder Uncle De praised you as a genius." After a long while, Xiaoyi silently hovered in midair, watching Jian Chen as he carried Yang Hu and walked. "Have they caught up yet?" She paused for a few seconds in deep thought, then bit her lip, still facing the long road ahead. The little devil of the Yang family. A few days later, at the three ancient watchtowers rising majestically under the brilliant sunlight, the sky was blue with white clouds and the trees lush and green, all highlighting the grandeur of the architecture. At the same time, below on the road. At this moment, there were dozens of newborns hurrying in a line toward a certain place. Along with them were murmurs and whispers. The newborn battle was about to begin. No one knew which newborn would take the lead this year. The place was already packed. A colossal arena unfolded before them, bathed in brilliant golden light. At the center was a towering, round grandstand, creating a majestic atmosphere, ready for intense battles. Amid the bustling crowd, Jian Chen widened his eyes and gazed around in awe. Truly, as expected from Zaja Institute, the newborn competition was capable of setting up such a grand stage. As he was thinking this, he and those around him were suddenly startled by a loud, strong voice. "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, we must not fail." Despite the growing laughter around him, Yang Hu waved a flag and shouted, "Fourth brother, do your best. I've spent my entire fortune to buy this for you to win." Caught in this awkward situation, Jian Chen didn't know how to react at first, other than showing a faint smile. He reluctantly gave a thumbs up and thought to himself, with a boss like this, how could he not feel embarrassed? Suddenly, from above the podium, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. "Dear students," once confirming that everyone was listening attentively, the refined young scholar began to speak. "I am Bai, the Deputy Dean of Zaja Institute. I will be overseeing today's martial arts competition." At this point, Bai waved his hand and smiled with narrowed eyes. "The rewards this time are the same as in previous years." He paused for a moment before slowly explaining. "The first place winner will receive a level 3 magic core, the second place winner will receive a level 2 magic core, and the third place winner will receive a level 1 magic core. Any student who places in the top 50 will receive a single amethyst coin." Hu couldn't help but express his delight, and all the newborns erupted in excitement. Entering the top 50 was enough to earn an amethyst coin. One amethyst coin was enough for an average person to live on for 10 years. Meanwhile, under the shade of the trees, Xiaoli curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Such poverty, truly unseen in this world. Getting excited over just one amethyst coin, how pathetic. Di Liang quickly whispered in response, "My daily pocket money is never less than 3 amethyst coins." Returning to the central area of the high podium, Bai En extended his hand and pointed at the large board. According to the draw results, a knockout match would begin. The rules were simple: no weapons allowed, killing was strictly forbidden, and everyone was expected to perform well. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued with an excited smile. "I now declare, the match begins." As expected, the moment Bai En raised his voice to this point, all the newborns around the stands erupted into loud cheers. Jian Chen glanced at the bustling crowd and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It was so exaggerated. As if he had already targeted him, Di Liang began to mock him with a sneer. "Kid, don't get eliminated too early. I still need to personally collect you." Xiaoli, standing next to him, laughed in disdain. But looking at him this way, maybe there really was no chance of meeting them after all. Jian Shen, hearing their taunts, lazily responded with a few dismissive words. Yes, you're all very bad, whatever you say is right. Without any guard, Tiehu and his brother, hearing his mocking words, both angrily shouted in unison. Damn it, don't let me run into you. Otherwise, I will certainly waste you. After a long while, after the first round, Zheng Tian of Changyang stood calmly, picking his nose in the stands, and at that moment, no one else was there but Jian Shen, accompanied by the cheers and encouragement from Yang Hu. Fourth brother is so talented. The next few people were Di Liang, who was aggressively pressing his opponent's face into the shattered ground. Za Di Liang, the lowlife, go die. As expected, the last person to join the bracket was the Iron Pagoda. He extended his hand and asked, "Are you all right?" Xiaomei smiled awkwardly. "I lost, you threw me straight out." In just a few short hours of combat, the ranking bracket had already started to feature the elite names, moving on to the quarterfinals. As if fate were unavoidable, the bracket suddenly displayed the words Changyang Eternal Sky, Di Yun Xiuli, quarterfinals, round 1. As soon as the opponent was confirmed, Xiuli immediately stepped forward, her arrogance showing just making it into the quarterfinals was a stroke of luck. Standing among the stands marking the matchup between Di Yun Xiuli and Changyang Eternal Sky, she suddenly heard the urging voice of Di Liang. Little sister killed him. At the same time, Yang Hu was fiercely cheering. Fourth brother, go for it. Jian Shen lazily turned his nose up, feeling that it was a case of misfortune meeting misfortune. As soon as his words ended, Xiuli didn't hesitate to lunge forward with an attack. But your luck ends here. Facing her bold and fierce stance, Jian Shen remained calm, leaning to the side to dodge the strike. After witnessing his constant evasion of her attacks, Xiuli too became enraged and shouted, "Let's see how long you can keep dodging." Standing on the brink of defeat, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Without even leaving the ground, he was able to dodge all of her attacks. While Xiuli was lost in her own thoughts, Jian Shen mischievously shouted, "Here I come." Watching his powerful punch slowly heading towards her, Xiuli instinctively twisted her face in fear. As the punch's speed rapidly increased, her expression of terror grew beyond control, to the astonishment of everyone in the stands. Just as he was about to land a decisive blow, Jian Shen suddenly stopped, freezing inches away. He glared coldly at her. "I don't want to hit a woman, I admit defeat." Upon hearing this, a trace of doubt began to rise in Xiuli's heart. Could it be that he is stronger than her? How could that be? Ignoring the darkened expression on her face, Xiuli was secretly enraged. No, she absolutely could not lose to him, otherwise, where would she put her face? Tiehu refused to accept the reality of defeat. Xiuli, with great force, launched a kick straight toward Jian Shen. "I haven't lost yet." Along with the powerful magic flowing rapidly around her body, she angrily swiped her hand to deflect the incoming blow like a pig's head. But at that very moment, Jian Shen's sharp eyes caught sight of the glaring sharp object at the tip of Xiuli's thick nose. As the speed of the kick increased, Jian Shen's eyes widened in astonishment. In an instant, the sharp nose came to a sudden halt, almost within an inch of his eye. As if sensing victory just within reach, Xiuli began to smile arrogantly. She thought to herself, "I've won." Facing the fast-moving sharp nose heading toward his pupil, Jian Shen, at this moment, clenched his jaw in tension. At that moment, the spot where his eye was in danger suddenly flashed. Using the latent energy within his body, Jian Shen's pupil matrix unexpectedly pushed forcefully against the sharp spike. In an instant, without any hesitation, he shot the sharp tip of the spike back toward Xiuli. Seeing this, she fearfully took a step back. What was that? There was no mercy this time, unlike before. In less than 2 seconds, the silver spike decisively pierced into one of Xiuli's eyes, making her scream in agony. After confirming that his opponent was no longer capable of fighting, Jian Shen calmly stepped forward to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, his purple Qing sword art had reached a minor level of mastery, if not, it would have been dangerous earlier. Meanwhile, outside the arena, as the crowd saw Xiuli's defeat, they began murmuring among themselves. What had happened just now? Why did Di-yun Xiaoli suddenly fall? It was too far to see clearly, but it seemed something had flown out from beneath her shoe. A few seconds later, Bai-yen approached to check her condition. Fortunately, it was just a normal poison needle, and it wouldn't cause any fatalities. Jian Shen crossed his arms and spoke first, "This has nothing to do with us." "I'm not bothered by your astonished reaction." Bai-yen declared loudly, "Di-yun Xiaoli has violated the rules and will be disqualified from the competition." He paused for a few seconds to build the drama, then spread his arms toward Jian Shen, Shan Yang, and Eternal Sky Victory, along with Yang Hu's exaggerated crying reactions. "Fourth brother, I've struck it rich." Seeing Di-yun and Di-liang become so furious they were trembling, Bai-yen suddenly offered words of praise as they returned to the stands. "Chang Yang, Chang Tian, you two are impressive." Upon hearing this, Jian Shen couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. Is he flattering you? Why do I get the feeling the deputy dean has some hidden motives? In the following hours, the tournament bracket steadily progressed toward the king's position. Along with it, the truly formidable contenders were about to be revealed. Standing in the tunnel, ready to head to the competition stands, Di-yun suddenly turned to call out to Di-liang, second brother. After a brief pause, he unexpectedly took out a small vial of medicine. "This forbidden drug will enhance your strength. Drink it." Di-liang pouted, a hint of sulkiness in her tone. "Boss, don't you trust the power of the test?" Her gaze suddenly turned dark. Di-yun coldly responded, "I won't allow anything to go wrong. Third sister's defeat has brought shame to the family, and you must secure the top spot to preserve Di-yun's reputation." Upon hearing this, Di-liang immediately obediently put on a serious expression. "Understood, boss. I got it." On the stands, Jian Shen proudly raised his fist in victory. At that moment, the referee's voice immediately echoed, "The contestant from Street A has lost consciousness. Chang Yang Eternal Sky wins." Just as the next match was about to begin, Iron Pagoda walked over and gave him a few pats on the shoulder. "As expected, you're impressive." Chang Tian Jian Shen excitedly raised his hands in encouragement, "Go for it, Iron Pagoda." He smiled and replied, "Brothers, we'll meet again in the finals." Once the mutual encouragement ended, Jian Shen suddenly turned his gaze toward Di-liang, who was standing nearby with veins bulging and her body tensed as if something sharp whispered in his mind. He thought to himself, something feels off about Di-liang's condition. The official battle began. Iron Pagoda spoke without hesitation, "My strength is immense, and I won't show any mercy when I strike. Be prepared." Di-liang's face darkened, and he shouted in response, "Stop talking nonsense. You are no match for me." The formal greetings were over. Bai-yen excitedly struck the bell hard, signaling the start of the match. As soon as the bell rang, Iron Pagoda wasted no time and threw a powerful punch. At the same time, Di-liang widened his eyes, glaring fiercely, and retaliated. In the blink of an eye, the two punches collided with tremendous force, creating a deafening sound that echoed through the sky. With such a clear disparity in strength and no supporting items, Iron Pagoda staggered back, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected Di-liang to be even stronger than him. While Iron Pagoda was still reeling from the pain, Di-liang seized the opportunity to land a decisive blow. Ignoring his opponent's bloodied cough, he forcefully hurled Iron Pagoda into the air. "I will disable you." With just one punch infused with incredible power, Di-liang effortlessly sent Iron Pagoda sliding far away. Who seemed determined to push forward, as if he wanted to end it all. At that moment, he was intent on continuing his assault, aiming to strike and kill. Fortunately, just at the decisive moment, Bai-yen suddenly appeared to intervene, halting him. At the same time, Jian Shen hurried over to check on the injured person. "Iron Pagoda, are you okay?" Di-liang, clearly irritated, glanced at the person beside him. Deputy Dean Iron Pagoda, now powerless, weakly muttered, "Chang Tian, I'm sorry, I lost." Jian Shen stood tall, giving a confident thumbs up. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." Upon hearing this, Iron Pagoda smiled and nodded. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Jian Chen turned to face Di Liang. Hey, are you ready to die? Hearing this, Di Liang immediately flew into a rage. Changyang Eternal Sky, I'm going to kill you. Jian Chen, undaunted, looked at Bai En coldly and asked, Deputy Dean, can we start the duel now? At the same time, Yang Hu, outside the arena, suddenly shouted, Deputy Dean, Di Liang clearly used drugs, he cheated, and his qualification should be revoked. If this continues. No matter how much he kept shouting loudly, disqualify him, disqualify him. Bai En still pretended to be deaf and smiled, if you all agree, then the duel starts now. Seeing that he deliberately ignored the earlier warnings, Yang Hu couldn't help but get angry and scolded him. This is dark, the Deputy Dean is covering for the Dian family, this battle is unfair, I want to see the Dean. Faced with a barrage of criticism that pierced like daggers, Bai En, who was accused of covering up in the darkness, began to grit his teeth in anger. His rage immediately exploded. He forcefully sent a swirling palm strike toward Yang Hu, it's too noisy, fly a bit farther, reflect on yourself. Even though his body was sent soaring high into the sky, surrounded by clouds, Yang Hu stubbornly shouted, I'll be back. Seemingly wanting to vent his anger, Bai En coldly shot a glance at Jian Chen, silently setting a challenge for him. Di Liang really used drugs. Changyang Eternal Sky, are you confident enough to fight under this condition? With that thought, Bai En didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned and casually strode forward, his magical muscles constantly radiating with power as if they were about to explode. Di Liang began walking toward the room, carrying the battle formation. Because I defeated you, I have abandoned my pride and turned into this. Pausing for a few seconds, he struck the ground fiercely with a punch, causing the tiles around him to shatter in all directions. Changyang Eternal Sky, I must make you remember the consequences of offending the Dian family. In the face of the devastating might of his opponent, Jian Chen remained motionless, only staring at him, as though unable to control the explosive power within him. Di Liang started glaring fiercely, his eyes wide with rage. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying punch once again created a shockwave, sending tremors through the surroundings, despite being engulfed by a wave of murderous flames. Di Liang shouted loudly, my strength is on par with the lower ranks of Shunli. What will you use to fight me? There was no sign of fear in his voice. Jian Chen calmly waved his hand, as if dismissing him. You'll find out soon enough. As expected, Di Liang was immediately enraged, his face contorting with fury. Wait until I beat you so badly that your teeth are scattered all over the ground. With that, he charged forward without hesitation, moving at lightning speed. Let's see if you can still laugh. Completely contrary to Di Liang's impatient and aggressive demeanor, Jian Chen gently leaned aside, dodging the punch with ease. In just a few brief seconds, he quickly spotted the opponent's weakness. Without any unnecessary movement, Jian Chen swiftly extended his hand and struck with a powerful palm to Di Liang's sluggish elbow. As expected, with just a light palm strike from him, Di Liang's arm instinctively followed through and struck himself in the face with a painful thud. Just like that, his entire body went limp and slid helplessly across the rough ground. Even though Di Liang was still writhing in pain on the floor, Jian Chen calmly approached, paused for a few seconds, and sneered disdainfully. This is what it's like to fight someone like you. The hatred in Di Liang's heart showed no sign of easing. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the person in front of him, hateful. With that thought, he didn't hesitate to push himself up and launched a backward kick. As expected, within less than 2 seconds, Jian Chen easily reached out and grabbed his opponent's ankle. Before Di Liang could react, he was once again suddenly tossed into the air. Despite facing the risk of sliding across the ground, Jian Chen was cheering excitedly. Watching this, Di Liang ground his teeth in bitter indignation. That bastard dared to trap him. At the same time, the people outside the stands began to jeer. Di Liang, what are you doing? Is he acting? Di Liang even knows how to kick, who would have thought? Contrary to the surrounding laughter, Di Yan shouted angrily, second brother, what the hell are you doing? Have some decency, don't disgrace the family. Back in the stands area, De Leon trembled with anger. Do you dare fight without using demonic arts? Fight me properly, one-on-one. Jian Chen sighed, showing annoyance. Fine, then I'll fight you seriously. As his muscles suddenly bulged with astonishing speed, De Liang snarled, radiating murderous intent, I'll beat you into a pig's head. There was not the slightest hint of fear. Jian Chen calmly pushed out a powerful torrent of spiritual energy, enveloping his entire body. With the wide, astonished eyes of De Liang staring at him, Jian Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He used his cloning technique to scatter himself in every direction. Without any unnecessary movements, Jian Chen once again surged forward with incredible force, landing a punch straight into his opponent's abdomen in the blink of an eye. Never one to show mercy to evil, Jian Chen continued to unleash a relentless series of punches at De Liang, despite his body drenched in sweat from the vicious strike moments ago. De Liang, still determined, shouted, Your speed is fast enough, but unfortunately, your technique is too weak. What's the point of landing a single punch? As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen suddenly broke into a strange, wicked smile. Who said it was just one punch? Upon hearing this, the strange, twisted expression on De Liang's face immediately disappeared, replaced by one of sheer fear and horror. In an instant, Jian Chen's solid fist smashed straight into De Liang's nose, causing blood to pour out in torrents. Not stopping there, Jian Chen's other hand swiftly followed through, landing a brutal punch to his cheek. With the aid of his advanced clones, Jian Chen easily overwhelmed De Liang, drowning him in a barrage of punches. Despite the fact that he showed no signs of resistance, Jian Chen continued to relentlessly attack like a machine. After all, in less than 5 minutes, De Liang had completely lost his ability to fight. At this moment, Jian Chen furrowed his brows and coldly stared at him. You're not even worthy of me using my sword? Upon saying this, he suddenly gloomily rubbed his forehead a few times. I am a sword god, yet I come here to bully a little brat? If word of this gets out, it'll be so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Bai Yan, standing outside, shouted loudly into the loudspeaker. Zhang Yang Zheng Tian had won and become the newborn Wang, with Tiahu unable to hide his excitement. Bai Yan suddenly flashed a smile full of hidden meaning. He thought to himself, Yang Zheng Tian is only 14 years old, yet why does it feel like he's been through 100 battles? Could it be that this is a seasoned young man? His gaze gradually deepened, becoming inscrutable. He silently praised, very good, this year we finally have a newborn with real strength. At the same time, Yang Hu's laughter suddenly echoed from the airship. De Liang has been thoroughly defeated, finally losing to my fourth brother. How utterly disgraceful. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jolted and looked at the delicate balloon that had been suddenly destroyed by someone. Yes. Despite Yang Hu's confusion, not understanding what was going on, Bai Yan and Jian Chen simultaneously gripped the hidden weapons in their hands. Everything happened so fast, within an instant, the air was being pushed outward at a breakneck speed, forming a tornado-like vortex. Yang Hu stubbornly shouted, I will be back. Meanwhile, in the audience area, Di Yun was beginning to quietly seethe with fury. Zhang Yang Hu, Chang Yang Eternal Sky, I will never forgive you. With the flames of hatred rising to their peak, he immediately crushed the handrail into 1,000 pieces, his expression contorting into something increasingly grotesque and loathsome. Di Yun gritted his teeth, speaking each word with venom, within 3 days, I will personally expel you from the academy. It wasn't until a long time later, beneath the setting sun's crimson light filtering through the canopy of trees, that the neatly aligned rooftops appeared. Looking at the exquisite wooden structure holding a glowing gem, a calm voice began to sound. Classmate Chang Tian, congratulations on becoming this year's newborn Wang. With a smile still playing on his lips, Bai Yan leisurely continued, this is the reward from newborn Wang, a 3rd-level magic core. After receiving the reward, you may leave. There was no sign of patience. Jian Chen quickly took the box and turned to leave. Thank you, Deputy Dean. I'll take my leave now. Bai Yan noticed the lack of interest in Jian Chen and calmly escorted him to the door. Cheng Tian, you must continue to work hard in the future. I have high expectations for you. Jian Chen responded in a somber tone. Yes. As soon as he left, the remaining person swiftly closed the door. At this moment, Bai En raised an eyebrow in a sly manner. Dean, what do you think of him? Through the thin partition separating the rooms, the old dean began to laugh with interest. Exceptional strength, mature character. Is he really only 14 years old? Bai En slowly walked toward the academy, contemplating whether to provide resources to help him train, to build a good relationship with him. At this point, the dean suddenly fell silent, taking a puff from his pipe. Not yet. With Cheng Tian's brilliance, there will be some who won't sit idly by. Bai En, in response, maintained a stern expression as she looked at him. The person spoke to them only with eyes full of sharp insight. The dean quickly formulated a long-term plan. If we can survive the trials, it won't be too late for us to act. With all her loyalty and mutual understanding, Bai En firmly clasped her hands in a respectful gesture. Yes, Dean, I understand. A moment later, standing at the corner of the stone steps outside the study, Jian Shen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Without noticing Yang Hu dozing off on the ground, he curiously walked over and called out, "Boss." Yang Hu startled awake. Why did the deputy dean summon you to the study? What did he say? Jian Shen silently handed over the wooden box, not saying a word, only indicating it was a gift for him. After a brief pause, he opened the box and smiled proudly. Boss, I risked my life to retrieve this magic core. Here, this third-level magic core is for you. Upon hearing this, Yang Hu quickly concealed his surprised expression. He solemnly closed the box. This is your reward. You should keep it. It will be very beneficial for your cultivation. Jian Shen murmured in surprise. Boss. Not waiting for you to be stubborn, Yang Hu continued to adopt a stern expression. Cheng Tian, I am the boss, you listen to me. Facing his firm attitude, Jian Shen could only smile helplessly in the end. All right, then I'll keep it. The cheerful atmosphere quickly returned to what it was before. Yang Hu put his arm around him, chuckling. That's more like it. Boss will take you to have a nice meal, congratulations on becoming the newborn Wang. After saying that, the two of them eagerly ran along the quiet street under the sunset. A few seconds later, Jian Shen suddenly stopped halfway and looked at the banners hanging along both sides of the road. Boss, did you put all these up? Yang Hu answered with pride in his voice. Of course, don't they look impressive? This time you really gave me a lot of face. Hearing this, Jian Shen started looking around, sensing something was off with the boss. Tao Hu quickly understood the implied meaning in his words. Yang Hu immediately shook his head frantically, looking around in all directions. Why is there no one on the street? As soon as he finished speaking, both of them immediately heard the sound of footsteps. As expected, Xiaoli shouted sharply, Boss, you must teach them a lesson, and next in line is Di Liang. Boss, Zhang Tian from Yangyang Academy practices forbidden arts, be careful. Di Yun coldly responded, Zhang Tian from Yangyang Academy used despicable methods to defeat second brother and third sister, I must seek justice for the Di Yun family. Yang Hu stepped forward to protect, isn't this just a hasty attempt to regain your dignity after a loss? Di Yun, how do you intend for us to settle this? Di Yun responded without hesitation, fight me? He paused for a moment, then swiftly extended his hand to form a magical array. Do you even deserve it? Looking at the powerful light in the spear in Di Yun's hand, Yang Hu was a bit surprised, you've managed to condense a holy weapon. At the same time, Jian Shen involuntarily widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that Di Yun's strength surpassed even the boss. With the magical energy slowly radiating from his body, Di Yun laughed arrogantly, Zhang Yanghu, today I will cripple your brothers and expel you from the academy. Di Yun smiled strangely. The future of the Di Yun clan will rely on virtue to win people over, we will not strike at those who are unarmed. Without hesitation, he threw the mighty clear sword towards Yang Hu for him to catch. Yang Hu seized the sword and said, Di Yun, so what if you've been promoted to saint? I'm not afraid of you. Yang Hu turned and spoke to Jian Shen, fourth brother, I'll hold Za Di Yun back and find an opportunity to break out. With the blue sword firmly in his grip, he charged forward, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Di Yun. Di Yun also rushed towards him, his eyes cold, a mocking smile on his face as if taunting his opponent, not realizing his own limits. The two blue swords collided, their tips meeting in a breathless moment. The tip of Yang Hu's sword trembled, then cracked, unable to withstand the pressure. What? With a precise strike, Di Yun shattered the blue sword in his hand right in midair. Yang Hu gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury. Damn it! He quickly lunged forward, grabbing Di Yun with both hands. Don't underestimate me. In that tense moment, Yang Hu turned and shouted at Jian Shen. Fourth brother, go quickly. Di Yun heard this and smiled smugly. Did he think that this was enough to control him? In that moment, the power within him erupted fiercely, creating a surge of energy that spread everywhere. With a simple yet powerful motion, he sent the man flying far away. That's what I said, you don't know your own limits. After that, Di Yun concentrated all his strength, forcefully summoning a torrent of magical energy from deep within, directing it straight towards Yang Hu. The impact of the powerful strike sent him flying, his body spinning through the air. Jian Shen immediately called out anxiously, Boss. He asked fourth brother, why didn't you take the opportunity to break out earlier? He replied, Boss, how could I leave brother Mo behind? Jian Shen started to lose his temper. This bastard had struck so ruthlessly, and this matter with him wasn't over yet. Yang Hu saw that he was leaving and quickly stopped him. Fourth brother, don't go, you're no match for him. Di Yun's disciples couldn't hide their excitement, their eyes gleaming. Boss, let me deal with him. Pointed his finger straight at Jian Shen. Chan Yang Eternal Sky, last time it was my mistake. With all his strength, he slapped Jian Shen's face hard. The sound rang out clearly even before he finished speaking. This time, he slowly raised his hand in front of him, focusing all his fire magic, forming a swirling fireball, glowing with bright red light. Jian Shen's face darkened as he warned, I'm not in a good mood right now, and I don't feel like listening to your nonsense. The rest of the disciples began to worry, and in one swift motion, Za Di Liang struck. He stepped forcefully toward Di Yun, saying seriously, Za Di Yun, I'm here to teach you a lesson. A smirk appeared on his lips, one that carried a hint of contempt and calculation. Di Yun sneered, defeating my second brother does show some ability, but Zhang Yanghu, Shangli level 10, isn't even a match for me. How could a Shangli level 8 like you stand a chance? Xiuli Gufu boss, teach him a lesson he'll never forget, cripple him, and immediately took his stance, ready for action. Then let's have some fun together, or should I say, let me have fun with you. With an emotionless expression, he spoke, each word carrying an unwavering determination, a relentless resolve to back it up. A terrifying power erupted deep within Jian Shen's body, radiating outwards and enveloping the space around him. His gaze was cold as ice, fixed on the other man with an air of challenge and unyielding determination. In that moment of silence, the man suddenly recalled the battle from years ago, remembering how Jian Shen had evaded his attacks. He charged forward against the overwhelming power, knowing that no matter what sorcery the opponent wielded, it would be useless. Like a storm, he surged forward with unstoppable force, his roar echoing, his tactics devious, ready to strike with a single blow. Di Yun charged at him with unimaginable force, shaking the very space around them like a violent earthquake. The blue sword sliced smoothly through the air, while Jian Shen skillfully dodged the attack with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, his eyes grew cold and chilling, his gaze sharp as a blade. No one understood what was happening. Suddenly, Di Yun's body emitted a burst of light, causing Jian Shen to narrow his eyes. He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his face tightening in response. The saint's body was as hard as iron, and his attacks were relentless. Immediately after, Di Yun launched a powerful punch, as strong as a strike from the heavens, but Jian Shen quickly dodged, effortlessly avoiding it, an attack that proved ineffective. He charged forward, delivering blow after blow, each faster than a storm, but the young man skillfully sidestepped every one. Despite trying to remain calm, Jinshin could not help but feel a rising anxiety. Was it not working? Seeing this, Yang, who could not help but shout, "Fourth brother, quickly retreat! You are no match for him." With a decisive movement, Di-yun raised his sword high, a proud smirk spreading across his face, as if to say it was too late to run now. Jinshin suddenly smirked. "I admit, the saint's strength is indeed formidable, but he strikes with such force towards you, yet the blow falls short of its mark." In an instant, Jinshin moved swiftly, circling behind Di-yun in a surprising maneuver. No matter how powerful his body was, the young man remained calm, landing a strong strike on his arm. The vulnerable spot left Di-yun stunned. "What?" He clutched his arm, writhing in pain. "My arm. No, that's impossible. I am saint." Jinshin said calmly, "This young master lives in silk and satin, his real combat experience is clearly garbage." Xiaoli rushed over. "Boss, are you all right?" "Your hand." Di-yun shoved decisively, sending her stumbling backward. "Get lost." He lunged forward, his hand quickly seizing the boy's collar with brutal force. "I have to kill you." With an untroubled expression, Jinshin pressed, "Have you killed anyone?" Di-yun suddenly fell silent, his eyes fluttered, speechless at the question. Jinshin's words made his hand tremble. "Believe me, if you wager your life you will die a gruesome death." He looked at him with eyes as cold as ice, a killing intent that made the air around them suffocating. "Leave or die." Di-yun shook, his whole body chilled. In terror he spun and fled. "Wait for me!" Xiaoli cried in shock. "Boss!" Jinshin folded his arms. So he ran away. Indeed useless. Suddenly a voice called, "Boss, wait for us." He hurried back to Yang, who with an expectant look. "Look at boss, aren't I impressive?" He was surprised. "Fourth brother, are you really only 14 years old? You look quite intimidating." Jinshin activated his acting skills. "What are you saying? I'm really only 14 years old. Can you take me out to play?" He was horrified. "A devil would believe you with that expression of yours." The two of them merged into a joyful conversation, their laughter echoing through the air. "Boss, can you move a little further away from me?" Bai En laughed loudly. "The little demon Chang Yang eternal sky is too funny, don't you think?" The beautiful woman calmly responded, "There's no need to speak on his behalf, whether he lives or dies isn't something I can decide." The beautiful woman suddenly blushed. "Are you watching him from above? Did you make him like this?" Her voice was clear and resonated with the gentle breeze. "This is fate." The soft morning light bathed the rooftops, illuminating the peaceful sky. Jinshin hugged his stack of books. "Big brother, you're really untrustworthy, talking about needing to meditate? You asked me to go to the library to help him change books." He recalled Yang, who looking at Jinshin with a glowing gaze. "Fourth brother, the cultivation technique you taught me is truly remarkable. Where did you learn it?" He sighed, realizing too late that he had accidentally taught the technique from his previous life to the boss. Jinshin chuckled smugly, "I learned it in the library pavilion of my family." "Now you understand." "I see. I left the Changyang family when I was young, no wonder I didn't know about it." Yang, who laughed heartily. "With this technique to help me, I'm sure I'll soon reach the level of a divine expert. I'll seclude myself for a few days and practice intensively." Jinshin was at a loss. What was this sudden burst of enthusiasm? He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, as if all his energy had been drained for no reason. Jinshin sighed, his gaze revealing a wordless expression. But then, his eyes fell on the book with an image of a beautiful woman that Yang who had requested. Why would the Academy's library have such a book? I think I now understand why the boss wasn't comfortable returning it. Before Jinshin was a grand and imposing library, so vast that it was awe-inspiring. He marveled, "Is this the library of the Zaja Institute? Truly impressive in scale." Jianchen smiled enthusiastically. This place is bigger than the library pavilion of the Changyang family, there must be more books here. It really is a good place for cultivation. Just as Jianchen was about to step forward, a pair of hands suddenly reached out, halting his steps. Chen Ke glanced around and subtly motioned with his hand, signaling to bring out the protection fee. She asked again, protection fee? The man pointed and said, that's right. Zaja has dropped out and gone home. Now, the library is under the management of our boss La Jian. Jianchen was stunned. Zaja dropped out? Chen Ke snapped his fingers. Stop wasting words. Why are you asking so many questions? Just hand over the protection fee. Lu Ting appeared, spouting nonsense, saying, the library clearly returned to the management of our boss Chengming Xiang. When did it become your turn to collect the protection fee? Chen Ke rubbed his head. Fine, we're all classmates here, let's make money together. So, classmate, hand over your 2 portions of the protection fee. Jianchen looked at the two of them as if watching a circus performance. Are you two serious? Chen Ke suddenly slammed his hand onto his chest. We're collecting protection fees, so cooperate a bit. If not, those two would have gone pale, pointing at you and threatening to beat you. Jianchen sighed, I want to be humble, but you won't give me the chance, and you wouldn't let the other side strike first. You charged in and unleashed an assault like a storm. Both of them knelt. Boss, we were wrong, we must have been blind as if we couldn't see Mount Tai. Boss, we won't dare do it again. Boss, please spare us. Jianchen scolded, tell me where you went wrong. Chen Ke knelt. Boss, we were wrong, we shouldn't have gone to the library to collect protection fees. He bent down, his hand lightly touched the book Yang who had dropped on the ground. Before he could react, Yu suddenly appeared right in front of Jianchen, her steps light but full of authority. His eyes slowly widened, fragmented memories piecing themselves back together in his mind. It's you. She blushed. Teacher even said you weren't a bad person, so it turns out those who collect protection fees are all your subordinates. Yu's cheeks puffed out, round and rosy like a ripe apple. And you. She extended her hand, her finger pointing directly at his book, while she scolded him for reading such vulgar, trashy stories. Jianchen immediately felt embarrassed. How could you misunderstand me like this? Let me explain. Yu crossed her arms, you damn perverted scoundrel, I won't let you off the hook for this. He flustered, you're really misunderstanding me. This book isn't mine, and those people aren't my subordinates. She puffed her cheeks. You still won't admit it. Yu, no longer wanting to listen to any explanations, threw a punch at him. I heard them call you boss with my own ears. He quickly turned his face and shouted, you guys explain for me. The other two already ran off. Just wait, someone will come to avenge us. Jianchen felt helpless. What the hell is going on? This is getting even harder to explain. He fell silent, focusing entirely as he summoned his magical energy, an invisible yet powerful force slowly enveloping him. Yu widened her eyes, her gaze filled with surprise, a hint of worry flashing in her expression. Jianchen's face darkened, his eyes cold as ice. Then, suddenly, he reached out his hand. She stared at him in shock. He focused intently on the movement of Jianchen's hand. It's here. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed straight ahead, shouting loudly. The sound echoed, causing Yu to startle and turn around. Deputy Dean by Jianchen unexpectedly increased his speed, running fast like the wind and disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Yu turned back, she realized he had vanished at lightning speed, leaving her standing alone in the vast, open space. She puffed out her cheeks, her face suddenly flushed with anger, her lips pressed tightly together. Yu refused to accept it. Damn it, he'd escaped again. Don't let me run into you again, or I'll make sure you regret it. Without another word, she turned around and walked away, unaware that he was hiding nearby. The mood to read was completely gone. Jianchen let out a sigh of relief he had managed to escape from her. A person like Jian Chen getting into a quarrel with a little miss? That wouldn't look good at all. Bai En suddenly appeared. You run pretty fast, he said. Jian Chen gaped at the person in front of him. Deputy Dean Bai, when did you get here? He leaned in close to Jian Chen. Since the moment you pretended to call me. You acted really well. You stammered, sorry, Deputy Dean Bai. Baiyan began to interrogate, what is your relationship with that female student? Why are you hiding from her? Mansion replied that there was no relationship at all, they had only met twice and had a small misunderstanding, which was why he was hiding from her. He suddenly smiled and asked, Chung Tian, do you believe in fate? Baiyan, holding a fan in one hand, smiled and said, our institute has a total of 4 districts, with tens of thousands of students. The fact that you and she could meet, and even have a misunderstanding, this is fate. Hearing this, Chung Tian placed his hand on his chin, deep in thought. So this counts as fate? Clearly, the misunderstanding just keeps deepening. In the breeze, Baiyun slowly walked away. You'll understand in the future. I have things to do, I'll go ahead. He waved his hand. You don't understand, Deputy Dean is still being mysterious? Really mysterious, Jian Chen muttered, bending down to pick up a book from the ground. Well, then let's just go back to reading. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Jian Chen. He's the one, brothers, he's the one. Lu Ting and a group of people surrounded him. Damn it, just now it was because we were outnumbered, which allowed you to take advantage. This time, I will make sure you learn some respect. He sighed helplessly, speechless. I just wanted to go to the library. The entire group of losers immediately bowed and kneeled, pleading for mercy. Boss, we were wrong. Jian Chen turned his back and began to walk away, instructing, you all stay here and reflect on what happened. I'm going to change the books. The whole group shouted in unison, their voices blending in the air. Yes, boss. A subordinate rushed from a distance, his feet pounding the ground, each step heavy and rhythmic. This is bad. The man threw open the door and shouted loudly, La Jian boss, our people at the library have been hit hard. The heavy sound of something crashing to the floor echoed, reverberating loudly, causing the entire floor to shake as if struck by a powerful blow. La Jian firmly grasped the hammer, casually resting it on his shoulder, his gaze cold and indifferent. He asked in a frosty voice, his eyes filled with killing intent, who dares to lay a hand on my people? A colossal monster, its body twisting and undulating, slowly crawled forward. Each of its heavy steps caused the ground to tremble as if it were about to collapse. It let out a deafening roar, the sound fierce and terrifying, causing the air around it to freeze. Ming Xiang suddenly appeared, ripping the monster apart savagely with his hands, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. To strike someone from Cheng Ming's faction, you really don't know when to stop. From deep within the quiet library, Jian Chen stepped out leisurely, each step echoing through the space. He patted his head, finally returning the book. He wouldn't help the boss with such embarrassing matters next time. Jian Chen's eyes widened in surprise, an unmistakable look of astonishment flashing in them. He scratched his head and looked at the crowd in front of him. When did so many people gather at the door? Step by step, Jian Chen quietly made his way through the crowd, moving toward the front. La Jian chuckled. Chang Ming Xiang, I heard Zaja dropped out. Are you thinking of stepping up to compete for boss now? He smiled and replied, La Jian, you know well that Zaja has never been my match. I simply couldn't be bothered to compete with him. Curious, Jian Chen asked one of the people nearby, excuse me, what happened? The person answered, you haven't heard? Someone has defeated Cheng Ming Xiang and La Jian. He calmly spoke, I know about this, it was I who did it. The other person laughed, you know, and still ask me. Suddenly, he shouted, startling everyone and making them turn back. You did it? With a bruised face, gritting his teeth, he pointed his finger, his eyes filled with indignation. Boss, it's him. The gazes of La Jian and Ming Xiang locked onto Jian Chen, both confused and assessing. La Jian spoke loudly, "It's little brat. You hurt my people. I heard your name is Chang Yang Eternal Sky, and you're this year's Xin Wang." Ming Xiang's eyes were as cold as a blade, filled with murderous intent as he looked at him. Jian Chen gazed back at him. The aura of this person was truly dangerous, his eyes murderous. La Jian suddenly stepped in front of Ming Xiang. "Little brat, don't think that being Xin Wang makes you so great. It's too late to kneel and beg now." The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Our boss, La Jian, is here. You're finished. You think you're so powerful? Can you defeat so many of us?" Jian Chen's smile was cold, as chilling as ice on a still lake. "You all." He suddenly recalled the image of himself being surrounded in the past. "It counts as many people already." The group surrounding them shouted, "Jian Chen, today is your downfall. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't kill you." Jian Chen raised two fingers, indifferent to the fact that the entire world might be his enemy. With a single strike, he would break through just a group of people, nothing more. His hand trembled slightly, streams of magical energy condensing and gathering, ready to erupt. "I don't even care about them." In the moment of extreme tension, Yang Hu suddenly appeared. "Wait a second." Turning around with a surprised expression, he shouted, "Iron Pagoda, what are you doing here?" He gave a thumbs up. "Chang Yang Eternal Sky is my brother, and if they bully you, they're bullying me. If you want to fight, count me in." Jian Chen reminded him, "Iron Pagoda, this is between me and them. Don't get involved, or you might bring trouble upon yourself." He crossed his arms. "Cheng Tian, do you think I'm afraid? Do you still consider me a friend?" La Jian didn't want to waste any more time, quickly giving the order. No need for more words since he was already here, he would take control. Ming Xiang also gave a stern order for his subordinates to act immediately. Furious, Jian Chen and Yang Hu were surrounded by the crowd, standing close together. "With Iron Pagoda, we fight side by side." He raised his fist like thunder, and the air was filled with heavy breathing. With a swing of his arm, Yang Hu struck one of the enemies in the stomach, causing him to stagger and clutch his abdomen. A cold laugh echoed across the heavens and earth. Jian Chen stood there, his gaze indifferent, as if everything was already within his grasp. He took a deep breath, channeling his inner strength through his limbs. As soon as the move was launched, a whirlwind swept straight toward one of the enemies. The first strike just finished, and he moved continuously, his body gliding like the wind. Another move was unleashed, hitting the second enemy directly. They worked together to surround Jian Chen, but still couldn't defeat him. In the blink of an eye, he swung his hand and struck one enemy hard in the face, sending him stumbling backward. Yang Hu was not to be outdone, delivering a powerful slap to another enemy's face. This wasn't over yet. Ming Xiang raised his hand, his sharp claws gleaming with cold light, a group of worthless trash. The claws transformed into sharp weapons, launching forward like steel arrows. Yang Hu charged in fiercely, completely unaware of the danger silently closing in from behind. In a moment of shock, he discovered a steel blade had drawn near, just a hair's breadth away from his flesh, ready to strike with fatal force. Realizing the perilous situation, Jian Chen swiftly turned and executed a counterattack. Drawing on his blue sword skill, he harnessed his inner energy, rushing forward like an arrow. He positioned himself between Yang Hu and the oncoming strike, using his body as a shield. With just a subtle movement of two fingers, Jian Chen manipulated the furious wind, sending the sharp weapon flying in all directions. Yang Hu let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Cheng Tian, you're too strong. Without you, I would have been hit." Jian Chen looked at his trembling hand. Indeed, strength alone could not be compensated by technique and experience. He narrowed his eyes. This man was a senior saint, stronger than Zaja by 2 full ranks. The strike he just delivered had only used a fraction of his power. Ming Xiang sneered. "Your technique for neutralizing sword energy is quite interesting. I've never seen anything like it. If you tell me how you did it, I might spare your life." Jian Chen questioned. In the academy, are you not afraid of being punished for threatening to kill someone? Yang Hu chimed in, adding, if the dean finds out, you will definitely be expelled. He stepped forward, the air thick with killing intent. Do you think I care? Jian Chen sprang up from the ground and charged straight at Ming Xiang like an arrow cutting through the wind, growling like a crazed beast. He barreled forward, letting out wild, murderous shrieks kill him. At the moment when the tension in the air was like a taut bowstring, a column of light suddenly erupted, tearing through the battle. From within the brilliant light, Bai Yin appeared, his voice booming with authority, everyone, stop. Ming Xiang recognized the anger in Vice Dean Bai's eyes. To him, the academy was not a place for such recklessness. Jian Chen clasped his hands together in greeting and spoke, Deputy Dean Bai, fighting in public is a serious violation of the academy's rules. What kind of example are you setting? Lu Ting and Ming Xiang both turned pale, their eyes filled with barely concealed panic. Bai Yin's voice turned cold, you're all so eager, huh? The Magic Core hunting contest in a month makes sure you perform well for me. If we are not qualified to be punished for a crime, we must not take it lightly. You asked about the Magic Core hunting competition. Bai Yin continued, Newborn will not participate in the hunt this time. The Deputy Dean is clearly targeting us. Starting from this year, Newborn will also join the hunting competitions, and anyone who does not register will be directly disqualified. He smiled gently, everyone must participate, there is no right to ask for leave or withdraw. Jian Chen pondered to himself. Being forced to participate, there seems to be some kind of plot behind this. The scene shifted to a towering mountain range, surrounded by clouds, exuding an air of majesty and grandeur. Deep inside a dark cave, a faint light filtered through the cracks in the rocks, creating an atmosphere full of mystery. Bai Yin was puzzled, Dean, is there really no problem with having Zhang Yang and Zhang Tian join the Magic Core hunt? The Dean is tired. Those people are pressuring the academy. What can I do? He narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected the opponent to act so quickly. Should we remind that little brat beforehand? He extended his hand and moved the chess piece, no need, consider it as part of the test. Bai Yin realized that the dean's pawn was the dean's piece, which had just defeated his knight. All the candidates would participate in the Magic Core hunting game. He continuously eliminated pieces on the chessboard, allowing them to speak based on their true strength. In the tense atmosphere, the dean suddenly spoke, victory makes one king, defeat makes one a villain. Finally, the dean firmly placed his pawn down, stating that only the winner had the right to marry Princess Gulan. His eyes gleamed with passion, and his face lit up with excitement. Checkmate, I've won. Bai Yin was stunned, his whole body frozen, his eyes wide open in disbelief. There, he's helpless. Dean, did you take advantage of me earlier? Did you move a few more steps when I wasn't paying attention? You've lost the game and now you have to admit it. No need to find an external reason. Bai Yin was at a loss for words. Dean, you've always been like this. Suddenly, the dean asked, by the way, how is Yang Zhangtian from the Yang family doing lately? I heard that after that day, he was left with no trace. Bai Yin smiled and replied, he's found a place to seclude himself and is focusing on cultivation. This brat is young, but when it came to work, he was extremely skilled. He suddenly smiled, his eyes sparkling with an unexpected sense of excitement. I have a feeling about this hunting trip. The dean's words carried a deep sense of anticipation, he was certain he would achieve remarkable success. In the dark cave, amidst the rustling trees, a gentle breeze blew through the dim night. By combining the purple Qing sword art with the cultivation methods from the library, the speed of cultivation indeed increased dramatically. Chen Yanyi gently focused on his cultivation, and a golden ball of light appeared, floating in midair, surrounded by brilliant spiritual power, emitting a powerful radiance. Jian Chen focused his spiritual power, Shangli, intense within the third-grade magic core. The magic core's level was enough for him to directly advance from the 8th layer of Shangli to the saint level. The golden ball suddenly shrank quickly, but the spiritual power inside became more intense and abundant than ever. He clasped his hands together, and the magic core was fully absorbed. Now, he tried to condense the holy weapon, aiming to directly ascend to the saint level. Sweat drenched his body, with drops of it rolling down his skin. The holy weapon halted. He gritted his teeth, his entire body tensed. Try with all your strength. Jian Chen's entire body began to tense up as Shangli was necessary to condense the holy weapon, which was too enormous. The blue veins started to bulge and become clearly visible on his face. My Shangli is nearly depleted. Jian Chen let go, falling into the water, causing it to splash everywhere. He gasped for air, sweat beading on his forehead, then spat out a mouthful of thick blood, the smell of iron spreading. Jian Chen wiped his mouth. Although he couldn't force Shangli to condense into a sword, the distance to becoming a saint was only one step away. He gripped the blue sword. Only by transmitting divine intent into the holy weapon, merging the holy weapon with his spirit, could it be considered a true ascension to saint. Jian Chen tightened his grip. To ascend to saint, I still need a large amount of Shangli. This magic core hunting competition is the perfect opportunity. In the silent space of the ancient palace, the silver moonlight gently illuminated the surroundings. A hand slammed onto the table, and the sound echoed violently, disturbing the stillness of the air. Ming Xiang began to lose control. Zhang Yang Zhang Tian is also worthy to be my opponent? He ordered, in this magic core hunting contest, eliminate all the useless trash that annoys me. Both of his subordinates replied, yes, young sect master. Ming Xiang hissed, Princess Gulan is mine, no one else is worthy of competing with me for her. On a circular path behind the mountain, surrounded by white clouds, stood a spatial gate, spinning with each swirling vortex. Jian Chen was worried. Why hasn't the boss come out yet? Could he really be planning to miss this competition? His eyes suddenly widened, his body tensing as he saw someone in the distance. Yu, beautiful as ever, stood there, her soft hair gently blowing in the wind, making her appear like a celestial maiden in her natural form. Jian Chen suddenly realized that the deep gaze he had been holding wavered slightly. It was her. He placed his hand on his chin, reflecting that despite the misunderstandings he had with her several times, he still hadn't managed to explain things clearly to her. Yu, stunningly beautiful, gently opened her large, round eyes. Her gaze, clear and profound like autumn water, suddenly flickered to the side and rested on Jian Chen. He froze for a moment. Jian Chen froze, raising his hand in greeting, a forced smile appearing on his lips. Yu immediately turned her face away, and Jian Chen, feeling helpless, thought it would be best to find an opportunity to explain things clearly to her. Amid the ethereal light, the spatial door slowly opened, and Bayan stepped out. He smiled and said, the magic core hunting competition is about to begin. I'm here to briefly explain the rules. Bayan began his explanation, saying that the forest was divided into 3 zones from the outermost to the innermost areas, with the magical beasts becoming increasingly stronger the deeper one went. He raised his hand and stated that the competition would last for 3 days, and only by submitting 5 magic cores would one be considered to have passed the challenge. Retreating midway or failing to submit the required number of magic cores would result in failure. Bayan's tone turned cold as he reminded them, any student who violates the rules or fails to meet the standards will be severely punished. Hearing this, La Jian smirked and said, 5 magic cores, that's all. On the other side, Ming Xiang remained silent, his expression unreadable. Jian Chen closed his eyes, looking impatient. The deputy dean really is long-winded. Bayan continued, each of you will be given a spatial belt. After obtaining the magic core, it was put away. After the competition ended, half of the magic core would be handed over to the academy, while the remaining part belonged to its owner. Jian Chen braced himself against the cold with confidence. This time, he was determined to obtain the magic core, preparing himself for the impact of becoming a saint. He began to give instructions. Students who hadn't yet reached the saint level could form groups in the 2 human zones to hunt magical beasts, while those who had already reached the saint level would proceed to the celestial area. He suddenly chuckled, and in his eyes, an unmistakable expectation shone. In the distance, a loud shout was heard from a hot air balloon. Everyone was already there. How wonderful! On the balloon, which was floating in the sky, Yang-hu stood proudly. With his arms crossed, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, pay attention, Saint Zhang Yang-hu is here, shining brightly." Jian was truly speechless and could only sigh as he watched the scene. The boss really liked to stand out. Suddenly, the fabric of the balloon tore, and the wind howled, causing it to start spinning uncontrollably. Yang-hu frantically grabbed onto the swaying balloon, losing control of it. He screamed in fear, his voice echoing through the air, which only made Jian even more speechless. "Can't stop, help me!" By N sighed. As a result of being tormented by Zhang Yang-hu, the atmosphere was completely ruined. He wearily rang the bell to signal, starting the competition. "Everyone, let's go, come on, let's give it our all," but the crowd had lost all their energy. Yes, Jian scratched his head. The boss was really good at ruining the atmosphere. One by one, everyone stepped out from the space door, and the dim light behind them slowly faded away. Ming Xiang gave orders to his subordinates, "Keep an eye on Chongyang Eternal Sky. Once he's in the forest, find an opportunity to deal with him. Handle it quietly, make sure he doesn't survive." The subordinates, silently watching Jian step through the space door, understood what was meant. Hidden in the dense forest, where sunlight barely filtered through the leaves, Jian moved swiftly like a flash of lightning, so light that no sound could be heard. He leapt gracefully, his figure weaving through the branches, blending into the canopy like a passing breeze. He mused quietly. This forest is really vast. So many students entered, yet there's not a single one in sight. Suddenly, Jian eyes widened, a flash of astonishment crossing his face. He had just seen something amidst the dense canopy of trees. In the moment when he was leaping between the branches, Jian gaze suddenly fixed downward. Beneath the dense foliage, a strange creature with protruding horns was silently moving below. Jian slightly curled his lips, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. It was a first-class magic beast. Jian body stopped mid-air, his hands skillfully weaving magic, carefully approaching, preparing for a lethal strike. Jian raised his hand, his sharp gaze locked on the creature below, ready to deliver the decisive blow. A scream echoed, the first-class magic beast's eyes widened, its gaze full of panic as it suddenly encountered Jian. It was startled and instinctively reacted, darting away like a gust of wind, leaving Jian momentarily stunned. It runs fast. Jian looked off into the distance, and the sound he had just heard seemed to be from the Iron Pagoda. He's in danger. Jian jumped onto a branch, his body shooting off like a breeze. He moved, leaving behind a silent space, where only the rustling of the trees and the whispering wind through the leaves could be heard. The enormous beasts crawled around in a circle, each heavy step seemingly shaking the ground. The Iron Pagoda was surrounded by these terrifying creatures. His piercing scream echoed. "Save me!" Jian was confused. A second-class magic beast, wasn't there only a first-class magic beast in this forest? The goat had tightly coiled around the Iron Pagoda's legs, preventing him from moving. While the seven beasts slowly closed in, Jian quickly grabbed the rope and descended like the wind to rescue the Iron Pagoda. He wondered, "Iron Pagoda, how did a second-class magic beast set its sights on you?" He called out to Jian. "Chang Tian." Iron Pagoda laughed, "It suddenly rushed at me, wanting to eat me, so I struck it with an axe. The result was that it got completely enraged." He suddenly asked, "Chang Tian, how come you're here?" Jian replied, "Of course, I'm here to rescue you. Let's team up and kill this creature." Iron Pagoda worried, "But it's a second-class magic beast. Can we really handle it with just the two of us?" Jian, confident, answered, "No problem, just the two of us teaming up is enough." He grabbed his weapon, calm as ever. "So, what should we do next?" "I think of a way to end this grand battle, the rest is up to us." With a firm grip on his weapon, Iron Pagoda gathered all his strength and charged forward, the ground trembling beneath him. The sound of his impact with the earth was deafening, reverberating through the air like a seismic shockwave. Iron Pagoda let out a hearty laugh, a surge of intense excitement rising within him. What's next? What game shall we play? The beast's tongue flicked out, wet and cold like the edge of a blade. Its razor-sharp teeth gleamed like steel, aimed straight at Iron Pagoda, exuding an overwhelming threat. Iron Pagoda clenched his teeth, raising his weapon, ready to face whatever came next. Then, his sweeping strike cut through the air, bringing with it terrifying power. A sorrowful shriek echoed from the second-class magic beast as the space around them seemed to tighten, choking with the beast's agony. From a distance, Jianshen gripped his blue sword tightly, galloping toward the battle to lend his support to Iron Pagoda. He surged forward, aiming for the second-class magic beast with relentless, rapid strikes. Jianshen's expression darkened, his eyes sharp as blades, brimming with murderous intent. In the end, the second-class magic beast was defeated, its body collapsing in pain and despair. The beast had been vanquished after the fierce battle. Now, only the skeleton remains, waiting to be stripped bare. Jianshen and Iron Pagoda stood silently, gazing at the spoils of war, their eyes mixed with pride and fatigue. Jianshen, beaming, held his weapon and hurriedly collected the loot after the battle. A bad premonition crept into Jianshen's mind, signaling something unpleasant. He couldn't hold back a loud shout that echoed through the air. To the right, Iron Pagoda was startled as a massive beast suddenly appeared, standing right beside him. Without hesitation, Jianshen rushed to attack the beast to protect Iron Pagoda from danger. Iron Pagoda smiled brightly. "Shang Tian, you're amazing. How did you know a beast was going to charge from over there?" Jianshen crossed his arms with pride. "It's probably because my reactions are pretty sharp." Iron Pagoda sighed, "Lucky it was just a weak beast." Jianshen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Back then, when I was about to die, I was already on the verge of a breakthrough. The divine power I wielded covered 100 miles around me, nothing could escape my senses." A deep sigh escaped from Jianshen, filled with a sorrow that words could not describe. Regretfully, he kicked the head of the beast from earlier away. "Currently, my strength is limited, and my consciousness can only be used within a small range. If not, hunting magic beasts wouldn't be as easy as flipping a hand, right? Iron Pagoda is holding the gem of the magic beast from earlier. Shang Tian, this is just a first-stage magic beast, it's not enough to satisfy me." He replied with a smile, "This is the human area, so it's only right that there are first-stage magic beasts here." He lifted the axe, "But this giant magic beast is a second-stage one. If we team up, we should be able to take down another one." He placed his hand on his chin. The second-stage magic beast was still somewhat mysterious, perhaps there was some secret hidden behind it. Under the sky of Zhaozhua, a flock of birds circled through the incredibly calm and still air. From afar, the shape of the monster slowly emerged, with each powerful movement sending gusts of wind. Suddenly, both of them turned around, their eyes sharp as if they'd discovered something dangerous. Jianshen's face was filled with murderous intent, while Iron Pagoda tightly gripped the axe, his gaze full of heightened vigilance. The werewolf, Song Lin, suddenly charged out, making the air around them seem like it was about to explode. Jianshen quickly realized that the creature standing in front of them was a werewolf, and Iron Pagoda had moved to support him. "First stage is just first stage, as my mother used to say. What's there to fear about cheap dark bread? If it fills you up, that's enough." Jianshen said coldly, "I once saw the introduction in the hidden book scroll in the library. This is the Song Lin werewolf, it has never fought alone before. It moves on razor-sharp claws. If, when you see a Song Lin werewolf, Iron Pagoda's face shows bewilderment and he doesn't understand what's happening, what does that mean?" Jianshen spoke gravely, "It's already within the encirclement of more than a dozen wolves." He suddenly gave a cold laugh. "Iron Pagoda, we can slaughter them heartily now." Hearing that, Iron Pagoda broke into a radiant smile, his eyes shining with excitement. Two mysterious figures appeared in the mist. "Damn it! Head Yang Zhang Tian, why is he running so fast? He entered Milin and then vanished. If the young sect master finds out we lost someone, we're finished." From above, a colossal silhouette darted down like an arrow, swift and powerful. Its landing made the ground shake, shockwaves rippling through the air. The two suddenly used themselves, realizing that something terrifying was approaching. That is the sound of our screams echoing through space as if tearing apart the very atmosphere that was meant to save us. Bai Yan quickly flung the door open. Director, something's wrong. Mi Lin was suddenly enclosed by a barrier, isolating him from the outside world. Upon hearing this, he was stunned and turned around with a face full of panic he couldn't conceal. What? The barrier shook and cracked, signaling an inevitable collapse. Bai Yan and the director stood before the spatial door. After the hunt began, Mi Lin had been sealed by the barrier. I had tried countless methods but couldn't break through it. He was shocked. This was the barrier created by the previous director. Don't even mention you, even I wouldn't be able to break it in such a short time. He reached out to touch the barrier. The array set up by the first generation head. Why was it triggered now? The elder stroked his beard. I don't know either. Perhaps the research the director conducted years ago is related to Mi Lin. Unfortunately, back then, the director passed away unexpectedly, and anything that was researched about Mi Lin became a secret. Bai Yan was worried. What should he do now? A group of students was trapped inside, and those other people were inside too. If something happened, he would be in a panic. But the principal of Zaja Institute, one of our own, began to summon magical power. I poured everything I had into it. Perhaps within a day, the barrier could be broken. Otherwise, all we could do was pray. With a gesture of clasped hands, he summoned a surge of intense energy, dispersing Shangli. Bai Yan stood at the threshold of the spatial door, surrounded by complete silence. He could only silently pray that nothing would happen to anyone. Waves of energy rolled up, causing the space within the barrier to tremble violently. Sharp fangs flashed as the werewolves snarled, ready to strike. Their eyes gleamed with a feral glint, and they howled fiercely, charging toward Iron Pagoda and Jianchen like a pack of frenzied wild beasts. Both of you quickly assumed fighting stances, each taking half, seeing who could kill first without issue. Jianchen swung his sword in a swift arc, the steel blade tearing through the werewolf pack like a flash of lightning. Iron Pagoda, on the other hand, burst into a joyful laugh. His eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement. The axe in his hand traced bloody arcs, bringing down one werewolf after another. The sword in his grip struck incessantly, wiping out one after another in the blink of an eye. Song Lin, the werewolf, widened his eyes as he watched his kin fall, one by one, at the hands of him and Yang Hu. In an instant, Song Lin charged off like the wind, disappearing within a hair's breadth. Jian Shen sneered at this, continuing to run. Iron Pagoda, who was some distance away, also took notice. He swiftly rushed toward the scene like a bolt of lightning, gripping his axe and leading the charge. Iron Pagoda gathered momentum and leapt forward, heading straight for the werewolf. Song Lin, you must. His taunt rang out like a sentence of death, reverberating throughout the space around them. Once the deed was done, Iron Pagoda was satisfied. Chang Tian, we're amazing. We've already dealt with so many werewolves, he said in a cold voice. These werewolves are suspicious. Jian Chen pondered deeply. The books had stated that Song Lin's werewolves were all low-level first stage, but these werewolves were clearly high-level first stage. He was puzzled. Then why didn't I notice? He observed the werewolves lying on the ground. On their bodies, there was the scent of human blood, with fresh bloodstains still visible. It was clear that they had just fought with humans. Could it be that someone had been ambushed nearby? Jian Chen immediately realized something and rushed off. Iron Pagoda, confused, followed him. The two of them saw countless students who had been ambushed, lying in pools of blood. Iron Pagoda was stunned. Were they all dead? How could this be? Jian Chen was shocked. The wolf-like group was stronger than expected, but to kill so many students like this was impossible. He was worried. Zheng Tian, how can you stay so calm at a time like this? Are we really of the same age? he lowered his voice. The strange events in Milin are becoming more and more numerous. Suddenly, Jianshan spotted someone, his face filled with surprise. It seemed that someone was still alive. In front of him was Xiao Tao, gravely injured and lying unconscious on the ground. Iron Pagoda and Jianshan sat beside a flickering fire, the light casting thoughtful shadows on their faces. Xiao Tao lay unconscious by the tree, her pale face flickering under the wavering flames. After a long while, her eyes slowly opened, faintly recognizing the light around her. Iron Pagoda saw her wake up, smiled, and waved. "You're awake?" Xiao Tao was surprised. "Where is this?" "I remember we were ambushed by wolf men, and then." "That's right. Where are my teammates?" Jian Shen, chewing on some meat, replied calmly and indifferently, "They're all dead." Hearing this, her face immediately turned pale, and her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? She glanced around, cautious. "Right, where are those wolfmen? We need to find a place to hide." Iron Pagoda offered her some wolf meat. "Don't worry, it's all been handled. The meat's cooked. Do you want a bite?" She was stunned, immediately jumping up and shouting, "How could this be? Those wolf men!" Iron Pagoda raised his arm to show off his muscles. "Cheng Tian and I are quite formidable." The firelight blazed, illuminating the entire area, while a thin layer of white smoke slowly dispersed. Iron Pagoda's laugh made it clear he was a big guy. Jian Shan reminded her. "Hurry up and eat. We need to go take a look." Xiao Tao looked surprised. "You really want to go? Just hearing the sound of these beasts tells me they're dangerous." Iron Pagoda smiled and asked her, "How powerful are we?" "We're about to leave, do you want to come with us?" Xiao Tao hugged vigilance. "No, I'm scared. I want to leave here." He patted her head. "Is that so? Then be careful." She quietly draped her cloak around herself, her figure slowly fading behind the almost extinguished flames. Xiao Tao suddenly turned back, her face filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. Goodbye." Without waiting for a reply, she finished her words and turned to leave, the faint glow of the fire still burning behind her. Iron Pagoda, while eating, wondered, is she really that scared? Jian Shen was doubtful, there was something odd about this girl. The two continued talking as they walked. "Cheng Tian, being timid is normal, what's there to doubt? It's just a feeling. Never mind, let's go hunt some beasts first." A roar suddenly echoed, tearing through the sky. A massive fire cloud appeared, bringing with it such power that it shook the very air above. Amidst the rustling leaves, two figures hid among the branches, their eyes tracking every movement below. It was Jian Shan and Iron Pagoda. He recognized. It is a second-tier demon beast, Fire Cloud Beast. The book says this one isn't very powerful, it just has quite high defensive abilities. Iron Pagoda placed the axe on his shoulder, his face filled with a sigh. "Cheng Tian, you know quite a lot." Cheng Tian calmly replied, "I only read it in the library." "Are you ready to strike? Don't let it escape." He then clarified. Without hesitation, both of them leaped down from above, their strikes aimed directly at Fire Cloud. Both the sword and the axe of the two collided with its thick skin. Even though the blade made contact, it didn't seem to affect it at all, as if it were impervious. The two stood on the back of the Fire Cloud, which could only be described as having quite high defensive strength. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say extremely high? They basically couldn't hurt it. Its eyes suddenly widened, and the veins in its eyeballs became clearly visible. The fury of the fire cloud erupted violently, and its roar thundered like a storm tearing through the sky. Jianshan lost his balance in shock, shouting, "This is bad, we've pissed it off." Enraged, the fire cloud immediately tensed up. It opened its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs and lunged toward them. Then, HFN unleashed a powerful burst of energy, and a beam of light shot straight toward the Iron Pagoda. With such a massive amount of energy, he had to dodge with great difficulty. Standing to the side, Jianshan couldn't move toward the Iron Pagoda in time. He anxiously asked, "Iron Pagoda, are you okay?" After a moment, Iron Pagoda was finally able to sit up. He rubbed his head and reassured Jianshan, "I'm fine." But as his hand touched his head, he realized something was wrong. Shueta, clutching his bald head, screamed, "Where's my hair? I'm bald." This pushed Iron Pagoda to his limit. He nearly lost his mind and roared, "Damn it, I'm only 16. Without hesitation, Iron Pagoda charged at Havn, shouting angrily, "Why the hell am I bald?" After dodging its two sharp fangs, Iron Pagoda jumped up and raised the axe in his hand high. He then decisively struck a fatal blow to Havn's head. Iron Pagoda yelled, "Die!" But Havn, unaffected by the attack, took the opportunity to raise its giant foot high. Havn aimed to crush Iron Pagoda beneath it. Perhaps he is still managing to hold on for now. In the midst of danger, Jianshan had just arrived at the scene. He hurriedly reassured, "Iron Pagoda, hang in there, I'm coming to help you." Witnessing the uneven battle between Huayun and Iron Pagoda, Feng Tian, standing behind, sneered with a mocking smile. "Interesting." He calmly swung his legs on the branch, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Two mere mortals dared to challenge a second-class magic beast. They really had no regard for their lives. Jianshan heard these words, and for a moment, he hesitated. Feng Tian continued, "How about I offer my great mercy to help them?" The sycophants around him immediately chimed in, "Boss, this person seems to have some real strength. Why don't we just wait for them and the fire cloud beast to mutually destroy each other? Wouldn't it be better for us to sit back and reap the benefits?" This suggestion aligned perfectly with Feng Tian's intentions, and he put on an air of teaching. "Remember, my disciples, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. This is free, sincere advice for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of villains burst into laughter. However, they didn't notice that Jianshan's face had already darkened. There was a long, oppressive silence. He just calmly raised his head, his eyes narrowing, exuding a dangerous aura. "Iron Pagoda, let these people gain a bit of enlightenment. Why do we dare to provoke a second-class magic beast?" Despite bearing the immense weight of the fire cloud above him, Iron Pagoda had to counter, saying he would never accept such a scum as his own. At that moment, fire cloud above them intensified its pressure, and the ground beneath Iron Pagoda was nearly shattered. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from around Iron Pagoda. He shouted, "Get up and face me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fire Cloud's eyes went wide in shock, its gaze flickering with surprise. In the next instant, the giant body of Fire Cloud was unexpectedly spun in midair and thrown aside, causing the ground to crack and debris to fly in all directions. The beast's tusks scraped the ground, creating a white mist, and its thick tusks were ground down to pieces. At this point, Iron Pagoda was finally released from the pressure. He collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. "I'm drained. I can't move anymore." Fire Cloud quickly regained its strength, roaring in furious anger toward Iron Pagoda. This time, it was Jianshan's turn to strike. Calmly, he raised the blue sword to face level. Immediately afterward, Jianshan pointed the tip of his sword directly at Fire Cloud Beast and charged forward. At that moment, it hadn't yet noticed Jianshan. Reaching the Iron Pagoda, it quickly gathered energy within its mouth. Then, with a brutal roar, Fire Cloud Beast unleashed all of that immense power toward the Iron Pagoda. In the blinding light of that terrifying energy, Jianshan remained unharmed and continued to charge toward Fire Cloud Beast. At the moment when it wasn't paying attention, Jianshan swiftly leaped right in front of Fire Cloud Beast. Without hesitation, he drove the blue sword directly into its milky white eye. It turned out that Jianshan had already formulated a plan. If the dense fur covering its body or the Fire Cloud Beast itself could not be pierced, then the eyes were the weak point. The moment the blue sword was firmly lodged in Fire Cloud Beast's eye, Jianshan recited the incantation. From the blue sword skill, the sword strike shattered the heavens. Instantly, Fire Cloud Beast let out a howl of excruciating pain, its body thrashing violently. Before long, Fire Cloud Beast began to lose strength and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, both Feng Tian and Lei Wei involuntarily widened their eyes in shock. They exclaimed in confusion. What? After dealing with the fire clouds, in the pitch-black night, the figure of Jianshan slowly approached Feng Tian's group. Who did you just say was the one who abandoned their horse? At this moment, facing Feng Tian's pale face was Jianshan's gaze filled with fury. He gritted his teeth and asked, Who is the sparrow? A moment later, in the hazy aura of strength, Jianshan stood on a rock outcrop, while below, Iron Pagoda was keeping an eye on Feng Tian's group. Tears streamed down Feng Tian's face as he cowardly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Honorable elders, this is all the magic cores we have collected. Please, spare us. Iron Pagoda picked up a magic core and scrutinized it. After a while, he spoke with satisfaction. This time, I will let you go. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian was overjoyed and lowered his head. Thank you, honorable elder, but fearing that Iron Pagoda might change his mind, Feng Tian and his group hastily retreated. We will take our leave. At that moment, Jianshan's voice rang out, Wait. Hearing his voice, Feng Tian dared not delay. He turned around quickly and cautiously asked, Honorable elder? Do you have any further instructions? At this moment, Jianshan's gaze remained fixed on the strange shield in the sky. He suddenly asked, Are you all seniors? Standing before the unusual lightning streaking across the shield, Jianshan wondered, Is this something that happens every time in the hunting competition? But even Feng Tian didn't know. He replied vaguely, What is that? It wasn't there last year, this is the first time I've seen it. Meng Chou added, It looks like a shield. Jianshan's eyes briefly deepened in thought as he looked at the shield with suspicion. It wasn't there last year? Could it be some new trick created by Deputy Dean Bai? Jianshan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling an uneasy sensation rising in his heart, as if something wasn't quite right. Taking advantage of Jianshan's momentary distraction, Feng Tian and the two others hurriedly ran off. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Iron Pagoda didn't even bother to stop them. He watched them go and snorted, not good at fighting, but fast at running. Seeing that Jianshan was still standing there in a daze, Iron Pagoda had no choice but to call out to Cheng Tian, Is there something wrong with that shield? His voice interrupted Jianshan's thoughts. The young man responded nervously, There are many things wrong with this hunting competition. I have a bad feeling about it. At this point, Jianshan placed his hand on his chin, as if deep in thought. Maybe it's just me overthinking. After all, the competition hasn't been called off, so everything must be fine. Iron Pagoda, hearing this, eagerly raised his hand. That's right, continuing the hunt for magic cores is the right thing to do. After a while, the forest gradually returned to its peaceful state. Aside from the strange phenomenon in the sky, there was nothing else unusual. At this moment, in a nearby cave, a monster beast was standing guard while its teammates rested. But in the blink of an eye, two monster beasts lay motionless in front of the cave entrance. It turned out that Yu Yu had taken action. She looked at the beasts below with some confusion. When did these beasts become so powerful? Seeing that the monsters had been eliminated, the group of students following behind finally relaxed. One of them said, If it weren't for Yu Yu stepping in, we probably would have all died here. Another student complained, These monsters are too powerful, we can barely fight them. One student cried out, I want to quit the competition. I want to go home. Yu Yu, upon hearing this, looked back and quickly reassured everyone, Don't be tense. There's been a problem with the hunting competition, but the academy will definitely not stand by and watch. With that, Yu Yu reached for the blue sword on her back, her eyes sharpening. As long as we hold on, the dean and the others will definitely come to save us so we can continue to survive. Her words succeeded in lifting the spirits of the group. Chang Yamo gritted his teeth and fought desperately. Zhang Xiao, standing beside him, also shouted, They're just legless reptiles, let's kill them all. Yu Yu turned back to look at them, the blue sword gleaming coldly on her shoulder. She was confident that they could fight together, but even Yu herself didn't realize that the beasts arriving now were truly different. Their bodies were shrouded in darkness, with only their red eyes glowing eerily. An intense battle ensued. With nearly equal numbers on both sides, the fight fell into a deadlock. Not long after, Yu began to feel exhausted. She strained to observe the magical beasts. As expected of second-class magic beasts, they didn't back down at all. Just as Yu was deep in thought, a large tail suddenly whipped toward her. Fortunately, Yu managed to dodge just in time. She leaped high into the air, with a large boulder shattered into pieces right in front of her. After missing the attack, the beast growled and continued to charge toward Yu. Seeing the result of the boulder, Yu felt a moment of panic and thought to herself, "Damn, if this keeps up, I won't be able to hold on much longer." But the beast in front of her wasn't giving her time to think. It relentlessly attacked again. In the blink of an eye, just as Yu had barely jumped, the stone beneath her feet cracked. A look of worry appeared on her face, and it seemed that Yu had guessed something. Sure enough, from the cracked stone, a sharp head emerged. Yu gasped inwardly, "This is bad." Then, the beast opened its wide mouth toward her. Yu, terrified, quickly backed away. It was over. At that moment, a cold voice carrying immense force rang out. From the blue sword skill. As soon as the words were spoken, a sword aura shot straight toward the beast's head, a single strike capable of breaking the heavens. Standing off to the side, Yu, now safe, hastily looked around to find the person who had just saved her. In the darkness, the figure of a majestic man appeared, and a low voice sounded, "Fortunately, I made it in time." When the light illuminated his face, the proud expression of Jianchen revealed itself. He looked at Yu and asked, "Little sister, how do you plan to repay me for saving your life?" Seeing Jianchen, she was shocked and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" On the other side, Iron Pagoda was also doing his best to fight the magical beasts alongside everyone. "Take this." With powerful axe swings, the magical beast was immediately sent flying. Watching the beast fly far away, Iron Pagoda sighed in regret. "Ah, it flew away. I can't get the magic core now." But the magical beasts, like a swarm of locusts, continued to relentlessly pursue them, growing more numerous by the second. Jianchen calmly looked at the magical beasts and spoke to reassure everyone. "Everyone, don't be afraid, we're here to help you." Chang Mo quickly recognized that the person in front of him was none other than the champion of the newborn competition in the Changyang Eternal Sky Battle, Li Jun, Iron Pagoda. Upon hearing this, Meng Qiu immediately shouted in joy, "We've been saved." At this point, Yu finally realized the true identity of Jianchen. She curiously looked up. He was Changyang Eternal Sky, the newborn who had displayed talent at the newborn tournament. Realizing that Yu's gaze was directed at him, Jianchen arrogantly mocked. "Why are you so enraged by my master that you can't even speak a word on stage now? Let's see what you have to say this time." Upon learning Jianchen's identity and strength, Yu finally felt relieved enough to speak. "That's great." As she parted her lips, a long streak of blood followed and flowed down. Yu glanced at Jianchen before entrusting him with her words. "These people all rely on you now." It turned out that she had sensed her body had reached its limits. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu's body swayed and then collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Jianchen rushed over, calling out, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" But even when she was in his arms, Yu remained completely still. Jianchen was stunned, thinking, "This is..." After thoroughly checking, Jianchen was shocked to discover, "My Z is too weak, she's severely injured internally, I can't believe she managed to hold on until now." Then, he turned to ask the people around him, "She has always carried such a heavy wound to keep fighting?" Chang Mo stammered in response. "Yes," he explained, "she risked her life to stop those giant snakes and protect us, completely disregarding her own injuries and even using her body to shield others. She could have chosen to leave us behind, but she said she would never abandon any of her friends." Hearing what Chang Mo said, Jianchen suddenly felt a surge of complex emotions in his heart. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and his gaze toward you softened slightly. It seemed that she didn't show any sign of being as fragile as she truly was. Jianchen quickly shifted back to the main issue and made plans with Iron Pagoda. Iron Pagoda, take them out while I search for her. Upon hearing this, Iron Pagoda pouted in annoyance. Though his words were simple, they were full of determination, as if saying that if they wanted to leave, they could. Iron Pagoda never abandons his brothers. Knowing Iron Pagoda's stubborn nature, Jin Chen didn't insist. He grabbed Chang Mo. Alright then, Iron Pagoda and I will cover you. You all hurry and get her to safety for treatment. Chang Mo politely replied. Then we're counting on you. Please take her to a safe place for treatment. Seeing that they had left, Jin Chen teased, the level of these magical beasts isn't low. Iron Pagoda, it's still not too late for you to regret this. He smiled confidently and replied, are you kidding? If you're scared, I'll protect you. Right after that came the battle between the two and the horde of magical beasts. Iron Pagoda charged forward enthusiastically, let's go. With a single swing of his axe, the massive body of a magical beast was cleaved in half. The two quickly split up. Jianchen took care of the ones at the rear, while Iron Pagoda fought the beasts in front. As they were fighting fiercely, a beast that looked more advanced crawled toward them. It flicked out its long tongue to sense the surroundings, then swiftly found its way to the two. Only then did Jianchen notice its presence. He frowned anxiously, careless of him. In front of them, this magical beast was clearly much stronger than the previous ones. Unexpectedly, this damned thing was almost at level 3. Seeing the situation turn dire, Iron Pagoda, against all odds, thought of Jianchen first. Chang Tian, forget about me, go now. It's better for one of us to die than for both to perish. But you had no intention of leaving. Jianchen, determined, advanced forward. Don't joke, I won't abandon you to run away alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his energy into the blue sword in his hand, and a powerful surge of energy began to flow around it. At this moment, Jianchen felt very confident. He slapped the blue sword into his hand, then spoke aloud. After going through several rounds of battle, I feel like my abilities have reached a new level. At this point, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Jianchen's lips. He thought to himself, it seems that only by facing life and death can one break through. Then, before Iron Pagoda's astonished gaze, Jianchen raised the blue sword and softly muttered words of life and death. When he opened his eyes again, the aura around him had completely changed, his confidence now fully invested in the blue sword. Next, Jianchen tightened his grip on the blue sword and charged at the demonic beast. Seeing him charge forward, the demonic beast bared its fangs and let out a long, menacing growl. At the sound of its roar, countless other demonic beasts suddenly began to crawl toward him. They quickly gathered in front of Jianchen. Then, just like the other beasts, it bared its fangs at the two of them. However, Jianchen didn't even spare them a glance. He used the blue sword to carve a path, piercing through their bodies. In mid-air, Jianchen swiftly swung his sword through the beasts. His speed was so fast that only bright flashes of sword energy could be seen. In the blink of an eye, the heads and bodies of the beasts were sliced into countless pieces. At this point, Iron Pagoda hadn't even had a chance to do anything. He watched Jianchen in awe. So fast. To Jianchen, this scene was nothing unusual. He nostalgically thought back, recalling that, back then, he truly was the #1 swordsman across the lands. After dealing with the beasts, Jianchen continued to head straight toward the strongest one. When it saw Jianchen closing in, it began to gather an immense energy in its mouth. Then, the beast opened its jaws, releasing a terrifying force toward Jianchen. However, Jianchen was no longer below it, he had appeared right above its head without anyone noticing. Taking advantage of the beast's moment of distraction, Jianchen pointed the blue sword at it and dived down. With the blue sword's skill, the beast had no way of avoiding his strike. Its head was quickly pierced by Jianchen's sword. Not stopping there, taking advantage of the fact that the sword hadn't yet left the beast's body, he sliced its body in half, cleaving it to the mountains. After the sword strike, all that remained on the ground was a chaotic mess of blood and flesh from the beast. Although it was dealt with, Jian Shen had to admit that he was completely exhausted. He collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Iron Pagoda hurriedly ran over. Cheng Tian, still in a state of excitement, embraced Jian Shen's body and shook him continuously. "Cheng Tian, what's wrong with you?" Jian Shen wanted to speak but couldn't, as he was on the brink of death. "Don't shake me, I'm fine. Shangli just completely wore me out, a little rest will do." Finally, the danger passed, and unexpectedly, they had collected a pile of magic cores. Sitting among the unexpected harvest, Iron Pagoda joyfully juggled the magic cores. "I never expected we'd gather so many this time. We're rich now, so many magic cores." Just as the two of them were resting, a mysterious black figure swiftly passed in front of them. Then, from where the figure had just jumped, a plume of white smoke rose into the air. The mysterious person turned out to be Yang Hu, lying painfully on the ground, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he had been beaten again. Just when Yang Hu was wallowing in despair, Iron Pagoda and Jian Shen poked their heads out. "Boss!" Before anyone could figure out what was going on, a loud and arrogant shout echoed back. Zhang Yang Hu wanted to run, but it was none other than La Jian and his two subordinates. Jingyu looked around and then laughed heartily. "Boss, the magic cores here are quite the jackpot." Zhong Ding speculated, it seemed that both they and the serpent had suffered losses, leaving us with a windfall. Then, La Jian quickly noticed the three of them, staring in confusion, recognizing them. La Jian's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. He smiled schemingly. "What a 2-in-1 deal, eliminating you brothers and still picking up a pile of magic cores." Seeing La Jian's expression, Jian Shen knew that a fight was unavoidable, so he turned to his teammates and said, "You take care of the boss." Upon hearing this, Yang Hu quickly tried to dissuade him. "Fourth brother, don't act rashly. La Jian is a mid-tier saint." For someone like La Jian, Jian Shen had no intention of saying more. "You decisively raised the blue sword high, repeating, destroy us." After the activation, Jian Shen Oai foam slung the sword over his shoulder. He arrogantly looked at La Jian and said, "It's up to you." At that moment, Yang Hu finally noticed the aura surrounding Jian Shen. He was stunned and stepped back. "Fourth brother, you've reached the saint level." Jian Shen didn't respond to Yang Hu. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy on the blue sword in his hand. Yang Hu, now curious, turned to Iron Pagoda. "Is fourth brother a saint? Since when?" Iron Pagoda casually revealed, "Just now." As Jian Shen focused on channeling his strength, the hilt of the sword suddenly cracked. Then, except for the portion still in his hand, the rest disintegrated and flew away. Jian Shen stared blankly at the small fragment of Shangli left in his hand, wondering to himself, had I just reached the saint level? And after such a huge drain earlier, is there not enough Shangli to maintain the holy weapon anymore? This scene immediately caused La Jian to burst into laughter, mocking as he pointed at Jian Shen. "Turns out it was just for display. I thought you were some kind of genius." Zhong Ding joined in, mocking as well. "Boss, as for Jingyu, he's clearly excited. He's just going to use a scalpel to kill a chicken, let me take care of him for you." La Jian seemed intent on showing his authority directly. The arrogant man raised his hand in front of him. "Little brat, let me give you a little taste of it." Then, a heavy blue sword appeared in his hand. La Jian sneered, "What's so special about a holy weapon?" Yang Hu, sensing the situation wasn't good, immediately urged Jian Shen in worry. "Fourth brother, I'll hold him back, you all go ahead." In contrast to his anxious mood, Iron Pagoda remained calm as ever. "Don't worry, Cheng Tian will be fine." He spoke to reassure Yang. Jian Shen specifically emphasized, "Boss, don't worry, I don't need a holy weapon to defeat him." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over to a wooden staff with a sharp tip, then kicked it up with his toe. Jian Shen caught it, appearing calmer than ever. Gripping the wooden staff tightly, Jian Shen smiled confidently, "This will be enough." Iron Pagoda, seeing the staff, grew curious.
Isn't that my axe?
Seeing the weapon in Jian Shen's hand, La Jian furrowed his brows and laughed angrily.
Little brat, are you looking down on evil?
La Jian then quickly lunged forward, roaring with rage as he used his wooden staff to counter the holy weapon.
Are you tired of living?
Behind Jian Shen, although Yang Hu had been reassured, he was still worried. He raised his voice to warn Jian Shen, fourth brother, be careful, La Jian is a Shangli with wind attributes, his speed is incredibly fast. However, La Jian was already like a flash of lightning, circling around them.
He laughed smugly, so what if he knows? Can he outrun my speed?
Iron Pagoda watched in astonishment and exclaimed, he's so fast. Upon hearing this, Yang Hu raised his voice again in warning, La Jian has the best body technique among all the students. If we let him run, we'll only end up passively waiting to get hit.
Only Jian Shen remained calm. He placed a hand on his chin and smiled lightly. Is he fast? Well, if I were to secretly tell you all that I can predict the future, what do you think? Who will win? Yang Hu, hearing this, became very curious. Predict the future?
Jian Shen then demonstrated for the two of them, and next, La Jian would thrust straight, sweep horizontally, and slash vertically, only to be defeated by a single strike from my sword.
Thinking he was joking, Iron Pagoda reminded him, try Hien, can you be a little more serious at this point?
Yang Hu, who was standing beside him, also spoke up, that's right. Fourth brother, we're facing a high-rank saint here.
Your life is on the line, you know?
Seeing that they didn't believe him, Jian Shen decisively jumped up into the air. He swung the blue sword in his hand forcefully.
Then watch closely.
However, La Jian unexpectedly appeared directly above Jian Shen's head.
He laughed triumphantly, where are you looking? I'm right next to you.
Yet Jian Shen easily dodged La Jian's sword strike with a simple shift of his body.
Iron Pagoda exclaimed in surprise, he really did thrust straight. Yang Hu was just as astonished, no way?
After that, Jian Shen calmly continued to anticipate La Jian's next move, which was the horizontal sweep. Sure enough, La Jian really did execute a horizontal sweep with the blue sword in his hand.
Iron Pagoda was once again amazed, that's right, while Yang Hu suddenly had a thought, how did Cheng Tian manage to do this? Is it magic?
Meanwhile, in front of Jian Shen, La Jian had already leapt forward, fiercely raising his blue sword high, but to his surprise, Jian Shen once again dodged the attack. Jian Shen's cold voice rang out, followed by a vertical slash. Seeing this, Iron Pagoda joyfully said, once again, Cheng Tian has predicted it correctly. Only now does Yang Hu feel somewhat reassured. Whatever Cheng Tian does now, I'm no longer surprised. On Jian Shen's side, after dodging La Jian's attack, he slowly spoke, and in the end, La Jian was defeated by a single strike. As soon as Jian Shen finished speaking, he immediately thrust the wooden staff into La Jian's chest from behind. At this point, regardless of the injury to his body, La Jian asked Jian Shen, why is it that, despite my speed being faster than yours, you're able to dodge all of my attacks? By now, the result was all too clear, and Iron Pagoda was delighted. Who would have thought, Cheng Tian is capable of predicting the future? Yang Hu kindly explained to La Jian, he already knew how you were going to strike. Upon hearing this, La Jian looked at him in shock. He can predict the future? Yet Jian Shen had already. I'm just kidding, actually, I'm leading you to make a move. Everything you're doing is exactly what I want you to do. With that, he released the wooden staff from his grip and arrogantly outlined his plan. I deliberately exposed a weakness to lure you into attacking directly, and then all of your strikes were exactly what I had anticipated. Iron Pagoda frowned, I don't understand, but I'm definitely feeling the shock. Yang Hu, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, adding that it sounded even more unclear than predicting the future. At that moment, La Jian's mind echoed the teachings of Uncle Div from the past, Jian, your combat experience is insufficient. A master with rich experience can predict your next move, even follow your techniques. Remember that. Reflecting on those words, La Jian grew more suspicious of Jian Shen in front of him. How can Chang Yang Eternal Sky be a master with rich experience? He's clearly a few years younger than me.
For a moment, the name Jianchen kept repeating in La Jian's mind, Chanyang Eternal Sky. Seeing the boy's cheerful expression only deepened La Jian's curiosity. What kind of monster are you, really?
In the darkness, not far from where they stood, there is always a pair of eyes lurking in between the layers of branches and leaves. Miao Miao is smiling cheerfully, and a sinister gleam radiates from her narrow, elongated eyes. Very well, indeed, she is the perfect prey. As night falls, the entire forest is enveloped in a mysterious blue hue, with patches of silver moonlight scattered across the trees above. On the moonlit path, Iron Pagoda trails behind Yang Hu, his voice betraying admiration. Cheng Tian is really impressive, even La Jian has been thoroughly subdued. In Yang Hu's mind, he can still picture La Jian's expression at that moment. Cheng Tian boss, from now on, we'll all listen to you at the academy. Just thinking about it excites him. Do you think La Jian will dare to cause trouble for us again in the future? Upon hearing the two talk about La Jian in such a way, Jianchen spoke up to offer advice. La Jian has already paid the price, one must have a forgiving heart. Yang Hu was deeply moved by these words, giving a thumbs up in praise. Fourth brother, you are indeed virtuous. You will surely become a sir in the kingdom of Jessen in the future. Iron Pagoda, standing next to them, also brightened up. That's right, Cheng Tian is truly amazing. Receiving their praise did not bring Jianchen any joy. He thoughtfully gazed up at the sky. Compared to this, what troubles me more is the present. In contrast to the calculations he had made in his mind beforehand, Jianchen was suddenly filled with surprise. We've entered the electric zone, so why haven't we encountered any magical beasts? Upon hearing this, Iron Pagoda finally realized the strange atmosphere around them. That's true, where are the magical beasts? Yang Hu scratched his head and looked around. Strange, in the area where I participated in the hunting contest, there were a lot of magical beasts. Just then, a beam of white light shot towards them from the forest beside them. Hearing the noise from the trees, Jianchen and Iron Pagoda immediately became vigilant and looked in that direction. Afterward, Iron Pagoda pulled Jianchen and rushed toward the source of the light. Hurry, look over there, Cheng Tian, what is that? Only Yang Hu, who was left behind, remained confused. While he was still wondering why, a strange dark figure appeared from the bushes behind him. Before Yang Hu could say anything further, a hand reached out and covered his mouth. To his surprise, the one responsible for this was Xiao Tao, but the aura around him was very unusual. Realizing the dangerous situation, Yang Hu wanted to cry out for help, but his mouth was tightly covered, and he could only let himself be pulled deeper into the bushes. It wasn't until the surroundings fell silent again that Jianchen noticed something unusual. He turned around in shock to look for Yang Hu. Where's the boss? Iron Pagoda was just behind us a moment ago. Suddenly, Yang Hu stood up from the bushes nearby, rubbing his neck and explaining, I accidentally fell, but it's nothing to worry about. Seeing that he was fine, Iron Pagoda laughed heartily, his voice tinged with a hint of teasing, Boss, you really don't care about anything, do you? Jianchen, however, remained silent, his face showing clear discomfort. After a while, Yang Hu suddenly became enthusiastic, no problem, let's continue searching around for magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Iron Pagoda responded with excitement as well. Then, Jianchen and Iron Pagoda quickly moved forward, while Yang Hu lagged behind, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Yang Hu then broke into a sinister smile, turning around as an aura of dark energy emanated mysteriously from him. At that moment, in a dimly lit room, before a large desk, a frustrated voice echoed, this isn't it either. The person hurriedly flipped through the book in their hands, until their eyes landed on an ancient line of text, and they exclaimed, finally found it. Bayan placed his hands on the table, muttering as he read aloud from the notes. The first generation elder had sealed the 4th level magic beast deep within Mi Lin. This magical beast was formless and invisible, its magic impervious to all. The more he read, the darker Bayan's expression became, for it was clearly written that this beast had the ability to possess and take over another's body. The scene shifted to the large barrier surrounding the mansion and the forest, from which voices could be heard. It turned out that the barrier had been set up to trap this magical beast. The elder focused intently on the ancient book in his hands, his face growing increasingly tense. If this beast broke free from its original seal, the barrier would activate, trapping it deep in the forest. This magical beast had the ability to possess others, stealing their bodies with a ruthless and vicious method. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the headmaster furrowed his brows and immediately issued an order. The safety of the students was of utmost importance. Quickly rescue the elderly students. However, Bayan brought up another story. If the demon beast possesses a student and seizes the opportunity to escape, capturing it would be difficult. But the dean had already understood that it could only possess those below the saint level. After breaking the barrier, gather all the students together and check each one. Without allowing anyone to speak further, he swiftly placed his hand on the barrier and ordered, using the excuse of inspecting the hunting competition. Seeing the dean's determination, Chou-Yi turned to Bayan and asked, "Do you have a better plan?" He replied, flustered, "No." Upon hearing this, Chou-Yi joined the dean in creating a magic circle. At the same time, he urged, "Then hurry up and help dismantle the barrier. If something happens to you, all of you will be implicated." Bayan reluctantly agreed, and could only follow along. With their cooperation, there was finally some movement outside the barrier. At the same time, deep in the forest, Yang Hu was sitting guard by the campfire. Beside him, Iron Pagoda was sound asleep, looking completely at ease, while Jinshen leaned against a tree, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a bright streak of light appeared in the sky, spiraling down directly toward where they were. Upon seeing Yang Hu sitting there, the streak of light seemed to head straight for him. When illuminated by the fire, it was revealed that the one approaching was none other than the second-tier high-level magical beast, Night Demon. Yang Hu seemed to sense it. He slightly turned his head, a terrifying smile on his face. At that moment, in the red eyes of the Night Demon, there was no longer any sign of Yang Hu, but rather that of Miao. Seeing this, it dared not stay any longer and quickly turned to fly away. Miao stood below, gazing in the direction where the wild beast had flown off. It stood there in a daze for a long time, unsure of what it was contemplating. After a while, Miao suddenly turned back, calling out in Yang Hu's voice but with a peculiar tone. Fourth brother responded, but only silence followed. Miao, with a quiet and probing tone, called again. This time, it no longer bothered to pretend. Miao smiled slyly, then crept closer to Jinshen. It raised its hand in front of him, its eyes smiling so wide that only the whites of its eyes were visible. Just as that hand was about to reach Jinshen, he raised his hand and firmly grasped its wrist. Caught, Miao gritted its teeth, a cold bead of sweat dripping down its forehead. In front of it, Jinshen slowly opened his eyes, his voice stern as he questioned the figure before him, finally unable to hold back anymore. "Who are you? Why are you disguising yourself as my boss?" Miao clearly hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly. It was momentarily stunned. "You noticed so soon? Where did I make a mistake? My behavior was clearly normal." On that matter, Jinshen couldn't deny it. He raised his voice, "Your behavior was too normal, unfortunately." At Miao's confused gaze, Jinshen actually answered, "Boss, I am not an ordinary person." Hearing this, Miao suddenly laughed loudly, its face showing a sly expression. "So that's how it is, no wonder you're the prey I've set my sights on. You're so clever, I'll take you." Jinshen repeated in shock, "Take me?" Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Miao reversed the hold on Jinshen's wrist. It tightened its grip, the crafty smile on its face accompanied by a cold, chilling voice. "Your body belongs to me now." As soon as the words left his mouth, a beam of light shot from the eyes of Yang Hu's body, heading straight toward Jinshen. However, in the blink of an eye, both of their bodies were sent flying backward in opposite directions. Miao sat up, rubbing its head where it had been slammed into the ground, and asked in confusion, "You failed? You're only a junior saint, how could your soul be so strong?" Jinshen arrogantly looked at it, not hesitating to reveal, "My soul has crossed through life and death to arrive here.
In a sense, I've already claimed this body as mine.
Then, Jianshan stepped closer to Miao, raised his finger, and pointed at its forehead, saying, "Whoever you are, get out of my boss's body." He then narrowed his eyes, and from his gaze radiated a powerful shangli. Jianshan chanted the incantation for the purple Qing sword art, and in an instant, Yang Hu's body was sent flying backward, a streak of shangli piercing through its forehead with the power to cleave the heart. As the shangli faded, Miao slowly regained its balance on the ground. It raised its hand in front of itself and laughed loudly, as if taunting Jianshan. "The damage from your attack only affects the body of the person who enters, not me, unless I consciously change the target or the person who entered dies. If not, it cannot be dispelled." After finishing the words, Miao provocatively looked at Jianshan and challenged him, "Come on, if you have the guts, kill me." Upon hearing this, he remained calm and motionless in place, and his hand suddenly made a strange gesture. "Are you sure?" Just as Miao was still feeling smug, one of its hands suddenly raised on its own. Then, that hand slapped its own face. Yang Hu's voice rang out, telling it to quickly roll off the person. Though it was Yang Hu's body being hit, it was the one who felt the pain. It struggled to hold its hand back, and at the same time shouted, "Has my control over this body weakened? Impossible." Taking advantage of Miao's focus on Yang Hu's hand, Jianshan quickly charged forward. Only then did Miao realize and turn around, but Jianshan's voice was already close to it from its boss's body, and immediately after, he delivered a powerful punch to its face. Jianshan shouted loudly, "Get out!" Miao could no longer bear it and immediately transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, escaping from Yang Hu's body. Once outside, Miao revealed its true form, a bizarre shape, and it roared in anger, "How could you? How could you harm me?" Unnoticed, Jianshan had already grasped his sword, and he calmly walked toward Miao. "There may be very few ways to deal with you in this world, but in other worlds, there are many ways to handle you." These words stunned Miao. It seemed to have grasped the meaning. "Could it be that you are from another world?" Of course, Jianshan didn't bother to answer. With a swift movement, he leaped into the air, no more talking. A disaster like you cannot be left alive. Just as Jianshan's sword came down, Miao managed to narrowly avoid it. Though he missed, Jianshan's expression did not change. He swiftly turned around and raised two fingers. From Jianshan's fingers, a ray of shangli shot out, piercing straight through Miao's body. Struck, Miao clutched the wound with pain, its body trembling. Then Miao growled in fury. "Damn it, if I had known this earlier, I should have just killed you in the forest back then." Jianshan quickly grasped the crucial point. He questioned, "You were going to kill me in the forest? You saw me back then, didn't you?" In his mind, Jianshan quickly connected the dots to Xiao Tao, and at this moment, he understood. "So, that girl was also possessed by you?" Seeing that Jianshan had figured it out, Miao openly admitted everything. "I was originally planning to possess her. Disguised as a student, I left Milin, but unfortunately, the result was that I couldn't make it." Upon hearing this, the barrier on Jianshan's head finally made sense. "So, this barrier was to deal with you. What exactly are you?" In an instant, Miao's body returned to normal, and it calmly soared into the air. "It's fine if I tell you. My name is Miao, and I can freely possess others. Many years ago, an old man said I had done too many evil deeds, so he sealed me here." At this moment, Miao's face suddenly twisted into a fierce expression. It crazily poured out its heart's bitterness. "All these years, we have always been trying to break the seal, yearning for freedom. Little did I expect that the old man not only sealed me but also created that barrier." Jianshan squinted at Miao, as if he had seen through the mystery behind it. "How did you break the seal? Did someone help you?" Despite Jianshan's accurate guess, Miao was surprisingly in the mood to praise him. "You are indeed very clever." "That's right, someone did help me." Immediately, a dark shadow with long horns and bright eyes appeared behind him. Miao Miao continued excitedly. At first, in order to break the seal, I took action to subdue the beasts here, making them my subordinates. A few other Dan shadows appeared behind Jianchen as well, and he asked suspiciously, "Is the reason the beasts here became so powerful related to you? Are you telling me all this to buy time while waiting for reinforcements?" Faced with such sharp reasoning, Mi Miao no longer spoke much. "That's right, you know so many secrets. How could I let you live and leave?" As soon as the words left his mouth, purple energy spiraled down toward Jianchen. Mi Miao coldly spoke, "Die." On the other side, after Mi Miao left Yang Hu's body, he fell into a deep sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed before Yang Hu finally woke up. He rubbed his eyes and murmured absent-mindedly, "Fourth brother, I just dreamed that a mist was clinging to me, my body was taken over. I'm so sleepy." Suddenly, Yang Hu heard a noise and looked up. To his surprise, two terrifying monster beasts had appeared above him. Upon seeing them, Yang Hu, in his bewilderment, couldn't believe his eyes and questioned himself, "Am I still not awake?" Then, in response to the silent, petrified gaze of the monsters, Yang Hu calmly laid back down to continue sleeping. This scene in front of me must be wrong. Jianchen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to speak up, "Boss, stop fooling around, get up and face the enemy." At the sound of his voice, Yang Hu jumped up in alarm. Wasn't I just dreaming? Could it all be real? Following Jianchen's gaze, Yang Hu then noticed Mi Miao. Jianchen pointed at it and, in a serious tone, began explaining to Yang Hu. He is the one behind everything, the one who has taken over his body. Upon hearing Jianchen's words, the emotions within Yang Hu immediately erupted violently. I've been possessed by this ugly bastard. Does this mean that being stuck with him won't affect my appearance? These words struck straight at Mi Miao's sensitive nerve. It screamed furiously, "Do you think I wanted to take over your body? You damn bastards!" The rage quickly spread to the demonic beasts below, who snarled and quickened their pace toward the two of them. Then, Mi Miao raised both arms across his face, exerting so much force that the veins on his body were clearly visible. "You!" By the time Mi Miao extended his arms, a thick demonic aura had already spread from his body. Miao Miao roared loudly, "You've completely enraged me now." Then he pointed his finger at Jianchen and the other. Miao Miao commanded the demonic beasts to kill them all. Upon receiving the order, the demonic beasts charged directly toward the two of them. At that moment, Jianchen suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Iron Pagoda, wake up!" Yang Hu, standing next to him, anxiously screamed out loud, "Iron Pagoda brothers, stop sleeping!" But it had no effect at all. At this moment, the enormous foot of the demon beast was already right next to Iron Pagoda. In this perilous situation, Yang Hu and Jianchen had no choice but to rush forward and pull Iron Pagoda away. After that, the two of them, dragging Iron Pagoda's strong, hefty body, hurriedly fled. Run quickly, there are too many demon beasts. Mi Miao, of course, would not let the three escape. It quickly issued orders to the demon beast pack. Chase them, don't let them get away. And so, under the moonlight guiding the way, a strange race took place. Leading the way were two people dragging along a sleeping figure, narrowly escaping, while behind them were the massive demon beasts. In that moment, suddenly Iron Pagoda's body seemed to head toward the vines on the ground. Yang Hu and Jianchen didn't notice, so they kept pulling harder. After struggling for a while without any progress, Yang Hu became puzzled. Why isn't Iron Pagoda brothers moving anymore? They were so focused on exerting force that they even pulled Iron Pagoda's gloves off, but still, there was no result. Only then did they realize something was wrong, and both of them turned around to look. It was then that they discovered Iron Pagoda's body had been caught by the resilient vines, which had pulled him back. At that moment, with an astonishing speed, the Iron Pagoda transformed into a ball and flew straight toward Mi Miao. Before he could even react, the Iron Pagoda's hard head slammed into Mi Miao's stomach. Struck by the blow, Mi Miao immediately coughed up blood, his heart filled with desperate screams. This is bad, it hit a vital spot. Before Jianchen even had a chance to act, Mi Miao was already defeated. Yang Hu and Jianshan stood frozen, staring in disbelief, while the young man was left stunned.
Is that really possible? Yang Hu nearly said in unison, could it actually be like this? Once everything had settled, Iron Pagoda finally came to his senses. He rubbed his head and asked, what happened? Was I dreaming?
Hearing these words, Miao Miao, unwilling to accept his defeat, trembled violently.
Along with his defeat, a strange aura began to pour out from the bodies of the remaining beasts.
Soon after, they began to scatter in all directions.
Yang Hu looked on in shock. Why did the beasts run away?
Jianshan explained, Miao Miao was knocked unconscious, and the beasts recovered their senses. Naturally, they fled to save their lives. It was only after a while that Miao Miao finally regained consciousness. It scratched its head, its voice full of regret. Damn it, if I hadn't been struck on the head, how could I have ended up like this? At this point, Mi Miao suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura of demonic energy.
Still confident, it said, as long as my body undergoes the transformation.
However, this time, Jianshan didn't want to drag things out any longer. He swiftly charged forward. Just as Mi Miao was still smug, thinking that no one could harm it, Jianshan's sharp sword swept across its neck. Immediately, a stream of bright red blood gushed from the wound.
Jianshan then spoke, did you forget?
He turned around, his face bathed in moonlight, making him even more striking.
The blue sword skill is your natural nemesis.
Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the group of deans were still working hard to break it down. Before long, several large cracks appeared on the once unyielding surface of the barrier. The cracks quickly spread and shattered, opening a passage for everyone. Seeing that it was open, the dean finally dared to stop, urging, the door is open, notify all the teachers to enter Milin. Bring all the disciples outside. His expression darkened slightly, and his voice grew softer.
Whether alive or dead, Bai En responded, yes.
The scene shifted to the disciples' gathering place, where they were whispering among themselves. The magical beasts in the forest are terrifying. I saw several classmates get killed right before my eyes.
I thought I was done for too.
Fortunately, I didn't run into any, or I would probably be dead by now.
Unlike them, Yu Yu was still tensely staring into the forest.
When no one came out, she lowered her head, her eyes clearly filled with worry.
Noticing Yu Yu's contemplative expression, her friend couldn't help but ask, Yu Yu, are you still looking for Changyang Eternal Sky?
Hearing this, Yu Yu's face flushed red, and Qi Xian teased even more.
Doesn't seem like you, does it? You're actually actively looking for a man.
Yu Yu closed her eyes and tried to explain, making sure there were no gaps in her words.
What are you talking about? He risked his life to save us. Isn't it proper to thank him?
Qi Xian suddenly repeated something the teachers had said. The teachers said all the surviving students will gather here.
Could it be them?
Yu Yu's voice suddenly became choppy.
No way, right?
She still remembered Jianshan's warm gesture. Yu Yu smiled lightly, as if reassuring herself. That person was special, surely nothing would happen. At that moment, inside the tent, Bayan was reporting the situation. The dean in Milin had already conducted a thorough search, but there was no sign of the beast. It was likely that it had merged with one of the students.
Upon hearing this, the dean sighed. As expected.
He then stood up resolutely, but Bayan stepped forward to stop him. Dean, you haven't fully recovered yet.
Or should I handle this instead?
But the dean had already made up his mind. I would rather let the students remain here, injured, than let the beast escape. I would be deeply ashamed. At the mention of the beast, the dean's eyes glinted with killing intent. He said through gritted teeth, I must eliminate that beast.
Before leaving, the dean did not forget to give instructions.
He ordered all necessary tools to check for the beast, and once any abnormalities were detected, they were to act immediately. Bayan respectfully acknowledged his orders. Afterward, the dean walked out into the courtyard. He spoke clearly, issuing orders to his disciples.
Everyone, bring all the magic cores you have obtained and place them on the table. I need to check everyone's achievements. Seeing Bai Yan closely inspecting each magic core, one disciple, distressed, spoke up. As for me, I couldn't even defeat a single beast. I have no achievements at all.
Anyone could defend themselves, but with such strong beasts, just surviving without being killed is already an accomplishment.
In the end, the results weren't very promising. One disciple spoke up. It wasn't easy for me to defeat even 3. A loud laugh echoed from somewhere. I got 4, a big win. The rest of us are just relieved to have enough points. My team and I got 3, so we're through.
At that moment, amidst the students, Ming Xiang's voice rang out, filled with arrogance.
A bunch of useless fools. It's not that the beasts are too strong, but that you are too weak.
As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly pulled out his belt, his face full of smug satisfaction.
Let me show you the difference. Then, Ming Xiang tossed the belt onto the table, only to everyone's surprise, a considerable number of magic cores spilled out.
La Jian and the others stared, dumbfounded.
Zhong Ding exclaimed, "Is it really that many?"
Jing Yu was also deeply impressed. Cheng Ming Xiang truly lived up to being the master of Hua Yun Tong, his strength was indeed formidable. Seeing the admiration in their eyes, the smile on Ming Xiang's face grew even more pronounced.
This is what real strength looks like, you guys are too weak.
The only one who was disdainful was Yu Yu, who arrogantly criticized him. Having a master like him in Hua Yun Tong was truly a misfortune for 3 generations. Qi Xian sighed upon hearing this, but Cheng Ming Xiang really was strong. It seemed no one could surpass him, all they could do was let him be arrogant like that. While Ming Xiang was still bragging, a voice suddenly cut in.
Cheng Ming Xiang, is this little achievement enough for you to show off?
At this point, Yu Yu finally turned around and was pleasantly surprised to recognize the voice.
Sure enough, in front of them, the figures of Jian Chen, Yang Hu, and Iron Pagoda had appeared.
Yu Yu felt secretly excited. It was him, carrying Xiao Tao on his back, and Yang whose voice couldn't be ignored. The feeling of receiving the gazes of the entire Wangong crowd was truly exhilarating.
As for Jian Chen, he felt the opposite. If it weren't for the treasure you mentioned,
then we won't miss out on the time that has just appeared.
Speaking of that, Yang Hu became angry again.
I thought the seal would contain a treasure, but who knew there was nothing at all? Iron Pagoda remained the most optimistic, but the treasure hunt game was still fun. Facing the group, Ming Xiang, who had been interrupted, was very furious.
He pointed at Jian Chen and said, "Shangyang Eternal Sky, you're still alive? What did you just say? Is your achievement better than mine?"
Upon hearing this, Jian Chen sneered. A cold and domineering aura radiated from his narrow, long eyes.
"Better than yours. Is there something wrong with that?" Standing behind Yu, Qi Xian was immediately captivated by that aura and couldn't help but exclaim, "I love it. Let's go."
Then, Jian Chen calmly walked over to the table, placed Ming Xiang's magic core down, and requested, "Dean, please bring over a large table." After that, he tilted his head and looked over, his voice as though he was certain of victory.
"I want to show someone what it means to have someone better than them."
A group of people gathered around the square table that Ming Xiang had prepared.
"Is this table big enough? We want to see how many magic cores you can bring out." Jian Chen, noticing his excessive arrogance, sheathed the weapon in his hand and declared.
"Then, watch carefully." In just a few short seconds, the weapon in his hand was suspended high above, a warning not to be intimidated. In the blink of an eye, Jian Chen stood still with a smile that hid his calculations, watching the magic cores fall. Ming Xiang, standing not far away, turned pale upon seeing so many magic cores falling towards him. Just as expected, the once boastful Ming Xiang was now buried beneath a mountain of magic cores.
The people standing outside observed in astonishment, mouths agape, eyes wide. "Am I seeing things? Where did Chan Yang Eternal Sky find so many magic cores? He single-handedly swept them all up."
Seeing that Ming Xiang had been buried deep in the pile of magic cores, Jian calmly stepped forward and declared, "Respect or not, true strength is the measure of a person, not a reason to look down on others." At this moment, Qi Xian was completely mesmerized by his appearance, her heart pounding wildly, and she said, "That was amazing." Yu, standing beside her, also blushed, impressed by how Jian had shattered Cheng Ming Xiang's arrogance. He listened to Jian mockery, lowering his head in displeasure. Rising in life, what does quantity matter? Quality is the key. He gathered a bit of strength to stand up, speaking as he walked. Killing 100 low-level magical beasts is nothing compared to killing a single high-level one. From the palm of Ming Xiang's hand, a golden magic core appeared, different from the ones earlier. Third-grade magic core, do you have one? Bai Yan saw the magic core and couldn't stop praising his abilities. It's a low third-grade magic core. It seems Cheng Ming Xiang has been hiding his strength all along, and there's also the dean standing by watching. After all, he is the master of Huayun Tong, and having several trump cards is normal. Holding the high-grade magic core, Ming Xian walked over to Jian, raising it high as a challenge. What do you have to say now? Can your pile of junk compare to mine? Suddenly, after a few seconds of silence, Jian lightly smiled and called out to the three people who were playing behind him. Boss. Ming Xiang thought Jian was calling him, his face darkening as he immediately rejected, "It's too late to beg for help now. Calling me boss won't save you." After hearing the brothers calling, Yang Hu clasped his hands together and left the party, rushing over. "Enough, Chang Tian is calling me." Seeing Yang Hu had arrived, Jian gently leaned on his shoulder and whispered a few words. This kind of show-off thing should still be left to the boss. Yang Hu smiled and declared, "Show-off is my specialty." After finishing his words, a red magic core appeared, radiating a terrifying power. No one else, the owner of this magic core is Yang Hu, his voice mocked. "Cheng Ming Xiang, what do you think this is?" The following words spoken by Hu turned Ming Xiang into stone, his mouth hanging open in shock. This was a 4th level by N magic core from the outside. He was also stunned. Could it be from that 4th level magic beast? At this moment, the elder broke into a cold sweat. This was just too terrifying. Not wanting to drag things out, Yang Hu held the 4th level magic core, leaning it against the green magic core container and asked him one last time. "Well, your quantity is lacking, your quality doesn't meet the requirements, what else is there to say?" "Impossible." Too furious, Ming Xiang, like a child, looked at him and shouted loudly. The director said, "They're cheating. How could they possibly kill a 4th level magic beast? I don't even have that kind of strength." Seeing Ming Xiang's expression at that moment, everyone burst into mocking laughter. He was flustered, and I felt embarrassed for him. Jian also chimed in, saying a few words, "Remember, there are other people here. Never get too arrogant." His words were sharply damaging, which infuriated Ming Xiang. He raised his hand, ready to strike, and yelled, "Shut up! You have no right to lecture me, go die." Bai Yan quickly grabbed his arm, shielding Jian from the blow. "This is Zaja Academy, not Huayun Tong. You have no right to be disrespectful here." Looking over at Jian group, the director lowered his voice, pleading with them, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his energy, and everyone followed as the air currents lifted them high into the sky. Qi Xian was stunned by the sight before him. "What's going on? This is the first time I've seen anything like this." With a serious expression, the director stood beside Yu. "How did they manage to obtain a magic core of that level? How did they do it?" She looked at him, her eyes filled with deep concern. "Look up high. In this Milin, not far ahead, there is a vast, gloomy space, resembling a vortex, seemingly hiding a great secret. In a strange, unfamiliar space, through the reflection in the mirror, Yu appeared, accompanied by a voice that rang out, indicating that the outcome was now clear. Directing eyes toward the opposite side, 5 people were seated in high chairs. One of them reminded everyone, tomorrow is Yu's 16th birthday. and her engagement has already been decided. Your Highness is preparing to marry you in order to form an alliance with a certain power. The group of three seated on one side continuously discussed, seeking the most suitable candidate. After undergoing this period of testing, compared to Chang Ming Xiang Kuang, Chang Yang Eternal Sky was indeed far superior. I agree. I never expected that after so many years of decline, the Chang Yang family would produce such a talent. Finally, after a long period of listening to the discussions, the person seated on the central throne made the decision. If everyone agreed, then the imperial decree would be issued. With a satisfied smile still on their face, they declared each word with great authority. The fourth marriage will be with Chang Yang Eternal Sky. Not far from there, in a quiet space, the residence of the dean, where you were sitting on a chair, holding a red magic core in your hand, the dean looked at the group in front of him with anger, thinking that the spiritual consciousness had become muddled, turning into a physical state, and was unintentionally stunned by the iron pagoda, which led to being killed by all of you. Yang Hu noticed the dean's bad mood and immediately smiled to calm him down. Dean, you know me, when it comes to making others hate me, I'm truly a top-tier expert. Beside him, Jianshan smiled gratefully at him. Fortunately, with the boss, Mi Miao was left panting and disheveled. Losing his temper, the man across from them shook his head in dismay at the sight of the two of them enjoying themselves. Here, I've never seen a student angrier than you. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, the dean took a light sip, but Mi Miao was still a fourth-level magical beast. How could the iron pagoda possibly affect it? The iron pagoda was infuriated by that remark and rushed over, shouting, Dean, do you not believe me? He clenched his fist, demanding the dean to carry out the action, or should I reenact it for you once more? Seeing the situation escalating, he waved his hand, quickly brushing away his anger from the iron pagoda. Fine, I believe you now. The old objects in this room of mine can't withstand it. Li Chan was tightly gripped in his hand, and the director's face darkened. He thought to himself that it wouldn't be simple. There must be some hidden circumstances behind the matter. In an instant, the room was filled with the voices of Jianshan and the others, as well as the directors. I never would have expected that the director couldn't even kill him at first, only managing to seal Mi Miao. Yet you people managed to destroy him. It must have been sheer luck, nothing more, good fortune. Without a second thought, the director raised his finger and pointed directly at Jianshan, declaring, whether it's luck or strength, since it was you who killed Mi Miao, don't back down now. This hunt was yours, and the result is indisputable. On the other side, the boy remained silent, his eyes gleaming with pride, secretly thinking to himself that the elder seemed to know everything we hadn't spoken of. Not mentioning it clearly meant the headmaster didn't want to make a scene. The decision is made. The director's face broke into a delighted smile. Thanks to you all, you've helped me solve a major headache. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, at the spot where Yu had been standing with her group of friends, a series of beams of light descended to the ground. Jian Shen's group had returned safely, along with the elder. Standing in the middle of everyone, he joyfully announced a decision that had been made. In this hunting event, Chang Yang Eternal Sky was crowned the champion. The match was officially over, and everyone dispersed. The injured were immediately arranged for treatment. Once again, the announcement left Ming Xiang stunned, as if she had misheard. Chang Yang Eternal Sky had clearly cheated. Why was he the champion? I don't accept this. How could he have possibly killed a fourth-level magic beast? Ming Xiang's expression angered the dean. Xia Tong's voice quietly questioned, dare you challenge the academy's judgment? If you have any doubts, you can come to my office. At the end of the meeting, seeing the way the dean expressed himself, Tan did not dare speak anymore. He shrank back and chose to leave. I understand. Let them tear each other apart. Over here, Jin Shen stood in front of the tent. Quickly, go treat the injured. Everyone else, return to your rooms. Dr. Iron Pagoda lifted his injured friend and carried him into the tent for treatment. We have someone injured. Jin Shen finished his task and entered the tent, only to immediately meet Yu standing nearby.
Chanyang Eternal Sky, I've been searching for you all this time. The two of them stepped outside, where she looked at him and asked about his condition. Your injuries are fine now, that's great. Jian Shen, touched by Yu Yu's kindness, felt a surge of happiness. He smiled and replied, it's nothing. I heard from my fellow disciples that in Milin, you risked your life to save us. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving help. He continued smiling at her, expressing his thoughts, there's no need to thank me. As long as we resolve the misunderstandings between us, that's enough. Yu Yu listened attentively, placing a hand on her chest. A smile appeared on her face. In such a situation, being willing to risk her life to save others clearly showed that she was a good person. She felt regret for her previous offense and hoped for reconciliation. She widened her eyes, no longer shy around Jianchen, and formally introduced herself, I am Yu Yu. He, too, responded with courtesy, raising his palm towards her. Ah, I am Chanyang Eternal Sky. Their hands moved closer, ready for a handshake of peace. But then, something unexpected happened. An explosion erupted, sending both of them flying along with the appearance of a person. The familiar face left Yu Yu stunned, and she anxiously spoke up, Teacher, it's no one else. The one who is hindering us both is your master. Xiaoyi, don't get too excited, your danger is just beginning. She cast a brief glance at Jianchen before turning and leaving, urging Yu Yu, follow me, something big has happened. Thus, as if forced, she was dragged away by Xiaoyi, apologizing. Jianchen stood there, sighing, his expression a mixture of helplessness and something enigmatic, as if to say, can't we have a normal conversation? Back in the room, Jianchen confided in Iron Pagoda, slowly chewing, his gaze distant and irritated. That female classmate, after waking up, had completely forgotten everything, and still thought she could make friends with two girls at the academy. Though still exhausted, he reassured himself, don't be down, after all, we still have rewards, right? Let's wait and see what the boss will bring back as a rare item. Unexpectedly, Yang Hu appeared in front, his mouth wide open, smiling with delight, bringing good news. Seeing his expression, Jianchen smiled brightly and made his own guess. Boss, why are you so excited? Could it be that the reward is being given to a beautiful woman? Sure enough, his guess was completely in line with Yang Hu's thoughts. He asked in surprise, you already know? This left Jianchen stunned. What? The whole room erupted into noise. The cheers from the three of them echoed continuously. Was the reward a beautiful woman, or was it just a rumor? In the same room, silence fell. No one spoke a word. Jianchen seemed to have something troubling his heart as he stood alone, closing his eyes, looking at his brothers. Yang Hu, standing next to him, anxiously asked. Fourth brother, you don't seem too excited. Over here, Iron Pagoda had one hand on his waist, agreeing with Yang Hu's point of view. Yes, you could marry that princess. Aren't you happy? Jianchen listened, disinterested, crossing his arms and turning his back. Who is that princess anyway? I don't even know her. And asking me to marry her, I can't accept it. Seeing that you didn't know the background of his fiancée, Yang Hu eagerly introduced, Princess Gulan, she is the only daughter of the current king of the country. But she only received a judgmental glance from Jianchen, with no response at all. In order to avoid making things awkward for him, Jianchen still asked nonchalantly, so what happened? But Yang Hu was at a loss. That's all I know, he said, scratching his head lightly as he tried to recall more details, then told Jianchen everything. Princess Gulan had always been a mysterious figure, from childhood to adulthood, and only those within the royal family knew her true identity. No one outside the royal circle had ever seen her. With such secrecy, surely the princess couldn't be an ugly person, could she? At this point, Yang Hu's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Even if she was extremely ugly, she was still a princess, and marrying her would mean inheriting a whole kingdom in the future. But all he received in response was a scornful reply from Jianchen. As king of the country, I have no interest in relying on anything. My fate should not be decided by others. Not wanting to waste time on trivial matters, Jian turned and left the room. We went outside to be quiet for a while. There was nothing to be done about the engagement, it was so annoying. Standing at the side of the door, Iron Pagoda nervously asked him, "Boss, do you think Cheng Tian might actually cancel the engagement?" Yang Hu watched the figure of the boy growing smaller in the distance, his mouth still firm. "It shouldn't be to that extent, right?" But then he seemed to remember something, and his face changed from calm to pale. "Rebelling against an imperial decree is a death sentence, I have to advise him," Yang Hu said, and without hesitation, he opened the door, shouting loudly, "Jian, fourth brother, don't be impulsive." But by the time he reached the entrance, the figure of the boy had already vanished, faster than the wind. At the same time, by the green grass at the resting place of the Iron Pagoda, two female figures appeared. It turned out to be Yu, sitting and savoring a piece of watermelon. "Teacher, do you think Chong Yang Eternal Sky will agree to the arranged marriage? He doesn't know I'm Princess Gulan, and on the other side is Master." Zhu Dian replied confidently, "The Chong Yang family will definitely agree. After all, this is a great opportunity for them to return to their former glory. As for Chang Yang Eternal Sky, I don't know." Holding a half-eaten slice of watermelon, Yu declared firmly, "If he's the kind of man who craves power and agrees to the marriage, then I'll go to Emperor Father myself and annul the engagement." Hearing her resolute tone, her father continued to question, "And what if he refuses?" The unexpected question put Yu in a difficult spot, but she still answered, "If he refuses, then he's truly someone special. I think I might consider it." Shoei lifted his head in exasperation at his disciple's reply. "So if he agrees to the marriage, you'll annul it, but if he refuses, you won't? I truly can't understand you young people these days." Her face flushed red as she hid behind the slice of watermelon. With her eyes closed, she suddenly sensed something, then opened them wide and looked into the distance. Shoei, too, noticed a familiar figure, Jian walking slowly up the stairs. The moment they mentioned him, he appeared. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, just like a soulless man. "In my past life, I roamed the world alone with Xiao Zhao by my side, free as the wind. And now, I'm inexplicably being rejected from a marriage. In the future, even with someone else truly by my side, I still haven't gotten used to it." From somewhere, a piece of watermelon rind, already scooped out, flew into the air, striking Jian gaze, making him blink dryly. Without hesitation, out of habit, Jian looked up, searching for the master of the watermelon, and upon raising his head, he was met by Yu, holding the melon, sitting gracefully and speaking in a seductive tone. "Classmate Chang Tian, what a coincidence, come over and have some watermelon with me." Her sudden appearance startled him, and he scratched his head, feeling both confused and flustered. "What are you doing here? Didn't you have something to take care of?" Yu immediately responded, answering his question and explaining that she had finished her business and came here to enjoy the scenery. "I heard you were betrothed by the king, so here, take a piece of sweet melon," she said, handing Jian a piece. Jian quickly sat down next to Yu. "How do you know about that?" She pretended not to know, smiling and offering her congratulations. "That was fast, congratulations. You've got yourself a princess now." Jian's expression remained emotionless, his eyes vacant as he spoke. "What's there to congratulate? I've never even met the princess, and suddenly I'm engaged." Hearing this, Yu lowered her head to look at him and explained the benefits to help Jian understand. Marrying a princess, one could inherit an entire kingdom, and in the future many would dream of such a thing. Taking a big bite, he spat out the pit, then expressed his thoughts clearly, "What I want will be achieved through my own strength, not by relying on the favor of others." Upon hearing this, Yu understood his meaning and, in surprise, asked again, "You want to cancel the engagement?" Jian, without any regret, lowered his head slightly and continued sharing his feelings. "The difficult matter I face, the engagement was decided by the royal family. If I cancel the engagement, it will implicate my family and show disrespect to Princess Gulan. I cannot harm an innocent person." Upon hearing this, Yu trusted him even more and smiled with satisfaction.
She had never expected that he would consider others. Not stopping there, Jian Chen turned his gaze, full of ambition, toward the distant horizon. I am still young.
I only want to cultivate and don't want anything else.
When my strength is sufficient in the future, I will negotiate with the royal family and then resolve this matter. Holding a slice of melon in her hand, she couldn't help but interrupt when she heard him say this. You seem so mature. There's no way you look like you're still a child.
You're not lying about your age, are you?
The issue of age had been updated multiple times, and Jian Chen felt uncomfortable. He broke into a cold sweat, trying to change the subject. Of course not, I really am just a child, he said, eating a coconut. You saw his expression and laughed, the sound echoing through the whole building.
Chang Tian, I find you really interesting.
Not far away, Joey continued to observe them, holding a piece of melon in his hand.
Youth's matters are truly beyond my understanding. At that moment, a different space appeared, surrounded by trees and leaves.
Ming Xiang, looking frustrated, pressed the injured Yang Hu to the ground.
Xia Tong asked loudly, "Where is Chan Yang Eternal Sky?" "Right now, he's no different from a wild beast."
Her sharp teeth ground out each word with emphasis. "If you don't speak, you'll die first." The battle for survival began. As the smoke cleared, it was time for Yang Hu and Ming Xiang to face off. Blood streamed down his face, and though in pain, he continued to defend Jian Chen until the very end.
Chang Ming Xiang, the engagement was the decision of the kingdom's king. Do you really think that by killing Chang Tian, you can marry the princess?
He was taken aback by Yang Hu's sudden question, struggling to maintain some semblance of anger and retort. I am Master Hua Yun Tong, with extraordinary strength.
Princess Gulan can only marry me. The king of the kingdom's fourth marriage to Chang Tian is a joke.
He was enraged by Ming Xiang's arrogant attitude, his fists clenched tightly as he yelled, Chang Ming Xiang, you're causing chaos like this at the academy.
The dean will not let you off. He wasn't someone to be trifled with either.
Channeling his internal energy, a surge of spiritual qi appeared before his claw-like fingers. My father has already invited the dean and Bai En to Hua Yun Tong as guests, and right now, there is no one at the academy who can save you. Hearing those words filled with provocation, Yang Hu remained indifferent, raising his hands horizontally, spinning like a whirlwind. I don't expect anyone else to save me. With his face bloodied, Xia Tong emphasized each word with intensity, don't forget. No sooner had he spoken, Yang Hu seemed to unleash a burst of power, slamming his hands down onto the ground.
My Shang Li is of the earth element.
Ming Xiang, caught off guard, was struck by the rising stones from the ground beneath him. Pushed upward, his face was blank with confusion, standing on higher ground and looking down in search of Yang Hu's silhouette. Once he confirmed the exact location, Ming Xiang immediately gathered all his inner energy, the purple spiritual force surging forward in a fierce attack. Yang Hu, busy fleeing, was struck head-on by that terrifying wave of power, leaving him with little chance to counter. Fortunately, he was unharmed. He only cast a slight glance at the scratch-like wound across his back.
Seeing Ming Xiang's subordinates preparing to strike, Yang Hu raised his arm high, shifting into a defensive stance.
In this open courtyard, there was no place to hide. He could not allow them a chance to close in. Like a tiger, he lunged forward, snapping the neck of one man, then dashed toward the back mountain in hopes of escaping. Realizing Yang Hu was about to slip from his grasp, Ming Xiang frantically gave the order.
Chase him. Don't let him get away.
Back at the resting tower at this moment, classmate Chang Tian, about the matter of the betrothal, don't be so quick to refuse. On the table, the once fresh and juicy plate of watermelon had now become nothing more than a pile of rinds and seeds scattered about.
After some conversation with Jian Chen, Yu smiled with certainty. Princess Gulan is likely far better than you imagine.
As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with Jian Chen's stunned gaze, which grew even more intense.
Jian Chen interrogated her relentlessly, do you know Princess Gulan? Are you from the royal family?
But all he received in return was a smile, accompanied by Yu's direct gaze.
You'll know in the future. With that, she quickly turned and left, skipping as she went. I must be off now, goodbye. Leaving Jianshan standing alone in the building, watching her go, his expression full of contemplation. He sighed deeply, frustrated with himself. Whether in the past life or this one, I still can't understand the mind of this woman. But before he could think more on the matter, a strange, unsettling surge of purple energy from behind caught his attention. Jianshan, with his keen senses, turned around and felt the vibrations of ancient saint power. Someone was fighting nearby? Not far off, Ming Xiang had chased Yang Hu to the location. His face was a mix of frustration and calculation, as Zhang Yang played the cat and mouse game. Ming Xiang, filled with anger, raised his sharp claws, stopping just ahead. At that moment, he resembled a giant bird. He straightened up and advanced towards Yang Hu. But something unexpected happened before he could strike. An unfamiliar surge of energy hit him, challenging him. Ming Xiang was taken aback by the event, turning his head in confusion, looking around in a daze. It was none other than Jianshan, who appeared at the critical moment when Yang Hu was in imminent danger. "Boss, are you okay?" Blood was pouring from his mouth as he threw his arm over Yang Hu's shoulder to help him stand steady. "Fourth brother Chung Ming Xian wants to kill me, you must run." Yang Hu, exhausted and weak, leaned forward, struggling to speak each word clearly to Jianshan. "Go find Elder." Seeing Jianshan willingly offer his life, Ming Xiang was elated and pointed directly at him. "Chang Yang, eternal sky, you've come to me willingly." He couldn't control his emotions and raised his arms high, laughing in sheer delight. "Chang Yang, Chang Tian, you've come to me once again." Upon hearing Ming Xiang's words, Jianshan's face lost all expression of joy, replaced by a dull, grim look. "Boss, even though I have a tough mental state, it's a burden to others." He recalled the times when Yang Hu risked his life to bring back magic cores for him. "But he risked his life hunting for the magic core for me, all the good things are kept for me." In Jianshan's eyes, he was always the most important person after the one who gave birth to him. "In this world, aside from my mother, the one who brings warmth to the family, there is only the boss." Back in reality, Jianshan spread his palm, covered in blood from the wound left by Yang Hu. Xia Tong said, "This is the blood of my boss." Without hesitation, each word came with a frown. The resentment was evident, the blood debt must be paid with blood. Jianshan gathered all his internal energy, unleashing it in an explosive burst. In just a few short seconds, those who dared to harm him in such a way were all going to die. With a flushed face, he spoke coldly, declaring the end for Ming Xiang. "Cheng Ming Xiang, today, you are the one who must die." He stood over there with his subordinates, looking at Jianshan as he exploded in a fiery rage, slightly disheartened. "I am Master Huayun Tong, the strongest in Zaja Institute, yet I was intimidated by the gaze of a newborn." With this thought, Guzhen steadied himself. Ming Xiang gritted his teeth tightly, and he too began to channel his internal energy. The surrounding area was filled with spiritual energy as a voice rang out. "Come here and see who really died." Ming Xiang, like a wild beast, charged forward, raising his sharp palm high. Lu Ting, who preferred this side, watched as Jianshan finished preparing the blue sword. He declared angrily, "You think you're the strongest at Zaja Institute?" As soon as he spoke, holding on to the grudge against Yang Hu, Jianshan rushed forward, initiating the battle, ready to show him what heaven beyond heaven really meant. And so, the two plunged into a life or death battle, with dust flying all over the courtyard. With the sharp tip of the blue sword, Jianshan effortlessly countered his opponent's finger techniques in astonishment. Is this really possible? Ming Xiang, unable to believe what was happening, widened his eyes in disbelief. Clearly, he had only recently advanced to the saint level. How could he manipulate Shangli so delicately? Grinding his teeth, Jianshan furrowed his brow and pulled his sword back, while Ming Xiang, still reeling from the previous blow, stumbled and fell backward. With a blank expression, Jianshan gripped his sword and moved swiftly, striking quickly and decisively. The strikes he made were like unsaid words, each one a statement of intent. Not missing a single strike. In the end, he was severely injured, clutching his bleeding chest while silently thinking to himself, "I'm wounded, how could this happen?" But Ming Xiang, being the arrogant person he was, couldn't accept humiliation.
Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, thinking, no, this is impossible, it must have been luck. So he kept charging forward, still convinced of his own strength, but every attack he made was easily countered by the other. This can't be happening. Yet, Ming Xiang continued to attack in a state of helplessness, refusing to accept defeat, striking again and again.
I won't admit it.
A few minutes later, unwilling to let the battle drag on in frustration, Jian Shen delivered the final blow, a single strike straight to his chest. Ming Xiang had no choice but to surrender, clutching his wound, his face contorted in immense pain. He was as if paralyzed, turning his head to look back, where Jian Shen stood still, and asked in frustration, "Why is it that every time I attack, it seems like you've already predicted everything?
I can't land a single hit."
Jian Shen respected his opponent, giving him a brief glance before clearly explaining, "I have always shown mercy to my opponents." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Shen tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and brought it down hard onto the ground. "Because I don't want to kill you, but today is different." Jian Shen's face clearly showed defiance, his voice ringing out, strong and resolute, "You want to harm my brother, and that crime cannot be forgiven. I don't want to waste words with a scoundrel like Ming Xiang." Lowering his voice, he uttered his final words, "Die." With that, a series of slashes filled his body, and Ming Xiang screamed in agony. The strikes kept coming, growing more numerous, throwing him off the beam. In less than a minute, Ming Xiang completely collapsed, falling to the ground, his hands clutching his shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. Seeing his condition, Jian Shen spoke, his voice full of disdain, "What about being the master of Hua Yuntong? What about the so-called prestigious academy? With such a strong family background, yet you can't even withstand a single blow. In the blink of an eye, you've been reduced to a cripple, and you're still spitting out insults." Did Ming Xiang scream? His eyes widened, and he mentally tried to reassure himself. This must be fake. Images flooded back to him, memories of when he was a child, praised for his talents. This sword technique ordinary people would need a month to learn it. Yet Master learned in one day, truly a rare genius among millions. This made him increasingly arrogant, disregarding his teammates. A bunch of useless fools, yet Ming Xiang alone was a force to be reckoned with. These were the achievements within the sect, and Master was a talent of heaven and earth. The path to immortality was surely wide open, and with Master in charge of Hua Yuntong, it would only grow more prosperous and successful. All day long, the trust of the sect leader in him grew higher and higher. "Liang Heir, in the future, you will not only be the sect leader of Hua Yuntong, but also the king of an entire country." It felt as though he was stepping onto the peak of the world, with a smile of ambition, his desire growing bigger with every moment. Everything, the mountains, the land, it was all his, all his. Back in reality, with the wound still etched deeply into his chest, Ming Xiang trembled, "I am the future sect leader of Hua Yuntong, and the future king of the country as well. I am a genius, I will not lose." He stood up abruptly, ordering his subordinates around him. "Charge together. We have so many people, are we really afraid of just one? Kill him, and I will reward you handsomely." Meanwhile, Jian Shen crouched, his hand already gripping his sword. Scornful tone, strength far below expectations. As he spoke, his face revealed blatant contempt. "Weren't you going to make up for it with numbers?" The slashes Jian Shen unleashed each felled one of Ming Xiang's underlings. Watching his comrades suffer a crushing defeat, their mouths still stained with blood. After Ming Xiang called out his name loudly, "Changyang Eternal Sky, you are indeed formidable, but this will end here." It turns out he still has an ace up his sleeve, Yanghu, who is being held face down on the ground. "Aren't you so protective of your boss? If you don't want your boss to die, then cut off your own right hand." At Ming Xiang's demand, Jian Shen fell silent and turned his head to glance at him. Seeing the boy still refused to cooperate, he flew into a rage, yanking his head up and shouting repeatedly, "Hurry up, or I'll drag your boss down to be buried with him." A row of green trees was severed by Jian Shen's strokes, sliced cleanly with a satisfying snap. Ming Xiang was once again startled by the sight, his mouth agape in panic. "What?" But it didn't end there. A sudden slash from Jian Shen skimmed lightly across his arm. Ming Xiang descended into hysteria, his arm spurted blood as he screamed wildly.
My arm! Jian Chen's face was expressionless. He smiled faintly, accepted the request and disabled the arm. Very well. While Ming Xiang is panicked, staunch the bleeding on his arm and rush to support brother Yang who is unconscious. But mind the arm.
Clutching the bleeding limb, Ming Xiang turned and, furious, spat at Jian Chen.
Qian Yang Eternal Sky, how dare you harm me? My father will not let you off. I'll make sure the Qianyang clan is wiped out.
Seeing he still strutted, Jian Chen smiled slightly and drew his hidden sword.
If I kill you, no one will know what happened.
Ming Xiang trembled, it seemed he had guessed Jian Chen's intention. Without hesitation he ran with all his might, begging non-stop, don't kill me, spare my life.
Luck seemed to smile on him. Not far off, a group of people appeared behind him wanting to flee. Who still fights by the rules on Back Mountain when they see someone to lean on? He quickly ran over, chattering, Teacher, save me. Qianyang Eternal Sky wants to kill me.
Upon hearing this, they hurried over to inquire about Ming Xiang's situation.
What happened?
Quickly, save him. Seeing them following him, he felt a little frustrated and decided to abandon his previous plan. It seemed there was no way to silence Ming Xiang now. No point in wasting time. Jian Chen carried Yonghu on his back and walked hastily. Never mind, for now, let's get boss to a safe place first. After a while, they had moved far away from the group. Inside a deep, dark cave, there was no way out in sight. Yanghu, who had been unconscious for a long time, regained some awareness and opened his eyes to look around. At this moment, his body was bare, with dried blood sticking to his back. Yanghu glanced over at the fourth brother, who was lying beside him. His face could not hide the fear and confusion as he looked at Jian Chen several times. It seemed that both he and the fourth brother had met a tragic end. Could this be the Samsara realm? The more Yanghu thought about it, the more resentment he felt. His hands clenched tightly, and tears streamed down his face as he mourned for the fourth brother, so young, yet killed by the treacherous schemes of Ming Xiang. Death comes without closing the eyes. Seeing that he was making a big deal out of it, Jian Chen sighed and analyzed, Boss, could you please not overdo it? Ming Xiang was already beaten and ran away long ago. It seemed like the man over there didn't hear him, and firmly declared, I must become a demon, and take Ming Xiang's life. Fourth brother, what are you saying? You're not dead? But Yanghu still seemed uncertain, pointing to the dry blood stains. So what's with this blood then? Hearing that, Jian Chen smiled lightly and picked some berries, handing them over. These are fruits I found in the forest. The juice can stop bleeding when applied to the wounds on your clothes. Is it really that magical? Yanghu, no longer worried, popped the berries into his mouth and then asked, So how did you manage to make Ming Xiang run? Jian Chen's next words made him choke on his water. I crippled Ming Xiang's arm. I originally wanted to kill him to silence him, but then I ran into a teacher on patrol, so he escaped. What am I going to do with this trouble now? Yanghu looked terrified, deeply analyzing Ming Xiang's background. You crippled Ming Xiang's arm? If exposed as the lone venomous cat, Hua Yuntong would not spare him. Yanghu bared his teeth, as if he wanted to devour him alive, angered by his thoughtless actions. Fourth brother, you must run, he said. If Hua Yuntong catches you, you will surely die, yet that would only earn you a shake of the head and a refusal from Jian Chen. If I flee, Hua Yuntong will not spare the Qianyang family, I cannot drag them into this. He drew a long breath, lowered his head, and his eyes showed clear regret. Sadly, their headmaster had been invited to Hua Yuntong. At present no one at the academy could act on our behalf. No sooner had the words left him than an idea flashed through Jian Chen's mind. He touched his chin and smiled faintly, the headmaster being at Hua Yuntong might be a gamble worth taking. The next morning, at first light, birds sang in a large building of the sect. In the reception hall, a number of high-ranking sect leaders were assembled.
An elder seated at the table, impatient at the delay, asked loudly, "Sect leader Ji, did the person who specially invited us here only intend to entertain us with wine?" Beside him, Bai Yen continued, "If there is nothing else, we should go back. There is still a lot to do at the academy."
Mingxin heard this complaint and, confused, smiled as he tried to keep them from leaving.
"You rarely come here, so please wait a moment. Nothing will happen over there at the academy."
As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly shook his finger and added, "Even if something were to happen, it won't involve you."
The brief statement left both Bai En and the dean puzzled. Was Chang Mingxiang trying to harm Chang Tian? He spoke directly to him. They wouldn't dare cause such a ruckus at the academy, would they?
Mingxin, uninterested, filled his cup with wine and looked at the two of them with gratitude.
"Dean, Deputy Dean, I thank you for taking care of Liang Er over the years at the academy. Let me offer you a toast."
Before they could drink, a subordinate rushed in from outside.
Sect leader, it's bad news." Seeing this, Mingxin quickly stood up, lowering his voice to ask, "What's the emergency?" The fearful subordinate gritted his teeth, trembling as he reported, "Report to sect leader. The young sect master at the academy has had his arm severed by Changyang Eternal Sky. He is gravely injured and near death."
Hearing this information, Bai En and the director both spat out the sip of wine they had just taken. As for Mingxin, his face changed color, his brows furrowed, and his tone shifted noticeably.
"What?"
In the room at Yu Yu's house, the yellow light flickered through the window. She was holding a bun in her hand, taking a bite with satisfaction, while Chang Tian had already crippled Chang Mingxiang's arm. Nearby, Zhou Yi appeared, and unless they could invite the 7th-rank Guangming saint, Chang Mingxiang's arm would have already been crippled. Yu didn't stay silent and voiced her opinion directly, but the whole of King's country essentially had no 7th-rank Guangming saint master.
She listened to all of her reasoning, took a long breath, and then explained.
"The Qi sect leader had submitted a petition to Your Majesty, requesting the punishment of Changyang Eternal Sky.
Your Majesty is currently deliberating on this matter."
Hearing that things had reached this point, Yu could not accept it. She slammed her hand on the table and decisively said, "I must go meet Your Majesty and beg him to pardon Chang Tian." Seeing her expression, Zhou Yi quickly tried to calm her down.
"Yu, don't be so agitated."
Yu, seeing her master in such a state, quickly explained.
"Chang Tian is not someone who causes trouble."
She only spoke up because she knew there were some misunderstandings on both sides. If he injured Chang Mingxiang, there must be some hidden reasons behind this.
Zhou Yi lowered his head slightly, his eyes and face full of sorrow.
Whether there are hidden reasons or not, it no longer matters. She gazed into the distance and continued her master's words. Huayun Tong is the top sect of a king, and Changyang Eternal Sky is just a genius from the Lost Soul clan.
The weight of each side is clear. Does the Emperor Father really have to sacrifice Chang Tian?
Zhou Yi saw that his disciple remained melancholic, and helplessly lifted his head. He was the king of a nation and had to think for the country as a whole. This was the harsh reality. Yu ignored him and turned to look at the moonlight outside the window.
Chang Tian, after a day.
The early morning sunlight shone through the green leaves. At this time, inside the grand hall where the throne was placed, the high-ranking officials were gathered around.
None other than the King of Wu was sitting on the throne, asking loudly, "It's been a whole day, and we still haven't found Zhang Yang, the tyrant?"
Below, Mingxin erupted in fury, shouting loudly, suggesting that the emperor allow a search of the academy, where Zhang Yang, the tyrant, was hiding, and urgently requesting His Majesty's approval to enter and conduct a thorough search. On the opposite side, the headmaster, unwilling to back down, immediately countered, as if in a dream.
"The academy is not a place where you can act recklessly."
Seeing him protect his student like that, Mingxin roared in frustration, his face contorted with anger. He had just received intelligence that, not long ago, Uncle Chang Yang had been chasing Zhang Yang to Jiaxi Academy.
What explanation would the headmaster offer for this?
Startled by the question, Mingxin began to sweat. Uncle Chang Yang coming to the academy by N, too, was confused and felt sympathy for the headmaster. It seemed neither of them had a satisfactory answer to this matter. Mingxian snapped his fingers and urgently suggested, "I implore your majesty to allow me to send people to the academy to capture him, lest Zhang Yang and his son escape." But just as the words left his mouth, a familiar voice accompanied by footsteps entered. "No need for Zhisek leader to worry, I have already brought Cheng Tian back." It turned out to be Yang Ba, holding the chain that bound Jianchen as he led him inside. "What is going on?" The man, his face full of concern, clasped his hands and bowed before the king of Wu. "Uncle Chang Yang has been lax in his supervision, allowing Yang Tian to make such a mistake. I beg your majesty to punish me instead." Seeing Yang Ba kneeling with his head lowered, Mingxian, in a fit of anger, repeatedly pointed fingers in condemnation. "Uncle Chang Yang, you should step aside, you are not the one to pardon Chang Yang Eternal Sky." Upon hearing this, Yang Ba immediately raised his head, firmly gripping the man's hand. "Zhisek leader, I apologize. Cheng Tian has committed a grave mistake. By law, he must be punished, and I will take him to Huayun Tong for you to handle the matter." But Mingxian, filled with rage, forcefully pushed Yang Ba's hand away, decisively breaking the contact. Seeing his father being insulted in this manner, though bound, he still spoke up fiercely. "If one person is to blame, then let that person take the responsibility. The hand that struck your son was mine. If there is any anger, direct it at me and don't involve the Changyang family." Jianshan's resilience had made the king of Wu shaken, standing behind Mingxian, whispering to the Zhisek leader. "If Zhangyang family head can sacrifice personal ties for the greater good, then you should carry yourself as a sect leader should." The weight of those words, full of implication, was deeply engraved in his mind. He couldn't stop thinking, no matter what plans you all have, if you dare come to Huayun Tong, then you are simply seeking your own death. Mingxian's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he stood across from Jianshan. "Fine, then I will settle this with Changyang Eternal Sky alone, not with the Changyang family." An idea flashed in Mingxian's mind, and he pointed directly at the young man, giving an order. "Where are they? Take Changyang Eternal Sky to the dungeons right now." His subordinates immediately responded, "Understood." Meanwhile, Baiyan's expression turned grim, his brows furrowed as if he wanted to step in and help Jianshan. It seemed the dean had sensed his thoughts, quickly raising a hand to stop him, ordering, "Stay calm, don't act rashly, just watch quietly for now." He watched as Jianshan, heavily shackled, was dragged away, feeling a bit of anger, but still asserting to himself, "Perhaps Cheng Tian will bring us a surprise after all." An hour ago, when Yang Ba heard that his son had caused a great disaster, he rode a beast resembling an eagle and landed swiftly. As a father, he asked about the situation of Jianshan Lila. "I received news and rushed here." "Are you injured?" Seeing Yang Ba's expression, the boy, confused, repeatedly questioned, "Father, are you not angry that I've caused such a huge mess?" He listened, then replied with self-reproach, "If anyone is to be blamed, it's me. I couldn't protect you, Zhou Quan. You've punished the evil ones, but now you have to worry about retaliation. In order to keep my dear son safe, I've made arrangements, and we must leave the kingdom of Jessen immediately if you continue down this path." But Jianshan only shook his head in response, replying, "Huayun Tong will never forgive the Changyang family." His words made Yang Ba so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. "My dear son, you truly care about the family." Jianshan's face remained emotionless as he explained that his mother had nothing to do with the family. Suddenly, as they were talking, a thought flashed through the boy's mind, and he came up with a plan, preparing for a big move. Back in the main hall, Jianshan's body was wrapped in chains and he was dragged forward. Mingxian's subordinate paid no attention, his expression now betrayed a scheming intent. "Huayun Tong, I want to see what you can do to me." Bound in chains, Jianshan was led up the steps by Mingxian's men. He cast a curious glance around and then noticed something wrong. Jianshan immediately looked at the men ahead and fired a decisive question, "Isn't this the path that leads to the back of your mountain?" There was no one else on the topmost step stood Mingxiang, one arm crippled. Zhang Tian of Changyang had had his arm ruined. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with resentment, his teeth bared as if he wanted to devour him. "I must take a life to make up for it.
Seeing Ming Xiang's condition, Jian Shen smiled with satisfaction. So you really came.
His brow tightened, revealing the intent behind his words.
I've been waiting for you a long time.
A few hours earlier, when Yang Ba heard the plan, he immediately snapped, "You want me to take you to Hua Yuntong to surrender?
Chang Tian, you're leaving.
You look at your father and understand his feelings, then explain."
I've gathered information already.
The king of the country and the dean are all at Hua Yuntong. As long as they are there, Hua Yuntong won't dare to take any direct action against you. As Jian Shen spoke, he raised his finger and shook his head, as if to refute something. Chang Mingxiang is a record keeper, and since you've taken the initiative to present yourself, he will definitely want to take revenge on you.
This is your opportunity.
Seeing his stubborn son, Yang Ba rushed over, placing his hand on his shoulder to try and convince him again, but doing this on Hua Yuntong's turf is too risky. Unable to contain his emotions, Jian Shen raised his hand, and a dense aura of spiritual energy surged out. If you want to preserve the family, these slashes of spiritual energy made Yang Ba stand frozen in shock. You must take this risk. In just a few seconds, a series of slashes cut through the tall, thick trees that couldn't be seen at the top. In an instant, the trees were chopped down, and the logs fell to the ground, scattered across the earth. Looking at the skill his son displayed, he was left speechless, eyes wide in astonishment.
Here it is.
Jian Shen wore an expression of great satisfaction, smiling slightly as he spoke to Yang Ba. "Father, with my strength, as long as I don't encounter an elder-level expert, no one in Hua Yuntong can stop me." Listening to every word he said, Yang Ba was incredibly happy, silently thinking to himself, "In just a few days, this boy has grown so much." With that, Yang Ba slammed his hand against his chest and made a final decision.
"All right, I'll bet on you this time."
Back at Jian Shen's location, Ming Xiang, filled with resentment, pointed at his subordinates and ordered, "Go, kill him for me." Jian Shen looked at them, his face full of contempt.
He thought to himself, "Just relying on you guys?"
Without wanting to waste time, Jian Shen activated his inner strength and easily broke through their tight formation. Jian Shen raised his hand high, and a burst of purple spiritual energy appeared. He called out loudly, "Changyang Master." Without much effort, Jian Shen lightly lifted his foot and rushed toward Ming Xiang like an arrow, thinking, "If someone is going to die here, it'll be you." Back at the palace, inside the main hall, the fading light of the sunset shone faintly through the windows. The king of Wu had an expression of clear frustration, resting his chin on his hand as he asked those below.
"She sect leader, how do you intend to deal with Chan Yang Eternal Sky? The truth behind Cheng Mingxiang's injury is still unclear. Do not use this opportunity to take revenge."
Standing below to hear the question, Mingshan sneered and reported, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate the truth and deal with it fairly."
That answer satisfied everyone.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a subordinate rushed in from outside, his face etched with panic.
"Sect leader, sir, it's terrible."
The man bowed his head and recounted every detail, leaving him gaping, unsure how to respond. Chan Yang Eternal Sky had just driven Master out of the sect. After listening for a long while, Mingshan finally came to his senses, his whole body trembled. Anger surged through him. What a sight! Before him lay Ming Xiang's body, face swollen and unconscious. What had happened? The subordinate knew this was a thorny problem. Folding his hands he shook as he recounted how Jian Shen had pressed a sword to his throat. "Master led us to kill Chan Yang Eternal Sky, but unexpectedly he turned the tables and slaughtered us instead. If you don't want to die, take me outside," he continued. They all bowed their heads in fear, as they knew that after Chan Yang Eternal Sky managed to escape, he had ruthlessly beaten Master and walked away arrogantly. After that, he left, pleased with himself.
"Get lost. Killing you would only dirty my hands."
Having gained the advantage, the trio of Yang Ba, Baiyan, and the dean pointed directly at Ming Xin and interrogated him.
"She sect leader, do you dare to condone your son killing Cheng Tian? Hua Yuntong has been utterly unreasonable."
"I heard and saw with my own eyes that, on the throne, the king of Wu angrily accused Ming Xin."
"She sect leader, is this what you call handling matters with fairness?
From being a victim of injustice, he had now become a criminal, and yet, he stood there, bewildered.
How infuriating.
Mingxin was so furious that he rushed to his subordinates and vented his anger wildly, calling them a bunch of useless fools. Fine, in order to follow the plan laid out, Yang Ba clasped his hands in a humble manner on the ground, constantly urging the King of Wu.
Your Majesty, since Cheng Tian has escaped, I will go and capture him now.
He lowered his head, his mouth begging the King of Wu, pleading, Your Majesty, please do not hold the Chongyang family accountable. Standing on the throne, the King of Wu raised his hand high in praise, constantly commending Yang Ba. Zhang Yang, the family head, sacrificed himself for the greater good, his attitude commendable. He issued a command, and in the end, both he and his son achieved their goal. The announcement rang out, stating that this matter had nothing to do with the Chongyang family.
No one was allowed to blame the Chongyang family for their great success.
After clearly distinguishing the crimes, the King of Wu ordered his soldiers to hunt down Zhang Tian from Chongyang, who had fled out of fear of punishment for his wicked deeds.
A nationwide manhunt was issued.
5 days later, in Baiyun City, a bustling commercial hub of the Kingdom of Jessen, a group of people hurriedly loaded their goods, preparing for departure. They were packing the cargo in haste.
Today, the merchant caravan was about to leave the Kingdom of Shang.
Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. A figure appeared, holding a neatly folded scroll.
Uncle, greetings.
I am the guard sent by the Dongbing Guild. Wu Du opened the scroll to read its contents. The young man in front of him looked quite youthful.
What is your name?
Upon hearing the question, the young man grasped the edges of his robe, quickly pulling the hood over his head.
Me? No one else, but he had returned.
Seeing Jian Shen, he was stunned and shouted out. Jian Shen was just a short distance from Shenwang early in the morning, and the voices echoed loudly inside the hall.
Your Majesty.
At this moment, around the dining table, the officials continuously urged the King of Wu to make a quick decision. Hua Yuntong continued to present a memorial, urgently requesting the royal family to grant Princess Kailin to Chengming Xiang. Under the heavy pressure, the King of Wu intertwined his hands, his face slightly awkward as he suggested, Princess Kailin has gone on a journey. The marriage arrangement is postponed indefinitely. The sudden update of this information made the officials start murmuring loudly.
Your Majesty, has Princess Kailin really left? Is the sudden delay of the marriage arrangement just part of a scheme? The attitude of the group finally angered the King of Wu.
Father Yu could not hold back his emotions and slammed his hand down on the table. The engagement to Chongyang Eternal Sky was because of his exceptional talents, and he might be the one who could resolve the future threats to the kingdom. The King of Wu's face showed a mixture of emotions, his brows furrowing as he tried to explain, but now Chongyang Eternal Sky was missing.
Is there anyone in the Kingdom of Qing who was worthy of Princess Kailin, someone like Changming Xiang? Upon hearing this, the officials fell silent.
One of them, still somewhat unsure, muttered hesitantly, but if there is no explanation for Hua Yuntong, it seems that to avoid embarrassment. The King of Wu closed his eyes and made a suggestion to appease Hua Yuntong. An imperial decree was issued, granting Hua Yuntong a large amount of gold and silver as compensation.
As for the marriage proposal, that was dismissed.
Seeing that the issue was settled, Father Yu, exhausted, turned away from the dining table, ignoring the officials who were still whispering among themselves.
I am tired, let's end it here for today.
Not far from there, after returning to his room, the King of Wu opened the door and stepped inside. Xiaoyi, ever curious, couldn't hold back her questions. The King of Wu turned around to look at her, asking if everything had been arranged with Tian Trian. Listening to the question, Xiaoyi clasped her hands together and quickly reported the situation. Yu had already left, and would depart from the Kingdom of Qing in a few days.
Seeing the King of Wu walking away, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and hurriedly asked, Aren't you going to tell Yu about the difficulties in the kingdom?
But all she received was a shake of the head and a smile from the emperor as he said to her, Are you not going? Suppressing her emotions, the King of Wu let out a long sigh and made a request to Qiuyi, if the destruction of the kingdom is unavoidable, then it will be enough if the king is buried alongside it.
From now on, I entrust this to you, the people of Yu.
As she saw the emperor gradually step inside, she respectfully clasped her hands together, bowing her head to declare, "I vow to be loyal to the king of Wu." Seeing this, the king of Wu paused, pointed upward, and emphasized each word, "The one you are loyal to is not me, but this nation." Hearing every word from the emperor she revered, Shoei let out a sorrowful sigh, raising her head to look up at the gate, where the national emblem was displayed. Was this country truly facing the threat of annihilation? The sky had already darkened with the twilight at the city gate. Jian Chen gazed up at the emblem of the king's kingdom. He sighed deeply, his face showing relief that the previous matter had been resolved. Soon, he would be leaving the kingdom of Jessen.
Father had sent word that the family had severed all ties with the Manchioni clan. We can rest assured now.
Feeling a sense of loneliness, Jian Chen recalled the time he spent wandering alone in the past. The current situation reminded him of the days when he left the mountain to roam the rivers and lakes on his own. Before he could fully immerse himself in these memories, the noise from the group behind him startled him. It was a group of subordinates from Huayun Tong, riding monstrous beasts and charging forward.
Get out of the way, get out of the way.
They were acting recklessly, throwing themselves at the cart, causing the horse to bolt in panic. Wu De stood there, confused, as a heavy barrel fell from above, right above his head. Fortunately, Jian Chen saw him rushing forward, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and lifted him out of danger. Wu De was deeply moved and looked up at him, constantly expressing his gratitude.
Thank you, brother Jian Chen, for ensuring my safety.
Jian Chen smiled politely and explained, I'm protecting the guards of the caravan, it's part of my duty. He looked ahead where the group was posting something on a board, but the contents were still unclear. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes widened. He seemed dazed, as if something bad had happened. Indeed, it was no mistake, on the wall at that moment was a wanted poster of Jian Chen, accompanied by a large notice offering a reward. Those men, acting on orders from the king of Wu, were broadcasting the announcement to the people in the capital, offering a generous gold reward for anyone who could capture Changyang Eternal Sky. Even providing a tip would result in a substantial reward. Looking at them, the young man sprayed some glue. Long now had a rather high opinion of them. No wonder they were the number one sect of Huayun Tong in the kingdom. My horse never stops traveling, yet they were only a little behind me. Jian Chen tried to avoid exposing his identity, hastily pulling his hood down. With the bounty notice up, if I don't disguise myself, I'll certainly be discovered.
Half an hour later, at the city gates of the capital, the Huayun Tong men of the king of Wu were checking those entering and exiting.
Jian Chen's suspicious appearance immediately caught the attention of one of the guards nearby. Unconcerned, the guard blocked his path and urgently demanded, "Take off your hood." Following the order, Jian Chen complied, slowly removing the hood from his head. Half of his face was now visible, and the guard called over a few of his companions. There is a suspicious person here. Beneath the hat that was about to be removed, the expression on Jian Chen's face clearly showed his growing frustration. His anger had reached its peak, and a stream of spiritual energy began to radiate out from him. Under the hood, his face changed dramatically, his fury threatening to explode at any moment. Suddenly, Wu De appeared from nowhere, stepping forward to block the inspection of the group.
Commander of Gulin, please stop.
They're all our people. Upon hearing this, one of them was confused.
Boss Wu De, do you know this person?
To save Jian Chen, Wu De hurriedly put his arm around his shoulder and gave him an identity, saying, "This is my brother-in-law. He just wanted to go out and experience things, he's not an escaped criminal." Moreover, he even lied to the examiner, saying that Jian Chen had a contagious illness. He had smallpox before, with pockmarks all over his face, so he had to wear a cloak. The examiner believed it completely.
Really?
To make Zhang Yi believe, Wu De swore, "You know I'm cautious.
I wouldn't dare to hide a fugitive."
The hurdle was easily passed.
All right, you two go ahead.
Holding the reins to control the horse, he raised his hand to bid farewell to the fool. Wait for my return, I'll invite the leader of the lambs and the brothers for a drink. Jianshan sat silently on the pile of goods, slowly leaving Gongshan Kingdom. Bai Qi was deep in thought, while Wu De, glancing at the road, tried to offer some comfort. They won't chase after us, don't worry. The merchants will gossip, but they'll only listen to me. Even with Zi Ying's help, Jianshan still had a strong sense of caution in his heart. Why was he helping me? If they handed me over, they could get a large sum of money. A question like that made Wu De laugh and explain, if you were a bad person, I'd definitely hand you over to claim the reward, but you're a good person. Sitting on the cart listening to him speak, Jianshan innocently asked, you think I'm a good person? Wu De smirked, his voice filled with confidence. I've been through a lot over the years. I can tell the difference between good people and bad ones. You're someone who values loyalty, he recalled, remembering the time Jianshan had saved him. Moreover, wasn't it the person who saved my life? To me, you are a good person. Seeing this, neither of us owes the other anything. You hastily made your request. All right, then we don't owe each other anything. Farewell here, and if fate allows, we shall meet again. However, Wu De quickly grabbed his sleeve, pulling him back to stop him, fearing he might escape. Who said you could leave? To make Jianshan trust him, he quickly took out a contract. You are currently hired as a bodyguard for our merchant group. I am paying for your services. You must escort us safely to the kingdom of Fenglin, understand? Right. Jianshan, reading the contents, smiled awkwardly, almost forgetting. He gently touched his chin, thinking for a long moment before recalling, since neither of us knows where to go next, I will just stay on the cargo, following you forward. I'll continue escorting you. Wu De, leading the horse, laughed happily. All right, brother Jianshan, the safety of the entire journey relies on you. The merchant group's campsite. By now, the sky had darkened, and Jianshan's group had just arrived. They reached a grassy field. The merchant tents were gathered, creating a scene of great hustle and bustle. This area was the camp for all the trade guilds, where everyone stayed close to one another for added safety. Wu De chose a spot and began setting up his tent. As he stood observing, he couldn't help but marvel at the number of people present. He heard a laugh in response, and the person continued, this place isn't just for merchants, there are adventurers and soldiers scattered all around. Of course it's crowded. All the other merchants are here too, with their carts and goods lined up in long rows. This is the usual camp where our trade guilds stay. Not far from them, a stranger sat silently, completely cloaked, observing from a distance. One of the merchants, irritated, approached and scolded, Hey! Move aside. Fortunately, Wu De, understanding the situation, smiled and advised, It's fine. We're all staying in this camp together. As long as we're safe, that's what matters. Jianshan, standing quietly beside him, said nothing, his eyes still on the mysterious figure. With a high level of vigilance, he turned to Wu De and remarked, In a place like this, if something dangerous happens, we would be the first to be affected. I know. But there was nothing else to do. Wu De listened and understood quite well, but only smiled to brush it off. Who told us that we were few in number, thus only deserving a place at the outermost edge? Under the twilight of the evening, the two of them stood side by side, talking, hoping that nothing would happen tonight. Thinking of sleep, Wu De suddenly let out a long sigh of frustration. Every time in this barracks, I worry so much that I can't sleep. That night, the moonlight spread across the sky, and the sound of crickets chirping endlessly filled the air. Inside the small tent, he was sleeping soundly, snoring rhythmically like a melody. Just a few meters away, outside, Jianshan was still awake, sitting on the cargo. He turned his head in frustration, looking at Wu De, who was sound asleep, and scolded himself, who said I was the one losing sleep over worry. It wasn't only Jianshan on watch, the nearby tents were also guarded by clearly assigned sentries to prevent any problems from arising. From above, sharp spikes, like spears and halberds, rained down more furiously than a downpour. In an instant, the guards had collapsed on the ground, lifeless, not even one remaining. At this moment, Jianshan had closed his eyes tightly. The person radiated a thick aura of purple energy. Acting on instinct, he raised his hand, full of internal energy, to dispel the incoming arrow. The situation was critical, and Jinshin shouted loudly to wake Wude, who was still asleep inside. "Wake up, there are enemies attacking." To prepare for the danger, he did not forget to summon his sword. A blue sword appeared, firmly grasped in his hand. Snake Master had arrived, holding a large saber, leaping down from above, targeting Jinshin as his prey. Yet, there was still someone awake. With the weapon already in his hand, Jinshin crouched into a defensive stance, and soon both of them were locked in a fierce and chaotic battle. The sound of battle cries filled the air. What? Enemies are attacking? Every slash from Snake Master was a threat. Jinshin furrowed his brows, squinting one eye in worry. He's too strong, a mid-stage clear master, one level higher than me. Wude had woken up and rushed out, holding a knife in his hand. Everyone be careful, we've been ambushed. He surveyed the surroundings and suddenly his eyes widened as if he had realized something. In front of Wude stood a large group of bandits. The names within are extremely fierce. The group of bandits here, you're all doomed. Upon seeing the presence of the ruthless bandits, everyone was visibly terrified. This is bad, it's the group of bandits, if you don't want to die, come out here and fight to the death. I don't want to die, help. One of them swung a large machete forward, looking incredibly menacing. Fortunately, Wude was quite sharp, and he deftly dodged the blow, not missing a beat. Suspended in mid-air, facing off against Snake Master, Jinshin shouted, "Wude, quickly take the others and leave." While parrying attacks and launching counterstrikes, he reassured the group, asking them to stay behind for cover. Seeing this, Wude below felt a bit more at ease, urging those around him, "Hurry, take advantage of Jinshin's opening, Snake Master is about to strike, with the slash of spiritual energy about to appear. We need to escape from the hands of these bandits." The sharp tip of the blade, like that of death itself, was pointed straight ahead, and his tone was one of smugness, too naive. Jinshin sensed the danger, his eyes wide in alarm, and he screamed loudly. "Purple Ching sword art!" Yu quickly pulled back, shouting loudly, the sound echoing. The Cloud Wanderer sect made its move, yet Jinshin turned the tide, appearing behind Snake Master. Clearly, this brat was a mid-tier saint. How could he not have struck him? He turned his back, just as the sword's blade came close to his chest, leaving an opening. But thankfully, with his agile body, Snake Master slightly arched his body and skillfully dodged. The sword was too fast. He moved like a shrimp, springing backward in an instant, too quick for the naked eye to catch. Jinshin held his sword, observing Snake Master's firmly planted stance and thinking, this is Shangli, with wind attributes. He felt frustrated, gritting his teeth, unexpectedly impressed by his opponent's abilities. Not even my fastest move could harm him. On Snake Master's side, it was no different. He gritted his teeth and questioned Jinshin's background, wondering, who exactly is this brat? He pointed at the blue sword Jinshin was holding and shouted, what was that sword technique just now? Can a saint really strike that fast? If you're going to act all the way. Jinshin, holding his sword, radiating spiritual energy, looked arrogantly at Snake Master. Did that surprise you? Do you believe my sword can't be even faster? With just a few threats, Snake Master was already terrified, his nose running with water. Can you swing your sword faster than this? The boy bared his sharp teeth, raised his sword at shoulder height, and shouted with full force. Look at this. A small action had made him so scared that he was trembling, running away. Jinshin quickly followed suit, running off and couldn't help but mockingly laugh at the trick that had just been played. Snake Master, caught in the prank, was so furious his face turned beet red. Damn it, you dare to play me like this? I'll cut you into a shadowy silhouette. Holding his weapon in hand, spiritual energy surged, and the holy weapon began to form. Without hesitation, burning with anger, Snake Master chased after the boy relentlessly. Jinshin searched for an escape route, glancing back at him. This person is the strongest enemy I've faced since I crossed over here.
Too hard to deal with. I'd better run, that's the best plan.
He quickly ran towards Wu De's tent, looking for him.
Where did Boss Wu De go?
But what he saw next left him stunned, his eyes wide and unblinking for a moment. It was the stranger from earlier, rummaging through the body of an unconscious archer, his hand pulling out a bag of money. In front of Jian Chen's eyes, he was quite taken aback. The man's expression changed, his eyes lit up at the sight of a handful of silver. Not allowing the thief to be at ease, Jian Chen grabbed his hand tightly.
So you were the thief.
Their gazes met, the stranger's handsome features made him snort softly. Jian Chen gripped that hand firmly, and blurted out a guess that the figure was a woman.
But Wood Cloud snapped back angrily and jerked his arm away.
The old man, who had been chatting away, was caught up by the snake master, who raised his blade high.
Little brat sneered, let's see where you run. One slash split them apart, each holding his ground.
The snake master, full of fury, unleashed several strikes straight toward him.
Wood Cloud's face went pale, he recoiled and hurriedly explained, I was just passing by, please let me go.
He listened with little interest and declared flatly, today you all must die, no one will escape. Finding persuasion useless, he raised his hand to summon something, muttering irritably, what rotten luck today.
Why do I always run into a bunch of lunatics?
Immediately, a sharp blade was firmly grasped in Wood Cloud's hand.
You brought this upon yourselves.
At that moment, Snake Master quickly gathered his inner strength, shouting loudly as he swung his weapon. His eyes showed a crazed look as he spoke again, another one comes to die.
With that, the cleared Dharma treasure in his hands swiftly struck powerfully toward his opponent. Wood Cloud clenched his teeth, struggling to dodge the attack.
Inside, he silently groaned an intermediate Saint Master.
Snake Master's eyes became even more frenzied. He roared loudly, then I'll deal with you.
In the next instant, a massive beam of light appeared in mid-air, and his strike seemed capable of splitting the earth in two.
Wood Cloud gritted his teeth, applying more force to his hand in an attempt to prevent the strike from landing.
At the same time, Jian Chen quickly shouted out, hey, let's team up and take him down. Though he was barely holding on, Wood Cloud still put on an air of indifference.
Who'd want to team up with you? Get lost.
Now, Snake Master was extremely pleased with himself.
He arrogantly said, what difference does it make if you all come at me together?
The old man was unafraid. He looked towards Wood Cloud's sword, and in a serious tone, said, if we don't deal with him, I'm afraid neither of us will make it out today.
Let's join forces. He pouted and added, since you've asked me to team up, I guess I'll reluctantly agree.
Just as he finished speaking, Wu De suddenly cried out in alarm.
Junior brother Jian Chen, help! Save us!
At that moment, he abruptly turned and left, giving Wood Cloud a quick instruction, you hold him off, I'll be back soon. He glared at Jian Chen and cursed, damn you, tricking me into teaming up to fight the enemy, turns out you just wanted to take the chance to escape. At the same time, Snake Master leapt into the air once again. Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll take care of him.
I'll get my revenge for you.
In this critical moment, Wood Cloud finally spoke coldly. He had initially not wanted to reveal his full strength. After a brief pause, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing his cute face. Wood Cloud's eyes were resolute, his grip tight on his blue sword.
At that moment,
Snake Master also slashed with a strike, but now Wood Cloud's body was as light as a bird, and he quickly soared upwards to dodge. Not stopping there, after successfully evading the blow, Wood Cloud continued to channel his inner strength into the blue sword, simultaneously shouting loudly, follow through. Snake Master stood there, stunned, his body frozen. He stared intently at the long cuts, his gaze shifting behind him. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and Snake Master was secretly alarmed. He paused for a moment, vaguely recalling that the move before him, executed by Wood Cloud, was a combat technique. Before he could fully process this thought, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from Snake Master's direction. Wood Cloud fixed his gaze on the opponent, a hint of disdain in his eyes.
He muttered to himself, you want to kill me? But immediately after, Snake Master's voice rang out again, unexpectedly. Through the mist of smoke, his figure emerged. You also know combat techniques, which means your strength is insufficient. If you were a Saint Master, I would already be dead. Snake Master looked at Wood Cloud with interest. This time, it's getting interesting. Show me your combat technique. I spare those who are not dead. Yet Wood Cloud acted as if he had no fear at all. He stuck out his middle finger and taunted his opponent. Dream on. Those words truly provoked Snake Master. He yelled furiously, then I will cut off your leg. Seeing his opponent's ferocious momentum, Wood Cloud was slightly startled. This time he really had no move left to unleash. When Snake Master attacked, Wood Cloud could only stand there and take it. But fortunately Jian Shan returned in time and blocked a deadly blow for him. Seeing him come back, Wood Cloud gaped in stunned surprise. Weren't you going to run away? On this side the Wu De group angrily shouted in protest. Brother Jian Chen came back to help us. Others answered in unison. That's right. Jian Chen frowned as he gathered his inner strength and said, I told you we'd cooperate to deal with him, I won't go back on my word. He then struck out with a palm and told Wood Cloud, your mission is done, leave the rest to me. He hadn't even drawn his weapon, yet Snake Master was already flung a good distance away. His hands couldn't help but tremble. Snake Master gritted his teeth, this brat, his strength is too much. With a flash of thought, he immediately shouted out loudly, I must tear you two apart with my battle skills. A gust of wind surged from this side, terrifying everyone. The force surged toward Wood Cloud and Jian Chen. The latter stood behind Jian Chen, horrified and fearing for his life. When Wood Cloud saw the strength heading toward him, he was immediately flustered. He stood there, dazed, unsure of what to do. But at the same time, Jian Shen's legs swiftly settled into a stance. He tightened the sword in his hand and swept through the air in front of him with a sharp gaze. Jian Shen gathered his internal energy, preparing to retaliate with another strike. Instantly, a massive surge of electric energy erupted from his body, continuously summoned without end. As the vortex created by Snake Master spiraled, Jian Shen's power shot straight toward the attack. Before Wood Cloud could fully process what was happening, Jian Shen's cold expression turned as he shot forward, causing Wood Cloud to jump in surprise and quickly block in front of him. The beams of light struck directly down onto Jian Shen. And, of course, unable to withstand the attack, Jian Shen's body was pierced by several beams, causing him to cough up blood. Wood Cloud didn't expect Jian Shen to disregard the danger and protect himself like that, so he was left completely stunned. You! His face now appeared vicious, with a few scratches on his face. The wounds left by Snake Master weren't serious for him. After a brief pause, Jian Shen suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. He said that it was over. Over here, Snake Master had been pierced by a large hole in the middle of his chest. He stood there, wide-eyed and confused, not understanding what had just happened. His entire body trembled. Snake Master gritted his teeth in frustration over that damn attack just now. After a moment, he muttered to himself, careless. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Snake Master's body collapsed, powerless and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Jian Shen let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though everything had come down to a gamble. Fortunately, it was a success. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, causing his whole body to freeze up. It felt as if he had suffered internal injuries at that moment. You couldn't hold back and spat out a large mouthful of blood, which startled Wood Cloud. He quickly stepped forward to support Jian Shen. At this point, the malice in his heart had lessened somewhat. Wood Cloud gave him a sharp look. You forced yourself to advance to launch an attack, then endured so many rounds of wind attacks. Both your internal and external injuries are severe, Wood Cloud scolded out of concern. What kind of hero are you? You almost lost your life. Although he was suffering from internal injuries, Jian Shen calmly responded, if I hadn't taken the risk, I would have definitely died. Then, unable to suppress his curiosity, Wood Cloud asked, why did you save me earlier? Jian Shen gave a brief answer.
I told you that everything else would be left to me, which naturally includes protecting your safety. Embarrassed, woodcloud pushed Jianshen aside and muttered, "It seems like you're fine after all." Holding his aching face, Jianshen helplessly explained, "I'm telling the truth. The Snake Master's subordinates are terrified now. The boss got dealt with, the boss is dead." They listened as if the boss had been struck on the side of the head, and each of them stood there dumbfounded, shouting loudly. "What? Impossible." Jianshen listened and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. So this person is their boss, no wonder he's so formidable. Immediately, it seemed as though Jianshen had come up with a brilliant plan. A strange smile appeared on his face. After a brief pause, he stomped on the back of one of their men and shouted loudly, "Your boss has been killed by me, and now it's your turn." The group of bandits cried out in fear, scrambling to flee. "Damn it, this life is more important. The boss is dead, we're no match for them, let's get out of here." In just a short while, the area returned to the peace it once had. The soldiers sighed in relief, "All right, we get to live another day." At the same time, Wu De spoke up, "Everyone, although we've repelled these bandits, they're just a small group. The majority of the bandits haven't shown up yet." He paused for a moment, then added decisively, "To avoid retaliation, we must leave immediately and travel through the night to Kingdom Fonglin." Everyone immediately agreed, "Yes, let's go quickly. We don't want to die here." Glancing over at woodcloud, Jianshen asked, "I have to go with them to Kingdom Fonglin, what about you?" He casually replied, still enjoying his pastry, "Coincidentally, I need to go there too, so I'll just join you guys." Looking at woodcloud's sword, Jianshen seemed a bit worried. "You have martial skills on you, and the people here can't see them. If they get exposed, they might make things difficult for you." He didn't seem concerned, replying carelessly, "So what? Who's afraid of who?" After a brief pause, woodcloud suddenly turned around, extended his hand, and said, "Oh, right." Jianshen thought for a moment, unsure of what the boy was up to next. Then, he shook woodcloud's hand and introduced himself, "I'm Jianshen, nice to meet you." Woodcloud angrily swatted Jianshen's hand away. "Who wants to shake hands with you? If it weren't for you, my coat wouldn't be torn, and I'd make you pay for it." Jianshen hesitated about the matter. Afterward, woodcloud leaned in and whispered to him, "You didn't already take a debt, did you?" Jianshen gave a wry smile, "It's fine, I accept. But I still need to know your name." Woodcloud exhaled, then spoke again, "Remember this." After a brief pause, he pointed to himself and said, "My name is Woodcloud." Afterward, they both proceeded together to the place Jianshen had prepared earlier. Watching the other person cultivate, Woodcloud couldn't help but tease, "Your cultivation method is quite special, teach me." Jianshen opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "The family's secret technique is not to be shared with outsiders." Then he looked around and couldn't help but comment, "Kingdom Fonglin is the king's military strategy, as expected, there are many bounty rewards here." Woodcloud's eyes sparkled with interest. "The people listed here are quite valuable." Jianshen was surprised. "Ha?" After a brief pause, Jianshen's gaze suddenly froze. His heart surged with shock as he couldn't tear his eyes away from the name displayed at the top of the list. Jianshen stood there, stunned for a long while, before finally vaguely recognizing the face of the person whose bounty was listed at the very top. The lone expert seeking defeat. They both stood there for a long time. Jianshen felt as though the space around them had come to a standstill. Seeing that Jianshen's expression had turned serious, Woodcloud curiously asked, "What's wrong? What are you so shocked about?" Then, he pointed towards the old man with a beard and asked, "Do you know who that is?" Woodcloud casually leaned against the carriage. "Of course I know. Isn't that the lone expert seeking defeat?" Jianshen muttered, confirming that it was indeed him. Immediately after, Jianshen seemed to lose control, rushing toward Woodcloud while shouting loudly, "Where is he?" Woodcloud scoffed at him. "We're all men here, no need to start throwing punches. If I knew where the lone expert seeking defeat was, I would have already gone to provide the information and collect the bounty."
Wood Cloud then sneered disdainfully, as if mocking the reward, saying, "You think that a reward can excite me? I advise you to give up, our strength is far superior." Finally, Jian calmed down and coldly asked, "What do you know about him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wood Cloud casually opened his hand, signaling that if Jian wanted information, he would need to pay. With no other choice, Jian helplessly handed over a large bag of money. "Is this enough?" His eyes lit up with anticipation. Wood Cloud then spoke. "The lone expert seeking defeat is a powerhouse who suddenly appeared in Kingdom Fonglin over a decade ago. The strength was overwhelming, a love for killing, and soon became the #1 bounty target of the Kingdom of Fonglin." Jian began to speculate. "Over a decade ago, around the time I transmigrated, he must have also crossed over with me. I turned into a child, but why did he remain the same as before?" Wood Cloud then spoke, saying that suddenly, he was unable to trace any information on Tam Tch, and all data related to him had been classified as the highest level secret by the mercenary group, but the bounty still existed. "Are you sure he's still alive?" Jian asked, surprised. "The highest level secret?" He thought for a moment and then speculated, only members of the mercenary group would be able to access that. But Wood Cloud quickly responded, "No." He immediately corrected Jian, saying that only high-ranking mercenaries could see it. Jian added, "If I want to access the files of the lone expert seeking defeat, I would have to become a high-ranking mercenary." Wood Cloud then quickly chimed in, "Oh, by the way, I've also heard rumors. The lone expert seeking defeat has been searching for someone named Jian." Jian immediately speculated, Jian, the lone expert seeking defeat is looking for me." Meanwhile, Wood Cloud was lost in his own thoughts. "Small, my cute one. You've calculated in your head that you need to find the lone expert seeking defeat. Perhaps you'll uncover the secret of traveling across worlds from him, which will help me return to the original timeline." And so, they continued their journey, moving forward together. When they arrived at their destination, you and everyone else exchanged greetings. "Brother Jian, Wood Cloud Brothers, I'm taking the merchant caravan to the trade guild now. It's a pleasure to meet again." Jian respectfully replied to Wu Di, "It's a pleasure to meet again." Then, Wood Cloud waved his hand dismissively at Jian, "We should be going now. Bye-bye." You were startled, quickly pulling Wood Cloud's hand back. "Don't go, I have something to ask of you." Wood Cloud swiftly shook off Jian's hand, coldly saying, "If you want me to do something, you need to pay." "Do you still have any money?" Jian honestly admitted he didn't, but he knew where to find Daijin Huan. Wood Cloud widened his eyes. "Daijin Huan?" Finally, tempted by the allure of money, Wood Cloud decided to follow you. "Let's go then." The two of you entered a dusty old wine tavern, the inside covered in thick layers of dust, as if no one had been there in a long time. The people inside had grim expressions, their faces hardened. The appearance was extremely strange, making anyone who glanced at it feel a chill. Wood Cloud curiously asked, "Isn't this your first time in Kingdom Fonglin? How do you know about this tavern?" Jian replied, "I overheard it at the business hall. This place is known for harboring criminals in the city, a favorite spot for the bad guys." Then Jian told him, "You sit and have a drink. I'll be there shortly." Following Jian's words, Wood Cloud quickly ordered a drink. The person at the counter responded indifferently, "All right." Meanwhile, the two were drinking together joyfully. "Come on, let's drink up." Over here, Jian quickly approached the table of the two men. He spoke just loud enough to be heard, offering a reward of 100 gold coins, 15 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the two men immediately became furious. "Little brat, who are you? What do you want with us? Get lost before I lose my temper." His voice turned cold. Jian calmly asked, "What do you think you're here for?" Then the devilish smile reappeared on Jian's face. "You two are my Daijin Huan." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrified scream echoed. Wood Cloud, who had been sitting and drinking, was suddenly startled and turned to look.
From behind the old curtain, Jian Chen emerged like a ghost, carrying one man in his arms while dragging another by the ground, slowly stepping forward. The two of them were thrown at Woodcloud's feet, leaving him momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone around, Jian Chen nonchalantly spoke to Woodcloud, "The bounty is on the city wall. I found these two here. Is their reward enough?" After a brief pause, his eyes suddenly turned crafty as he glanced around. "If it's not enough, well." The others couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, silently groaning, "Damn, really?" With that, everyone quickly ran out. "I don't have a bounty. Please let me go, I'll be a good person from now on." Then, Woodcloud turned to the countermaster, saying, "Give me another drink, I need it to calm my nerves." Still in a daze, the countermaster mechanically replied, "Sure, sure." Afterward, Woodcloud spoke again, "To complete the mission of a senior mercenary and accumulate enough merit points for promotion. What if I want to quickly accumulate merit points?" He glanced over at the Demon Beast Mountain range. "That's a good option. There are many tasks to be done there, and it is also the place where the lone expert seeking defeat appears the earliest." With that, Jian Chen slammed his barley drink cup onto the table with great enthusiasm, wiped the corner of his mouth, and immediately stood up. "All right, let's go there." Soon after, the two of them made their way to a tall cliff. They both looked down into the distance. Jian Chen marveled, "Is this the Demon Beast Mountain range? Truly magnificent." Woodcloud responded, "It's rare to see something like this, but after seeing so much, it doesn't seem all that impressive." He paused for a moment, then shot a dark look at the dangerous person beside him. "Let's be clear," he continued, "I'm only responsible for guiding and providing information. As for hunting demon beasts, you're on your own. If you want me to help, there's a fee." Jian Chen replied, "No problem, I just need someone who understands demon beasts to guide me." Woodcloud then said, "In the military strategy mission related to the Demon Beast Mountain range, the most valuable prey is the golden silver snow serpent, but they are extremely rare." Jian Chen answered, "There's no need to take risks. I'm here to complete the mission, not to seek death." Woodcloud spoke again, "Assigning you to complete this mission, killing 10 illusory bats may be difficult, but the rewards are generous, and the merits will be high as well." Jian Chen responded, "All right, I'll trust the professional advice of someone like you." A cunning smile appeared on Woodcloud's face as he said, "Of course, just follow my guidance and you won't go wrong." The two continued walking, and after a while, Woodcloud spoke again, "This is the area where the illusory bats frequently appear and disappear. The dark night bats are almost translucent, and you need a special method to detect them. Do you want to know how?" Jian Chen calmly replied with a simple yes. Well, Woodcloud's smile grew even brighter. "This comes at an extra cost." Jian Chen's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and then he couldn't help but ask, "So, your suggestion for me to take on this mission is really just to make some extra money, huh?" Woodcloud answered eagerly, "It's all business opportunities, my friend." After walking for a while, Jian Chen suddenly felt that something strange was nearby. His instincts quickly sharpened, and in an instant, he drew his sword and struck fiercely at the creature, startling Woodcloud beside him. "What was that?" Woodcloud exclaimed as he watched Jian Chen land a blow on the wild creature. He was completely stunned. "How did you do that?" Jian Chen asked slyly. "Want to know?" "Just quickly learn from Woodcloud," he said deviously again. "This price exceeds the limit." Woodcloud was furious, he turned away in frustration. "I have no interest in knowing." Meanwhile, Jian Chen continued to laugh happily as he admired the bat he had just hunted. Soon after, Woodcloud found a high stone platform and sat down. "If you already know how to hunt the illusory bats, then quickly finish the task. I don't have the patience to wait for you." With that, he soared into the sky, his blue sword in hand, skillfully stabbing and slashing at the bats flying overhead. Seeing Jian Chen's actions, Woodcloud was secretly puzzled. Jian Chen had always been particularly interested in the lonely old monster. Could they have some connection? After a brief pause, Wood Cloud's face suddenly turned pale. He inwardly screamed, could Jian Chen be the child of the lonely old monster? This thought nearly caused Wood Cloud to faint. His entire body was now trembling uncontrollably. So that's it, no wonder he was so stubborn about coming to the Demon Beast mountain range. It turns out that he was searching for father. Looking back at him, Jian Chen silently wondered, what was he muttering about? After a brief pause, Jian Chen seemed to realize something and was momentarily taken aback. Then, Jian Chen fixed his gaze on Wood Cloud, a killing intent radiating from him, growing stronger by the second. Wood Cloud was startled and quickly stepped back. What do you want to do? Are you planning to kill me to keep your secret? Seeing Jian Chen charge toward him, Wood Cloud screamed, as long as I don't reveal your secret, you'll let me go, right? However, contrary to what he expected, Jian Chen drew his sword behind Wood Cloud and stabbed into the pulse. It turned out there was a large, strange creature behind Wood Cloud. It had nearly attacked Wood Cloud successfully. Jian Chen was thrown backward. He frowned. The force of the attack was too strong. Wood Cloud, for a moment, was filled with fear. Yet, not giving up, that creature lunged forward again, attacking the two with even more force. Now, Wood Cloud finally drew his sword, his expression annoyed as he slashed out. Damn it! As soon as Wood Cloud struck, the creature scattered and gradually disappeared. Hurriedly stepping back, Mu Yun asked, can you see what it is clearly? Jian Chen quickly replied, it's too fast, I can't see it clearly. At that moment, a figure in golden color, resembling a dragon's body, began to twist and coil on the ground. Wood Cloud hesitated, This is the beast. After a moment, he will recognize it. According to Wood Cloud, this was the golden silver snow serpent. Now, the golden silver snow serpent was staring at the two of them, its gaze radiating danger. Wood Cloud forced a smile, to think we encountered a golden silver snow serpent. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Jian Chen replied, looking at its length, this is a second-tier golden silver snow serpent. The thing I knocked away earlier was its head. Wood Cloud was stunned, then what was it that I knocked away? Could there be another golden silver snow serpent? With a dark expression, Jian Chen said, if there's another one, no matter how many lives we have, it wouldn't be enough. We need to think of a way to get out of here. Wood Cloud became anxious and then quickly turned to Jian Chen, asking, do you have a plan? Before the words were even finished, he charged forward, let me attract its attention. You use your combat skills to clear the way and charge outside, Wood Cloud said fearfully. I asked about your plan, not for you to give me orders, Jian Chen replied. The golden silver snow serpent stared at him with a vicious gaze, preparing to attack. Now, the serpent immediately lunged at Jian Chen, who was also ready for battle. With the blue sword in his hand, Jian Chen struck directly at it, a beam of light shooting forth, accompanied by a furious wind. His body suddenly trembled, and he clenched his teeth in fear, as the serpent's tough scales were nearly impossible to cut through. At that moment, the golden silver snow serpent opened its mouth wide, then swung forcefully toward Jian Chen. Quickly, Jian Chen crouched down, while the serpent continued to thrash about. Before Jian Chen now, the serpent revealed 4 heads that circled around him, leaving him bewildered. Jian Chen gazed at it, unable to hold back his sweat, muttering to himself, it's splitting apart. As soon as Jian Chen realized this, the 4 heads shot toward him, startling him. He immediately focused his inner strength and swiftly created a protective barrier around his body. At that moment, Jian Chen immediately shouted, Wood Cloud, the opportunity is here. He quickly understood the signal and rushed forward, replying, got it. However, at that moment, a figure behind him charged toward Wood Cloud, moving with a blend of lightness and agility. The figure quickly ensnared him in a tight grip. Only then did Wood Cloud realize, Snake Tail. He shouted, Jian Chen, what attacked me just now was a snake tail, I'm trapped. As he finished speaking, the tail swiftly moved toward Wood Cloud, preparing to strike down. Seeing his teammate in danger, Jian Chen was startled. Gripping the blue sword tightly in his hand, he focused his internal energy into the weapon and swung it toward the tail. After a brief moment, he quickly hurled it in its direction. Meanwhile, the golden-silver snow serpent's mouth opened wide, ready to strike Lu Feng with a powerful bite. Jian Shen, unable to react in time, was suddenly bitten fiercely on the shoulder, blood spurting out from the wound. But on this side, the blue sword finally succeeded in striking deeply into its tail. With immense power, the blue sword unleashed a strong aura that pierced into its golden scales. Wood Cloud was not moved. On the contrary, he shouted loudly, "Why are you saving me? Now, we will both die here." Although severely injured, Jian Shen calmly replied, "We are a team, I won't let you die in front of me." At that moment, the golden-silver snow serpent threw Jian Shen into the air. Wood Cloud was startled as he watched. Just as Jian Shen felt himself falling freely into its mouth, he thought to himself, "So this is how I die." The poison from the serpent had already seeped into his body. Jian Shen's eyes began to flutter shut, and ominous gray-blue veins appeared on his face. After a moment, Jian Shen suddenly felt something was wrong. Surprised, he thought, "What is this?" Without needing to use his eyes, he could see everything around him. He felt a brilliant light surrounding him, and the energy around him seemed to emanate outward. Jian Shen closed his eyes and thought to himself, it wasn't about seeing, but about feeling. And now, he was pleased his spiritual sense had become stronger. Meanwhile, the snake continued to release its inner power, with its entire body enveloped by an enormous aura. It turned out that this aura was emanating from Jian Shen's side. The golden-silver snow serpent stared intently in his direction. Wood Cloud watched him, his gaze full of confusion. Had his power already broken? Over here, Blue Sword, which had pierced the tail of the golden-silver snow serpent, was beginning to move, trying to push deeper inside. Eventually, for some unknown reason, a surge of power erupted from Blue Sword. The giant statue it was connected to started to shake violently. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Mu Yanhe was left speechless in astonishment. "Is that Jian Shen's sword?" Now, Jian Shen fixed his gaze directly on his weapon, and at the same time, he shouted loudly, "Divine Sword Mastery." A ferocious glint appeared in the eyes of the golden-silver snow serpent, but it didn't know how to resist. In that very moment, Blue Sword pierced through its neck, leaving the golden-silver snow serpent momentarily stunned. Immediately after that, where the sword had slashed through, the golden-silver snow serpent was sharply cut open, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Jian Shen, though his eyes were closed, could still sense it. This was good. Blue Sword TRN had managed to injure it. After a brief pause, he quickly gathered his internal energy. "Alright, even if I die, I must take this damn snake down with me." But it didn't stop there. Once again, Blue Sword flew to another spot on the golden-silver snow serpent's body. It kept moving from one place to another, and wherever Blue Sword passed, its sharpness left the golden-silver snow serpent with numerous wounds. Seeing this, Wood Cloud was stunned, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Can Blue Sword fly by itself? Isn't this? When Jian Shen felt that the golden-silver snow serpent had been injured enough, he once again shouted out loudly. In the air, a deafening roar echoed, and fresh blood continued to splatter everywhere. Jian Shen was secretly shocked. Even though the creature's body was as hard as stone, what's going on here? But it didn't stop there. Now, the blue sword aimed straight at the mouth of the golden-silver snow serpent and thrust powerfully forward. Against the relentless barrage of sword strikes, the golden-silver snow serpent was basically unable to move. It desperately writhed in pain on its wounded body. Now, blood continued to pour from the mouth of the golden-silver snow serpent, and it had completely lost the strength to resist. Jian Shen's gaze became hazy as he hesitated and muttered to himself, "It's over. I've won." Finally, Wood Cloud was also freed, and he rejoiced, "Good, this is great, we've won." But at that moment, the scene before Wood Cloud left him stunned. Watching his teammate fall from the sky, Wood Cloud was so scared he shouted, "Jian Shen, time is running out, and now in this dense forest, only the two of them are left to rely on each other." Wood Cloud laid Jian Shen down to rest, and Jian Shen was in so much pain that his body kept gasping for breath. After a while, he looked up, his eyes trembling, and Wood Cloud cheerfully said, "Jian Shen, you're finally awake." Slowly sitting up, Jian Shen could hardly believe it as he asked, "So?
I'm fine?"
Wood Cloud smiled smugly as he passed over the good item, the inner core of the snake that could neutralize its poison.
He couldn't help but praise, "You're really impressive. To be able to kill the snake like that, what's the name of that move?" Jian Shan also showed off. "That's a move I've kept hidden for a long time, I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Then Wood Cloud whispered, "I know, you don't want it to be known that you're the son of the lone expert seeking defeat." Jian Shen froze, then asked, "Wait, hold on a second, what did you just say?" "Wait, what are you talking about? Why did I suddenly become the son of that solitary old thief?" Wood Cloud laughed with amusement, "I figured it out, you're the son of the lone expert seeking defeat, don't even try to hide it from me anymore." Then he explained the basis of his suspicion. "The famous move of the lone expert seeking defeat is the flying sword, and you're telling me you're not his son?" Jian Chen was stunned. "What? Now you're saying that even that solitary old thief, crossing through time, knows the divine sword mastery technique?" Wood Cloud's eyes sparkled brightly. "If you're fine now, we should split this golden snake in half, it's a valuable treasure." After finishing the task, both of them suddenly sensed something amiss. At this moment, Wood Cloud began to channel his inner power to probe the situation. He then spoke to Jian Shan, "I can feel the holy energy fluctuating here. Who would have thought there would be such an unexpected find? It could even be called the golden silver snow serpent. Looks like I'm striking it rich this time." At the same time, someone suddenly approached, making the two of them become alert. Jian Shen called out, "Who goes there?" The newcomer, Brother 7, looked extremely cunning, and he spoke, "These two snakes belong to me." As soon as he finished speaking, several of his subordinates charged forward from behind. The situation on both sides was tense, like a taut string on a bow. Jian Shen kept his eyes fixed on the opponent, carefully observing the situation. Jian Shen coldly said, "The snakes belong to you, what about us? What do you plan to do about that? Brother 7, you can't even hide your own scoundrel nature. This place is surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, dying here wouldn't be so bad. What do you think?" Hearing his words, both he and Wood Cloud simultaneously expressed their disdain. Why is it that the anti-faction people always speak in such a repetitive manner? They stopped for a moment, and the two of them froze, looking at each other, then spoke in unison, "Are we really that in sync?" Wood Cloud pointed at the group, "If we've already dealt with the golden silver snow serpent, then aren't you afraid that we'll deal with all of you too?" Brother 7 sneered, "One of you seems like Shangli has already run dry, and the other is badly injured. So how exactly are you planning to deal with us?" He then laughed smugly, "You still want to scare us? You're far too naive, kids. Don't try to act like adults and be so arrogant." He then began to gather his internal energy, the corner of his mouth curving up. "Thanks for risking your lives to help us deal with the golden silver snow serpent. Now, it's time for you to die." With that, he quickly swung his sword through the air, releasing a burst of overwhelming internal force. Wood Cloud began to calculate. "I'll hold them off, you think of a way to escape?" Jian Chen anxiously asked, "Then how will you escape?" He responded nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. With a useless person like you holding them off, it'll be even easier for me to escape." Upon hearing this, Jian Chen glared at him. "Who are you calling a waste?" "Enough talk," Wood Cloud quickly drew his sword. "Your Shangli is nearly exhausted now, isn't that a waste?" Jian Chen then spoke, "It wasn't easy to kill the golden silver snow serpent, how could we just hand it over to them?" Wood Cloud was taken aback, "Do you want to?" Jian Chen swiftly drew his weapon, his whole being radiating a dangerous aura. He said, "They only have one middle-aged man, that's the real threat. The others aren't frightening at all. Let's kill them on the spot to eliminate any future trouble." Wood Cloud grew even more fearful, "Your Shangli can only condense into one weapon, how can you fight them?" Jian Shen replied calmly,
you'll find out once we start fighting.
Immediately, Wood Cloud began assigning tasks.
You deal with the leader, and I'll handle the others.
Jian Chen agreed right away.
All right. After their discussion, a fierce determination flashed in Wood Cloud's eyes. He focused intently on the opponent. Without hesitation, Wood Cloud charged forward, targeting Brother 7, just as he had planned.
Brother 7 could not help but sneer. The foolish thing that doesn't know its own limits, can't you just obediently accept your death?
And just like that, he and Mu Yun immediately clashed, their two blades striking against each other with a piercing, grating sound. On the other side, his underlings looked at Jian Chen and mocked him. With just that weapon, you're completely useless.
With only that, you think you can challenge all of us by yourself?
But he said nothing. He simply closed his eyes calmly and began gathering his inner strength. Seeing him shut his eyes in the middle of a fight, they grew amused and continued to taunt him.
What, scared to the point of shutting your eyes tight? But that's not actually the case.
After his strength increased, his perception of everything around him had grown sharper and far more intense.
Divine sword mastery absolutely would not consume Shangli.
Immediately after, Jian Chen struck out in utter disdain.
Dealing with a bunch of small fry like them was no challenge at all. A single move, divine sword dominion.
The underlings could only stare blankly as the sword aura swept past them. In that moment, the only thing in their eyes was a blinding surge of power madly surging toward them. As the sword was drawn in one sweeping strike, all of them were attacked at once. Fresh blood had soon stained the entire area red. They fell to the ground. In this moment, all of them looked at Jian Chen with eyes filled with extreme fear, as if he were a demon returned to claim lives. Meanwhile, over here, Wood Cloud and Brother 7 were still engaged in a one-on-one battle, and it seemed that the tide of the fight was turning in Wood Cloud's favor. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Impossible, you've clearly drained Shangli completely, how can you still make a move? Jian Chen didn't care, and instead, he laughed loudly. He looked absolutely splendid standing amidst the piles of corpses, casually saying, mountain green, water beautiful, all around here, it's simply magnificent. Pausing for a moment, Jian Chen then glanced at Brother 7, his voice cold as he asked, what do you think? He's so furious his face is turning red, clearly underestimating all of you. Luckily, I was cautious enough to leave myself a way out. Finishing his words, he quickly gave an order, and in the distance, several figures shot out like lightning, engaging in combat. Of course, Wood Cloud was no weakling, and he quickly raised his hand to fend off the incoming threat. Jian Chen immediately issued a warning, there's still a powerhouse Saint Master hiding in the shadows. As soon as he saw Brother 7 running away, Jian Chen quickly said, hurry up and chase him. Now, Brother 7, who was so arrogant, had no choice but to run away in fear when faced with these two insane opponents. At that moment, Jian Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain surge through his body. Wood Cloud shouted loudly from the side, hey, what are you doing, lagging behind? Don't let him get away. Jian Chen's gaze froze for a moment. Wood Cloud turned pale, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. Ah, seeing you lying motionless on the ground, Wood Cloud was momentarily unsure of what had happened. He could only yell out in panic, Jian Chen. In the end, they allowed Brother 7 to escape into the dark, dense forest. Wood Cloud couldn't just leave Jian Chen alone. He hurriedly grabbed his sword and rushed over. Wood Cloud, in a fluster, asked, Jian Chen, are you all right? Jian Chen was lying flat on the ground, dejected, not knowing what had happened. His vision had suddenly gone dark, and his head was spinning. Wood Cloud, on alert, thought to himself, could this be some trick of the Saint Master who was trying to escape? Jian Chen quickly refuted, no, it's my problem. It must be because Shangli has been exhausted, which caused this. Jian Chen stood up and rubbed his temples. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wood Cloud skeptically asked, are you sure you're all right? Channeling his internal energy to observe, Jian Chen muttered to himself, I understand now. The divine sword mastery doesn't consume Shangli, but it does deplete my mental energy. That's why I felt dizzy earlier when my mental energy was exhausted.
Looks like from now on, I can't use the divine sword mastery carelessly. He then added, it seems we can't chase them down anymore. Wood Cloud replied, not expecting there to be another Saint Master hiding. That's really cunning. At least we scared them all off. With a cold expression, he speculated, those scattered soldiers have all run away. The news about the gold and silver snow serpent is probably going to leak now. Take another look at the serpent's corpse, and then say, I fear we're about to be hunted down. Wood Cloud, however, remained calm. The Demon Beast mountain range is so vast, there's plenty of space for us to hide. With me guiding you, you're guaranteed to be safe. At that moment, a strange aura suddenly emerged from his chest, causing Wood Cloud to be startled. Jian Chen was also surprised. He curiously asked Wood Cloud, what is it? Immediately, he became embarrassed and said, sorry, we have to leave right now. Let's part ways here. Jian Chen had an uneasy feeling. What happened? Wood Cloud quickly took out some paper and a pen. The situation was urgent, and it was not convenient to explain, let's settle the debt now. Jian Chen was startled, where did you get the pen and paper from? Wood Cloud began to ramble, the gold and silver snow serpent is too large, and it's not easy to divide. It all belongs to you. As for the discount compensation I owe, let's count it as 50,000 purple gold coins, plus the cost of hiring me as a guide, providing information, and helping in battle. Adding all these fees together comes to 60,000 purple gold coins. At this price, you definitely won't lose out. Hearing this, Jian Chen smiled wryly, you're really cut out to be a businessman. Wood Cloud held up the paper and asked, do you have a small receipt, brother? Jian Chen quickly replied, you really are a good brother. All my savings are in this spatial ring. I'll give you the rest when I have more money. Holding the round ring in his hand, Wood Cloud said happily. All right, I remember the debt you owe me, farewell then. Meanwhile, that strange light suddenly appeared in the palm of Jian Chen's hand, leaving him confused. But it seemed like Jian Chen still had questions. Hey, wait, now you're already gone. He looked around blankly, at least you should have left some way to contact you, otherwise, how am I supposed to find you? Aren't you worried I'll default on my debt? Jian Chen then glanced at the large serpent's body, feeling exhausted. What should I do with this now? Clearly, I can't transport it. After a moment, he thought to himself, right, I remember reading in the library about an academy that practices the gold and silver snow serpent technique, which can refine the body to become immune to all poisons, nothing can penetrate. Jian Chen began calculating. Although there were risks with this cultivation technique, such as the possibility of the serpent's bloodline invading his mind, he couldn't afford to worry about that right now. Pausing for a moment, he reached out and touched the gold and silver snow serpent. While the military strategy had not yet brought people back, he seized the opportunity to begin refining the serpent. As he focused his internal energy, he recited the incantation in his mind, transforming the serpent into his own body, replacing his flesh and blood, rendering him immune to all poisons. Immediately, a stream of golden-colored energy quickly appeared. Now, on his face, golden, scaly layers were emerging, and Jian Chen gritted his teeth. The process of assimilation was agonizing. The light emanating from the gold and silver snow serpent's body grew increasingly intense, illuminating the entire area. At that moment, its entire body slowly began to dissipate into the transformative energy fields released by Jian Chen. After a while, he had completely absorbed the giant serpent into his body, leaving only a faint, golden mist lingering in the air. Jian Chen's face grew cold as the scales became more pronounced. Soon after, he couldn't hold back and spat out blood. It seemed that Jian Chen had pushed himself beyond his limits. He secretly felt uneasy, things were not looking good. His entire body swayed as fresh blood continued to spill out, while the golden scales had now covered his entire body. Clutching his aching head, Jian Chen silently lamented his predicament. His consciousness was on the verge of being overtaken. At this very moment, it seemed that Jian Chen was beginning to transform, as his hands were sprouting more scales, and claws were beginning to form, resembling those of a beast. He gritted his teeth,
his whole body feeling like it was being torn into 100 pieces, the pain almost enough to kill Jinshen at that moment. Finally, Jinshen could no longer hold it in, and now he had transformed into a creature that was half human, half beast. His face looked incredibly terrifying, and Jinshen was secretly horrified.
This is not good. If this continues, I will lose myself and become a mindless monster.
I need to stabilize my mind quickly, he suddenly remembered. That's right, I have the purple Qing sword art. Jinshen's face was now losing all resemblance to a human form. He closed his eyes. At this point, there was no choice but to go all in. His hands began to rise, trembling uncontrollably. From the blue sword skill, please. It has to work. With those words, Jinshen spoke loudly, slashing through the heart of the demon. Immediately, a circle of light appeared, surrounding his body. Behind Jinshen, a cloud of golden smoke was quickly expelled from his back, and then it slowly faded away, leaving only a faint mist in the void. He sighed. His form had improved. This is good. It worked. Jinshen, exhausted, lay flat on the ground. Fortunately, he had the purple Qing sword art, otherwise, he would have been done for. The cultivation of the body immune to all poisons was incredibly difficult. He looked at his hand. The energy from the gold-and-silver snow serpent had been completely absorbed into his body, marking the first step in cultivating a body impervious to all poisons. Jinshen clenched his fist and made a firm resolve. From now on, he would continue to integrate the energy into his body, gradually improving the perfection of his poison-immune body. After a moment, he seemed somewhat disgusted with himself. This place was not suitable to stay for long, with his body smelling of sweat. He needed to take a quick bath. That night, Brother Seven finally arrived with his men to seek revenge, but of course, the person was no longer there. Looking around at the emptiness, he cursed in frustration, "Damn it, he's gone." At that moment, a voice rang out. This was expected. It would be strange if they didn't run. As soon as he saw the person, Brother Seven quickly knelt down. "Squad leader, what should we do?" Then he added, "Announce a bounty and leak the news about the gold-and-silver snow serpent. Kill me, and they won't have any hope of surviving and leaving the Demon Beast mountain range." As soon as these words were heard, all the disciples immediately shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the mountain range. Yes, at this moment, he was resting by a stream nearby. The water flowed gently, creating a soothing sound. Immersed in the stream after several days of tiring travel, Jinshen couldn't help but sigh in pure enjoyment. It felt so good. While he was soaking, he reflected. After cultivating his body into one immune to all poisons, his perception of everything around him had heightened. Relaxing and floating in the water, Jinshen let his thoughts drift, as if he had become one with it. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of relaxation. Jinshen felt as if he and the stream had merged into a single entity. He happily hummed a tune, "I am the river, I am you." At the same time, deep beneath the riverbed, a strange Bai-clan creature was watching Jinshen. "I am stone, and of course, you don't know anything about it." The song continued to hum on his lips. Without stopping there, Jinshen let himself drift further down the flowing waterfall. After landing, he happily opened his eyes to enjoy the moment, while singing, "I am the everything of the world." At this point, Jinshen shouted loudly, seemingly losing control. The little one just swung freely with the flow of the water, alongside his master. Having successfully landed, the sound of water suddenly rang out with a sharp, piercing noise, and the waves could not help but crash fiercely against the shore. Jinshen sat up, feeling utterly refreshed as he bathed himself clean in the water, his face unable to hide his excitement. Pausing for a moment, Jinshen's gaze suddenly froze, his expression stiffening. Before him now, a girl, like a flower or a gem, had appeared from nowhere. She wore only a thin piece of cloth wrapped around her body, and, to make matters worse, she was in the process of preparing to undress to bathe. After his previous somersault, Jinshen found himself completely naked, still dangling and free falling into the water. He couldn't help but think to himself that there was a woman in the water, and in his eyes, the girl now appeared as a little chick. She looked so stunned, her mind utterly dazed, and as soon as the scream echoed, it was also the moment Jianchen plunged into the water. He hurriedly lifted his head. He closed his eyes and nose, saying, "Wait, don't scream." She turned pale, quickly closing her legs to cover her sensitive areas. Jianchen hurriedly explained, "Little sister, I didn't know there was someone here, didn't I tell you?" But of course, how could the girl believe this was a coincidence? Her body trembled with anger, misunderstanding his intentions as those of a damned pervert. As soon as she finished speaking, a large stone was swiftly thrown into Jianchen's face without mercy. He took the full impact, feeling dazed, almost fainting, but still managed to compliment, "Miss, you're so strong." Immediately after, the stone pressed down on him, making Jianchen sink. As he swam beneath the water, he silently thought to himself, "This miss seems to be about my age, yet she's already a grand master." Looking at the deep imprint of a five-fingered hand on his chest, Jianchen was somewhat astonished. Struggling in the water, he murmured to himself, "The Zaja Sea Institute is known for gathering all the geniuses, and there's no one who can compare to her." Then, Jianchen obediently swam under the river's surface. This girl definitely has an impressive background. I have to explain clearly to her, or else there might be another enemy added to the list. After that, he thought it through and decided to get his clothes back on first. Once properly dressed, Jianchen went back there again. Where had the miss gone? At that moment, a voice full of rage came from behind Jianchen, "Pervert." He quickly turned around to see the girl, fuming with anger, stepping forward holding a sword. "I want to kill you." Without saying another word, she immediately gathered her inner power. The first move, Water Dragon Spear. Instantly, the surface of the water began to churn and surge violently, rushing straight toward Jianchen. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and take it. Jianchen swiftly leapt into the air to dodge the attack, and then, looking at her, he tried to shout out, "Miss, listen to me, it's all a misunderstanding." In the blink of an eye, the woman had quickly appeared behind him. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, peeping on Miss while she was bathing was a death sentence. Immediately after, the water rippled so violently that even the opposite shore trembled in response. The two old men stood there, completely stunned. In the stillness of the dark night, a furious scream echoed. "Die already!" The man standing behind Yun Chang could not hold back and shouted loudly, "Feng the old monster, why do you keep standing by the shore and let an outsider get past the waterfall to approach the young lady?" Feng Yuan blushed and stammered, I didn't know, I've always used Shangli to monitor the waterfall. How did that person slip out of my control?" Yun Chang spoke coldly, "It must be because you were drunk, and your vigilance slipped." Feng Yuan tilted his head back and drank a gulp of wine, probably. Thankfully nothing happened. Once the young lady has vented her anger on that person, she'll have no more grievances with us. The young lady was even considered undefeated among those of her age. How could that person possibly be a match for her? But Yun Chang didn't think so, that young man wasn't as simple as he seemed. Meanwhile, the ground and rocks had been shattered, and Jianchen kept dodging from one spot to another. Finally, when he could no longer hold back, he shouted, "Miss, I've been tolerating and apologizing all along, don't take advantage of this." The girl named Huang Wan simply refused to reason. "You're getting too confident, what can you do to me?" With that, she continued to strike a fatal blow. All perverts deserve to die. In the end, he was stabbed in the left chest, and Jianchen gritted his teeth in pain. But Huang Wan, malicious as ever, held onto the hilt tightly, driving the sword deeper into Jianchen's chest. He silently thought to himself, "This lady has used a lethal move, if I don't fight back now, she will show no mercy." Jianchen quickly drew his weapon, his frustration rising as he gripped his opponent's collar tightly, exerting all his strength. In an instant, Jianchen reversed the situation, easily throwing his opponent into the water. Huang Wan, now somewhat stunned, stared blankly at him, her face dazed. A powerful explosion echoed through the mountains once again, shaking everything around them into chaos. In the blink of an eye, Huang Wan lay flat in the water, and the tide of the battle quickly turned in Jianchen's favor. Standing in the quiet of the night, he shouted, "Miss, although your strength is superior to mine, your combat experience is still lacking.
What happened just now was a misunderstanding.
We have already apologized. I hope Miss won't make things difficult for us.
Otherwise, Huang Yuan won't be able to bear this humiliation," she then sharply retorted. "Do you dare to threaten me?"
Immediately after, he felt the figure in front of him waver slightly. In an instant, she was completely out of Jian Chen's control, and her agile body soared above the water's surface. Staring at her, Jian Chen stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape in astonishment.
What kind of martial skill is this?
The two of them continued to gaze at each other intently, and the tension in the air grew palpable. Looking coldly at Jian Chen, she assessed him indifferently. "To think you could force me to use my martial skills.
You're not just some ordinary pervert."
At the same time, Huang Yuan once again tapped into her inner strength, and shouted loudly, "Then I won't show you any mercy." At that moment, the dagger quickly spun into the water, creating a massive whirlpool. The tip of the blade plunged into the depths, sending towering waves of foam into the air like a vivid performance. Despite this, it seemed as though the water had a spirit of its own, with eerie, phantom-like creatures hidden within the swirling waves. Jian Chen had never seen anyone argue so irrationally. Annoyed, he shouted, "Miss, I had intended to spare you earlier, but you showed no consideration.
Don't blame me for being ruthless now."
With that, Jian Chen quickly gathered his internal energy and struck the ground with a powerful blow, creating the furious wind. Not stopping there, he soared forward, his hand crackling with a terrifying bolt of lightning. His internal energy formed into an arrow-shaped force that pierced through the waves trying to attack him just moments before.
Huang Yuan was momentarily startled, silently cursing her fate.
It was over, there was no avoiding it. As Huang Yuan lost her composure, a hand materialized out of thin air, aiming directly at her back, catching her completely off guard. After that, somehow, Yun Cheng managed to bring her back to the opposite shore.
Jian Chen, seeing the situation, could not help but gape in astonishment. This old man is incredibly strong.
His voice was gruff, his expression clearly displeased.
"Little brat, how dare you harm the young lady?"
At the same time, Feng Yuan, who had been watching from behind, offered a half-drunk compliment.
"That was pretty impressive earlier. It's a pity." Jian Chen quickly turned around, silently startled when had another person appeared behind him.
Breaking his train of thought, Feng Yuan immediately gathered his internal energy and struck.
How dare he peek at someone else's daughter while she was bathing? What a damn brat.
As soon as these words left his mouth, Jian Chen was sent flying. The force of the internal energy was so strong that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the pain quickly spread through his body. In that instant, he shot through the air like a rocket, soaring directly toward the center of the lake. Jian Chen felt as though he were losing half his life and found himself unable to resist in the slightest. Then, he helplessly crashed hard to the ground.
Huang Yuan watched with delight as fresh blood once again spilled out. Jian Chen could no longer hold back the pain and let out a soft cry. Feng Yuan was somewhat surprised he had taken a hit from him and still wasn't dead. Impressive.
After a brief pause, his blurry gaze suddenly became serious. Feng Yuan continued to look at his opponent, but at the same time, his eyes fell on his own hand. His inner thoughts stirred.
Seeing his hesitation, Huang Yuan hurriedly reminded him. "Uncle Feng, quickly kill him for me."
But now Feng Yuan has changed his mind. "Well, he's severely injured now, let's leave him here to fend for himself and perish on his own."
Huang Yuan was annoyed. "Uncle Feng, he's a pervert who secretly watched me bathe. He can't be forgiven."
Yun Cheng spoke up in response, "Miss, the main matter is of importance. If those people catch up with us, we'll be in big trouble." Immediately after, they quickly summoned their mounts, preparing to leave. Before departing, Huang Yuan couldn't help but glance back at Jian Chen, who was still lying there, mouth agape. She then coldly sneered, "You can stay here and die a slow, painful death." With those words, the beast swiftly waited for them to disappear into the depths of the great waterfall. In the sky that night, meteors streaked across, making the scene look ethereal. A dragon spread its wings, soaring through the air, blending with the tranquil night, looking incredibly majestic. At the same time, Yuncheng suddenly seemed troubled. Feng the old monster, tell me, have you noticed something about that boy? Feng Yuan sighed deeply. So, you noticed it, huh? Yuncheng replied nonchalantly, I've been playing with you for many years. What could you possibly hide from me? Huang Luan, who had been listening from the side, was confused. Uncle Feng, Uncle Yun, what are you two talking about? Feng Yuan raised his hand and said, earlier, when I struck that brat with a palm, my palm got injured. I don't know how that kid managed to do that. Huang Luan looked over in astonishment. That pervert is weaker than me. How could he possibly hurt Uncle Feng? Yuncheng also seemed surprised. How is that possible? That brat's strength is at best saint level, and yet he was able to injure you? Now, Yuncheng became serious and started reflecting. Now that I think about it, the holy weapon that brat had was quite strange. It seemed to be controlled by his consciousness. Also, he paused for a moment, then continued with a guess, that brat might have somehow evaded my Shangli perception, getting close to the young miss. Feng Yuan gave a glance and said, this kid likely has a background that's far from ordinary. I'm worried that there's a powerful force behind him, which is why I decided to let him go for now. Huang Luan still acted so arrogantly. What power could possibly compare to our family? Uncle Feng, you're far too timid. Yuncheng reminded her coldly. Miss, don't be so conceited. This is a sensitive time, we cannot afford to make more enemies for the family. She stuck out her tongue teasingly. I'm not. But right after that, Yuncheng's expression suddenly turned stern. Cold sweat ran down Huang Luan's back as realization struck her. Little Luan understands. Only when Yuncheng chose not to pursue the matter did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Looking behind her, she couldn't help feeling regret. It was a pity she hadn't been able to personally kill that pervert. Then Huang Luan murmured to herself, but he probably won't survive anyway. By the stream, Jian Shen still lay motionless. A long time had passed, yet he hadn't been able to get up. Jian Shen's consciousness was slowly returning. He thought to himself, damn it, I'm too badly injured. My whole body won't move. My tendons and bones feel torn apart. If not for the purple Qing sword art protecting me. As he thought of it, he recalled that last attack, a faint shudder running through him. Pausing for a moment, Jian Shen secretly speculated that the chief earlier could have easily killed him on the spot. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt exhausted, though he hadn't been slain immediately, now he could only wait for death. Jian Shen was filled with regret. He had just improved his strength, yet was about to die like this. It was truly unwilling. At that moment, Jian Shen suddenly sensed the spiritual energy around him growing incomparably rich. What is this? He wondered if it was some sort of manifestation of Shangli. Had his heightened perception allowed him to discover something new? This source of Shangli seemed strangely familiar. Pausing again, his eyes finally managed to open. Extending his awareness, Jian Shen was startled. That's right. He realized this was the Guangming Saint power he had once used to heal others when possessing their bodies. Slowly raising his trembling hand, he thought Guangming Saint masters heal by drawing upon the surrounding Guangming Saint power. If he could use it to heal himself. Pausing once more, Jian Shen seemed to feel that very energy flowing into his hand. Trying a little is still better than dying painfully here. Instantly, Jian Shen fixed his gaze on those sources of energy. They swept across his face, leaving him stunned. His eyes suddenly froze. At that moment, several enormous creatures appeared in the sky. No one knew why these figures had all emerged at the same time. One of them spoke first. There was a royal aura detected near the waterfall ahead. Another responded coldly, immediately giving the order to pursue, declaring that whoever was there must be killed without exception. As soon as the command was issued, they swiftly descended toward the stream. Yet, upon looking around and finding no one, a faint disappointment appeared on their faces. "There's no one here." "We're too late," one of them said. The leader, however, seemed unconvinced. He carefully scanned the surroundings. Did they escape? Meanwhile, Jian thought to himself that these newcomers were clearly up to no good. Fortunately, his aura had already merged completely with the environment, otherwise, things would have turned troublesome. But the leader was so cautious that he gathered his inner energy and slashed fiercely at the water before him. The space around remained utterly silent. Only the sound of water flowing could be heard everywhere. One of the subordinates hurriedly reported that there were no anomalies beneath the pond. It seemed that the target had truly escaped. On the other side, the other person responded and continued the pursuit. Immediately, they mounted their flying beasts and rushed to search for any trace of royal energy to eliminate. Deep beneath the river, Jian silently rejoiced, thankful that his mindset remained steady, his aura not fluctuating. But at that moment, a large stone suddenly appeared from above, slowly sinking down, startling him. What was that? Soon after, of course, he couldn't avoid it, being underwater. The massive stone slammed into his back, and Jian felt as if his bones were shattering into countless pieces. He gasped, cursing inwardly. This was bad. The force was too strong, causing the bone injury he had just healed to break once again. His head spun, helplessness overtaking him. He had failed at the moment he was most confident, never imagining that in the end, he would die from suffocation. After a long while, Jian's eyes slowly fluttered open, his entire body feeling as though it had been shattered. The two girls sitting next to him cheered in delight. He's awake, thank goodness. Jian still couldn't open his eyes, but he could feel the atmosphere around him. The three women smiled brightly like flowers. Young master, you're finally awake. Jian wondered, could it be that I've somehow ended up in a world of immortals, the very one that so many men dream of? At that moment, a man's voice came from somewhere, but unfortunately, he drowned. This guy really is heavy. It was then that Jian fully regained his senses. Did I startle you? The low voice spoke again. He's awake, thank goodness, he's been saved. Now that his mind was clear, what stood before him was not a beautiful woman, but an old lady who could hardly be called a beauty. To Jian, every one of them looked terrifying. His face was pale, and his eyes seemed like they could explode. Who are you people? Ghosts? The three of them replied in unison, we were nearby and heard a noise, so we came to check. We happened to save you. Who are you? Why did you drown? What happened here just now? Was there a battle between experts? Also, Xiaojiao, can you stop talking so much? Little brother had just woken up and remembered that book. He decided to go and see it as well. Jian inwardly sighed, this dream is all boss's fault. I shouldn't have looked at boss's book in the first place. The man named Kaide hurriedly said, Xiaojiao is a talkative person, little brother, don't mind him. Xiaojiao laughed heartily, I just can't control my mouth. Huba added, little brother, why did you almost drown? From the looks of your injuries, it seems quite serious. Jian appeared unwilling to tell the truth. I was fishing in the pond. Suddenly, the water became turbulent, and countless stones fell into it. I was struck by them, and I wasn't careful enough, so I ended up almost drowning. Kaide observed the surroundings. It seemed that there had indeed been a battle here, which had caused the cliff to be in this state. He looked around, silently speculating on how this waterfall had been destroyed. Who were those people? Could they be related to the woman from earlier? Xiaojiao, now intrigued, asked, brothers, what's your name? Would you be interested in joining our Blazing Flame Legion? Although our group only has 3 members, it will become the largest legion in the kingdom of Fenglin in the future. You were surprised, soldier of the Blazing Flame Legion. Kaide quickly covered his mouth. Little brother, sorry about that, Xiaojiao was just joking, Huba quickly added.
Yeah, let's just pretend he was rambling.
Jian Chen glanced at them, quietly assessing.
These three didn't seem to be bad people.
His wounds were still not healed, and he wasn't familiar with this foreign land, so joining their group might not be a bad idea. Soon after, Jian Chen spoke, "Both of us have no place to go. If you, the bosses, are willing to take us in, that would be truly great."
Kaida was taken aback. Really? If little brother agrees to join, Xiao Jiao would be more than happy. This is fantastic. The Blazing Flame Legion will grow even stronger.
The largest man then quickly introduced himself. "Little brother, my name is Kaida, and I'm the squad leader of the Blazing Flame Legion."
The stout man immediately followed. "I'm Huba, the vice captain."
Finally, the youngest and most talkative of the group chimed in, "I'm Xiao Jiao, the representative for the squad leader of the Blazing Flame Legion." And then, he briefly introduced himself.
"My name is Jian Chen." Kaida followed up, welcoming me to join the Blazing Flame Legion.
Xiao Jiao said loudly, "Jian Chen, from now on, you will be the representative for the vice captain."
Huba scratched his head sincerely. "Brother Jian Chen, you seem more trustworthy than Xiao Jiao.
Let Xiao Jiao be the representative for the vice captain."
"I'm frustrated.
My experience is much deeper than Jian Chen's, he definitely should be the deputy." Kaida quickly added, "Then let brother Jian Chen be the second vice captain." Seeing them argue and pinch each other's cheeks so naturally, Jian Chen couldn't help but feel happy.
But sadness soon overwhelmed him. These people reminded him of the friends he had when the group was first formed, back when things were simpler, didn't they?
But the voice kept echoing in his mind. "Jian Chen, senior brother, in the future, you'll be the sect leader, so let me be the vice sect leader, alright?
Stop daydreaming, do you even deserve it?"
Those were also the happiest days Jian Chen had ever experienced.
Back then, everyone chatted and laughed as they walked.
Of course, I should be the vice leader.
These thoughts made him even more determined. He must find a way to deal with the lone path ahead.
Investigate the truth behind the time travel and return to the sect as soon as possible. At the same time, Kaida said, "To celebrate junior brother Jian Chen's joining, we will go to the weapon market to buy some things."
Xiao Jiao excitedly said, "Really? That's great." Upon hearing this, Jian Chen couldn't help but be surprised.
He stared intently at them, focusing on the weapon market.
Soon after, they quickly arrived at the weapon market.
Large creatures, like birds, and some other strange species were flying through the air in large numbers.
As soon as they arrived, Jian Chen was extremely amazed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is huge."
Kaida, leading the way, introduced, "This is the military strategy assistance area, the first place where soldiers would exchange with each other."
Later on, it became a market.
Jian Chen looked around, astonished that such a bustling market existed in the mountains. At the same time, his and Xiao Jiao's gazes seemed to have landed on something. Xiao Jiao, surprised, thought, "The person on the information board looks so much like Jian Chen."
Kaida continued, indeed impressed, "This is really something."
The information board even mentions that this person killed the gold silk silver thread serpent, second rank.
Huba also added more details. It must be a Saint Master level expert to have the capability to do that.
Jian Chen gritted his teeth in frustration.
Damn it, I can't believe the news spread so quickly. I need to think of a way to mislead them. He then hurriedly explained, "I only have the strength of a saint. How could I possibly have the ability to kill the gold silk silver thread serpent, second rank?" Seeing the looks in the eyes of the three, Jian Chen inwardly groaned, "It's over, could my true identity be exposed?"
The three of them fell silent, their gazes fixed on him, and a hint of vigilance suddenly appeared in their eyes.
Then, all three of them laughed heartily and waved it off.
"That's right, brother Jian Chen, what you said makes perfect sense.
An expert who could kill a gold silk silver thread serpent wouldn't be someone who would just drown. It seems like it was just a look-alike after all." Jian Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That was close.
After a brief pause, Xiao Jiao spoke again. If an expert like that joined our army, that would be amazing. Jian Shan relaxed inside, thinking, looks like my attempt at misdirection worked.
Kaida growled, Xiao Jiao, stop daydreaming. An expert like that would never be interested in our army. He then quickly reminded. Brother Jian Shan, in order to avoid trouble, why don't you disguise yourself a little? If you're recognized as Lin Chang, the one mentioned in the top command scripts, that's a disaster. You should listen to me. Thank you, Kaida boss. Immediately after, he said loudly, let's go, I'll take you shopping. Xiao Jiao was excited, just spending money. Hu Ba, who was standing beside them, reminded him, Xiao Jiao, don't go spending money recklessly. Inside the market, the atmosphere was very lively. Squad leader, I want this one, boss, give me 4 portions. They arrived at a bookstall, where the seller immediately greeted them, the new cultivation techniques just came out, buy one get one free. They then looked at a clothing stall, with huge clearance sales, everything was half price, all of it. There was also a wide variety of meat and food, with all items on clearance, half price, everything was the same. Xiao Jiao was thrilled, squad leader, the money you've saved up for so long, now we can finally buy something for sister-in-law and Mila. Kaida was also visibly happy. He hadn't been back in half a year, he wondered if Mila had learned to call him dad yet. He then turned to Xiao Jiao. Brother Jian Shan, if you like something, just buy it. If you don't have enough money, I can lend it to you. Jian Shan politely replied, thank you, boss Kaida, but I don't want to buy anything. Xiao Jiao cried, Chang Tian is so stingy, he won't even lend me money. Hu Ba gave him a disdainful glance, a glutton like you, spending money only on food, it's a waste. He quickly retorted, aren't you the same? Kaida spoke loudly, Hu Ba is right, I can't lend money to Xiao Jiao. Jian Shan secretly sighed, the bond between everyone is really strong. At that moment, Jian Shan's face suddenly turned pale, and a powerful energy began to emanate from his body. Ha! Jian Shan looked at his hand, a little surprised. Why is the purple Qing sword art activating on its own like this? He felt like they were really enjoying it. Could it be that the purple Qing sword art has its own consciousness? How is that possible? Soon after, he began looking around, searching. Could there be something nearby? After a brief pause, he stopped at a stall selling crystals. The counter master was still dozing off, staring intently at the Yuan Xing, which was round in shape. A purple energy radiated from the object, and it was indeed attracting Jian Shan's attention. He squatted down and observed it for a long while, feeling a bit doubtful, wondering if this was really it. Soon after, Jian Shan felt his body uncontrollably lean forward, which surprised him greatly. What was this? It seemed like his blue sword was truly reacting to this. It felt as if they both wanted to pull toward each other. After calming himself down, Jian Shan speculated that the purple Qing sword art inside him was in motion. He quickly attempted to place his hand on the purple stone. There was something strange about this stone. At the same time, his expression seemed to darken. Jian Shan quietly felt uneasy. It was too heavy. Seeing him sitting there beside the stall, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but feel curious. What was Jian Shan doing? Meanwhile, Jian Shan was trying to lift the stone, but his body couldn't seem to get it up. Inside, he was silently screaming. Too heavy, it's too heavy. But at the same time, he could feel an enormous force continuously emanating from it. Jian Shan's face grew serious. You told yourself that the purple Qing sword art had automatically erupted. At the same time, Counter Master Qi Han cheerfully asked, little brother, do you want to buy this stone? He then smiled brightly and introduced, this is a treasure I found in the Demon Beast mountain range. Upon hearing this, Jian Shan's expression changed drastically. He silently speculated, could the Demon Beast mountain range be related to the lone expert seeking defeat? I don't know how long I've been standing here at this stall, but Jian Shan was still dazed. He stared at the stone, hesitated, and then asked, do you know what this stone is used for? Why is it considered a treasure? Shihan answered honestly, I don't know about its use, I only know that it's very heavy. It's extremely hard, not even Shangli can damage it, so it must be a treasure. Jian Chen was surprised, realizing that he didn't know either. Then, Shihan smiled and added, the veiled beauty is the most beautiful. I wonder what the treasure's most powerful use could be. Is that the principle? Jian Chen forced a bitter smile, you make a good point. He thought to himself that this stone might trigger the purple Qing sword art, even if it wasn't related to the lone expert seeking defeat. It must be related to the purple Qing sword art. I have to buy it back. Wait a moment. Jian Chen's face suddenly went pale and he became sullen. But Wood Cloud already took my money. Thinking of that young man, Jian Chen felt extremely vexed. At the same time, Kaida walked over. Brother Jian Chen, Jr., do you want to buy this? Xiao Jiao didn't understand. What's worth buying about this broken stone? It'd be better to go buy some meat to eat. Huba sneered, all you ever think about is eating. Jian Chen awkwardly pointed at it. Boss Kaida, I really do want to buy this, but I have no money on me. The generous man said, no problem, I'll buy it and give it to you as a gift for the troop. Immediately after, Kaida pointed at it and asked, how much do you want for this? Shihan hurriedly said, not much, not much. Then he held up one finger 1,000 gold coins. Hearing this, all four of them felt as if struck, each gaped in astonishment. Kaida stammered, what, how much? Xiao Jiao said bluntly, this ruined rock sells for 1,000 gold coins? Why don't I just go and rob someone? Huba continued, surely you don't think we're trying to raise the price just because we want to buy, do you? Immediately after, Shihan smiled brightly, everyone, harmony brings prosperity, the price is negotiable. Jian Chen's face turned pale, and he walked away. It was too expensive. But Kaida spoke up, brother Jian Chen, I promise to gift it to you. What I say, I do. He then placed a large purse down, containing 830 gold coins. One price, take it or leave it. Huba was stunned, squad leader, this is your entire fortune, something you've worked hard to accumulate. Shihan eagerly took the money, sell, of course, sell. Thank you all for your support. Kaida loudly agreed, and the deal was done. Jian Chen, annoyed, muttered to himself, this swindler, I will definitely find a way to get the money back for Kaida boss. He shot Shihan a frustrated look, his thoughts cursing the man. Shihan, feeling the intense gaze, began to sweat. That look was terrifying, clearly, this money wasn't easily earned. Then he spoke again, you've all been so kind to take care of my business, I should give you some additional blessings. Kaida asked again, what benefits? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and presented a scroll of paper, which was filled with military strategy. It just so happens that we have intelligence on two two-headed mountain cats. How about I gift it to you all? Hearing this, Kaida was so surprised that his mouth hung open in shock. Two-headed cats, fourth great demon beast. Jian Chen immediately shifted into vigilance mode. Such important intelligence, why would you give it to us? Shihan smiled bitterly. I can't hide it from you, although this intelligence is important, there are quite a few people who know about it. If sold outside, it would only fetch a few hundred gold coins. He then added, I didn't expect that you would want to buy that stone. Just consider it as buying the intelligence and getting the stone as a gift. He quickly snatched the piece of paper, grinning as his expression changed immediately. And just after that, everyone quickly moved away from the stall. Huba spoke up, let's go. Shihan watched them leave and felt a sense of relief. It seemed like he had escaped a close call. Kaida then said, I've run out of money. Let's just call it a day for the stroll. Xiao Jiao, feeling bored, remarked that the walk was already over before it even really started. Jian Chen, feeling guilty, spoke up. It's all because I wasn't good enough, causing everyone to be unable to go for a walk. Kaida replied, Brother Jian Chen, don't be so polite. I already said this fruit is a gift from me to you. Immediately, Jian Chen asked, as long as we catch the two-headed cat, we'll have money, right?
Xiao Zhao responded, speaking softly, a fourth-grade demon beast is not something we can handle. Soon after, he also decided to confess, no more pretending.
I'll be honest, I'm the one on the wanted list. I'm the one who hunted the gold-and-silver snow serpent. Kaido was stunned. No way.
Xiao Jiao was equally puzzled. He had clearly already admitted it earlier.
Hu Ba asked, then what about the incident where you sank into the water? How do you explain that?
A faint smile then appeared on Jian Shen's lips, as no one knew what he was really planning. After a brief pause, he gathered his internal energy and struck the large tree beside him with great force.
The three brothers stared, their mouths agape in astonishment. Jian Shen asked coldly, do you believe me now?
But just as he showcased his abilities, a figure standing at a distance, secretly watching, saw everything. It turned out to be Brother 7. He was still harboring thoughts of revenge and found this situation quite amusing.
Found it.
At the same time in the market, after Jian Shen and his group left, it seemed that the place was no longer peaceful. Chi Han had been beaten in a fight, and I was speaking with complete sincerity. It was true that I had only sold them a single stone, along with the intelligence about the two-headed mountain cat. Immediately afterward, the other person grabbed him by the collar, causing Chi Han to be terrified. Brother 7 spoke coldly, all right, bring out the intelligence about the two-headed mountain cat, and I'll spare you. Chi Han quickly replied, all right, I was just about to keep a portion for myself. Then, Brother 7 quickly reported, Squad leader, that little brat and the Blazing Flame army are hunting the two-headed cats.
This person is Kolasi.
He quickly stood up, that androgynous person isn't here. Brother 7 continued, when I received the covert intelligence, I only saw that little brat.
Lassie coldly said, looks like they've split up to act separately. Then Brother 7 asked again, Squad leader, what should we do now?
He reminded them, as Duko the old monster had said years ago, the M often catches people from behind. This brat and the two-headed mountain cat will take all of them.
Brother 7 then asked Squad leader, how's the deal going?
That man glanced over at Chi Han, then coldly ordered, he's no longer useful, kill him.
Quickly putting his clothes back on,
Lassie gently commanded his subordinates to gather manpower. He sat arrogantly in the chair and added, this time, we absolutely cannot let him escape. The subordinates responded respectfully.
Yes.
The scene shifts to the mountain range, where Jian Shen and the three brothers he just met are starting to hunt. First, it was this big bear. Jian Shen casually landed a few strikes, making the bear roar and bleed from the pain. The three of them hid behind a tree and watched in silence.
Brother Jian Shen, you sure are impressive. Is this what it feels like to win so easily?
They were definitely the trio who set the atmosphere. Brother Jian Shen, you should become the squad leader in the future.
The rest of us can only stand by. Kaido spoke up. With someone as skilled as Brother Jian Shen, there's no room for us to show off.
Xiao Jiao, delighted, said, with Senior Jian Shen here, the Blazing Flame Army is one step closer to becoming the largest military strategy group in the Kingdom of Fonglin.
He was honest.
In the past, we never dared to even dream of hunting a fourth-grade demon beast.
Now, all I want to do is ask where the two-headed cat is. Kaido spoke next.
That's right, this is the area marked on the intelligence report. Could it be that the merchants deceived us? Hu Ba stared intently at the letter. This place is exactly as marked on the intelligence report. Could it be that those small merchants tricked us? Jian Shen patiently spoke, maybe the two-headed cat is very cautious.
Let's continue searching.
But by this time, the stomachs of the three of them were already growling loudly. Xiao Jiao, embarrassed, said, encouraging others is exhausting.
How about we eat first?
Hu Ba responded, Xiao Jiao really knows how to hold others back, but when it comes to eating, she's the most enthusiastic.
Jian Shen also chimed in, I'm a bit hungry too, and there's food right here.
They then took the meat from the large beast and roasted it. The delicious aroma spread throughout the quiet forest. Suddenly, Jian Shan seemed to have heard something. He quickly became alert. From the bushes, the rustling sound continued, growing louder with each moment. Jian Shan quickly stood up and issued a warning. Something is coming, Huba speculated. Could it be a two-headed mountain cat? All four of them were now in a state of readiness for battle. They held their breath in silence, waiting. Suddenly, something rushed out from the bushes, carrying a powerful internal force with it. Jian Shan spoke loudly, "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, a small orange creature with lively eyes flew by joyfully. At the sight of it, everyone was taken aback in shock, as they had expected a large, fearsome beast. However, the creature simply ran past them casually, as if it belonged there. Kaide froze. "What is this?" The little creature nonchalantly approached the piece of meat, eagerly took a bite, and began to savor it as if it were at home. Huba speculated, its mind fixated on food. Could this be Xiao Jiao of the demon beast? Xiao Jiao feels ticklish? Huba boss, your words hurt me. Jian Shen focused his gaze on it, his thoughts uncertain. This is. Then he said, I once saw it in the Academy's library. This is the offspring of the golden fur tiger king. When it grows up, it will directly transform into a fifth-grade demon beast. The three brothers had bright eyes, and as they grew older, they could become fifth-grade demon beasts. Tran looked at it with frustration. No wonder he hadn't seen the two-headed mountain cat. The golden fur tiger king was the natural enemy of the two-headed mountain cat, so the great tiger king must be nearby, causing the mountain cats to flee. Immediately after, Jian Shen swiftly grabbed its neck. He was still happily eating, even after being caught. Truly, a food-loving cat. Kaide was so moved that he almost cried. This was a fifth-grade demon beast, and if he could tame it into a demon pet, it would be a tremendous achievement. A sinister voice rang out from behind. That's right. Lassie, with a playful yet indifferent tone, spoke from behind him. I also thought so. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Kaide quickly turned around to see who it was. In front of them stood a tall, muscular man, his face covered with countless scars, giving him a terrifying appearance. Kaide was startled and couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Captain Lassie. Jian Shen was secretly surprised. This person is a Grand Master. I didn't sense anything at all. Tonight, in the silent forest. The birds were also frightened by this aura, scattering in panic. The three brothers stood there, their eyes wide with shock, staring intently at the figure before them. Dong Tan then looked at the man and called out loudly, Squad Leader Lassie. After that, he turned his gaze towards Golden Fur, who seemed to be on high alert, watching the man warily. Then he looked back and asked, Kaide boss, do you know this person? Kaide was terrified. The man in front of him was none other than Captain Lassie of the Dong Bing Guild, the second largest faction within the Zhou family in the Waku inner city. Lassie turned to Jian Shen and said, Little brat, you may not know me, but I know you. He fixed his gaze on him and questioned, You snatched the gold silk silver thread serpent from my subordinates. No one has ever dared to steal from the Dong Bing Guild of the Zhou family before. You are the first. Jian Shen remembered Brother Seven and realized that those men were his subordinates. Lassie had come to take the gold silk silver thread serpent back. Upon hearing this, Lassie sneered in disdain, You really underestimate me. After a brief pause, he continued, As for the gold silk silver thread serpent, forget it. It's just a second-tier magical beast. How could it ever compare to the fifth-rank magical beast in your hands? At this moment, Kaide looked toward him anxiously. As everyone was chatting, a figure in the distance was taking aim at Jian Shen's group. After a while, the hidden assailant finally released the bowstring, and a sharp arrow shot forth through the air. Hearing a strange sound carried by the wind, Kaide quickly turned around, his face filled with alarm. Instantly, he pulled Xiao Jiao to the side and shouted loudly, Vigilance! Xiao Jiao, be careful! Unable to hold back his anger, Kaide cursed, Despicable! A cowardly sneak attack!
Huba roared, "If you've got the guts, come fight us face to face." Xiao Jiao's face turned pale, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Chen began to feel irritated. "I'm sorry, I've dragged you all into this. This has nothing to do with you. I'll stop them, everyone, run." Kaida shouted, "Brother Jian Chen, what the hell are you saying? You're part of our Blazing Flame Legion. We live and die together." Though terrified, Xiao Jiao stood firm. "That's right. Today we fight them with everything we've got. Huba, show them what we're made of." "That's right, let's take a risk with them." Immediately after, Kaida turned to the others and shouted loudly, "Blazing Flame Army." He then asked, "What should we do if your younger brother is being bullied?" The two of them immediately responded, "Fight, of course."
At the same time, a warm sensation spread through Jianchen. It had been a long time since he had felt such warmth, and he couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart.
Jianchen then stepped forward and said loudly, "Leave Kolasi to me. You all take care of the others. Everyone, understood?"
On the other side, Lassie laughed maniacally.
He opened his mouth and ordered with pleasure, "Go ahead and strike."
The soldiers quickly rushed forward, and Lassie simultaneously shouted, "Kill all these foolish madmen." The momentum of the three brothers was as overwhelming as a raging storm. Anyone who dared to approach Jian Chen was immediately met with their ferocious attacks.
On Jian Chen's side, his face darkened.
He quickly gathered his internal energy, preparing to fight the leader. Then, with a swift motion, he leapt toward Lassie, his gaze locked on the opponent, and the air around him was filled with a murderous aura. But just as Jian Chen was about to charge forward, Lassie remained calm and unmoving, which left Jian Chen utterly surprised.
Jian Chen frowned.
While flying past, he had been quietly observing his opponent for a while, his heart wavering.
This guy didn't even bother to dodge.
Lassie, on the other hand, seemed utterly delighted, as if he were about to play with a child. Then he channeled his inner energy and shouted loudly, "Stop staring at others." A thunderous explosion erupted, and the ground around them shook as if struck by an earthquake.
Lassie stood there nonchalantly, sneering, "Is that all the strength you've got?" Immediately after, that massive hand once again clamped tightly around Jian Chen's arm.
Lassie began to exert his inner energy, causing Jian Chen's arm to stiffen, unable to move. His face also froze, and he stared at his opponent, unsure how to respond. Seeing Lassie's calm demeanor, Jian Chen began to sweat as he guessed, Shangli armor.
Lassie smirked triumphantly. "Not bad, huh?
My holy weapon is different from others. My entire body is clad in armor." Indeed, just as Lassie said, his whole body was now fully covered in Shangli armor.
Yet Jian Chen remained composed and said, "Looks like defeating you won't be easy."
Stop for a moment, the smile on Jian Chen's face reappeared, and it seemed like there was no choice but to resort to that method.
Lassie looked at Jian Chen and couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Do you have a second plan?" Then he gathered his internal energy and asked, "Are you going to lower your head and admit defeat? Or are you planning to abandon those useless fools and run away?" Jian Chen then turned to Golden Fur. "Little cat, looks like you'll have to suffer a bit."
Immediately, Jian Chen tossed Golden Fur in his hand.
"Lassie, do you want us, or do you want this little tiger?"
He didn't expect that Jian Chen would throw his precious possession like that, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Fuming with rage, Lassie gritted his teeth, unable to find the words to say to Jian Chen.
"You." Then Lassie also kicked off the ground and ran, "Wait until I catch that little tiger, and then I'll settle the score with you." Jian Chen immediately flashed a sly grin. "No different from you, Lassie. These little tricks to lure the enemy are just like mosquitoes."
Meanwhile, the small Golden Fur was running for its life, crying out in panic.
Lassie chased it like a maniac, grinning as he pursued it.
He looked at Golden Fur hungrily. The little tiger really was fast. The echo of its frantic running reverberated through the mountains and forests. His scream echoed through the night, tearing apart the silence. "Stop!" Meanwhile, over here, a small figure was ripping apart the body of the large beast, blood spilling everywhere. Its sharp eyes glanced over, its mouth still covered in fresh blood, creating a terrifying image. Then, as if sensing something, the beast stopped tearing into its prey. It stood upright, looking around, seemingly sensing something. Without warning, it let out a fierce roar. It was a fully grown golden fur, its aura incredibly overwhelming. Its fierce face, coupled with its blood-soaked mouth, struck fear into anyone who laid eyes on it. On this side, Jian Shan also heard its roar. He jerked his head around in surprise. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but speak up, "That roar is terrifying. What kind of monster is that?" From behind, the large golden fur let out an angry howl, then charged towards Jian Shan and the others. In the blink of an eye, one of them was swiftly dragged away by the golden fur. Its movements were quick and precise. Not stopping there, another beast had targeted Kaida and was charging towards him, scattering the group in all directions. Brother Seven glanced over and immediately recognized the demonic beast as one manipulated by the golden fur Tiger King. Upon hearing this, Kaida and his group were so terrified that their faces turned pale. Seeing the golden fur beast exuding murderous intent, they all scrambled and shouted loudly, "The Tiger King is here! This is bad, we need to retreat quickly." Over here, Kaida was being chased by the demonic beast, leaving behind a trail of smoke. "Help, Brother Jian Shen!" he cried. Jian Shen hurried over, and as soon as he arrived, the demonic beast was swiftly brought down by Jian Shen's sharp and agile sword. Afterward, he quickly informed everyone, "The Tiger King is coming. We need to escape fast." Xiao Jiao quickly replied, "No problem." Hu Ba also followed suit, "We will follow your lead." From his senses, Jian Shen could tell that many demonic beasts were heading their way. It seemed that the Tiger King, eager to save its offspring, was in a great rush. Kaida, trembling with fear, asked, "If the cub isn't in our hands, will we be safe?" Jian Shen then pointed behind him. "From what I feel, there are fewer demonic beasts in that direction. We'll break through the encirclement from there." Everyone immediately agreed. Understood. Tonight, in the small Qingping forest, there were hidden dangers lying deep within, unpredictable and looming. On this side, La Si was walking alone, seemingly having achieved his goal. He held a small golden fur in his hand, looking pleased. The area around him had fewer magical beasts, making it relatively safe. At the same time, a massive surge of internal energy flew towards him from behind, heading directly for La Si. Sensing the oppressive aura closing in from behind, he instinctively turned around, sweat breaking out on his forehead. The small golden fur was staring intently at him. When it saw its kind, it joyfully raised its paws, wagging its tail in a pitifully adorable manner. The moment La Si saw it, he was so startled that he couldn't even close his mouth. No wonder there had been no magical beasts around recently. It turned out that the Tiger King was here. Standing next to it now, La Si could truly feel the immense pressure coming from the beast. Immediately, he tightened his grip on the small golden fur and shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill it." The Tiger King, possessing the intelligence of a human, seemed to understand his words and stopped its attack. La Si gritted his teeth and began to calculate, if things kept going like this he wouldn't be able to get away, he had to find a way to escape. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly heard a rustling deep within the bushes some distance away. Pleasure showed on La Si's face, he laughed and announced loudly, "Someone's coming this way." Jian Shan and his group are racing ahead. According to your directions, everyone is moving up on both sides. After a moment, Jian Shan abruptly sensed that something was wrong, his heart stalled. Immediately he shouted, "Stop! The Tiger King is nearby." No wonder there've been fewer and fewer monsters along the way. Hu Ba startled, "What?" From above, La Si swooped toward them and shouted, "Take this useful item." As he finished, he quickly hurled something in their direction and called out, "Catch!" Xiao Jiao instinctively reached out. He stared at the object in bewilderment. "What is this?" La Si, delighted, hid in a nearby cover and muttered to himself, "You can all die here instead." As soon as the bag was opened, Xiao Jiao turned into a dumbfounded little tiger. Jian Shen couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, the Golden Fur King finally pounced, but Xiao Jiao remained completely unaware. Jian Shen, startled, looked at Xiao Jiao, then shouted loudly, "Xiao Jiao, throw it away." Hu Ba immediately rushed forward, pushing him aside while urgently shouting, "Xiao Jiao, be careful." Thanks to Hu Ba, Xiao Jiao narrowly escaped death, but now it was Hu Ba himself who was in danger, caught in the jaws of the Golden Fur King. Fresh blood spurted out, and in Xiao Jiao's eyes, there was nothing but utter confusion. Jian Shen was the same, he stood frozen, helplessly watching Hu Ba fall under the claws. The sharp, iron-like claws left him paralyzed, unsure how to react. Now even Kaida stood motionless, as the three of them had no time to act. The situation unfolded too quickly. In an instant, Hu Ba was already trapped in the mouth of the Golden Fur King, which let out a terrifying roar that made them tremble in fear. After a while, the Golden Fur King dropped Hu Ba's lifeless body onto the ground, where it lay motionless. The three remaining members stared in shock, and Hu Ba was still barely alive, gasping for breath. He lay in front of Xiao Jiao, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Hu Ba urged him to run quickly. Finally, Xiao Jiao managed to calm down. He panicked and screamed out in despair, tears streaming down his face, soaking it completely. Xiao Jiao looked at the Golden Fur King and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Seeing the person in front of him draw a weapon, he immediately assumed a stance to attack. Jian Shen shouted loudly, "Xiao Jiao, come back here." But Xiao Jiao didn't listen at all. He recklessly soared upwards, charging head-on at the massive beast. Of course, Jian Shen couldn't let his friend die in vain. Quickly, he gathered his inner strength and prepared to strike. A powerful slash cut through the Golden Fur King. Xiao Jiao gasped in astonishment at the sheer force. He drew a large arc towards it, but the beast's claws slammed down toward Jian Shen, forcing him to retreat swiftly. Xiao Jiao, terrified, looked at Jian Shen and couldn't help but scream out in worry. Jian Shen, now focused on the Golden Fur King, gritted his teeth. The force of its attack was overwhelming, and naturally, the beast wasn't going to stand still and let itself be killed like this. Now, the Tiger King began to concentrate its inner power at the edge of its maw. It roared, carrying a vast surge of internal energy that made the surrounding air seem to constrict. Jian Shen thrust both hands forward to block the strike, but Xiao Jiao, being weaker, could not help but spit blood from the 7 orifices. In the end, he could not hold on and collapsed to the ground. Jian Shen glanced over and cried out in alarm, "Xiao Jiao," but Xiao Jiao now seemed to have lost his reason. He clenched his teeth, voice trembling, "I must kill you, to avenge Boss Hu Ba." Meanwhile, the golden-furred beast continued to rush forward, its sure-shown tiger chi fixed on the 2 targets before it. Xiao Jiao trembled, "I must kill it, to avenge Boss Hu Ba." Jian Shen could not help but warn, "Xiao Jiao, you are too badly injured, stop this madness." Immediately after, Jian Shen surged forward. "Kaida, boss, take Xiao Jiao and go, let me hold the Tiger King in place." But now Kaida also seemed overcome with grief and had lost his composure. "Take Xiao Jiao away, let me hold the Tiger King in place." Jian Shen started in alarm, "Boss Kaida. You are no match for it," he said sternly. "Could it really be you?" Jian Shen knew that, yet he still said, "But let me hold it off so everyone else can escape." Kaida stepped forward. "The Tiger King rules over this entire forest. Unless we can completely leave this beast-infested forest, it's nearly impossible. Among us, you are the strongest. Only you have a chance of escaping." After a brief pause, he quickly added, "I command you, in the name of the Dongbing Blazing Flame Battalion, to lead Xiao Jiao away." Jian Shen was taken aback. The usually cheerful senior now looked so serious. In the end, Kaida was right. Though Jian Shen was reluctant, he had no other choice. "Yes, squad leader." Immediately, Jian Shen left quickly. "Take care, Kaida boss." Xiao Jiao shouted. "I'm not leaving. I want to stay with the squad leader." Knowing he had no chance of surviving against the Golden Fur King, he hesitated, then said, "Junior brother Jian Shen, remember to avenge us." On the other side, Xiao Jiao stared at Kaida, dazed, his voice trembling. "Squad leader. Finally, they quickly managed to escape from the Golden Fur King. Jian Chen chose a suitable place and stopped. He continued to pour his internal energy into the other person while repeatedly saying, "Xiao Jiao, you must live, you must live." Soon after, Xiao Jiao's voice trembled. "Am I going to die?" Jian Chen quickly responded, "I can use the Guangming Saint Elixir to heal you, you should be fine." Then Xiao Jiao spoke again. "Jian Chen is so powerful, he knows everything, unlike me, just a useless waste." Jian Chen cried, trembling. "Don't say that, I will heal you." Xiao Jiao's breath was weak, he hesitated, then said, "Blazing Flame Army, you're the only one left." "Well, that's enough." With that, Xiao Jiao's eyes slowly began to close. Jian Chen was stunned, his gaze fixed on Xiao Jiao lying motionless on the ground, tears mingling with his rage. Jian Chen gritted his teeth, every word dripping with fury. "Military strategy, Zhou family, Kalasi." The name was spoken with a sense of frustration, Jian Chen's eyes burning with uncontainable anger. At that moment, a roar suddenly echoed, startling Jian Chen into stopping dead in his tracks. You immediately turned around and said to yourself, "Tiger King is chasing us." Then Jian Chen stood up, "I am no match for the Tiger King right now. I can't let Kaida Boss and the others sacrifice themselves in vain." Under the bright moonlight, Jian Chen said loudly, "Xiao Jiao, I will definitely return and personally kill the Tiger King to avenge you all." After hastily burying his brothers, Jian Chen quickly turned and left. At its call, he immediately leapt forward, weaving through the trees and bushes in the forest. As he ran, Jian Chen thought to himself, "The Tiger King's speed is too fast. If it were a race, I wouldn't stand a chance." After a moment, he made a decision, "I have no choice but to take a gamble. I'll conceal my breath, hoping to escape from it." With that, Jian Chen quickly darted into the dense thicket to hide for a while. On the other side, the Golden Fur King quickly passed by, its speed astonishing. As expected of the Lord of the Forest, wherever the Golden Fur King went, no creature dared to block its path, and its aura was overwhelming. Hidden in the nearby bushes, Jian Chen silently poked his head out to observe, quietly thinking, "Vigilance, it's here." The sharp claws of the golden fur sank deep into the stone, and each of its steps sparked brilliant flashes of light. Now, in the darkness of the night, the Golden Fur King relentlessly dashed about, searching for its next prey. After a brief pause, it seemed to catch a scent from its sharp nose, and then its gaze locked onto a tall tree nearby, staring intently for a long while. Another pause, and it focused its inner energy, thickening the aura around it, before letting out a deafening roar. The golden fur, with its fiery eyes, let out a fierce scream that seemed to tear the very fabric of space itself. At this moment, Jian Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, and his face tense, showing a state of extreme nervousness. He muttered to himself, "Damn it." The golden fur continued to roar, its sound erupting from deep within its chest, surrounded by swirling energy rings that merged with the explosive power it was releasing. In that instant, Jian Chen placed his body in a combat stance, bringing his hands tightly together near his head, with arcs of lightning crackling around his body. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, shooting straight toward the golden fur. His entire body was surrounded by bolts of electric energy. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, raised it high, and the blade glowed, leaving a trail of purple energy in its wake. His gaze was cold and sharp, his jaw clenched. He was ready to deliver the final blow. Jian Chen plunged down with a powerful attack stance. He unleashed a devastating move, the Divine Sword Mastery. At this moment, one of Golden Fur's eyes blazed red, surrounded by streams of orange-red light and violet-white lightning. Jian Chen faced it head-on. His body descended like a bolt of deadly lightning. The creature bared its sharp fangs at him. After the strike, he swiftly lowered his body and dropped downward. Golden Fur roared, its mouth wide open, still clutching the blue sword in its hand. Jian Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. A full-force blow had not even caused a scratch. It remained standing there, growling as waves of electricity surged from its mouth. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and gigantic spirals of energy twisted out from it, shooting straight up. The shrill whistle of the wind echoed through the silent night, as the surge of energy formed a long slashing line, cutting through the forest, sweeping everything in its path. The energy radiating from the roar of golden fir possessed terrifying destructive power. It cut through the very mountain as it passed. At that moment, Jianchen quickly escaped from the flow of energy. He stood on a high branch far away, observing the enormous explosion that erupted in the forest. With heavy breaths, sweat dripping down his face, he exhaled in relief, murmuring, "I'm lucky to have escaped." Suddenly, he froze, his cold gaze sweeping through the surroundings. He turned sharply. Where was Tiger King? He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. Behind him, a gigantic dark figure with sharp claws was rising. Suddenly, around Jianchen, massive white energy pillars erupted from the ground like enormous spears. Blinding light exploded as spiral energy beams shot down like sword blades, crushing everything in their path. He was caught off guard, blood splattering as the wind howled, blending with the choking sound in his throat. Damn it! Golden fir appeared fiercely, filling the entire sky. Its eyes burned like two blazing torches, and its sharp fangs were bared. He could only think one thing: this is real. The cold moonlight shone down on the silent forest below. Jianchen lay motionless as the gigantic claws from above descended toward him. Just as the golden fir's claws were about to make contact, a massive vortex of purple and blue energy suddenly enveloped him. The air around him thickened with murderous intent. Golden fir roared, its eyes blazing as if they could burn everything in sight. At that moment, the night sky churned with dark clouds, the faint moonlight barely enough to illuminate golden fir's form. It paused, observing something, when suddenly, the space around it seemed to tear open as a surge of purple energy exploded upwards, shaking the ground. These streaks of energy were bolts of lightning emanating from a blue sword. The golden glow at the sword's hilt reflected the purple light, creating a radiant halo. Majestic. The blue sword was surrounded by bolts of lightning that twisted around each other like electric dragons. The night sky seemed torn apart by the purple lightning. Golden fir snarled, standing still, watching the lightning bolts. Suddenly, the blue sword soared into the air, blazing like a divine torch. It howled with a continuous wailing sound. At this moment, Azure Sword unleashed enormous bursts of energy into the sky, forming a violent storm that surrounded Golden Fir. A painful roar echoed through the air, blood splattering, the space trembling, and the energy waves coiling around Golden Fir's body. Jianchen remained motionless, but he was protected by the Azure Sword energy, with the constant roar of Golden Fir's agony filling the air. At this moment, the crescent moon was nothing more than a faint streak of light, swallowed by the storm of Azure Sword energy. Jianchen's entire body was enveloped in a brilliant purple aura, and the scene became otherworldly. In the midst of it, a faint greenish light burst from Jianchen's body, spreading gently into the space. Suddenly, countless petals appeared from nowhere, surrounding Jianchen's body like a mansion. Under the crescent moon, innumerable white petals fluttered, shimmering, and filling the space. The night sky seemed to freeze in that moment. A large town, seen from above, was encircled by brilliant golden sunlight. The houses stood close together with red-tiled roofs, intertwined with rows of lush green trees. At this moment, Huan Luan was holding a light orange dress printed with white cloud patterns in her hand, giving off an air of both elegance and tradition. Uncle Yun, standing behind her, called out, "Miss, let's move on quickly. We shouldn't linger in the streets for too long." "You're still bargaining with the clothing shop owner." "I want to leave now." Uncle Feng immediately replied. "What are you afraid of? There are so many people here, and even if that person chases us, he won't notice us." Suddenly, a mysterious voice, muffled by a hood, rang out, and Huang Luan could feel his presence. She quickly turned around and asked, "What are you saying?" From a distance, Uncle Yun and Uncle Feng were rushing toward her, shouting loudly, "Who is it? So fast!" The two of them reached the mysterious figure and immediately assumed defensive stances, speaking in unison, "Stay away from the young lady." But all that remained was the cloak. The stormy voice spoke up. "He's gone." Uncle Yun asked,
filled with suspicion. Who was that person? Huang Luan quickly ran toward the two uncles waiting for her, with the green treetops surrounding the streets in the distance. From the top of a tall building, a lone figure stood, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. A soft voice was heard, "So you've come to this world as well." The air was thick with the scent of bloodlust, and even the breeze that passed carried the ominous weight of an impending storm. The man, with a face sharp and filled with fury, shouted, "Jian Chen! This place is a majestic mountain range, with gray cliffs interspersed among the deep green canopy of trees. The scene is called the Demon Beast Mountain Range. At this moment, the surroundings are a forest bathed in golden light, with tall trees and dense mansion leaves forming a shimmering curtain of light." In that instant, Jian Chen suddenly appeared. He was bewildered by the sight before him. Now, the scene was a vast space beneath a clear blue sky, dotted with a few clusters of white clouds. He silently wondered, where is this? Where is Tiger King? Jian Chen instinctively picked up some debris, gently tightening his fingers, and a question rose in his heart. These were all fragments of trees. He looked around, feeling a chill creeping over him. Could it be that all the trees here were? Did Tiger King do this? He paused for a moment and exclaimed, "This doesn't make sense. If it was him, with the destructive power of that magnitude, how could I have not been injured?" He looked down at his body, still stained with dark red blood, but the wounds caused by Tiger King had already healed. What exactly is going on? The gentle sunlight fell on Jian Chen's silent face. A question arose in his heart. If Tiger King had disappeared, what about Kai the boss and the others? In the quiet forest, his figure stood motionless, his gaze directed towards the stone graves lying there. He felt a wave of nostalgia for the past, the image of Kaida happily confiding in him about his daughter. It had been half a year since he last returned. He wondered if Mila had learned to call him father yet. The image of Xiao Jiao also rushed back to him, the scene of Xiao Jiao eagerly believing that the Blazing Flame mercenary group would certainly become the strongest mercenary group in Fenglan. And in his memories, he was happily sharing, "You all remind me of family, of those I haven't seen in a long time." He collapsed to the ground, his head bowing against the tombstone. He whispered in frustration. He never expected that the memories of that horrific day would resurface. He could hear the voices of his comrades, urging him to run. Even in the face of life and death, Kaida still thought of others, and in the name of the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group, ordered him to take Xiao Jiao and leave. The moment Xiao Jiao lay down, he whispered his last words. The Blazing Flame mercenary group was now left with only him. Jian Chen cried out in agony, filled with sorrow and regret. "It's all because I'm too weak, unable to protect everyone." His face was taut, tears streaming down, filled with determination. Standing before the tomb of his brothers, Jian Chen slashed his hand with his sword. He stood tall before the stone grave, blood dripping from his hand, drop by drop. He said, "I shed my blood here, I swear." With fiery resolve, Jian Chen was determined to personally take the life of Tiger King and the Zhou family's mercenary squad, avenging his fallen comrades. The scene shifted to a range of deep green mountains, sunlight casting faint streaks of light on the mountain slopes. Jian Chen had now left the stone graveyard, thinking to himself, he never expected so many events to unfold in the Demon Beast mountain range, and he would return here. As he walked, he pondered what he would do in the future. First, he would settle things in Waka City for Tai Air and the daughter of Kai the boss, then investigate information about the Zhou family mercenary squad. Suddenly, he encountered a group of people, led by Xiong Quang. "Oh, wait, stop right there." Jian Chen, wearing a tightly closed mansion cloak, lowered his head and quickly passed them by. As he walked past, suddenly, a deep voice rang out. "Hey, wait a moment, stop right there." Jian Chen instinctively thought to himself, what's going on? Has this person seen my wanted notice? Without delay, Jian Chen turned around and asked with an annoyed expression, "Did you just call me?" Xiong Quang arrogantly looked at Jian Chen, his tone dripping with condescension as he responded, "Who else would I be calling if not you? You just came from the Demon Beast mountain range, didn't you?" With his hand already gathering internal energy at his waist, Jian coldly retorted, "So what?"
Xiong Kuang struck a proud pose, raising his voice as though granting a great favor.
"This young master wants to enter there to cultivate. You seem quick-witted, so lead the way for me." "What's in it for me?" "You won't be left out." One of the subordinates standing nearby eagerly chimed in, "Following the young master will definitely earn you more than being a mercenary. This is your lucky break, don't miss out."
Watching the exchange, Jian rolled his eyes in disdain, thinking to himself, "So, he's just a useless young master with too much money and nothing to do." With that thought, Jian decisively turned and walked away, uninterested.
Xiong Kuang was taken aback, stunned for a moment.
He angrily jumped up. "It is a great honor for you that this young master is willing to take you in, and yet you still dare to refuse."
With that, Xiong Kuang immediately ordered his subordinates, "Catch him. I must teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures charged forward, swiftly closing in behind Jian.
Without hesitation, Jian leisurely turned his head to look back, squinting slightly in a show of impatience.
In the blink of an eye, no one could even see what had happened.
A painful scream rang out as one of the subordinates was instantly struck, his face swelling up, blood spilling from his mouth. The other wasn't much better off either. His cheeks were puffed up, and a palm strike had knocked his face sideways. In an instant, before either of the subordinates could even touch a single hair of Jian, they were both knocked to the ground, lying flat on their backs. Everything had happened so swiftly. Xiong Kuang and the remaining subordinates were left with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Even so, Xiong Kuang still managed to muster some courage, pointing at Jian and scolding him, "Where did this bastard come from, daring to hit my men?"
Xiong Kuang continuously shouted loudly, "Don't you know who I am?"
Jian coldly looked at him, his figure moving slightly, and in the instant when Xiong Kuang was still ranting, Jian had already closed the distance between them.
"I am Jian," he said, swiftly closing in on his opponent.
With a sudden flick of his hand toward Xiong Kuang's face, the latter immediately fell silent, his face turning pale. With just a simple wave of his hand, Jian easily sent Xiong Kuang flying into the air, causing him to scream in fear.
Jian snorted coldly, "Keep your mouth shut." The group of subordinates had not yet given up.
They tightly gripped their weapons and advanced toward Jian. Once again, Jian demonstrated his superiority. With just 5 simple punches, he cleared the group that had tried to approach him. Before long, the entire forest returned to silence, with warm sunlight streaming through the thick canopy of trees. At that moment, Jian was sitting on top of the group of subordinates, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with frustration. "I don't care who you are, you have no right to give me orders.
I'm in a bad mood, don't force me to kill you."
He raised an eyebrow as he looked at the person in front of him. The gaze clearly showed signs of displeasure.
Xiong Kuang hurriedly knelt down, whining and pleading for mercy.
"Sir, I was just passing by and wanted to visit the Beast Mountain for a trip.
Unfortunately, I have offended you. Please, don't kill me." Seeing that Jian did not respond, he quickly presented an item. "This is my belt, inside there's money.
I'll give it all to you, just please spare my life." Jian did not refuse, slowly extending his hand to take it.
"I will let you off this time."
He turned to leave, but not before reminding Xiong Kuang, "From now on, be more sensible. Don't think that just because you're rich, you can do whatever you want without consequences."
Xiong Kuang lowered his head and answered, "Yes." However, as soon as Jian disappeared from view, Xiong Kuang's face darkened.
He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Time continued to pass, and the scene shifted to Yaku City, where the atmosphere was incredibly peaceful. Inside a house in the city, Nyang Lan held her daughter in her arms, nervously looking at the person in front of her.
"Are you a friend of Kaide? Where is he?"
Jian placed Xiong Kuang's belt on the table, smiling as he spoke. Kaide boss and the other brothers who received the commission had to make a trip to Gushan. It was an urgent mission, so they only sent me alone to deliver the money to everyone.
Speaking of which, you're Milala, right? Kaida boss has been talking about you non-stop.
A moment later, Jian Shen turned to give instructions to Nian Lan's sister. Inside the belt was 1,000 gold coins, the living expenses Kaida boss had sent back for everyone. Hearing this, she was completely startled.
Where did he get so much money? Nian Lan sensed something unusual and jumped up in shock. Kaida, has something happened?
Jian Shen quickly waved his hand to reassure her. "Tu, don't worry too much. The mission boss took on this time is a big one, and the client paid a hefty sum." At that moment, Jian Shen keenly noticed the sound of hurried footsteps growing closer. Outside the house, Xiong Kuang, leading a group of subordinates, was approaching, shouting loudly through the cold, "Come out here, little brat." With Niang Lan looking on in confusion, Jian Shen slowly walked to the door, offering a calm reassurance.
"Tu, don't worry. I'm here. No one could harm everyone."
The moment he saw Jian Shen appear, Xiong Kuang let out a triumphant, sinister laugh.
"We meet again. Happy about it?"
Jian Shen furrowed his brows, his voice sharp with accusation.
"How did you know my whereabouts?" He quickly formed a suspicion. Could it be this belt? But I checked it already, there was nothing unusual.
Hearing this, Xiong Kuang grew even more arrogant, puffing out his chest, declaring, "This is a secret art of the Tian Xiong family."
"It's only natural that you wouldn't know."
Jian Shen's expression darkened at once, a cold snort escaping him.
"I truly underestimated you."
Xiong Kuang shifted his gaze to the mother and child standing behind Jian Shen, the corner of his lips curling into a mocking smile.
"So that's your daughter? Once I kill you, I'll take care of them for you."
At this point, Jian Shen could no longer hold himself back. He gritted his teeth, voice cutting through the air. "Sister-in-law, take him inside.
Leave this to me." As the two backed into the house, Jian Shen gathered his inner power, an overwhelming aura surging from his entire being.
Within the roaring flow of energy, a blue sword materialized in his hand.
Jian Shen spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Courting death. Are you the first one?"
He almost growled each word through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes flashing with a murderous gleam. The air fell silent for a few seconds, not a single soul was around.
Despite Jian Shen's warning, Xiong Kuang showed no fear.
Instead, he lifted his chin mockingly, still speaking with arrogance even at this point. Naturally, he had his reasons for such confidence.
"This time, I've brought along the experts from my clan. You're as good as dead."
Jian Shen cast a calm glance at the two men before him, silently assessing them. Two Saint Masters, one a low-level Grand Master not weak at all. Seeing Jian Shen's silence, Xiong Kuang mistook it for fear and burst into a triumphant laugh.
"It's too late to be scared now. Once I kill you, that mother and daughter will be mine.
Whether it's a mature woman or a young maiden, I like them both." Jian Shen pressed his lips together, silent, his face hidden beneath the hood, expression unreadable. He told himself that within the Demon Beast mountain range, he couldn't protect everyone, he could only watch helplessly as they died before his eyes. Just the thought of it made Jian Shen's hand clench tightly into a fist. In his heart, he had already made his decision. "I will protect the boss's wife and daughter, and will not let anyone harm them." After thinking for a moment, Jian Shen narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the group in front of him. Xiong Kuang had been ranting incessantly without receiving a response, and he was already furious.
He immediately ordered his subordinates. "Go, capture him.
I want him to understand that Changhua Ku is the sky of the Tian Xiong family." Xiong Kuang believed he had already secured victory, laughing triumphantly.
"I don't believe you can deal with so many people." At that moment, three of his subordinates leapt forward toward Jian Shen, each prepared to strike. Jian Shen didn't bother to dodge.
He remained motionless, and a deep surge of internal energy suddenly erupted around him. In the next instant, Jian Shen launched himself forward, his sword flashing in a dazzling arc, and one of the subordinates immediately fell, blood spilling. Using the same move, he effortlessly dealt with the other two behind him. They had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, their heavy bodies slammed to the ground. Jian Chen had successfully taken down the 3 treacherous subordinates who had attacked him. His gaze landed sharply on Xiong Kuang. He replied coldly, "Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant." The man across from him was so frightened he broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "How can that be?" The 2 masters standing behind him were equally struck, murmuring, "This young man is astonishingly powerful. How can someone so young be this strong?" Wu Kani stepped forward to speak to Jian Chen, asking where he came from and why he had become an enemy of the Tian Xiong family. Was there some misunderstanding? Jian Chen slightly raised an eyebrow and answered calmly, "You want to probe my identity because you see I'm dangerous. I am a wandering mercenary with no backing." Jian Chen paused for a moment, anger unmistakable in his voice. "Besides, who said we are enemies?" Clearly someone lacking self-respect came looking to pick a fight with me. No sooner had he spoken than Xiong Kuang felt guilty. He hastily turned and urged Wu County, "Why waste words on him? Don't forget Tian Xiong feeds you, all of you, charge him and kill him." Wu County pretended to be reluctant and let out a faint sigh. "Then I must offend you." Jian Chen gripped the short sword tightly in his hand, his face stern as he stared at his opponent, saying no more. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward, charging at the enemy. In the blink of an eye, Jian Chen appeared in front of Wu County, delivering a swift strike. Wu County, however, was no amateur. He quickly drew his sword to parry the blow. But Jian Chen wasn't done. He suddenly yanked his sword back, preparing for another strike. Wu County sensed the danger and hurriedly tilted his head to dodge. The sharp blade brushed past his face. Jian Chen didn't give him a moment's rest, relentlessly continuing his barrage of attacks. Countless flashes of sword light flickered in rapid succession as Wu County struggled to fend off the dangerous blows. Inside, he cursed his opponent's movements were too fast, the attacks far too perilous. At this moment, Wu County could no longer maintain his composure. He quickly turned and shouted to his subordinates, "Why are you still standing there? Come help me." Wu Mountain and Killer Squad finally regained their senses and immediately rushed to assist their comrade. The 3 experts surrounded Jian Chen in unison, and the battle became a tense standoff, with neither side yielding. Xiong Kuang clicked his tongue in displeasure. "A bunch of useless people. What kind of masters are they? 3 of them couldn't even take him on alone." In the next instant he suddenly remembered something and glanced in one direction. Nian Lan and Mila La were hiding behind the door, anxiously watching Jian Chen's situation. The sight of the 2 of them sparked an idea in Xiong Kuang's mind. He curled his lip into a malicious smile. Shortly after, while Jian Chen was dealing with the experts, he heard a frantic scream, "Help, let me go!" Niang Lan's desperate wails reached his ears. "Let Mila La go!" Jian Chen's pupils contracted at once. He quickly turned toward the sound and saw Xiong Kuang holding someone down, a sharp knife pressed inches from the girl's face. Niang Lan had been struck unconscious by Xiong Kuang, lying curled on the cold ground, and he loudly threatened Jian Chen, "If you don't want this maidservant to die, kneel to me now." Jian Chen glared with righteous fury. "If you lay a hand on her, I'll kill your whole family." Xiong Kuang, as if hearing something amusing, burst into contemptuous laughter. "Kill my whole family." Saying that, he suddenly clamped his hand around Mila's throat so hard the girl's face flushed crimson from lack of breath. He leaned back with a sly smile and said, "Fine, let's see how stubborn you can be." Seeing that, Jian Chen couldn't help feeling anxious, his eyes were bloodshot. In a single second, a violent purple energy exploded around him. He roared with anger and released Mila. Xiong Kuang still showed no fear. He squeezed Mila's jaw hard and shouted threats, "Throw away your weapon, kneel and beg for mercy." Jian Chen finally didn't dare take any chances and hurriedly complied with him. "All right, I'll throw it." Seeing him stand motionless, Xiong Kuang began to grow impatient and frantically urged him to hurry. Jian Chen plunged the blue sword he held into the ground, but Xiong Kuang was still not satisfied, pestering, "You still have something in your hand, throw it away." Jian Chen's face gradually darkened, he tightened his grip on the short sword. The next moment, Jian Chen decisively hurled it aside. Only the sound of wind tearing was heard. Xiong Quan laughed triumphantly. "No weapons, let's see how you fight me now." He waved his hand, commanding the three powerful subordinates under his command, "Kill him for me." As soon as the words left his mouth, they fiercely rushed forward to surround Jian Chen, with no one noticing that the dagger was flying back. The corner of his mouth curled slightly as he slowly spoke, "Do you wish to die? Nia, close your eyes." Xiong Quan didn't understand the meaning behind Jian Chen's words, frowning slightly. At that moment, the short sword was motionless, its blade flying straight toward his back. It was then that Xiong Quan noticed its presence, his face blank with confusion, wondering what it was. But he never had time to get an answer, as the sharp blade shot forward. In the next instant, Xiong Quan froze in place, his eyes wide open in horror. A stream of blood suddenly spurted out, and he had been struck. His body fell backward as blood poured out in torrents like a stream. Nyan Lan hurriedly pulled Milala aside, and everything happened in the blink of an eye. Sharp Edge cried out in panic, "Young master, even Wu Mountain is shaken. The young master is dead." Saying this, they rushed to check on Xiong Quan's condition. Jian Chen stood calmly in place. With the short sword back in hand, he coldly swept his gaze over the three opponents in front of him and directly declared, "Next, it's your turn." The killer squad was so anxious that sweat was dripping down their faces, and they trembled as they asked their comrades, "What should we do now?" Wu Mountain muttered under his breath, "What kind of strategy did this guy just use?" Wu County hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. "Young master was caught off guard and got ambushed by him. Our strength is still superior. Let's all charge at him together." The other two quickly gathered themselves and nodded lightly. Understood. After the brief discussion, the three experts immediately charged towards Jian Chen. Jian Chen made no attempt to dodge, slowly raising the blue sword in his hand, pointing it directly at them. The purple Qing sword art. Jian Chen unleashed his ultimate move. Waves of energy gathered at the tip of his sword, spiraling into a glowing, blinding ball of light. In the blink of an eye, the Wuxia sword strike was ready, and its overwhelming power caused Wu County to hesitate. With a swift excuse, he pulled back. "This person's strength is deep and unpredictable. You two hold him off, I'll go back to report to the family head." Upon hearing this, the killer squad immediately halted. "You betrayed us." Wu Mountain angrily criticized, "How shameless." However, they didn't have time for more words. Both of them simultaneously fell to the ground under Jian Chen's attack, letting out a heartbreaking scream of pain. Wu County fled in a hurry, determined not to look back. Jian Chen glanced at the figure disappearing in the distance and sighed softly, "Damn it, I let him get away. This is going to cause trouble." A sense of worry crept into his heart. Escaping alone wasn't difficult, but what about Tai Air from Kai to Boss? Time continued to pass, and soon a group of people rushed toward Niang Lan's house. The sound of hurried footsteps grew louder, and Jian Chen calmly sat amidst the pile of bodies scattered on the ground. As soon as Wu County saw him, he immediately began accusing, "The family head is the one who killed the young master." Jian Chen lifted his eyes to the group before him, his voice deep and steady, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He silently calculated that he had to make use of the time for Ant to lead Milala to escape. Xiong Lai Sai stepped forward, his face serious as he questioned, "Do you know that Jiang Sun is my only child, the sole heir to the Tian Xiong family?" In his eyes, a fire of anger flared up, and gritting his teeth, he hissed each word, "And you killed him." Jian Chen calmly confronted his opponent, "Your son was arrogant and brutal, abusing his power to bully the weak. I was simply carrying out justice on behalf of heaven." He spoke these words with a heroic demeanor, full of righteousness. Upon hearing this, Xiong Lai furrowed his brows tightly, each word seeming to scrape through his clenched teeth, "Justice on behalf of heaven." In the next moment, he poured all of his inner strength into his fist and shouted loudly, "In Changhua Ko, I am heaven." The energy around Xiong Lai erupted, his fists and feet cutting through the air, charging straight toward Jian Chen. Standing firm, Jian Chen gripped Blue Sword tightly in his hand, channeling his inner strength to brace against his opponent's assault.
Jianchen quickly sensed the immense aura emanating from Xiongli, and he was momentarily startled. Grand Master level.
On the opposite side, Xiongli growled with fury in each word, questioning, "You are only a senior saint, how could you have killed Jiang Sun?"
With that, Xiongli immediately turned to ask Wu County, how exactly did Jiang Sun die?
He hurriedly reported, "Family head, it seems he knew some kind of tactic." Before we could even understand what was happening, young master was already dead.
Upon hearing this, Xiongli immediately began scolding Jianchen. "If you give up the fighting tactics, I will allow you to die without trouble."
Jianchen could only feel speechless.
As the villain, could he not say something a bit more original?
Seeing the indifference in his opponent's attitude, Xiongli furiously summoned his weapon and coldly shouted, "Then die." With that, he struck down with his weapon without mercy, aiming directly at the spot where Jianchen had been standing. The earth and rocks shattered and flew in all directions.
Jianchen reacted quickly, instantly leaping toward a nearby rooftop, completely avoiding the attack.
Jianchen shrugged and smiled, sneering, "I won't play with you anymore.
Farewell."
The corner of his mouth curled slightly as he decisively unleashed his ultimate move from the blue sword skill, Cloud Wanderer Sect. Jianchen's figure shot forward, his steps light as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of everyone below. Xiongli roared in anger, grinding his teeth as he ordered his subordinates to give chase. On the other side, Jianchen continued to move while lost in thought. Sister-in-law led Milala out of the city to the west, while I had to lead the pursuing troops to the east to ensure their safety. Just as you were lost in thought, countless beams of light suddenly rushed toward your feet. Jianchen was momentarily stunned, instinctively dodging those attacks. He glanced back, quickly realizing the problem, and a sense of frustration rose within him.
They're chasing too fast.
Xiongli was using all his strength to relentlessly pursue and kill, his face twisted into a fierce, challenging expression. On the contrary, I want to see how you plan to escape from me today. The distance between him and Jianchen was closing rapidly. With no other choice, Jianchen decisively sprang from the roof. With his nimble agility, he easily leaped over the towering wall in front of him, landing safely without hesitation. Looking back at the wall behind him, the corner of Jianchen's mouth couldn't help but curl into a confident smile. However, it wasn't long before, in the very next moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the solid wall in front of him. Jianchen was startled, his eyes wide with shock, as Xiongli struck the wall with his bare hand. A large hole was drilled, and two bloodshot eyes fiercely stared at him.
"Where do you think you're going?"
At this point, Jianchen had no choice but to strike back. With a wave of his hand, he sent his sword flying toward his opponent. Xiongli easily used a mace to knock it away, sneering coldly.
"Is this your strategy? I've been prepared for this from the start."
He chuckled mockingly.
"No weapon left? Let's see how you handle this."
Jianchen remained undaunted, his expression confident as if he had already secured the victory.
"Who said I have no weapon?"
With a simple flick of his hand, the blue sword, which had just been knocked away by Xiongli, curved through the air and returned.
Xiongli watched the scene in shock, momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes.
In the face of the blue sword's diverse movements, he could only struggle to block it. He felt incredibly confused. A holy weapon, something no one could control, yet it was flying freely in mid-air. How could this be? Purple energy flashes repeatedly illuminated the air, casting shadows from close by. Xiongli gritted his teeth, gripping the sword aimed directly at him.
Finally, he understood.
So, this was how Jiang Sun had been killed. At that moment, Jianchen suddenly appeared behind him, holding the blue sword firmly in his hand, ready to face his opponent. It seemed that the battle was coming to a conclusion, but unexpectedly, Xiongli suddenly assumed a stance and enveloped his body with internal energy. At the same time, Jianchen gathered all his strength and thrust the sword with full force into his opponent's back, but the tip of the blade couldn't reach the flesh. Jianchen himself hadn't anticipated this situation, his face showing clear astonishment as the sword failed to pierce through. Xiongli smirked, his lips curling in a mocking smile. He then explained, I possess Shangli, the earth attribute, with the strongest defensive power. With that, Xiongli suddenly spun around, swinging his hand to strike with the clear spear toward Jianchen. You are the one who will die, he said coldly. Under the force of the attack, Jianchen was knocked backward, his legs sliding along the ground, leaving deep tracks. He struggled to maintain his balance and prevent himself from falling. But it didn't stop there. Xiongli continued his relentless assault, his eyes gleaming with intense killing intent. He struck the ground with a heavy mace, causing countless boulders to surge upward, hurtling straight at Jianchen. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. You widened your eyes, unable to hide your fear. At the critical moment, Jianchen quickly assumed a defensive stance, channeling his internal energy to try to block Xionglei's attack. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing that things weren't going well. Damn it, he had miscalculated. Tian Xiongli was stronger than he had anticipated. On Xionglei's side, he too was struggling to maintain control, trying to subdue the blue sword that was threatening to strike him. His face clearly displayed shock. Could this blue sword really have its own will? Unable to resist for long, the blue sword suddenly darted forward, slipping out of his grasp and leaving a deep gash in his palm. Xiongli looked down at his bleeding hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected that the Shangli defensive technique would be broken, leaving him wounded. While he fumed with frustration, the blue sword once again flew back into Jianchen's hand. Xiongli roared in anger, shouting, "Little brat, what kind of tactic is this? Hand it over, and I'll let the matter of Jiang Sun's death go." Upon hearing this, Jianchen raised an eyebrow and smirked mockingly. Just now, every word was about avenging your son, and now you're already changing your tune. The opponent was still strong. Little brat, don't be so quick with your tongue. Once I catch you, I'll have my ways to make you confess. He looked at Xiongli sternly, his entire body radiating a formidable aura. It seemed that if he didn't kill him today, he would never know a single day of peace thereafter. Xiongli lunged at Jianchen, plainly fearless, fully aware he was no match yet resolved to fight to the end. Little brat, you're not bad. He snorted coldly and replied, enough talk. Prepare to die. At the very moment Xiongli readied his opening strike, Jianchen's figure shifted slightly, he slipped in and out around his opponent, making him difficult to hit. So it went on, Xiongli kept darting his eyes, trying to follow Jianchen's movements. In mere seconds he found himself surrounded by a thick cloud of dust. Furious, Xiongli roared, what a petty trick. So what if you stir up dust? Convinced of his own cleverness, he closed his eyes and snorted, I only need to sense your breath. Before he could finish speaking, Xionglei's eyes widened in alarm. He could not sense Jianchen's breath. How was that possible? Still, he quickly rallied, concentrating his inner strength into the clear spear in his hand. With a brutal strike into the ground, a furious wind rose up and blew the dust away. As the haze cleared, he frantically scanned the area, but Jianchen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Seething with rage, Xiongli ground his teeth, putting on the look of a man unafraid of death, then seized the chance to flee. That brat was cunning, he had to be eliminated. Wu County and the other subordinates arrived just then, voices trembling as they asked, Family head, where did that little brat go? The opponent paid no attention to him as he issued the order down below, Traveling Saber, return and relay my orders, gather the group of people to follow me into the Demon Beast Mountain range to search for him. Not long after, the scene shifted to the Demon Beast Mountain range, where the subordinates of the Tian Xiong family were shouting and calling out to each other as they searched. That little brat was injured by the family head, he can't have run far, search thoroughly. In a nearby corner of the forest, several subordinates took a moment to gossip. Do you think that little brat managed to escape? Someone immediately replied, the family had sent more than 30 saint masters and over 200 saints this time. Even if that little brat grew wings, he couldn't escape. What they didn't know was that Jianchen was hiding nearby, every word clearly reaching his ears. Jianchen gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, if you want to hunt me down and kill me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that thought, he suddenly leaped and landed near the two chattering subordinates. Immediately, a series of punches and kicks, followed by screams, echoed through the forest. Wu County quickly noticed the situation unfolding in the distance. Something had happened. He hastily rushed his troops in that direction and arrived to see bodies scattered across the ground, lying in pools of blood. Wu County was left speechless. He had no time to look any longer. Just then, countless screams echoed once more. A little later, on the other side, Xiong Lai stood on a rock outcrop, observing the whole scene from above. Listening to Wu County's report, his voice was full of frustration. Not only had they failed to capture the man, but they had also lost more than a dozen men to him. Wu County trembled as he reported, "It seems that the man knows how to hide his presence. Whenever our people split up, he launches a surprise attack." At this point, Xiong Lai waved his hand, giving the order, "Forget it. They are in the dark, and we are in the light. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Retreat." He didn't forget to remind them to put up a bounty notice for mercenaries to deal with him. Xiong Lai snorted coldly, "I don't believe he can escape. It won't take long." A series of bounty notices were posted on the city walls, sparking curiosity among the crowd. They began to whisper amongst themselves, wondering who this man was, that he could make both the Zhou family's mercenaries and Tianxiong simultaneously put up rewards for his capture. The public notices, which everyone was paying attention to, said. The image of Jian Shen was clearly printed from various angles. Amidst the bustling crowd standing in front of the bounty notices, a figure cloaked in a robe was shaking with tremors. It was Wood Cloud. His eyes shone brightly as he cheered excitedly. "I'll make this even more fun." Beneath the cool blue water, a figure appeared, accompanied by a burst of laughter. This Tianxiong Lai was indeed his minister of transport. Searching for so many people like this made it clear that he had no money to spend. Jian Shen giggled softly as he rubbed his body. Unfortunately, he had no interest in plundering. Never mind. A small leaf slowly descended, and the calm water suddenly rippled, waves rising quickly. A massive rock emerged, sending water splashing in all directions, growling fiercely with a threatening sound. Jian Shen was startled. Oh no! Without hesitation, he grabbed his clothes and fled in a panic. Shou family beast, third stage. The Shou family beast relentlessly pursued him, and Jian Shen hurriedly dressed while summoning the blue sword to his side. He looked visibly annoyed and blared, shouting loudly, "Stop bothering me while I'm trying to enjoy myself." And then Jian Shen suddenly leaped into the air, swinging his sword and shouting, "Die!" He decisively struck down with powerful blows, aiming at the beast's leg, but the outer layer of stone only shifted slightly. Seeing this, Jian Shen furrowed his brows, clicking his tongue in displeasure. The defense was really tough. Not far away, a group of people was slowly moving closer. They exchanged excited whispers, asking if they had identified the right person. Soon, someone spoke up to confirm. That's right. The medium-tier body, the holy weapon is a silver sword, fast swordplay. It's Jian Shen from the reward order. As soon as the words were out, the group immediately went into an uproar. What? The upper demon squad leader, that's Jian Shen from the reward order? Some even arrogantly declared, no matter who he is, he's alone, barely over 20, and we're so many people here. The upper demon squad leader also seemed to agree, smirking in a sinister way. Wait until he defeats the third-grade demon beast, then we'll strike together. In an instant, the group was talking and laughing boisterously. 10,000 purple crystal coins, we'll enjoy them slowly. A shadow suddenly appeared from somewhere, slowly speaking, 10,000 purple crystal coins, I want them too. The group immediately became vigilant and asked. Who? The hood obscured the expression on Wood Cloud's face, and he let out a soft laugh. Who I am is not important. What matters is that the money is mine. With that, Wood Cloud boldly finished his sentence and leaped toward the group in front of him. Meanwhile, on Jian Shen's side, amidst the noisy commotion, flashes of swordlight kept flashing. He was wildly slashing with his sword, relentlessly targeting the Xiu family beast without stopping for a moment.
Jian Chen began to feel impatient.
Damn it, the entire body of the mansion is covered in scales, making it practically impossible to break through. He squinted his eyes, and suddenly an idea popped into his head.
It was the only way.
After thinking for a moment, Jian Chen gathered his inner strength, waves of purple energy flickering in the air, and then he moved.
In the next second, the giant beast let out a deafening roar.
Its massive body shifted, causing the water to surge violently, and Jian Chen lost his balance, being pushed backward. He struggled to steady himself, trying to maintain his balance in midair. The short swords continued to spin violently, emitting a blinding cold light.
Jian Chen recognized that the moment had come, his hands formed a seal, and he shouted decisively. This was the moment.
At Jian Chen's command, the silver sword traced a graceful arc before shooting swiftly through the cool water.
Go!
He cried out loudly, and at that instant, the sword energy erupted, with sword lights swirling around the beast's limbs. Jian Chen successfully executed the technique, Divine Sword Mastery, Fei Wu's Judgment. He launched an attack aimed directly at the mouth of the Xiu family beast.
Open up!
A golden magic core immediately fell out. The beast was defeated, its heavy body crashing to the ground. Jian Chen kneeled and panted. Knock, the cultivation of a great saint was still not enough, even a third-tier demon beast required such effort. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a disturbance in the forest corner not far away, his face full of doubt. The scene shifted to the situation at that corner of the forest.
Countless bodies lay scattered on the ground.
Wood Cloud stood coldly, the frantic screams of a mercenary ringing in his ears. No warriors, no heroes spared.
Don't kill me.
He slowly turned around, too lazy to kill them. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, hero, spare our lives, spare our lives. Wood Cloud threw a purple pill to the surviving men, speaking slowly, take these 2 pills, go, and have I overcome the city, send me a message.
Come back here in a month to get the antidote.
They trembled as they shoved the pills into their mouths, respectfully asking, what message would the hero like us to spread? Wood Cloud replied, tell them that Jian Chen is in the Demon Beast Mountain range, and he's severely injured.
He cautioned, remember, I want the entire Waka city to know that Jian Chen is here, understand? The 2 mercenaries hurriedly answered, understood.
At this, Wood Cloud shouted loudly, get lost. At that moment, Jian Chen, hiding behind a tree nearby, had been observing everything.
He thought to himself, I'm seriously injured, what kind of trick is this?
After a while, Wood Cloud slowly spoke again, they've all left.
Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Jian Chen.
Jian Chen looked at the figure in front of him and spoke in a low voice, why did you bring so many people to deal with me?
Do we have a defense?
Who would have guessed that the opponent would let out a faint laugh?
There's no defense, it's just that you owe me money.
Wood Cloud said this and then took the initiative to remove his hood, revealing his smiling face. His sudden appearance left Jian Chen stunned. Wood Cloud, seeing the confusion on his face, chuckled softly.
Surprised? Unexpected, right?
As Jian Chen reacted, he angrily grabbed Wood Cloud by the collar and said, why did you bring so many people to deal with me? Wood Cloud choked and coughed violently, trying to stop him, let go.
Is this how you ask for advice, you brat?
Upon hearing this, Jian Chen furiously shouted, what do you mean? The other person, Pie Ching, broke free from his grip, his face flushed as he muttered, do you know how much you're worth right now? Jian Chen looked confused. How much am I worth? Wood Cloud then explained, right now, the Tianxiong family and the Zhou family mercenaries have placed a bounty of 10,000 purple crystal coins on your head. You're worth that much.
Doesn't it mean a lot of mercenaries will come after you?
He became more animated as he spoke, the more mercenaries there are, the better for us. Stealing from you would be even more profitable than the 2,000 purple crystal coins. When it came to the last sentence, Wood Cloud's eyes lit up, his voice rising with excitement. The old rule was, you want the magic core, I want the money, how's that sound? Jian Chen happily threw his arm around his shoulder, nodding continuously.
That works. Wood Cloud shrugged his arm off, his face showing a clear sign of disdain. You can talk all you want, but don't lay a hand on me. A few days later, Jin Shan and Wood Cloud teamed up to deal with the crowd of people pouring in, their voices sharp and firm. Hunter Mercenary Group ambushed and killed 4 of the king's squads, 67 mercenaries dead. Blood Cry Mercenary Group killed 240 villagers half a month ago without cause. With that, Jian Shin wasted no time, swiftly dispatching each enemy with his sword. Wood Cloud, of course, wasn't to be outdone. His movements were fast and precise, delivering each blow decisively. He sneered, "All of them are scum who deserve to die." Once he finished speaking, both of them calmly sheathed their swords and observed the pile of corpses lying on the ground. A few days passed like this, and on one particular day, while Wood Cloud was grilling meat, a group of people approached aggressively. The leader asked, "Hey, little brat, have you seen Jianshen around?" He feigned innocence and pointed behind them. "Are you talking about him?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone panicked and turned around quickly. Jianshen was leaning against a tree, arms crossed, smiling as he greeted them. "Hello, brothers." After a casual greeting, he waved his hand and said a brief sentence. "Goodbye." In the next moment, countless sword lights flashed, tearing through the mercenaries and causing them to scream in agony. Very quickly, the entire forest returned to silence. Jian Chen leisurely walked toward the bodies of those people. He high-fived with Wood Cloud. The two of them spoke in unison, continuing the divine path. Not long after, Wood Cloud sat next to Jian Shen, cheerfully recounting the harvest of the day. It's mine, we're making a fortune." Meanwhile, Jian Shen sat cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing intensely on his cultivation, with surging spiritual energy swirling around him. In an instant, Jian Shen noticed something, his eyes widened. The energy around him erupted into a towering pillar of light. Jian Shen entered a breakthrough, advancing to the Saint Master level. The breakthrough process was complete. The purple light around Jian Shen gradually faded, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Wood Cloud, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. "Well, you've advanced to Saint Master so quickly." Jian Shen chuckled lightly in response. Surprised? Just at the right moment, some uninvited guests appeared. So many worthless words, it's quite an unexpected joy. After speaking, Zhong De grinned maliciously and began his hunt. Jian Shen, hand over your life. Jian Shen barely paid attention, casually flicking his ear in a gesture of annoyance. Same old words, my ears are about to fall off from hearing them. Wood Cloud gleefully rubbed his hands. Today, Xiao Jiao is in a good mood, so I'll spare your worthless lives. Leave, and take your ring off, then you can get lost. Zhong De, feeling disregarded, ground his teeth in fury, damn it. He growled angrily, in front of the mercenaries of the Zhou family, you dare. Hearing this, Jian Chen immediately interrupted. You said you are. The mercenaries of the Zhou family. Zhong De thought Jian Chen was scared, grinning proudly. How is it? Are you scared? If you are, hurry up and lick my boots. He had not finished his sentence when a sharp sword light suddenly slashed toward him. Red blood splattered on Zhong De's shoulder, and he trembled, turning his head to look behind him, his face pale. Jian Chen could almost hear the words, the Zhou family's mercenaries, they all deserve to die. Finishing his words, Jian Shen showed no mercy as he launched a relentless attack on the group in front of him. Moments later, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and only King remained. Wood Cloud slowly walked over, observing the situation, and upon seeing the outcome of the Zhou family's mercenaries, he couldn't help but sigh, hung up and bled to death. You are truly cruel. Jian Shen didn't bother to respond, snorting, these people dying isn't even enough. Wood Cloud raised an eyebrow, intrigued, wondering just how big this grudge was. Before he could finish his thought, Jian Shen's expression changed slightly, as if he had sensed something. He quickly pulled Wood Cloud aside, cautious. Just then, a strike cut through the very spot where they had been standing. The blow grazed Wood Cloud's neck, leaving a shallow wound. Jian Chen growled in frustration, "Who is it?" From across from them,
a shadowy figure slowly stepped out, blending into the night. The two little girls had managed to steal so many purple crystal coins, yet it wasn't worth this old man's effort to make a move. Jian Chen and the others quickly sensed the powerful aura emanating from the stranger, their faces showing surprise. A high-level Grand Master. Jian Chen stepped forward to shield Wood Cloud, his expression questioning the stranger who had just appeared.
A Grand Master was actually fighting over such a meager reward? Ha!
Hu Lang drew his knife and sneered, his tone mocking, "You guys don't only have this little money, do you?
You've certainly stolen quite a bit these past few days, haven't you?"
Wood Cloud was immediately provoked, drawing his weapon and charging forward.
"Damn old man, don't even think about touching what's mine." The stranger continued to taunt, "Come then."
As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold green flash swept across Wood Cloud's throat. He froze, mouth agape in shock, and could hear Hu Lang's mocking laughter in his ears, "The more you move, the faster you die."
Wood Cloud clutched his neck, bending down in pain, groaning.
Jian Chen quickly realized the problem, it was poison insidiously crafted. Hu Lang observed the scene, his face unable to hide the satisfaction, and he laughed heartily in delight. Then he shrugged mockingly, helplessly admitting defeat.
This old man is taking action now. Jian Chen felt indignant and coldly questioned, "A Grand Master like you, using poison against a Saint Master, have you no shame?"
With that, he swung his sword, Mila Lao, directly toward his opponent. The man was still in the mood for laughter, after all, when it came to making money, who cared about face? In the next moment, the two blue swords collided, and the energy from both sides struggled fiercely against each other. Then, a deafening explosion echoed, shaking the ground violently, and a corner of the forest was suddenly bathed in blinding light. Jian Chen was pushed back by the force, struggling to keep his footing as he landed, his figure obscured by a cloud of dust.
The situation was not looking good.
Jian Chen coughed lightly, inwardly cursing, feeling the vast difference between a Saint Master and a Grand Master.
It was no contest at all.
On the other side, Hu Lang raised an eyebrow as he looked at him, his voice deep and mocking.
"Little baby," he said, and then, without warning, launched his attack.
A streak of green light flashed through the night.
Hu Lang arrogantly shouted, "Let's see how tough your bones are."
Jian Chen quickly leaned to one side to avoid the strike, gritting his teeth in alarm. Before he could even recover, Hu Lang suddenly moved, his steps swift like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already up close to Jian Chen, raising his foot and delivering a decisive kick. Fortunately, Jian Chen reacted quickly, managing to retreat just in time to dodge.
But things were not as simple as they seemed.
Hu Lang unexpectedly unleashed a counterattack, a swirling blue vortex forming in mid-air, with rapid slashes shooting out at extreme speed. Jian Chen had no time to dodge, and one of the strikes grazed his wrist, drawing blood. He gasped out in pain. While the two of them were engaged in their aerial struggle, Wood Cloud sat cross-legged in a corner, using his inner energy to heal. In the end, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as a sheet. Jian Chen hurriedly returned to Wood Cloud's side, anxiously asking, "How are you?"
Wood Cloud weakly shook his head, struggling to reply.
"This poison is truly strange.
It can't be expelled."
At that moment, Hu Lang leisurely walked closer, a mocking grin tugging at the corner of his mouth.
"Little baby, you've been poisoned by me.
Let's see how long you can still jump around." At this point, Jian Chen urged Wood Cloud, "I'll hold him off, you go quickly." Of course, he didn't agree immediately, but Jian Chen didn't give him the chance to refuse, directly interrupting him. "No time for that, just go quickly." Saying that, he charged forward, to intercept Hu Lang. Wood Cloud gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed firmly on the jade-colored item in his hand.
Is there really no other way? He was unwilling to accept it.
After a moment of hesitation, he finally made up his mind, crushing the item in his hand into pieces. In just a few seconds, a space gate appeared right in front of Wood Cloud. A figure emerged, and upon seeing him panting, sitting on the ground, the person asked with concern, "Poisoned?" Wood Cloud looked up at the person, struggling to speak. Help me, save me. The other person responded, buddy, but Wood Cloud had already been drained of all his strength. After saying that, he collapsed. Jia Lin glanced at the person lying next to his feet, raising an eyebrow in helplessness. Buddy, over there. Jian Shen was at a disadvantage, having lost his weapon due to Hulang's relentless barrage of attacks. He let out a cold, arrogant snort and said, go down. Jian Shen's body was thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. Jia Lin just happened to witness the whole scene. Without a word, he shot a glance at the arrogant figure standing there, disdainful. He didn't utter a single word. Just standing still was enough for the aura around him to make people feel suffocated. With just a glance like that, Hulang was so frightened that sweat poured down his face, his heart filled with alarm. What immense pressure! When did this come about, and why hadn't I noticed it? On Jian Shen's side, he quickly seized the opportunity. With a slight flick of his hand, his sword burst into a flash of light, and the silver blade shot forward like an arrow. Go! Hulang had previously underestimated this counterattack, but the moment he tried to dodge, he immediately gathered his inner energy to retaliate with a technique of his own. However, before he could react, Jian Shen's sharp short sword cut through the air, speeding toward him. Hulang hadn't expected this, his eyes widened in shock. The powerful strike tore through his chest. This was the divine sword mastery, the ultimate strike. Fresh blood gushed out in torrents, and Hulang's body staggered. He couldn't accept it when the second sword strike was unleashed. Jian Shen looked towards Wood Cloud, who was lying motionless at Yi Lin's feet. He tried calling out loudly, Wood Cloud. Suddenly, in the deep night sky, a brilliant purple light erupted, forming a shield that enveloped a space. This surge of energy covered the area where Wood Cloud lay and where Yi Lin stood beside him. The space around them trembled, and cold streaks of light sliced across Jian Shen's line of sight. His hand clenched tightly, his gaze full of astonishment. The power of space. He saw the swirling light from the spatial portal ahead of Yi Lin flare up. The man spoke, his voice calm. With the strength of a Saint Master, one can surpass a Grand Master, a gifted individual who is diligently trained. He stood still for a few seconds before the portal, his gaze unwavering, then turned to look at Jian Shen and said, you may become a powerhouse. In an instant, both Yi Lin and Wood Cloud vanished along with the spatial portal, and just before leaving, Yi Lin called back, the two of you will meet again someday in the future. Jian Shen stood in thought for a long time, murmuring to himself, so, one can actually use the power of space freely. The lowest level was at least the Saint King Wood Cloud realm, not something simple. After that, he sat down to check the scattered items around. 700 level 4 magic cores, 1000 level 3 magic cores, over 1000 level 2 magic cores, and there were also several 100,000 spirit coins. He turned to look at Hulang, who was unconscious nearby. He muttered about the treasures he had just found, busy for an entire day but still not as much as what he had this time. Jian Shen checked inside the man's clothes and discovered a glowing white item. What is this? He picked it up and carefully observed the object. It was white with many fur-like strands. He shouted, family beast, white-colored. Jian Shen suddenly remembered Yun Tian's words. Cheng Tian, this is our family's heirloom, passed down for hundreds of years. The memories of her came rushing back. Our family was wiped out overnight because of this treasure. I carry it with me and look at it whenever I think of Mother. He muttered to himself, carefully holding the fur skin. The child would definitely return safely. It was exactly like what Mother had. How could this old man have such a treasure? What exactly is this family beast? Ideas about the secrets of the family crest, the unchanging fire cremation, the unyielding swords and blades, the treasure map? The martial arts manual was different, but what mattered was that there was nothing above it. It seemed that after thinking for a long time, Jian Shen couldn't come up with anything. He gave up the thought, realizing that it was better to focus on improving his strength. Time passed swiftly, and a year later, outside the cave, the golden sun shone brightly in the clear sky. In a corner of the cave, purple flames burned fiercely. He sat with his back to the rock wall,
focusing on circulating his energy. Jianshan tightened his will, his breathing heavy, sweat dripping down his face, the atmosphere tense. Red-hot stones surrounded him, and small flames danced around them. The air trembled, and the heat seemed to tear the very fabric of space. Suddenly, multiple sources of purple energy erupted from the cave, soaring into the sky. The ground shook, advancing toward the level of a Grand Master. Jianshan, at this moment, knelt with one knee on the ground. Around him, radiant purple energy ribbons swirled, surrounding his body like living flames. He had succeeded. He exhaled in relief, finally breaking through. He stood tall, his eyes sharp as knives, his voice resonating. "Higher Zhou family, Tianxiong clan, the moment for you to pay the blood debt has come." Suddenly, he felt the cave tremble as rocks and dirt were thrown into the air by a terrifying sound. A streak of white light, swift Mila Lao, shot through the air at an incredible speed, leaving a long trail of light before colliding with a large boulder, causing it to crack open. It turned out to be a white demon beast, its entire body crackling with electric arcs of blue and purple, its eyes glowing red. This was the 5th grade demon beast, Swift Cloud Beast, and facing it was a massive demon beast with black wings, 2 blazing red horns, and glowing eyes, a heavily winged demon bull. Jianshan stood nearby, momentarily hiding within the cave's wall. He told himself it was too much, with his current strength, all he could do was run. The ground trembled violently as bolts of lightning and fury wrapped around the purple light. The explosion rang through the forest, a massive wave of energy erupting, rocks shattering. Suddenly, a purple flash of light ripped through the air, plunging into the neck of the heavenly winged demon bull, and blood surged forth. His eyes widened in shock from the sudden attack. The Swift Cloud Beast roared as it descended rapidly like a bolt of lightning, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. The space around them turned a shade of red, with streaks of energy flashing bright. Mila's spear shot forward like the blade of the Grim Reaper. The beam of light was Swift Cloud Beast charging straight toward the heavenly winged demon bull, which was currently baring its mouth with sharp, menacing fangs. The heavenly winged demon bull subtly dodged the incoming attack, the beam of light immediately changing direction and tearing through the air. Nearby, Jianshan observed the battle carefully. One creature moved with incredible speed, while the other relied on its defense and sheer strength. The 5th grade demon beast was indeed monstrous. He noticed that both beasts seemed to be showing signs of exhaustion, their speed slowing and their strength waning noticeably. Jianshan carefully assessed the situation. Seems like their power was running low. After a period of fighting, the heavenly winged demon bull was wounded in the eye, its breathing heavy and labored. Jianshan tilted his head slightly, hidden behind a rock. One beast was heavily injured, the other blind. Without hesitation, he took the Mila spear from the cave and readied himself for battle, both sides severely wounded, their powers drained. The 2 magic cores could help me reach the Grand Master level. Outside, the heavenly winged demon bull struck with extreme speed towards the injured Swift Cloud Beast. He thought to himself, "I will use my maximum speed to strike." The Swift Cloud Beast was sent soaring into the sky, its body motionless. He made the decision to kill one first. As the words left his mouth, Jianshan rushed to the area where the battle between the magical beasts had just occurred. Like a flash of lightning, he saw that only the heavenly winged demon bull, with bleeding wounds, remained. The light illuminated his cold face, and his eyes, sharp as blades, stared ahead. He decided to deal with the blinded beast. The chances of victory were high. The heavenly winged demon bull sensed Jianshan's presence and immediately charged toward him with a fierce momentum. Without hesitation, Jianshan activated his energy and leapt swiftly into the air, evading the beast's attack. He unleashed his savage attack, a fierce strike with sharp beams of light, which slammed down onto the ground. The force of the attack kicked up a cloud of dust, and the sound of cracks echoed around. The heavenly winged demon bull collapsed to the ground. Jianshan was now floating in mid-air. The focus was intense as relentless strikes rained down on the ground. He continuously unleashed his techniques, causing the earth to tremble, with enormous surges of energy tearing through the air. In the distance, a figure stood upright, calmly observing the battle unfold. It was Genie, standing with his arms crossed, his gaze unwavering, a small green snake resting on his shoulder.
Jean Eyre exclaimed, "Swift Cloud Beast, finally found you." Jean Eyre spoke to the green snake, as the target had appeared.
"This brat was entrusted to us.
After all this time, we still haven't taken down a mid-level Saint Master." At the same time, in another part of the forest, a group of 3 was attacking a single person, while another stood at a distance, giving orders, "I will give you half a stick of incense.
Quickly take him down." A response came back. "Yes."
The group leaped into the air and charged down to attack the person below, who was desperately holding his ground.
They shouted, "You scoundrel, surrender now, or we'll leave your corpse intact. You, down there, shout. Damn you." Brilliant light flashed, and the earth shook from the power of the strikes. Amid the rising dust, Ming Dong was struggling to resist.
He gripped the sword tightly, his breath heavy.
In the dim light, beads of sweat ran down his face. He paused for a few seconds, then angrily spat out, "You want to kill me?"
Ming Dong yelled, focusing all his strength, his hand radiating with powerful energy. In an instant, he charged forward, his body surrounded by energy from a distance.
Ming Dong screamed, "You're still not good enough."
At that moment, Guang Xiao, standing opposite him, was pressured by the speed, his eyes wide in astonishment.
Such speed! He didn't even have time to react, and the energy from Ziying spiraled into him like a blade cutting across. "So you're actually a Saint Master of the Wind System."
Back at the area where Jianchen was fighting the heavenly winged demon bull, he was thrown back, crashing into the trunk of a massive tree. Slowly, he sat up, gripping the sword hilt tightly, his breath ragged, his gaze full of determination, though his body seemed to be running on empty. Opposite Jianchen, the heavenly winged demon bull was also exhausted, struggling to regain its strength. Seeing that the magical beast was still tired, Jianchen immediately gathered all his energy and charged forward like an arrow, the tip of his sword pointing straight at the beast. Purple light flared around his legs. He gathered his strength and with a leap, soared into the air, wrapping his body in a swirling vortex of bright purple energy.
Below him, the heavenly winged demon bull looked up in astonishment.
In the blue sky, Jianchen spun his sword, creating multiple spirals of energy. He swung his arm, his gaze burning with challenge.
"I don't believe I can't break your defense."
He executed his sword technique, divine sword mastery, great turning wheel, with a whirlwind of spiraling energy. The heavenly winged demon bull was struck, roaring in pain, its cry echoing through the forest. Without a moment's pause, Jianchen relentlessly unleashed a flurry of attacks on the beast. The final blow was a horizontal slash, channeling all his strength into it. He landed gracefully on the ground after the strike, while the heavenly winged demon bull lay motionless, its body no longer intact. Suddenly, a massive sound shook the entire forest, as the demon beast's huge body crashed to the ground right behind him. Now, the sunlight broke through the clouds, shining down on the lush green forest, and Jianchen stood proudly, letting out a long, gentle breath after the fierce battle. Beneath his feet, smoke and dust swirled around the lifeless form of the heavenly winged demon bull.
Jianchen collected the spoils of war, exclaiming in joy.
The magic core of the 5th grade demon beast was indeed brimming with power. He gazed at the shimmering purple light radiating from the magic core. With these 2 magic cores, as long as he strengthened his cultivation, he could soon advance to Grand Master. After pausing for a few seconds, he decided to quickly stride into the forest. He needed to get the magic core of the Swift Cloud Beast and leave as soon as possible. The 5th grade demon beast had indeed started to awaken its intelligence and preferred to gather in groups. If another one showed up, it would be trouble. As he was walking, he noticed the Swift Cloud Beast lying motionless not far away. Its body was tightly bound by a green snake. Jianchen hurriedly approached, his eyes cold, his voice filled with vigilance.
"Where did this poisonous snake come from?"
He instinctively looked up at the head of the Swift Cloud Beast, his voice tense and filled with anxiety.
"Where's the magic core?"
Suddenly, a voice came from behind Jianchen. He turned his gaze back, looking for the person.
"Ha, young man."
Jianchen was on high alert, his voice filled with astonishment and vigilance.
"Grand Earth Saint Master."
In the midst of the forest, where the smoke and dust clouded the air, the light filtered through the gaps in the leaves. Looking down at the messy ground, two figures faced each other. Genie held a glowing magic core in his hand and slowly said, "It seems you're not in a hurry to take back this 5th-level magic core." Little brother, Jin Shen remained calm, his deep voice replying, "If you don't want to give it back to me, then there's nothing I can do about it, even if I want it." The man laughed, his tone one of both admiration and amusement, a hint of pleasure he couldn't hide. "This swift cloud beast's magic core is very important to my family. I've been keeping an eye on it for a long time, but you got here first. If you want to take it back, this old man can endure the pain, but you'll have to offer a battle skill in exchange." After hearing this, Jin Shen's eyes brightened, his expression turning cold and his aura sharp and unpredictable. He calmly responded, "I don't have any battle skills on me." Upon hearing this, the man clasped his hands behind his back and shouted loudly, "Are you mocking me? The sword technique you just used to kill the heavenly winged demon bull was fast and powerful, absolutely not something a high-rank Saint Master could achieve. If it's not a battle skill, then what is it?" Jin Shen raised an eyebrow and replied succinctly, "Don't tell me I don't have one. Even if it's been entrusted to you, you'll still let me live." Genie's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. "Little brat." The moment the words left his mouth, he immediately swung his arm, and his spiritual energy surged, gathering around his body. With a mighty strike, he aimed at Jin Shen, shouting loudly, "Being too smart isn't always a good thing." With just one strike, Jin Air sent Jin Shen flying, his body soaring through the air. Jin Shen was hurled backward and crashed heavily onto the ground, his body trembling from the impact. But Jin Air did not stop there. He charged forward, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Die for me!" At that moment, a snake suddenly appeared in Jin Shen's hand, its body coiling around his wrist. Jin Shen calmly raised his hand, his expression still composed. His voice dropped, "Don't move." Genie froze in place, his eyes widening in shock. "Little brat, what do you mean by this?" Jin Shen stood up, his voice clear and firm, "With the shadow that stretches 100 miles, combined with a specially crafted powder, no matter where the prey runs, it won't escape. This kind of strange snake is incredibly difficult to train, and few people know about it. If I kill it, it won't be easy for you to explain to your clan that you managed to get the swift cloud beast magic core back." Jin Air was startled, his eyes flashing with anger. "Underestimate me, huh? What do you want?" The void barrier was set, within it was the small snake coiled up, motionless but radiating danger. Jin Shen held the void barrier in his hand and chuckled softly, his voice carrying a threat. "In 1/4 of an incense stick's time, this barrier will explode. You still have some time to consider whether you'll give me the magic core and let me go." He gritted his teeth, exhaling sharply, his gaze cold, full of arrogant contempt. "You think you can escape the grasp of the Grand Earth Saint Master?" The response came promptly. "There's no need for you to waste your energy on this." Genie swung his hand, and a burst of air surged toward him, flying straight at Jin Shen. Without hesitation, Jin Shen raised his hand to block the strike, softly saying, "Thank you." In one swift motion, he activated the void barrier, causing all the surrounding energy to immediately condense, then struck hard at Genie. Jin Shen spoke indifferently, "Take this back." Yang Mu-wei rushed to save Zhaokua. He quickly turned and fled, staggering with each step. The figure quickly disappeared from sight, angrily shouting, "Beast, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." At that moment, Jin Shen let out a sigh of relief, feeling how dangerous it had been. In the next instant, as he ran, he thought to himself, "Run faster, the speed of the Grand Earth Saint Master is not to be underestimated, that guy could catch up at any moment." Meanwhile, on the edge of the cliff, mocking laughter echoed. "Run, show me how you run, no more running now." Ming Dong stood at the edge of the cliff, surrounded by Western men holding sticks, their swords closing in. He panted heavily, sweat dripping down both sides of his face, his teeth gritted as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it." The next moment, while running, he shouted, "I can't die at the hands of you scum." But it seemed like he saw something, as Ming Dong's eyes suddenly brightened.
He then yelled out loudly, "Oh my god, get away! The great evil mastermind has just arrived." A heavy thud sounded, as if something had fallen heavily to the ground. One of the men panicked, "Damn it, I didn't expect he still had the strength." Another one shouted, "Why is there still one left? It seems like a fat goat that no longer cares. Quickly go take care of it, let it die for me." Ming Dong let out a heavy sigh, his eyes flashing with despair as he thought, "Oh my god, old man, this time I'm afraid it's the end." At that very moment, a sudden flash of light appeared, quickly darting right in front of him. Jian Chen suddenly appeared, leaping into the air, turning mid-flight to strike with a precise and powerful counterattack. He landed lightly, looking calm and composed, his voice indifferent as he spoke, his martial arts mixed and varied. Seeing this scene, Ming Dong froze, staring in shock, unable to hold back a soft exclamation, "That was too fast." After Jian Chen spoke, he immediately ran off. Ming Dong, seeing this, chased after him. "Brothers, don't run. Ahead, ahead, it's right there," he panted, shouting in panic as they reached a steep cliff. His shout was cut off when they both stood before a bottomless chasm. Jian Chen slightly turned his head and asked, "Is this what you're chasing me for?" Ming Dong, gasping for breath, replied, "No." Jian Chen then said, "Thank you." He spoke in a sincere tone, "Thank you for what? You still saved me in the end. He runs too fast." A faint sound echoed, causing Jian Chen to immediately become alert, his brows furrowing in suspicion. A fierce growl came from behind, and Jin Yi's voice rang out like thunder. "Little bastard, let's see where you can run to now." He turned his head, his eyes gleaming with determination, realizing that they had caught up so quickly. On the towering cliff, the wind howled fiercely, dust flying through the air, as Jian Chen and Ming Dong stood there. In the distance, Jin Yi was closing in, roaring, his voice reverberating across the mountain walls. "Little brat, you're still not dead?" Ming Dong shouted, his voice hoarse yet full of mockery. "Old Master Hua, your dog legs are still weak. The old man is doing just fine." Chen frowned, lowering his voice to ask, "What's going on?" Ming Dong angrily replied, "I was chased down by them for a few fourth-grade magic cores, and this one is their leader." Jin Yi smirked, a strong aura radiating from him, his voice cold and deep. "These two ungrateful wretches, if you had handed over the goods, you might have been able to save your pathetic lives. Now, neither of you will leave here alive." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and his spiritual energy erupted. The entire ground shook. Jian Chen glanced at Ming Dong, who was next to him, and shouted, "Split up." The two figures immediately separated, heading in different directions, but Jin Yi swung his hand forcefully, and a swirling stream of air appeared from his palm. His furious shout echoed through the forest, "You think you can escape?" The gust of wind transformed into a massive vortex, chasing after Jian Chen. He tried to speed up, but the cold laughter behind him still rang loudly. "Can you run?" The murderous intent surged as Jin Air roared in anger, raising his hand to strike powerfully, shouting, "Die!" His fierce punch landed, sending Jian Chen flying into the rafters. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the two slid off the edge of the rock and fell into the deep abyss. At that moment, Jin Yi, standing above, called out, "Damn it, my martial skill!" At the bottom of the abyss, the water rose high, flooding the area, and strong waves churned around the steep rock walls. After the hard fall, both of them struggled to rise to the surface of the water, swimming towards the shore and gasping for air. Jian Chen panted, his cloak drenched and tattered. His sharp gaze fixed ahead as he spoke coldly, "Damn it, old fool. Jian Chen will not die from a great calamity. One day, we will go find your clan and wash away this humiliation." Ming Dong paused when he heard this and asked, then was surprised, "You are Jian Chen?" He answered briefly, his eyes gleaming. "Yes." After getting ashore, Ming Dong stared at Jian Chen for a moment before letting out a breath. "My name is Ming Dong. Thank you for saving me last time." Jian Chen, upon hearing this, casually replied, "It was just a coincidence, no need to thank me." Ming Dong took out 2 magic cores and handed them over. "Here, these are for you."
Jian Shan raised an eyebrow but still accepted them.
What does this mean?
Nothing in particular, Ming Dong smiled and said, I have nothing else to offer in return. The only valuable things I have are these 4 4th-level magic cores.
I'll give you 2 of them. Don't complain about how little it is.
Jian Shan stared at the 2 brightly shining magic cores in his hands, then smiled faintly.
They are very similar.
He then continued, I don't need magic cores.
Have you joined a mercenary group yet? Ming Dong chuckled lightly. No, I haven't. I'm used to being a wanderer on my own. I can't stand being tied down by all sorts of restrictions.
Jian Shan thought for a moment, then spoke with a serious tone, Ming Dong, I have a somewhat unreasonable request.
He continued. What? As long as you don't want my network, you can say whatever else.
He looked at him with serious eyes. I want to invite you to join my Blazing Flame mercenary group. However, my Blazing Flame group is not very large at the moment, but I am confident that I can make it the #1 mercenary group on the Tianyuan continent. Ming Dong was stunned for a moment, then slightly tilted his head in thought. He rested his chin on his hand, slightly furrowing his brows.
So how many people are in this small-scale group? If it's too big, then it would be difficult. Just thinking about all the rules gives me a headache. Jian Shan coughed lightly and replied calmly, It's just me, and with you, that makes 2.
Upon hearing this answer, he froze, almost falling over.
What the hell? I'm talking about the leader of the group. As the vice captain of the Blazing Flame Legion, shouldn't I at least know the next plan we have?
Jian Shan maintained a serious face, continuing his meditation.
Ming Dong pondered for a moment, then said, Aren't we taking on mercenary missions to kill magical beasts and collect magic cores?
He pulled out a spatial bag and tossed it towards Jian Shan.
Here are 8 level 4 magic cores from the past half-month.
He quickly raised his strength. Ming Dong smiled bitterly.
Alright, what about half a month from now?
His voice grew deeper.
Half a month from now?
Jian Shan's eyes were sharp, having destroyed an entire family and a mercenary brigade. His words almost choked Ming Dong, who stared wide-eyed.
How could 2 people destroy all that? Is he crazy?
Half a month later, thunder struck from the sky, and energy screamed through the air. Ming Dong, looking from afar, panicked and shouted, Beast!
After seeing Jian Shan, he exclaimed, Promoted to Grand Master, are you even human?
In just half a month, you've broken through to the Grand Master realm.
Jian Shan replied indifferently, What's so surprising? Didn't you also break through to the intermediate Saint Master rank?
Ming Dong panted heavily.
His face pale, how can this be the same? I just leveled up a small realm, but you
broke through a whole major realm. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing something unusual happening around them.
Ming Dong also seemed to notice something, anxiously asking, What's happening to you?
Then Jian Shan staggered backward, trembling, and urgently said, Stay away from me, keep your distance.
The sky suddenly trembled.
The aura of the sword Dao spread across all directions, and a white light rose up to the clouds, piercing through the layers of mist. A thunderous explosion echoed, causing Ming Dong to be startled as rocks and debris flew everywhere.
Thousands of miles away, Old Chen murmured, Such a powerful aura, what exactly is this? He gently stroked his beard, his gaze serious and contemplative as he said, Could it be that a top-tier powerhouse has emerged in this place?
Above the sky, brilliant violet lights spiraled and exploded, creating a massive vortex like a storm of energy spreading through the air. A man with a serious expression observed. This is sword intent, such powerful sword energy, but who could possess such high-level skills in the way of the sword?
Thousands of miles away, gazing at the sky, the man softly said, Have I been in seclusion all these years? Has a peerless powerhouse appeared again on the Tianyuan continent?
Jian Shan stood in the center of the spiritual windstorm, his aura still surging around him.
The ground and rocks shattered, and there were sounds echoing in the distance. Master!
From the void, 2 small figures appeared, Little Miss Lu Li. Their eyes gleamed as they called out along with Dongqing, "Master.
We can finally talk to you now."
Jian Shan, after seeing them, was stunned, his eyes wide open, and his mouth slightly agape. Luli, Ziying, and Littleswood gently surrounded Jian Shan. The master hugged Ziying and gently placed a kiss on his cheek, as tender as a morning breeze.
And so, they smiled.
"We are the sword spirits of the purple-green twin swords. I am the Ziying sword spirit.
The master can call me Ziying or Little Ing."
Littleswood continued, "I am the sword spirit of the clear-cutter sword.
Master can call me Little Zua or Little Ching."
Jian Shan was surprised. The purple-green twin swords, sword spirits. Could it be that the purple-green twin swords I cultivated have given birth to sword spirits?
Ziying quickly clarified, "It's not like that."
Littleswa spoke up, "We, like Master, came from another world to the Tianyuan continent." She began to recount, "Back then, Ziying and I were stranded here because our sword bodies were broken and our vital energy severely damaged, falling into a deep slumber in the world Master once shocked." Littleswa said admiringly, "We were awakened by Master's cultivation of the purple Qing sword art. We never expected that in a place with such thin heaven and earth spiritual energy. Yet, it was possible to achieve such extraordinary skill through the incomplete purple-green sword codex on the swordsmanship path, astonishing everyone."
Ziying exclaimed, "Master truly is a genius."
She suddenly lowered her voice, as if each word carried the weight of an unhealed regret. Unfortunately, Littleswa sat on the stone floor, crying and lamenting.
Unfortunately, in the end, Master fell, and Ziying trembled to the point of death.
Littleswa continued, "Until Master passed away, we decided to escort him through the space-time continuum to the world where I once lived." She spoke with anticipation.
"With Master's swordsmanship talent, he would undoubtedly become famous in our world."
Littleswa suddenly sighed. "Unfortunately, during the space-time traversal, our strength drained incredibly quickly, and we couldn't hold on for long." She spoke with reluctance, eventually being forced to bring Master to the Tianyuan continent. Jian Shan was surprised. "So, it was you who saved me.
But why didn't you meet me earlier?"
Ziying shouted angrily, "We wanted to, but the space-time traversal drained our energy, and we fell into a deep sleep, only waking up after several years." She climbed onto his head. "Moreover, after we woke up, Master's spiritual sense was too weak and basically could not be connected. It wasn't until just now, when Master's spiritual sense became a little stronger, that we quickly went to meet him." Jian Shen sighed in relief. "So, it was because I just broke through to the Grand Master realm, and my spiritual sense has strengthened a bit."
Ziying smiled brightly.
"Exactly." Littleswa unexpectedly spoke up, "Moreover, with Master's realm increasing, he can now use our power." "You're embarrassed, but I have used the purple Qing sword art before." Ziying replied with a smile, "It's not quite like that." Jian Shan's eyes sparkled. "Indeed," she smiled and said to him, "Master will know once he tries it." He began to concentrate all his power. "All right, let me see the power of the purple-green sword spirit." A purple lightning bolt tore through the sky, spreading throughout the space.
What will happen next?
The lightning struck the ground, carrying enough power to destroy everything in its path. Wherever the lightning passed, the ground cracked open, and the destructive force was immense.
Two faint beams of light slowly separated from Jian Shan's body, Littleswa and Ziying.
It was mesmerizing. "You asked a difficult question, what's wrong with you guys?" Ziying placed her hands on her hips, and said, "Releasing sword energy is really tiring." Littleswa yawned lightly, "Master, we've consumed too much energy, we need to return to the sword's body to rest." Jian Shan felt awkward, "So how can we replenish your energy?" Ziying sighed in exasperation, "Master, you're so clueless. Just absorb more high-grade magic cores, that's how." Upon hearing this, Jian Shan took out a large number of magic cores and began absorbing them. "I have plenty of magic cores." Mingdong gracefully jumped down from the sky and landed lightly on the ground.
Seeing Jian Shan, he hurried over with concern, "Jian Shan, are you okay?"
Jian Shan turned his face and replied, "Let's go, come with me."
The midday sun was just beginning to set. Ming Dong quickly followed behind him, asking, "Where are we going?" Jian Chen answered calmly, "To kill." Half a month later, gentle rays of sunlight pierced through the space, casting a soft glow on the ancient city gates, which had finally come into view. Ming Dong couldn't help but exclaim, "This I overcome the city is truly huge." Jian Chen fell into a strange silence. Why did the atmosphere in the city feel so odd? His eyes radiated a sharp vigilance. Could something major have happened? Ming Dong looked at him with suspicion. "Who are we here to kill?" Captain Jian Chen simply responded. "You'll know in a moment." Suddenly, a scream came from behind. "Damn it, you're trying to interfere in Zhou family mercenaries' business?" Both of them saw the chaos ahead in the crowd. "Do you not want to mess around here anymore? In broad daylight, you still want to abduct women and fail?" A voice of grievance and pain rang out, choked with bitterness. "It's you!" Mila, frightened, hid in her mother's arms. "Mom, Mila La is scared." Nyang Lan hugged her daughter tightly. "Mila, don't be afraid." The thugs continued to tease. "Little sister, don't be scared, I'll take care of you." A few chivalrous heroes stood in front to protect the mother and daughter, truly a bunch of scum. Suddenly, Wu Jing's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak as he watched the scene before him. An invisible force surged through the air, defeating the thug before he could react. Then, with a cold, frosty gaze, Jian Chen spoke icily, "Scum. No one would have expected you to take down a whole gang of thugs by yourself. Everyone is dead." Wu Jing stood frozen, his eyes wide open, and his mouth agape, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Then, he was stunned and in shock, and he exclaimed, "The sword is so fast." Mila La let go of her mother's hand and ran toward him. Jian Chen uncle, Nyang Lan quickly called out, "Mila, slow down." The little girl was in awe, Jian Chen uncle was so handsome just now. Jian Chen smiled gently, "Mila, be good, tell uncle where the headquarters of the Zhou family mercenaries is." Mila La grabbed his hand and led him. She pointed to the other side, and he smiled. At the large gate leading into the Zhou family mercenary camp, the guards watched closely, their eyes vigilant, as laughter echoed. The Zhou family mercenaries were involved. The defensive strength of I overcome the city had increased greatly against this wave of monster beasts. Dully smiled, and the squad leader expressed concern for the safety of Waka City. Dully thanked him in advance. Lassie Kasa replied, "Commander Dully, you're too polite. Waka City is also the foundation of our Zhou family, it should have been like this." The outer door suddenly slammed open with a thunderous crash, as if someone had kicked it down without hesitation. His subordinates roared in unison, their shouts echoing across the sky. Who dared to intrude into the Zhou family? Without exchanging a word, Jian Chen and Ming Dong moved in perfect coordination, dispatching each enemy in the blink of an eye. Their swords, gleaming with steel, crackled with energy as Jian Chen shouted his name. "Kula Si." Jian Chen's words were cold and resolute, like a death sentence that could not be appealed. The family would accept its demise. Lassie stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth beneath his feet to tremble with the force of his fury. He stepped forward and sneered, "Who do you think you are, daring to barge into the Zhou family? Turns out, you're just the offspring of those who slipped through our net." Lassie flashed a wicked smile, bringing reinforcements with him. "What's the matter? Is your life not worth much?" Ming Dong pointed at him, his eyes filled with clear confusion. He had a personal vendetta with this man. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charged forward like a tornado, his face twisted in a fierce snarl, clearly no saint. The Lassie's hand blazed with light as he focused all his strength into it. "Let's see." He gently raised his hand, and from the air before him, a cold blade slowly materialized. "How much strength does your assistant have?" Dilly raised his hand to shield his face, the blinding light from both sides forcing him to squint. The momentum was truly powerful. Dilly was stunned.
The fighting power of this person was no less than that of La Si. If used wisely, the beast tide this time would have additional support.
La Si sneered arrogantly. You're just a slightly stronger master of the guild than me. Not bad, but even strength has its limits. He grasped the blade and walked toward the two. Neither of you will leave here alive today. Suddenly, a hand from the Zhou family appeared, halting both of them in their tracks. Hold on. Jian Chen asked, Who are you? He clasped his hands together. I am Li, commander of the 1st Imperial Guard, overcome the city. Please listen to me for a moment. The beast tide, which only comes once every few decades, is approaching. Overcome the city is in danger. The grudges between you two can be settled later, after the beast tide has passed. Jian Chen remained firm, unwilling to back down. No, today I must kill La Si. In the tense moment, La Si suddenly laid a hand on Li's shoulder. Commanding Li, he flew into a rage. I will not allow anyone who struck a member of the Zhou family to survive. La Si tightened his grip on the dagger's hilt and lunged forward like a descending death sentence. They must die. When Ming Dong broke the silence with the question, Shall I go? The reply came solemnly, No need. In an instant he became a streak of lightning and vanished from sight, leaving Ming Dong standing stock still. In a flash Jian Chen's shadow had disappeared, leaving empty air opposite the charging La Si. He materialized like a ghost, bursting forth and striking him in the back with blinding speed. Dog thief, Jian Chen's hand trembled as the blue sword released a surge of energy that shot straight at La Si. Die! A sudden, violent force hurled him far back, and he slammed onto his back in a miserable heap. La Si forced himself up on his hands, rising inch by painful inch. Grand Master, he said in utter disbelief. You've actually reached Grand Master, Li interrupted hastily. Little friend, both of you are Grand Master powerhouses, with boundless achievements awaiting you in the future. But now is the critical moment for I overcome the city, so why not resolve the karmic ties and turn war into peace? Jian Chen immediately shifted to the spot in front of La Si in the blink of an eye. Li, the leader, coldly said, You are not me. You have never gone through what I have had to endure. Without hesitation, Jian Chen surged forward like an arrow, charging straight at La Si. La Si was knocked back by his strike, losing all balance. He was sent flying, sliding a long distance on the ground before coming to a stop. Jian Chen turned and shouted, You have no standing to advise me on kindness. TSI clenched the gem in his hand, the veins in his hand bulging prominently under the pressure. Even if you are a Grand Master. Immediately, he tightened his grip and crushed the gem with immense force. Today, you must die. A glowing magic circle appeared on the ground, emitting a strange surge of energy. Li, stunned, looked at the scene before him, and screamed in panic, his voice choked with fear. What is this? The Tiger Wolf Guard appeared, bringing with it an imposing presence that made the air around them feel heavy. The Zhou family Tiger Wolf Guard Li charged forward in a flash. Little friend, wait a moment. I will go summon the city lord to take charge of the situation. La Si yelled, Zhou family Tiger Wolf Guard, on orders to kill the enemy. Even the city lord can only come and collect the corpses for you. The twisted smile on his face exuded an undeniable cruelty. 30 towering Saint Masters pressed in step by step, surrounding him tightly in a dangerous and suffocating manner, their sheer force threatening to crush him. Ming Dong stood frozen, staring at the scene in front of him, unsure of what to do. A strange light emanated from the azure sword in Jian Chen's hand, shining brilliantly like a blazing purple flame. The ethereal purple light spread out, enveloping the entire tense space. The blue sword flashed brightly, and Jian Chen charged at his opponents with astonishing speed. Under the overwhelming power, the masks of the Tiger Wolf Guards were knocked off their faces. Jian Chen swept past with his sword, each movement sending strands of hair flying. Let me. Without hesitation, Jian Chen tossed each of them aside with absolute decisiveness. Get out! Each of the enemies was sent flying, crashing to the ground right where Ming Dong was standing.
He spun around and delivered a powerful kick straight to the head of one of them, sending him flying through the air.
Damned bastard!
Under the overwhelming force, the man was hurled like a sandbag, rolling several meters away and landing near Lassie. From a distance, Jian Shen shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, aiming directly at him.
Lassie shuddered, his face contorting with anxiety and fear as he saw Jian Shen closing in.
Immediately after, Jian Shen drew his sword and ruthlessly stomped on one of his subordinates without mercy. His teeth were clenched so tightly that they ground together, producing a harsh, screeching sound, and his eyes blazed with fury.
Is there anyone else? Lassie couldn't move, frozen in place under the pressure from Jian Shen.
From beneath his thick cloak, he pulled out an old, worn cloth bag, and inside, something seemed to be gently vibrating. The sound of metal clinking sharply filled the air as the bag snapped open, spilling golden coins onto the ground. He shouted loudly, the sound echoing through the space, his shangli depleted to the point of exhaustion. A wicked smile spread across Lassie's face once again. Reward 1,000 purple gold coins for wounding 2 of them. The Tiger Wolf Guards swept across like a gale when they heard him shout, kill 1 and receive 10,000 purple gold coins kill. He calmly tightened his grip on the hilt, his cold gaze unshaken. The magical force from the Milalan sword surged outward, hurling them like a violent whirlwind.
Be gone! Jian Shen flashed like lightning, unleashing countless razor-sharp thrusts like a torrential rain.
The clang of steel rang out as the Tiger Wolf Guards were thrown back, their bodies crashing into one another. Damn, Jian Shen was a whirlwind, cutting cleanly through each foe, dispatching them swiftly and precisely one by one.
Though breathing hard, Ming Dong's eyes still gleamed with resolute determination.
Lassie sneered, let's see how long you can hold out. When Shangli is spent, that will be your end. Ming Dong suddenly shouted, if I help you hold these hounds off for 10 breaths, can you deal with that trash?
He replied, yes.
A satisfied expression crossed Ming Dong's face as he spoke.
Good.
He raised the blue sword high. The green magic power light began to swirl around the blade, radiating overwhelming strength. The magical energy surged within him as he raised his 2 fingers, the mysterious light emanating in preparation. Seeing the opportunity, Ming Dong shouted, now is the time to strike hard, Quan Fong, chop for me. Lassie struggled to raise his hand, persevering against the tremendous pressure from Jian Shen. Jian Shen sped toward him from a great distance, his figure like a gust of wind, causing Lassie to meet his end.
The onlookers below saw the chaos above and were completely confused what was happening.
A figure shot past, unable to dodge, crashing straight into the wall with a sharp collision sound.
They looked at Lassie lying on the ground. This was the squad leader of the Zhou family mercenaries. How could he have been beaten to this extent?
From the dust-filled air, a blurry figure appeared, adding to the tension in the atmosphere.
Jian Shen's voice turned cold as he said, mixed breed, have you thought about how you're going to die?
Lassie, beg for mercy, and all my affection will be yours. A sharp glint flashed in Jian Shen's eyes, filled with cold intent.
Spare your life.
His words flowed softly, yet without any hesitation, they struck him hard in the face.
All right, a fatal kick from Jian Shen sent him flying, hurtling far away.
Go ask Huba, the old memories flooded his mind. Back then, your strength was unmatched.
Only you had the chance to escape.
Jian Shen clearly remembered Kaida's words that day, in the name of squad leader of the Blazing Flame Legion mercenaries, I order you to take Xiao Jiao and run. His fist clenched tightly, raising it with a surge of determination, testing Xiao Jiao. Jian Shen slammed his head into the ground with immense force, testing Kaida, the squad leader. He tightened his grip around ancient Lassie, nearly choking him under the immense pressure. A powerful kick from Jian Shen sent him crashing into the sign hanging on the gate, shaking the entire sign.
From above, the sign unexpectedly fell, splitting in 2 with a loud, resounding crash.
He stood there, his face as cold as ice, watching the sign fall without any expression. Jian Shen softly called out his name, his voice gentle like a breeze.
Huba, Xiao Jiao, squad leader.
He looked up at the vast sky, his eyes filled with distant memories and nostalgia.
Has everyone seen it?
Ming Dong turned to Jian Shen, his eyes brimming with curiosity, then asked, where to next? Jian Shen's face darkened, his voice cold as he spoke.
Next, we go.
A group of guards rapidly approached from afar, their footsteps thundering on the ground.
Make way! A shout rang out.
The city lord is on official business, those who are not involved, move aside.
Cloud Power asked if the little brother in front was Jian Shen.
Jian Shen glanced over and then replied, someone must have invited him for a drink.
Ming Dong was surprised, asking, what? Cloud Power complimented, little brother Jian Shen is indeed a genius. It is an honor to meet you.
He clasped his hands in respect, and Jian Shen bowed to the city lord.
A faint, curious smile appeared on his face. Little brother knows me?
Jian Shen gently replied, and I overcome the city, only the city lord could make Dili the commander show such respect.
He sighed in admiration. Little brother is indeed a smart person. Cloud Power looked at Lassie stuck on the signboard above, realizing that I was already late.
Jian Shen's cold gaze swept across indifferently, it seemed the city lord had come to question him. The corner of his mouth slightly curved upward, and no one could guess the meaning behind that smile. He only looked at Cloud Power with a deep, gloomy gaze, not saying a word. Suddenly, he ran over and placed his hand on Jian Shen's shoulder.
Little brother was just joking. Cloud Power gestured, shall we go inside the mansion and talk? You agree, the city lord arranged. Inside the city lord's mansion, the lights illuminated the entire mansion, making it appear even more magnificent and imposing in the stillness of the night. Cloud Power and Jian Shen conversed cheerfully, speaking directly, it's a pity we couldn't convince them to mend their ways. The Zhou family mercenaries were wiped out, that was their fate. What I really worry about is the approaching beast tide, and the overall combat strength of I overcome the city. He held a glass of wine in his hand, City Lord, don't worry, the Zhou family mercenaries' slight loss in combat strength is no big deal. My brother and I can handle it. He suddenly widened his eyes. These words are not spoken carelessly, otherwise, the Zhou family mercenaries would not have been destroyed. It was just that the wine glass lightly touched the table when Jian Shen slowly set it down, without encountering the city lord. Jian Shen shouted, tomorrow, I have to make a trip to the Tianxiong family. Cloud Power asked again, the Tianxiong family, is he afraid? Brothers, the Tianxiong family is one of the top fighting forces and I overcome the city. Jian Shen's gaze was icy, filled with killing intent. The military strength loss of the two families this time, once it's over, I will provide an explanation. For now, the surrounding area is erupting with terrifying power. City Lord, please do not stop me, wait for me. After dinner that night, on the way home, Ming Dong had eaten so much that he patted his full stomach loudly. Jian Shen and he walked and talked, where to next? Let's go eat noodles. You didn't eat enough earlier, unlike other people starving like that. Ming Dong pushed out his bloated stomach, who told City Lord's mansion to prepare so many delicious dishes? Dili looked at the backs of the two, City Lord, should we just stand by and watch them fight with the Tianxiong family? Cloud Power replied. We shall wait and see. Just relying on those two alone, there is no way they could completely annihilate the Zhou family mercenaries in such a short time. There must definitely be a Grand Earth Saint Master supporting them from behind. Judging from the way he folded his hands behind his back as he calculated, and from his tone and manner of speaking, it is clear that there is a powerful force backing him. If we can draw them to our side, our strength will surely surpass the Tianxiong family and the Zhou family mercenaries by several degrees. Beneath his calm expression, Cloud Power's voice resounded. Moreover, Tianxiong Lai and Tianxiong Daoyun have been domineering and I overcome the city for far too long. It is about time we suppress their arrogance a little. The next morning, there came a shout, Tianxiong Lai, what is the meaning of this? It's barely dawn and you've called everyone here. Someone voiced their complaint, that's right, our family has gone through many matters already. We've known each other for over a decade. If something has happened, just say it. Why do we need to come to your clan to discuss it? Xiong Lai roared, this is not something to take lightly. The little brat who wiped out the Zhou family mercenaries yesterday is the very same one our Tianxiong family hunted down a year ago, called Jian Shen. That is why I gathered all of you brothers here today. Gao Yuan spoke as if he had anticipated it, clearly wanting us to help him kill that little brat, right? He gritted his teeth, his face hardening as though he wanted to crush everything in sight. No need. Shonlai and the others, everyone, help me block him. His strength is only that of a Saint Master, but his speed is incredibly fast, even I can't keep up with him. He slammed his hand down forcefully, just hold him tight, and I will definitely rip his tendons out. The guards outside were watching with bated breath. What is the family head planning to do? All the influential people from I Overcome the City were summoned. It seemed to be related to the incident yesterday when the Zhou family mercenaries were wiped out. This has stirred up the entire city for the past 2 days. Something was tossed across, hitting someone's leg, causing them to lose balance and fall to the ground. The person yelled in anger, "Damn it, who's throwing things around like that?" Jian Shen rushed over, shouting sharply, "Your grandfather! Don't give them a chance, take them both down decisively." Ming Dong appeared regretful, "Such a delicious donut, and you're using it to hit people? What a waste." Jian Chen replied calmly, leaving him speechless. Finished? Then I'll invite you to eat your fill. Ming Dong opened his mouth and took a bite of the cake. My squad leader, I like to eat donuts, not the big cake you drew. He was puzzled. However, there wasn't a single person in sight. Why was he so tense? He lowered his voice. Who said there's no one here? Them. The sound of laughter echoed far and then reverberated in the vast, eerie space. They're here. The enemy had sealed off all escape routes, trapping them with no chance of fleeing. Ming Dong looked around and nervously asked, his eyes full of doubt, why are there so many Grandmaster experts? Xiongli slowly lifted his heavy hammer and walked forward with terrifying steps. You bastard, he suddenly charged toward him at an incredible speed. I'll sacrifice you for my son. Jian Shen snapped, his voice ringing with pressure, emphasizing each word. The old man quickly drew the blue sword from his belt, and the blade immediately shone brightly. The brilliant light radiated from Jian Shen, spreading a dazzling aura. Like two exploding beams of light, they charged straight at each other in a fierce collision. In the Tianxiong family's outer garden, a series of skulls were stacked upon one another, stark white and cold, sending a shiver down one's spine. Upon hearing the news, Dao Yun coldly asked, who dares to fight in the Tianxiong family? He dashed forward quickly, leaving the sea of skulls behind, cold and desolate, as if inviting death. His steady step hit the ground with force, causing debris to scatter in all directions. Jian Shen stood there, amidst the shattered space and piles of broken objects that stretched out before him. What in the world is this? His gaze lifted to the sky, intently following the brilliant streaks of light above. A figure appeared, wielding a large hammer, its murderous aura overwhelming. The aggression was like a bolt of lightning, as he transformed, streaking through the air like a flash of thunder. Dao Yun held the large hammer. Boss, who dares to stir up trouble in the Tianxiong family? Xiong Lai, seeing this, shouted loudly, Dao Yun, you came at just the right time, the thief has come to kill your grandson. With a cold tone and a calm demeanor, he replied nonchalantly, is that so? And you all? A powerful explosion rang out, shattering the surrounding space, turning bones and flesh into dust. Jian Shen stood still, deep in thought, his eyes fixed on the scene before him, a large pit opening up in the ground, making the landscape desolate. Xiong Lai laughed and cried at the same time. Xiong Quan, the one who killed your son has been ground into mush, the revenge for your death. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing a blinding light emanating from the stone block that Dao Yun had used to seal Jian Shen. His face darkened, and his body suddenly froze, as if paralyzed. Jian Shen's voice rang out, spreading like a rolling thunder. Your son, arrogant and reckless, killed without reason. With a strike as swift as lightning, he shattered the stone block. The fragments flew out, and this was the result. The blinding light caused Xiong Lai to instinctively raise his hand to shield his face, grimacing in discomfort. A shard flew from a distance toward Xiong Lai, but Dao Yun rushed forward just in time to block it. How could this be? He stood there, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In just 1 year, you have advanced to the level of Grand Master. Jianshen held his sword, pointing it straight ahead. At that time, being hunted by you, I was in a miserable state, and I dared not return. Your whole body was enveloped in purple light, with enough power to kill me. Divine Sword Mastery Great Reincarnation. The tip of the sword stopped just before Xionglei's face, making him dare not move. Get lost. Daoyun's axe blade slashed across, blocking the attack with a furious roar. Without hesitation, he gathered all his strength and charged forward. If this is all you can do, Daoyun's axe head lit up, the cold, murderous light shining, then it's you who will die. A terrifying demon emerged from the void at his summoning, charging forward like a nightmare brought to life. Ming Di was flustered, panicked, and asked urgently, his eyes filled with confusion. What is this? He anxiously looked at Jianshen. Why does it carry such a heavy aura of death? Jianshen calmly replied, no matter what he does, your screams echo, carrying the raised blade and the sentence of fate, death is inevitable. Two sources of spiritual power, one from Jianshen's sword and the other from Dao Yun, collided, causing the space to tremble. Dao Yun was thrown backward. Jianshen was expecting this. Let's see what kind of trick you're up to. In the blink of an eye, Xiongli disappeared and reappeared, charging straight ahead. A massive stone hand struck Ming Dong with great force, sending him staggering. Damn it! Jianshen's face suddenly turned pale, his panic clearly showing. This is bad. Flames erupted around him, and an aggressive earth-type monster appeared amid the smoke and dust. Its feet slammed into the ground with terrifying force, creating a deafening sound. It had a giant appearance, and Jianshen saw it clearly. Little one, Earthblast transformation. With each step it took, violent flames erupted in its wake. We're done for. The people below were terrified, witnessing such overwhelming power. Tian Xiongli was this strong? Xiongli stood atop the violent flame transformation, roaring, "What are you waiting for?" He shouted an order, but the Imperial Decree's men were confused, exchanging nervous glances as they tried to stop him. In the blink of an eye, the subordinates unleashed their full strength, rushing forward fiercely to hunt down Jianshen. No way you're getting away. While punching and cursing, Ming Dong unleashed his fury on the opponent with unstoppable power. Go to hell. Jianshen spoke softly, today, I just want to provoke the Tianxiong family. If you don't want to die, keep your hands off. The subordinates gathered their strength and charged forward. Little brat, so arrogant, ready to die. His voice was cold and emotionless, yet overwhelming. It's really like swatting at the air, he said, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, handling each enemy with incredible speed that left them no chance to defend, unaware of their impending doom. Jianshen gently landed on the ground, the sound of his feet touching the surface echoing softly. His shout rang out sharply, calling the man by name with all his fury. Tian Xiongli, Jianshen's voice rang out, each word thick with killing intent, you're next. In a swift and decisive motion, he swept his sword across with powerful force. Jianshen poured all his energy into the strike, combining the strength of two blue swords and Divine Sword Mastery Ziqing for a double assault. Xiongli spoke with confidence, foolish little trick, in front of my absolute defense, you're just a child. The green magic power suddenly gained the upper hand, gradually piercing through Xionglei's violent flame transformation hand. That green magic power surged forward, shattering the fire the violent flame transformation he had created. How could this be? Xiongli stood stunned, bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. How could this be? Hidden behind the slab of rock, Dao Yun could not hide his anxiety as he called out, "Boss Xiongli." After a brutal struggle, the violent flame transformation could not withstand it and collapsed in bitter defeat. Dao Yun sped after Xiongli, who was plummeting helplessly through the air in despair. Boss! He lay dying on the ground, urging them to kill Jianshen for the sake of his son. Dao Yun heard this and, stricken with grief, wept. He cried out to his elder brother, "Boss." Jianshen stepped forward. Dao Yun wiped the filthy tears from his face.
He looked at him with pure contempt. You have slain so many people, each with relatives, friends, brothers and sisters, filthy scum, even your tears are tainted. Dao Yun, driven mad by sorrow, laughed and cried at once, trash among trash. His entire body crackled with fierce red lightning. Jianshan, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Ming Dong anxiously gazed at the scene before him, his aura filled with a powerful demonic energy. Beneath the misty clouds, Dao Yun's figure embraced Xiong Lai, moving with silent steps through the void. Dao Yun howled in furious rage, his entire body erupting with an overwhelming force. Countless skulls with eyes glowing like hellfire stared intently at the realm of the living. Waves of skulls with fiery red eyes screeched as they surged towards him, like vengeful spirits awakened after millennia. He summoned innumerable giant skulls to encircle him, daring to provoke the Tianxiong family. None of you will survive this. From above, Dao Yun cast a cold, sharp gaze straight at Jianshan and Ming Dong, who stood silently below. Ming Dong began to panic, surrounded by skulls. How many people had to be killed for this? The ground trembled, and from the void, a gigantic skeleton rose, each step echoing like thunder. Some were outraged, unable to avoid it. Every year, thousands went missing without a trace, and I overcome the city, with no way to find them. Tianxiong Lai, Tianxiong Dao Yun, they treated human lives like grass, no better than beasts. The bones creaked as the skeleton slowly extended its hand toward the crowd. Death for me. The giant skeletal hand slammed down onto the ground, causing a shockwave that tore apart the land beneath it. Cloud Power on the other side laughed and said, Messenger Sir has come to help I overcome the city, but Cloud Power cannot receive you from afar. Please forgive me, Messenger Sir. Zhao Hao smiled politely. Cloud Power's city lord need not be so formal. Every time the beast tide attacks, the likelihood of a 5th-grade demon beast appearing is very low. You should be able to handle it yourselves. Xianxi gently lifted the edge of his face-covering hat. Every time you call for aid from King City, we come and take everything without lifting a finger. To be honest, it's not ideal. Cloud Power smiled kindly. Messenger Sir is too modest. With the two of you stationed here, Cloud Power can rest easy. Zhao Hao placed his hand behind his back and casually said, however, this time you've informed us a bit early. The Beast Tide's attack seems to be a few days away. He's speaking out for assistance. Not too early, I dare not hide it. Cloud Power has invited the two of you to Waka City early because we want you to help Cloud Power suppress a certain junior. Xianxi was surprised. Could it be that after all these years, I overcome the city has produced an extraordinary figure? Cloud Power smiled softly. In the past year, a young powerhouse suddenly appeared, and moreover, I, a humble person, could not gauge his true strength. Suddenly, a chill of dark energy surged forward, sweeping directly towards the position of the three people. Xianxi was stunned. The dark energy was so thick, could it be that a 5th-grade demon beast had appeared in the city? A massive skeleton crawled on the ground, each bone emitting dense dark energy. Jian Chen gritted his teeth. This was too eerie. The energy of this attack was no less than that of a 5th-grade demon beast. Ming Dong pointed downward. Damn, this dark energy is so strange, it could disrupt the mind, making it impossible to move. How can we fight? Dao Yun, controlling the skeleton, smiled with satisfaction. Under my annihilation demon chi, you will not escape. Jian Shen turned to Ming Dong and instructed, buy me 3 breaths of time. Can you do that? Ming Dong shouted back, if you don't want to die, come up with me. Hold him for 3 breaths, the group above hesitated and then agreed. Alright, everyone attack together, let's go. You take the Mila Lao and grab the item, I'll stay here. Dao Yun threw Ming Dong to the ground. The only outcome for trash is death. From behind, Jian Shen swiftly closed the distance, silently moving up behind him. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword straight at Dao Yun, delivering a strike that cut through his defenses with Zi Qing's supreme sword aura. In an instant, Jian Shen's sword pierced through all of Dao Yun's defenses, utterly defeating him with the full force of Zi Qing's sword energy. He fell to the ground, his face filled with disbelief and resentment. How could this be? Dao Yun's abdomen was torn open, blood splattering everywhere, causing him to scream in agony. Soon after, a deafening explosion erupted, and smoke and flames billowed out, spreading rapidly. Jian Shen stood still, his expression calm, like a mountain unmoved by a storm. A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere, "It seems that this is the rising star of I overcome the city." He furrowed his brow. Who could approach this place without making a sound? Jian Shen glanced at the two individuals before him, the city lord and his companion, Cloud Power. He smiled gently and then spoke softly, "Allow me to introduce them. These two are Xianxi Chen and Ning. As for who I am, it's not important. It is said that a young genius has appeared in I Overcome the City." He placed his hand on his chest, his face clearly showing his excitement, which I very much liked. Xianxi's entire body ignited with power, surging and pouring out in waves, eager to spar with you. Ming Dong was stunned. Damn, the pressure was terrifying, his body barely able to move. Jian Shen panted heavily under that pressure. The aura of the Grand Earth Saint Master was indeed formidable. Then, Jian Shen's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam, azure sword aura. He slowly raised the blue sword to the sky, and the light from the sword's blade was so intense that the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. Xianxi stared intently at the tremendous power before him, his eyes full of amazement. He stood frozen, his gaze confused and stunned, and then suddenly exclaimed. This was Xianxi extending his hand, magical light sparkling around his fingers, the power gradually forming in the air. Suddenly, a sharp strike cut across his face, making Xianxi scream. Immediately after, he was sent flying through the air and shot off into the distance. Dust and dirt swirled behind him. Zhao Hao placed his hand on his shoulder. The steady stance helped Xianxi regain his balance. Just as he was recovering, he gasped for air, his face turning pale. "You're really strong." Jian Shen slowly emerged from the dissipating dust, responding calmly, "You flatter me." Xianxi panted, each breath coming out in heavy, labored gasps, then he tried to speak. Embarrassment showed on his face as both Xianxi and Zhao Hao clasped their hands together in respect. Little brother, using the Grand Master realm, could break through the entire pressure and power of the Grand Earth Saint Master. Truly, a young hero. Invincible in the same realm, Katata greatly admired and respected him. Jian Shen politely responded to the two with equal courtesy. Xianxi wondered, though, just now little brother unleashed such overwhelming power, which seemed not to be Shang Li's strength, dare I ask. Jian Shen replied with politeness, "I truly cannot hide it. I cannot fully control this strength. If it weren't for the pressure from your excellency being so overwhelming, I might not have been able to unleash such power." Zhao Hao lightly pushed Xianxi's hand, signaling that it was not appropriate to press further, and not to be so shameless. He raised his hand and said, "I have lost this round. Cloud Power City Lord, with little brother Jianshen here, and with the two of us joining forces in this beast-tide assault, Waka City need not worry anymore." Cloud Power nodded in agreement. "Yes, Messenger Sir is right. Cloud Power is truly fortunate to have the help of the three of you." The skulls gathered into a crowd, spinning rapidly on the ground, creating a terrifying scene. People were in an uproar, wondering why there were so many skulls. Tian Xiong Daowen practiced demonic arts, and these skulls were all the result of him draining their blood until death. Cloud Power spoke coldly, "No wonder thousands of people went missing without reason every year in Waka City or within the Tian Xiong family." He clasped his hands in respect. "Brother Jian Shen, please accept my gratitude for eliminating the harm to the city by dealing with Tian Xiong Dao Yun. I am deeply grateful. I will conduct a thorough investigation and expel all those involved," Jian Shen said politely. "Thank you for your hard work, City Lord." Cloud Power invited Jian Shen, "Little brother, whenever you have free time, please do come to the City Lord's mansion. This case is based on the opinion of little brother. You may leave now, City Lord, and take your time." Ming Dong draped his arm over Jian Shen's shoulder. "This case is based on little brother's judgment." "What does that mean?" "This is you laughing. It is also to say, who is involved in this case, who is innocent, and who will be expelled." Jian Shen turned around and spoke with such certainty that the crowd was struck with fear. "I said it, and that's final," he declared.
The crowd shouted in unison. I was just invited as a guest. Tianxiong Daoyun has done such evil deeds, and we really don't know anything about it. We hope Brother Jinshan will take this into consideration.
Yes, we hope Brother Jinshan will take this into consideration.
Ming Dong pointed his finger, and at that moment, has he really become Brother Jinshan now?
You still have him, all of you have acted very strongly now.
The subordinates quickly begged for mercy.
Brother Jinshan, not Jinshan the great hero, we were deceived by the Tianxiong dog thief before, and we failed to see the Mao Tai right before our eyes. You don't have to spare the small ones. Yes, after we realized that Tianxiong Daoyun was not right, we immediately switched sides.
Hero, yes, destroy Tianxiong Daoyun, we will do our part too.
Ming Dong stood in front of Jinshan.
What's going on?
Step back, do you still want to fight?
Everyone was frightened. We dare not.
The two Jinshans, after a moment of silence, suddenly spoke, interrupting.
Stop arguing.
He smiled lightly. I have no intention of making things difficult for you, but since you can be invited as guests, it means you have a deep connection with the Tianxiong family.
I will give you two choices.
Hearing Jinshan's words, everyone quickly responded in unison without hesitation.
I am willing to listen in detail.
Jinshan presented the first option. One is to be investigated, and all the related forces will be expelled.
Those of you who have struggled to become the leading forces in I Overcome the City probably don't want to be investigated, right?
He then spoke the second option.
The second option is to submit to me and join my mercenary group. Without hesitation, everyone spoke in unison. We agree to submit.
We don't know what your mercenary group is called, great hero. In Kaifu, the faint light from the mansion illuminated the sign, creating an aura of mystery that attracted attention. Jinshan, Ming Dong, and their subordinates chatted together.
I have a small house.
Let this be our temporary headquarters for the Blazing Flame mercenary group. It's a perfect place for the squad leader.
Is this still considered a small house?
This is already very good.
This place is perfect, you've put in a lot of effort. Not at all.
Van Zi suddenly spoke up and asked, there is something I want to ask the squad leader.
Go ahead, he responded. Van Zi clasped his hands together.
Right now, the 5 of them are disbanding their own mercenary groups, but the Kai family and our De Air family are heading towards business ventures.
If we disband too hastily, it will result in huge losses.
Jinshan responded indifferently, then you two families should maintain your original mercenary teams and focus all your efforts on making money. He turned around and gave further instructions, trying to take over the Zhou family mercenaries and Tianxiong family's business and I Overcome the City in the shortest time possible. Wherever force is needed to maintain order, come find me.
The Blazing Flame Dong team will clear any obstacles for you. The subordinates spoke in unison.
Understood, squad leader.
Suddenly, someone came running from a distance.
Clown scolded, family head, this is not right.
There are no rules. Can't you see the squad leader is here? Why are you shouting like that?
The person hurriedly spoke. De Kong, along with 5 mercenary leaders, brought their people and directly barged in. The imposing Shi Xiong roared, demanding to see the strength of the new squad leader. Hearing this, Jinshan hesitated for a moment before turning to call Jinshan.
Squad leader, please, it's fine, don't worry.
Jinshan sneered coldly and suggested they arrange for these people to go to the competition arena. Soon after, the news began to spread. Tai Si, the former leader of the passionate mercenary group, De Kong, the former leader of the Golden Dragon mercenaries, and father and brother, former leaders of another mercenary team, were all mentioned. A group of people appeared, hands clasped together. Former leader of the Demon Heaven mercenary group, former leader of the Swift Wind mercenaries. Their voices rang out simultaneously, sharp and resolute as one. Greetings, squad leader. Jinshan smiled and said loudly, the 5 brothers speak and act decisively, very good.
Jinshan will not treat you unfairly.
Soon, everyone will realize that joining the Blazing Flame mercenary group was the right decision.
A strange voice suddenly interrupted, cutting off his words midway. But the Dekong group appears to be provoking.
I see you've brought the brothers, but it doesn't seem like you're very sincere.
You speak very well, but what could a little white-skinned child with soft flesh do that would make me respect you as a master?
That's right. He had quite a pretty face, he'd be better off doing embroidery. While stuffing food into his mouth, Ming Dong muttered, "Smells like crap." Suddenly, he rushed straight toward one of the men, moving so fast that even the wind couldn't keep up. Ming Dong delivered a powerful punch to the man's mouth, using it as a lesson for both him and his mouth. The Dekong group saw one of their own get hit and immediately rushed forward.
"Take a blade from me."
Ming Dong spun around and shouted, "You cowardly sneak attack."
Shouting loudly, "Do you want to gang up on me?"
A surge of power erupted from Jian Chen, throwing the enemy off balance and yanking the weapon from his hand. Not stopping there, the surge of power continued, stripping the weapon from the next enemy. Before the force could dissipate, it whipped to the side, tearing the weapon from another enemy's grip. Next, the gleaming blade shot up into the air, and a sharp tip of the sword streaked forward like lightning. Jian Chen moved like a shadow, the blue sword in his hand effortlessly taking down enemy after enemy.
Damn it!
A gourd-shaped skewered snack slipped from someone's hand and fell to the ground, the red candies rolling away quietly. He let out a light chuckle before coldly ordering, "Stop.
You've already died once." They looked at him in surprise, asking in astonishment, "What do you mean?"
Jian Chen turned his face back, his eyes glowing brightly.
"I suggest you try your neck."
One of them reached to touch his neck, his face turning pale as he froze in shock, seeing his hands covered in fresh blood. Jian Chen raised his hand, gesturing to them, as if to say, "Let's see if I have the right to lead you." The group was stunned and screamed in panic.
"Why is this happening?"
"They don't believe it, they only cut a piece from the neck, without hurting me."
"The swordsmanship is so exquisite, and the control of force is incredible." "Is this still a human?" Jian Chen asked again. "Are you impressed yet?" The whole group bowed in respect and admitted defeat. "Squad leader mighty strength, I can die following you."
He smirked, his voice brimming with confidence as he asked, sounding as cool as ever.
"So, what do you think?"
Ming Dong gave a thumbs up, but before anyone could react, the ground suddenly shook violently, trembling as if it was about to crack open.
"What's going on?"
The people below began to stir. "This is a summoning signal, the magical beasts are about to attack the city." Jian Chen sensed the situation and quickly ordered, "Everyone, go to the city walls." The magical beasts, breathing hot air, with sharp iron teeth glistening in the light, roared fiercely. They advanced with bloodthirsty eyes, their momentum so intense it seemed as though they wanted to crush everything in their path. The group stood in shock, staring at the magical beasts advancing toward them.
"What's going on?"
The previous attacks were all directed at the city walls. They couldn't understand why this time the formation was so well organized, as if someone was controlling it from behind. Jian Chen's eyes widened, and in that moment, he suddenly realized something.
Could it be that the sharp claws of the demon beast were striking the ground, leaving long claw marks and creating a thunderous sound?
Jian Chen, stunned, yelled out loudly, his voice echoing throughout the space. This time, a fifth-grade demon beast had appeared.
At that moment, a tremor erupted from the city wall, followed by a powerful shockwave.
The demon beasts were gradually emerging, continuously wreaking havoc with their immense destructive power.
Cloud Power, shocked, spoke to him, "This is a 5-grade 6-line demon pearl beast. It is signaling an attack."
Immediately after, he gave a swift command. The brothers across the city heard the order and began killing the demon beasts, cutting off the left ear of each one to bring back to the city lord's mansion for a reward. As soon as Cloud Power issued the command, everyone in the area shouted in unison, "Kill the demon beasts, kill!" The sounds of their fierce cries reverberated through the air, and the demon beasts, suddenly under attack, appeared somewhat disoriented.
Everyone continued shouting to boost their morale for the fight.
Meanwhile, Ming Dong, flying through the air, was silently calculating. The six-line red luan was too strong for him to handle, but if the lower-level demon beasts dared to come this way, Old Man would kill them. While speaking, he struck fiercely at the monstrous beasts, causing them to be thrown out of the cage. Ming Dong's face showed an extreme expression of anger. Unable to hold back, he cursed, "You damn beast." As soon as the aura rose, Cloud Power quickly reminded everyone to keep their left ears open. Seeing that the situation was gradually improving, the others excitedly shouted, "Vice Captain is amazing, I'm really impressed." Cloud Power couldn't help but be amazed. Ming Dong brothers, standing their ground, were truly remarkable. The joy didn't last long. A loud roar suddenly rang out, startling him, and his face turned as green as a banana leaf. Cloud Power then realized and became alert something was wrong. The fourth grade demon beast was about to strike. This was too much. Ming Dong then said, "Damn it, looks like they're all fourth grade. I'll scatter them first. We'll split into pairs, one team close, one team far, and attack step by step." He then volunteered to lead the charge against the demonic beasts. "Break through for me." The wind was violent and the force overwhelming. The aura of pressure was enormous, creating a whirlwind that swept fiercely toward the monstrous beasts. For a moment, they were intimidated by the overwhelming force, each of them bared their teeth and growled, trying to assert their dominance, aiming to make the opponent feel fear. After the dust settled, a noise from afar startled Cloud Power. From the dense bushes nearby, another creature suddenly appeared. It had the form of a serpent, but it was not a snake. As soon as it appeared, the beast let out a loud roar toward Cloud Power's position and struck with its tail. His face turned pale. Was there still a fifth-stage sword dragon? Zhao Hao was taken aback. "The two of us could at most handle one." Xianxi hesitated, "Two of them would be too much for us." At that moment, Jian Chen's expression suddenly grew cold, and he said, "It's not just two." Then Jian Chen warned them, "There is one more, even more dangerous than the six-line demon pearl and the sword dragon." Xianxi was startled, "Really? How come I didn't sense it?" Meanwhile, above them, thunder roared in the sky. Ming Dong looked at the scene before him and was also momentarily stunned. The fierce beast approaching them was none other than the Golden Fur Tiger King, and its body appeared much more muscular than before. The moment Jian Chen laid eyes on it, a surge of killing intent surged within him. He gritted his teeth, then coldly spoke, "Golden Fur Tiger King." No more thinking, and without hesitation, Jian Chen flew into the air, shouting, "I'll return my brother's lives." Cloud Power was startled. "Little brother, don't be impulsive. We're trapped by the six-line demon pearl, you can't defeat them alone." Meanwhile, several demonic beasts charged through like a flash of lightning, their mouths open, claws raised, relentlessly attacking. Naturally, Ming Dong was not one to back down. He quickly drew his sword and struck at them with furious speed. "Die!" The six-line demon roared, unwilling to yield, continuously howling and launching attacks in rapid succession. Over here, Jian Chen, Zhao Hao, and Yuan Si were swiftly flying toward Ming Dong to assist him. The three figures aimed their attacks at the sword dragon and six-line demon. Of course, both enemies were already mentally prepared to counterattack. Ming Dong was taken aback. Fifth-grade demon beast. At the same time, the six-line demon swung its arms toward Jian Chen, throwing him off balance for a moment. Jian Chen, now almost maddened, directed his gaze at the sword dragon with contempt. "Dare to stand in my way? Tim died." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jian Chen narrowed his eyes and swiftly wielded his weapon, launching a relentless assault toward the massive beast. With a roar filled with the anger burning inside him, he shouted, "Violet Sword Chi, help me break the enemy." Looking at the scene before him, Cloud Power was momentarily stunned, his face paling slightly. In the sky above, Jian Chen seemed like a demonic figure, flying around with terrifying white mist constantly emanating from him. This sight also startled Zhao Hao, who was thrown into a state of confusion, as the five-fold cut technique was unleashed. Now, facing his enemy, Jian Chen spoke coldly,
Golden Fur Tiger King, blood for blood, an eye for an eye, die for me. With those words, Jian Shen quickly gathered his internal energy and lunged toward it. The Golden Fur King was no slouch, and it let out a savage roar. The sound of its cry was enough to injure anyone with weaker internal strength. It seemed the six-line demon did not want Jian Shen to get close to the Golden Fur King, doing everything it could to protect its king. While dodging, Jian Shen suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Ming Dong, standing beside him, was startled, quickly shouting loudly. Jian Shen was cautious. While speaking, he rushed forward and successfully blocked an attack for the young man. Jian Shen was flustered. Ming Dong, the six-line demon, seized the opportunity and attacked again, striking the ground with a force that sent dust flying into the air. Fortunately, Jian Shen managed to pull Ming Dong out of the danger zone, and both quickly retreated. Are you worried now? Ming Dong coughed once before speaking. I won't die, but you should be careful, that great star beast nearly killed me. Meanwhile, the Golden Fur King quickly stomped towards the two of them. It opened its mouth wide and began gathering internal energy. Zhao Hao was surprised by its powerful aura, wondering if this was the peak of the Tiger King at the 5th stage. Immediately, Jian Shen coldly instructed, Ming Dong, you go help them kill the six-line demon pearl. If you can't kill it, just hold it off. Ming Dong hesitated. Brother, do you really want? At that moment, Jian Shen gathered his internal energy, gritting his teeth and speaking through clenched jaws, I want revenge. With that, Jian Shen wasted no time and charged straight toward the target. No longer was he intimidated by the large beast as he had been before. On the contrary, in his eyes now, there was a look of determination and confidence. Over here, everyone was attacking the six-line demon together. It punched the ground forcefully, causing them to stagger momentarily. Meanwhile, Jian Shen was still facing off against the Golden Fur King. He chose to strike directly at its head. Jian Shen felt a bit unsettled. Without using the power of the purple-green sword spirit, he couldn't even injure the outer layer of its skin. Immediately after, its sharp claws quickly lunged toward Jian Shen, catching him off guard. Sensing the imminent danger, Jian Shen was inwardly alarmed. This wasn't good, just a moment of distraction, and the Golden Fur King had sent him flying far away. He let out a loud shout, and his body crashed heavily against the back of the six-line demon. Sensing something collide with it, the six-line demon quickly turned around, looking around, before Jian Shen finally landed on the ground. Damn it, the power of the purple-green sword spirit that I used earlier needs time to recover and can't be used again in the short term. Meanwhile, the six-line demon continued to wreak havoc around the area, which had already become a complete mess. Suddenly, the Golden Fur King and the six-line demon simultaneously surrounded Jian Shen, seemingly launching a coordinated attack. Jian Shen was momentarily stunned as the two fifth-grade demon beasts attacked together. Before he could even process this thought, the Golden Fur King stopped gathering its internal power and struck at him. Jian Shen immediately leaped into the air, and where he had been attacked, a loud explosion quickly rang out. Just as he avoided one attack, he found himself facing another. The six-line demon roared and raised its massive hand to strike him down. Jian Shen, taken aback, gritted his teeth, his face turning pale. I'm done for, there's no way to avoid this. At that moment, a surge of power quickly struck through, binding the enormous arm. Its two hands were now under the control of Zhao Hao and Hui Si, with Ming Dong standing behind them. The Great Star Beast, your opponent is here. With those words, Zhao Hao immediately delivered a powerful blow to its head, accompanied by a strong burst of internal force. On the other side, the Golden Fur King was also struck painfully by Jian Shen. It narrowed its eyes and let out an angry roar. Jian Shen immediately struck again, furiously shouting, "Break for me!" But of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. The Golden Fur King refused to back down and was determined to fight back. The six-line demon quickly broke free from the control of the two men. They were simultaneously thrown back, and a loud scream echoed throughout the area. Zhao Hao stood up with vigilance, it's too strong, we can't do it.
Ming Dong, battered and bruised, sighed, then looked around for an opening in their defenses. At that moment, Ming Dong was struck by a powerful surge of inner energy, causing him to slam headfirst into the ground. Looking toward the source, Ming Dong was astonished and let out a shout. He was still alive. In no time, Jian Chen had risen to his feet. He reached for the blue sword beside him. Now, his mouth hung open in shock, as the power of the purple-green sword spirit had finally been restored. Once again, Jian Chen charged forward, loudly declaring, "Ming Dong, help me force them into a straight line." Hearing this, Ming Dong immediately agreed. As soon as the words left Jian Chen's mouth, Ming Dong quickly gathered his inner energy, preparing a devastating move. After a brief pause, he swiftly launched a crushing strike toward the fierce beast. Meanwhile, the two sides were fiercely engaged in battle. Furious winds swept in, momentarily throwing the Golden Fur King off balance. Ming Dong's attack, combined with the swordsmanship of Jian Chen, made them cry out in pain, unable to contain their agony. Of course, this was not the end. Jian Chen, seizing the opportunity, advanced further, and Zi Qing immediately focused the heavenly sword. Now, in the eyes of the Golden Fur King, there was an intense fury. It gritted its teeth and stared forward with unblinking eyes. Following that, a violent explosion resounded, and the light from the power continued to erupt fiercely. Everyone around seemed to be in shock, quickly raising their hands to shield themselves. Up above, Jian Chen swiftly maintained his distance, while the six-lined demon appeared to be lying motionless. Cloud Power, standing on the tall building, was so anxious that even breathing seemed difficult. He stared intently ahead, silently wondering if the demon was dead. The six-lined demon seemed to have perished, but this only made the Golden Fur King appear as if it were going mad. Its eyes glowed a dark, fiery red, and its sharp fangs slowly ground together with a chilling sound. Jian Chen furrowed his brow, coldly fixing his gaze on it. His inner vigilance remained at its peak. At the same time, the Golden Fur King began to retreat, moving backward. It seemed like the Golden Fur King considered Jian Chen a formidable opponent, but Jian Chen was not afraid of it. He stood, focused, staring at the ferocious beast before him. Ming Dong, witnessing this scene, was filled with fear and turned pale. What was going on here? Suddenly, the Golden Fur King vanished without a trace. On the city walls, everyone observed the situation and couldn't help but cheer in joy, shouting, "It's retreating, it's retreating." Ming Dong, terrified, collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "Damn it, it's finally retreating." Xian Si was elated, saying, "The Beast King actually ran away in fear. This has never happened in the history of I Overcome the City." However, it seemed that Jian Chen was not satisfied. He gritted his teeth and growled, enunciating each word, You cannot escape." As soon as he spoke, a dense killing intent erupted from his body. Jian Chen was intent on pursuing and annihilating the beast. He then unleashed a massive sword aura, shouting fiercely, "Die!" The Golden Fur King, as it fled in fear, couldn't help but glance over its shoulder, clenching its teeth. But it seemed that this time, it could not escape the call of death. The beam of light erupted, carrying with it the terrifying roar of the beast. Beneath the blinding sun, the Golden Fur King, with its heavy body, collapsed to the ground. Zhao Hao stared in a daze, mumbling to himself. "Dead, it's dead." Ming Dong over here couldn't help but feel joy, unable to believe what he was seeing. We won. That day, the entire city echoed with a resounding vibration. We won, we won. Everyone cheered in delight. Never before had they felt so relieved. We won. Below, the crowd continued to chant, "We won." But at the same time, it seemed that Jian Chen had suffered serious injuries from pushing his internal energy too far. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Just like that, he quickly collapsed, despite the concerned people around him. Jian Chen, are you okay? Jian Chen, wake up. Jian Chen. When he opened his eyes, he saw Kaida patting his head. "Well done, Jian Chen, you surprised me." "Squad leader," he said with a delighted smile, "we weren't wrong about you."
Hu Ba also offered his praise. Jian Chen was amazing. He handed over a piece of meat, then smiled brightly. Here, have some chicken drumstick. Xiao Jiao, who was beside him, sneered, well, at least give him a drumstick he hasn't bitten yet. Hu Ba, feeling frustrated, said, we're all brothers, Jian Chen won't mind. Then he handed it over again. Right, Jian Chen? You reached out to take it and replied, I don't mind. But just as Jian Chen was about to stretch his hand out to grab it, his fingers brushed against the person in front of him. This only startled him even more. Jian Chen's eyes clearly showed unease. Kaida then spoke again, the mercenary group Blazing Flame has been handed over to you now, Jian Chen. As soon as the words were spoken, his image faded away. Now, the words from long ago resurfaced in his mind, Blazing Flame Mercenary Group, the best in the world. Blazing Flame Mercenary Group, 10,000 years. Tears streamed down his face as Jian Chen lowered his head and shouted loudly. Blazing Flame Mercenary Group, 10,000 years. Back in the present, he was still lying in bed, the sound of someone calling his name echoing in his mind. Jian Chen, Jian Chen. After a while, he finally woke up. His gaze was still dazed and vacant. As soon as he opened his eyes, everyone cried out in joy, he's awake, Jian Chen is awake, you've finally woken up. Looking towards them, he asked, how long have I been asleep? Ming Dong happily replied, exactly 2 days and 2 nights. You really slept like a log, kid. After a brief pause, Jian Chen was startled and quickly asked, are the two of you still here? Has the beast tide retreated? Xianxi answered with excitement, it's retreated. Brother Jian Chen, you single-handedly slayed 2 5th-grade demon beasts with 1 strike, and without a leader, the demon beasts fought amongst themselves in chaos. Everyone has pushed them back now. Jian Chen sighed in relief. That's good. Everyone then joyfully recounted the events. This time during the beast tide, Brother Jian Chen made a great contribution. He defeated 3 major demon beasts, and thanks to him, we were able to overcome the crisis. Soon, everyone gathered around the dining table. Xianxi spoke, this is from the Cloud Power City Lord, and it's a tribute to Brother Jian Chen. These spatial rings contain the spoils from the warriors of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group and the carcasses of the demon beasts. Little brother, take a look. Jian Chen responded, you're both too kind. Then you said, this time we can hunt the 5th-grade demon beast. If it weren't for the help of the 2 sirs, Jian Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat them. Jian Chen only needs 1 magic core from the Tiger King, the other 2 are for the 2 sirs. Xianxi was confused, we contributed very little. Jian Chen nodded respectfully. Ming Dong was also pleased, Jian Chen speaks from the heart. If the 2 sirs refuse, it would be a disrespect to our Blazing Flame Legion. Zhao Hao spoke up, in that case, thank you, brothers. If the Blazing Flame Legion ever needs us, we won't stand by and watch, we'll be ready to jump into water or fire. Then Jian Chen added, in the future, the Blazing Flame Legion can count on us. Thank you in advance, sirs. Xianxi turned to the mercenary group and said, half a year from now will be the Mercenary Assembly, which happens once every 50 years. Brothers, with your abilities, you must not miss it. Jian Chen was surprised. The Mercenary Assembly? Ming Dong, confused, asked, what is that? He then asked again, does no one know about this event? Then he explained, the mercenary event is a mercenary tournament that is held once every 50 years. The participants must be under 50 years old. As long as you make it into the top 100, you can be rewarded with a large sum of money, and there is also an honorary medal issued by the Alliance. Immediately after, Xianxi looked at everyone. If you can make it into the top 10, you can choose a heaven rank martial art. Chen's eyes widened in delight. Heaven rank martial art? Ming Dong continued, so cool, the demonic martial art that dog thief Tian Xiong Dao Yun practices, maybe it's a human level martial art, but it's already so perverse. Heaven rank martial art? Xianxi added, not only that, if you make it into the top 3, not only can you choose a heaven rank martial art,
but you can also choose a heaven rank battle skill.
Ming Dong smiled brightly, a heaven rank battle skill. Jian Shen also responded, that's a combat martial skill, the mercenary tournament is really rich in variety.
Then, Ming Dong happily added, hey, with the Grand Earth Saint Master strength of the two of you, what rank will you achieve in the tournament? Zhao Hao hesitated and said, oh, sorry, the last tournament, we were still kids. The next time is in 50 years, Xianxi said again, both of us are too old, we no longer have any fate with the tournament. Upon hearing this, Jian Shen silently thought to himself, it really is a bit tragic. In the end, Ming Dong and Jian Shen went together.
After crossing the mountain peak, they ran again.
The two magical beasts at both ends were probably exhausted to death. He continued, trying to wait until they reached a larger city ahead to change their mounts. There were only 6 more months left, and more than 100,000 miles to go without stopping. Jian Shen suddenly remembered, it's commendable that you're in such a hurry, but one of us is a mid-level Saint Master, and the other is a Grand Master.
With this level of strength, do you think we're being too reckless in participating in the tournament?
Ming Dong replied, but that place will gather all the elites of the mercenary world from the Tianyuan continent.
Jian Shen then asked, do you know what distinguishes a talented person from an ordinary one? Ming Dong was surprised, where?
Jian Shen added, one dares to think and act, the other is like a frog, only daring to stay inside the well, not willing to jump out and break their own limits. You calculate, we are low-level powerhouses, but low-level powerhouses have nothing to lose. Originally, it was Jian Shen who was afraid of wearing shoes. After a brief pause, Ming Dong continued, as if there really was nothing left to lose.
Jian Shen burst into laughter, replying, who's the ordinary one?
You're the ordinary one, your whole family's ordinary. Then both of them laughed merrily, their laughter echoing throughout the forest. After a while, Jian Shen cheerfully exclaimed, come on, have a chicken leg.
Ming Dong then responded, I'm not eating it, old man is ordinary, why would he want to eat a chicken leg? Jian Shen smiled brightly, even the ordinary can eat chicken legs.
Whatever you eat, it's good for you.
With a dull mind, as long as your hands and feet are nimble, it's enough.
Ming Dong, frustrated, retorted loudly, damn it, you're the one who's stupid.
Good, Jian Shen laughed loudly, feeling completely at ease.
At that moment, a voice urgently shouted, move aside, move aside. Jian Shen looked in surprise as people hurried toward them in a rush.
Don't block the way, move out of my way.
Seeing this, Jian Shen stood there in a daze, wondering to himself. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at the insignia on the elephant. Jian Shen then said, people from the kingdom of Fonglin.
Ming Dong was surprised. What's the matter?
Quen Jian Shen said, the elite squad of the Fonglin kingdom has always been contending with the kings of our realm. He paused for a moment, puzzled, then asked himself, why would they appear here?
According to Jian Shen, this time the Samsara kingdoms are essentially finished.
Tonight they were talking among themselves, although they are very powerful, they still cannot resist an assault from our 4 great king nations surrounding them. They only fear that the old monster from Yang residence might suddenly return, someone muttered.
He's a figure who came very close to the Saint King realm, what is there to fear from him?
The burly man frowned.
That old man left Zhangyang Manor years ago, he's most likely dead.
This time the Lin kingdoms are as good as finished. A soldier beside him replied, even if that old man doesn't return, they still have nearly 10 heavenly void saint masters, that's still a hard nut to crack. They laughed and joked with one another, our 4 great king nations together have over 30 heavenly void saint masters. 3 against 1 is a foregone conclusion. Besides, we've been preparing for so long, if they're forced into battle, what can they use against us?
Use women to wear us down? Ming Dong whispered, the CC Lin kingdom is his homeland.
Jian Shen replied, yes, not only that, the Zhangyang Manor they mentioned is my home, though he hesitated when saying that. At that moment, a voice from behind startled both of them.
Who are you? Looking toward the two, the soldier immediately shouted, there are people ambushing us.
But as soon as he finished his words, the soldier's throat was struck by a sharp blade.
Gao Yi, sitting nearby, was stunned. Who the hell thinks they can play with their life like this? At the same time, Jian descended from the sky. You're the ones who are asking for death. From above, Jian pointed his sword at the group, his expression cold and full of intimidating presence. Immediately, one of the remaining soldiers was struck by Jian hidden weapon, which pierced through his abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing one of their comrades fall, the soldiers screamed in panic, "The enemy is attacking! Surround him quickly!" Soon after, Jian and Ming Dong swiftly landed, finding themselves surrounded by the soldiers. Jian stared intently at them, thinking to himself. As expected of the elite soldiers that Sword Brother mentioned, even after being ambushed, they did not panic at all. At that moment, Gao Yi immediately stepped forward and stared intently at the two of them, asking, "Who are you?" Jian, amused, raised his sword and leapt forward. "As for me, I'm your father." The soldier quickly reminded, "Commander, be careful." Gao Yi hurriedly drew his sword and attacked. These two were definitely spies from the kingdom of Jessen. They could not be allowed to escape alive. Immediately, both of them raised their swords and charged at each other. The sword energy emitted from their blades was thick and fierce, flying toward each other. Now, both Ming Dong and Jian stood back to back. Both of them were vigilant, carefully watching their opponents. After a brief pause, Jian's expression turned cold as he swiped his sword through the air, sending a dense aura of sharp energy along with it. The moment the sword energy struck, the head of the soldier on the opposing side was severed from his neck. Gao Yi shouted loudly, "Be careful of his weapon, the energy on his weapon is very unusual." Immediately after, he quickly unsheathed his blue sword and lunged toward Jian, shouting, "Let me show you my blazing flame sword technique." Behind another soldier, a spear was raised as they moved past to view the ice frost spear of our unit. On this side, Ming Dong was both defending and looking toward the soldier, while shouting loudly, "Sword brother, be careful." Immediately, the soldier dodged, and the spear struck hard against the side of the other soldier. Jian's skilled feet spun on the ground, and with ease, he successfully escaped the encirclement. Then, he lifted his foot and kicked blue sword, the weapon of the other soldier, with great force. As a result, the blue sword was sent slicing toward another soldier, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yi, terrified, clenched his teeth tightly. The strength of this person could not be underestimated. He never expected that the kingdom of Jessen would have such a young and powerful individual. He was unwilling to die quietly like this. "I must report this to His Majesty, the King." At this moment, Jian was startled, his gaze falling on Gao Yi, who was quickly fleeing in the opposite direction. Jian then lightly ran his fingers along the blade of his sword and said, "Did I let you go?" Purple-green star sword. Immediately after, a burst of sword chi shot swiftly toward Gao Yi. As such, the blue sword pierced through his chest, fresh blood spraying out immediately, while a large hole was punctured through his chest. His gaze seemed as though it was about to explode. Gao Yi silently broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This can't be possible." Half an hour later, the sky had quickly darkened. At this time, Jian sat swiftly by the riverbank, channeling his internal energy. He was concentrating on transferring his internal energy to the stone slab, fully immersed in his task. He sat still for a long while, and then suddenly, Jian's eyes widened. A massive surge of internal energy erupted from his body. Jian stared intently at his clenched fist, realizing that in order to restore the purple-green sword spirit, the number of magic cores needed would far exceed his expectations. At that moment, Ming Dong laughed loudly, "Sword brother, how's the quality of the magic cores you've got from the soldier king of Fenglan Kingdom?" He replied, "It's acceptable." Ming Dong gave a bitter smile, "Boss, do you know how many magic cores you've absorbed by now? If an ordinary person absorbed this much, they would definitely explode and die." Jian then furrowed his brow, thinking about what to do next. Ming Dong, looking weary, asked, "Should we go back to the kingdom of Guilin and inform them, or?" Jian then said, "No need, let's continue to the large Dongbing Association. Our current strength is too weak, even if we go back, it won't change anything." "All right," he immediately responded. Then we will follow Sword Brother's lead. It wasn't until morning that he looked at the other person. Ming Dong, let's buy a few fast-running magical beasts. This way, our travel time will be a bit more comfortable. He happily replied, I will listen to Sword Brother. At that moment, a plump merchant spoke up. Honored guest, if you're looking for a fast-running magical beast, take a look at this third-grade demon beast. He quickly responded, the one I'm riding now is already third grade. Don't you have anything better? The merchant added, high-grade magical beasts are more expensive. Then, without delay, he threw the money pouch into the merchant's hand and coldly asked, is this enough? The merchant immediately smiled brightly, there should be no problem. How about this fourth-grade Kimi La? It was incredibly fast. Jian Chen responded, all right, we'll take this one. At that moment, a voice from behind shouted loudly, wait a moment. A young man galloped up from behind in a hurry, shouting loudly. Brothers, wait a moment, could you listen to me for a second? Immediately, he swiftly leaped up, flew past his seat, and charged directly toward Jian Chen. Looking at him, he hurriedly said, brother, could you spare me this Kimi La? I am willing to pay double the price. But Jian Chen seemed uninterested. He waved his hand and then said, sorry, not for sale. The man introduced himself as Zither Xiao, and he spoke again, brother, don't be hasty, listen to me first. My family has 2 Kimi La from the long lineage, and one of them has already reached 2 stars. Please, just let me have this one, or I can offer you 3 times the price. Jian Chen then responded, if you really want it, it's not impossible, but there is one condition. Zither Xiao regained his composure. Brother, please, speak. Looking at him, Jian Chen said, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will give you this Kimi La. If not, you will give me both of the Kimi La from your family. What do you think? At that moment, a man named Jano, standing behind Zither Xiao, simultaneously shouted loudly. Zither Xiao furrowed his brows and said, is there room for you to speak here? Silence, now. The man quickly bowed his head and whispered, yes, master. Immediately after, Zither Xiao excitedly exclaimed, all right, brothers, this round is definitely mine. Hurry up and strike, I can't wait any longer. Just like that, the two stood there, staring intently at each other, preparing for their duel. At the same time, Ming Dong focused his gaze on Jian Chen and said, Sword Brother, do your best. On this side, the servant glanced toward Zither Xiao and cheered, Young master, do your best. After a brief pause, he shouted loudly while waving his hand, Brothers, come here. Meanwhile, Jian Chen quickly gathered his internal energy and shouted, Purple Chang Sword Art. At this moment, Jian Chen had everything prepared, and he also warned his opponent, be careful. Finishing his words, Jian Chen swiftly raised his sword to the sky and unleashed a massive wave of internal energy from above. His eyes rapidly turned red, and with the surge of internal power, Jian Chen shouted loudly. Zither Xiao was startled when he saw him, his face involuntarily paling. Zither Xiao thought to himself, the momentum is too strong, preparing to strike through the opponent, but Jian Chen continued to warn him. Be careful. As soon as those words left his mouth, Jian Chen decisively rushed forward, fully focused on locking onto his target. At that moment, Zither Xiao also gathered his internal energy, just in time for Xia Tianzhang's Heaven's Tomb. Jian Chen kept charging ahead, and at the same time, he shouted loudly, Break for me. On this side, Zither Xiao gritted his teeth, tightening his strength and shouting, Don't even think about it. Immediately after, both sources of internal energy were directed straight at each other. The auras of the two were practically equal. After a moment, Zither Xiao's expression changed. He seemed somewhat dizzy from the force of Jian Chen's power. In the blink of an eye, Zither Xiao was knocked back, tumbling through the air, along with rocks and debris scattering everywhere. Chen Bing, worried, quickly shouted and rushed over, Young master, over here. Jian Chen swiftly retracted his sword, and not only that, he humbly added, I concede. Though he had lost, Zither Xiao let out a hearty laugh, clearly amused. Indeed, the brothers are very strong, Zither Xiao, I humbly bow to your skills. Jian Chen then said, "Brother Zither Shao, you're being too modest. This battle was merely evenly matched, there's no need to consider a victory or defeat." Zither Shao was straightforward, acknowledging defeat without shame. He wasn't the type to refuse to lose. He then stepped forward and asked, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed gentleman?" "I am Jian Chen from the kingdom of the empire of the Samsara Zither," Jian Chen replied. Then he added, "In that case, I shall call you Brother Jian Chen." Jian Chen continued, "If I win, then the bet we made earlier." Zither Shao quickly interrupted. "Brother Jian Chen, don't worry, I'll have someone bring those two beautiful pieces over right away." With those words, he looked toward Qin Bing. The moment their eyes met, Qin Bing understood immediately and quickly bowed his head. "Yes, sir." The scene then shifted to a large building, where a voice echoed loudly, "Damn it! That little brat Xiao Ni is a real troublemaker." The man slammed his hand down on the table angrily. "What on earth is that brat doing now?" "Master, young master is currently in the living room, drinking and chatting with sword young master and sword young master's friends," the servant quickly reported. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately let out a growl, then shouted loudly, "Where are the people?" Firmness instantly appeared, and Zither Tian gave the order, "Tonight, let's go and see what that little brat is capable of." He quickly responded, "Yes," and the scene shifted to a large table filled with abundant food. Zither Shao, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased. "Brother Jian Chen, today I, Zither Shao, admit defeat willingly and respectfully," Zither Shao said. Jian Chen silently lamented, just half an hour ago, they were fiercely fighting, and now he was eating at someone else's house. Zither Shao then added, "Brother Jian Chen, in the future, if we have time, we should have a competition with each other." Jian Chen silently assessed the situation. Seems like Zither Shao was someone who valued relationships. He then replied, "Of course, Zither Shao, that's not a problem." However, hearing this, Zither Shao seemed somewhat surprised, and then asked, "Could it be that Brother Jian Chen is facing some difficulties?" "Just tell me." Jian Chen smiled and said, "Ming Dong and I only happened to pass by here. Our plan was to join the mercenary gathering in the city. We originally intended to rest in Walasi City and replenish our supplies before continuing, but when we entered the city, I have fought and become acquainted with little brother." Zither Shao smiled even more brightly. "Indeed, it seems that Brother Jian Chen and I are destined to meet." He asked in surprise, "Zither Shao, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you also attended the mercenary gathering?" He continued, "That's right." After a pause, he added, "In that case, Zither Shao, you should definitely come with us, or we won't make it in time." Zither Shao responded, "Jian Chen, there's no need to hurry. Did you hear about the spatial gate?" At that moment, Jian Chen was a bit surprised. He wondered, could it be that the Zither Shao family had a spatial gate in their home? From Jian Chen's understanding, spatial gates were completely made of space and could traverse thousands of miles with just one step. With a single step, one could cross to the other side of the Tian Yuan continent, which was both mysterious and marvelous. It was the only kind of miraculous gate that could transmit over vast distances. Zither Shao quickly waved his hand. "Brother Jian Chen, you think too highly of my Zither Shao family. Although we are a great clan here, we don't have a spatial gate." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, in the Ming Kingdom of Joya Kingdom, we do have a spatial gate, so we can use it to travel to the mercenary city. Brother Jian Chen, why don't you stay with our Zither Tian clan? You can wait here for 2 months, then join us when we head to the mercenary city." Jian Chen thought to himself upon hearing this. If that's the case, I can focus on cultivating here for 2 months and definitely improve my strength. By the time the mercenary competition comes, I should be able to win the championship. With that, he stood up. "Then I thank you, Zither Shao brothers." Once back in his room, Jian Chen quickly activated his internal energy and silently sat down on the bed to cultivate. Meanwhile, on the roof above, a shadow swiftly moved towards the top of Jian Chen's house to lie in wait. The figure held a small knife in hand and skillfully removed the roof tiles to observe the person below.
Seeing that Jianshen was unaware, the figure immediately gathered internal energy and, with a swift motion, hurled the knife downward. Jianshen remained motionless, his posture suggesting he was oblivious to the assassination attempt. But in reality, he was silently laughing to himself. So, they couldn't hold back and decided to take action after all? With that thought, Jianshen quickly activated his internal energy, his gaze turning sharp as he focused intently on the front. From within his body, the mysterious energy began to exude with a dense and powerful aura. Not stopping there, Jianshen immediately released his internal energy upward, startling his opponent. Firmness seemed surprised, unable to avoid it in time, yet he was also taken aback. What? Just like that, the source of the aura kept pouring out intensely, preventing Firmness from hiding any longer. Realizing he had been discovered, he coldly glared at Jianshen and then spoke, "Who exactly are you?" Jianshen gathered his internal energy and continued his attack while replying, "That's what I want to ask you." Firmness was stunned. He stood dumbfounded before the incoming attack, unsure how to react. He quickly raised his blue sword to block in front of his chest, but it seemed that all his efforts now were somewhat futile. Not only could he not stop Jianshen's strike, but he was also sent flying back a great distance. He stared wide-eyed, sweating, and silently terrified. This brat actually managed to defeat me. Jianshen, in turn, assessed his opponent. The strength of this person was at least that of a Grand Master third turn. Then, Jianshen silently made up his mind he absolutely had to find out the true identity of this person. Purple Qing's sword art. In a short amount of time, he had been caught off guard twice, and for a moment, Firmness felt somewhat awkward. Moving swiftly, he immediately drew his sword and once again raised it to block in front of him. From the outside, Firmness appeared to be entirely passive in his response, but unfortunately for him, his weapon was finally shattered by the internal force of Jianshen. Firmness was quickly knocked far away, dazed, unable to comprehend the terrifying power his opponent possessed. Lying on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that very moment, Jianshen quickly pursued after him. Firmness anxiously thought to himself, "Run quickly, I have to inform the family head. This brat is a wolf in sheep's clothing." He coldly spoke, "Where do you think you're running?" At the same time, a worried voice came from behind. "Brother Jianshen, are you all right?" He turned around in surprise. "Mingdong, what's wrong with you?" He quickly replied, "Just now, someone ambushed me, and I had to use a single strike to break through his defenses." Looking at the large hole in the roof, Mingdong was taken aback. "Damn, brother Jianshen, you were ambushed too." He was confused, but neither of us has ever offended anyone in Overcome Luncy City. Who exactly is responsible for this? Jianshen quickly said, "I caused such a big commotion, and yet the guards in the courtyard of Brother Zithershao are sleeping soundly." Upon hearing this, Mingdong was alarmed. "Brother Jianshen, are you saying that Zithershao sent people to kill us tonight?" Jianshen quickly speculated that it might not be Zithershau's intention. He was a distinguished figure from Guangming, and the people who came were likely not here to take our lives, but merely to test our strength. Mingdong gritted his teeth in anger, never expecting that the forces behind him were from such a dirty family. He reassured, "What family in this world doesn't have a dark side? All right, it's getting late. Tomorrow, let's see what Zithershao has to say." Mingdong hesitated. "All right, I'll go with what you said." Early the next morning, Zithershao rushed over quickly. "Brother Jianshen, you're awake. I'm so glad." He joyfully opened the door wide. "Brother Jianshen, I came to tell you, last night I came up with a move that might work." Upon seeing the large hole in the roof, Zithershao immediately jumped back in shock. Zithershao innocently asked, "Brother Jianshen, why is there a hole in your roof?" "Last night, could it be that some rogue woman was secretly watching me?" Jianshen calmly responded, "Last night, a mysterious man in black came to kill me, but whether he succeeded or not, I don't know." Zithershao truly had no idea. He was startled. "What? That's nonsense." But the guards at the manor were all useless.
At that moment, a cold voice echoed. Shani, what are you doing so early? He quickly spoke up loudly, Father, you came at the right time, I have something to discuss with you. Zither Tian quickly replied, What's all this shouting about? Zither Xiao introduced, This is my friend, Jian Shen, whom I met yesterday. Jian Shen bowed and paid his respects to Zither Tian, the head of the family, but he pretended not to know him. Little brother Jian Shen is indeed a talented person. Zither Xiao then impatiently recounted, Father, listen to me, this is how things happened. Upon hearing this, Zither Tian became even more furious. What nonsense is this? How dare someone play tricks in my Zither Tian family? The servants' faces turned pale. The family head, calming down, said, We will definitely do everything in our power to catch the culprit. We ask that the family head give us the chance to redeem ourselves through this task. Zither Tian then issued another order. Give you 7 days to catch the culprit, if not, don't bother bringing him to me again. The servants knelt and bowed respectfully, Thank you, family head, thank you, family head. Then, he spoke to the young man, Little brother Jian Shen, I am truly sorry, I will definitely give you an explanation about this matter. Zither Xiao, take Jian Shen to the treasure square in the city. Jian Shen quickly replied with respect, Zither family head, you're too polite. The treasure square is a place Zither Xiao enjoys. Brother Jian Shen, I know, I will explain to you, Zither Xiao said. Then, Zither Xiao put his arm around Jian Shen's shoulder as they walked out, chatting happily. The treasure square is a place that sells rare and strange antiques. Zither Tian watched their retreating figures, silently pondering. To think he could survive the hands of the great saint. The third generation of this brat's family is no simple matter. After a while of walking and talking, they finally arrived at their destination. The streets were bustling with activity. Zither Xiao cheerfully introduced, Brother Jian Shen, this is the largest treasure square in Overcome Lunsi City. Inside, one can find many rare and extraordinary treasures. At that moment, a delicate girl sashayed past them, lowering her voice to invite, Welcome, young Master Guang Lin. Not sure what young master wants today? Zither Xiao excitedly introduced, This is my brother Jian Shen. Today, I brought my brother here to stroll around and see if we can find any good items to buy. Immediately, the girl named Spring Red quickly smiled and said, Hello, Jian Shen young master, do you need me to call some younger sisters to take you on a tour? Ming Dong was also enchanted by the miss next to him, Brother Jian Shen, you should find a little sister to take you around. He wasn't interested, so he told the two, You all go ahead, I can manage on my own, Zither Xiao won't mind. Alright, then come find me after you're done. After bidding farewell, he walked off alone. While thinking, the sword spirit Zi Qing inside his body kept vibrating, indicating that there was definitely a treasure upstairs. As he thought about it, he walked straight to a room not far away. Looking at the items here, Jian Shen couldn't help but be a bit amazed. No wonder this was the largest treasure square in Overcome Lungxi City, there were so many precious items. His eyes swept over various objects, but what exactly was it that made the purple-green sword spirit react like this? With that thought, he turned back and forth, searching for what he needed. He slowly picked up the gold ring and examined it, his face growing more contemplative. Jian Shen then placed it down with a slight sense of disappointment, this was not the item he was looking for. At that moment, a voice sounded, startling Jian Shen so much that he jumped. Young master has a keen eye, Zida said, approaching from behind. The ring in your hand, called the Demon Ring, is a genuine treasure from the True Treasure Pavilion. Just by wearing this ring, you can activate its paralyzing effect. He patiently explained, this ring is currently being sold for 10,000 purple gold coins. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What the hell, a broken ring selling for 10,000 purple gold coins? That's practically robbery, don't talk nonsense. Jian Shen didn't respond to the ring's abilities. Zida stepped forward and suggested, if young master is interested, I can offer a 99% discount right now, just speak the word. Being rejected so straightforwardly by Jian Shen felt like a thunderclap to Zida's ears, but he remained determined. He tried again, young master,
please, just listen to me. At that moment, after observing the items for a while, Jian Shen's gaze suddenly landed on something else. It was a chunk of dark greenish-black stone. It lay quietly in a corner, neat and still. Jian Shen quickly picked it up. The moment it came into contact with him, the stone emitted a surge of energy. Jian Shen smiled with satisfaction. He silently rejoiced, this was it. He then handed it over and asked Zaja, "Old sir, how much is this?" Zaja was filled with disappointment. He had initially thought that the young master had sharp vision, but to his surprise, he was just a poor fool with no eye for quality. The broken stone wasn't for sale, but if he really wanted it, he could have bought something else and received it as a gift. Hearing this, Jian Shen let out a breath, his expression relaxing slightly as he said, "Then you raise the price of the jade pendant." "Alright, I'll buy the jade pendant, and you can give me this stone as a gift." Zeta's expression changed, and he raised 2 fingers. The jade pendant costs 20,000 purple gold coins, no discount. Everyone was stunned. 20,000 was twice as much as the ring from before. That broken jade pendant, in their eyes, was worth only 8 or 9,000 at most. It seemed that the young master had somehow offended the old man, and this was his way of getting back at him. At the same time, a powerful wave of internal energy emanated from his body. It seems that Zaja was not happy. He raised his voice and said, "Our true treasure pavilion conducts business with integrity. This jade pendant, I told you, is priced at 20,000, and that's exactly what it is." Jian Shen immediately made the payment. "Fine, if you say it's 20,000, then it's 20,000. But this stone, as I said before, must be given to me first." Zaja continued, "Rest assured, whatever we say at True Treasure Pavilion is final." At that, Jian Shen quickly lifted the stone, cradling it in the palm of his hand, and looked at it. A pleased smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, as expected, "It's just as I thought." At that moment, a sudden burst of light illuminated the area, its origin unknown. Zaja was taken aback. The 5-colored divine stone, that shattered stone, was actually the legendary 5-colored divine stone. The crowd began to stir, wondering if the 5-colored divine stone really could bring good fortune to the one who possessed it, as the legend said. If the 5-colored divine stone were used as jewelry, it could make the wearer impervious to swords and blades. This brat has made a profit, Jian Shen thought. A single 5-colored divine stone is worth at least several million purple gold coins. How blind was I to have missed out on such a treasure? Then, Jian Shen spoke again, "Old sir. Just now, you said that the item you gave me cannot be taken back." Zaja happily replied, "It seems my old man still needs to work on his judgment." "Rest assured, young master. At True Treasure Pavilion, we conduct business with integrity. If we say we will give it to you, then we will give it to you." You respectfully replied, "Thank you, senior," while secretly thinking to yourself, "I must leave this place quickly, otherwise, I will surely be targeted by others." Just as you were about to leave, a voice rang out, causing Jian Shen to stop in his tracks. The heavenly peacock, walking up from behind, spoke disdainfully, "Little brat, I want this 5-colored divine stone. Name your price." Jian Shen looked at him coldly, then replied, "What if I don't want to sell it?" The heavenly peacock, without hesitation, retorted, "Then you probably won't be able to leave this room alive." As soon as he appeared, everyone was stunned in awe. No one expected that the heavenly peacock, young master of the Zither Tian family, would show up. It seems this little brother is in for some bad luck today. The heavenly peacock looked at Jian Shen with disdain, "Don't you want to live anymore? Hand over the 5-colored divine stone obediently." Despite this, Jian Shen remained calm and looked at his opponent indifferently, then sneered and said, "The obedient dog does not block the road, move aside." Heavenly Peacock was so furious upon hearing this that his face turned red. "What? Who did you call a dog? Fine, it seems like little brat, you refuse a drink offered to you, and now you want to drink punishment wine." He then immediately ordered those behind him, "Old Chang, break this brat's legs for me. I want him to spend his entire life only able to crawl." As soon as he heard his master's command, Changlin excitedly looked at Jianchen with a smug expression and replied, "Yes, young master." With that, Changlin immediately gathered his inner strength and launched an attack at Jianchen. The moment his fist was thrown, Jianchen quickly dodged with ease. But of course, Jianchen didn't let himself be intimidated so easily. He immediately leaped behind Changlin and launched an attack. The blue sword in his hand was unleashed, sending a powerful burst of inner strength straight toward his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Changlin was struck by Jianchen's attack, his face turning pale. His body was helplessly slammed to the ground. But that wasn't the end of it. The blue sword in Jianchen's hand seemed to have a mind of its own, swiftly flying back to Jianchen's side. He performed a few basic martial arts moves, and then blue sword, sharp as ever, lunged directly towards Changlin, causing his face to turn pale. After a brief struggle, Jianchen finally stomped him underfoot, and he passed out. Heavenly Peacock watched in shock, silently wondering, where did this brat come from? He's so strong. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Who exactly are you? How dare you disrespect the Zither Tian family? Let me tell you, the Zither Tian family is..." Before he could finish, a punch flew straight at Heavenly Peacock, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "What the hell are you shouting for? You're driving this old man crazy." With his head slammed into the ground, Heavenly Peacock had no retort after that punch. Annoyed, he sat up and cursed at his opponent. "You bastard, how dare you sneak attack the old man?" When he saw the person in front of him frowning at him, he froze for a moment and stammered, "Zither Shao boss?" Zither Shao glared at him, his entire body radiating anger. "Heavenly Peacock, are you asking for a beating? How dare you mess with the brothers of Zither Shao?" Heavenly Peacock looked around in confusion. "Brothers of yours? Who?" Zither Shao pointed toward the boy beside him, then coldly introduced him in a brief manner. Heavenly Peacock Jianchen was momentarily at a loss for words. "You bastard," the old man snapped, "you're getting itchy again, dare to lay a hand on my brothers?" Watching the cousins fight, Jianchen thought to himself that he had once wondered why the Zither Tian family didn't bear the Tian surname. It seemed this Zither Tian family was composed of two bloodlines, Heaven and Zither, joined into one clan. The Heavenly Peacock still knew no fear. "Zither Shao, just you wait," he vowed. "When we return, I'll be sure to tell your father about this. Prepare to be punished." Irritated, Zither Shao snarled, "You bastard, how dare you threaten me with your father? I'll beat you to death first," and he raised his hand to strike the arrogant fellow again. At that moment a hand shot out and stopped him. Jianchen smiled and said to him, "Brother Zither Shao, let it go." Zither Shao immediately fell in line. "Today I spare you for my brother's sake, otherwise I'd have broken your legs," he said, then glanced anxiously at Jianchen. "Brother Jianchen, are you all right?" Jianchen replied indifferently, "Luckily Brother Zither Shao arrived in time." Not lingering any longer, Jianchen stood up. "Let's go. I've already acquired what I needed." Zither Shao agreed. "Alright, I'll go call little brat Mingdong, then we'll head back." The two of them walked together towards Overcome Lungxi City, to the courtyard of the Zither Tian family. As they entered, the sound of the guzheng echoed through the air, very pleasant to the ears. At that moment, Zither Shao said, hearing the guzheng, "My second younger sister must be home now. Let's go, I'll take everyone to meet her." As soon as he saw him, Zither Tian was already waiting, his face filled with rage as he stared intently at him. That was all Zither Tian needed, and he immediately shouted, "Little brat, you damn kid, you've hit Heavenly Peacock again. Heavenly Peacock, stop pretending and just show yourself." "What did you say? I don't understand." Holding Heavenly Void, he could no longer stand the mocking expression, and in frustration, he pulled his son along and left. "His father already came and told me," Zither Tian yelled, "you come here." "Father, take it easy," the son replied. "Brother Jianchen," he said, "you go talk to my second younger sister first, I'll go find everyone later." With that, the two left, leaving Jianchen standing there, confused, not knowing what to do. Afterwards, he wandered alone through the courtyard of Zither Zhao's house. The scenery here is truly beautiful, and the sound of the guzheng reverberates melodiously everywhere. The slender, calm hand of the woman glides gracefully across the strings. The gentle and elegant girl is none other than the Zither young master, and she is also the second miss who plays the guzheng. As soon as she sensed someone's presence, the Zither young master immediately inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come to disturb my performance?" The young man respectfully answered, "I am Jian Shen, a friend of brothers Zither Shao. I apologize for disturbing second Miss's enjoyment." The Zither young master then stood up. "Boss, where am I?" Jian Shen truthfully replied, "The Zither family had pinched your ear and dragged you away." Upon hearing this, the Zither young master gently sat back down in her seat. After a moment, she asked, "Young master Jian Shen, what do you think of my playing?" He sincerely replied, "Second miss, the way you play this celestial tune, blending the music and the hearts of those who listen so perfectly, I am truly in awe." The Zither young master spoke softly, hearing young master Jian Shen's words, "It seems that you understand the art of Zitherine." Jian Shen humbly smiled, "Second miss is joking. My understanding of the imperial decree is merely driven by emotion." He then ran his long fingers gently over the guzheng. Zither young master seemed to be extremely fond of it. She politely said, "Thank you, young master Jian Shen, for your praise. However, the only reason I can play such beautiful music might be due to the zither containing the shangli of the Zither Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden." At this point, Zither young master's face showed a hint of sorrow. Hearing this, Jian Shen was taken aback, his heart silently exclaiming, "Zither Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden." He couldn't help but ask her, "Miss Zither, who is this Zither Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden?" Zither young master appeared puzzled. Young master Jian Shen, coming from the distant kingdom, of course, wouldn't know of the Zither Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden. She then proceeded to explain that the Zither Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden used the sound of her zither to kill her enemies, and it was extremely difficult to defend against. No one could withstand for long under the music of the Heavenly Demon Maiden. Anyone who happened to pass by her would either lose themselves to the illusion created by the music or be directly killed as the music annihilated their soul, their body vanishing, dying in an invisible way. Zither young master spoke with pride. Decades ago, the Heavenly Demon Maiden played a tune that caused hundreds of thousands of soldiers to fall into a deep coma. They only woke up 3 days and nights later. Jian Shen was silently puzzled. A single melody had caused hundreds of thousands of soldiers to fall into a deep sleep for 3 days and nights. How could this be? After hearing it, Jian Shen expressed genuine admiration from the bottom of his heart. If there was a chance, he would like to meet the Heavenly Demon Maiden in person to experience her power. The Zither young master spoke again, "The Heavenly Demon Maiden has already reached sainthood. It's not easy to meet her." He hesitated for a moment, then stopped talking. Zither young master turned and added, "By the way, I heard from servant that you and my boss went to the mercenary tournament together." Jian Shen denied it. "That's right, but Zither young master, why did you hesitate?" Young master Jian Shen, before Jian Shen could finish, Zither Shao spoke up, "Brother Jian Shen, second younger sister, I've arrived." He was startled by the cold expression on his face. "Zither Shao, this is Zither Shao," who responded calmly. "Don't mention it. That little brat, the heavenly peacock, went and falsely accused my father. My father gave him a good beating to vent his anger." Jian Shen felt guilty and apologized. Zither Shao quickly replied, "There's no need to worry." Although the old man took action, he also gave the heavenly peacock a good beating just now. Hearing this, Jian Shen couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. "Are you being beaten unjustly?" Zither young master then stood up again. "Boss, if you're here, I'll head back to my room." He was surprised. "Second younger sister, are you planning to join us at the mercenary assembly this time?" She hugged her Guqin and answered while walking, "I'll tell you the exact time to set off later." Watching her back as she left, he silently thought to himself that before heading to the mercenary assembly, he needed to find a way to increase his strength to the level of a Grand Hall Saint Master.
After she had gone, he asked, Zither Shao, when do we set off for Dongbing City? Zither Shao replied, no rush. The mercenary assembly is still over 3 months away. We should wait for another half-month before setting off. Jianshen continued, if that's the case, I'll go to the forest of Samsara nearby to cultivate for a while and see if I can make a breakthrough. Zither Shao seemed intrigued. Alright, I was planning to go into seclusion as well. Let's meet in half a month. Then Jianshen remembered, by the way, where is Ming Dong? Why isn't he coming with you? Zither Shao explained, I heard he's hanging out with Little Miss at the True Treasure Pavilion. Jianshen was left helpless, muttering, this brat. Over here, Heavenly Peacock was begging someone. Uncle Wu, you must help me. The old man calmly replied, rest assured, Heavenly Young Master. A man with no status or identity Wu here killing him is nothing but a trivial matter. However, as he spoke to this point, Wu Jin's expression suddenly became sly. Heavenly Young Master, you are certain you did not see wrong? That brat Jianshen is holding a 5-colored divine stone. He proclaimed it loudly, how could it be fake? Everyone in the True Treasure Pavilion knows it. Uncle Wu, do you think I would lie? I only want to teach that little brat a lesson to vent my anger. You can have the 5-colored divine stone. It is of no use to me anyway. He then added, then I thank Heavenly Young Master. Very well, as soon as that little brat leaves Zither Tian family. At that moment, a servant hurriedly rushed in. Elder Wu, that little brat has already left the city. He was slightly taken aback. The 5-colored divine stone was still in that brat's hands. How did he dare to leave at this time? Wu Jin immediately asked, do you know where that little brat went after leaving the city? The subordinate respectfully reported, Elder, that little brat said he was heading to the forest east of the city. Let's see if there's a breakthrough before the mercenary assembly takes place. Wu Jin was intrigued, Heavenly Young Master, do you think this is heaven's help for us? Tianzu respectfully said, Uncle Wu, I apologize for the trouble. As night fell, Jianshen sat alone by the small river, diligently starting a fire to keep warm. While eating meat, Jianshen pondered. After spending the whole day fighting magical beasts, he planned to find a suitable place tomorrow to absorb the 5-colored divine stone and see if it was possible. Suddenly, a burst of aura appeared behind him, causing him to immediately go into vigilance mode. Acting on instinct, Jianshen quickly leaped up, successfully dodging an attack. Looking at the small hole made beside him, Jianshen's expression immediately turned serious. He glanced at the person and asked, Senior, who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me? Wu Jin wasted no time and got straight to the point. Little brat, hand over the 5-colored divine stone, and I will let you go unharmed. Jianshen no longer cared about formalities. He directly asked, are you someone invited by the Heavenly Peacock? Wu Jin did not deny it. He sneered coldly, since you already know, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Hardly had he finished speaking when Wu Jin channeled his inner energy and flew toward Jianshen. The moment Jianshen felt that surge of qi, he flinched. This old man turned out to be a Grand Earth Saint Master, yet Jianshen refused to give ground. He surged forward at the same time. The two collided, two powerful streams of inner force bursting forth and whipping up a fierce gale. Wu Jin gave him a sly smile. No wonder it's the 5-colored divine stone, it's able to put you on par with a Grand Earth Saint Master. With that he raised his voice, Jianshen, you have two choices, leave the 5-colored divine stone and I won't take my time torturing you to death, or I'll torture you to death first and then take the 5-colored divine stone from your body. Choose. Now Jianshen's eyes were like those of a demon. He stared at him and asked, are you certain you can beat me? Wu Jin sneered contemptuously, you don't actually think a single stone can close the gap between a Grand Master and a Grand Earth Saint Master, do you? After saying that, he gathered his inner energy and lunged at him, shouting loudly. Die already! Jianshen's face had not shown any fear up until now. He looked at his opponent, then sneered with a smug smile. At that moment, Wu Jin's blue sword struck, but Jianshen easily dodged by shifting his body slightly.
Of course, he didn't just stand still to evade. Jianshan simultaneously channeled his inner energy into the sword and thrust it directly at his opponent. The blue sword was immediately sent flying into the air, twisting and spinning several times in the sky in an incredibly beautiful display.
Watching this scene, Wu Jin couldn't help but gape in astonishment. What?
Jianshan didn't stop there. He leaped forward, preparing to land another punch or kick. In an instant, Wu Jin was completely overwhelmed, his body flying back a large distance, looking utterly disheveled. The moment Jianshan stopped, it was also when Wu Jin crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring Jianshan's view for a moment. As the dust settled, Wu Jin sat up, clutching his chest, his face filled with shock. This supreme treasure had such tremendous power. But he didn't give up. A malicious look began to form on his face.
Jianshan, today the 5-colored divine stone will belong to me. Jianshan asked in confusion, is it possible? Can we defeat you without the 5-colored divine stone? Wu Jin didn't believe it. Little brat, how arrogant.
You were able to break my holy weapon, but that was just relying on external forces.
He looked at the old man with growing disdain. External forces? Fine, then let me show you my true strength.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jianshan instantly disappeared. On the other side, Wu Jin was already channeling his inner energy. Before he could even react, Jianshan appeared right behind him and sneered.
Trivial.
Wu Jin quickly spun around in shock, his heart trembling.
How could someone so young be so strong?
But before he could finish his thoughts, Jianshan swiftly delivered a strike.
Blood spurted from Wu Jin's body and splattered onto the ground.
Wu Jin had been completely defeated by Jianshan. Looking down at the pool of blood on the ground, Jianshan saw his own reflection in it, while Wu Jin had completely vanished from this world. After confirming that his opponent was no longer breathing, Jianshan coldly sneered and said, "How boring." Time passed by, and 7 days later, Jianshan was still sitting there, concentrating on circulating his inner strength to break through his power. His eyes were now wide open, filled with a sharp and resolute determination. Shortly afterward, a surge of powerful internal energy erupted from his body, shooting outward. Looking at himself in this state, he secretly felt pleased. Indeed, after devouring the 5-colored divine stone, he had successfully broken through to the realm of a great earth saint. As he thought about it, Jianshan condensed a sword into his hand. The blue sword was exquisitely crafted, and not only that, but it also bore his name on it. Jianshan extended his hand, skillfully grasping the blue sword, and his gaze swept over it, evaluating the weapon. After a moment, Jianshan instinctively swung the sword forcefully into the air. The powerful sword chi rippled through the air, shaking the towering ancient trees. To his surprise, the sword chi cleaved a large stone right in front of him. Unable to hide the excitement in his eyes, he cheerfully said to himself, "It's time to join the mercenary competition." The scene shifted to Zither Zhao's house, where the surroundings remained quiet and solemn.
He just saw you and immediately spoke up, "Brother Jianshan, finally back, huh?"
You disappeared for 10 days after going out to deliver something, and it really worried me. I was afraid you wouldn't make it back in time and miss this grand event. Ming Dong followed up, "Jianshan, really, wherever you go, you should at least tell me.
I didn't even know where to find you." Jianshan teasingly replied, "I think you're more interested in finding the misses at the True Treasure Pavilion, right? Zither Zhao, am I right?"
Zither Zhao laughed heartily.
"That's right, brother Jianshan, don't you know? The maidservant is at the True Treasure Pavilion now."
Ming Dong's face turned as red as a GAC fruit.
All right, I was just combining work and rest."
Looking at his teammate, Jianshan felt happy. Not bad, Ming Dong had already broken through to Grand Master level. Of course, he was proud he had worked so hard.
Zither Zhao stared at him intently, then mischievously probed, "Brother Jianshan, you're not like little brat Ming Dong, are you?"
Ming Dong's face flushed bright red.
He quickly denied it, stammering and making excuses. "I'm not that kind of person."
Zither Zhao shouted, "Brother Jianshan,
It's about a breakthrough, what do you think it is? Jian Chen hesitated, this. I also think it's a breakthrough. Then he quickly changed the subject, right, shouldn't we head to the mercenary conference soon? Zither Xiao also became serious. Tomorrow morning we will set off towards the mercenary conference, so rest well tonight. Night gradually fell, and the moonlight illuminated the dark sky. In his own room, Jian Chen was still focusing his internal power on his training. At this moment, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Before he could respond, Zither Tian entered from outside and went straight to the point. Brother Jian Chen, I have something I need help with, and I hope you will agree to it. Jian Chen silently watched him, feeling a sense of vigilance in his heart. Could it be that he's come to trouble me again? Zither Tian suddenly complimented him, little brother Jian Chen, you truly are a genius. In just a few days, you've already broken through to Grand Earth Saint Master. Jian Chen furrowed his brow, Zither Tian family master, you flatter me. Little brat only had a bit of luck. I don't know why the Zither Tian family master is visiting at midnight. Zither Tian awkwardly replied, this old man came to apologize for sending someone to investigate little brother Jian Chen a few days ago in the middle of the night. Then Zither Tian pushed a book over and lowered his voice, saying, I still hope little brother Jian Chen can forgive me. He explained to him that this was a cultivation method that concealed one's aura. After practicing it, not only could one hide their aura, but it would also remain undetected when reaching the level of a Grand Earth Saint Master, and at the same time, it could completely conceal one's strength. Zhen Xinyeni said, family head, let's let the midnight ambush go. After all, that person was too weak, but regarding Elder Wu, I still hope you can give me an explanation. Upon hearing this, Zither Tian was startled. He quickly asked, Elder Wu, what happened to him? Jian Chen replied, a few days ago, Elder Wu tried to rob me of a treasure in the deep forest, and I ended up killing him. You didn't know? Zither Tian stood there, dumbfounded. Internally, Jian Chen thought, damn, I should have kept quiet about it. Soon after, Zither Tian stood up. Little brother Jian Chen, this old man came today for two reasons, one is to apologize, and the other is to hope that you can assist Zither Xiao at the mercenary assembly. He spoke with a sorrowful tone, Xiaoni's personality is too innocent. If Zither and I encounters any danger, I still hope little brother can lend a hand and offer assistance. It is possible to do everything in his power to protect Zither Ni's life. Jian Chen cheerfully stood up, family head, don't worry, I've just met Zither Xiao, but we already feel like old friends. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have helped him. Zither Tian, seeing him so gladly agree, was very pleased. Good, I knew I didn't judge wrong. But at this point, Jian Chen hesitated and asked, but what about Elder Wu's matter? Zither Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, Jian Chen, little brother, there's something you don't know. Our Zither Tian family was formed through the union of two clans, the Tian clan and the Qin clan. The two sides have always been at odds. He smiled wickedly as he spoke to Jian Chen, you killed Elder Wu, who is from the Tian family, not the Zither family. So don't worry, this family head will turn a blind eye to it. Afterward, Zither Tian left just like that, leaving Jian Chen standing there, confused. At last, the mercenary assembly arrived, and they were aboard a large airship, soaring through the clouds. Ming Dong, up above, cheered excitedly, wow, this airship is amazing. Jian Chen, however, looked the opposite, his face showing a faint sense of unease. His gaze remained fixed in the distance. Now, the images of his loved ones kept appearing one after another in his mind. Jian Chen would never forget their smiles. A surge of hatred welled up inside him, and Jian Chen silently made a vow, Huayan Tong, the day I return to Zhangyang Manor, that will be the day I make you pay the blood debt. 1 month later, at the mercenary square, which was extremely vast, everyone had gathered there today. On the large stone slabs, the elderly elders sat quietly, seemingly with the task of observing the participants. Ming Dong looked up, how long does this old man plan to sleep? Hurry up and announce the start of the tournament, Zither Xiao laughed loudly, as Ming Dong seemed just like him, both lacking patience. Jian Chen reminded the two of them to be patient.
At the same time, the teleportation door began to activate, and a beam of blue light immediately appeared. Instantly, the elder's eyes snapped open, accompanied by an imposing aura. The 15-old man shouted, "The gateway has opened. I now declare that the 50-yearly mercenary tournament officially begins." The crowd below stirred. This is the order of entry. The first step of the elimination round will take place in an independent world. After entering the realm, you will be teleported to a random location. Jian Shen raised his hand to grab a card, simultaneously listening attentively. The elimination period is 1 year. During this year, the first 500 people who collect enough command cards will proceed, while the rest will be eliminated. After that, Jian Shen immediately clenched the card tightly. At the same time, all three of them were suddenly surrounded by a blue sphere, startling them. In an instant, they were all transported into the teleportation gate by the blue sphere. It seemed as though they were all brought to the same place. They were quickly thrown down into a vast forest. Jian Shen sat up, coughed a few times, then looked around, feeling puzzled. Where is this? As soon as he finished speaking, a strange aura came from behind Jian Shen, making him quickly become alert. Looking toward the bushes behind him, Jian Shen shouted fiercely, "Who's there? Come out!" Ming Dong, hearing his voice from the bushes, immediately stood up and then said loudly, "Jian Shen." Jian Shen was happy, he had been teleported right next to me. Jian Shen, Ming Dong was also excited, saying, "Brothers, let's team up, we will definitely achieve good results in this competition." Jian Shen noticed that he had wandered off and quickly reminded him, "Ming Dong, don't neglect the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Shen's expression immediately tensed, and he shouted, "Be careful." He then hurriedly grabbed Ming Dong's hand, and a burst of blue light appeared around them out of nowhere. From the ground, a giant beast suddenly emerged, opening its massive mouth and glaring at them. It quickly threw Ming Dong far away, and Jian Shen immediately activated his inner power, staring intently at the creature. Under the sunlight, he looked extremely imposing. Jian Shen drew his sword and coldly glared at it. At that very moment, the boa snake opened its mouth wide and attacked him. Compared to it, Jian Shen seemed so small, but of course, he would never let this creature defeat him. He immediately leaped into the air and struck a powerful blow. Boom! The boa snake was momentarily stunned by the strike. It painfully twisted its entire body at the center of the wound, then he lowered himself down beside it. The sword was still tightly gripped in his hand, but now there was a large hole in the head of the boa snake, from which fresh blood continuously flowed out. This enraged the boa snake. Once again, it attacked Jian Shen. He showed no fear, on the contrary, he remained quite calm. This beast did not know its place. The purple-green infinity sword was ready, then Jian Shen channeled his internal energy and struck at the boa snake with another powerful blow. Its entire body collapsed helplessly to the ground. It seemed that after just 2 strikes, it could no longer bear the pain. From a distance, Ming Dong's voice echoed. "Jian Shen, I'm here." He held a sword in his hand and began looking around. "Jian Shen, where's the snake?" Jian Shen casually pointed towards the snake. "You mean this thing? It's already dead." Quickly putting away his weapon, Jian Shen said cheerfully, "All right, let's hurry and explore the secret realm, don't waste any time here." Ming Dong immediately grabbed his arm. "Wait a minute, this giant snake has a treasure, we can't just leave like this." After fumbling for a while, Ming Dong gleefully exclaimed, "Jian Shen, look at this. A demon stone, 3rd rank. Jian Shen, be generous, take it. This thing is useless to me." He thought to himself, "I am now a Grand Earth Saint Master, and the demon stone 3rd rank no longer has any effect on me." Then the two of them walked together to another location, where there was a large ravine. Around them, a strange fragrance continuously wafted through the air. As soon as Jian Shen saw it, he immediately guessed that the toxic smoke didn't appear here without reason. This place must be extraordinary, it surely holds some kind of treasure. Ming Dong took out a small vial of medicine. "Jian Shen, I brought some antidote pills, but I'm not sure if they will work against this poison."
Jianshan sincerely replied, I don't need this, you take it. Mingdong was surprised but didn't ask further. Alright then, but if you're feeling unwell, you need to tell me right away. At that moment, a voice came from behind them, one that made it clear the speaker had obtained something without any effort. The stranger was named Zhang Kai. He looked at the two of them, then said, Brothers, this secret realm is full of dangers. If you don't want to die for nothing, hand over everything you have on you. Mingdong grew anxious.
Jianshan, this person is a Grand Earth Saint Master, but you seem hardly concerned. Zhang Kai was smug. It seemed that the two little brothers had some sense after all.
Now, could they obediently hand over the food?
Immediately, Jianshan hastily reassured him, Don't worry, a mere Grand Earth Saint Master, leave him to me. He looked at Jianshan, then spoke coldly, Little brat, you're quite arrogant. Don't cry later when I beat you.
Of course, Jianshan was not one to back down.
He immediately sneered and challenged, The items in my hand, if you have the guts, come take them. Zhang Kai did not expect that Jianshan would completely disregard him.
He became enraged and shouted, You're looking for death.
At that moment, a strong killing intent flashed in Jianshan's eyes. He stared intently at his opponent. On this side, the sword energy quickly shot toward Zhang Kai. His blue sword shattered into two pieces. The opponent spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked extremely disheveled. He was sent flying, his body separated from his weapon, as he crashed to the ground. Zhang Kai wanted to burst his eyes open.
He looked at Jianshan in disbelief. This couldn't be real.
He couldn't trust his own eyes.
You're so young, how can you be this powerful? Don't you preach martial virtue?
Jianshan pressed the blade to his throat and said, Hand over everything you're carrying, then I might give you a chance to live.
Otherwise I'll kill you right now.
Raising his hands in surrender, Zhang Kai trembled, I was wrong, spare my life, I won't do it again. He pushed the tip of the sword aside, swiftly took the ring toward himself and examined it for a while.
All the good items seemed to be inside.
Having achieved his goal and not wanting to take the man's life, he said to Mingdong, Let's go. Mingdong asked with interest, Jianshan, when did you break through to Grand Earth Saint Master?
You're not hiding it.
It was a few days before I left the Zither Tian family. Pausing, Jianshan guessed that if what the Zither Shao brothers had said was true, he had been in the True Treasure Pavilion with the junior disciples striving to break through at that time, right? Then he said cheerfully, All right, let's hurry into Mountain Valley and see if there are any treasures. But Mingdong suddenly grew fearful.
Say no more.
No sooner had he finished than the pink mist surged toward the two of them.
Jianshan quickly blocked in front of Mingdong, saying carefully, Be cautious, this is not a poison technique, this is an illusion.
Both of them pressed their backs against each other, and the pink mist continued to surround them relentlessly. At this moment, a voice sounded, surprising both of them.
5,000 years. I have finally waited for you to arrive.
Soon, in front of them, another place appeared in the distance. On high rocky peaks, there was a building faintly visible. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone quickly communicated with each other, saying, Enter.
Mingdong looked at Jianshan in confusion. What should we do? Jianshan replied, Let's go in and see what's going on.
Mingdong nodded faintly, agreeing. With that, both of them quickly flew forward. As soon as they entered, they saw a man dressed in a white robe sitting grandly atop a high platform. Then, both of them respectfully spoke in unison, We pay our respects, Senior.
The man sitting atop the platform, upon hearing their voices, couldn't hide his excitement.
5,000 years. Looking towards Mingdong, he continued happily, I have been searching for you for 5,000 years. He then stood up and, with great enthusiasm, asked, Child, are you a descendant of the Ming family?
Ming family, do you have an ancestor named Ming-Yi Tian?
Mingdong replied, Ming-Yi Tian is indeed an ancestor of the little brat family. I don't know how Senior knows the ancestral title.
His gaze towards him grew even more affectionate.
Tian said, Child, come here, I have something for you. Jian silently speculated, not detecting any murderous intent from the old man. It seemed that he was not going to take action against Ming Dong.
He then responded to Ming Dong's confused gaze. Go ahead, senior probably won't make things difficult for you.
Following Jian advice, Ming Dong quickly walked up respectfully, uncertain of what the senior might wish to teach him.
The old man handed him an item.
This ancient jade was entrusted to me by the old master Ming Tian.
He asked me to deliver it to his descendants.
This jade not only records the lifelong teachings of Ming Tian, but also resonates with his descendants.
When Ming Dong touched it, Tian Lang said, just now, when you entered the grand hall, this piece of jade continuously trembled in the spatial ring on my finger.
I knew that perhaps the descendant of Brother Ming had arrived.
Ming Dong asked in surprise, Senior, could it be that you knew the ancestors of the Ming family?
But our Ming family's ancestors have long since passed away, he asked. 5,000 years ago, Brother Ming and I founded a mercenary group that roamed the world, filled with joy.
According to him, when we were exploring the Death Demon Pit, we were ambushed by the demonic curse.
Your ancestor's most beautiful heaven saved me, using his own body to block the curse for me. He sacrificed himself to protect my safety.
Tian Mai did not forget that day.
Before establishing the group, Brother Ming entrusted me with this jade pendant, telling me to pass it on to his descendants. But when I arrived at the Ming family, I found that it had been destroyed by someone. Afterward, I took the ancient jade and traveled across the Tian Yuan continent, searching for the enemies who wiped out the Ming family.
Unfortunately, I still couldn't find any descendants of the Ming family.
Later, in order to find the descendants of the Ming family, I established a palace here, hoping to gather information at the mercenary conference and learn something about the descendants of the Ming family. As he spoke, he looked toward Ming Dong, his eyes moist with tears.
5,000 years have passed, and I have finally found them. Tian Mai spoke with joy.
Child, my ancestors and I are life and death companions, so you don't need to call me senior.
If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Tian. He respectfully replied, yes, thank you, Uncle Tian. Tian Longai added, if I'm not mistaken, you and your friend are here to participate in the mercenary competition, right? Ming Dong smiled brightly, Uncle Tian is right, this is my good brother.
Jian stepped forward to pay his respects to Senior Tian.
Tian Longai spoke to Ming Dong, child, your strength right now is too weak.
While you're here, I will do my best to help you improve.
He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Uncle Tian, would it be possible for Brother Jian to train alongside me? Jian quickly responded, Ming Dong, this is a family inheritance, so it's not really appropriate for me to stay here. Besides, I have other matters to attend to. He asked in surprise, what matters?
Jian smiled brightly, the family had asked me to protect Zither Shao during this mercenary competition, so I need to find him.
Ming Dong hesitated, noticing his hesitation, and quickly added.
Alright, take advantage of the time to improve your strength, and when you break through to Grand Earth Saint Master, come find me.
Okay.
Then Jian respectfully said, Senior Tian, the Ming Dong brothers ask for your help.
He casually replied, don't worry, old man will ensure he undergoes a complete transformation. Now that you're at ease, Junior shall take my leave. With that, Jian quickly left.
Ming Dong gazed at his retreating figure with a hint of regret, but then smiled contentedly.
Good, it seems Ming Dong has found a good brother.
Meanwhile, Jian had reached a stream and was sitting beside it, drawing water. At that moment, from behind him, there was a rustling sound in the bushes as someone quickly drew a sword.
Jian immediately shouted, who's sneaking around here?
At the same time, a girl with an air of hostility fixed her gaze on him, stinking rascal, prepare to die.
Jian's expression couldn't hide his shock. Jian exclaimed in surprise, Luoni. Huang Luan grew more and more annoyed. Stinking rascal, is Luoni the name you should be calling me?
Jian smiled bitterly and hurriedly explained, Miss Luoni, it was truly a misunderstanding at first. She glared at him and aimed her bow, cutting off his words, this young lady must act on behalf of the heavens today. Immediately, Huang Luan released the bowstring, shooting dead the peeper. Jian paled and soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the ensuing explosion.
Huang Luan growled, "Stinking rascal."
She aimed at him again, shouting, "If you're still a man, then stop dodging."
As he ran, Jian muttered to himself, "Do you think I'm a fool? Just standing still as a target for you." At that moment, a crafty voice rang out. "Luo Ni, little darling, we meet again." Huang Luan, annoyed, spun around and cursed, "Shi Ran, how dare you appear in front of me?"
Jian glanced back and guessed from the situation that this seemed to be an enemy of Miss Little Wan. He decided to momentarily ignore the conflict and focus on avoiding the attack.
Huang Luan shifted her focus, turning her assault on the newcomer.
Channeling her internal energy into her weapon, Huang Luan fired a powerful arrow toward her foe, her face contorted with fury, her lips curling into a sneer. The man raised his hand, lightly flicking his fingers. Immediately afterward, a great circle of power sprang up around him, which none of the others could pierce.
And just like that, a massive blast erupted on this side.
Huang Luan stood there, shielding her face with her hand. Huang Luan shielded her face with her hand, her gaze showed not a trace of goodwill toward the opponent, and she naturally mocked with amused derision, "Lo Ni, don't waste your strength anymore, your king's army cannot hurt me." Hearing that, Jian was astonished.
What kind of weapon grade is this king's army, and why had he never heard of it before?
He then cast a look at the bow in Huang Luan's hand to appraise it, which irritated Huang Luan. "Shi Ran, if you dare lay a single hand on a hair of mine, my royal family will make sure the Shi family never cease to perish." He wiped his mouth, grinning slyly. "Rest easy, once I possess your body I will take responsibility for you.
Go at once and have your royal family arrange the betrothal." Huang Luan loathed him and could not help but curse, "Shi Ran, you are revolting.
Even if I die, I will not let you touch a single hair of mine." After speaking, she shot another arrow, and once again, a burst of light exploded.
Huang Luan was immediately knocked aside, the situation extremely dangerous. Right after that, she ran over to Jian side. "Stinking rascal, help me deal with them, and I won't shoot you anymore."
She naturally threatened the little brat. This was a matter between the Shi family and the royal family, and he'd better not interfere. Then, he tossed a belt out, saying, "Look, this is someone who used to meddle, trying to save this maidservant. In the end, we beat him half to death." Looking at the piece of cloth that fell in front of him, he continued to threaten, "Little brat, you still have time to withdraw now.
Otherwise, stop for a moment." Jian suddenly froze. He quietly grew anxious. Zither Shao.
The moment he thought of his friend being in danger, Jian immediately gathered his internal energy, instinctively shocked, and stepped back.
Huang Luan now looked at him with a different gaze, secretly startled.
The spiritual energy was so powerful. Then, Jian aura quickly soared into the sky, and his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Another person who had been walking beside them suddenly felt a surge of energy rushing toward them. Then he was startled, but as soon as he regained his composure, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't understand how an ordinary person could have such terrifying speed. Jian stared intently at Ziran, his voice cold as he spoke, "I don't want to waste time with you.
Tell me, where is the master of this belt now?"
Jian's voice grew sharper with each word, his tone like that of a demon threatening him, naturally causing him to shout out in fear. "You dare to sneak attack Vanguard when the Shi family's guards aren't paying attention and kill this brat, avenging Uncle Lu," the thug said, terrified. But when the young master yelled at him, he had no choice but to charge toward Jian, ready to die. Immediately after, Jian raised his sword to block in front of him. It seemed they weren't willing to cooperate.
Wang Tang clenched his fists, then threatened Jian again.
"Watch me break your blue sword," he said. The fist then struck violently at Jian's sword, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a blow. Jian before him quickly vanished. Wang Tang stood there utterly dazed. At the same time he felt a sharp pang in his chest, his mouth gaping in astonishment.
Jian frowned and asked, "Why won't you obediently answer my question?" Huang Luan was secretly startled. How had his power suddenly become so formidable? Could it be that when he struck me earlier he held back? Pausing for a moment, Jian Chen looked toward Ziran, who was covertly trying to slip away with a disdainful look. Immediately, Jian Chen's blue sword blocked his path. Ziran was taken aback and hesitated. "You little brat, it's one thing if you killed my guard, but if you dare lay a hand on me, the Shi family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Growing impatient, Jian Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Answer my question, or you'll share their fate." He shot a hateful glance at Ziran, as if he could strike at any moment. Now the two stared each other down and the killing intent between them began to rise. Feeling threatened, Ziran snapped in fury, "Do you really think Ziran is afraid of you?" He said no more. Jian Chen immediately swung his sword, Milalao, towards his opponent. Seeing Jian Chen's imposing presence, the man quickly became flustered and activated his immortal golden body. Both were engaged in an intense battle, but the momentum seemed to be tipping in Jian Chen's favor. He charged forward like a rocket, yet his blue sword still hadn't reached his opponent, Ziran. The man sneered with amusement, "Little brat, keep pretending to be tough. If you have the skill, come and strike me. I was planning to use this weapon on that damn maidservant, but it's just as suitable for you." He brandished his whip with a look of pride. Jian Chen wasn't afraid. He struck back forcefully while deftly dodging the man's treacherous attacks. As the battle wore on, Jian Chen's expression grew increasingly grim, and his gaze toward Ziran became colder. With that, Jian Chen unleashed a powerful Ziqing Immortal Sky Sword strike, its momentum overwhelming. In an instant, Ziran vanished, no longer seen at all. On the sidelines, Huang Wan cheered with excitement. "Well done. Stinking rascal killed that dog for this young lady." Immediately after, she drew her bow and arrows. "Ziran, watch how this young lady shoots you dead." The turtle hides its head. But immediately, Jian Chen dashed to Huang Wan's side. He grabbed her hand and said, "Don't move, that turtle of his isn't so easily broken." At the same time, he appeared in the sky, which greatly surprised Huang Wan. She naturally sneered and said, "I didn't want to use any secret treasures, but there's no other choice." Then, he gathered his internal energy, and his voice carried a sense of smugness. "This is the royal family's military treasure of the Shi family, named Huang Wan, standing beside you. Surprised? The Treasure Mountain seal is on you?" He was pleased, not expecting that she would have some knowledge, and even recognized the Treasure Mountain seal of my Shi family. Immediately afterward, Huang Wan fearfully pulled Jian Chen's hand. "Stinking rascal, run." Standing above, he seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse. "Let's see where you can run to." Swiftly moving his wrist joints. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Treasure Mountain seal, suppress for me." The cauldron began to enlarge, and Huang Wan, who was still running desperately, looked back at it in panic. "It's over, I can't escape. Could it be that I'll die here today?" But at that moment, Jian Chen suddenly pushed her away. "Luo, run ahead." She didn't expect Jian Chen to do that. Her eyes were filled with panic. Huang Wan was startled, "Stinking rascal." Then, she fell to the ground, while Jian Chen was struck by the large cauldron. The earth beneath them cracked due to the weight of it. Huang Wan didn't understand why tears were flowing from her eyes. "Stinking rascal, you pushed this young lady, didn't I tell you to run quickly?" Here, naturally, enjoying yourself, daring to challenge Ziran, "This is your end, crushed into meat paste by me." Then he spoke to her again, "Luo, your little lover has been crushed into meat paste by me. If you come here and listen to me, I might consider it." At the same time, from within the large cauldron, a stream of power slowly surged outward, and immediately after, that aura shot toward Xinyan, striking him forcefully. However, it seemed like he quickly became vigilant, his internal energy wrapping around his body in defense. As he turned his head back, both Xinyan and Huang Wan were left gaping in astonishment. Jian Chen gently helped her up. "Miss Luo, the situation earlier was urgent, so I had to rush and send you away." "Are you injured?" Huang Wan, still dazed, muttered, "Why, you're fine. He quickly explained, I have a magic treasure for defense. This treasure mountain seal won't let me die from a hit. Do you know how to break his turtle shell? Xinyan silently shuddered. As expected, this brat did indeed have a treasure. Right now, with him fighting two at once, the energy of his barrier was running low. Using the treasure mountain seal consumed too much energy in a single use. There was no other choice but to retreat. Without hesitation, he gathered his internal energy and flew off. You're lucky this time, he yelled. But wait, I'll find someone to deal with you two dogs later. Huang Luan quickly grew furious. If you have the guts, don't run. This young lady will shoot you into a hedgehog. We are not of the Huang family. Jianshan quickly stopped her. Miss Luoni, don't chase after them, it's a dead end. But at that moment, he could no longer endure, and his body collapsed, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur, and with great difficulty, Jianshan gave her his last instructions, run quickly. Then, he fell to the ground. Huang Luan was startled and screamed, hey, stinking rascal, don't scare me. And just like that, Jianshan fainted. He didn't know how long he had been lying there, only that it was now dark. Huang Luan laid him on the ground, and after what had happened, she no longer harbored any hatred towards him. Looking at the young man in front of her, still unconscious, Huang Luan finally took out the medicine she had brought. Thankfully, the holy water was still there. After speaking, she gently poured it into Jianshan's mouth. Drink quickly, once you drink it, you'll be fine. But he couldn't swallow a single drop, and the medicine just spilled out. Watching the medicine pour out and him still not waking up, she began to panic. What should I do? She stared at him, her face turning red in urgency. Then, without thinking further, Huang Luan acted. She tilted her head back to drink, closing her eyes tightly. Huang Luan struggled to press her body closer to Jianshan. Their lips met, and the warm liquid flowed into his body. After a long while, Jianshan still had not regained consciousness. Huang Luan sat up straight, gazing intently at him, observing. She hugged her pillow and, feeling a bit melancholic, thought to herself that there really were fools in this world who would risk their lives to save others. After a while, she crawled closer to him, just to check if he had swallowed it. She kept her eyes fixed on him, but Jianshan lay there, which only deepened her worry. At that moment, Jianshan suddenly woke up, looking at her in confusion. Miss Lone, what are you looking at? Huang Luan hesitated, glancing away. Well, looks like you're lucky to be alive. This young lady was just trying to see how you managed to survive facing the treasure mountain seal head-on. Jianshan then asked, where is this? Huang Luan awkwardly answered, the descendant of the Shi family ran away. I saw your injuries were too severe, so I found a nearby cave. Jianshan, still just waking up, asked again. That's right, what is the treasure mountain seal? Its power is truly immense. Could it be a holy weapon of yours? Huang Luan quickly explained, the treasure mountain seal is similar to my Sun Moon Palace, both are part of the king's army. King's army? She explained further, the king's army consists of holy weapons used by the Saint King powerhouses. After the Saint King powerhouse passes away, these holy weapons do not dissipate into energy in the world, but are instead preserved intact. Jianshan also quickly responded, so that's how it is. I never expected that holy weapons would be formed from the body of a Saint King powerhouse. No wonder their power is so formidable. Huang Luan puffed her cheeks. If I also reached the realm of earth, as a second-turn Saint Master, I would definitely be able to shoot the dog from the Shi family with a sun bow. Jianshan recalled what he had asked earlier, is the reason I couldn't defeat him related to the king's army? Huang Luan answered, that's because of the barrier power that the Saint King powerhouse left on him, an extremely strong defense. Jianshan asked, is there a way to break through that barrier, or at least make it disappear for a short period of time? She replied, when the attacking power exceeds the barrier's tolerance. The natural barrier will be broken, and once its power is used up, the strength of the barrier will disappear. Jianshan was curious how long could his barrier's power actually last?
She hesitated, I'm not sure either. Jian Shen began to calculate. It seemed that when he encountered him again, he would need to figure out a way to continuously exhaust the barrier's energy. Then, he quickly prepared to leave.
Thank you for saving my life, Miss Little One.
I still have important matters to attend to. Huang Luan was startled and hurriedly reminded him, stinking rascal, the holy water was only to save your life. Those injuries will take at least 3 days to heal. You should stay here and rest.
But Jian Shen couldn't help but feel anxious. No, I must go find someone. She quickly stopped him. It's hard for you to move right now, who are you going to look for?
Jian Shen replied, the master of this broken vessel is my brother.
I promised his father to keep him safe during the mercenary tournament. Huang Luan hesitated.
You've offended Ziran, he will never forgive you. Without my help, if you run into Ziran, it will be a dead end for you.
I will not allow you to take that risk. He looked at her in bewilderment. Miss Little Wan, why do you care about me like this? Huang Lonshang was furious.
Who cares about you? Only this young lady has the right to deal with you, no one else may. But in the end you still decided to leave. Thank you, Miss Luoni, for your concern, but I, Jian Shen, cannot abandon my brother's life and death while lying here nursing my wounds. Huang Wan trembled with anger and shouted, this stubborn fool, he's making me seethe. Then he quickly strode out, yet that figure kept tailing him.
Jian Shen was surprised. He turned back and asked Huang Wan, why are you following me?
The proud girl retorted, who's following you? This forest is vast, this young lady will go where she pleases.
Jian Shen could not help but expose her. Was she afraid Ziran would come to seize her?
Huang Wan raised her voice again, if he dares show up here, I'll shoot him into a porcupine. She added, even if I can't beat him alone, Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun can help me fight him. At that moment, Jian Shen suddenly appeared behind her, quickly covering Huang Wan's mouth and pulling her behind a large tree to hide. Jian Shen lowered his voice, shoo, someone's coming. 2 figures quickly flew past and stopped in front of Jian Shen, seemingly in pursuit of each other. Seeing the young man who had fallen to the ground, Jian Shen's heart silently cried out, Zither Shaoqin Koan has the sword pressed against his neck, daring to oppose the Shi family.
This is the result you get.
If you don't want to die, you'd better surrender now while there's still time.
He furrowed his brows and said loudly, I, Zither Shao, might die here today, but I will never become a dog for that bastard. Qin Koan, enraged, raised his sword, but instead of drinking wine, he was now forced to drink his punishment.
At that moment, a burst of energy shot toward him, startling Qin Koan. Both Zither Shao and he turned around.
Qin Koan immediately shouted, Who?
Jian Shen stared ahead and shouted back, You'll pay with your dog's life. Zither Shao hurriedly shouted, Jian Shen, he's a Grand Earth Saint Master.
We don't stand a chance of winning. I'll hold him off.
Go quickly, Qin Koan said with delight, Jian Shen is truly impressive. It was worth the effort to find him.
Immediately after, a surge of power shot toward Jian Shen.
Qin Koan, thoroughly enjoying the moment, added, the Shi family is hunting you in the secret realm, your head is worth a lot of money. Seeing him make his move, Huang Luan, worried, immediately warned, be careful. Fearing for her safety, Jian Shen said nothing but swiftly pushed her behind him. Huang Luan barely had time to raise her hand in front of her, as rocks and dust flew wildly with the furious wind.
Huang Luan was taken aback, her gaze frozen as she stared at the enemy.
Jian Shen remained motionless, his body seemingly frozen.
Qin Koan laughed loudly, clearly pleased this reward would be his so easily. But Jian Shen smirked and said, Grand Earth Saint Master, is this all the strength you have?
Huang Luan was stunned, her eyes locked on Jian Shen as she silently watched his next move. Not making them wait long, Jian Shen quickly gathered his inner strength, shattering the ice around him. He then swiftly kicked a large stone toward Qin Koan. His power now radiated with overwhelming force. Qin Koan looked at the rock he had sent flying and couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain, thinking of it as a small trick. As soon as he sliced through the large rock, Jian Chen used his internal energy to propel himself into the air, and the two blue swords clashed violently against each other, the sound of metal ringing out deafeningly.
When the blue sword came down, Qin Kuan eagerly asked, surprised, aren't you? I have two holy weapons.
As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly gathered his internal energy and shouted, die. However, before the smile on his lips could even fade, a quick slash sliced through the air, heading straight for Qin Kuan's neck. As it passed by, Jian Chen calmly said, sorry, I also have two holy weapons.
After defeating Qin Kuan, Jian Chen quickly approached Zither Shao. Are you okay?
Leaning against a tree, Zither Shao gave a faint smile and replied, don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Jian Chen sat down beside him, gently saying, take this pill to stabilize your injuries first. Zither Shao reached out to take it and quickly said, thank you. He hesitated for a moment, then swiftly put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Sitting upright, he focused his internal energy, concentrating on his vital energy to recover from his injuries. When night fell, all three of them sat around a small fire to warm themselves and take a short rest.
Jian Chen glanced over at her. Miss Lone, why do you keep staring at me without saying anything? Is there something on my face? Huang Wan asked curiously.
Stinking rascal, you clearly have two holy weapons, but why didn't you use them when you were killing them? You seemed a bit down.
Miss Lone replied, I couldn't break Z Rant's defense. No matter how many holy weapons I have, it's useless. Huang Wan chimed in, that's not wrong.
Jian Chen fumbled for a while, then took out a large piece of meat. Miss Lone, have some food to regain your strength. Huang Wan, feeling hungry, quickly grabbed the food, thinking to herself that at least you have some conscience. Over here, Jian Chen smiled cheerfully. His gaze was quite sharp, and he asked in surprise, Zither Shao, what do you mean by not bad? I don't understand what you're saying, Zither Shao responded, but Huang Wan immediately interrupted, you chicken head, talking nonsense. If you don't shut up, I'll shoot you until you're a hedgehog. Zither Shao, realizing he should keep quiet, obediently said, all right, I'll shut up. Jian Chen then asked, Zither Shao, why did you offend the Stone Clan?
Isn't it the same as being dragged into the water by someone else? Huang Wan exclaimed, wide-eyed, stinking rascal, what do you mean by that?
While eating meat, Zither Shao frowned and honestly told Jian Chen, the reason I'm being hunted down is because of the heaven rank martial skill.
Upon hearing this name, both Jian Chen and Huang Wan were taken aback.
Zither Shao continued, first, I was teleported to a large mountain in the secret realm. As you mentioned, I continuously defeated several competitors in the secret realm. By chance, I learned from one of the competitors that there is a cave dwelling of a reclusive expert in the forest at the southern peak of the mountain. It is said that in this cave dwelling, the expert not only has many magic treasures and spiritual herbs, but also a powerful heaven rank martial skill.
Jian Chen asked, heaven rank martial skill?
Zither Shao quickly replied, that's right, Jian Chen.
Do you two want to go and check it out?
Then Zither Shao stood up dejectedly and said, my strength is not enough to contribute. Jian Chen responded, all right, then you stay here to recover. He silently made a resolution, he must obtain that heaven rank martial skill.
As the morning broke, Jian Chen and Huang Wan were now traveling together, quickly descending below.
As soon as they arrived, the two of them saw a large teleportation gate in front of them.
Jian Chen looked ahead and said to Huang Wan, this is the teleportation gate to the secret realm.
People over here are also discussing it excitedly.
The cave dwelling's guardian beast hasn't died yet, has it?
No, if this continues, I'm afraid by the time the competition ends, we still won't be able to enter the cave dwelling. It seems we'll have to wait for the 5 Boso Guardians to arrive before we can team up to defeat the guardian beast.
You're curious, huh?
Who are the 5 Boso Guardians they're talking about?
Jian Chen asked.
Huang Wan then answered, Xin Ji, Du Gu Feng, Tian Mo Ling, Kiet De Vu Kong, Shi Ran.
Jian Chen was surprised and asked, Shi Ran counts too?
Huang Wan explained, he has the king's army, and also a life-saving barrier.
Why wouldn't he count?
Jian Chen sneered, feeling secretly pleased. He had been wondering where to find him, but now it seemed he would deliver himself right to the door. Then, he said to Huang Luan, if we know sure Ziran is coming, then let's get ready beforehand. Just as the two were about to step through the teleportation gate, a spark suddenly struck the ground near their feet, as though someone was intentionally trying to block them. Mingji looked at him disdainfully and said arrogantly, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Do you even understand the rules? Do you think this is a place where people like you can come?" The crowd started to murmur and gossip. People from the Kiette family are bullying someone again. "Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let him hear." Seeing Jianshan just standing there, he shouted loudly, "Little brat, are you deaf? If you don't want to die, get out of here now." Jianshan didn't say a word. Instead, his face showed a chilling murderous intent as he gripped his sword and charged forward. A sweet sound of the blade cutting through the air echoed as Mingji let out a painful scream. Before Huang Luan could even react, Jianshan had already finished his attack. Without stopping, he struck fiercely again, causing Mingji to spit blood. His massive body was sent flying, and his leg was severed, flying off in another direction. The sight of a huge man like him being sent flying so easily by Jianshan left the onlookers in shock. Once he regained his composure, Mingji clutched his severed leg and yelled in agony, "My leg! How dare you break my leg?" The crowd couldn't help but marvel, this brat is so strong? He actually dared to kill someone from the Kiette clan? What is the background of this brat? You looked over at her, Miss Lone, and at that moment, a loud scream suddenly rang out. Another person, fierce and imposing, charged forward to attack Jianshan, daring to kill someone from the Kiette clan, yet still thinking they could leave alive. Huang Luan looked at the weapon in shock and quickly warned, "Be careful, that spear is a king's weapon." Jianshan thought to himself, King's army, could he be one of the 5 Boso guardians? Did little Luan just mention that? Wukong shouted loudly, "Accept death." But of course, you wouldn't back down. Wukong was immediately sent flying far away, unwilling to accept defeat, and quickly charged again. Divine Spear Technique, Divine Dragon Tail Strike. Jianshan frowned secretly, "I want to see just how strong this king's army really is." At that moment, a massive surge of internal energy exploded, creating a vast aura that sent shockwaves through everything. The sound of the explosion echoed through the sky, and the trees and grass around them trembled in response. Wukong began eyeing him warily. "The sword in your hand is also a king's army weapon. Which family do you belong to?" Jianshan calmly responded. "It seems that this year's Boso defense is no different." Wukong, upon hearing this, became enraged and furrowed his brow before asking, "What did you say?" Jianshan then spoke coldly, "Don't worry, the sword in my hand is not from the king's army, but it's enough to kill you." Wukong's eyes widened as he shouted, "You're looking for death?" But at that moment, a faint aura swept past his neck. A loud explosion sounded from behind, causing Wukong to be startled as he turned around, his expression blank with surprise. He looked at Huang Luan and, in his heart, was astonished. Sun Moon Palace? How could a royal maidservant be helping this brat? Meanwhile, the teleportation gate began to show signs of progress, with a loud noise echoing. Quickly, 2 figures flew out from the teleportation and headed toward Jianshan. As the fight was underway, a young man suddenly appeared between the two, causing Jianshan to be momentarily confused. The young man scratched his head and looked around. "Brother Qin, the layer of that thing is too thick, I can't cut through it." He then looked around in confusion and asked, "Who are you two?" Gu Feng then shifted his gaze to Huang Luan. He stared at her in a daze for a long while, and finally, his entire body stiffened as Gu Feng forced a smile. "Am I disturbing you two while you're fighting for love?" Qin Ji replied from behind, "Brother Feng, your emotional intelligence is too low, some things cannot be said so plainly." Jianshan explained, "Please, both of you, don't speak carelessly. Miss Lone and I are innocent." Huang Luan quickly added, "That's right. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot you into porcupines." Then Gu Feng turned his gaze to Wukong, and with a playful tone, he teased, "So, you're the sword dog, huh?" Wukong clenched his weapon and shouted, "You're driving me crazy." "Quête de Wukong,
I've never been so humiliated. I'll fight you all. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. It's quite lively here. From the sky, a figure as beautiful as a fairy suddenly appeared. The girl landed, looked at Jian Shan, and greeted him cheerfully, "Little brother, hello, I'm Tian Mo Ling." Standing behind him, Huang Luan was so furious that she pouted, cursing under her breath, no sense of shame. Mo Ling waved her hand, smiling brightly. How should I address this little sister? Little sister need not be jealous of elder sister means no harm. Huang Luan shouted loudly, stop talking nonsense. Who would be jealous of this stinking rascal? Mo Ling then said, little sister, you're too angry, that's not good. A good girl should be a little gentler, only then will men like her. Not replying to Mo Ling, Huang Luan turned her head in anger and stomped her foot on the ground to vent her frustration. Mo Ling blushed again and said, little brother is so handsome, he makes me swoon. I wonder how little brother prefers to be addressed. He quickly responded, I am Jian Chen. Mo Ling silently thought, this brat isn't one of the 5 Boso guards. I thought he was someone else, one of the 5 Boso guards. She then turned to ask the other 3, wondering how they would prefer to be addressed. Though they weren't acquainted, since the beautiful lady had asked, they couldn't refuse. One by one, they respectfully introduced themselves, Du Gu Feng, Qin Ji, Kiet de Vu Kong. Mo Ling exclaimed, 3 of the 5 Boso guards have appeared before me. How thrilling, yet also a bit worrisome. Qin Ji stepped forward. Miss Tian Mo has spoken harshly. In this game of Boso, isn't Miss Tian Mo considered a formidable figure herself? Mo Ling humbly replied, I am but a weak woman, how could I be as formidable as you gentlemen? Meanwhile, Jian Shan didn't notice anyone from BT Chuing coming to join them. He absent-mindedly looked into the distance, where a figure was casually surveying the surroundings. The figure was slowly stepping out from the bushes a fair distance away. At that moment, Jian Shan suddenly drew his sword, his face filled with a cold, sharp intent as he rushed forward. No one understood what was happening, and he decisively threw Jian Chang into the bushes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zi Ran. At that moment, he was unaware that he was in danger. When he looked up, he froze in place, seeing the blade flying directly toward him, leaving him in a daze. He tried to dodge, but it was too late, and the blue sword grazed his face. Where he stood, a burst of light quickly flashed, accompanied by a violent shockwave. Zi Ran turned pale, looking toward the tree behind him that had been pierced with a large hole. At the same time, his own blood began to flow down his wrist. The pain from the injury sent a tremor through him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Sweat poured down his face as he glanced at Jian Shan, his mind also filled with confusion. He had almost been killed just now. Jian Shan clicked his tongue in regret he was so close to ending his life. Sure, Zi Ran finally reacted. Mo Ling, still bewildered, wondered what he had just said. Did he even know what he had just done? She stared intently at the young man in front of her, at such a close distance. Sure, Zi Ran, one of the 5 Boso guards, almost killed him and nearly succeeded. Once again, the same old injury resurfaced. He channeled his inner strength into the item, which grew larger, and then he began preparing to strike at the sword formation. He and Huang Luan stood there, and she was somewhat stunned to see Zi Ran counterattack. He was so enraged his face turned bright red. Jian Shan, sure Zi Ran, I will not stop until you die today. A storm rose, and at the same time, the item gradually expanded, covering a vast area of the sky, all witnessed by the many people present. Zi Ran stared at him intently, then locked his gaze on him again before shouting loudly. Jian Shan, I want to crush you into minced meat. Staring intently at his opponent, Jian Shan calculated silently he could only try to unleash the strongest sword chi he had to cut through this king's army. On the other side, Huang Luan had already drawn his bow. Stinking rascal, run, don't just stand there. Gu Feng, seemingly siding with Jian Shan, looked thoroughly pleased. I couldn't cut that creature in the cave, do you really think I can't cut you? No sooner had he finished speaking than a strike flame cloud sword, heavenly cloud seat was slashed into the air,
unleashing a vast wall of searing flame that surrounded them. At the same time, Wukong and Qin Ji surged forward, combining their strength to drive back that massive summit hovering in the sky. Mo Ling looked at him with contempt. "Sure, Ziran, your fire chi is too great, we don't want to offend you." Startled to see everyone attacking him at once, he flinched. That bastard Jianshen had deceived him. Enemies were everywhere now, and he was terrified, unable to withdraw in time. No sooner had he finished speaking than that great summit crashed down hard. A tremor erupted below, and the ground here shook violently. Then he panically looked towards the others and said loudly, "Sure, Ziran, I didn't do it on purpose, is everyone alright?" At the same time, a surge of energy quickly swept through, causing him to be momentarily startled. Jianshen descended from the air and immediately darted straight towards Ziran. In that instant, he swiftly thrust the mighty clear sword towards Ziran, who quickly gathered his inner strength to block it. Jianshen's gaze flickered with a hint of hesitation as he focused on his opponent, both striking at the same time. But just like the first time, Jianshen was once again sent flying a great distance. His expression darkened as he could sense that the energy shield of his opponent had weakened. With 3 more strikes, he was sure he could destroy him. At that moment, Ziran shouted loudly, "Jianshen, you shameless coward who only knows how to sneak attacks, do you dare to fight me openly and honestly?" Jianshen then drew out the blue sword and, taking advantage of the moment to approach, used the dagger to deplete his opponent's energy barrier. But just as this was happening, a hand suddenly reached from behind and tightly gripped the hem of Jianshen's clothing, stopping him. He stared intently at the person. Jianshen's face could not hide his bewilderment. Huang Wan could not hold back and snapped, "You idiot, does he go just because he says so?" She then looked at the other party and couldn't help but curse. "Sure, Ziran, you who cower inside your energy barrier all your life have no right to criticize others. If you didn't have your barrier power, this young lady would blast you into a porcupine." Being scolded so suddenly infuriated him. "You rotten miss, I'll see the 2 of you dog lovers off to your deaths." Immediately, a strong hand clamped down on the hand with the sealing gesture that Ziran was making, startling him. Qin Ji looked at him gently, causing Ziran to shiver. He said, "Brother Sure, may I say a few words?" Surrounded by everyone, he panicked and hurriedly explained, "Everyone, earlier Mr. Sure was momentarily provoked, he didn't intend to make enemies of you." Qin Ji smiled brightly and then quickly released his hand. Rest assured, we all understand. Otherwise you'd be nothing but meat by now." Then he raised his voice, "Everyone, didn't we come here for the treasure in the cave? I just went to take a look with Du Gufeng. Among them, there were 2 demonic beasts." After a brief pause, Qin Ji continued, "With only the abilities of the 2 of you, we might not be able to enter the cave dwelling. Therefore, I have a suggestion." Looking around at everyone, Qin Ji spoke again, "I hope that everyone can temporarily set aside personal grievances. Let us unite and combine our strengths to defeat the demonic beasts, and then enter the cave dwelling to search for the treasure. What do you think?" Gufeng smiled widely and clapped his hands, saying, "Exactly. We will go together this time. I don't believe we can't slay those filthy creatures." Mo Ling quickly agreed as well. "That's right. Isn't there a heaven-rank martial skill in the cave dwelling?" When Qin Ji saw that everyone agreed, he quickly lowered himself beside Jianshen. He spoke in a whisper, just loud enough for Jianshen to hear, "Brother Jianshen, once we obtain the treasure, you can make your move." After that, Qin Ji didn't turn his head, so he didn't notice Jianshen's expression, but the latter couldn't help but feel wary of this person. However, Jianshen couldn't remain stubborn for long. He quickly sheathed his weapon. "Fine, then. I will go along with Brother Qin's suggestion." Ziran also furrowed his brows and stared at him intently before speaking again. "Consider yourself still a little brat and a son of a bitch." Jianshen replied coldly, "Sure, Ziran, you better pray that that turtle shell of yours always holds, or you really will die." Mo Ling looked at him and couldn't help teasing. "Jianshen, little brother, you're really interesting, saying the barrier chi force left in someone else's body is a turtle shell, very vivid."
Huang Luan, annoyed, kicked Jin Chen's leg hard. The shameless bastard, he blinked and asked, "Why did you kick me?" Huang Luan replied indifferently, "Because I like it."
Then Qin said to everyone, "These are the guardian demon beasts that Du Gufeng brothers and I just encountered in there."
According to his description, this is the flying serpent.
The purple gold lightning master spoke, and Qin added, "Let's wait for the team." Qin briefed everyone about the two demon beasts. This flying serpent can not only fly into the sky but its entire body is lethally poisonous. The other has extremely thick scales, so ordinary attacks barely wound it, and on top of that its whole body is wrapped in electric aura. Gufeng pointed at them, "I don't care how you divide yourselves. Anyway, I intend to slaughter that lion tonight. That beast nearly killed me just now. I, Du Gufeng, want revenge." Jian Shen pointed at the flying spirit and said, "Leave that flying serpent to Miss Lone and me." Qin then looked at his older brother and said, "Brother Jian Shen, if you say that, you must already have a plan." Jian Shen replied, "Little Wan's king's army is the archer. If the flying serpent takes to the sky, Miss Lone can shoot it with her bow. If it comes close to the spirit serpent, I can grapple with it so it can't approach Miss Lone." Hearing this, Huang Luan glowed with satisfaction and blushed, then proudly answered, "Yes, yes, exactly like that." Meanwhile, Mo Ling suddenly turned to Jian Shen with a deeply affectionate, utterly alluring look. Mo Ling then said, "Jian Shen, little brother, my elder sister's whip can stop that snake from flying about. May I join you, little brother, in dealing with the spirit serpent?" Huang Luan blocked him angrily and snapped, "No need, you fox spirit, get away from this young lady." Mo Ling quickly slipped around and embraced him. "Jian Shen caca, she is really angry. It must be very difficult for you to be with her normally." Huang Luan couldn't hold back her anger and took out her bow and arrow. "I will shoot this green tea btch." Jian Shen saw the situation was tense and quickly raised his hand to block her mouth. "Mo Ling, miss, don't provoke her anymore. She hasn't been in a good mood recently." Mo Ling still maintained her teasing attitude. "Oh, someone knows they were wrong, little brother." Then he took Huang Luan's hand. "Miss Lone, let's go together. Her king's army can truly help us limit the actions of the flying spirit serpent." In the end, Huang Luan obediently listened to him. She lowered her bow and arrow and stopped looking at the opponent. Qin spoke up, "Then let's decide on this. Brother Jian Shen, the three of us will deal with the flying spirit serpent, and the four of us will handle that lion." Jian Shen asked again, "Brother Qin, this is the antidote pill. The flying spirit serpent is highly poisonous. Once poisoned, take this quickly." Qin replied sincerely to Jian Shen with a smile, "Thank you." Immediately after, everyone quickly split up and simultaneously entered the secret realm. In front of them was the flying spirit, which was fast asleep. At that moment, its eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing red as it stared intently at the opposing party. At the same time, an arrow swiftly cut through the air, heading straight toward the boa snake's face. The boa snake immediately coiled its body, swiftly dodging the attack. Its massive form managed to avoid the strike in a flash. But that wasn't the end. The boa snake then unleashed a powerful surge of internal energy, counterattacking the oncoming arrow. Huang Luan couldn't help but murmur in admiration. This beast reacted so quickly. At that moment, the boa snake opened its mouth wide and lunged toward Jian Shen, preparing to attack. The others then began to act. Jian Shen spoke first. Mo Ling, block the space above the snake. Little Wan created some distance to launch arrows. Following Jian Shen's instructions, Mo Ling quickly replied, "Got it." She immediately swung her whip, aiming it at the boa snake. Meanwhile, Jian Shen closed the distance between himself and the boa snake, launching a powerful strike at it while shouting loudly. After finishing his words, a large cut appeared on the body of the boa snake. Jian Shen carried out these actions with remarkable skill, and the pain caused the boa snake to let out a chilling cry. Its body momentarily lost strength and collapsed to the ground. However, it was far from giving up. Immediately after, the giant boa snake spat out venom towards Jian Shen in an attack. He stared intently at it, the venom now just a hair's breadth from him. Seeing the danger he was in, Huang Luan was startled and immediately shouted a warning, "Be careful, get out of the way." Meanwhile, on Qin Ji's side, they were fighting the purple gold lightning, and the situation seemed equally dire. Gu Feng wielded his weapon and charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to its head. "First, for what you did to old man." Suddenly, his face twitched slightly as Gu Feng fixed his gaze on the purple gold lightning. It stood still, staring at him, then let out a loud, resounding roar. At that moment, Gu Feng still had no idea what it intended to do. Qin Ji, shocked, rushed forward and looked toward Gu Feng, then shouted in unison, "Hurry, it's a miracle if he survives." At this moment, Qin Ji had just pulled Gu Feng out of danger when the peak of the tower crashed to the ground. Both of them stared at each other, stunned. Not far from them, another figure was also channeling their inner strength to control the magic treasure. Seeing that his brother had almost faced danger, Qin Ji glared behind him. "Sure Ziran, what do you mean by this?" After escaping danger, both Gu Feng and Qin Ji turned their gaze toward the figure in question. Gu Feng, enraged, shouted loudly, "You damn bastard, you couldn't even make a sound when you attacked, not even a dog's bark." His face darkened, and with a smug expression, he spoke arrogantly in the midst of this perilous secret realm. "If you two think I, Mr. Sure, am in the wrong, then don't follow me." Gu Feng was deeply irritated by this attitude, but there was nothing he could do about it and could only curse helplessly. Qin Ji quickly stepped forward and grabbed his hand to stop him. "Brother Feng, don't be impulsive," he said, all the while calculating in his mind, "we can't afford to offend Sher Ziran right now. For the moment, we need to hold back and negotiate with Ziran above. Sure Ziran, will concede this time. Just be more careful in the future," he added. Upon hearing the concession, the other person immediately became smug, showing off his pride. After retrieving the treasure mountain seal, he waved his hand, ordering the two people behind him, "Let's go, let's see what's going on over there." Meanwhile, the battle on Jin Chen's side was reaching a critical stage. Huang Luan, holding a bow, stared intently at the smoke in front of her, while Shen cursed, "Damn it, you two quickly get out of this poison mist. I can't shoot blindly right now, if I hit them, it's over." Suddenly sensing something approaching, she immediately heightened her vigilance, her sharp gaze flicking to the back. When she confirmed it was a familiar face, Huang Luan rushed over to ask for help. "Qin Ji, come help me." After landing, Qin Ji immediately inquired, "Miss Wan, where are Jian Chen and Tian Mo Ling?" She quickly replied, in a hurry, "That damn snake released a poison mist and trapped them both." Upon hearing this, he immediately grew worried. "What? They've been trapped by the poison mist for how long?" Huang Luan answered quickly. "Almost half an hour now." Qin Ji ground his teeth in anger. "This is bad. The poison mist from the flying serpent is extremely potent. Even a Grand Earth Master can't last an hour against it. We need to rescue them immediately." Inside the deadly situation, Mo Ling anxiously called out, "Jian Chen, my poison pill is about to expire, we must quickly think of a way to get out." At this moment, Jian Chen was desperately hacking at the body of the flying spirit, the sword continuously slashing. When he landed on the ground, he frowned and sighed inwardly, thinking that the skin of this monster is so tough, he can only try using that technique. Before Jian Chen could attempt a new move, a hand swiftly reached out, grabbing his collar and pulling him away, leaving him stunned and speechless. "Hey!" After Mo Ling pulled him to a safe distance, she explained, "Jian Chen, didn't I say we should hurry and leave?" Jian Chen didn't pay much attention to her words and said, "Miss Tian Mo, you go ahead, I'll try again to see if I can kill this beast." While they were distracted, the flying spirit swung its tail toward Mo Ling, preparing to launch a sneak attack from behind. Jian Chen panic-stricken shouted, "Miss Tian Mo, be careful." But it was too late. The tail slammed into her back, sending her body flying. Mo Ling screamed in pain, and a mouthful of blood was spat from her mouth. Jian Chen rushed forward, catching her weakening body, his face filled with worry. "Miss Tian Mo, are you alright?" Though her strength was fading, Mo Ling still managed to support herself, her dazed eyes signaling him.
Go, quickly. Before him now loomed the flying spirit, its wings spread wide, mouth agape in a menacing roar. Jian Chen's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes burning with fury. You've brought this upon yourself.
In the next instant, a surge of immense power erupted from his body, gathering rapidly into the blue sword in his hand. Once the energy reached its peak, Jian Chen swung his blade decisively toward the flying spirit. The creature showed no fear. It lunged forward, its gaping maw attempting to swallow the strike whole.
But what it never expected soon unfolded.
Its entire body stiffened, as the energy from the sword strike enveloped it completely. Outside, Huang Luan saw the poisonous mist slowly dissipating and immediately called out in alarm, Jian Chen. Meanwhile, she casually approached, holding the treasure mountain seal with smug satisfaction.
Luoni, it seems your brother has become a snack for the flying serpent.
She instantly turned on him and snapped, "Shut your turtle mouth." He raised the object in his hand proudly and said with arrogance,
Originally, if that little maidservant had been a bit more obedient, I wouldn't have minded lending a hand to save her.
After all, there was also the great beauty Tian Mo Ling involved, but it's a pity. Before I could even finish my sentence, a series of agonized screams came from within the poisonous mist, causing everyone's gaze to turn toward it.
From within the mist, a pillar of light representing an enormous force suddenly shot straight up into the sky.
Naturally, in a state of panic, I immediately summoned my magic treasure, the Saint King armor. Just then, a beam of light crashed into my barrier, creating a shockwave. I quickly spun around, my eyes filled with astonishment.
Jian Chen and Mo Ling had appeared there.
He cursed, "Damn it, your turtle shell is really tough, tougher than the beasts inside." When he saw that I was safe, he hastily called out. Jian Chen and Qin Ji noticed my appearance and immediately teased, "Brother Jian Chen, looks like you've come out."
If you hadn't, Miss Lone would have been worried. Huang Luan immediately blushed, hurriedly intervening. Qin Ji, what nonsense are you talking? Who's worried about this stinking rascal? Mo Ling instantly guessed his meaning.
She teased him immediately.
She still didn't know which little maidservant had just made someone feel heartbroken.
On the side, she was shouting the name of Jian Chen, and seeing that, she blushed even more, but still kept her mouth shut.
"I'll fight you, shameless woman," she muttered. Jian Chen then stepped forward and took Huang Luan's hand. "All right, the magical beast is dead. Let's hurry and go through the main gate of the secret realm."
She turned her face away, still muttering angrily, "Let go, who told you to hold my hand?" A little while later, they had reached their destination, the entrance to the secret realm. Jian Chen scanned the area, silently speculating that behind this door might be a treasure cave. Gu Feng, eager as ever, stepped forward. He raised the blue sword in his hand and shouted loudly, ready to strike the door. But a surge of energy emanated from the door, successfully blocking Gu Feng's attack, leaving it completely undamaged.
The group behind Jian Chen watched the entire process, and they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
What? In front of them was a massive stone door, one solid piece, covered with strange ancient patterns and faint cracks caused by the passage of time. The flickering light from the lanterns hanging on both sides revealed the dust particles floating in the air. Gu Feng swung his sword down, staring intently at the stone door, his voice serious as he spoke, "This broken stone door is even tougher than that beast we just faced." Qin Ji stepped forward and looked up at the door, his eyes filled with determination. "Once we break this stone door, we'll be able to enter the cave dwelling." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to address the people below in a firm tone, "Let us use the king's army together and strike at the same time." "I don't believe this stone door can withstand our attacks," Gu Feng, standing below, replied immediately. "All right, we'll follow Brother Qin's orders. Everyone, let's strike the stone door together." Behind them, Mo Ling, with her graceful and charming appearance, smiled and spoke half teasingly, half seriously. "Well then, little brothers, we'll need to exert some force. Whether or not we can break this thick stone door depends entirely on all of you." She turned to Jian Chen, giving a faint smile as she asked, "Jian Chen, little brother, would you like to give it a try?" Jian calmly responded in a composed voice, I do not have the king's army in my possession. Moreover, the width of the passage here is limited, so I won't be able to help. He suddenly turned around and said with a tone of disdain, if you don't have the skill, then get lost. If you stay here, even if there's a treasure inside, it won't be your turn. Jian remained calm, his voice carrying a hint of warning, be careful when you open the door later, don't get blasted to death. Upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth and muttered, this brat is thinking that I might try to ambush him when the door opens. I have to be on guard. Shinji spoke up, he's signaling for everyone to start, everyone, make your move. Immediately, beams of light in various colors shot out, spiraling and intersecting, striking directly at the stone door. The explosion from the door reverberated throughout the cave, dust swirling everywhere. In the midst of this, suddenly, a heaven-rank battle skill flew out from inside the door. The three of them, Jian, Wukong, and the other person, instantly looked up in unison. Then, the three of them soared into the air, each wanting to seize the heaven-rank battle skill first. None of them would back down, and all three hands reached for the object, engaging in a fierce tug of war. As the three struggled with all their might, Jian suddenly swung his sword down. The heaven-rank battle skill was torn into 3 pieces. After the strike, he calmly landed on the ground with a serious expression on his face. At that moment, a surge of killing intent suddenly rushed toward Jian and a voice roared, Jian, die. Do you think you deserve to wield the heaven-rank battle skill, you fool? Huang, witnessing the scene before her, was stunned. She shouted, Jian, be careful. Jian turned around, his sword gleaming as he responded decisively. From afar, a figure appeared, using his king's barrier to strike toward Jian. Jian countered with his sword, the two facing off in a fierce battle. Wukong suddenly appeared behind Jian, seemingly intending to launch a sneak attack. But as if sensing something was wrong, his eyes filled with caution. Something flew past him, sending Wukong flying through the air. He broke into a cold sweat, staring at the object, his mind racing to understand what the blue sword was all about. At the same time, the figure continued to pour all his strength into his battle with Jian. The blue sword brushed past, colliding with the back of his head. Startled, his eyes wide open, Jian seized the opportunity to strike fiercely towards Shiziran's king's barrier. With all his strength, he shattered the king's barrier, sending him flying far away. Shiziran, witnessing everything, stood frozen like a statue. He stood there trembling, his face pale, stammering, no, this can't be. After speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Jian turned his back, remaining as calm as if nothing had happened. He bent down, picked up Shiziran's king's barrier, and held it in his hand. Everyone around, after witnessing the scene, was left in shock and panic. Jian had really killed Shiziran. Gufeng scratched his head, his mouth hanging open. Damn, Jian is freaking awesome. Mo Ling narrowed his eyes, astonished that this person had actually pierced through Shiziran's king's barrier with his sword. Huang stood there, covering his mouth, his mind racing. He couldn't believe it, he had actually broken through Shiziran's barrier. Jian turned to Wukong, who was fearfully retreating, his voice as cold as steel. It's your turn now. He stammered, begging for mercy. The sword, Jian, was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Jian's eyes remained calm and unshaken as he coldly replied, it's too late now. With a resolute stance, a cold, sharp gaze, and unwavering determination, Jian tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, which was ablaze with energy. He then dashed directly toward the direction where Wukong was fleeing, the blue sword speeding forward like the wind. As he ran, Wukong anxiously turned his head to look back, his eyes revealing clear fear. With a powerful force, the blue sword plunged into the ground, creating a massive explosion that sent dust flying everywhere. Wukong, standing next to a large rock, spoke with a voice trembling from both fear and surprise. How am I still okay? Could it be that he stepped forward, pointed the tip of his sword at Jian, and shouted, Jian, I understand now. You were only able to kill Shiziran because of luck.
Jian Chen sheathed his sword and asked nonchalantly, "Oh?
Why do you say that?" He recalled what had just happened and spoke in a mocking tone. Your blue sword didn't pierce through the king's barrier of the stone statue at all.
Instead, the energy of the king's barrier was completely used up by that fool Ziran. Your blue sword is just a coincidence. Mo Ling was shocked upon hearing this. She thought to herself, so that's how it is. I knew it. How could Jian Chen be so strong? The king's barrier can't be broken that easily. Suddenly, Vu Kong flew up. He gathered his energy into a large circle and shouted, I'm not as foolish as that Ziran. The energy from the king's barrier on me can definitely allow me to kill someone. After speaking, he waved his hand, and the tip of the sword flew towards Jian Chen with a thunderous roar. The divine dragon spear emerged like a dragon rising from the sea. Jian Chen quickly responded, wielding his mighty clear sword and flying into battle. The two clashed directly, each using all of their energy, neither willing to give in. Jian Chen's blue sword swept toward Vu Kang's back, showing vigilance and the lessons learned from the previous fight. Vu Kang glanced over, raised an eyebrow, then tightened his grip on his weapon, as if preparing for a decisive strike. Both swords were raised high, and it felt as though the sky and earth were about to explode. The fighting spirit surged violently. Jian Chen's sword struck, but unfortunately, Vu Kang managed to dodge by leaning back just in time. Jian Chen withdrew his sword, while on the other side, Vu Kang was jumping about in satisfaction. His face twisted into something terrifying, his voice brimming with confidence, it seems I was right. Jian Chen, today you're dead for sure. With that, he lunged forward like a madman, gripping his sword and rushing straight toward Jian Chen. Jian Chen's brows knit tightly. He raised his sword, muttering under his breath, I was deceived. He swung his sword with force, his expression shifting, lips pressed into a thin line as a thought flashed in his mind, let's see whether your turtle shell is harder, or my blade is sharper. The blue sword slashed across, a streak of light cleaving the air, every movement swift and precise. Jian Chen shouted loudly, Holy Sun sword energy, sacred moon sever. The blue sword struck down fiercely before Vu Kang's eyes. He froze in fear, his face shifting, his eyes widening as he cried out in shock, no. Streams of light converged and then erupted, shattering everything in their wake. When the battle finally subsided, the air gradually grew still. Jian Chen stood before Vu Kang and spoke in a calm tone, killing Ziran really was only because his king's barrier energy ran out. But how are you so sure that I can't break your tortoise shell? With a tattered appearance and ragged clothes, Vu Kang exclaimed, You. After everything that had just happened, the scene gradually returned to calm. Qin Ji and Gu Feng stood, staring intently at the image before them. Jian Chen turned around to look at them and said, Thank you both for not throwing stones into the well earlier. I appreciate it. Gu Feng clutched his head, sweating, thinking to himself, Thank heavens I didn't get involved, or I'd be lying there now. Qin Ji clasped his hands together, speaking earnestly, We were unable to assist at that moment. I hope Brother Jian Chen can forgive us. Mo Ling approached, her eyes full of concern. Jian Chen, are you hurt? Please answer. Jian Chen replied calmly, Thank you for your concern, Miss Tian Mo. I'm fine, there's nothing to worry about. Out of nowhere, Huang Wan kicked Jian Chen hard, shouting, Shameless woman. Mo Ling covered her mouth, whispering bashfully, Jian Chen's little servant is starting to get jealous, I'm so scared. Jian Chen stood between the two of them. I don't know what to do. He let out a deep sigh and said, Ladies, we have entered the cave dwelling. I can feel the spiritual energy here is extremely abundant. How about we cultivate here? Qin Ji spoke up, Brother Jian Chen, you are right. The spiritual energy in this cave dwelling is incredibly rich. In any case, there is still a long time before the trial in the secret realm ends. It might be a good idea for us to cultivate here for a while and increase our cultivation level. Gu Feng, standing beside him, echoed, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. As night gradually fell, Jian Chen sat down, carefully arranging the heaven rank battle skills he had obtained.
He picked one up, his eyes shining brightly, and whispered, "Seizing Heaven's creation." He recalled this battle ability. Seizing Heaven's creation allowed the user to exert combat power 3, or even 10, times their original strength for a certain period of time. The drawback, however, was that it consumed an enormous amount of divine power, with the consumption being directly proportional to the increase in combat strength. A slight smile curled on Jian Chen's lips as he murmured softly, "This time, I'm really in for a windfall." In the quiet cave, Jian Chen sat in a lotus position, meditating, surrounded by a surge of energy, forming a spiral of light. After the heavenly realm seizing combat technique, the group had been cultivating in the cave, abundant with spiritual energy, for an entire year. 1 year later, still in the same place, the spiritual energy surrounding him now swirled like a raging sea, and his power had surged significantly. He raised both hands, with surging violet-blue spiritual energy blazing from his palms. He thought to himself, "The spiritual energy in this cave is so rich, it directly boosted my strength to the next level." Jian Chen stood up, taking quick steps to search for the others. He pondered, unsure how much time had passed, when suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Good dog, don't block the way." Immediately, from high above, a massive figure crashed down onto the cold ground. Jian Chen was momentarily stunned. He glanced around at the person lying there and thought to himself, "Another expert has arrived," and it turned out to be Ming Dong. He spoke up, "Why does this cave bar me from entering? It's not even yours." Jian Chen unexpectedly exclaimed. Ming Dong, with a bright smile, replied, "Jian Chen, I've finally found you." Jian Chen's voice carried a hidden meaning as he spoke, "Ming Dong, it seems that under Senior Tian's guidance, your strength has increased rapidly, hasn't it?" After a few seconds, Ming Dong recalled the tough training period. "Jian Chen, over the past year, I thought Uncle Tian had pushed me to the point of death." Jian Chen looked surprised. "What? You've been training for a whole year?" Ming Dong replied calmly. "Yes, haven't you all been cultivating here as well?" As he spoke, he looked at his teammates who were still meditating. He called out, "Oh no, we're all meditating, almost forgot about the time." Jian Chen turned to Ming Dong. "How much longer are you going to talk? The qualifiers are almost over." He replied, "Yeah, according to the time, there's about 3 days left." At that moment, he continued talking to Jian Chen while searching for something in his clothes. "Oh no, during the time in the secret realm, I've mostly been meditating here, and the rankings aren't high. What if we get eliminated from the qualifiers?" Ming Dong seemed to understand the situation and said with a very happy expression, "Don't worry about that. On my way here, I picked up a lot of gold and money from various people. Right now, I have quite a bit. I'll share a little with you, so how much do you have?" He paused for a moment and murmured to himself, "My young master has more than 2 tokens, which means there's land to use." Jian Chen's voice rang out in surprise, "About 20,000 moons?" Ming Dong shouted, seemingly unable to believe his ears. He then decided to let everyone get out in time. Jian Chen had awakened everyone during their cultivation process. The echoing laughter of Du Gufeng shattered the silence. "Ha, my strength has increased again." Right behind him was Qin Ji. Suddenly, Mo Ling whispered, "It seems like that little girl has gotten better as well," while Huang Luan appeared furious, calling her a shameless person. After a pause, Qin Ji turned and pointed toward Ming Dong, asking, "Jian Chen, is this person someone you just introduced?" "Everyone, this is Ming Dong, my brother," Jian Chen said. Ming Dong greeted them cheerfully, "Hello everyone," raising his sword high. As he did so, he accidentally brushed the tip of the sword against something on the cave wall. A strange sound echoed, and he spoke in confusion, "What's going on? What kind of strange thing have I encountered?" Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ceiling, and it kept growing larger. Suddenly, countless sparkling treasures began to fall down. Qin Ji was excited. It seemed that Jian Chen's brothers had accidentally triggered a trap in the cave, causing all the treasures to spill out. Everyone quickly rushed to grab them. The glowing gems spun around, and everyone raised their hands to catch them.
Without any unnecessary movements, Jianchen quickly selected each gem. After a while, he descended to the ground, only to notice cracks in the cave floor spreading out like a web. Immediately, Jianchen urged, "The cave is about to collapse, everyone, retreat quickly." Qinji also shouted loudly, heeding Jianchen's words. "Hurry, run. This cave won't hold much longer." Everyone swiftly ran toward the exit, while debris rained down from above. Suddenly, a massive rock came crashing down at the entrance, blocking the only escape route. In that moment, Jianchen immediately leapt into the air, tightly gripping the blue sword, and executed an attack on the massive rock. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and a brilliant burst of golden light erupted from the strike he unleashed. The space trembled violently, and an escape route was created. Everyone quickly sprang into action, soaring outwards. Just as they did, the cave collapsed, a loud explosion echoed, and dust rose in thick clouds, obscuring the view. Jianchen let out a relieved sigh, sweat streaming down his forehead. He had finally made it out. He had almost been buried alive. After pausing for a few seconds, he turned his head, scanning the area frantically in search of his friends. "Are you all right?" Qinji expressed his sincere gratitude. "We're lucky to have brother Jianchen." Gu Feng added, "That's right, otherwise we would have definitely been buried underground like radishes." He gave a subtle gesture of invitation and handed Jianchen a jade pendant. "Brother Jianchen, if you ever have time, come visit the Qin Empire. This jade pendant is my token. Take it to the Imperial Palace, and someone will surely welcome you. I will definitely visit the Qin Empire to see Brother Qin when I have the chance." Jianchen held the jade pendant, silently speculating. Could it be that Brother Qin was from the royal family of the Qin Empire? Qinji and Gu Feng bid farewell to Jianchen and Mo Ling before setting off on their journey back to the Qin Empire. Yuan Shi stood watching until the two of them disappeared from sight. A moment later, Mo Ling looked at Jianchen with a gentle gaze. "Jianchen Gij, it's time for me to go as well, but you mustn't forget about me." He calmly responded, "Miss Tian Mo, you're being too serious. If there's an opportunity in the future, we will meet again." The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering patches of light on the ground. Mo Ling waved as she walked, and Jianchen quietly watched her leave. Suddenly, from behind him, Huang Luan blurted out, "She's already gone, what are you still staring at? If you want to keep watching, why don't you just chase after her?" Jianchen immediately turned around and asked, "All right then, what's your next plan?" Huang Luan replied lightly, "I'll tell you once we get over there." As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them soared into the sky. At the same time, Ming Dong placed a hand on his chin, his eyes seemingly deep in thought. "This miss surely has feelings for Jianchen." Huang Luan led Jianchen to a large river deep within the forest, where he asked with suspicion, "Miss Lone, is there something important you need to hide like this?" After a few seconds of contemplation, she warned him, "You have killed Shi Ziran and Kiet de Wukong. Moreover, by taking away their king's army, these two families will not spare you. You must be more careful in the future." Pausing for a moment, Huang Luan softly said, "Also, thank you for helping me kill Shi Ziran. He is dead, and it's time for me to leave." Jianchen, with a cheerful face, quickly replied, "Miss Luan, you're too polite." At this moment, Huang Luan was secretly angry, muttering to herself, "You stupid pig, can't you open your mouth and ask this young lady to stay?" As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered a powerful kick that sent Jianchen flying. She shouted, "You blockhead! I'm about to leave, and you can't even bother to ask my name?" Sweat poured down his forehead as he nervously said, "I am afraid if I say something wrong, you'll turn me into a hedgehog." Huang Luan stood in front of Jianchen, raised her foot, and kicked his leg, speaking in a sharp tone, "What did you just say? Am I really so petty?" She then turned toward the shimmering water and confessed, "My surname is Huang, my name is Huang Luan. Goodbye." A sound of surprise escaped Jianchen's lips, and he paused, staring blankly. She replied happily, "What's wrong? You ask immediately, Miss Lone, you probably don't have a king's barrier on you, do you?" She spoke quickly. Why?
Jian Shen continued, his face full of anticipation. Miss Lone, you don't have a protective barrier, yet you carry the king's army that everyone covets.
It's not safe to leave alone.
If you trust me, you should still come with me. The knockout rounds will end in 3 days, and I don't want anything to happen to you.
Huang Luan, with a shy and happy expression, responded, If you insist on keeping me here, then I will go with you.
Suddenly, she noticed a strange noise coming from behind them.
So it's Ming Dong.
He had been hiding behind the bushes and had witnessed everything that happened between the two of us. At that moment, Huang Luan, feeling embarrassed, prepared her bow to shoot at Ming Dong.
What are you laughing at?
A loud explosion echoed through the forest, followed by Ming Dong's screams.
Eldest young lady, I was wrong, please spare me.
As night fell and the sky turned dark, everyone decided to set up camp on a clearing in the forest. By the flickering light of the fire, everyone gathered and discussed together. Jian Shen spoke up, let's take a look at the item we just retrieved from the cave dwelling. He then took out a small object, golden in color, emitting a brilliant light in the night. Suddenly, a skull and a ribcage fell to the ground, tearing apart the stillness of the space. Ming Dong and Huang Luan were taken by surprise, and together with Dong Qing, they exclaimed, Holy King's marriage. Jian Shen picked up the skull, observing it for a moment, then said, What is the significance of this skeleton that has everyone calling out so loudly? Huang Luan widened her eyes, astonished.
You just said it out loud, you really don't know what the Saint King Bone marriage is? Jian Shen responded immediately with a clueless expression, I don't know what this thing can do.
Huang Luan quickly leaned forward, holding the bone fragment in her hand, and said loudly, Then let this young lady explain the value of the Saint King Bone marriage. She told the story in great detail. After a Saint King powerhouse passes away, the holy weapons formed from the energy within their body do not disappear from heaven and earth. Instead, they turn into pure energy that remains within the body, eventually spreading into the bones, and ultimately, hiding inside them. Therefore, the bone relic left behind by a Saint King powerhouse after their death is almost equivalent to the full strength of a Saint King, making it extremely valuable. Obtaining the bone relic left behind by a Saint King powerhouse after their passing is like acquiring the full power of the Saint King powerhouse themselves. The flickering flames reflected on Jian Shen's face, which held a suspicious expression.
If that's the case, then what about the king's army in your hands? He asked, delving deeper.
Furthermore, if the energy of a Saint King powerhouse merges into the bones, then when the holy weapon loses its energy, it should naturally dissipate.
How could it continue to be preserved?
Huang Luan continued to explain that when a Saint King is about to reach the end of their lifespan, they will release their holy weapon from their body and forcibly sever the connection between themselves and the holy weapon. By doing so, their holy weapon will retain the full power of their life, never to dissipate. The king's army was created through this process.
Jian Shen listened intently, then expressed his thoughts.
Why would someone who has reached the strength of a Saint King choose to sever their connection with the holy weapon at the end of their life?
Was it to benefit future generations?
Immediately, Huang Luan explained the reason. It was because of a mysterious legend.
You're referring to a legend? What kind of legend?
The wind in the forest howled, gently swaying every strand of her hair.
Huang Luan spoke. The resurrection of King Chen.
As soon as she finished, Jian Shen exclaimed loudly, his face filled with surprise.
What?
Sitting by the campfire with everyone else, Jian Shen couldn't help but ask in confusion.
Is it really true that a Saint King could resurrect through this?
Huang Luan sighed as she hugged her knees.
It's just a legend.
At least, my royal family has never heard of any Saint King being resurrected.
Jian Shen took the skull in his hands and examined it carefully. We suspect there is certainly something hidden here that we don't know.
Otherwise, we truly don't understand why those powerhouse Saint Kings from the ninth heaven would so deeply believe in this unproven legend. Huang Luan sat beside them, frowning, and she also expressed her doubts, agreeing. Indeed, if not, there is truly no way to explain why every single Saint King, without exception, chose to sever ties with Holy Peace during the Great Calamity.
Then, Jian Shen asked Ming Dong, did Senior Tian tell you about this?
He shook his head. No, Uncle Tian only told me that the Saint King bone marriage could revive. Everything fell into deadlock, with a sigh from one person and another holding their head in exhaustion. Suddenly, Huang Wan took out a ring and asked, "Everyone, take a look at what I found." At the same time, a wooden box fell to the ground uncontrollably in front of her, the lid opening by itself, and a magic treasure flew out from inside. Huang Wan carefully examined the water-type magic treasure that looked like a scroll. Jian Chen, seeing this, smiled and complimented her. "A water-type heaven rank battle skill suits you perfectly." However, Huang Wan showed no interest in it and tossed it to him. "Fifth tier, heaven rank battle skill. I've cultivated something even better than this. This young lady will generously offer it to you." Jian Chen became curious. "Isn't practicing both good?" "More skills are never a bad thing," he said. Huang Wan quickly expressed her opinion. "Every heaven rank battle skill is extremely profound, and it would be difficult for an ordinary person to fully comprehend even one in their lifetime. It's not about practicing as many as possible. Unless you have completely mastered one heaven rank battle skill, it's best not to waste time on other techniques. Not only is it a waste of energy, but you'll also achieve little to nothing." Jian Chen reluctantly understood. "You keep the battle skill in your space, that's fine." After remembering, he didn't forget to ask everyone, "By the way, did we get enough tokens for the cave dwelling? Do we need to grab a few more?" Zither Shao Heroic immediately pulled out his pouch. "I have over 500 of them, I'll give them all to you." Jian Chen took the pouch, but felt a little puzzled. "Aren't you participating in the competition?" Zither Shao revealed a disappointed expression and said, "My strength is far too lacking. I'll just go back and continue training." Huang Luan seemed to suddenly remember something related to the topic, saying that in order to upgrade, at least 5,000 orders were needed. After hearing her, everyone was shocked. Ming Dong shouted loudly, 5,000 just to upgrade? Jian Chen was also surprised. 5,000 is the minimum? Seeing the reactions of everyone, Huang Luan couldn't help but show off a little. "This young lady has nearly 130,000 orders in hand. If anyone is willing to beg, I don't mind giving them 3,000. Jian Chen didn't take this as a joke. He immediately thought of his teammates. "That's right, Ming Dong, quickly beg Miss Luan. You only have a little over 2,000, it's definitely not enough. Or, I could give you 5,000, but even after giving you 5,000, I would still have 150,000. I wonder how high that would rank." Huang Luan didn't expect this person to take the matter so seriously. She immediately kicked Jian Chen out to stop him from thinking too much. "Go to sleep." Jian Chen sat up, feeling wronged, and asked the woman who was getting up to leave, "Why kick me? I was going to sleep anyway." Noon Chi, he fell into deep thought again, curiously picking up a wooden box. This, too, was something he had obtained from the cave dwelling. No one knew what kind of treasure it would be. When Jian decided to open it, he had no idea what was inside, but whatever it was made his expression change. This was a scene transition. The morning sunlight shone onto the spacious courtyard where the secret realm gate was placed. Everyone had gathered there, chattering excitedly. "It's here, it's here. The secret realm survival is over. Who knows if anyone will make it to the final battle this year?" Many people were emerging from the gate. The voice of the host immediately rang out, and everyone fell silent. Only Jian Chen had a sense of confusion and wonder. What exactly was that power just now, to be so strong? It teleported everyone out of the space. Could it have been the power of the Saint King, the Holy Emperor, or perhaps the Eternal Being? When he looked back after passing through the gate, he felt even more lost. Where were little Luan and Mingdong? On the other side, 15's voice rang out clearly, "If you don't have 5,000 command tokens, you can leave. If you've surpassed 5,000, come over to register with me, and we will rank you according to your number." The players who heard this immediately voiced their objections. "Why does it need to be so many? Yeah, the number you're asking for is way too much.
Last time, it only took 3,000.
15 was not hesitant at all, immediately launching an attack towards those who were loudly voicing their objections. With one swift move, he knocked the two of them down hard onto the ground. 15 was clearly not interested in wasting time.
Anyone else? If there's no one left, come up and register quickly.
Having witnessed the scene, Jianchen expressed his vigilance toward this person. The terrifying strength of this senior was above the heavenly Void Saint Master. 15 continued with his task without pause. A total of 16 tokens were available for entering the duel. One person swiftly stepped forward first. Senior, I am Zhu Gucheng, with a total score of 8,400. After receiving the token, the man made a gesture with two fingers from one hand, waving them in the air. The tiles on the ground automatically shifted in the direction of 15's hand. When they were raised and stood upright, they became massive and imposing, resembling a stone tablet. Indeed, he was using his bare hand to cast a spell, intending to write on this stone. After inscribing the name of the person who just registered along with their score, he called for the next. Next was Jian Chen. Without hesitation, he handed over everything he had. Senior, I am Jian Chen, with a total score of 21,000. The other contestants can't believe it. What a joke! More than 20,000? How many people has he killed to get that? He's just bragging, there's no way he could have that many. Yen 15 happily continued to communicate with him. Jian Chen, right? This old man remembers you now. Don't let this old man be disappointed in you during the duel. Soon, the stone tablet was fully inscribed with the names and strengths of the participants. They heard it, saw it, yet still didn't want to believe it. This person really has over 20,000. Oh my god, a flying ship is gliding through a brilliantly dazzling place, Dongbingpan City. On that flying ship is Jian Chen's team, with Zither Shao holding Khan's shoulder, praising him. Brother Jian Chen is too impressive, to think he's entering the duel in first place. Next, the champion of the Dongbing Grand Meeting will definitely be yours. Ming Dong, who was beside him, also happily gave a thumbs up in agreement with this statement. Jian Chen, however, was extremely modest. Zither Shao, the people behind me may not necessarily be weaker than me, so the result of the duel is still uncertain. At that moment, the ship happened to pass by, allowing Ming Dong to catch a glimpse of the ranking list, carefully engraved on the stone tablet. That's right, they even thought they could make it to the top 8 with more than 6,000 points, but instead, they ended up in second to last place. Jian Chen quickly tried to comfort him, saying, "It's okay, the ranking doesn't really matter, we still have to go through the elimination rounds anyway." Ming Dong nodded in agreement, exactly. Then Jian Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Oh, by the way, did you see Miss Lone and Qin Ji? Where are they?" Just then, a hand appeared from behind and placed itself on Jian Chen's shoulder. It was Zither Shao, his eyes glinting with a mischievous spark. "Jian Chen, Miss Lone is resting in the living room on the ship right now. But let me give you some advice, my friend," he said, pausing dramatically. "What advice?" Jian Chen asked. To his surprise, Zither Shao was about to introduce his sister. "You know, Miss Lone is indeed beautiful, but she can be a bit fierce. Have you ever thought about my little sister?" Zither Shao said teasingly. "She's as gentle as water and extremely charming." Jian Chen, of course, had never considered this, so he hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Immediately, Zither Shao seized the opportunity, placing his hand on Jian Chen's shoulder and continuing to speak with a playful tone. "Jian Chen, although I'm not around all the time, I think this lady might be a little too tough for you." "He keeps going on and on about it," Zither Shao said with a grin. "Jian Chen, listen to me, that younger sister of mine." At this point, Jian Chen suddenly froze, his face filled with shock, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Zither Shao was puzzled. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know that the woman he's talking about is right behind us, filled with murderous intent?" When he turned around and saw Huang Luan's expression, Zither Shao could only stand still in fear, sweat and snot dripping down his face. It was over. The wall blade had been discovered, the younger sister was exposed. In the end, all he could do was drag Ming Dong away to divert the attention. Ming Dong, Mo Yun Tian, the founder of Dongbing City, single-handedly defeated the Bai clan powerhouse, preserving the Tian Yuan continent, his influence echoing through both past and present. Unfortunately, he still couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Let me take you to see it. Ming Dong, suddenly being pulled away, was reluctant and wanted to refuse, but it was of little consequence.
I didn't say I was going, and didn't you say to wait for a bit? Where are you taking me?
Leaving the two behind, Jinshin hesitated before the woman. Miss Lone, hello.
Huang Luan didn't even bother letting it go, but instead retorted, well? Do you think I'm being too fierce? Jinshin was unlucky and hurriedly denied it. Miss Lone, you misunderstood, I absolutely didn't mean that.
He scrambled to rearrange his thoughts. He had to quickly think of a way to end this matter.
All right then, Miss Lone, what is your rank?
She replied just to answer, then immediately began to pick at him.
7th rank. What of it? Are you criticizing me for keeping her? That cheap woman Tian Mo Ling is 11th. If you think she's better, go find her yourself.
Jian Chen truly did not understand a woman's heart. Why couldn't such a small matter be resolved?
He didn't want to be misunderstood. Miss Lone, don't speak recklessly.
You must know that Miss Tian Mo and I are both pure. Moreover, I have never watched anyone bathe.
Huang Luan froze and blushed crimson at those words. Why on earth would he bring that up?
She immediately kicked him to the ground and began stamping on him with her foot.
Stinking rascal, I'll beat you to death today.
Even if Jinshin had 3 mouths, he could not take back what he had just said.
Miss Lone, that's not what I meant. With that, Huang Luan looked disappointed and sorrowful, turned her back, and walked away. I really must go.
I hope we can meet again someday. Jian Shen, however, didn't think to chase after her. He merely called after her with a few parting admonitions.
Miss Lone, take care.
Although Shi Ziran and Kiet de Wukong have been killed by me, their clans will definitely not let you go. If you ever find yourself in danger, just come to me.
Huang Luan pretended to be cold. I don't need your concern.
I still have Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun, and as long as I'm in Dongbing City, even if they had a few extra lives, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Only then did she lower her voice, speaking with lingering affection.
Remember, my name is Huang Luan. Don't you dare forget it.
In a mansion at night, the bright moon shone through drifting clouds. Inside, the lights were on and the doors were open clearly. Someone was there. The atmosphere within the hall, however, was far from as free and easy as the world outside. Instead, it was filled with unease. Elder Sa inquired of the young man sitting by the table, holding a cup of tea with a composed expression.
Young Master Qin, could you tell this old man who exactly killed our young master? Qin Ji first asked calmly, you're from the Shi family, aren't you?
Then the other one must be from the Kiet de family. The man standing beside Elder Sa immediately spoke up upon hearing that.
That's right. I didn't expect Qin Ji to admit it so openly. The one who killed those two was Jian Shen. You must be familiar with it, and moreover, the one who heads the stone tablet is him.
Elder Sha wanted to know more clearly, so what about the breaking cloud spear of our young master?
Qin Ji leisurely poured tea into his cup. The breaking cloud spear and the treasure mountain seal were, of course, both in Jian Shen's possession.
The two elders, upon hearing the answer, clasped their hands in gratitude, thanking young Master Qin for the information. But when they turned to leave, Qin Ji called them back. Where are you going? Elder Sa, already enraged, spoke bluntly.
Where are we going? Of course, we're going to kill that brat Jian Shen.
Upon hearing this, Qin Ji laughed heartily. Good, good, it seems Elder Sa intends to bring about the destruction of the Shi family.
And what about you, Elder Shao? Do you also plan to bury the De family together?
Elder Sa, no longer willing to hold back, released his energy.
Young Master Qin, what do you mean by that?
Qingji reminded him, Elder Sa, this is Dongbing City, not the back courtyard of your Shi family. Furthermore, Jian Chen is now the head of the qualifiers.
Do you dare to lay a hand on him? Do you really think Dongbing City is a soft target?
Elder Shao, being more prudent, also tried to dissuade him. Old Sa remained calm, and young Master Qin spoke correctly. Elder Sa had also let it go.
Many thanks to young Master Qin for the reminder.
After the two elders turned their backs again, he added one more sentence.
By the way, I want to remind both of you about something.
Jian Chen, this person, Qingji, have already made his acquaintance, so I hope both of you will refrain from causing any trouble.
These two old monsters were really on the verge of losing their temper. Young Master Qin, does your Qin family truly want to become enemies with our two families? Qingji maintained his faint smile. You two are joking. I was just offering a reminder, not a threat.
The two elders could only angrily stomp out of the room.
Goodbye.
Gu Feng, who had witnessed this scene, then asked, Brother Qin, you've offended the Shi family and the Kitte family like this.
Will your father not be angry with you when he finds out?
Qingji replied immediately, my father will not only not punish me, but he will actually praise me.
He is thinking of Jian Chen and is quietly watching over him.
One strike killed Kitte Wukong, who had the king's barrier. A person with such strength might not be an ally, but they can never be an enemy. Finally, he stood up from his chair and asked Gu Feng.
That's right, have you signed up for the arena battle yet?
He immediately replied, I have, luckily thanks to his token, I ranked 10th.
Having received the answer, he also left Dao Hall.
Then you should go rest, there's a draw match tomorrow, isn't there? His mood still couldn't help but drift toward that person. By the way, when you compete tomorrow, I'll go tell Jian Chen about this, so he can be careful.
Gu Feng found Qingji's attitude somewhat curious. What are you going to do?
He simply left behind a sentence, if there's nothing else, go listen to the melodic tune of Lan. The moonlight tonight was incredibly bright. Gu Feng decided to sit alone at the stone table, holding the piece of leather in his hand. He recalled obtaining this when he was looting something in a cave not long ago. This was the same as when Gu Feng reached into his space, unsure of what he was about to take out. It was two pieces of leather with markings similar to the paper fragment. As expected, these three pieces of leather could be pieced together. Perhaps they were cut from a large sheet of leather, but what do the characters on this leather ultimately mean? He sighed in disappointment and decided to toss it back into the space. Forget it, wait until I gather enough complete family members before I speak. Right now, with just a little bit of the remnants like this, nothing can really be seen. The next day finally arrived, and the sky was bright with a gentle sunlight. Everyone had gathered at the location of the competition. Mingdong walked up to Jian Chen and asked, Jian Chen, there are many names on this stone tablet that I have never seen before, and Qingji isn't here either. Jian Chen quickly responded, normally, many people, in order to preserve their strength, will just collect enough tokens and won't fight for more. Qingji, walking at a slow pace, approached the two of them.
Jian Chen, I finally found you. Out of politeness, Jian Chen asked, Brother Qin, is there something you need?
Qingji moved closer to Jian Chen and spoke in a low voice, last night, people from the Shi family and Kitte family came to find me.
They know you killed Shi Ziran and Kitte Wukong. You need to be careful.
Jian Chen also whispered in response, thank you for the heads up, Brother Qin.
Qingji gave further advice, don't be polite.
Jian Chen, as long as you stay in Dongbing City, the Shi family and Kitte family won't dare to act against you.
But if you leave this city, you might run into trouble.
Jian Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, Brother Qin, rest assured, I have already given my instructions. He is kind-hearted and enthusiastic to the last drop.
All right, if there is anything you need from me, just go to the largest inn in the city and look for me.
Jian Chen was delighted. Just in time, 15 immediately appeared, making an announcement to everyone present.
Next came the final round of the Dongbing City tournament. The rules of the final round were as follows: 16 contestants would enter the final. These 16 individuals would compete in pairs. The winners would become the top 8, and then continue to fight one-on-one until the final champion was determined. The 8 losers would then compete in pairs to determine the top 2, who would join the 8 winners to form the top 10. After explaining, the organizer didn't forget to cast a spell, causing a massive arena to appear. He then reminded everyone that the 16 contestants listed on the stone tablet should immediately proceed to the arena to draw lots. Jian Chen and Ming Dong bade farewell to Qin Ji. "Brother Qin, we're going to draw lots now," they said, and he cheerfully agreed. Before the two could even land on the arena, a voice from a mist rang out. "Jian Chen, little brother, you've come. Elder sister thought you wanted to die." Being grabbed by a woman, Jian Chen looked rather uncomfortable. "Miss Tianmo, you also don't seem all that at ease looking at her." She hurriedly said to him, "Sorry, elder sister truly has no other choice." "Help elder sister, that lowly fellow is disgusting." At the same time a shout rang out nearby. "Where did this brat come from?" "Jian Chen has no obligation to tell him. Answer me, who are you?" The man did not hesitate to introduce himself in a haughty tone. "Young master, I am Ca La, rank 6th on the stone tablet." "If you don't want to die, get out of my way and don't block Xiao Jiao from courting girls." Jian Chen disliked people like him. "Oh, 6th? You're so full of yourself, I thought you were 1st. Ca La retained his confident air. "1st? So what?" Xiao Jiao was merely holding back during the preliminaries. He added arrogantly. If Xiao Jiao ever encountered the one who topped the preliminaries, he would slowly torment him, let him die in disgrace. Cala's words made Jian Chen frown with anger as he growled. "Is that so? Then you'd better not meet me in the arena, or I'll make you face the consequences." Hearing him say that, he fell silent at first. His reaction remained unclear. A moment later Cala broke into a contemptuous laugh. "So you're the so-called top Jian Chen? Turns out you're just a brat who still smells of milk." It was rare to see Cala look serious. He jabbed a finger at the man opposite. "I'm warning you, hand the woman at your side over to me now. On the arena I might spare you one match." Jian Chen wasn't to be trifled with either. Without holding back he formally challenged him. "If you want to die, you don't need to wait for the draw. I can kill you right now." The bosses stared each other down. It felt as if, should nobody intervene, they'd charge at once. Yet another man with a bulky build appeared behind Cala and raised his voice to stop them. "Let it go, Cala, don't quarrel with a child, he's only blowing off steam." He seemed to influence Cala. "Ergo, fine." The man then issued a warning to the others. "You're Jian Chen, right? I remember you lot. Wait until we reach the arena, don't blame me for being ruthless." As for Wu Lianxi, he said in front of Mo Ling, "Woman, my little brother has set his sights on you. If you don't want to face the consequences, you'd better obediently listen." Ming Dong, who had been silent until now, couldn't hold back anymore. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Although Zhuo Fei had turned his back, his voice remained arrogant. "I'll give you all a piece of advice, none of you will leave the arena alive." Jian Chen couldn't help but speak up. "Then I'll send you a message too, let's see who ends up alive and who ends up dead." In the Grand Plaza, at the center of the Dongbin tournament, all eyes were fixed on the middle of the field, where the results for the 4th match were displayed. The tense atmosphere began to settle as 15 raised his voice. His words echoed across the plaza. For the 4th match, Jian Chen drew number 10, his opponent ranked 10th in the overall standings, moving up from position 16. Du Gufeng, sitting at the corner of the stands, was stunned. His eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. "What's this based on? I didn't sign up for a cruise." Qin Ji approached and gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, just stick it out for 15 minutes and you'll win," Gufeng said with a frustrated look on his face. He sighed, "I don't think I can last for 15 minutes.
Shinji smiled wryly, I don't think I can either, which is why I didn't sign up.
Gu Feng retorted mockingly, Brother Qin, today I finally understand why everyone calls you Qin Go.
15's voice rang out sternly from above. The order for the duel had been decided, and all contestants were invited to step onto their respective arenas for the final battle. The scene shifted to the location where the match was about to take place, with Jianchen and Gu Feng facing each other.
Jianchen Yang Jian walked forward and smirked, Du Gu Feng, it's been a long time.
Gu Feng stood calmly, his presence cold and imposing. He said indifferently, Jianchen, we haven't had the chance to spar since the secret realm, but we'll have a good match later. Jianchen replied, alright, both of us are ready to begin. 15 stood in the center, raised his hand, and shouted loudly, the match begins. Gu Feng poured all his strength into his massive sword, the sword's light and energy swirling around him.
He charged toward Jianchen and shouted, continue the afternoon.
Jianchen parried the blow, and the clash of their swords rang out sharply. With a swift swing of his sword, his body moved like the wind, and he counterattacked so quickly that Gu Feng couldn't react in time. Gu Feng panicked, exhaling sharply before letting out a scream that echoed all around. Then, he slammed his fist into the ground with incredible force. The punch shook the very earth, and Gu Feng's body was sent soaring into the air. After witnessing everything, Jianchen poured all of his energy into continuing the fight. His blue sword radiated a brilliant light, surging as though it were about to explode. Jianchen struck, sending a Yang Jianqi straight toward Gu Feng, who was still airborne. The dazzling light flashed directly behind Gu Feng, causing him to raise an eyebrow in vigilance. But in that moment, Gu Feng spun around, using all his strength to raise his sword and block the explosive energy that Jianchen had launched. As he blocked it, Gu Feng exhaled in relief, sweat pouring down his face. If he had been even a fraction slower, he might not have made it. Gu Feng landed on the ground and shouted at Jianchen. Well done. Keep going. Below the stands, Ning Dong clenched his fists, shouting loudly, Jianchen, hold on. Shinji, standing beside him, smiled softly and said, Ning Dong, don't worry. I can tell Jianchen will win soon. Ning Dong turned to him, asking in confusion, oh? Why do you say that? Shinji looked at the two who were still fiercely fighting on the arena. He casually replied, Du Gu Feng himself might not even realize that Jianchen hasn't really taken him seriously until now. Du Gu Feng's sword, though powerful, is extremely heavy. I'm afraid that after a few more swings, his body's energy will be drained. On the arena, Jianchen dodged a sword strike from Du Gu Feng. Shinji paused for a moment, then continued, on the other hand, as long as Jianchen avoids being hit by Du Gu Feng, he's fine. Also, remembering Jianchen's fight with Wukong, he frowned thoughtfully. If Jianchen had wanted to kill him, Du Gu Feng would have already been dead by his hands. I really want to know how Jianchen managed to break through the king's barrier, he added. The match ended, and Jianchen remained standing, his breathing steady. The expression on the face was calm to the point of being cold as they asked Du Gu Feng, are you still going to fight? Gu Feng collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. He exclaimed, no more fighting, no more fighting. Little brat, you're faster than a loach, and I'm about to drop dead from exhaustion. I admit defeat. The clear voice of 15 rang out, in the fourth arena, Jianchen wins. Jianchen sheathed his sword, his gaze still gentle. He raised a hand toward Gu Feng and said, Du Gu Feng, your moves are too cumbersome. If you keep fighting like that, you'll always end up at a disadvantage. He chuckled dryly inside, replying, there's no other way. My martial arts are simply straightforward and powerful. After saying that, he muttered to himself, even though I've suffered many defeats, old man has slaughtered so many people. But no one runs as fast as you. Down below in the stands, Shinji clasped his hands in congratulations, Jianchen, congratulations on making it into the top 8. Ning Dong excitedly said, Jianchen, you did great. Jianchen nodded and replied, thank you. Then, Jianchen turned to Ming Dong and asked, Ming Dong, are you getting ready to compete as well? Before he could answer, a voice interrupted with a firm no. A shout came from a distance. All four of them simultaneously turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, as a man was kicked in the stomach, painfully thrown back, and collapsed onto the ground. Ciela stepped forward, using his shoe to stomp on the man's face, distorting his features. He kicked hard and arrogantly said, "This kind of strength is worthy of Unbeatable." The man lying on the ground trembled and said, I admit it." As soon as the man finished speaking, Ciela landed a punch straight to his face, striking him while saying, "What did you say? I couldn't hear you." The crowd in the stand stirred, angrily shouting, "Hey, why are you still looking down on him like that? Yeah, didn't he admit defeat already? That's totally lacking in character." He coldly shouted, "Shut up. Yongbing powerhouse of high esteem. If you're afraid of death, then don't show up." Ciela turned and spoke to 15 up high, his voice sharp, "Old man, I'm right, aren't I?" He responded indifferently, "In the arena, life and death are determined by fate. Lei Tai Yi Hao, Ciela wins." After hearing that, Ciela turned around, his face menacing. He sneered coldly and said, "Jianshen, don't worry, I will show you mercy when I strike." Jianshen glanced at him, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. The gleam of the sword reflected in his sharp, cold eyes, signaling that a new battle was about to begin. He responded slowly, "Is that so? But I don't feel the same way." The atmosphere on the arena was once again ignited. Jianshen had already assumed a ready fighting stance. Ciela also took his position, full of momentum, his voice loud and clear. But immediately, a deep voice echoed, causing both of them to temporarily calm down. The voice that spoke was 15's. He stood tall in the middle of the arena, his arms spread wide, exuding an intimidating and powerful presence. With one hand, he firmly held Jianshen's sword by its tip using just 2 fingers, while with the other, he blocked Cala's incoming punch. Jianshen looked at him with admiration and thought to himself that this was the elder in charge of the registration. His strength was far more formidable than expected. On the other side, Cala cursed loudly, "Where did this old man come from? How dare he ruin my plans?" Jianshen immediately sheathed his sword, clasped his hands, and spoke humbly, "Senior, I just wish to seek justice for his opponent." 15 turned to look at him, his tone stern as he said, "A life or death duel is decreed by fate. No matter what you wish to seek, wait until you meet him before speaking of it. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Jianshen responded, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Kala, still full of confidence, shouted, "You should be grateful that this old man saved your life today, or else you'd be dead by now." Jianshen turned and walked down the stairs, heading towards the exit. Kala yelled from behind, "Don't go, if you have the guts, come back." 15 stood silently, watching Jianshen leave, deep in thought. This young man, with his mindset, could accomplish great things in the future. However, his hand remained tightly gripping Kala's fist, making him cry out, "Old man, let go of me." 15 released his grip, his expression still serious as he reminded Kala, "This old man will remind you of one thing: Dongbing City may be outside the law, but it is not lawless." After saying that, 15 flew into the air, raising an eyebrow as he pondered. "Jianshen, little friend, I hope you won't disappoint this old man." The voices in the stands erupted again, creating a lively atmosphere. "Place your bets, place your bets. Today is the match to decide the top 8 advancing to the semi-finals. Play small bets for fun." Jianshen approached and asked, "Where are Qinji and Mingdong Du Gufeng?" Qinji replied, "We took a trip around yesterday, had fun for the whole evening, drank a lot, and they're still not awake." Mingdong, half joking and half serious, said, "Jianshen, the 2 of us should have a showdown and make it worthwhile." He immediately agreed. Jianshen stared intently at the board, where the name of his next opponent appeared. He curiously turned to ask, "Qinji, do you know someone by the name of Zuiyu?" Qinji answered, "No impression," and Mingdong also looked at the name and added, "I didn't see this person in yesterday's matches either." Mingdong stepped forward, throwing an arm around Jianshen's shoulders, his voice full of excitement. "What's there to be afraid of? Aren't we brothers? We can face anything, even if gods or Buddhas try to stop us."
The solemn announcement signaling the start of the tournament rang out. The official competition of today's arena battles had begun. The fighters for the first and second matches were invited to step onto the stage. Jian Shen turned and walked towards the arena. He whispered, "I'll go ahead." Qin Ji encouraged, "Jian Shen, do your best." Ming Dong shouted loudly, "Jian Shen, do your best."
Jian Shen stood on the arena, looking at the girl in front of him.
Her small figure was unassuming, yet her aura was far from ordinary. He thought to himself, the person called Tuet is actually a miss, and her weapon. Is it a dagger?
Liang Qingshiwu stood high above, his authoritative voice echoing everywhere as he shouted, "The match begins."
The girl, named Tuet, with a cold expression, bent down and prepared for the upcoming battle. Large blocks of ice formed around her, then shot straight toward Jian Shen.
The massive ice blocks whizzed through the air, piercing through everything in their path, heading directly toward him.
Jian Shen immediately reacted, swinging his sword fiercely at the incoming ice blocks. While Jian Shen was engaged with the ice blocks, Tuet seized the opportunity.
She drew her dagger and rushed toward him. In the moment of confrontation, Jian Shen keenly observed her movements, searching for an opening in the mist. With the blue sword firmly in his hand, he unleashed a strike toward Tuet, his powerful momentum creating violent whirlwinds.
She immediately countered.
Elian Kuai Bing was unleashed continuously. With a pair of hands holding two Qing Daoguan, she released energy that shook the entire space. The battle was extremely intense, creating clouds of smoke that obscured the view of the entire spectator stand. The smoke completely blocked Jian Shen's line of sight, and he thought to himself that this woman's martial arts were very strange. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. He needed to end the battle quickly. Suddenly, a figure swiftly passed behind him, moving as lightly as a breeze. A few massive ice blocks appeared, emitting a cold blue light. They flew rapidly toward Jian Shen's back, carrying with them a powerful force that made him tilt his head in vigilance.
But unexpectedly, ice rapidly formed under his feet, quickly binding them into two solid blocks of ice.
Jian Shen hurriedly turned his head, gritting his teeth and muttering, "It's over." From above, a massive block of ice came crashing down like thunder. However, Jian Shen's sword path intercepted it, shattering it into pieces in an instant. At the same time, the shards of ice attacking from behind were also broken apart by the sword's reverse swing. He bent down and slammed his fist hard into the ground. The two ice slabs beneath his feet shattered, and he thought to himself that he had to find a way to dispel the smoke obscuring his vision first. Using the force of his movement, Jian Shen launched himself into the air, his motion lightning fast. But at that moment, four icy chains appeared from nowhere and instantly coiled tightly around Jian Shen's body.
The chains bound his arms and legs so firmly that he was shocked, unable to break free.
Looking down, he saw Tuet below, her hands raised as she controlled the chains that held him captive. Her face was expressionless, her eyes calm and unwavering, as she stood motionless, gazing up at Jian Shen from above. The icy chains shot out from Tuet's hands, so cold that even the surrounding space seemed to freeze.
In an instant, they slithered toward Jian Shen, wrapping around him layer by layer, tightening their grip.
Jian Shen drew his small blade.
"You want to freeze me? Let's see if you truly have that power."
He tensed his body, and a blinding light burst forth from within him. The ice chains exploded into countless shards, crushed completely under his overwhelming strength.
Qin Ji's eyes widened.
There was no mistake, it was the same spiritual energy used that day to forge the sword which had slain Kiet de Vu Kang's king's barrier.
What type of aura does Jian Shen possess?
Jian Shen stood silently amidst the thick white clouds, his figure floating as if merging with the sky and earth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a burst of blazing light erupted from his pupils, intense and fierce enough to make the surrounding space tremble. Jian Shen drew his sword, his figure darting forward like a flash of lightning, the sword energy slicing through the cloud layer. A swirling vortex of green appeared immediately. A sharp green arrow formed within it, ready to shoot out with immense power. The green arrow shot from the vortex, silently but decisively heading towards Tuet, whose face contorted with worry. She stared intently at the oncoming strike. The ground shook violently, layers of earth and stone rising as if awakened by an overwhelming force. Shortly after, beneath Tuet's feet, the earth cracked open, and she hovered in the air. Tuet clenched her teeth, her body floating midair, her eyes wide with astonishment. She gently waved her hand, and a pure white snowflake gathered from the sky. Jianshan raised his hand, and a column of bright green light surged from his palm, powerful and radiant. The beam of light suddenly erupted, piercing through the dense layers of clouds, stirring up the gloomy sky. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures appeared clearly, standing motionless and towering. The crowd below was puzzled, unsure of who had won, as there was no movement to indicate a result. Jianshan smiled gently, his eyes warm and tender like the morning sun. Tai Ti furrowed her brows, her gaze full of skepticism, and asked in confusion, "Why did you stop just now?" She recalled the moment she dodged Jianshan's knife. Why had he held back? With the tip of his sword directed at her, Jianshan replied with a smile, "It was just a sparring match, not a fight to the death. The outcome doesn't matter, and besides, I hold no grudge against you, miss." She withdrew her sword, knowing that if she showed any mercy in the battles to come, it would cost her life. With that, Tai Ti turned and walked away. Jianshan clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude, acknowledging her reminder and conceding. 15 raised his hand slightly, and his deep voice resonated. Then, the winner was declared. Jianshan Qinji was congratulated. "Jianshan, congratulations. It looks like you're definitely the champion now." Jianshan smiled and replied, "It was just luck. That misnamed Tai Ti is very strong. If it had been a fight to the death, I'm not sure I would have won." Jianshan looked around in surprise and asked Mingtong too. He smiled and answered him, "He's gone to compete, go take a look." Jianshan immediately agreed to go. Over there, Mo Ling and Mingdong hurled themselves at each other, fighting fiercely with no mercy. Mingdong delivered a powerful punch straight into Mo Ling, sending her reeling under the violent blow. An announcement sounded, Mingdong won. Mo Ling puffed out her cheeks. She hadn't expected Jianshan's friend to be so strong. She cast a quick glance and saw Jianshan standing there, watching the match from afar. A smile played on her lips, mischief gleaming in her eyes like a child at play. Mo Ling ran over and hugged Jianshan's arm. "Big brother Jianshan, your friend hit far too hard. If you run into him, make sure you make him pay for it." A voice rang out, "You call that hard? If you ran into this miss, she'd pepper you like a hedgehog, you'd have no face left." He turned and saw Huang Luan frowning. "Lone, Miss Lone, long time no see." She crossed her arms and turned her face away, sulking. That adorable look made people just want to soothe her. Jianshan glanced toward Qinji and Mingdong, signaling for help. "Brothers, help me." Qinji led Mingdong away. "Mingdong, you must be tired after that fight. Let me take you somewhere to eat, you don't understand anything." "No, I'm not tired yet." Qinji was insistent. No, you're tired." Mingdong scolded. "Hey, where are you dragging me now? This place really looks like Zithershao." Jianshan cast a glance and spoke to Huang Luan. "Girl, Miss Lone, are you here to watch the duel too?" Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Next match, Huang Luan and Ka Zhefei, please step up to the arena." Huang Luan was preparing to fight, but she didn't forget to threaten him. "Wait till I win, then I'll come for you." She walked off, muttering curses under her breath. "You stinking rascal," seeing a woman and instantly standing up, "let's see how I deal with you." Suddenly, Huang Luan stopped short when a voice rang out. "Little Luan, be careful." Huang Luan had no time to react before a punch as powerful as a thunderstrike sent her flying backward. She managed to brace herself with her arms, using the momentum to regain her balance. Placing her hands on the ground, she pushed off with all her strength and delivered a powerful kick straight toward Zhefei. Huang Luan's foot hit him hard, but it had no effect whatsoever. Her face showed shock, her teeth gritted as she muttered, "This idiot's body is really tough." Huang Luan spun around, landing with a burst of energy. She quickly slipped behind Jia Fei, her hand gripping the sword's hilt, ready to strike. A volley of arrows shot out simultaneously, tearing through the air in a fierce barrage. The sword barely registered her heaven-rank combat skill. It was clearly stronger than that scroll, and Shangli must have used up quite a bit of energy. Jia Fei saw the arrows speeding toward him, sneering at the audacity of such an unskilled attack. He crouched down, focusing all his strength. Using his full heaven-rank battle skill, he prepared to defend. The audience below was also affected by the overwhelming power of Jia Fei. The energy was immense. Mo Ling crossed her arms, watching Jianchen. Jianchen caca, you seem lost in thought. I fear that Luoni won't be able to win so easily this time. Huang Luan looked down at Jia Fei. It seems that this fool also has the king's barrier. Her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had just realized something that made her heart race. Jia Fei vanished mysteriously, leaving no trace below. Then, he quietly slipped behind Huang Luan without her noticing. Jia Fei's fist tightened behind Huang Luan, preparing to strike. The punch was drawing near, and she stood still like a statue, stunned and unable to move. It was over. In that critical moment, Jianchen appeared, blocking the punch for her. Sword in hand, Jianchen turned his face and said, "Little Luan, listen to me, surrender now. You are no match for him." Huang Luan refused, asking, "Why? I haven't even been hurt yet." She shouted, "No, these two won't stop fighting. I can't let you fight that dangerous man." Huang Luan's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered in embarrassment. Hey, quickly turn away. Hide the confusion that was clearly visible on his face." "All right then, I accept the defeat." When Jia Fei saw this, he went berserk and shouted, "Do you think I'm invisible?" Jianchen coldly advised him, "If you want to keep your little brother alive, you'd better step back." Hearing this, Jia Fei laughed loudly, "Ha! Are you trying to threaten me, a pampered young master?" The crazy laughter of Jia Fei echoed through the air. "Fine, then. I'll be waiting for you on the stage." Both Jianchen and Huang Luan left the arena under his watchful eyes. Suddenly, Huang Luan's legs wobbled, and she began to lose her balance, her head spinning. Soon after, Huang Luan fainted, her body going limp and leaning against Jianchen. He looked at her and thought, as expected, Luoni's martial technique had consumed a lot of Shangli, and she wouldn't be able to endure much longer. It was fortunate he managed to pull her back in time. Just then, Mo Ling rushed over, worried, and asked, "Jianchen Gij, what happened to her?" He replied, "Don't worry, it's just that her Shangli was depleted, and she fainted. First, let's find a place to help her recover her Shangli." She obediently replied. In an ancient room, the dim light flickered weakly, cutting through the dark, oppressive space. Elder Sa, angry, said, "Old Shao, what now? Not only has Master died, but the king's army has also been taken by that Jianchen." Elder Shao tried to calm him down. "Little brother, stay calm and don't rush. We can't act within the city, or else both of us will be in deep trouble." He slammed his hand down. "It's all Jianchen's fault. Not only did he fail to seize Sun Moon Palace, but he also took the king's army. It's a complete loss, it's driving me crazy," Elder Shao muttered, stroking his beard. "By the way, tomorrow, Jianchen will probably meet that young man, Tazakara, right?" Elder Sa was surprised. "Is that true?" Elder Shao took out a glowing pill. "This is a blood-burst pill. Tomorrow, we will find a way to make that brat Tazakara swallow this pill before the competition. It will cause his spiritual energy to explode, allowing him to kill Jianchen in the arena." Elder Sa pointed his finger. "Elder Shao, as for the 7 deities ritual, that's your expertise." He said nonchalantly, "What are you saying? Isn't this for the benefit of our two families?" Then the two raised their cups together, the clink rang through the air, for the family. The scene shifted to Ca La sitting with Jia Fei. "Boss, tomorrow I will definitely make that Jianchen kneel and beg for mercy," the man vowed.
but don't forget our mission.
Jia Fei said solemnly, this time we must not only seize the champion title of the mercenary tournament, but also make the mainland know the name of our mercenary company. His eyes widened in astonishment, then he suddenly shouted, his voice full of vigilance, Elder Sa and Elder Shao have unexpectedly appeared. You two need not panic, we came this time to help you. Jia Fei's brows knit slightly, his gaze full of vigilance as he asked, why would you say that? Elder Sa replied, tomorrow you will face Jian Shen on the arena. As it happens, the two of us also have dealings with Jian Shen, so we want to lend you a hand. We hope you can kill Jian Shen on the arena.
La laughed scornfully. Jian Shen alone is enough, we do not need anyone else's help.
Elder Sa shook his head, no, you two have misunderstood. Jian Shen's strength is absolutely stronger than what you two have imagined. Jia Fei, smug, said, old senior, although Jian Shen's token is indeed ranked at the top, the competition on the arena is not won by the number of tokens one holds. He raised his hand, young man, this old man knows that during the qualifiers, you merely collected enough tokens without killing anyone, so you simply think that Jian Shen ranks first just because he killed more weaklings than you, right? Jia Fei chuckled faintly, his eyes gleaming with a challenge.
Isn't that the case?
Elder Shao spoke up. Since we're already at this point, we might as well speak directly. Jian Shen has killed 2 masters from major families, and these 2 masters not only had the king's army, but also the king's barrier protecting them.
Jia Fei was stunned. What? You mean to say that Jian Shen was able to break through the king's barrier?
The elder replied seriously, that's right. If not, our masters would not have been killed by Jian Shen. Ciela glanced sideways, I don't believe that the king's barrier could be so easily broken like that. Jian Shen must have used some despicable trick.
Elder Shao calmly placed a small vial of medicine on the table.
Regardless of the method used, the fact that the king's barrier was broken remained true. Before leaving, both Elder Shao and Elder Sa reminded them that this was the elixir provided by this old man, which could temporarily increase their strength by 30%. They hoped that they wouldn't disappoint this old man. If they were afraid of Jian Shen, it was fine to act like a turtle hiding its head, just pretend that this old man had misjudged them. Ciela, furious, swung his hand as if to attack, but Jia Fei immediately blocked him. You old bastard, who the hell are you calling a turtle? He spoke respectfully, thanking the senior for the reminder, and assured that tomorrow, during the duel, his brothers would be more cautious.
Ciela, confused, asked, Boss, do you really believe what those 2 old men said?
Jia Fei handed him the vial of medicine.
Take this elixir with you. During the match tomorrow, only use it when absolutely necessary.
Ciela was so shocked that he couldn't believe it and looked at him with wide, astonished eyes. Jia Fei instructed, don't forget, our mission isn't just about winning, only when our mercenary group's name spreads across the continent will we be able to survive. With a look of helplessness, he took the bottle of medicine and nodded in agreement. Alright, switching scenes, Jian Shen was sitting beside the bed, focused on reading the book in his hand. Huang Wan slightly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy with drowsiness.
Is this how you greet someone with joy? Little one, you're awake.
She sat up abruptly, looking confused.
Where am I? Jian Shen explained, this is an inn in the city. You passed out after the competition.
I didn't know where to take you, so I brought you here first.
Her face turned red. Is that so?
Huang Wan's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing sweetly. He worriedly placed his hand on Huang Wan's forehead. Why was her face so flushed? Was her spiritual energy still not fully recovered? She stammered, and no, it's nothing. Jian Shen was relieved. That's good to hear. By the way, I've been studying the battle technique you gave me. Lo Ni, the technique you used today drained too much of your energy. Huang Wan cursed silently in her head, the stupid fool only knows how to practice until he kills this young lady. He kept speaking passionately, or maybe you should think about it, practice this thing I just saw. This technique. She forcefully kicked him aside without any mercy. Get out, the young lady wants to sleep. Jian Shen hugged his back.
Oh, alright, we'll talk tomorrow then.
He screamed inside, she's been sleeping for 4 hours after hitting me. As soon as he opened the door, he was surprised to see 3 people gossiping outside.
What are you 3 doing here?
Shin Ji scratched his head.
Brother Feng, looks like I got lost again. Gu Feng slung his arm around Ming Dong.
Brother Qin is right, Ming Dong and I also got lost.
Brother D gave a thumbs up. Exactly, this inn is so big. All 3 of them leaned forward, their eyes eagerly peeking in a very subtle manner.
Inside, Huang Wan blushed and screamed, Jianshan, you stinking rascal, the day of the competition has come, today is the semifinals.
I wonder who the final king will be this time.
15 scratched his chin and announced, the first match today, Ming Dong will fight Ka Jiafei.
Please come up to the stage, both of you. Sui Wu.
Ming Dong placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Jianshan looked at me, stepping on that little brat to avenge his sister-in-law.
Huang Wan's cheeks turned red.
She couldn't hold back her emotions and screamed loudly.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Jianshan advised him. Be careful, Ka Jiafei's strength might not be low. Ming Dong spoke with a confident tone, each word coming out firmly.
Don't worry.
In the stands, Jiafei crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly. I didn't expect to face a useless person like you in the semifinals. It seems even the heavens don't want you to continue living.
Ming Dong loosened his hands, tired of the chatter. Wait until later, I'll make sure you won't even be able to cry.
Then, the shout of 15 rang out, signaling the start of the match. The battle began. Immediately, the man gritted his teeth, and a fierce thunderstorm erupted, enveloping his entire body. From Jiafei's hand, a long golden blue sword appeared, lightning crackling around it, wrapping around the blade, releasing an overwhelming aura.
The crowd below was stunned.
Shangli, of the Guangming attribute. The name was Shangli, of the Guangming attribute. He roared, swinging the blue sword and charging forward like a wild storm.
Die!
Ming Dong calmly gripped the sword hilt, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. A loud explosion rang out, and the space immediately shook violently, energy waves spreading everywhere. The 2 blue swords clashed, a sharp, grating sound echoing, thunder and sparks flying through the air. Jiafei howled, pushing all his strength into the mighty clear sword, thinking, I'll crush you now.
Amid the tremors, Ming Dong remained calm, gently stepping back.
He turned calmly, dodging the sword strike that was slicing through the air, leaving behind only a fleeting gust of cold wind. A brief smile appeared on Ming Dong's lips as his figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Jiafei in the blink of an eye. He spun in an instant, the tip of his sword slashing across Jiafei's waist, leaving a cold, glowing streak in the air. Jiafei froze, only able to feel the sharp pain radiating from his waist through his entire body. Ming Dong teased, if you're just a fool who only knows how to use magical power, then I advise you to quickly get lost, or else it won't end well for you when you lose your life later. Hearing this, the man started to lose his temper and screamed.
Little brat, don't be so arrogant.
The wound on his waist began to heal.
I possess Guangming Saint power, I cannot die.
Ming Dong got into position, eagerly saying, today, I want to see if I can actually cut down a little bug like you. In that instant, Jiafei's entire body erupted, with thunder booming, enveloping him like a storm of fury. In the blink of an eye, Ming Dong charged like a gust of wind, so fast that Jiafei couldn't react in time. The crowd below murmured, seeing that this man named Ming Dong was incredibly fast. Could it be that his body had the wind attribute? It had to be the case, otherwise, there's no way he could move like that. Jiafei gritted his teeth, trying his best to track the figure of Ming Dong, who was darting around him at terrifying speed. In his fury, he swung the mighty clear sword, its blade flashing as it cut through the air, leaving a streak of light amidst the thunder. A cold smile briefly passed across Ming Dong's lips, and then his figure slowly faded away. All that remained in his wake was a cold gust. Jiafei ground his teeth in anger and let out a roar of fury. Not good. Ming Dong appeared behind him, swung his sword hard. The blade tore through the air and drove straight at Jia Fei. Startled, Jia Fei spun back, his face twisted with rage, lightning flickering around his body. He delivered a powerful kick. Ming Dong leaned aside just in time, the wind whistling past his ear. Ming Dong folded his arms, his cold gaze and mocking smile making Jia Fei even angrier. Jia Fei began to summon lightning in his hands. "Little brat, you have utterly enraged me." Jia Fei's power erupted, cracking the ground. "Today I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." Ming Dong taunted him, "Do you really think you cannot die? If I had taken your heart earlier, I don't believe you'd still be able to stand in this arena and dance with me now." Jia Fei's whole body flared violently, a colossal pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, blowing everything around it away. His body gradually transformed as a solemn, imposing armor wrapped his entire form, radiating a crushing pressure that made heaven and earth tremble. Ciela sneered coldly, "Seeking your own death. If the boss has used the Guangming Saint armor, then that little brat Ming Dong is definitely dead." Jia Fei's voice was icy. "Come on, little brat, today I'll show you just how big the gap between you and me really is." He immediately charged forward. "Do you think that just because you put on that turtle shell, I can't hurt you?" Jian Chen, seeing this, anxiously shouted to stop him. "Ming Dong, stop." Without hesitation, Ming Dong fiercely swung his sword and charged straight at Jia Fei. The tip of Ming Dong's sword struck forcefully against the tough armor, but Jia Fei remained unmoving. He stood there, mouth agape, unable to believe it. This guy was too stubborn. Isn't he going to dodge? Jia Fei glared at Ming Dong with a murderous look. "Little brat, you've been arrogant enough already. Now let me send you on your way." Without dodging, Jia Fei raised his hand to catch the sword's tip, clenching it tightly, his eyes blazing with defiance. At that moment, Ming Dong froze, his body stiffening in shock. Jia Fei tightened his grip on the glowing blue sword and shot forward like a lightning bolt, his intent clear. With a clean swing, he sliced horizontally across Ming Dong's body. The golden light flared up, dazzling like a lightning bolt tearing through the air, a cross-shaped first strike. A tremendous force hit Ming Dong, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and sending him flying backward like a leaf swept by the wind. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, the blinding light tearing the sky apart. The crowd below shielded their faces in astonishment. A heaven-rank martial skill. Jia Fei was actually using a heaven-rank martial skill. It seems that this time, the champion is certainly Jia Fei. Ming Dong was not willing to give up. He shouted, "Don't think you're the only one with a heaven-rank martial skill, watch this." Ming Dong clenched his fists, gathering all his strength as the spiritual energy surged and enveloped his body. He stomped his foot, releasing the spiritual energy from beneath, causing the air around him to tremble. He tightened his fists, and the green magic power surged, glowing brightly around him. Ming Dong channeled all his strength into his fist, the green magic power flashing brightly as he unleashed the heaven-rank martial skill of the wind element, Divine Wind Fist. The crowd below the stands was in a frenzy. My God, both of them actually possess heaven-rank martial skills. Two heaven-rank martial skills facing off. No one knows what consequences this will lead to. It really makes people anxious with anticipation. This isn't good. Two heaven-rank fighters are clashing. Their power will certainly shake the heavens and the earth. I wonder if the barrier around the arena can withstand it. Everyone, quickly fall back. Jia Fei stood there watching Ming Dong charge at him with a fistful of green magic power from the mansion. Die! He shouted. With a swipe of the mighty clear sword, several golden streams of magic energy cut through the air, a high-minded, right-to-strike Guangming infinity slash. A burst of spiritual energy exploded, and the waves of energy spread, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The deafening explosion made the crowd below stagger, their ears ringing. Who won? No one knew, as they couldn't even open their eyes. Shang Li was simply too strong. From below, Jian Chen quietly transmitted his voice into Ming Dong's mind. Ming Dong must win. As the dust settled, people saw Ming Dong and Jia Fei standing motionless in the midst of it. Why weren't they moving? What's going on? One person pointed and shouted, "Look, Jia Fei is done for." The magical energy gathered at the tip of the sword. The blue sword powerfully pierced through Jia Fei's seemingly impenetrable armor. Jia Fei fell to one knee, his spiritual energy in disarray. The breath became heavy, he panted after exhausting all his strength, shouting wildly and triumphantly, looking as though the last one laughing would be him. Ming Dong's gaze shifted, the darkness in his eyes vanished, leaving only a chilling white. He struggled to maintain his balance in vain, but still collapsed, accepting defeat. 15 immediately declared as he fell, "The winner is Jia Fei." Jia Fei, smug, thought to himself, "Though both of us are Grand Earth Saint Masters at the 6th transition, my Shangli attribute is Guang Ming, which allows me to survive the impact." He stepped forward and placed his foot on Ming Dong's body. "And you, today, will become one of the chickens I slaughter. Go die." From Chao V. A mysterious light burst forth, so dazzling that it spread across the space. The light flickered like a divine sword cutting through the path, blocking every step Jia Fei tried to take. The light turned out to be Jian Shen's blue sword. The blue sword suddenly veered back, returning to his hand, with a surge of spiritual power surrounding him to shield Ming Dong from danger. "Protect Ming Dong," he said coldly. "Announce the next match." Referee 15 heard this and, without hesitation, declared the start of the next bout. The next match, Jian Shen vs. Xie La, both parties were invited to the ring. Jian Shen handed Ming Dong to Qin Ji. He asked Qin Ji to help look after Ming Dong for a while. Qin Ji supported Ming Dong and said, "I'll take him to the infirmary first, be careful yourself." The boy radiated a terrifying killing intent. "No need, I can kill him with a single move." Jian Shen glanced at the arrogant Xie La. "If your boss hadn't targeted Ming Dong's life just now, I might have spared you this time." He announced this in a cold voice like a verdict. "But now you can only die." Immediately after, 15 promptly informed everyone. The fight began. He laughed confidently, "Jian Shen, you are too arrogant, Xie La." Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Jian Shen powerfully sliced across with his sword, the Holy Sun's sword Qi, the Wuyu slash, and Cala's entire body was severed before he could react. Unable not to look back with sorrow, he resolutely turned and walked away. The face was expressionless. Jian Shen coldly declared in front of Jia Fei, "In the next match, if you die, it will be your own fault." The scene shifted to a warm room, by Ming Dong's bed. Huang Wan and Jian Shen were quietly watching his movements. After a while, Ming Dong finally regained consciousness. He frowned, looked around, and asked, "Jian Shen, where am I?" Upon hearing Ming Dong's voice, Jian Shen quickly approached and gently reassured him, "Ming Dong, don't worry, this is an inn. You're fine now." But suddenly, Ming Dong sat up, looking guilty as he expressed his thoughts, "Jian Shen, I'm sorry. We clearly agreed to reach the finals together." Jian Shen wasn't angry at all. He lightly patted Ming Dong's shoulder, as if to offer encouragement. "Don't worry, tomorrow I'll definitely win the championship and avenge you." Ming Dong responded. Seeing that Ming Dong was no longer in any danger, Jian Shen and Huang Wan were about to leave. Then, "Ming Dong, you should rest for now. We won't disturb you anymore," but Ming Dong called out loudly to stop them. "Jian Shen, wait a moment, I have something I want to give you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Dong took out a finely crafted piece of green jade from his body. He explained, "This is a heaven-rank battle skill, given to me by Uncle Tian. The instant shadow prison strike." At this point, Ming Dong became a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He raised the jade piece high, initially planning to use this skill to defeat you in the final match, and only then would he give it to you. "But since I have already lost, I'll give it to you now." Upon hearing this, Jian Shen, knowing its origin, felt even more reluctant to accept it. He waved his hand to decline, saying, "No, Ming Dong, this is something Senior Tian gave you. I can't take it." However, Ming Dong would not give him the chance to refuse. He tossed the jade piece directly to Jian Shen, saying, "Quit being so hesitant. Brothers, are we still going to talk about this? At most,
You can find something for me in the future. A heaven-rank battle flag would be better.
Since Ming Dong said it like that, Jian Shen had no choice but to accept. He decisively caught the jade piece.
Alright, since it's like that, I won't waste your good intentions anymore.
At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away, in the Sher family's grand hall, it was already late at night. Through the paper windows, the light inside shone brightly, standing out against the dark night. Inside, a hand was gripping the edge of the table so tightly that the veins were bulging.
The voice that came out was filled with anger. Damn it!
So that was old Sher's voice. He was raising his voice, interrogating his subordinates.
That person named Jian Shen not only killed Ranair but also stole the treasure mountain seal of the Sher family?
Zhen Zun fell to the ground, kneeling, and only after a while did he tremble and raise his head to reply.
Grand Elder, they said so. Hearing this, old Sher became even angrier.
He slammed the table and ordered.
Send my command immediately. The Sher family will issue a bounty.
No matter who it is, as long as they bring Jian Shen's head to the Sher family, they will be heavily rewarded.
Zhen Zun, terrified, lowered his head.
Yes. Zhen Zun obeys the family head's command. On the other side, several days passed, and Jian Shen continued preparing for the upcoming final match. He locked himself in his room, his eyes constantly fixed on the box in his hand. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Huang Luan cheerfully rushed in.
Jian Shen, what are you looking at?
At this moment, Jian Shen was so focused on studying the box in his hands that he didn't look up.
He replied, I'm trying to figure out how to activate this. Huang Luan looked at the box. Feeling frustrated, he rubbed his forehead. I've told you many times already, without bloodline recognition, you can't use the king's weapon.
But Jian Shen didn't seem to hear a word of it, his gaze remained fixed on the weapon.
Let's study it a bit. I've got nothing else to do anyway.
So, what did you come here for? Setting that matter aside, Huang Luan's voice suddenly softened. She fidgeted with her hair, a trace of nervousness in her tone.
Tomorrow is the final match, so tonight Mercenary City is holding a night market.
Afraid he might notice her awkwardness, Huang Luan hastily added, Oh, of course, I know you should get plenty of rest to prepare for tomorrow's fight.
But if you really want to go to the night market, I wouldn't mind going with you. As expected, Jian Shen failed to grasp her true intention and replied calmly, What's so special about a night market?
Back home, we had gatherings like that in front of our house all the time. The moment those words left his mouth, Huang Luan's spiritual energy suddenly flared up violently. Under Jian Shen's bewildered gaze, the atmosphere in the room turned eerily silent.
Facing her frowning expression was a completely confused Jian Shen. Why was this young lady angry again? Did he say something wrong?
In this urgent situation, he had no choice but to call out to Qin Ji. At this moment, Qin Ji still knew nothing, so he replied cheerfully.
Jian Shen, what's wrong?
But the moment he met Huang Luan's gaze, Qin Ji's soul nearly flew straight to the heavens.
Jian Shen, what in the world have you done to offend Miss Huang this time?
Jian Shen hurried over to Qin Ji and said, Qin Ji, I heard from Miss Luoni that there's a night market in the Mercenary City tonight. Only then did Qin Ji begin to understand the situation. Yes, he answered, while inwardly cursing, Jian Shen, the young lady already took the initiative like that, and you still act clueless, you little brat. The Qin family decided that today, they would give Miss Huang a hand, so Qin Ji did his utmost to persuade Jian Shen. Jian Shen, the night market of Mercenary City and the King of Mercenaries competition are both held only once a year. Not only that, Qin Ji even presented a reason that would be difficult to refuse, and it was a reason that concerned all who would attend. The market will attract many people from all over the world to buy and sell, so the chances of finding a treasure in this night market are also very high. Indeed, this trick worked. Jian Shen's eyes lit up when he heard about the treasure. So that's what it is. He happily calculated in his mind. So, they are selling treasures? If treasures can be found here, wouldn't that mean a direct rise in status?
He quickly turned to agree with Huang Yuan. Alright, then let's go for a walk tonight.
Although she had achieved her goal, Huang Yuan wasn't happy at all. Deep down, she felt envious.
What does this mean? Could it be that this young lady here is even worse than the scrap metal in the night market? Stinking rascal, it makes me so angry. In the end, Huang Yuan left in a huff.
She angrily muttered, "If you want to go, then go. There are plenty of people who want to go for a walk with this young lady." Jianshan smiled awkwardly and patted his head upon hearing this. Qin Ji, standing beside him, looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected that even Jianshan, peerless under heaven, would sometimes have to take a loss. At the same time, in the darkness, Jia Fei held a strange object. He quietly whispered, "Jianshan, you forced my hand." In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning, and the frame of an arena had appeared. By now, the stands were packed with spectators. On this side, the organizer was still busy jotting things down. Excitedly, he called out to the crowd, place your bets, brothers. Here's your chance to strike it rich today, the odds are 1 to 5. Hearing that, someone stepped forward and asked, who's the one with the 5? The organizer immediately raised 5 fingers and replied, of course, Jianshan's the one with 5. His opponent, Jia Fei, wields the Guangming Saint Power and is even a 6-turn Grand Saint Master. The crowd, initially hesitant, quickly grew restless. Clutching their money bags, they surged forward. I'll bet 10,000 purple gold coins on Jia Fei to win. Higher than that, I'll wager 50,000 purple gold coins on Jia Fei's victory. The stakes kept rising. I'll put down 100,000 on Jia Fei to win. Just as the last empty spot on the table was about to be filled, a large cloth bag was suddenly thrown down, scattering the smaller ones nearby. To everyone's surprise, Qin Ji had also come to place a bet, offering an astonishing amount. I'll wager 200,000 purple gold coins on Jianshan to win. The person next to him immediately shouted, brothers, you're crazy. Jia Fei, the power of light, 6-turn Grand Saint Master, how could he possibly lose like this? Qin Ji's face suddenly turned serious. He looked at the other person with disdain, saying, you don't understand anything about power. Beside Qin Ji, Gu Feng also refused to back down and placed his bet. I also bet on Jianshan to win. I'm putting down 100,000. Back on the arena, Jianshan stood facing Jia Fei. Both seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, they were constantly evaluating each other. After a moment of observation, Jia Fei spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. Jianshan, you have Shangli, the light attribute, in your body, don't you? Upon hearing the question, Jianshan's expression suddenly darkened. He cautiously responded, how do you know? At that moment, Jia Fei raised his hand, and his voice carried a hint of smugness. Although you used a special method to conceal your aura, there is an inherent connection within the Guangming Saint Power, something you can never deceive me about. Seeing that Jia Fei had discovered his secret, Jianshan immediately challenged him, if that's the case, how dare you stand on this stage? Did you forget how I killed Ca Lai yesterday? Upon hearing this, the man's hand suddenly tightened into a fist. Immediately, a fierce aura of spiritual energy emanated from Jia Fei. He gritted his teeth and said, Jianshan, I admit that during our last encounter, I misjudged you, which is why my younger brother died at your hands. Right after that, Jia Fei's body and face were enveloped in a layer of silver armor. He arrogantly raised his voice, but whether it's Ming Dong or you, for someone to become my opponent is nothing but luck. At that moment, the announcement sounded. The match had begun. As soon as the fight started, Jia Fei went berserk and yelled, Die, Jianshan. The words barely left his mouth when he lunged at Jianshan, leaping high into the air. With that movement, a streak of golden sword energy immediately swept towards Jianshan, but he swiftly dodged. A small spark suddenly flickered from Jia Fei's sword, looking very strange. Jianshan's sharp eyes quickly caught sight of it, and he anxiously muttered to himself, something's wrong, this is bad. As expected, from the slash, a brilliant, powerful streak of fire shot straight into the sky. The audience was also stunned by this scene,
and it wasn't until a while later that someone spoke up, "Oh my god, is the power of this sword really that strong?" The person next to him then speculated, Jian Chen must have been reduced to smoke by now. However, they were wrong. After the smoke from the flames dissipated, Jian Chen was still standing firmly on the arena. "You are indeed stronger than your younger brother. Ming Dong's defeat to you is not unjust," he said, and immediately dashed toward Jia Fei. Jian Chen, seeming to have already secured victory, spoke with confidence, "But if this is your limit, then the championship is mine." Then, many other versions of Jian Chen appeared in the air, surrounding Jia Fei from all sides. But Jia Fei showed no sign of hesitation. He raised the blue sword in his hand and executed a move that was useless against me. Then, with all his might, he thrust it into the ground, causing the earth beneath him to glow with a blinding light. The strength quickly transformed into a pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky, forcing even Jian Chen to retreat. Faced with such overwhelming power, Jian Chen calmly threw out something wrapped in a greenish glow. "These little tricks dare to show off in front of me?" The bright object darted straight towards Jia Fei. The wall of power surrounding him could not stop it. In the blink of an eye, the bright object pierced through the final protective layer. Jia Fei looked on in shock, his eyes wide, and he wondered to himself, how could this be? Just as he was still bewildered, Jian Chen had somehow appeared behind him. Only then did Jia Fei realize something was wrong. In panic, he turned his head to look back, but it seemed it was too late. A streak of red blood shot into the air. In front of Jia Fei, Jian Chen stood at ease, mocking him loudly, "So, what now?" "Ah, a lucky one who made it into the finals. Not only did I stab you with my sword, but I also destroyed your weapon. Now that you have no weapon, how do you expect to defeat me?" Jia Fei refused to give up. He pushed Jian Chen's sword aside with his hand and roared, "Jian Chen, Jia Fei, will never stop until I die." Taking advantage of Jian Chen retracting his sword, Jia Fei quickly stepped back. Then, he suddenly took out a small vial and decisively opened the cap. He poured the pill into his mouth. Under the aid of the medicine, the spiritual power within his body suddenly surged, multiplying several times over. Furthermore, it seemed as if he had been prepared, as he swiftly drew a new blue sword from his personal space. Seeing this, Jian Chen furrowed his brow. His eyes, which had just helped him recognize the king's weapon in front of him, glowed. Huang Luan, standing below, also noticed this. She anxiously shouted, "Oh no, that big guy has a king's army. I wonder if Jian Chen can defeat him." Unlike Huang Luan, Qin Ji appeared far calmer. He thought to himself, "Miss Huang, what are you talking about? Jian Chen has already killed 2 people with the king's army. With a snap of his fingers, those before us will be gone." Of course, Qin Ji didn't say this out loud. He waved his hand to reassure Huang Luan. "Miss Huang, you don't need to worry. We all know Jian Chen's strength." There was one thought Qin Ji kept to himself: she should be worrying about how much longer Jia Fei could stay alive. On the battlefield, Jia Fei was furiously raising his sword. "Jian Chen, die." As soon as the sword was swung down, a massive wave of Shangli shot towards Jian Chen, the holy heaven and earth obliterating everything in its path. Since Jian Chen managed to dodge, the strike instead pierced the barrier surrounding the arena, leaving a large crack in it. Jian Chen stared at the slash in confusion, and even he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Jia Fei's strength was too overwhelming. Thinking this, Jian Chen cautiously turned his gaze toward Jia Fei. At this point, the ground had been slashed with a long gash, and the power Jia Fei unleashed from the king's army was several times stronger than that of Qin Ji. For Du Gufeng and the others, just a light touch would be enough to end them. Before such a powerful opponent as Jia Fei, Jian Chen took the initiative to charge forward, while carefully calculating in his mind. If even the Treasure Mountain seal, a weapon without a master, was unable to be damaged by him, how could he possibly destroy a weapon in the hands of Jia Fei, one with an owner? Then, Jian Chen leaped in front of Jia Fei. It seemed he had a plan. It appeared the only option was to find a way to break the armor on his body. Following that was the sound of 2 weapons colliding: the purple Qing sword art, Yuan Xing.
While striking at Jianchen, he kept thinking, hoping that his armor didn't have a king's barrier as thick as a tortoise shell. Just at that moment, Jianchen's gaze landed on a tear in the armor on Jia Fei's shoulder. Very good, his armor wasn't solid after all. But before he could rejoice for long, Jianchen's face changed. He exclaimed, "What? The tear is actually healing by itself, and Jia Fei doesn't even need to move a finger." At this point, Jia Fei's eyes were bloodshot, and an eerie red energy suddenly radiated from his body. As Jianchen saw the change in Jia Fei's aura, he was momentarily stunned. This guy is not normal, he thought. Before he could think any further, Jia Fei charged at him. The blue sword in his hand swung straight at Jianchen. In a critical moment, Jianchen could only bring his sword up to block it. Though he managed to parry, the lethal strike left Jianchen with no choice but to brace himself desperately. Only moments later, he was being pressured to the point of suffocation. Jianchen clutched his chest in pain. Huang Luan, watching from the side, was startled by what he saw. She anxiously shouted his name, Jianchen. It was only after a while that Jianchen let out a heavy breath, stood up, and turned around, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Jia Fei was still relentlessly attacking Jianchen, seemingly intent on finishing him off in one strike. This time, Jianchen did not dodge. He opened his eyes, and from his gaze emanated a fierce anger. Seizing heaven's creation, with energy amplified tenfold, was the perfect opportunity to test the heaven rank martial technique he had obtained in the secret realm. Facing Jia Fei's sword, Jianchen only needed 2 fingers to block the attack. The crowd below erupted into a flurry of noise, with one person exclaiming, "What? How could that Jianchen easily block such a powerful strike? Someone else must have interfered." Only 15, standing off to the side, fully understood what was happening. He quietly stroked his long beard and murmured, "This brat has used a secret technique to temporarily raise his strength to the level of an 8th-layer grandmaster. It seems the outcome of this fight has already been decided." His words perfectly matched the situation unfolding on the arena. Jia Fei had been sent flying by a single kick from Jianchen. Not only that, the armor that Jia Fei was most proud of. It shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. What was even more terrifying was that Jianchen had raised the blue sword high, and his gaze radiated a dangerous aura that seemed to pierce the heavens. Then, Jianchen spun around and hurled the blue sword in his hand into the distance. From the blue sword skill, Infinite Sword Formation, a green sword aura immediately appeared in front of Jia Fei, but he clearly couldn't dodge it. This was because Jianchen's sword formation was too intricate, each strike targeting a vital spot on Jia Fei's body. After piercing into him, the blue swords transformed into sword chi, piercing through his body in multiple directions. Moments later, Jia Fei began to lose strength, and all that remained on the ground was a body riddled with wounds and a face contorted in terror. Only then did Jianchen step forward to Jia Fei's side and, with a single slash, sent him on his way. It was truly pitiful, completely destroyed by the medicinal substances, his mind obliterated. Having dealt with Jia Fei, Jianchen, though victorious, had to admit one thing: you were indeed a powerful opponent. If not for seizing heaven's creation, I fear I would have truly been defeated by you today. The outcome of the battle was now clear. 15 raised his hand and solemnly announced. The champion Yong Bing Dehui was now clear. The champion was the moment that name was spoken, and Jianchen immediately received a resounding cheer of admiration from below. He Ming joined the lively atmosphere in the stands, while Huang Luan's gaze never left Jianchen's back from start to finish. Suddenly, she recalled the awkward moment of their first meeting. Jianchen, who now stood out so brilliantly, made Huang Luan wonder, was he really the same person from back then? After the intense match, the group gathered joyfully around the dining table. Ming Donghao raised his glass. "Tonight, let's celebrate Jianchen winning the championship at the mercenary assembly. We won't go home until we're drunk." Next, it was Qin Ji's turn to toast with Jianchen. "Jianchen, after we part ways tonight, I have to return with Du Gufeng. If you ever come to the Qin Empire in the future, don't forget about us brothers." He answered generously, "Don't worry, I won't." Mo Ling seemed to be slightly tipsy.
She brought her glass closer to Jian Shen. Jian Shen Gij, I have to leave tomorrow. I don't know if we'll ever have the chance to meet again, but you mustn't forget about me, okay?
Being close to someone as beautiful as Mo Ling, Jian Shen felt flustered and scratched his head.
Miss Tian Mo is joking, Miss Feng Si Zhui Yu. Anyone who has met Miss cannot possibly forget you.
Huang Luan, hearing this, turned her face away in jealousy and gave Jian Shen a sharp nudge in the stomach as if to warn him. Jian Shen, if you like, I can show you a secret family technique, the art of memory erasure.
Would you like to try it later? It will make sure you forget the things you shouldn't remember.
The party eventually came to an end, and by the late hours, only Huang Luan remained standing with Jian Shen. He took out the jade pendant that Ming Dong had given him earlier and handed it to Huang Luan.
This jade pendant, once worn, could save her life in times of danger.
Clutching the jade tightly in her hand, Huang Luan's face flushed with shyness, but she still tried to act normal.
Since you are so thoughtful, I will make sure Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun don't come after you anymore.
Before parting ways, Jian Shen reminded her, Lo Ni, be careful on your journey.
Huang Luan calmly turned around.
Don't worry, I have Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun with me. The Shi family won't be able to stir up any trouble.
With that, she left.
She immediately flew away, but there was still worry in King's eyes. Stinking rascal, you should be careful too. After seeing Huang Luan off, Jian Shen finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Ming Dong, with a curious look on his face, approached.
Jian Shen looked at him in confusion. Ming Dong, what's going on? Why are you looking for me?
Ming Dong walked over, playfully whistling at him, then teasingly said, Jian Shen, since Miss Huang likes you so much, wouldn't it be good to keep her by your side? Jian Shen helplessly rubbed his forehead and replied, that's not possible.
Did you forget about the army we encountered on the way here? Hearing this, Ming Dong asked in surprise, are you talking about the soldiers of Kingdom Fenglin? Jian Shen's expression suddenly grew tense.
He spoke seriously, expressing the concern in his heart.
That's right.
Kingdom Fenglin wants to invade the kingdom of Jessen, and Gushan is my homeland.
Until this matter is settled, I don't want Luoni to get involved.
Understanding Jian Shen's dilemma, Ming Dong stopped teasing him.
He then asked, all right, I understand. By the way, Jian Shen, as the champion of the mercenary assembly, are you going to the central area of the mercenary city to train tomorrow? Do you know how long you'll need to train?
Jian Shen looked puzzled.
Yes, it's probably been almost half a year now. Why do you ask?
When Ming Dong heard this, his eyes lit up.
So you already have a plan, huh? That's great. While you're training, I'll also ask Uncle Tian to bring my parents here to take a short break.
Ming Dong suddenly seemed to remember something and absent-mindedly reached up to rub his head. After a moment of silence, he looked at Jian Shen, his voice rising with sincerity. Jian Shen, this time I will pass through the kingdom of Jessen.
Would you like me to deliver any messages to your parents?
Jian Shen, upon being asked about this, paused for a moment, his mind filled with countless emotions.
Father and mother, are they in good health now? Then Jian Shen took out a thick scroll of paper and quietly asked Ming Dong to deliver it.
Ming Dong, please help me deliver this to family head Uncle Chang Yang of Zhangyang Manor, Changlu, Kingdom of Jessen. The scroll bore the 4 characters, Ninefold Cloud Cave.
Ming Dong took the scroll and confidently assured Jian Shen in a mischievous tone. Got it, I will remember. Before long, it was the morning of the next day. 15 was praising Jian Shen.
Young man, this old man indeed did not misjudge you. Jian Shen humbly clasped his hands and bowed. Senior is too kind, my winning the championship was merely a stroke of luck. Seeing Jian Shen's response, 15 was even more pleased. This brat not only has outstanding strength, but his character is also rare. His tone softened as he spoke. We will take you to the armory to select a heaven rank battle skill and a cultivation method for the heaven realm. Let's go. Jian Shen respectfully responded, yes, thank you, senior. A moment later, the two passed through the teleportation gate. Before them now stood an ancient library, the sunlight pouring in and casting a golden armor-like glow over it. In front of Jian Shan, 15 continued explaining. The greatest reward for the champion was not the heaven rank battle skill, but the opportunity to enter the Holy Land. The words immediately piqued Jian Shan's curiosity. If the heaven rank battle skill was not the greatest reward, could it be that the Holy Land contained a saint rank battle technique? 15 smiled gently and replied, a saint rank battle technique is nothing special. Upon hearing this, Jian Shan was immediately stunned and exclaimed, what? While talking, the two of them had already entered the library without Jian Shan even noticing. 15 pointed to the bookshelves, where the heaven rank battle skills were all placed on the highest shelves. Go ahead and pick, but you can only take 2 books. Jian Shan quickly scanned the surroundings. Understood. With that, he began to browse the shelves on his own. In his heart, Jian Shan couldn't help but marvel, this small library has so many heaven rank battle skills? Very quickly, he got to the main topic. Water type heaven rank battle skill, Ocean Rage and Supreme Slash, these were not suited to him. Afterward, Jian Shan moved on to another book. This one was not right either, and it still didn't fit. It wasn't until he found a book in the corner that Jian Shan finally stopped. The title written on it was Ninefold Cloud Cave. At the same time, on the surface of the lake, where the green water rippled, there was a small pavilion standing still on the water. Inside the pavilion, the sound of a melodious zither echoed, as the heavenly demon maiden was fully absorbed, letting her soul flow with each movement of her fingers. Just as the sound of the zither swelled, she suddenly widened her eyes, then Vigilance spoke up, asking, who is this before the heavenly demon maiden? Elder 15, leading Jian Shan, was slowly approaching. Heavenly demon maiden, after 50 years, you are still as graceful and extraordinary as ever. Behind them, Jian Shan seemed to have guessed the identity of the person in front. Could it be that the woman in front of him was the Zither Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden that second miss of the Zither Tian family had mentioned? Seeing the two approach, the Heavenly Demon Maiden remained calm, sitting there, but her gaze had already noticed Jian Shan and Elder 15. This young man was. 15 immediately raised his hand to introduce, his name is Jian Shan, the champion of our mercenary assembly. Although his strength is only at the level of a Grand Earth Saint Master of the 6th stage, his potential is limitless, and his future achievements will definitely not be weaker than ours. Jian Shan also clasped his hands and introduced himself, I am Jian Shan. Upon seeing him, the Heavenly Demon Maiden was somewhat surprised, her gaze showing a hint of admiration. The champion this time is so young? Acknowledging the request from the elder, the Heavenly Demon Maiden lightly stood up and adjusted her dress. Since Elder 15 has spoken, I will take him into the Holy Land. She then walked directly outside, while giving an order, Jian Shan, stand beside me. He respectfully responded, yes. Before leaving, Jian Shan did not forget to thank 15. Thank you, Senior, for your care. He nodded in response, go on, this old man will not interfere with the matters of the young ones anymore. After that, the Heavenly Demon Maiden waved her hand, and a magical circle immediately appeared beneath their feet. As they moved, Jian Shan was surrounded by a brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, the circle had transported them into a spacious room. By the time Jian Shan regained his composure, he was stunned by the scene before him. It was at this moment that the voice of the Heavenly Demon Maiden rang out, explaining that this was the greatest treasure of the mercenary city, the Holy Land of Mercenaries. Upon hearing this, Jian Shan was deeply moved and clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. The Heavenly Demon Maiden glanced at him before responding, there's no need to be so polite. You are the champion of the mercenary tournament. Just call me Heavenly Demon Maiden. Jian Shan naturally didn't dare to do so, hesitating. Heavenly Demon Maiden Senior, this is quite a coincidence, a voice suddenly interrupted. Heavenly Demon Maiden, it's been years since we last met. You've only become more and more beautiful. The Heavenly Demon Maiden seemed to have recognized the owner of the voice, and with a look of displeasure, she turned her face away. The one who appeared was an old man with a long beard.
He waved his hand in a friendly manner and slowly walked toward the two of them.
Heavenly Demon Maiden, we've known each other for 200 years. I wonder when you'll invite me to visit your Three Saints Island, the old man said. This was none other than my Jian King.
The Heavenly Demon Maiden didn't bother turning around. Sorry, my Three Saints Island does not welcome outsiders.
Jian King still wanted to cover up his embarrassment.
Heavenly Demon Maiden, you're being too polite. Isn't the bond between us so close that we can't be considered strangers anymore?
But she responded bluntly.
Indeed.
Seeing Heavenly Demon Maiden's cold demeanor, he grew frustrated and immediately targeted Jian Chen with a look he had never worn before.
Little brat, what are you doing here? How did you get into the holy hall? And why are you standing so close to Heavenly Demon Maiden? In response to Jian King's unpleasant attitude, Jian Chen remained as calm as ever.
I am Jian Chen, the champion of this mercenary assembly.
Senior Heavenly Demon Maiden brought me here.
Hearing this, Jian King immediately started nitpicking.
A nameless little nobody dared to boast like that? Didn't he know the proper etiquette when facing a Saint King?
Realizing that Jian King was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him, Jian Chen wasn't bothered and instead mocked him. Not all Saint Kings deserved the respect of others.
His words successfully provoked Jian King.
The latter gritted his teeth and growled inwardly.
Damn it, I see you, little brat, asking for death.
Jian Chen braced himself against the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Jian King.
He was secretly shocked. Is this the power of a Saint King? I am far too weak. In just a moment, he charged toward Jian Chen, shouting in fury. Today, I will teach you a lesson. However, at that critical moment, Jian Chen was struck with shock as he realized something was terribly wrong. His body couldn't move. Just then, a hand filled with powerful spiritual energy reached out in front of him. It turned out to be the Heavenly Demon Maiden, who had stepped in to block Jian King's strike. She placed her hand on Jian Chen's back, her voice cold as she spoke. Jian King, Jian Chen is brought here by Elder 15. You want to kill him in front of me? Are you challenging me in Elder 15?
Jian King was left speechless. He could only swallow his anger, cursing inwardly. This little brat had unexpectedly embarrassed me in front of the Heavenly Demon Maiden. I will remember this grudge.
But Jian King did not dare make another move.
He angrily withdrew his hand, thinking to himself that little brat was lucky today. Having narrowly escaped death, Jian Chen immediately looked at the Heavenly Demon Maiden with a gaze full of gratitude and said, "Thank you, Senior." Suddenly, she asked unexpectedly.
Elder 15 said, "Are you the sixth-turn Grand Saint Master?"
Jian Chen was slightly surprised when he heard the Heavenly Demon Maiden ask that.
Yes, is there a problem? Upon receiving his answer, the Heavenly Demon Maiden immediately turned around. No, nothing. Just follow me when we enter the Holy Land later.
Jian Chen responded, yes, but in her heart, she was assessing whether the sixth-turn Grand Earth Saint Master could directly confront and suppress the Saint King's spiritual power. It seemed this Jian Chen was not as simple as he appeared. Then, the large door in front of them opened, releasing a surge of energy.
The Heavenly Demon Maiden spoke, "The Holy Land is open. Jian Chen, follow me, hurry up." Yes.
Immediately, the figures of the two vanished without a trace, leaving only two streaks of light in the air. In an instant, they had entered the Holy Land, landing on a rock ledge nearby. Though they had just arrived, Jian Chen was already sweating profusely. He gently wiped the sweat from his face. It was incredibly hot in this Holy Land, yet the Heavenly Demon Maiden showed no sign of discomfort. She casually waved her hand, and a corner of the golden rock was immediately cut off. The piece quickly flew towards the two of them. Catching the stone with her hand, the Heavenly Demon Maiden turned and handed it to Jian Chen. This was one of the rewards for the champion. Seeing the energy radiating from it, which was no ordinary glow, Jian Chen curiously asked, "Heavenly Demon Maiden Senior, what kind of stone is this?" Upon hearing this, she explained its origin. We call this the Holy Land crystal. It is condensed from the energy within the Holy Land. If absorbed, not only can it greatly enhance one's physical strength, but it can also strengthen a person's spiritual power.
Jian Shen was astonished, exclaiming, "What kind of thing is this that has such effects? If one were to consume all the crystallized energy below, wouldn't that make them invincible?"
The heavenly demon maiden looked at him helplessly, thinking to herself that he was oversimplifying things. Firstly, this energy is only effective for powerhouses below the Saint King level. Secondly, if you consume too much of it at once, you will definitely explode and die.
Jian Chen frowned. The heavenly demon maiden didn't continue elaborating. Instead, she got straight to the point. Directly swallow it.
If you absorb it in the first zone, your strength will be significantly enhanced. Gripping the stone tightly in his hand, Jian Shen's gaze grew even more excited.
All right.
In the midst of the seething sea of molten lava, Jian Shen was meditating, with swirling violet energy waves rising around him. Suddenly, a brilliant light exploded around Jian Shen's body, and his cloak was blown away. At this moment, he opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction in them. The Grand Earth Saint Master had reached the 8th level, and combined with seizing heaven's creation, at this stage of the Grand Earth Saint Master, no one was his opponent. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Has the crystal of the Holy Land been fully absorbed?" Jian Shen heard the voice and immediately turned, clasping his hands in greeting. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Seeing that he had completed the first step, the heavenly demon maiden continued to guide him. "If you've already refined the essence, then you should go and explore other areas." She quietly pointed the way for Jian Shen. To the east is the area for comprehending the 6 sources of power of heaven and earth, and to the north is the essence of this holy hall. It preserves saint-rank battle skills and some powerful cultivation methods created by the seniors themselves, with power comparable to saint-rank battle skills. Hearing this, Jian Shen was astonished and exclaimed, "Senior, aren't you coming?" Heavenly Demon Maiden replied calmly, "I follow the Zitharine path. The martial arts and cultivation techniques I have learned are not suitable for me and will not benefit me much." Jian Shen no longer had any questions. He bowed and said, "Then I shall take my leave, Senior." After finishing his words, Jian Shen decisively turned and walked away. Heavenly Demon Maiden watched his back until it disappeared from view. After confirming that Jian Shen had left, her expression changed. She raised her voice and warned, "By Jian King, what are you planning? Both you and I know very well. I advise you to give up on that idea." By Jian King appeared in mid-air, raising his hand and responding, "Oh, Heavenly Demon Maiden, there's no hostility in my words. I simply wish to see what kind of person this year's champion is." But Heavenly Demon Maiden did not bother to argue. She gently closed her eyes. "By Jian King, what are you planning? Both you and I know very well. I advise you to give up on that idea." By Jian King fell silent upon hearing this, but his furtive gaze spoke volumes about his thoughts. "Heavenly Demon Maiden, I will make you mine." On Jian Shen's side, following the instructions of the Heavenly Demon Maiden, he sought out a carving on the stone, left by Saint Emperor Ninth Heaven Qinyu. Upon seeing the carvings, Jian Shen suddenly became suspicious and wondered to himself, "Is this a saint-rank battle technique?" Despite still having many doubts in his heart, Jian Shen's gaze remained fixed on the stone wall. It seemed as though he had noticed something on it, which made him suddenly think that there must be many powerhouse holy emperors in the mercenary business. Just as Jian Shen was lost in thought, Qin Zhang's voice cut through, interrupting him. "Little brat, who are you? I've never seen you before." Senior, Jian Shen immediately cupped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Jian Shen, the champion of this mercenary competition." What Jian Shen said surprised Qin Zhang, and his eyes looked at him with a hint of scrutiny. The champion of the mercenary competition. It took Qin Zhang a while before he remembered, "Oh, that competition? It's been so long since I went out, I almost forgot about it." "Right, so who brought you in this year?" Jian Shen replied, "It was Senior Heavenly Demon Maiden."
But Qin Jiang waved his hand dismissively. No, it wasn't. He tried to clarify. No, I'm not talking about the heavenly demon maiden. There must be someone dressed like me, perhaps acting as a referee or doing something else. It was then that Jian Chen realized who Qin Jian was referring to. He quickly responded, Senior, are you referring to Elder 15? Junior is not familiar with Elder 15's name. Upon hearing the name 15, Qin Jian's expression softened. 15 has entered. Where is he?
Jian Chen was momentarily caught off guard by the question.
Elder 15 did not enter, saying that his time was running out.
Seeing that 15 was absent, Qin Jian's expression darkened again.
Is that so? 15 is nearing his end then. He sighed and turned away, walking off. Everyone has left. It's just me here, bearing the punishment. Of course, Jian Chen couldn't interfere too much with the matters between them. What he was focused on now was, Senior, are these carvings on the wall the legendary Saint rank battle techniques?
Qin Jiang's gaze followed the carvings on the wall, and he responded, These are the Saint rank battle techniques that this old man and my friends studied for our entire lives, yet we still couldn't fully comprehend them. Upon receiving Qin Jiang's response, the confusion in Jian Chen's heart only grew stronger. Could one really comprehend a Saint rank battle skill just from a few pictures? There wasn't even the slightest method of cultivation mentioned. Seeing that Jian Chen still didn't understand, Qin Jiang raised his hand to explain. Saint family battle skills are different from heaven rank battle skills. They essentially have no cultivation method, every move and technique entirely relies on one's own comprehension. To execute a Saint rank battle technique is to completely borrow the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, to understand a Saint rank battle technique, one must first reach the strength of a Saint King. Only by breaking through to the Saint King realm can you begin to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth and control some of their power. After speaking, his gaze shifted behind him. Little brat, you are currently at the Grand Earth Saint Master realm, correct? Jian Chen quickly nodded. Yes. At this point, Qin Jiang calmly closed his eyes and kindly reminded him, This old man advises you to leave for now. Wait until you reach the Saint King realm before returning. Otherwise, you'll end up like my 11th younger brother. Because this broken battle skill has ruined his entire life. The meaning behind those words immediately made Jian Chen ponder. He wondered, Senior, what do you mean by that? After a brief pause, memories flooded back to Qin Jiang's mind. He softly recounted, back then, our Black Moon mercenary group had reached a cooperation agreement with Mercenary City, where we protected the Holy Land for Mercenary City in exchange for the right to enter it. I was ranked 5th, with 10 brothers beneath me. Among them, the 11th brother was the most intelligent. Within our entire mercenary group, he and the daughter of the sect leader of Blue Moon Sword Sect shared a deep, mutual affection. However, in the end, it was their desire to comprehend the shattered combat technique on this cliff that led him to live out his life in solitude within this cave. Finishing the story, Qin Jiang stood up, dusted off the folds of his robes, and repeated, I see you're still young. Don't let these trivial combat techniques cause you to delay the important people in your life. The story made Jian Chen think of Yu and Huang Wan. He hesitated for a moment, but Jian Chen was unwilling to give up. He politely declined, Thank you for your advice, Senior. I only wish to have a look at this fighting technique. Absolutely will not waste time here. Qin Jiang, upon hearing this, felt at ease and took his leave, waving goodbye to Jian Chen. Well then, it's about time this old man prepares for his own affairs. After a while, Jian Chen was left alone, studying the stone carving in front of him. Suddenly, the holy weapon inside him seemed to sense something and started vibrating violently. What's happening? The disturbance was transmitted to Jian Chen, who stood there, stunned in front of the stone wall. In just a moment, the holy weapon inside him radiated an overwhelming shangli. Jian Chen, in shock, clasped his chest. Could it be that next, he unconsciously summoned 2 holy weapons, a dagger and a lone sword? As if being controlled, Jian Shen's body automatically followed the movements depicted in the stone carving. After a few seconds, Jian Shen's eyes suddenly widened in shock, and he screamed so loudly that veins popped out on his face. After the scream, Jian Shen decisively swung both arms, striking the stone wall in front of him. Having unleashed the explosive power within his body, Jian Shen finally regained his composure and observed. What kind of destructive force was this? Before he could even begin to think, the pain in his chest flared up again, and Jian Shen anxiously muttered to himself, "This is bad. Luckily you managed to stabilize your spiritual energy in time." Jian Shen looked in astonishment at his hand. As expected of a saint-rank battle technique, I've only grasped less than a tenth of it, and the spiritual energy in my body has already been drained. If I were to use the technique fully, I wonder how much spiritual energy it would consume. It was then that he realized that without mastering the concepts of heaven and earth, one couldn't possibly comprehend the saint-rank battle technique. First, he needed to improve his own strength. With that thought, Jian Shen took out several magic cores. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and the time Jian Shen had set to meet with Ming Dong was approaching. While he was still meditating with his eyes closed, the heavenly demon maiden stepped forward to remind him, "Jian Shen, the time has come. You should head out now." Jian Shen furrowed his brows slightly, his voice tinged with regret. "So soon?" Hearing this, the heavenly demon maiden crossed her arms in front of her chest and explained, "You haven't yet reached the Saint King realm, so you can only stay here for half a year at a time. Once you reach the Saint King realm, you'll be able to cultivate here, and for the next 50 years, after each mercenary tournament." Jian Shen showed a hint of regret as he replied, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon maiden took out a Yuan Xing stone. This is a teleportation crystal. Once you break it, you'll be teleported to Grand Plaza City to take up the mercenary job. Considering the time, Elder 15 is probably already waiting for you. Before leaving, Jian Shen respectfully clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your care these past days, Senior Heavenly Demon Maiden." "Alright, there's no need to be so polite," she waved her hand. "Go now." Watching Jian Shen's departing figure, Heavenly Demon Maiden felt a flicker of anticipation in her heart, hoping that he would soon become a Saint King powerhouse. Outside the teleportation door, there had already been movement for some time. Elder 15 quickly realized that the little brat must have come out. A moment later, Jian Shen's figure indeed appeared at the exit. Seeing the person waiting for him, Jian Shen bowed respectfully. "Elder 15, it's been a long time." 15 nodded in response, "Little brat, you still remember this old man, I am truly honored." Jian Shen had always respected Elder 15, and hearing him say this, he immediately expressed, "Elder 15, what do you mean by that?" "That day, little brat was able to enter the Holy Land all thanks to your guidance." 15 also knew that such sincerity was not fake. He smiled kindly and waved his hand. "Alright, little brat, don't be so polite with me. Take it." A golden object landed neatly in Jian Shen's hand, and he looked at it in surprise. "Elder 15, this is." Jian Shen opened his palm, revealing a finely crafted badge. Only then did 15 begin to explain that it was the final reward for the mercenary champion, called the mercenary medal. Though it appeared small, it contained many profound secrets. The mercenary medal was forged from numerous precious materials, engraved with intricate formations within. It could be activated using Shangli, and once activated, it could rapidly condense the heaven and earth energy within several dozen miles, greatly enhancing a cultivator's training speed. Hearing this explanation, Jian Shen immediately began to calculate in his mind if he gave this medal to the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group or Zhanyang Manor, it would undoubtedly have tremendous effects. Having finished what needed to be done, 15 turned around and walked away. "Alright then, this old man should be going too. In 50 years, little brat must come back here and drink with this old man," the old man said. Jian Shen respectfully clasped his hands and saw him off. "I will definitely come back." The sky quickly darkened to pitch black. At this moment, Jian Shen was sitting silently by a campfire on the edge of the forest. Since leaving earlier, he had been focused on studying the book in his hands. This martial skill might have another way to use it. Ming Dong kissed it. Just then, a small sound caught Jian Chen's attention. He became vigilant, and his eyes immediately scanned the source of the noise. Then, Jian Chen calmly put the book away and called out loudly into the endless darkness. If you've come, Jika, stop hiding and come out to speak your intentions. Seeing that Jian Chen had already noticed him, the figure no longer hid. He spoke, as expected of the champion of the mercenary tournament, your sensitivity to killing intent is remarkable. The person stepped out from his hiding spot, casually introducing himself. This old man is the third elder of the Shi family. Little brother Jian Chen, how are you? Hearing the familiar surname, Jian Chen suddenly remembered. Could the Shi family be the family of Shi Ziran? It's ruined. For the past half year, I've been focused on cultivation and completely forgot about this matter. However, on the surface, you're still pretending to be confused. Shi family? Which Shi family? Could old Mister have mistaken the person he's looking for? Stone Third Elder didn't want to waste time with unnecessary words. He directly said, Little brother Jian Chen, you are indeed a forgetful person. In just half a year, you've already forgotten that Shi Ziran, the third young master of the Shi family, was killed by your hands? Seeing the overwhelming aura emanating from Stone Third Elder, Jian Chen cautiously spoke up. Senior, I had no idea that the man would take such an aggressive stance. It's fine. I know that young people don't always know their limits. It's not uncommon for a fight to get out of hand, and it's normal for someone to accidentally kill the opponent. You don't need to worry about this. The reason this old man is here today is for another matter. Upon hearing this, Jian Chen asked in return, May I ask, Senior, what is the reason? Stone Third Elder's face darkened, with only his aged eyes gleaming brightly. He spoke coldly, the Treasure Mountain Seal, little brother Jian Chen. This old man doesn't want to play tricks with you any longer. Return the Treasure Mountain Seal to the Shi family, and we can resolve our differences peacefully. Jian Chen of course didn't want to hand the thing over. He deftly refused, Elder, I don't possess that item, it fell into the secret realm of the mercenary city. Stone Third Elder merely exclaimed, oh, then, saying no more, quickly burned a talisman in his hand. Treasure Mountain Seal, appear. Unexpected, the Treasure Mountain Seal actually rose out of Jian Chen's spatial pocket. You tried to stop it but couldn't, who would have thought they had this trick up their sleeve? Facing Jian Chen, Stone Third Elder still tried to coax him with words. Little brother Jian Chen, give it to me now, this old man will treat you as before and won't trouble you, how about it? Yet Jian Chen had already seen through Stone's scheme, he could not allow him to take it, they might bring harm to the second elder. So Jian Chen tightened his grip with resolute determination. Elder, I will not give this to you. Hearing his reply, Stone Third Elder sighed with regret. So be it, he finished, and murderous intent flared fiercely around him. Stone Third Elder spoke slowly, then I have no choice but to kill you. Right after that, the old man charged fiercely toward Jian Chen, but he quickly dodged. Upon seeing the Stone Third Elder in such a frantic state, Jian Chen immediately wanted to retreat. However, the old man's sharp eyes caught sight of him. Stone Third Elder swiftly unsheathed his sword and charged forward without hesitation. Then, he decisively slashed a fiery red sword aura toward Jian Chen. Faced with such a relentless sword strike, Jian Chen had no choice but to block it with his own sword, unable to evade. In mid-air, the two sword auras clashed violently, but had little effect. Recognizing the unusual nature of his opponent's sword energy, Jian Chen was horrified and exclaimed, What? Seeing his expression, Stone Third Elder sneered. A mere Grand Earth Saint Master actually thought himself invincible? This time, nothing could stop that power. Jian Chen was momentarily stunned, but just as the sword aura was about to strike him, a layer of magic suddenly appeared, blocking it. Upon seeing this, Stone Third Elder became enraged and shouted, Who is it? How dare you ruin the good deeds of the Shi family? Do you have a death wish? So it turns out the ones who came were Olden and Yun Zhang.
Olden, are you seriously saying there's really a heavenly void saint master in this world, that's shameless? Olden quickly caught on and responded.
Yun Zhang said, I've told you long ago, the bigger the forest, the more kinds of birds there are, shameless ones included. Having been rescued, Jian Shen clasped his hands and bowed gratefully to the two of them. I, Jian Shen, sincerely thank you both for your timely assistance. At that moment, Yun Zhan was startled.
What? Your name is Jian Shen? You're not the champion of the mercenary assembly from half a year ago, are you?
Jian Shen replied with a blank expression.
The champion this year is indeed me.
Hearing his confirmation, Yun Zheng cheerfully slapped Olden on the shoulder. Olden, brother, we've struck gold. The champion of the mercenary assembly this time, we've hit the jackpot.
Across from them, Stone Third Elder couldn't muster any joy. It's over, we've run into colleagues. No accidents can be allowed to happen now.
Thinking so, he still tried to negotiate. This little brother has something that belongs to our Sure family.
If you two want to loot, could you let this old man retrieve the item first?
This old man guarantees that as long as I can get my hands on the Sure family's treasure mountain seal, I absolutely won't interfere in anything you two do. Those words made Yun Zheng furious. He pointed directly at Stone Third Elder, cursing him to his face. Damn it, this old bastard considers me and Olden as bandits. We're just here to help out when we see injustice, and Olden here looks far more sensible than you. He raised his hand to stop Yun Zhang and spoke, from your words and your appearance, it's clear that you're from the Sure family, aren't you?
Stone Third Elder unexpectedly asked back, do you know the Sure family?
Olden, upon hearing this, mocked loudly, I know a bunch of dogs who bully others with their power.
Am I right?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Zhang's laughter echoed through the forest. Once again, Olden had said something crude, cursing and swearing as usual. Noticing the unfriendly attitude of the two, Stone Third Elder began to have doubts.
Was one of them named Yun Zhang? Was there an enemy of the family by that name?
And as for the one named Olden, why have we never heard of this before? On the surface, the old man still tried to appear calm.
Do you have a grievance with the Sure family?
Olden casually spoke. Not in the past, but now I do. This statement successfully provoked the Stone Third Elder. He shouted, you two better not think you're above your station. At that moment, Jian Shen, standing behind, suddenly spoke up to interrupt. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. But this is a personal matter between me and the Sure family. I hope you, seniors, will not be troubled by it. Olden's expression remained unchanged.
Jian Shen, I have a question for you.
Naturally, Jian Shen did not refuse. Please, Senior, ask.
To my surprise, Olden directly asked, do you happen to have a mercenary group? Although Jian Shen did not fully understand his intent, he quickly replied, yes, why do you ask?
Upon hearing this, Olden explained, here's the thing, 3 months ago, Jun Zhang and I met a man named Ming Dong.
We didn't know him, and we asked him if he would like to form a mercenary group with us.
But he told us that he had already formed one with you.
Yun Zheng eagerly continued.
That's right, so we asked him if we could join the mercenary group and play together. He then told us to go to Mercenary City to find you, saying that you still had about 3 months before you would leave the city. At this point, Jian Shen finally understood it all made sense now.
So, Ming Dong sent everyone here, did he? Olden nodded, confirming.
Originally, the two of us, brothers, were planning to assess your character before making a decision. After a brief pause, Olden placed a hand on his chest and sincerely said, we, brothers, highly value your integrity, which is why we wanted to ask if the two of us and Yun Zhang could join your mercenary group?
Jian Shen gladly agreed.
Welcome, of course, welcome. I've been waiting for this. Yun Zhang immediately raised his hand in joy, shouting, this is great. It seems like our mercenary group's future is definitely something to look forward to.
After finishing with Jian Shen, Olden turned to Stone Third Elder and loudly reminded him, Elder of the Sure family, do you still want to make a move against us?
Just a reminder, both Yun Zhang and I are Heavenly Void Saint Masters.
Are you confident in taking on two at once?
Faced with two powerful opponents, Stone Third Elder could only grit his teeth and scream in his heart, not expecting an obstacle to appear halfway through. While he was at a loss about what to do, a voice suddenly rang out.
Stone Third Elder, I am here to help you. Stone Third Elder called out the name of the person. Kiet Deba, you're not a stranger, it's Deba. Stone Third Elder was puzzled. Kiet Deba, why are you here? Deba spoke with bitterness.
This brat Jianshen not only stole the Treasure Mountain seal of your Sure family, but the king's army from my family is also in his possession.
Upon hearing this, he exclaimed, What?
After explaining the situation, Deba spoke harshly to the two others. Now, two Heavenly Void Saint Masters are fighting two Heavenly Void Saint Masters.
Do you still want to step in for him?
Yunjing suddenly moved his shoulder joints, a determined look on his face. No need to say more, brother, all of us have already joined Jianshen's mercenary group. Olden whispered, Jianshen, later we'll hold them back, you hurry and escape.
Jianshen, worried, spoke in reply. Can two people with trust deal with them? Olden responded, No.
But it's no problem to escape from their hands. So, Yun Zhang and I will help you buy some time, and you can take the opportunity. At that moment, Jianshen actually asked Olden to help him delay for 10 breaths. I'll deal with them, he said, which startled him.
Right, 10 breaths. What? Olden was afraid he had misheard and asked again, What did you say?
Jianshen calmly repeated, Help me delay for 10 breaths, and I'll deal with them.
Are you kidding, kid? Olden still tried to stop Jianshen, they are Heavenly Void Saint Masters.
Although you're an 8th tier Grand Earth Saint Master now, no matter how strong a Grand Earth Saint Master is, you can't hurt a Heavenly Void Saint Master. In response, Jianshen was already in a ready stance.
Trust me.
Seeing how confident he was, Olden couldn't help but be stunned.
Could it be that he really had a way to injure a Heavenly Void Saint Master?
Thinking that, he decided to take a chance.
Alright then, since you've said so, next.
Both sides quickly rushed into battle, with only Jianshen still preparing in the back, just in time for the two Heavenly Void Saint Masters to be there to test the power of this Saint rank battle technique. Despite being of the same strength level, the time gap between them was simply too large. Yun Zhang and Olden barely gained any advantage.
The Stone Third Elder spoke up, Are you two still so stubborn?
While avoiding his strike, Yun Zhang responded confidently, We are both Heavenly Void Saint Masters, who is afraid of whom is yet to be seen. On the side of Olden and Deba, he even mocked aloud. If not, then you two might as well give up today, bring more Heavenly Void Saint Masters next time and come find us to cause trouble.
Indeed, this remark infuriated Deba.
He roared, Damn it, do you think Heavenly Void Saint Masters are as common as cabbages on the road? Standing in front of the two, Deba threatened loudly, I'll give you two one last chance to retreat, or you'll die.
Olden remained calm and replied, Our brothers have always said the same thing, we do not retreat. Yun Zhang immediately affirmed in a deep voice, That's right.
At their words, a murderous light flashed in Deba's eyes.
He slowly drew his weapon. Then I have no choice but to let the two of you die.
The weapon Deba produced was a long, red-blue sword, its body enveloped by the mansion's Shangli aura. Olden, seeing it, gasped in astonishment, King's weapon. Yun Zhang beside him had also recognized its presence. He froze and said, King's army Kieta's treasure, you've brought quite a few of them, haven't you? Across from them, Deba said nothing more. He gripped the blue sword and swung at the two. Even before it struck, the powerful Shangli energy radiating from it made both of them flinch. Yun Zhang and Olden simultaneously summoned their own weapons. Just as Deba's blade was about to fall, the two of them raised their swords in time to block.
A heart-stopping clash ensued.
But the outcome was not favorable. Deba's spiritual power quickly surged past theirs and rushed straight toward them. As danger drew near, Jianshen's voice rang out, Dr. Yun Zhang, get down. The two immediately lay down, and just as they finished their actions, another powerful Shangli strike swept overhead. In midair, that Shangli quickly blocked Daba's sword chi. He watched, stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? Only then did Stone Third Elder realize something was wrong and shouted, "No!" But it was too late. Daba's sword move had been deflected and detonated by itself. It wasn't until the smoke from the explosion started to clear that Stone Third Elder appeared, disheveled. What kind of martial technique is this? Daba immediately urged, "Hurry up." So, Stone Third Elder and Daba were forced to retreat in frustration, leaving behind Yun Zhang, who was shouting after them. "Stop, you turtles! Don't run!" Olden quickly stepped in to stop him. "Yun Zhang, don't go." After a while, Olden suddenly remembered Jian Chen, his expression filled with worry as he turned around. "Jian Chen, are you all right?" Jian Chen sat exhausted on the ground, but there was a clear look of satisfaction on his face. It seemed that this saint rank battle technique was indeed extraordinary. Hearing Jian Chen mention it, Olden exclaimed in surprise, "What? Saint rank battle technique? Jian Chen, you are only an 8th transition Grand Earth Saint Master. How is it possible for you to possess a saint rank battle technique?" With that, Olden helped Jian Chen to his feet, and in a soft voice, he explained, "Because I won the title of champion at the Mercenary Assembly, I was fortunate enough to spend half a year training at the Mercenary Holy Land. I only understood a little about saint rank battle techniques there, so it can't be considered a true saint rank technique." Jian Chen placed his hand on Olden's shoulder, his eyes full of curiosity as he looked at him. "What? You were able to comprehend even a little about the saint rank battle technique?" Arriving at a clean tree stump, Jian Chen sat down to rest. He suddenly asked, "Why? Is it that hard to understand a little? Isn't it just comprehending one partial move?" Hearing this, Yun Zhang was somewhat taken aback. "Jian Chen, do you even realize what you're saying?" "Exactly." Olden beside them sighed in frustration. "Don't even talk about the Grandmaster level, many Heavenly Void Saint Masters don't even have the qualifications to look at a saint rank battle technique." Then, he handed Jian Chen a small porcelain vial. "This is a spirit chi pill. It can quickly replenish the spiritual energy in your body. Is there any part of your body that still feels unwell?" He awkwardly took the medicine bottle, explaining that it was just the spiritual energy in his body being drained, nothing else, and a night of rest would be enough. Seeing that Jian Chen didn't seem to be in any immediate danger, Olden felt relieved and turned to leave. "Then you should rest here, we'll keep watch." Jian Chen politely responded, "All right, thank you." Before long, morning arrived. Olden, still puzzled, asked Jian Chen, "Are you sure you don't need us to accompany you?" Yun Zhang also agreed. "Yes, what if those two old fools from yesterday come looking for trouble again?" At this moment, Jian Chen's face showed clear confidence. He calmly replied, "It's fine, I can handle it. Based on yesterday's situation, they won't dare to come after me for a while. Besides, the place I'm heading to, they probably don't even know about. There was also a more important reason. I really need you two to help me investigate some information in the kingdom of Jessen." Olden gave Jian Chen a suspicious look. "What kind of information are you asking us to investigate?" Only then did Jian Chen begin recounting the situation from half a year ago, when Ming Dong and he participated in the Mercenary Assembly. "We encountered soldiers from the kingdom of Fonglin and a battle broke out. From what the soldiers said, we learned that the kingdom of Fonglin seems to have intentions of invading the kingdom of Jessen. Therefore, I hope you can help me investigate why the kingdom of Fonglin wants to go to war with the kingdom of Jessen." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Olden replied seriously, "Understood. Leave this matter to me and Yun Zhang." After a while, the three of them had to part ways. Jian Chen waved goodbye to Yun Zhang and Olden as they set off carefully. Olden waved back, saying they would meet again later. Jian Chen continued on his journey, walking without showing any sign of fatigue. It was unclear how long he had been walking, but eventually, he stopped to rest on a stone. While drinking water, he thought to himself that if he walked a little further north, he would probably reach the city of Sa. At that moment, a shrill cry suddenly pierced the silence around him. Help! Help! Lanon came running and, in her haste, accidentally bumped into Jianchen. Weakly, she pleaded, "Young master, please save me." Behind her, a group of ruthless bandits followed. The leader, Chu Yuan, spoke up, "Eldest miss of the Lan family, I think you should obediently come with us." Seeing Jianchen, he pretended to be dangerous, licking the blade of his sword. "Little brat, if you don't want to die, then get lost. The most important thing for us in the Black Wind Bandit group is our integrity." Lanon, who was behind them, was so furious that she shouted, "You bastards, I gave you money to pass through, and now you're going back on your word. There's no integrity in you at all." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan burst out laughing. "Who told you, Miss Lan, with your beauty, that our squad leader has been thinking about you day and night?" Lanon, frightened, warned, "You dare. If my grandfather finds out that something has happened to me, he will definitely not let you off." But Fu Yuan clearly didn't take her warning seriously. He sneered, "How could we not know how much your Lan Ming family weighs? With just the Lan Ming family, you're not even close to being in the sights of the Black Wind Bandit group. Brothers, tie her up for our squad leader." The two men behind him immediately shouted in unison. Seeing their vicious demeanor, Lanon had no choice but to turn to Jianchen for help. "Honored hero, please save me, I will surely repay you." He didn't respond immediately but first cast a scrutinizing glance at the group. A Grand Master accompanied by two Saint Masters was going out to rob. Their presence reminded Jianchen of when he had just left the kingdom, and Gushin had started taking risks. It seemed that he always ran into groups like this. The thought only made him sigh. Life everywhere was full of unexpected events. After a moment of consideration, Jianchen, the human child, still wanted to give them a chance. "I'm in a good mood today. You three, leave. I don't want to kill anyone." However, the three in front of him burst into laughter. Chu Yuan pointed at Jianchen's face and mocked him. "I'm dying of laughter. This little brat sure knows how to act," one of them boasted. "Little brat boss, I know Earth-level martial skills, Earth-level skills. Do you understand the value of Earth-level techniques?" Chu Yuan continued, pretending to be modest as he waved his hand dismissively. "Don't show off so much." Hearing their annoying words, Jianchen waved his hand slightly, and a powerful Shangli shot out. Moments later, only a patch of scorched grass remained on the ground. Jianchen calmly looked at them. "This?" At that moment, the group finally became afraid and knelt down. Chu Yuan, the loudest among them, shouted, "Honored hero, please spare our lives. We have elderly and young children at home, and our family is waiting for us to return and take care of them." The subordinate next to him also pleaded, "We cannot die, otherwise, the lives of our families will become extremely difficult." A moment later, the three of them were bound behind Lan On's carriage. From the carriage, her voice could be heard, "Thank you for saving our lives, young master. I am Lan On, the eldest daughter of Lan family from Taza City." Lan On looked at Jianchen with gratitude. "May I ask how I should address you, young master?" He casually replied, "I am Jianchen." Upon seeing Jianchen appear here, Lan On became curious. "May I ask why young master Jianchen has come to Taza City?" He humbly answered, "It's nothing important. I'm just training in the Chuyu continent and happened to pass through here." Upon hearing this, Lan On praised him. "No wonder young master Jianchen is so young yet possesses such great strength." As she became excited, she seemed ready to say more. That's right, young master Jianchen's voice was interrupted by the servant. "Miss, we've arrived." Upon hearing this, Lan On immediately pulled Jianchen along. "Young master Jianchen, let me take you to meet my grandfather. He will surely thank you." Of course, he would refuse. "I didn't do this for any reward, and I wanted to go into the city to buy a few things," but Lan On stubbornly insisted. "No, you must come with me." Eventually, Jianchen had no choice but to follow. As soon as they got off the carriage, Lan On joyfully ran over. Her grandfather, old Master Lan Ming, kindly greeted her. My dear granddaughter, you've worked hard. I'll send someone to take care of those who angered you. Comforted by her grandfather's words, Lanon burst into tears, sobbing as she said, Grandfather, let me tell you, this time, it's all thanks to young Master Jian. If it weren't for him, I would have been caught by those bandits. Upon hearing this, Lan Ming understood Lan On's meaning and gratefully looked at Jian. Little brother, it's all thanks to you this time. This old man truly must thank you. Jian humbly bowed in return, saying, Old mister, you're too kind. The younger generation merely helped because it was the right thing to do. The smile on Lan Ming's face grew even more pronounced. He praised Yang Jian, a man who steps forward to help when witnessing injustice is truly a hero, a young hero at that. Just then, his gaze met the group of people from the Black Wind Bandit group behind him. Lan Ming's expression turned serious as he spoke. The Black Wind Bandit group, is it? It seems that this old man hasn't dealt with you for quite some time. Have you all been living too comfortably? He then waved his hand, signaling his servants, Take these 3 scoundrels and lock them up in the family prison. I will interrogate them later. The servants immediately obeyed. Understood. After dealing with them, Lan Ming turned back to Jian, smiling again. I invite you, little brother, to one of the houses in the Lan Ming family to rest. We would like to express our hospitality. Jian couldn't refuse and reluctantly accepted. Then I must trouble you. As time passed, evening arrived, and the lights of Lan family's mansion were lit up. Inside, Lan Ming was raising his glass. Today, I thank little brother Jian for saving my granddaughter. Everyone, please, drink. Jian raised his glass in return. You flatter me, Lan family head. By the way, is there any spatial gate in Taza City? Hearing this, Lan Ming fell into a brief moment of contemplation, then sighed and replied, With the level of Taza City, there's no way something like the spatial gate exists. Little brother Jian, if you want to use the spatial gate, I'm afraid you'll have to go to a bigger city. This seemed to be within Jian's expectations. He thought to himself, as expected, it looks like I'll have to plan more carefully in the future. I must return home before the kingdom of Fonlin and the kingdom of Jessen go to war. Lanon noticed Jian's expression and eagerly asked, Sword young master, are you in a hurry to go somewhere? To her question, Jian only gave a vague answer, not really, I just want to train a bit more. If I had access to a spatial gate, it would be much more convenient to travel to some places. Upon hearing this, Lanon was relieved. She then mentioned, in that case, the 10,000 Poisons mountain range outside the city is full of powerful magical beasts. Many people in Taza City go there to train. Moreover, I heard that recently, a powerful 6th-ranked demon beast was spotted there. The news hit Jian like a bolt of lightning. You exclaimed in surprise, what? Really? Because Jian understood very well about demon beasts, a 6th-ranked demon beast was equivalent to the heavenly void Saint Master realm of humans. But fearing that you might not believe it, Lan Ming, who was sitting beside you, added, It's true. I heard its head and body are severely injured, and this morning, many mercenaries went to the 10,000 Poisons mountain range to investigate. Seeing that Jian was so focused, Lan Ming then made a suggestion, Little brother Jian, if you want to take a look as well, I can arrange for someone to take you there tomorrow. This would happen to be exactly what Jian wants. You clasped your hands in thanks, thank you very much, Lan clan chief. Just at dawn the next morning, someone from the Lan family escorted Jian to a forest. The person handed Jian the cloth bag in their hand and said, Mr. Jian, up ahead is the 10,000 Poisons mountain range. This is a bit of poison-resisting elixir prepared by the family head for you. Please be careful. Jian politely took it, expressing his gratitude. After that, he could no longer hold back and quickly sped off toward the front. While flying toward the 10,000 Poisons mountain range, something below suddenly caught Jian's eye. The forest was unusually silent. In the open space, a group of people with fierce expressions had gathered around a patch of land, facing a large, dangerous white tiger. Jianshan sat on a tree branch, observing everything, then quietly thought to himself, found it, this is probably the 6th rank demon beast they were talking about. With a doubtful expression, he muttered, strange, why do I feel a fluctuation of darkness energy from this tiger? The white tiger should normally have a thunder attribute. Could it have been injured by these people? Below, Bai Yao carried his sword on his shoulder, his face cold as ice. He spoke gruffly, you can leave. This demon beast belongs to us. 2 men stepped forward. One gritted his teeth and angrily asked, who are you? The other man's eyes were filled with disdain, his voice threatening, that's right, speaking so arrogantly, be careful we kill you. Bai Yao raised the command token in his hand, his expression unwavering, his voice firm, I am from the Mo Yun family. If anyone dares to act out of line, don't blame Mo Yun family for being ruthless. Jianshan remained perched on the tree branch, watching everything unfold below. After hearing this, he murmured to himself and thought. The Mo Yun family seemed to be on par with Shi Ran's group. He wondered which side, between them and the Shi family, would be more formidable. As if he had figured something out, Jianshan's eyes suddenly brightened. He thought to himself, the next time the Shi family comes causing trouble, I'll have found someone to take the blame. However, he frowned, deep in thought, but just as he was about to focus again on the Treasure Mountain seal, a voice suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. The Mo Yun family had made their move. Below, the 2 Yun family soldiers, upon hearing this, drew their swords, and with a surge of fierce energy, charged straight toward the white tiger. The white tiger retaliated with a roar of anger, releasing a circular wave of energy to block the strikes of the 2 Yun family soldiers. The white tiger's counterattack shattered their swords, sending the pieces flying far away. At that moment, a loud shout echoed, urgently calling out. What? Old Kai, be careful. The white tiger lunged at the 2 Yun family soldiers with blood-red eyes, full of danger, and its sharp, long claws. It slammed its foot hard into one of the soldiers, the force sending him flying backward. The pain was unbearable. Jianshan watched and frowned in surprise. Just a moment ago, the 2 people who were also Grand Earth Saint Masters like him had shown no fighting ability at all when facing the white tiger. It seemed that this magical beast couldn't be a 6th rank beast. Suddenly, it was as though something appeared, causing him to exclaim in shock. A little white tiger, named Heavenly Wing, appeared next to the white tiger. It rubbed its head against the white tiger's leg. Jianshan seemed to recognize it, thinking to himself, so that's what it is. This magical beast wasn't 6th rank, it was 7th rank. It now appeared to be 6th rank because it had given birth, which had caused its strength to temporarily diminish. Bai Yao, watching from above, had ambition clearly written on his face. He quickly shouted, that's the cub of a 6th rank demon beast. Everyone, charge forward. We must capture the little white tiger. At Bai Yao's command, all of Yun family's soldiers rushed toward the white tiger. The white tiger let out a fierce roar and prepared to counterattack. Half an hour later, a number of Yun family soldiers lay dead, scattered on the ground. Beside them, the white tiger was panting heavily after the long battle, while the tiny Heavenly Wing stood by its side. He was also very angry, his eyes shimmering with a look of fury. Bai Yao still did not give up, he waved his hand, ordering everyone to advance. The large beast wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The white tiger looked at the people in front of it and let out a roar as if preparing for the next battle. A man from the earlier group, witnessing this, exclaimed that the large one was in trouble. Someone next to him responded, Neela Lam, we should still be cautious. First, let's sever its legs. Below, a group of people was getting ready to face the white tiger. Jianshan recalled the image of his mother, her kind eyes and familiar warm smile. He clenched his hand, which trembled uncontrollably from the anger he felt. From below, voices filled with greed echoed. The skin of this giant tiger could definitely sell for a high price. Fool, do you know how much a young 6th rank demon beast is worth? We're about to get rich. A soldier with a sword rushed forward, preparing to stab the white tiger and Heavenly Wing lying there. But just then, a figure appeared, blocking the white tiger and slashing down with a sword, causing the soldier to fall to the ground. Jianshen stood there with an imposing demeanor, his voice calm yet full of power. "Gentlemen, this white tiger is mine now, you may leave." The soldiers of the Yun family, seeing this, shouted, "Where did this little brat come from? He doesn't know the meaning of life and death." With a cold expression on his face, Jianshen swung his sword decisively, a brilliant flash of light gleaming in the air. The soldiers, struck by the blade, panicked and screamed in agony. Jianshen stood calmly amidst the dust and smoke, holding his sword, as the white tiger roared fiercely behind him. Bai Yao approached, pointing at Jianshen with a ferocious expression. He then soared into the air, brandishing his sword and striking towards Jianshen, his eyes filled with rage. Jianshen immediately countered, swinging his sword, sending beams of light with enormous energy towards Bai Yao. Turning around, he shouted at the men behind him, "Aren't you all leaving? Are you waiting to die?" The men, hearing this, panicked and shouted, "Run! This brat can easily defeat the people of the Mo Yun family." The others next to them also cried out in fear, "The strength of this brat is unfathomable. Run quickly!" As soon as the words were spoken, they hurriedly fled, leaving behind a silent battlefield after the noisy conflict. Jianshen stood watching and muttered, "The strength of the enemies in this city is too weak. It seems that the Grand Earth Saint Master is already the limit." Jianshen turned around and gently stroked the head of the white tiger, which slumped down, breathing heavily. Its gaze towards Jianshen contained something akin to a plea. He looked at it and said, "You should quickly take your child and run, don't let them find you again. Next time, I'm not sure I can save you." Then a desperate, trembling voice sounded, pleading, "Please, save my child." Jianshen immediately felt a flicker of vigilance, realizing that he hadn't sensed anyone nearby. He then turned his gaze back to the white tiger. "Were you the one speaking to me just now?" It quickly replied, "Yes, human." Staring intently at it, Jianshen couldn't believe it. This magical beast actually knew how to speak human language. Fixing his eyes on it, the white tiger quickly introduced itself, "I am White Tiger, a six-legged magical beast." Jianshen was astonished upon hearing this, a seventh-ranked demon beast. The strength of this creature is equivalent to the Saint King level of a human. The white tiger immediately bit his sleeve, whispering, "Human, please save my child. It has just been born, it cannot die like this." He was startled. "You don't need to worry so much. There are no humans stronger than you around here. As long as you don't actively go looking for trouble, perhaps no human Saint Kings will come to trouble you." But now, the white tiger looked dejected, lowering its head before speaking again, "No, my life has already run its course." It then showed Jianshen its wounds. He stared in surprise, "Who caused these 3 wounds of yours? Why is there darkness energy?" The white tiger looked at him and pleaded once more, "Human. I can tell you everything, but I hope you can promise me one thing." It then took out the little white tiger from its embrace and said to him, "Please, help me raise my child." Jianshen looked at it, momentarily stunned. The offspring of a 7th-ranked demon beast, the future potential of this little one would at least be that of a 6th-ranked demon beast. After that, Jianshen asked it again, "Aren't you afraid that I am like those people from before? Why are you so sure about that?" It quickly responded, "No, you are not like those people. Part of it comes from the intuition of our demon beast tribe, and part of it comes from your eyes." Jianshen was surprised and asked, "My eyes?" The white tiger replied, "Yes, human, your eyes are clear and pure, without the filthy things that those Mila lamb carry. Therefore, I am willing to entrust the child to you." Jianshen was a little confused. "What about you? With your strength as a 7th-ranked demon beast, can't you withstand a small wound on your abdomen?" Now, the white tiger quickly recounted, deep within the Chonghuang mountain range, there was a demon beast tribe, leading all the high-level magical beasts in the area. This tribe was called Jinli Jian. It introduced, "I am an elder with a high rank in the Jinli Jian family, and my husband is the younger brother of the patriarch of the Jinli Jian family. We, by chance, gave birth to the legendary heavenly winged divine tiger. We originally thought it would make the bear tribe stronger, but unexpectedly, we were hunted down by the patriarch of the Jinli Jian family. According to what White Tiger recounted, my husband died at the hands of Patriarch Jinli Jian while protecting me and our child. As for me, I was severely injured by Patriarch Jinli Jian and don't have much time left to live. After pausing for a moment, it added, I brought the child here, thinking I had escaped the pursuit of the tribe, but unexpectedly, we were surrounded by humans. Just when I was on the brink of despair, you appeared. Jian Shen was surprised, just 3 scratches, and your life is already at risk? White Tiger replied, yes, the darkness energy in these 3 scratches is the source of power from the fake king of the Jinli Jian family. Only a 7th rank Light Saint Master can remove this energy from my body. But our tribe and humans have a very bad relationship. Jian Shen then smiled and said, if that's the case, it's an easy fix. He then introduced himself, I happen to be a Guangming Saint Master. Although I'm not yet at the 7th rank, Sister Shang should be able to handle it without any issues. White Tiger was shocked, you are actually a Guangming Saint Master? Wait, aren't you a sword cultivator? Sitting down slowly beside White Tiger, he quickly explained briefly. Nie Zheng practiced swordsmanship, while Nie Fu handled healing. Shifting the scene to the other side, Elder Bai rushed in, flustered, to report. Ancestor, something's wrong, it's a huge problem. Breathing heavily, he quickly continued, Ancestor, the cub of the 6th rank demon beast has been stolen by someone. Mo Yun's voice carried a trace of fury, Elder Bai, the item has been stolen, and you still have the face to come back here? Elder Bai, in fear, lowered his head. Ancestor, Bai Ben Hexayan's life is insignificant, but the cub of the 6th rank demon beast is a matter of great importance. I must return to report. Mo Yun then spoke again, tell me, which force dares to oppose the Mo Yun plan? Elder Bai honestly reported, a young man named Jian Shen, who was the champion of the mercenary assembly 6 months ago. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun couldn't help but wonder aloud, what is the champion of the mercenary assembly doing in Chang Sa Go? Mo Yun then asked again, do you know where this Jian Shen is? Elder Bai quickly reported, I've heard that Jian Shen saved the eldest young lady Lan On of the Lan family. He is likely a guest at the Lan family. Meanwhile, Jian Shen quickly said to Bai Hu, soon, we will leave. You should quickly find a place to hide, he said, holding the little one in his arms, then continued, I have left my Guangming Saint power within you. Although I have suppressed the darkness energy inside you, right now, you cannot engage in combat with anyone. Once you use your energy, the balance within your body will be disrupted. By then, not even a 7th level Guangming Saint Master, let alone an 8th level one, will be able to save you. The White Tiger nuzzled its head against his face, then sincerely said, Jian Shen, I will forever remember your kindness. Afterward, it licked its own cub's face and added, the heavenly winged divine tiger grows very slowly, it must consume many rare treasures of heaven and earth to speed up its growth. Jian Shen smiled and reassured it, don't worry, I know what to do. For now, we should leave immediately. The longer we stay, the more variables there will be. The White Tiger quickly prepared to turn and leave. You're right. Watching its figure gradually fade away, Jian Shen silently thought to himself, for the sake of your cub, you must live on. Right after he returned, Lin On entered. Young Master Jian Shen, you're back. He happily looked at the other person, then said, just returned from the Demon Beast Mountain, doing miss. Seeing Heavenly Wing lying asleep, Lin On couldn't help but exclaim in delight, what is this? Why is it so adorable? He quickly replied, Miss Lan, what you are holding is the cub of a 6th rank demon beast. Lin On was startled, what? There's even a cute demon beast like this? At that moment, Jian Shen quickly spoke out loudly, if you've come, then don't hide anymore. Mo Yun stood outside, then called out loudly, Jian Shen, I am Patriarch He Yun, I wonder if I could meet you? As soon as Lin On heard the voice, she immediately froze in shock. Patriarch He Yun, he dares to come here? Jian Shen was surprised and asked her, what? Is he that powerful? She quickly explained, the He Yun clan is the largest family in Taza City, much bigger than your Lan Ming family. Looking at Heavenly Wing, Linon continued, a few days ago, he came to demand that I marry him, sending over more than 60 people. He had no shame. My family spent a lot of money to make him give up. Jian Chen immediately responded to her. If that's the case, let's go meet him for a bit. Looking towards the man, Jian Chen calmly asked, Patriarch He Yun, what can I do for you? He did not waste any time with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Jian Chen, the young sixth realm demon beast is in your possession. Jian Chen replied briefly, is that so? Mo Yun then spoke again, Jian Chen, would you be willing to hand over the young demon beast to the He Yun family? We will offer you a good deal, and with the strength at our disposal, we will meet your demands unconditionally. Before Mo Yun could finish speaking, Jian Chen quickly declined. Sorry, I've already promised someone else to raise and protect this little white tiger. Mo Yun asked, why must you go through all this trouble? Raising a demon beast takes a lot of time. To raise one to maturity, it will take at least several decades, even hundreds of years. By that time, you. But Jian Chen replied nonchalantly, it's none of your business. If there's nothing else, please leave. At the same moment, Mo Yun began to channel his internal energy. Jian Chen, it seems you don't understand. As an Earth Saint Master, you think you can just act arrogantly like this in front of others? But in front of the Heavenly Void Saint Master like me, you should reconsider your tone. Jian Chen was not one to back down either. You had better watch your words and avoid tarnishing the reputation of the He Yun tribe in Taza City. Although this old man is the Heavenly Void Saint Master, he is also a powerful figure. Even if I exert all my strength, I would have no chance. Now that Mo Yun is enraged because of you, he roared. Well, you little brat, if you refuse to hand it over, then I will just take it by force. With that, he struck towards Jian Chen's earth element, executing the one-sword falling star. Jian Chen also responded immediately, swinging his sword in counterattack with the purple-green sword art, Starfall. Unexpectedly, Jian Chen's sword energy was able to break through Mo Yun's attack in an instant. Mo Yun, unable to believe his eyes, was shocked and exclaimed loudly, what? In an instant, he gathered his internal energy to protect himself. It was only by a hair's breadth that Mo Yun wasn't injured by Jian Chen's strike. Right after, a huge explosion rang out, lighting up the sky like a firework, and Jian Chen slowly rose toward the source. He had no intention of giving Mo Yun a chance to retreat. The next instant, he struck again. Using the blue sword skill Infinity, Mo Yun covered his face with his hand and could not help but praise. Indeed, he possessed real skill, no wonder he had won the tournament. But of course he would not yield. Jian Chen is useless. No matter how strong you are, a Grand Earth Saint Master cannot harm a Heavenly Void Saint Master that is a chasm of realms. Do not entertain such delusions. On the other side, he condensed his inner power and produced a small dagger from his body, preparing to strike. No sooner had he formed the thought than the auxiliary blue sword hit Mo Yun's right side, making him momentarily alarmed. Mo Yun stared intently at Jian Chen. This sword is strange, can it truly fly through the air? Could it be a unique sword technique, granting Jian Chen such power even before reaching the Heavenly Void Realm? If given more time, our He Yun clan will offend as Saint King. Impossible, he must be eliminated. Then he looked at him and shouted, Jian Chen, you intend to oppose the He Yun tribe, so do not blame me for using a poison blade. Today is your death. After the words came an earth-type strike, a domineering, ruthless killing aura. Mo Yun was still extremely pleased with himself. Let me see what other tricks you have. In the face of the attack, Jian Chen swiftly dodged the blow with ease. Of course, Jian Chen did not remain still. He continued to frown and kept his eyes fixed on his opponent. After channeling his internal energy, the sword chi shot powerfully back toward Mo Yun. He quickly formed a shield in front of him and then spoke in an imposing tone, I already told you, no. However, what Mo Yun did not expect was that the shield was shattered by the sword chi. Seeing the situation unfold, Mo Yun was so shocked that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but exclaim, what? Before he could regain his composure, the sword chi flew straight toward him, causing Mo Yun to scream in panic. Looking at him, Jian Shen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of someone from the heavenly void realm, taking a direct hit from a sword strike without dying. Ciela at the tournament was also cleaved in half by this move. He also thought to himself, what sword technique did that little brat use to break through my defense? Could it be a heavenly long sword technique? It must be. Only the heaven rank sword technique could unleash such powerful force. No, I am not his match. I cannot die here. In the end, Mo Yun chose to flee. He didn't dare to risk his life, just for a white tiger. As soon as Jian Shen left, he exhaled deeply and slumped to the ground, tiredly saying, thankfully, he ran away. Otherwise, I would have been the one to lose. Lu Ji, exhausted, walked in and silently thought to himself that he needed to find a way for the purple-green sword spirit to recover so that it could be of use in future battles. As soon as he saw him, Lan On immediately approached and praised him. Young Master Jian Shen, you are truly formidable. Jian Shen humbly replied, it's nothing much. Did I affect you earlier? She cheerfully responded, no. I've wanted to cultivate since I was little, but the Ji family didn't allow it, saying that girls shouldn't be involved in fighting and killing. At that moment, Jian Shen suddenly jolted, his gaze shifting to the white tiger lying beside him. He looked at it with care. You're awake? Are you hungry? Lin On smiled brightly, so cute, let me go find some food for it. After speaking, Lin On quickly rushed out to find food for the white tiger. After the brief battle, Jian Shen quickly sat on the bed, using his internal energy to heal his wounds. Heavenly Wing trotted over to his side, observing him for a while, seemingly wanting to say something. As soon as it entered, Heavenly Wing pounced straight into Jian Shen's arms, not understanding its own intentions. This caused Jian Shen, who was meditating, to startle for a moment. Miss Lan is going to fetch some food. Wait a minute, you're a fox, you can't eat lychee. But immediately after, it began to tear at the clothes on Jian Shen's body, leaving him confused. Seeing the shirt ripped apart and the creature eagerly munching on it right there, Jian Shen couldn't help but be extremely surprised. What is this? Does this little creature have such a peculiar taste? However, upon closer inspection, Jian Shen quickly realized that this was blood. Now, he finally understood that Heavenly Wing wasn't trying to eat lychee, but rather, the little fire beast was after the blood on his shirt. At the same moment, Lin On cheerfully entered. I brought you a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. It has some pigs' trotters in it. Jian Shen quickly responded, thank you for your trouble. But perhaps Miss Lan could help me prepare some blood from magical beasts as well? But as soon as she stepped inside, the sight of him not wearing anything immediately struck her, causing Lin On to blush uncontrollably. However, Jian Shen seemed oblivious, looking at her in surprise and asking, Miss Lan, are you feeling unwell? He then placed his warm hand on Lin On's forehead to check her temperature, leaving her in a daze. She had never been this physically close to a member of the opposite sex before. Flustered, Lin On accidentally knocked over her bowl of porridge, spilling it on the floor. In a panic, she hurriedly ran out, calling out to Jian Shen, I'll go prepare it. Now left alone in the room, Jian Shen stared after her, confused. Ha? What's going on? Meanwhile, over at the other scene, Lan Jun seemed to be fuming. Father, you want to marry you and I off to Jian Shen? We don't understand. Lan Ming replied calmly, a 20-year-old Grand Earth Saint Master, champion of the weapon assembly, yet you don't understand? From my experience, he will accomplish even greater things in the future. Lan Jun remained dissatisfied, but the number of his father's enemies was too great for the Lan family to withstand. Lan Ming snorted coldly and continued. Many enemies, you say? Juner, remember, there's no such thing as an enemy. After that, he looked outside and explained earlier, the old man from Heiyun family tried to cause trouble with Jian Shen, nearly getting himself killed. As for Patriarch Yun Mo, we are both heavenly void saint masters. Lan Ming recalled that strike of Jian Shen's, and with the immense power of the earth realm, who could possibly stand as an enemy to heavenly void? He felt a bit melancholy afterward.
I only went there to lend a hand, never expecting that the old man from Heiyun's sect would be no match. I just hope Jian Shen doesn't take it to heart. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the night, a figure quickly soared through the air, exuding an immense aura. Upon seeing it, the two subordinates immediately became cautious. They drew their swords and one of them shouted loudly, "Who goes there?" But as soon as they saw the familiar figure, both of them were startled and immediately shouted, "Ancestor!" They turned to look at Mo Yun, their faces filled with concern, and asked, "Ancestor, are you all right?" Mo Yun replied, "I'm fine." "Quickly, go find out if Jianshen has any enemies." One of the subordinates bowed his head and responded, "Yes." The look on his face was one of murderous intent. "Jianshen, it was because of you. My Heiyun family will not let you live, nor will you be able to escape death. Now, you've changed into proper attire." Jianshen returned to his handsome appearance as usual. As he stepped in, he looked over at Heavenly Wing, which was peacefully sleeping like a child. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious and said, "I really admire this guy, eat and sleep, that's all." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Young Master Jianshen." Linon approached and softly said, "Young Master, the family head requests your presence for a family discussion." He was surprised, wondering what was going on. She then responded, "I'm not sure either, but please follow me." They walked together. Linon spoke again, "Grandfather, Jianshen is here, he will pay his respects." Jianshen bowed to Lan Ming, the family head of the Lan Ming family. Lan Ming quickly pretended to be polite. "Little brother Jianshen, I apologize for last night. This old man drank a little too much and didn't realize the old man from Heiyun's sect came to cause trouble." Jianshen replied, "Please, don't be so polite. It was originally my issue." Then he turned to Lin On and said, "Good granddaughter, please serve us some tea." She obediently replied, "Yes, grandfather." Then Lan Ming spoke to him again, "Little brother Jianshen, I wonder what you think of my niece." Jianshen immediately responded, "Miss Lan is gentle and kind, and also very considerate." Lan Ming smiled faintly before getting to the main point, "I don't mean that. What I want to ask is whether you would be willing to take care of my niece?" Upon hearing this, Jianshen was startled, his mouth hanging open in shock. "Family head, what do you mean by that?" Lan Ming lowered his voice, speaking earnestly, "Little brother, I am serious. This old man has noticed your talent and wishes to entrust my precious niece, along with the fate of the Lan family, to you. I wonder what your thoughts are." Jianshen was confused. "You haven't blamed me for rejecting it. Right now, I still have unfinished business, and I'm not ready to think about matters of the heart." Lan Ming remained firm in his decision to arrange a marriage alliance. "Well, then we can discuss it once your matters are settled." Jianshen hesitated, and just then, one of his subordinates rushed in to report. "Old master, people from Heiyun have arrived." Upon hearing this, Lan Ming was surprised. "People from the Moyun tribe?" Jianshen then added, "Patriarch sir, I think they are here for me. If it's inconvenient, I can leave first." He silently calculated, it's good, he could take advantage of this opportunity to win him over. Lan Ming quickly agreed. "All right, then you can go rest behind the screen for a bit." After making the arrangements, Lan Ming instructed his subordinates to let the people of the Moyun tribe in, and the person immediately obeyed. Yes, as soon as Bai Yao entered, he introduced himself as elder of the Moyun tribe, Bai Yao, paying respects to the family head. Lan Ming casually asked, "Old Immortal, is there something going on?" He quickly handed over a letter. "Tonight, the ancestor is hosting a banquet at the Death Tower, and he invites you to Guanlin." Lan Ming immediately got to the point. "If it's about me dealing with little brother Chen, then never mind, he's now my high priest." He turned and smiled brightly. Perhaps the patriarch of the Lan family's words were a bit premature. Lan Ming frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Bai Yao then shot a deadly glance and asked, "Do you know the Shi family and the Kiette family?" Hearing this, Lan Ming was startled. Could it be the Shi family of Chongyun City and the Kiette family of Black Wind City? Bai Yao answered with interest. "That's not wrong, he asked again, you still don't know that your granddaughter has offended those two families? Lan Ming was stunned. What? Bai Yao then added, Lam family head, I advise you, if you want to continue existing here, you should hand over Jian Chen. The message had been delivered, and now people quickly left, leaving Lan Ming standing there in a daze. His body trembled. This brat, Jian Chen, had offended these two great families and yet was unharmed. Could it be that this brat is even stronger than I thought? At that moment, Jian Chen walked out from behind the screen. Lam family head, I must leave now, so as not to cause trouble for you. Lan Ming then said, brothers, how can this be called trouble? By the way, do you really have a grudge with those two families? Jian Chen calmly replied, if they say so, then it must be true. Lan Ming couldn't help but feel curious. How did you offend them? Jian Chen answered indifferently, the weapon assembly killed their family members and took the king's weapon. Hearing his words, it sounded so casual, but to Lan Ming, it was like a thunderclap, his eyes widening in shock. What? Over here, Stone Third Elder, sitting high up, spoke, Mo Yun, you did very well. Tonight, I guarantee that your family will ensure Taza City belongs to your family. He respectfully thanked Third Elder. Daba passed the wine over, Old Sure Third, this time we must eliminate him and resolve the grudge in our hearts. Stone Third Elder reassured him, don't worry, this time, he won't escape. Sure family has sent 8 Heavenly Void Realm experts. I don't believe he can leave here alive. Before leaving, Jian Chen gave his instructions, Little White Tiger, I've left you with Miss Bailan. You must listen to her and not cause any trouble. Lan On was worried. Young master, you two should listen to grandfather and follow me to the secret passage to escape, but you quickly refused, saying it would harm them. Jian Chen reassured her, don't worry, I'll be fine. I've always managed to escape, and now that I'm in the Heavenly Void Realm, no one dares to challenge me. He then handed her a ring, Miss Lan, I'm giving you this ring. Remember, no one must know you have it. Otherwise, I will make sure you won't have any peace, Lan On quickly replied. After that, he swiftly soared into the sky. It was time to deal with this bunch. At the same moment, suddenly he sensed a powerful internal force heading toward him. Instinctively, Jian Chen quickly turned to see who was coming. Looking at the two old men, he nonchalantly said, it's been a long time since we last met. Daba arrogantly replied, Jian Chen, where have you been hiding? Nagi immediately activated his internal force and struck with a sword, executing the sacred martial technique Tianwu Slash. Daba was now startled, shouting loudly, retreat, quickly. Stone Third Elder was no different, frantically yelling, run. But just as the powerful force was about to explode, it suddenly stopped and dissipated into nothingness, as if nothing had happened, leaving the two old men bewildered. Daba clenched his fists in anger, that bastard dared to trick us. Stone Third Elder also seethed with hatred, chasing after him. Jian Chen had already quickly flown far away. He didn't intend to escape, but there was something else he was planning. As he flew, he pondered. If I remember correctly, Weapon City is in this direction, we just need to run there, and we'll be safe. It didn't take long to get there. Jian Chen quickly landed beneath the towering city walls, but at that moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure that caused his body to be forced down. Looking up, Jian Chen couldn't help but be startled. It's you too. Elder Sa looked at him with contempt. Jian Chen, Taza City is where your corpse will lie. He stared intently at the two old men, and couldn't help but ask, who are you? Jian Chen recalled Zha Fei's warning before his death. Jian Chen, be careful of the Xia clan in Kiette. He then spoke again, you two are the ones who gave Zha Fei the blood orbit weapon assembly, aren't you? Elder Sa replied, that's right. It was us, brothers. Only then could we make him die faster. Elder Shao said indifferently, I never expected a useless piece of trash like Zha Fei, who took so many blood-burst pills, still couldn't defeat you. Jian Chen furrowed his brow and then thought to himself, so the strange feeling I had back then really did come from these two old devils. Finally, Elder Saw could not hold back and shouted, "Jinshen, just die already." He looked at the hand filled with inner strength swinging toward him and silently cursed, "Damn, these two old men are like heavenly void long." He then gathered his inner strength, striking left and dodging right, struggling fiercely to counterattack the two of them. At this moment, a loud explosion from the enemy's side rang out, causing Jinshen to flinch in surprise. Waiting for an opening, he quickly turned and fled, prioritizing his own safety. Of course, Elder Saw didn't leave Jinshen any chance to escape. Wherever he ran, the old men would follow. But as they launched their attacks, both elders couldn't help but feel frustrated, cursing the illusion-like movements of Jinshen. Elder Shao then said, "We'll split up and chase him. If anyone spots him, signal immediately and call for backup from our clan to deal with him. I don't believe he can escape today." Elder Saw quickly agreed, "All right, let's do it." Thus, in the night sky, two figures flew at great speed, chasing after him. Jinshen, while running, thought to himself in surprise, not expecting the Emoyun tribe to have found so many reinforcements. He hoped Miss Lan would be all right. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. "Jinshen, so you're hiding here? Take this sword." As soon as he turned around, a powerful force was already rapidly striking toward him. Jinshen focused on the person, but now, there was no way for him to dodge the deadly blow. The force hit him, sending his body tumbling uncontrollably in mid-air. Jinshen was thrown violently through the air. His inner self silently cried out in distress, "Run quickly." Yesterday when I fought with the old master of the Emoyun clan, my energy and blood were not fully restored. Now, all I can do is run. After finishing this thought, he quickly threw a concealed weapon towards Elder Saw. Suddenly attacked, the old man was momentarily startled and couldn't avoid the strike. Watching Jinshen flee, Elder Saw shouted, "Jinshen, the Grand Earth Saint Master can't escape from the Heavenly Void Saint Master. The realms are just too far apart." Meanwhile, Jinshen had found a secluded spot and focused his internal energy to heal his wounds. After a while, he felt somewhat satisfied, having recovered quite a bit of spiritual energy. He could continue on towards Weapon City now. Hopefully, they wouldn't be able to find him here. He then looked up at the sky to observe the situation of the two persistent men. Soon, he overheard their conversation. "Old Saw, are you sure Jinshen is in this mountain range?" Elder Saw replied, "I'm certain. Although I don't know what secret technique the little brat used to increase his speed, I've been tracking him by his injuries. I am sure he's here." Then Jinshen slowly drew his weapon. If it were just these two, he could deal with them. But at this moment, Elder Saw glanced over at the opponent. "Both elders, you've arrived," Daba said as soon as he arrived. "We need to quickly find a way to capture Jinshen in a short amount of time. He's carrying our clan's treasure, and we can't afford to lose it." Jinshen furrowed his brows. "You're talking about the 4 Heavenly Void experts, right? Looks like these two families are determined to kill me." Stone Third Elder spoke up, "Here's what we'll do. Tonight, the 4 of us will guard the 4 directions. If there's any movement, we'll notify each other immediately. If he doesn't show up by tomorrow, we'll send people to Lan Clan to wipe them out. I don't believe he'll just watch his woman be killed." Elder Saw seemed to find this idea interesting. "This plan sounds good." Elder Shao quickly agreed, "Let's do it that way." Hearing them discuss plans to hunt him down, Jinshen couldn't help but frown in anger. Without hesitation, he swiftly leapt into the air, flying away from the spot where he had been hiding just moments ago. Meanwhile, Elder Saw was still meditating, and at that very moment, Jinshen had already approached his target. Channeling his inner strength and fixing his gaze on his opponent, Jinshen immediately took precise aim. Coldly, he struck toward Stone Third Elder, catching him completely off guard. When the elder turned and shouted, "Who is it?" it was already too late. With him unprepared, Jinshen swiftly delivered a powerful blow that pierced Stone Third Elder's chest. The elder stared at his chest in stunned disbelief. "No, this cannot be. I am the Heavenly Void Saint Master.
Watching the elder collapse helplessly, Jinshan said in a cold voice, "Die.
You meddled with someone you shouldn't have." At that moment a loud laugh rang out. "Jinshan, so I finally find you, let's see where you run this time." He looked at the three other elders and sneered, "You are the ones who should be running."
"Right then," Deba roared, "Jinshan, hand over Kiet's king's army to me and I'll spare your life." Elder Sa also threatened, "Hand over the treasure mountain seal at once, or the Sure family will make your life worse than death." Jinshan merely pointed his sword at them and spoke. "If you want to take back the king's army, then come and seize it. You heavenly void saint masters are nothing but a bunch of useless trash who only know how to crow, aren't you?" Elder Sa gathered his internal power and struck over. "You insolent little brat, let this old man see how long you can endure." But at that moment Jian Shen's tone quickly turned cold. He fixed his gaze on his opponent and charged, unleashing a palm strike aimed straight at Elder Sa's hand in counterattack. Seeing his strike so easily broken, Elder Sa was stunned and bewildered. "What? Impossible." At the same time, Elder Shao also gathered his internal power and leapt over to intercept the blow, bringing his sword toward him. He said coldly, "Jinshan, today we will no longer care about face." Elder Shao set his mind and shouted, "Today the three of us will definitely kill you." With that, he swiftly delivered a powerful, decisive blow at Jinshan, a finishing attack. This was the heaven-rank battle skill Pure Image Heavenly Illusion Body. At that instant a great explosion rang out, forcing him to be thrown back. Jinshan gritted his teeth. But at the same time, Elder Sa immediately blocked his path, not giving Jinshan a chance to escape. At that moment, he struck a powerful palm attack directly toward Jinshan's face, causing him to momentarily freeze in place. The large stone behind Jinshan couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. After being hit with such a heavy attack, Jinshan immediately fell face first to the ground. Now, struggling to get back on his feet, Jinshan found it difficult to rise. At the same time, Deba gathered his internal force and swung his sword down with a powerful slash toward him. This strike sent Jinshan flying through the air, the internal force propelling him further. On the ground, a large crack appeared, stretching out for quite a distance. But fortunately, Jinshan managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his internal power and activated the heaven-rank battle skill, the overturning balance technique. Jinshan quickly calculated in his mind, intending to kill one person and then escape. However, it seemed the only choice left now was to risk everything. Without hesitation, he swiftly unleashed the mighty clear sword from his hand, launching an attack toward Deba. Deba glared and shouted, "Jinshan, the biggest mistake you made was letting those two escape." Then he soared into the sky. "If those two are still here, you still have a chance today to use your martial technique to drive the three of us back." At once, Deba's strike caused Jinshan to cough up blood. "I, Elder, took the opportunity to strike. I had thought your little brat had great talent, but it seems that's all there is." Before that attack, Jinshan felt as if his body had been grievously injured. Jinshan quickly raised his sword to block in front of him. At the same time, Elder Shao lunged and struck hard at the blue sword in his hand. The blue sword immediately cracked from his blow, a thunderous explosion followed, and a massive wave of energy detonated. Jinshan fell face first to the ground and could not help but spit up a mouthful of blood. Seeing him collapse, Elder Shao spoke coldly. "Jinshan, the holy weapon and the mind are linked. Now that the holy weapon is destroyed, your spirit has suffered severe injury." He pressed his sword to Jinshan and said, "This old man will give you one last chance, hand over the king's army of the two old masters immediately, and we will grant you a quick death." He forced himself, then said, "Even if I die, I will never let you take it easily." At that moment, a powerful surge of inner energy burst forth and enveloped him. Elder Shao immediately swung down at the mighty clear sword, shouting, "Go find your own death." But when he saw his sword snap in two, he could not help but stare in astonishment. "What?" From the sky above a crimson furious wind rose like a violent evening tide. Deba looked on in disbelief. Impossible, impossible, how could Jinshan possibly know the saint-rank battle technique? Hearing this, the two other elders exchanged glances, their eyes becoming equally dumbfounded.
What? Saint rank battle technique?
Deba said urgently, quick, kill him, we cannot allow Jian Chen to summon a domain, if he does, we will all die. At those words, Elder Sa and Elder Zhao's expressions darkened as they fixed their gaze on Jian Chen. It seemed he had evolved, his entire body had changed, and an unusually cold glint had appeared in his eyes.
Jian Chen continued to channel his inner energy.
The dense aura of sharp energy surrounding him caused the three men to momentarily fall into a state of vigilance.
Even the elders couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency.
The old man shouted loudly, "Accept your death, Jian Chen." Immediately, he charged straight toward Jian Chen, engaging in a life or death battle. The two forces of inner strength surged violently. Jian Chen now appeared like a demon king, raising his red hand with sharp claws toward the front. After a moment, Jian Chen was able to calmly split the sword chi in half, stunning Elder Sa. Just as the blue sword was about to strike, Jian Chen effortlessly blocked the attack with a single finger. Seeing this, Elder Sa was filled with fear and exclaimed loudly, "How can this be?" Without allowing Elder Sa any more time to wonder, Jian Chen quickly extended his hand and broke the blue sword in half. Severely injured and with his sword shattered, the old man clutched his chest in pain, his gaze fixed intently on Jian Chen. Elder Shao, witnessing the scene before him, also felt a chill of fear. "Old Sa, be careful."
But it seemed too late.
Jian Chen now held a weapon aimed directly at Old Sa. Elder Sa barely had time to scream out in panic. Regardless of what the opponent said, he still coldly delivered a fatal blow without hesitation. And just like that, as Elder Sa collapsed at Jian Chen's feet, the other two were momentarily stunned.
Deba immediately recognized the Saint rank martial skill, confirming that it was indeed a Saint rank battle technique.
Elder Shao was also impressed, even the heavenly void rank couldn't do anything to him, yet he had already mastered the Saint rank battle technique.
Deba quickly reassured him, "Old Shao, don't be afraid. He probably hasn't fully mastered the martial skill for long.
If we work together, I don't believe two of us can't take down one." Elder Shao responded quickly, glancing at the young man and mentally reassuring himself.
That's right, this kid definitely hasn't fully grasped the technique for long. On the other side, Jian Chen was secretly shocked. The Saint rank battle technique was truly terrifying.
He could only manage a maximum of 3 strikes. Quickly calculating, he figured that he needed to defeat the two of them within those 3 moves. With that thought, Jian Chen shouted loudly, "Kiet Deba, take this." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jian Chen immediately swung his sword forcefully toward Deba. This attack was accompanied by a massive flame sweeping across, and Deba quickly blocked it, channeling his internal energy while preparing to strike back. The competition felt as though it were set in stone, with Jian Chen swiftly executing a critical strike, aiming to take his opponent's life right then and there. Deba was momentarily startled, then shouted loudly, "Elder Shao, hurry and take action." At that moment, a sudden wave of pain shot through his body, causing Jian Chen to be taken aback. Elder Shao had launched a sneak attack, and now blood began to flow uncontrollably from Deba, trickling down his body. Seeing this scene, Deba was overjoyed, wearing a satisfied smile as he looked at him. Behind him, Elder Shao yanked his long spear from his hand and shouted, "Die, Jian Chen." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Jian Chen's demonic red hand reached forward and squeezed directly into his face. With that, Jian Chen channeled his internal energy, and the raging flames surrounded Elder Shao, burning his body. All that remained was a blood-curdling scream that echoed. Less than 5 minutes later, Elder Zhao's body was completely charred, unrecognizable. From above, Deba quickly plunged downward toward Jian Chen. In his moment of distraction, Jian Chen was struck, and his body crashed to the ground. Deba couldn't help but laugh with pleasure. "Jian Chen, you finally died at my hands." He focused intently on the ring on Jian Chen's finger, certain that this power of his was the result of practicing some secret technique. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Soon, the Kiet family would be back under his control, and he might even become a Saint King. Deba was overjoyed. This time, not only would he recover the treasure, but the treasure mountain seal of the Sher family would also fall back into the hands of the Kiette family. However, as soon as he checked inside, Deba gaped in shock. How could this be? It couldn't be true. He stared at the colorful stones, panic rising in him. Why were they all demon-slaying stones? Looking at Jianshan, who was lying there, Deba couldn't help but curse, "You damn bastard, you dared to hide it somewhere else." Deba furrowed his brow in unease, realizing the trouble he was in. Even if he used the secret technique, he could only sense the Divine King's weapon within a 10-meter radius. He had been following this guy for a whole day and night. Where had he hidden it? He paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered, that's right, maidservant Lan family Jianshan is sure to die, so he left something behind for the maidservant Lan family. Even if we kill him, we won't be able to find that item. He then looked at you, sneering. What a pity, Jianshan, you are still far too inexperienced compared to me. Once I return to the city, I'll wipe out the entire Milalan family, from top to bottom. But right after that, Jianshan suddenly woke up, gripping his ankle tightly. Deba stared at him, his eyes widening in disbelief, unable to look away. He could hardly believe what he was seeing and asked, Jianshan, are you still alive? At that moment, the corner of Jianshan's mouth curled into a sinister smile, carrying an aura of demonic power. Seeing that he hadn't died, Deba panicked and screamed, "No, Jianshan, I was wrong, please spare me." But it seemed like it was already too late. Now, his entire body was surrounded by an eerie force. He quickly glanced at his weapon, then began to consider using the king's army to sever the arm of this brat. Quickly escape, never die at the hands of this brat. But just at that moment, as his hand barely made contact, the blue sword immediately dissolved. Jianshan then gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Goodbye, Kiette Deba. To die at the hands of a saint-rank martial artist, your life has at least been worthwhile." As he looked towards Jianshan, who was exerting such pressure, the man immediately shouted loudly, filled with fear. No, on this side, the strength of Jianshan quickly dominated the skies. All 4 elders tonight had been defeated by him. In the end, Deba died, but Jianshan's strength had also been exhausted. Quickly returning to his normal state, Jianshan lay down on the ground, completely exhausted. "Miss, you must be safe." Slowly closing his eyes, he spoke to himself, "Father, Mother, I'm sorry, I won't be able to fulfill my filial duties to you anymore." He thought of the faces of his parents, and a deep regret filled his heart. "Mingdong, Zither Shao, my good brothers, farewell." Then he thought of the 2 beautiful girls, Loni, Yu, I truly wish to see you both again. Jianshan's vision blurred as he wondered to himself, is this the feeling of death? In 2 lifetimes as a human, this is the first time I've felt death so close. At that moment, 2 strange auras, one blue and one pink, emanated from Jianshan's body. The 2 auras merged and formed 2 children who stood around each other in a circle. Strangely, as soon as Jianshan lost consciousness, the 2 children immediately transferred vital energy into his body. Now, the wounds on Jianshan's body began to heal, and his face regained a healthy flush. At the same time, a figure approached Jianshan, who lay there. The person immediately looked around, puzzled. Just moments ago, there had clearly been the aura of a saint-rank battle technique in this place. How could there be no saint-rank powerhouse here now? Looking at Jianshan, the person assessed him. Such a strong life force. His chest pierced by a holy weapon, his heart heavily wounded by the king's army, and the wounds on his arm must have been inflicted by the backlash of a saint-rank martial technique. Tu Feng then touched Jianshan's body and observed him for a moment. This brat not only suffered severe injuries but still didn't die. Have the injuries on your body fully healed? He then channeled his internal energy into the boy and continued, since fate has brought us together like this, I will take you back with me. By the next morning, Jianshan still hadn't woken up. He lay motionless, with someone keeping watch beside his bed. Tianzhu sat nearby, yawning and stretching. This guy has been unconscious for 3 days, is he really still alive? At that moment, Jianshan's fingers finally twitched. He startled and shouted loudly, "Oh my gosh, he moved. We need to go call father right away."
Tianzhu immediately ran outside in a panic. Father, father, the little brat's awake. Jianshan, still blurry-eyed, looked around in confusion, wondering where he was. Then he sat up, dazed, and looked around. As soon as he moved, he immediately felt a sharp pain. What's going on? My wounds, how am I still alive? At that moment, Tu Feng entered the room. He looked at Jianshan and asked, "You're awake?" Jianshan looked at him in confusion and asked, "Senior, was it you who saved me?" Tu Feng casually replied, "I'm only taking you down the mountain, not saving you." Then, unable to hold back, Tu Feng asked, "Your life is quite resilient. Your internal organs and 6 palaces were completely destroyed, yet you managed to recover. What kind of medicinal pill or elixir did you take?" At the same time, a glimmer of vigilance flashed across his eyes. Could it be that you're aligned with the Shi family? Understanding the meaning behind his words, Tu Feng quickly explained, "Don't worry, I have no interest in your personal grudges. This place is just a normal village." He then handed Jianshan an item. "By the way, this should be yours, right?" Jianshan quickly opened the wooden box and was taken aback. Inside lay his treasured sword, now lying motionless. Jianshan felt a pang of regret. The clear wind sword was broken. He hurriedly leapt out of bed. Could it be that the clear spirit sword is also gone? Jianshan immediately focused his inner energy, trying to condense it into his hand. Looking at his palm, he was puzzled, unable to gather even a single trace of spiritual energy. Could it be that I'd become a useless cripple? Tu Feng looked at his expression and then comforted him, "Little brat, think about it in a different way. What if you became a cripple and lost your martial arts? Wouldn't that at least mean a normal life?" Seeing him looking dejected, he added, "Take good care of your injuries. Later, I'll go to my father and ask for a light god pillar. It should help you recover sooner." As night fell, Jianshan sat alone in his cultivation room, silent, sweat pouring down incessantly. While circulating his inner power, he felt nothing but despair. "Father, mother, the holy weapon is destroyed, and more than 10 years of my efforts have been for nothing." At the same time, Tianzhu peeked in from outside, then stepped in and patted Jianshan heavily on the shoulder. Cheerfully, he said, "Father, you really are amazing. I heard you got injured, but it won't endanger your life. What exactly did you do? Teach me." Seeing Jianshan remain silent, Tianzhu happily introduced himself, "My name is Tu Tianzhu. What's your name?" But immediately after, Tianzhu looked surprised and waved his hand in front of Jianshan. "Hey, brother, are you asleep? Or are you still awake? Talk to me for a moment." Seeing that he hadn't responded, Jianshan felt it was not right, so he lowered his voice and said, "My name is Jianshan." Tianzhu, still in a daze, replied, "Finally, you're talking. I thought you were dumb, didn't I?" Tianzhu continued cheerfully and innocently, "Jianshan, grandfather told me to bring this medicine to you. Once you take it, you'll be able to get off the bed." Looking at the pill in Tianzhu's hand, Jianshan couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this the level 8 light god pill?" Tianzhu scratched his head in confusion, smiling foolishly. "I'm not sure what this thing is called, but grandfather said it's called the Great Strength Pill. After taking it, you'll have unmatched strength. Since I've had great strength since I was little, I never needed to take it." He added, "Oh right, my father also told me to tell you that the Great Strength Pill will only help you get off the bed. Don't dream about anything more." Upon hearing this, Jianshan's face turned pale. "What?" Tianzhu smiled brightly and reassured him, "Boss, don't worry, once you can get off the bed, everyone will bring you more spiritual pills and medicinal wine. I guarantee your next half of life will be very happy." After that, Tianzhu didn't linger long. "Go ahead and rest first, take good care of yourself, we'll talk later." Jianshan hesitated for a moment, then paused. Looking at Tianzhu, Jianshan couldn't help but smile warmly. It seemed that the people in this village were truly simple and sincere. After that, he didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed the pill.
As he circulated his internal energy, Jianchen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder this was the light god pill of the 8th grade. Even at the peak of his Guangming Saint power, it wouldn't be able to match even a fraction of this elixir's power. After a while of circulating his internal energy to heal his injuries, he had finally absorbed the effects of the pill. Looking at his own body, Jianchen felt a bit disheartened. Although his physical injuries had healed, his spiritual power. At that moment, he suddenly felt his body spinning. What was going on? Why was there a furious wind coming from his sea of consciousness? Jianchen quickly shut his eyes and immediately resumed meditating. Once he entered his subconscious, he was taken aback. Why was the purple-green sword spirit here? Jianchen looked around in confusion, then wondered to himself why the purple-green sword spirit had moved from his dantian to his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the images of the two spirits healing Jianchen together quickly appeared like a repeated film, vivid and clear. Now, he finally understood. So that was it. He had understood now. Because he was almost dying, the purple-green sword spirit had saved him and protected his soul. Now, his soul had merged with the purple-green sword spirit into one. After showing him what he needed to see, Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the soul forces flying around him, he was puzzled and then asked himself, the colors. They can't suppress my curiosity. Jianchen reached out and touched a red dot nearby. Immediately, a large flame quickly rushed toward his hand, startling him. Is this the energy of the fire element? He looked at it, guessing, could this be a power born from merging his soul with the purple-green sword spirit, the 2-star version? Then Jianchen touched the green orb. The energy of this green element must be wind attribute energy, right? What Jianchen didn't know was that, at this very moment, a fierce storm had erupted at Tu Feng's house. The people around were shouting and calling out to each other in panic. The house is on fire, everyone! Hurry and put it out, save the people. Looking up at the roof, Jianchen was startled. Oh no, I have to put out the fire quickly, or Uncle's room will burn down. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly got out of bed, but as soon as he took a step, his legs began to tremble and lost all strength. Without warning, Jianchen collapsed to the ground. He now felt as frail as an elderly man. It was only at this moment that he realized the situation. This is bad. After being unconscious for a few days, my body has become so weak. Looking at the greenish shadow in front of him, he guessed it must be water element. He had to touch it. At that moment, Tianzhu burst in through the door, shouting loudly, Jianchen, run! The house is on fire. Upon seeing Jianchen, Tianzhu was startled. Brother, let me help you, don't worry. He immediately tried to carry him out. Jianchen panicked and shouted, Hey, don't! Wait for me a second. Outside, everyone was shocked. Tianzhu, what's going on? Why did your room suddenly catch fire? Hurry, put out the fire. Hurry, put it out quick, go bring water here. Let Jianchen sit there, he said wearily, I don't know either. I remember there wasn't any fire in the house, right? Who on earth started this fire? Tianzhu then looked at Jianchen. Brother, could it really be you? Aren't you going to say anything? He wailed, thinking Jianchen wanted to end his life. Don't you have many wives waiting for you? Don't go and die like that. Jianchen closed his eyes in exhaustion. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. The Heavenly Lord brightened upon hearing that answer. That's more like it. My elder brother later tangled with the junior disciples at the training ground, and Tu Feng, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke coldly, I think that little brat needs another beating. Tianzhu flinched. Father, the burning room has nothing to do with Jianchen. Tu Feng slapped Tianzhu hard on the head and sneered, the old man knows full well, little brat you wouldn't dare. Hurry up and go fetch water to help put out the fire with everyone. That rotten brat. He indignantly said, the firemen are here to put out the fire, why are you hitting me, Dad? On this side, everyone was shouting, "Hurry up, get the fire out, where's the water, why hasn't it arrived, everyone move faster." Tu Feng looked at Jianchen with concern. "Are you okay?" Jianchen apologetically admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, uncle. It was my fault earlier, I couldn't control my strength. Once I recover, I'll help you rebuild a new house." Tu Feng then said, "There's no need for that. It's actually a good opportunity to get that kid moving a bit. Otherwise, he spends all day helping around the house and never goes outside." He then looked at Jianchen. "Can you stand up? My father wants to see you, so hurry up and follow me." When Tu Feng arrived, Jianchen immediately showed respect and apologized. "I'm really sorry for disturbing you so late, senior." Old Tu didn't respond. Instead, he handed Jianchen a small wooden box. Looking at him, Old Tu calmly said, "Little brother, take this pill. It will help you recover from the injuries inside your body." When Jianchen opened it and saw what was inside, he immediately froze, mouth agape in disbelief. "How many stars does the light god pill rank?" After that, you handed it back to him. "Old senior, such a precious item, I cannot accept it. Please, take it back." Old Tu smiled kindly. "This item has no use for me, but it could help improve your condition. You should use it and recover from your wounds as soon as possible." Seeing his generosity, Jianchen felt embarrassed and hesitated, not knowing how to refuse. Old Tu immediately spoke coldly, "Stop refusing. You still need to help my grandson rebuild his new room, don't you?" Jianchen quickly understood. It seemed that the boss's intention was clear, so he finally stopped refusing. "Then, I'll thank you first, senior." Old Tu smiled kindly and stroked his beard. "Little brother, there's no need to be so cautious. Actually, I just want to find a friend for my grandson. There aren't many kids around his age in these deep mountains." Jianchen finally relaxed. The old senior was truly kind, and even without the elixir, I would have been willing to become brothers with the Heavenly Lord. Old Tu then said, "All right, go rest tomorrow." Old man also wanted to rest. Jianchen quickly replied, "Yes, sir." After saying that, Jianchen swiftly left, leaving Old Tu alone in the quiet room. After a while, he finally spoke, "Fonger, we really found a treasure this time." Tu Feng quickly came out, "Father, have you seen through that Jianchen's true nature?" Old Tu gazed outside, deep in thought. That kid is certainly not a simple one. The next morning, after a good rest, Jianchen felt more energized. At this moment, Tianzhu spoke, "Jianchen, is your injury any better?" Jianchen happily replied, "Thanks to your younger brother's father for the medicinal pills, my wounds have improved greatly." Tianzhu then happily took his hand, "That's great. Let's go, I'll take you to see the sights here." Jianchen then said, "Brothers, wait a moment, I have something to ask you." Tianzhu responded, "Why be so polite? Just call me Tianzhu or Little Ban directly." Jianchen quickly responded, "All right, Little Ban, I have a few important things to ask, just wait a moment." Tianzhu cheerfully said, "Go ahead." He quickly asked, "First, where exactly are we? Second, do you know where Taza City is? Third, how long would it take us to get from here to Taza City?" Tianzhu replied, Our village is called Changgu Village. It's surrounded by mountains on all sides, which provide a strong shelter for the village. The mountains are very steep and difficult to climb, with only a narrow path leading outside. According to what he told me, this small village is home to over 100 households, with around 600 people, living in isolation from the outside world. Little Mountain Valley is deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains. Outside the valley, there are many magical beasts with formidable power, making it extremely dangerous. Tianzhu then smiled sincerely and said, "I've never left the village, so I really don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Taza City, and I also don't know how long it would take to get there." Jianchen wasn't suspicious. "So that's how it is." He then suddenly became happy. "That's right,
You can go ask your younger brother's father. He must know about it. Jianshan then said, Little Ban, if your father can cross the great mountains to the outside world, wouldn't he be the most powerful person in the village? Tianzhu replied, Of course. Not only is my father the one who teaches martial arts to everyone in the village, but he also often goes out to hunt fierce magical beasts for the villagers to eat. All the villagers deeply respect him. Jianshan felt a brief surge of joy. If he was that powerful, then surely your younger brother's grandfather must be even stronger, right? Tianzhu looked confused. I don't know about that. Your younger brother's grandfather spends his days either fishing or farming, never leaving the village. Then Tianzhu looked toward the mountain and asked, Jianshan, the outside world is vast. It must be very interesting, right? Both of them fell silent for a moment. Jianshan immediately fell into deep thought, then spoke again, Yes, the outside world is vast and fascinating, but it is also cruel. To survive there, one must have strong strength. At that moment, a voice echoed. Tianzhu, are you two here? Tianzhu looked over at the girl and said, Luo and I, why did you come here? Luo and I whispered, Tianzhu brother, I came here to pick fruits for you. Jianshan silently speculated, it seemed like these two were definitely a couple. He suddenly thought of Lan On, wondering how Miss Lan was doing now. Before leaving, he had given her the king's army from the Shur family in Kieti, as well as the space ring, which was a life-saving item. Soon after, he furrowed his brows and made a firm decision, he had to quickly find a way to restore his strength. After both of them left, Jianshan sat alone at the large tree nearby. He silently focused intently, allowing himself to clearly feel the aura around him. At that moment, a leaf suddenly fluttered down from the tree. Jianshan instinctively reached out and grabbed the leaf with perfect precision. Looking at the leaf in his hand, he was deeply satisfied. It seemed that this time, he had found a blessing within the disaster and gained new power. Now, Jianshan muttered to himself, relying on the notes in the purple-green sword codex. This kind of power was probably spiritual consciousness. Now he could use his spiritual awareness to sense the breath of all living beings within a 10,000-meter radius. Looking up at the vast sky, he muttered to himself, including the power of the elements floating in the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, Jianshan summoned something extremely large before him, gently stroking it. Then, he reassured himself, at least he now had a way to preserve his life. He glanced at his blue sword, thinking he had to find a way to cultivate this holy weapon. Otherwise, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Master, quickly put that away. He looked around in vigilance, then called out loudly, Who's there? After a pause, Jianshan murmured, Could it be an illusion from exhaustion? The voice rang out again, Master, we are here, this is to reassure you. ZZ Qing Sword Spirit, is that you? Are you the one speaking to me? Two beams of light shot out from Jianshan's body. Master, we can finally talk to you now. Looking at the two figures, one male and one female, Jianshan was stunned. Are you two the purple-green sword spirits? The young man in purple clothes quickly replied, That's right, Master, I am Ziying. She is Qing Zhe. Jianshan was silently amazed. Although he had known for some time that the purple-green sword spirit was made up of two elemental spirits, he had not expected them to be able to transform into human form within his body. Unable to hold back, he spoke, I never imagined we would meet like this. Could it be that the two of you are starting to recover your strength? Qingzuo responded, No, Master, we are still very weak. We have only absorbed the 5-colored divine stone earlier. Just now, we used our power to take shape and speak. He immediately recalled the moment, realizing it had been a pleasant surprise. You may call me Jianshan. Fine, I'm not accustomed to being called master by others. Ziying spoke again, we have long recognized you as our master. Now, you are the master of both Ziying and Qingzhe. Jianshan then voiced his speculation. Is it true that I came to this world because of the two of you? I remember, at that time, I was indeed shot through the heart by the lone expert seeking defeat, and I thought I was dead. Upon hearing this, Sheng's expression suddenly grew flustered, and she said, "About that, Ziying is being honest."
That's right, initially, Master was seriously injured. To protect Master's life, we had to forcefully break through the space crack. We intended to take Master to another star, but an unexpected incident occurred, and due to the mistake in the balance of yin and yang, we ended up on this star.
You are surprised. What kind of incident was it?
He added, when entering the space crack, Sheng's encountered a time-space disturbance and lost most of her spiritual power. That's why we couldn't reach the star we originally planned.
Finally, Jianshan understood, so that's how it was.
Sheng's looked visibly apologetic, saying, "Master, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Jianshan immediately patted her head to reassure her, "It's fine, there's no need to apologize, this isn't your fault."
After a pause, Jianshan continued, "Besides, without the two of you, I wouldn't have even known about such a marvelous world, let alone experience such a splendid life." Then, Jianshan asked Ziying, "By the way, how can you two quickly recover to your best condition?" He shook his head. "Master, in this star, we can't recover to our fullest state. The heavenly and earthly vital energy here is too weak now," Xingzhe added. "But if the Master can find the 5-colored divine stone, a treasure of such a level could actually make the AoE people recover a bit faster."
Jianshan was delighted.
"I understand." He glanced at his weapon and then said, "By the way, my divine weapon is broken. Is there still a way for me to continue cultivating the power of the saint?" Ziying pondered for a moment, then replied, "Master, using a special method, you can still cultivate the power of the saint, but I do not recommend that you continue doing so." He asked in surprise, "Why?" Ziying answered, "Because it is too weak." The words hit Jianshan like a thunderclap, and he asked in disbelief, "What? Too weak?" Xingzhe also chimed in, "That's right, it's too weak now. Master, we can help you cultivate chaotic power."
Jianshan was astonished.
"What kind of power is chaotic power?" Ziying explained, "Chaotic power is the strongest force in the universe.
All the powerhouses in this star dream of being able to cultivate this kind of power."
Jianshan was confused and asked, "Then how do I cultivate this power?"
Shengzhe happily said, "Master, the yin and yang energies within our bodies are also transformed from chaotic power, so we are capable of gathering any chi from heaven and earth to begin refining it into chaotic power."
Ziying also chimed in, "Master, the 2 fake king-grade weapons in your hands both possess considerable power." Xingzhe is right.
"Master, if you give those 2 fake king-grade weapons to us, we can refine chaotic power into them for your use."
At that moment, Jianshan scratched his head and laughed helplessly, "I thought those 2 items were useless, so I gave them to someone else."
Upon hearing this, both of them stood frozen, utterly stunned, not knowing how to respond. Soon after, Jianshan quickly summoned the demonic beast he had tamed.
It was the 5th-grade demon beast, the iron-armored bug. Without stopping there, he raised his hand and struck a series of seals in the air. Furious wind immediately surged forth, and the aura formed around Jianshan.
At the same time, beneath the grass, a powerful oppressive force began to emerge. The iron armor, upon sensing that surge of power, it immediately responded, and the entire body seemed to grow, carrying with it a force that struck directly at the strange internal energy from earlier. A loud sound rang out, and Jianshan stood firm, staring intently at the iron armor.
Looking at it, he felt satisfied.
It seemed that this time, he truly had turned misfortune into fortune, becoming much stronger than before.
Upon hearing this, Tu Feng couldn't help but ask, "What method did you use? Losing the holy weapon? You should have had no strength left, right?"
Jianshan waved his hand toward the grass and then added, "I used the elemental energy of heaven and earth to unleash it." Looking at the deep hole Jianshan had created in front of him, Tu Feng was astonished.
He never expected this. He then said, "Senior, are you planning to go out into the outside world? My father sent me to see you. He was worried you might be in danger, so he asked me to check on you. But it seems he was overthinking it.
Although you've lost the holy weapon, your physical strength is far stronger than before." Tu Feng then began to speculate.
the way you're asking me. Is it that you want to leave the village? Jian Chen furrowed his brow. You said it yourself. Yes, the other person replied, I still have some very important matters to attend to. Tu Feng turned his back. Then, let's first go meet my father. If old sir feels that you're fine, I will see you off. Jian Chen respectfully said, Thank you, senior. On the other side, when old Tu saw Jian Chen, he immediately said, Kid, come with me this afternoon to help harvest corn. Tian Zhu quickly intervened. Grandfather, your brother is still not fully recovered, how can he do heavy work? Let me call a few of the young people in the village to help you. But at this moment, Jian Chen did not refuse, he simply stood there and obediently replied, Yes. Old Tu shot an annoyed glance at Tu Feng, as if to say, Manage your kid. Tu Feng calmly replied, Wasn't it you who called him? Old Tu frowned and coldly asked, What did you say? Soon after, Jian Chen and old Tu went out to harvest corn, just as he had said earlier. As Jian Chen walked, he observed his surroundings. As a second-generation person, it was his first time carrying a copper sickle. The feeling was truly strange. Seeing him silent, old Tu, slightly dissatisfied, asked, Do you feel that your noble status, bearing the nation on your shoulders, is unworthy of your position? Jian Chen immediately replied, No, it's just that Junior is experiencing something new. You didn't think I'd mention it to Senior, did you? I was actually thinking whether I should buy a kingdom as a holy weapon in the future. Old Tu said, In that case, that's fine. Remember, the heart of a person is the most important. Only a kind heart can help you reach the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Jian Chen immediately became serious and responded, Junior will definitely remember. Then, old Tu splashed a scoop of water onto the ground and asked, Kid, on the Tianyuan continent, when a martial artist reaches the Saint King level, they usually choose to seclude themselves, rarely going outside. Do you know the reason why? Jian Chen thought to himself, recalling what the village chief had said, could it be that he's a Saint King realm expert? He immediately answered, It's to escape the mundane world, to break free from the temptation of power and golden coins, right? Old Tu replied, No, humans cannot avoid desires. What makes people obey is not the temptation itself, but the rules set by the powerhouse. You were surprised, so who exactly set the rules for the people of the Saint King realm? Old Tu then spoke, You're mistaken, the one who set the rules for the Saint King realm is heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Jian Chen was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, Heaven and earth? Old Tu explained, when a person reaches the Saint King realm, heaven and earth will create a kind of rule, which is called the 5 declines of heaven and man. According to what he said, the 5 declines of heaven and man will produce 5 different effects. The hair will dry and turn yellow like grass, the body will wither like a tree, the blood will evaporate, the internal organs will be burned, and in the end, the soul will perish and the body will be destroyed. After a brief pause, he added, The 5 declines of heaven and man is a rule that suppresses the Saint King realm, to prevent their power from violating the laws of heaven. At this, Jian Chen couldn't help but marvel. So, the Saint King realm had such a rule. Upon hearing this, old Tu admonished, Kid, I can tell you're not someone ordinary, so I hope you stay true to your heart and don't stray down the wrong path. Jian Chen respectfully thanked the senior for the guidance. Junior will definitely remember, he said, before turning and walking away. Tomorrow at noon, I will have Tu Feng take you. From now on, be careful in everything you do. Jian Chen respectfully replied, Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, Mo Yun was still causing trouble in front of the Lan family's house. That Lam person, hurry up and hand over your granddaughter to be my servant, or I might give your Lan family a way out, but if not, don't blame me for being ruthless. Inside, Lan Ming spoke to her, Granddaughter, quickly take the items that Jian Chen gave you and escape through the secret passage. Lan On frowned, determined, Grandfather, I will not run away from Lan family on my own. Lan Ming immediately responded, Shut up. Quickly retrieve the king's army. That thing absolutely cannot be seen by others. Mo Yun then shouted loudly, Old man Lam, if you don't care about face, don't blame me for being ruthless.
As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a palm towards the Lamb family.
But the moment his palm strike was unleashed, a protective barrier appeared, successfully blocking the attack.
However, the shield didn't hold for long and was immediately shattered. That hand struck down fiercely upon the Lan family.
A loud crashing sound echoed, followed by a tremendous roar.
The hand left an imprint on the ground, creating a massive mark. Lan Ming, in fear, quickly pulled his granddaughter back. Lan On was terrified, thinking to herself, "Young Master Jianshan, I can no longer fulfill the promise I made to keep us both safe."
Mo Yun, watching from above, looked down with disdain.
That old man from the Lamb family doesn't know what's good for him.
Lan Ming wasn't about to back down. Family head Mo Yun, today, if you spare my granddaughter's life, the Lan family will willingly submit to you.
Mo Yun laughed loudly, then said, "All right, if your granddaughter becomes my concubine, I might reconsider."
At that moment, Lan Ming, enraged, shouted, "You bastard, I'll fight you to the death." Without hesitation, Lan Ming charged at Mo Yun, ready for a one-on-one fight.
He struck out with a palm, but Mo Yun swiftly dodged. Not stopping there, Mo Yun immediately retaliated, launching a powerful palm strike straight at Lan Ming's abdomen, causing him to stagger in shock. Lan On, seeing this scene from below, couldn't help but feel worried and shouted loudly, "Father, over here."
Lan Ming has been thrown into the wall.
He's powerless, with no strength left. Lan On quickly ran over, "Father, Lan Ming, use some strength to stop her."
"Granddaughter, quickly run away, don't worry about me." Mo Yun immediately spoke, "Where is the 6th rank young demon beast?"
Lan On quickly replied, "In your entire life, don't even think about finding the little white tiger."
Upon hearing this, he became extremely angry.
Mo Yun then gathered his internal strength and shouted loudly, "Die!" Seeing his granddaughter about to be in danger, Lan Ming couldn't help but shout in fear, "No!"
A powerful aura emanated from Mo Yun.
It seemed like he wanted to kill them first and then search for the item, since he couldn't get any information from them. But at this moment, as the dust gradually cleared, Mo Yun was immediately stunned and stood there in a daze. Lan On stood there, shrinking back in fear, but she was completely unharmed, not even a scratch. Looking at the situation before her, Lan On silently speculated, "This must be the treasure left by young Master Jianshan."
"Are you saving me again?"
he said with amusement, his voice loud. "The king's army is the king's weapon."
"Little mixed breed Jianshan actually left the king's army with your people?" "The king's army is now mine, Mo Yun's."
But just as he was about to reach for it, a hand quickly grabbed his, holding it tightly.
Mo Yun growled, "Who dares to stop me from taking the king's army?" Jianshan exerted more strength than his opponent, threatening him in return. "Looks like the last time I beat you was still too light." The moment he saw Jianshan, the man was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "Jianshan, is it really you?"
As soon as the words left his mouth, Jianshan immediately threw him away with force, causing the man to panic. He quickly helped Lan On to her feet and said with concern, "Miss Lan, I apologize for being late."
Lan On was so overjoyed that she almost cried. "I thought you were dead."
Jianshan spoke softly, "Sorry, I had to deal with a few heavenly void saint masters, it took a little longer." Lan Ming, hearing this, was secretly startled.
"What? Deal with them? Could it be that this kid actually killed the heavenly void saint masters?"
Mo Yun then said, "Jianshan, I never would have expected you to escape from the encirclement of the 4 heavenly void saint masters." He sneered, "But I, Mo Yun, had already anticipated this and prepared a trump card for you."
At that moment, a loud explosion rang out.
He smugly continued, "Jianshan, just wait, the 4 heavenly void saint masters will be here soon to kill you.
This time, you won't be able to escape." Jianshan calmly asked, "Escape? Why would I need to escape?"
Mo Yun explained, "The heavenly void saint master is the strongest in the world, even stronger than the Saint King. Once the 5 of us work together to deal with you, there's no way you can escape." Jianshan began to channel his internal energy, "You're wrong. There aren't 5 heavenly void saint masters. In fact, the four of them are already dead. His words rang out like a sentence from the king of hell, cold and ominous. Of course, Mo Yun refused to believe it. It was laughable to him, a mere commoner, spouting such nonsense. He immediately began to channel his internal energy again. The last time we fought, it was just because I was careless. Mo Yun began to leap and fly swiftly in all directions. This time, he would show you just how vast the difference was between the Great Land and the Heavenly Void. As soon as Lan Ming saw Mo Yun channel his internal energy, he panicked. "Brother Jian Chen, quickly run away." But on the contrary, Jian Chen stood calmly, intently watching the man in front of him as he sought his own death. Meanwhile, Mo Yun continued to fly erratically above Jian Chen. And Jian Chen just stood there, unfazed. At this moment, Jian Chen finally made his move. He channeled his internal energy and delivered a strike, sending his power surging for thousands of miles. In the air, it was as though there was a sharp weapon that sliced through Mo Yun's body, causing him to flinch in surprise. "No." Now, as he lay collapsed on the ground, he asked in confusion, "No, this can't be. Where did you get the strength to hurt a heavenly void saint master?" Looking at Jian Chen before him, Mo Yun now felt fear. "Could it be that you are already a heavenly void saint master?" He lay there beside his severed legs, blood pooling around him, in a state of terror. "Someone from the Shi family, Kiet de family, please save me." At that moment, Jian Chen struck again, delivering a blow that left Mo Yun unable to stop himself from gasping in astonishment. He looked at the other person and said indifferently, "If you miss them so much, then I suppose I must fulfill this wish of yours." Then Jian Chen turned to Lan Ming and said, "Lan family head, I have caused trouble for your Lan family." At this moment, the man remained silent, secretly shocked. What just happened? Did a single strike from the Grand Earth Saint Master really annihilate the Heavenly Void Saint Master? Lan On happily chattered, Grandpa, young Master Jian Chen is talking to you." Lan Ming pretended to be deep in emotion. "Ah, little brother Jian Chen, don't blame yourself. Our Lan family has always had a good relationship with you, this is our own decision. How could we possibly blame you?" He then cheerfully said, "Come, let's go. Today, we should have a nice meal together to celebrate your safe return." The next day, Jian Chen finally brought Lan On back to the Tianzhu village. The people were still working in the cornfields, and as soon as they saw him, they happily rushed over. "Big brother, you're back. Did you bring any delicious food for me?" Jian Chen happily threw a large bag to him. "This is a specialty of Taza City, to taste and see if it suits your taste." While trying the Tianzhu cake, he glanced at Lan On. "Ca, is this your wife and pet?" She blushed, embarrassed. "Not yet," Jian Chen replied, watching Tianzhu gaze at her in confusion. Then he asked, "So when will it be?" Jian Chen couldn't help but slap him. "Nonsense, this is Miss Lan from Taza City, and this is the little white tiger I found in the forest." Tianzhu asked again, "So, are you staying here or planning to leave?" Jian Chen answered, "I came back precisely because of this. Can you let me meet either your father or your younger brother's father?" Tianzhu immediately ran into old Tu's room to report. "Grandfather, father, Jian Chen is back." Old Tu looked at him, surprised. "Jian Chen, why have you come back? Is something wrong?" Then, Jian Chen handed over the little white tiger and introduced, "This is a baby magical beast I found outside." Upon seeing the white tiger, old Tu was stunned in amazement. He stared wide-eyed, unable to speak a word. Jian Chen spoke up, "Village chief, what's wrong with you?" He inwardly groaned, could it be that the village chief has recognized that this kid is a 6th-rank young demon beast? Then, he said to his grandson, "Tianzhu, you go out and work in the fields." He obediently agreed. "Yes." As soon as the person left, old Tu immediately raised his hand and set up a barrier around them. The entire room was now surrounded by internal energy, making it impossible for any sound to escape. After that, old Tu asked him, "Jian Chen, tell this old man honestly, where did you find this heavenly winged divine tiger?" Jian Chen was secretly astonished.
This senior actually knows about the heavenly winged divine tiger? Could it be that there's no need to hide anything from senior anymore?
Jian Chen then respectfully replied, Village chief, the reason I've come back this time is to ask for your help with this matter.
Old Two immediately followed up, you want to let the girl and this little white tiger stay in our village?
Jian Chen was also honest. Yes, Miss Lan and the little white tiger are in great danger out there. Old Two then said, Jian Chen, I'm not sure if you know this, but the heavenly winged divine tiger is still not fully grown. In the future, it could cause trouble for the humans of our Tianyuan continent. Lanon petted the head of little white tiger and said, Old sir, it's very obedient. I've had it for a few days now, and it has never bitten me.
Jian Chen then added, that's right, village chief.
Moreover, the father tiger was killed by the royal family of the Jinli Jian family, and the mother tiger was severely injured. When this little white tiger grows up, it will only seek to take revenge on the Jinli Jian family and won't harm our humans.
Old Two no longer objected.
Alright then, if that's the case, I suppose I, an old man, will have to listen to you. Tu Feng, take Jian Chen and the others into the village and arrange good accommodations for them.
Tu Feng quickly responded, yes.
As he watched them leave, Old Two silently thought to himself, they'll be coming soon to look for the heavenly winged divine tiger. I suppose I'll need to think of a way to strengthen the village's magical defenses.
Old Two held his head and sighed.
Jian Chen, you must quickly mature, or else old man won't be able to protect you any longer. After that, Old Two gave his son another instruction, Tu Feng, take my divine decree and go quickly to the Blood Sword sect. Order all the scouts to gather information, and deliver the divine decree I just gave you. As soon as any powerhouse with an unknown background appears, report back to me immediately.
Tu Feng was surprised, Father, didn't you say we would no longer use the Blood Sword sect from now on? Why is it different this time?
Old Two furrowed his brow, this matter is very important.
Don't ask too many questions. Go immediately.
Tu Feng obediently agreed, yes, Father.
I will set off right away.
Meanwhile, Jian Chen was sitting alone in his room. Ziying, Chengzai, and King's weapon had already returned.
Can you help me cultivate chaotic energy now? Jian Chen asked.
The two of them immediately appeared.
Ziying spoke, of course we can, Master. However, we would like to remind you that the primal energy of this world is very weak.
Chengzai also added, it's likely that cultivating even a single strand of chaotic energy will consume a great deal of primal power. Therefore, Master's cultivation in the future will be much more difficult.
Jian Chen smiled happily, it's alright, once I have enough strength, I'll go find more king's armies.
At this point, he gave a faint smile.
After all, Shi Ziran and Kiet de Wukong, these two guys, have quite a lot of resources. Jian Chen then looked at them and said, so, how should I begin now?
Chengzua started, along with Ziying, to transfer internal energy into Jian Chen. She said, Master, please close your eyes and focus your mind. As soon as he entered the mental energy, he was surprised.
Is this the power of chaos?
Chengzua reminded from the outside, Master, quickly activate the violet sword field to thoroughly refine this chaotic power and turn it into your own strength. After 2 moments, which also equals 4 hours, Jian Chen's entire body was surrounded by a layer of black smoke. He could sense a strange black cell within his body. Jian Chen looked at it, puzzled.
Ziying Chengzai, huh? Could this be the power of chaos? Ziying responded, yes, Master.
This is the initial form of chaotic power.
Jian Chen was extremely surprised and asked, is this the initial form? What does that mean?
Chengzai added, Master, this is the chaotic power in its weakest state. Its power is less than 1 in 10,000 of its true strength. Because the energy within the king's army is too little, it is simply insufficient to cultivate true chaotic power. Jian Chen, still in shock, wondered, the fluctuations in this energy.
Isn't this supposed to be the true force of power? If so, how immense would its true power be?
At this moment, Ziying spoke up, that's right, master. The cultivation methods on this continent are not suitable for training in chaotic power. You should focus on the purple-green sword codex in the future, it will be much better for you.
Jian Chen quickly agreed.
But it seemed that Qing Zhe still had something on her mind, her face briefly showing a trace of displeasure. Finally, Qing Zhe spoke up, Master, the purple-green sword codex is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. Previously, you only practiced the upper volume and have not yet trained in the other 2 volumes. If you want to ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth, you must definitely find those 2 books, Qing Zhe said. Jian Chen was surprised.
What? There are 2 more books? Didn't the 2 of you already have the complete set? How can I ask if you know where to look for them?
Qing Zhe replied, Sorry, Master, we no longer have any way of sensing where those 2 books are.
Ziying answered, Master, there is still plenty of time in the future.
Even if those 2 books were here now, you wouldn't be able to cultivate with them.
Jian Chen's expression turned slightly disappointed. He said, Forget it. I'll take things one step at a time. Then Ziying, Qing Zhe, you 2 go back. Let me continue my cultivation. Both responded in unison, Yes, Master.
The atmosphere around them was incredibly quiet, with sunlight still shining brightly, creating a warm and peaceful environment. Inside, Jian Chen's gaze sharpened. He furrowed his brows, staring ahead intently. Soon after, Jian Chen gathered his inner strength, causing the surrounding wind to swirl and scatter.
He quickly stood up.
He felt a sense of excitement as he realized that he had truly reached the Heavenly Void Saint Master level. Once again, he exerted his internal force. At this point, Jian Chen had begun to enter a higher realm of power. Now, the entire village was surrounded by a massive layer of internal force, and it seemed that Old Two had strengthened the protective barrier even further. Jian Chen stood by the window, gazing outside, then said, I've found it. Afterward, Jian Chen swiftly leapt into the air, flying toward Yuwu, where people were working as usual. The moment Tianzhu saw him, he became excited.
Jian Chen, isn't it beautiful to look down from above?
Jian Chen replied, Little Ban, if you put in the effort to cultivate, you can fly like me too.
He laughed innocently, I don't know.
I heard my father say that he didn't reach the Heavenly Void Saint Master level until he was 56. I'm only 21 right now, so it'll still take about 30 more years for me to get there. Jian Chen encouraged him, Little Ban, don't think like that.
You're not doing badly at all.
In the outside world, very few people your age can reach the Grand Master level.
Really? Little Ban asked.
So, is your strength in the outside world really that impressive, Jian Chen? Then you said, let's not talk about this anymore, please take me to meet your younger brother's father, I have something I need to discuss with the village chief.
Tianzhu happily replied, all right.
Then both of them cheerfully walked over to Old Two's room.
Tianzhu called out loudly, Grandfather, I've brought Jian Chen here to see you.
As soon as Jian Chen saw him, he respectfully bowed. Village chief, I am truly grateful for your kindness these past days, but it is time for Junior to leave this place now. The village chief did not try to stop him and wished him a safe journey.
Jian Chen then said, Village chief, have you never considered letting Fatty Ban go out and experience training on his own?
He was startled and replied, Don't say that, or your younger brother's grandfather will be furious. A few years ago, I did try to speak to him about it, but he ended up beating me so badly that I couldn't get out of bed for days. Jian Chen continued, Village chief, if Little Ban doesn't face some hardships outside, his mind will never mature. Although you care for him so much, this is exactly why you need to think about helping him grow. You can't keep him sheltered in your arms forever.
Jian Chen then glanced at the brothers.
Little Ban, quickly speak your heart, don't go against your own feelings anymore. Encouraged by these words, he quickly said, Grandfather, I've never known what the outside world is like, I want to see it with my own eyes.
Tianzhu, who was usually weak, now spoke with a raised voice, Please, Grandfather, allow me.
Old Two sighed deeply, forget it, it's my fault for being too stubborn.
If you want to go out there, then go. Tianzhu was thrilled. Grandfather, is it true? Do you really agree to let me go out into the world?
Then old two added, wait until you reach the level of Grand Hall Saint Master, then I'll ask your father to take you. While running after old two, Tianzhu spoke, Grandfather, from now on I'll practice diligently and live each day to break through to the great earth realm. He then happily turned to his brothers.
Jian, thank you so much.
Jian then encouraged him, practice well. When you reach the great earth realm, come find me.
Tianzhu was excited.
After giving his instructions, Jian was flying in the air, searching for something.
He was reading while pondering, wondering what the Galan kingdom was like now. He needed to return quickly.
Jian was somewhat puzzled. He had already searched around this area but hadn't found any teleportation gate. His gaze shifted to the map in his hand, which showed the name Qin Empire.
After a brief pause, he thought to himself, could Qin Ji have something to do with this Qin Empire?
Jian then quickly increased his speed, determined to head toward the Qin Empire and check things out. At that moment, his speed through the air was faster than the birds soaring above. Below, people were strolling leisurely on the streets, and the city was bustling with activity. At the same time, someone below pointed up to the sky and said, look, that's the heavenly void Saint Master. They were all excited, gazing at him in awe, marveling at how amazing it was that someone could fly.
Of course, Jian didn't pay attention to their comments.
He silently speculated that this place might indeed be the Qin Empire. Looking ahead, Jian muttered to himself,
let's test our luck and see.
Saying this, he immediately headed toward the city wall, preparing to land. As soon as the two soldiers saw him, they shouted loudly, who goes there?
Stop right now. Jian then asked them, excuse me, do you happen to know someone named Qin Ji?
One of the guards yelled angrily, how dare you?
Do you think you can casually speak the name of the third prince?
Jian, while dodging, was secretly surprised.
Qin Ji is actually a prince?
He then handed over the jade pendant and said, I'm looking for Lord Qin. The third prince is in trouble, please notify him for me.
Upon seeing the pendant, the soldier was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, is that the Qin Emperor's jade? He then lowered his voice and asked, young master, may I take a look at the pendant?
Jian calmly replied, of course. The two men spoke for a while as Jian stood and waited. Afterward, they spoke respectfully, we did not know your distinguished identity earlier and were rude to you. Please allow us to know your name so we can make the proper notification.
He answered, my name is Jian.
Qin Ji, upon hearing the report from the soldiers, immediately said, brother Jian, so you actually came here to visit me. As soon as they met, he spoke directly, brother Qin Ji, I came this time because there's something I need your help with.
Qin Ji replied, brother Jian, just tell me what you need.
As long as it's within my ability, I, Qin Ji, will never refuse. He became serious, brother Qin Ji, I currently need to go to a place called a spatial gate.
I'm not sure whether your Qin Empire has something like that or not.
Qin Ji responded casually, I thought it was something serious. Brother Jian, if you're looking for a spatial gate, then coming to our Qin Empire is the right choice. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, aside from the mercenary city, only our Qin kingdom possesses a spatial gate. He was taken aback, brother Qin Ji, I'll have to trouble you for this. I hope I can borrow your spatial gate for a while, would that be possible?
Qin Ji answered, brother, don't worry about it. I can handle this. Let me go ask Emperor Father first.
It shouldn't be too difficult. Jian respectfully said, in that case, I would like to thank brother Qin Ji very much. After a brief pause, he continued, but you should come back in 3 days, when the company will use the spatial gate. He was surprised, wondering why that was the case. Qin Ji smiled and said, in 2 days, it will be the great celebration of the 50th year of my Emperor Father's reign. I hope you can attend the great celebration as a friend.
Would you be willing to do so?
Jian replied with excitement, of course, I would love to. At that moment, a soldier entered to report, Third Prince, young Master Qin Xiang, Princess Qin Yubing, and the mistress of the southern residence are here to see you.
Qin Ji was secretly surprised, thinking to himself, what the heck? What do they want with me? Jian Chen, understanding his thoughts, asked, Qin Ji, do you need me to step aside for a moment?
Qin Ji recalled the times the two had met, where every encounter with Huang Wan and Jian Chen had ended in chaos. Smiling inwardly, he thought, Miss Huang, I'm afraid I must offend you this time.
He then ordered his guards to let them in.
There. After that, he said to him, Brother Jian Chen, I don't have a deep relationship with those three people like that. Qin Ji smiled brightly and said, I think they came here because of you. According to the soldiers, the three of them quickly entered after waiting outside for a while.
As soon as Qin Xiang entered, he spoke up first. Third brother, Shuang and I came here to see you, why aren't you welcoming her?
Qin Ji smiled faintly, Of course, I welcome her.
Please sit down, let's eat and talk.
In truth, he secretly looked down on them.
You three want to visit me?
I've been at this imperial palace for more than 20 years. Then Qin Ji introduced, This is my good brother, Jian Chen, the champion of this year's mercenary assembly.
The three of them exclaimed in delight. This little brother is actually the champion? Young Master Jian Chen truly is someone you can't judge by appearance. So you are the Jian Chen, the leader of the mercenary assembly?
In front of the three beauties, Jian Chen remained indifferent but also respectfully kept his manners.
You are overly flattering me, your highnesses.
Jian Chen then glanced at him and whispered.
Qin Ji, what exactly do you want to do?
Qin Ji, eating while enjoying himself, said, Hurry up and bring the food up, don't keep the princesses waiting. The palace maid behind him respectfully responded clearly. Jade Ice raised her cup, Young Master Jian Chen, you have won the mercenary martial arts competition. I offer you a toast, young master. Jian Chen replied respectfully.
My victory was just a stroke of luck, the southern gentleman responded. Is that so? How can the champion say it was just luck? Qin Xiang also happily interjected.
Indeed, it seems you're definitely more skilled than third brother. Qin Ji, chewing, quietly complained, I'm only having one meal, and I end up getting hurt for no reason? At that moment, a soldier entered to report, Young Master Xiahn, without the permission of the third prince, you cannot enter the Xingyun Palace.
Xiahn threw a tantrum, shouting, Move aside, do you know who I am? Why do I need permission to visit the third prince?
The two soldiers, frightened, quickly kneeled, Third prince, please forgive us.
We didn't dare to take any action. He waved his hand swiftly, saying, Step back, it's fine, I understand, said the third prince.
Upon hearing this, both of them bowed respectfully, grateful that the third prince spared their lives. Qin Ji then asked, Xiaohan, why did you suddenly come to my Xingyun Palace?
What do you want?
He sneered again and said, Third prince, your highnesses, Xiaohan has come to discuss the tribute for his majesty. His gaze then shifted to Jian Chen, If I have disturbed anyone, I beg your highnesses for forgiveness. Jade Eyes seemed visibly uncomfortable. Annoyed, she clenched her hands tightly against her thighs. Her eyes were fixed on him, clearly filled with disdain. Without hesitation, she stood up straight. Xiaohan, seeing her reaction, was clearly surprised. Jade Eyes coldly said, I have already made preparations for my emperor father's great celebration, so there's no need for any discussions. You should leave at once. After speaking, she quickly walked over to Jian Chen's side. He silently looked at her. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaohan asked, Third prince, who is this person? Jade Eyes frowned, clearly showing her displeasure. This is young Master Jian Chen, a friend of third brother. He stared intently at you, then frowned and said, How could the three noble princesses, with their esteemed status, casually drink with a mountain dweller like this? Qin Ji could no longer sit still. He shouted loudly, Xiaohan, what do you mean by saying this? Is my friend, Qin Ji, not of enough status to drink with the three princesses here? Qin Xiang also stood up, Xiaohan, who we choose to drink with is none of your business.
Nam PH could no longer hold back either. Xiao Han, you're being way too meddlesome. Whatever we want to do is none of your concern.
Qin Ji, losing his patience, said, escort young Master Xiao Han out for me.
Zhang Mao, standing beside them, respectfully responded. But not satisfied, he raised his hand and said loudly, I want to ask one thing, what's so special about this mountain dweller?
He's barely a little taller than me, and in terms of status, position, or strength, what does he have that compares to me?
He then pointed directly at you, little brat, Xiao Han, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?
Qin Ji was so furious that he stood up and slammed the table.
Xiao Han, this is my Hangyun Hall.
It's not a place where you can just cause chaos.
If you continue to be so disrespectful.
Jian Chen quickly interjected. Brother Qin Ji, if this gentleman has challenged me, then I must fulfill his wish. T&K apologized in a low voice, sorry, Brother Jian Chen, it's our Qin Empire that's being rude. Jian Chen then said, don't worry, I'll show mercy. Qin Ji showed a clear expression of embarrassment.
In that case, thank you.
He then casually said to Xiao Han, go ahead, make your move.
Xiao Han pointed towards the door, let's go outside. It's too small here.
I don't want to ruin Third Prince's Hangyun Hall. Jian Chen, casually eating, said, I'm too lazy to go elsewhere.
Don't worry, I won't destroy anything on this table for your family's sake.
Xiao Han lost his patience and then shouted loudly, you reckless fool, I will make you pay for this. He remained seated, but at that moment, a powerful surge of internal energy shot out towards him. Quick as lightning, 2 large blood holes appeared at his shoulder, causing Xiao Han to be so startled that his mouth hung open. But it didn't stop there, he was thrown all the way outside the door. Although Jian Chen hadn't even lifted a finger, Xiao Han was violently tossed out, his powerless body crashing hard into the stone pillar behind him.
Jade Ice gasped in surprise, Brother Jian Chen is that powerful?
Qin Xiang also expressed her admiration, powerful, really powerful.
Jian Chen, you're so amazing.
To think you could defeat Xiao Han, who has Grandmaster strength, with just a pair of chopsticks.
Nam Fu quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Jian Chen, you have to teach me that move.
Qin Ji then ordered Zhang Mao, quickly, take Xiao Han to get treated. She bowed her head respectfully. Then, he turned to Jian Chen, thank you, Brother Jian Chen, for showing mercy. Jian Chen was surprised, Qin Ji, where does this Xiao Han come from, that he dares speak to a prince like you in such a manner?
According to what Qin Ji explained, Xiao Han's background was indeed a bit special. He said,
his grandfather was a national master of our Qin Empire, a figure of extremely high status, revered by many, and even Emperor Father had to treat him as an equal. 5 years ago, when Emperor Father was ambushed by assassins during an outing, Xiao Han's father took a fatal blow from the enemy's sword to protect Emperor Father with his own body. Because of this, Emperor Father has shown great affection and care for Xiao Han.
This has elevated Xiao Han's position to nearly equal that of our princes. Jian Chen was surprised and asked, what level of strength has Xiao Han's grandfather reached?
At this point, Qin Ji's expression darkened as he replied, 5th transmission Heavenly Void Saint Master. But Jian Chen, on the other hand, was unfazed.
He casually remarked, oh, just a 5th level transmission?
Eventually, the day passed, and the next morning at Shoyan Kingdom, Qin Empire, the palace maid inside greeted them respectfully upon seeing the two.
Please, Third Prince Your Highness, Lordly from the Ministry of Rites is looking for you. Jian Chen glanced at him, Qin Ji, if you have something to do, you can go ahead. Don't worry about me. Qin Ji replied, Brother Jian Chen.
Then find a place to rest for a moment, I must go and receive the guests. He responded promptly. Immediately after, Jian Chen found a spot a little distance from Qin Ji and sat down quickly. Just as the teacup was raised, a mocking voice carried over.
What kind of mongrel dares to show up here? Jian Chen replied calmly, the body is in good shape, isn't it? Recovering quite fast, too. Xiao Han said coldly, today is your highness's great celebration, I still can't believe you had the nerve to come.
He didn't bother to look at him, teasing with a hint of amusement.
Relax, I'm not interested in playing with children.
Xiao Han ground his teeth in fury, glaring at him. At the same time, a eunuch loudly announced to everyone, "Your Majesty has arrived." As the king entered, the officials on both sides bowed low in homage, imploring Your Majesty to lead our Qin Empire to greater prosperity and strength. King Qin smiled with obvious pleasure as he entered. "Very well, today is my 50th great celebration, all of you here are my guests." Glancing at the wooden box in his hand, Xiao Han thought with satisfaction, "Today I will make you lose face before the princesses."
Looking towards Jian Shen, his face was full of resentment.
"Today, I must avenge your family."
He then quickly presented the item.
"Adoptive father, this is the gift I have prepared for you." After speaking, he finally handed the item to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch also respectfully accepted it. King Qin looked at him with delight.
"My adopted son even knows how to give me a gift.
Truly filial." As he glanced inside the box, his mouth immediately dropped open. There, sparkling inside, was the Yuan Mingzhou, lying neatly in the exquisitely crafted box.
King Qin stared intently at him and said, "Adopted son, is this the legendary Heyun Prefecture pearl?"
The officials buzzed in surprise. No wonder Ko Huan is His Majesty's adopted son. He is truly filial. This fire cloud pearl was equivalent to a 5th-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, wearing the fire cloud pearl could even prolong one's life. Ko Huan knelt down and flattered, "Yes, adoptive father, it took me a great deal of effort to obtain this Heyun Prefecture pearl." King Qin smiled with pleasure, then spoke kindly. "Are you being a good child? Hurry and stand up." He then added, "Stepmother, yesterday you went to the third prince, Your Highness, to discuss the matter of your longevity feast. It's such a coincidence that I ran into the third prince's friend there. That friend also wants to offer you a grand gift today."
Putting Yuan Mingzhou back into the box, King Qin said, "Is that so?"
He then turned to Qin Ji and asked, "Old Third, does your friend have an emperor's decree today?" Qin Ji hesitated, "Emperor father, this." It's Qin Jishin who is frustrated. "That scoundrel, Xiao Han, he's the one causing trouble for brother Jian Shen. If I had known earlier, I would have just given Jinshin a few things from the treasury." Xiao Han continued to attack the adoptive father. Luckily, the son happened to meet Jinshin, who is over there right now. When he said this, all the officials turned their attention to Jinshin, each of them waiting in silence. Xinji quickly thought, "No, I must speak in defense of brother Jinshin. It wouldn't be good to cause trouble for him." He then immediately spoke up, "Emperor father. Yesterday, brother Jinshin had a bit of a conflict with Xiao Han, but at this moment, Jinshin quickly stepped forward and whispered, 'Xinji, please don't rush. Let me handle this.' He then handed over a wooden box, saying, 'Your Majesty, I am Jinshin, a friend of third prince Your Highness. Today, I am fortunate enough to attend Your Majesty's great celebration. The little brat has prepared this gift to present to you.' The two officials standing below whispered, 'Do you think that little brat's gift could possibly be the fire cloud pearl from Xiao Han? How could it be? The fire cloud pearl is the 5th-grade elixir.' King Qin looked at him and then coldly said, 'Little brother, you are being extravagant. I don't know what this is.' Jinshin immediately smiled and respectfully said, 'It is the light god pill of level 8. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent, and no one dared to speak a word. Only King Qin's face turned ashen, and he said, 'Little brother, what did you just say?' Jinshin, standing below, heard this and cheerfully repeated, 'The light god pill of level 8. The crowd was in an uproar. The light god pill of level 8 not only could solve all kinds of poison. The light god pill, which has the power to bring the dead back to life. Yes, the 8th grade light god pill has appeared in the Tian Yuan continent, and its quantity can be called extremely rare. This is the true treasure that can save a life.' Xiao Han immediately shouted, 'I don't believe it. How could a poor guy like him possibly have an 8th grade light god pill? It must be a fake, a fraud.' Jinshin then reported, 'Your Majesty, if you do not believe it, you may send someone to verify.' King Qin then spoke to the eunuch beside him, invite Zhao Guangming, the Saint Master, to come here, and the eunuch quickly replied, yes, your majesty. After a short while, the person was quickly brought over. He was dressed in white, respectfully bowed, and greeted, your majesty, I am at your service. May I ask if your majesty has any instructions? King Qin then said, this is the birthday gift sent by Old Third's friend. I have been told it is an 8th grade light god pill. Could you please check if it is real or fake? Upon hearing this, even he was taken aback. At the same time, the eunuch brought the item forward. As soon as the box was opened, Guang Ming quickly peered inside, and a brilliant beam of light shone forth. Xiao Han, standing behind, saw the pill glowing and was stunned. He exclaimed in astonishment, the 8th grade light god pill. This is indeed the light god pill. Your Majesty, it is truly the 8th grade light god pill. King Qin, stroking his beard, couldn't hide his delight. Good, very good. He then turned to Jian Shen, saying, little brother Jian Shen, you have worked hard. Today, I will certainly reward you generously. Speak, what do you want? He bowed respectfully, your Majesty, Jian Shen only wishes to be friends with the third prince. If you truly wish to reward me, please reward the third prince instead. King Qin turned to look at his son. Old Third, it seems you've made a good friend. Qin Ji replied respectfully, thank you, Emperor Father, for your praise. He then quickly added, Emperor Father, Jian Shen is also the champion of this year's martial arts tournament. King Qin coldly praised, little brother Jian Shen is indeed a rare talent. At such a young age, to become the champion of the martial arts competition is truly impressive. The future looks bright for him. Old Third, to have made a friend like little brother Jian Shen is indeed a great stroke of luck. Hearing this, Qin Ji quickly and respectfully responded, I understand, your Majesty. Xiao Han gritted his teeth in anger, what military strategy, King? No matter who you are, Xiao Han will never let you have it easy. King Qin, excited, immediately gave the order, begin the banquet. Today is my birthday, so there's no need to be formal with the rituals. Thank you, your Majesty, for your kindness. At that moment, a voice rang out, Xiao Han. During your Majesty's great celebration, you are sitting there drinking alone. The Zha family members walked by, laughing heartily. I heard that you, little brat, were beaten up yesterday for pursuing Princess Yu Bing. Upon hearing this, he immediately put on a look of grievance. Mu Zha turned to his uncle and said, Uncle, you must stand up for me. The uncle chuckled and teased, stand up for you? Stand up for what? If you want to marry Princess Yu Bing, you must first get your Majesty's approval, right? Xiao Han furrowed his brows and coldly replied, it's not about that, Mu Zha family uncle. As for Princess Yu Bing, I know my place. Yesterday, I was not only beaten but also humiliated. The Zha family was so enraged that their teeth ground together, and they immediately asked, what? Who dared to humiliate you? Then, he looked over at Jian Shen. Mu Zha family uncle, that man is Jian Shen. Xiao Han, furious, said, Uncle, please help me teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I, Xiao Han, will never be able to swallow this grievance. TRTRA responded, Xiao, it's not that I won't help you, but I heard that this Jian Shen is not only a friend of the third prince but also the champion of the weapon assembly. Wait a moment, he said again. Moreover, now he has gained the approval of your Majesty. If I act against him, I fear it will displease your Majesty. Xiao Han, who didn't understand the situation, spoke up, Uncle Mu Zha family, how old is he? He must have used some trick or luck to earn the title of Military Strategy King. You can challenge him in front of the court officials and insult him. As for your Majesty, I will certainly have my family assist you. Zha family then agreed. Alright, I also want to test his abilities and see how powerful the Military Strategy King really is. After saying this, he walked out and lowered his head, loudly proclaiming, Your Majesty, I, Mu Zha family, have a request. King Qin glanced at him coldly and asked, What is it, Mu Zha family? Zha family respectfully spoke loudly, I wish to compete with military strategy King Jinshen to see who is superior.
It can also serve as a performance for your Majesty's great celebration, a tribute to your Majesty's longevity. I hope your Majesty will grant me this request."
Upon hearing this, King Qin was momentarily stunned. He fell silent, lost in thought for a long time. Then King Qin quickly introduced, "Little brother Jinshen, this is the commander of the Imperial Guards, Muzha family. I don't know if you'd like to compete with him as well, you may quickly step forward. If the commander of Muzha family wishes to compete with me, I will gladly demonstrate for him, as a birthday gift for His Majesty." King Qin clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Good, good. Since it's like that, let's all go outside and watch the performance from the two of them." Immediately, everyone moved to the arena, all eyes fixed on the two opponents. TRT leaned over and spoke to him, "Little brother Jinshen, feel free to pick any weapon behind you. After that, use your internal energy from Ji to break a dry branch overhead." The branch was tiny, but Jinshen indeed wanted to use it as a weapon. He held the branch in front of him and said loudly. Commander Muzha began his move. Looking at Jinshen's attitude, he was so furious that his teeth gritted. "Jinshen, what is the meaning of this?" Jinshen calmly replied, "Commander of Muzha family, I have no intention of humiliating anyone. We are not enemies bound to a life and death struggle. It's just a willow branch," he said. Immediately after, the Zha family swiftly tossed their weapon aside. Surprisingly, he was able to accurately throw it into the right place with ease. The sound of weapons clashing echoed through the air, and then Chia turned to speak to the person beside him, "Please hand me a wooden spear." From this action, the boy silently assessed that it seemed the Muzha family was also a distinguished male human child of Guangming. The new weapon was soon retrieved. Zha family quickly gathered his internal energy, and then shouted loudly, "Jinshen, I'm coming." Despite him charging forward, the boy merely stood there calmly, making no move to counter. Only then did he gather his internal energy and bring the branch before him. In an instant, a massive surge of internal energy was sent toward Zha family. He looked at the boy, unable to suppress his shock. What? Looking at his own hand, his large branch had somehow been snapped by this internal energy. Only then did he snap back to his senses, unable to refrain from exclaiming in frustration. "This is bad." Then, the energy source rushed straight toward Zha family, forcing him to raise both hands to shield himself. However, strangely, despite the overwhelming pressure of the internal force, it did not cause any harm to Zha family. This, in turn, surprised him greatly. Zha family immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, "Thank you, brother Jinshen, for your guidance." Jinshen did not become arrogant because of this. The leader of Muzha family was merely being polite, it was just a small game. If it had been a matter of life and death, he knew he would not have been able to win. King Qin, observing from the side, could not contain his curiosity. "Saint Master, could you help me see just how capable this little brother Jinshen is?" Guangming quickly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Without hesitation, he gathered his internal energy and flew over, shouting loudly, "Jinshen, let this old man have a match with you." Now, the two of them fixed their gaze on each other. Guangming did not expect that Jinshen would be stronger than he had imagined. With that, Guangming channeled his internal energy, quickly leaping toward Jinshen, carrying a hint of murderous intent. Once again, Jinshen raised his wooden stick high and called out loudly, "Old mister, be careful." Guangming's martial arts were deeper, and he immediately clapped his hands together with great force. Seeing the stream of internal energy Jinshen released, Guangming shouted loudly, "Break the evil." Then, he stood in front of the aura Jinshen emitted, struggling a bit to fight it back. After seeing his own fist bleeding, he became somewhat confused. What kind of skill was this? Why could he sense a strand of heaven and earth primal energy? Guangming immediately circulated his internal energy, and a weapon materialized in his hand from his internal power. After a moment, he swiftly flew up and aimed a strike toward Jinshen. But in contrast to Guangming's urgency, Jinshen remained calm, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Jian Shan raised the old staff into the air, and around him, the surrounding energy seemed to be absorbed by him.
Guangming stared in shock, exclaiming, "You can control heaven and earth primal energy? Have you truly mastered it?"
On the side, the high-ranking officials and deities were equally stunned, murmuring, "To control the divine power of heaven and earth primal energy.
Has he reached the realm of the heavenly void saint master?" Qin Ji stood beside, astonished. How could this be? Had Brother Jian Shan really broken through to the heavenly void saint master realm? King Qin looked at Jian Shan, feeling a bit confused. Was he truly just young on the outside?
Immediately after, Guangming charged forward again. "Little brother Jian Shan, be careful." The Huasong cloud flame heavenly fire slashed through, but in front of him, Jian Shan remained completely calm, his expression unchanged. Jian Shan gathered his inner strength, then shouted loudly, "Heavenly realm battle flag, gods, unite your energies." As soon as Jian Shan executed the move, a massive explosion rang out, and smoke and fire erupted into the air. A huge column of energy light appeared in space, and the intense force of the explosion spread in all directions. In an instant, the spiritual energy expanded, reaching toward the palace. The group of red-clad people rushed to avoid the dispersing energy waves in the air. They urged each other to run, hurry up and fall back, protect His Majesty, the King. From the center of the energy column, Guangming suddenly suggested to Jian Shan, "Let's go up and fight." Jian Shan responded with ease. Immediately after, Guangming soared high into the sky, and the pillar of light gradually dissipated. Next was Jian Shan, as a ring of green energy slowly spiraled around his ankles, lifting him into the air. As he neared, Guangming was momentarily stunned. What? He can actually control the power of the wind element? It wasn't just him who was surprised, but even those watching from below couldn't hide their astonishment. How could this be? He clearly possesses the power of the fire element, so how could he now control the power of wind as well? Could it be that he doesn't just control fire, but also wind? Impossible. No one on the Tianyuan continent has ever controlled two elements at the same time. He must be using some method we don't know about. At this moment, facing Jian Shan in mid-air, Guangming voiced the question in his mind. "Jian Shan, my young friend, can it be that you can control both elements?" Jian Shan calmly responded, "Yeah." Then, he lightly wielded the weapon in his hand, releasing a small amount of spiritual power. This straightforwardness caused Guangming to be shocked. "It's impossible, this can't be happening. This old man has never seen anyone who can control both elements before." Upon hearing this, Jian Shan's expression remained unchanged. He calmly spoke, "Is there anything in this world that is truly impossible? There are still mystical and unimaginable things that exist somewhere in this world. It's just that our comprehension is not enough." Thinking this made sense, Guangming stopped questioning. "You're right, there are many mysterious things in this world we haven't yet discovered. It seems this old man was rude," he said. With that, he raised the weapon of spiritual power in his hand. Guangming spoke in a low voice, "Then today, let this old man see just how strong someone who can control two elements really is." Spiritual power erupted around Guangming, and he loudly provoked, "Jian Shan, little friend, take this sword. Before it strikes, Huasong cloud flame blaze shall cut through you." At that moment, Jian Shan's eyes flickered with a hint of fluctuation. A stream of powerful light existed in his eyes. After that, Jian Shan swung the branch in his hand, and mysterious spiritual energy immediately emanated from it. He shot the branch, infused with spiritual power, forward, while simultaneously chanting the incantation, "Purple Green Sword Codex, no emotion." The branch quickly sped forward, easily piercing through the golden energy barrier of Guangming. Witnessing this, Guangming was momentarily stunned. How could this be? How could he sever the connection between the elements? Before he could even grasp the situation, the branch imbued with spiritual power had already pierced through Guangming's body. At that moment, Guangming was filled with fear, and his hand instinctively reached to his chest. "No, what is this?" Guangming suddenly realized, "I'm not dead? The branch with spiritual energy in Jin Chen's hand quietly fell to the ground, landing on a leaf. After regaining his composure, Guang Ming clasped his hands together, and his voice, filled with deep gratitude, rang out. "Thank you, little friend Jin Chen, for sparing my life." In the next match, this old man admits defeat. Jin Chen also quickly returned the gesture. Mr. Yi says, "Just kidding." If Mr. Yi hadn't used his full strength, then I'm afraid the outcome would not have turned out like this. Hearing that, Wang Ming suddenly felt glad about his earlier decision. Indeed, if he had gone all out, this old man would already be a dead man by now. A loss is a loss. This old man is not someone who cannot tell right from wrong. Little friend Jian Chen, there's no need for you to preserve this old man's dignity. On the other side, King Qin was asking Li Chang beside him. Li Hu, you're also a heavenly control saint master. Do you think this young Jian Chen is a genius? Responding to King Qin, Li Chang carefully voiced his thoughts. Your Majesty, from what this humble subject has observed, this Jian Chen is a once in 10,000 years genius. His future achievements will at least reach the realm of Saint King. The two officials standing behind them were so startled by that assessment that their eyes went wide. What? A Saint King? Meanwhile, Jade Ice and Qin Xiang were both gazing at Jian Chen with admiration in their eyes. After the match ended, Jian Chen returned to present himself before King Qin. He clasped his hands and bowed, his tone carrying a trace of humility. Your Majesty, Jian Chen was a bit clumsy. King Qin burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Jian Chen's words. All right, little brother Jian Chen has worked hard. If you are already a friend of Qin Ji, my son, then you are no longer considered a stranger. I shall address you as my dear nephew, wouldn't that be better? He responded politely. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your support. Among everyone, only Kyo Han could clearly see the outcome and still refused to accept it. No, this can't be, it's impossible. How could he be the heavenly void saint master? This must be an illusion. Yes, that's right, it's just an illusion. Jia family walked over from behind, feigning a thoughtful gesture as he stroked his thick beard. Kyo Han, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. I must report this to your grandfather. These words immediately jolted Kyo Han back to reality, and he clung to Jia family's arm, pleading. Uncle Jia family, do you think the family can discipline him on my behalf? But Jia family had already wanted no part in this matter. He frowned and scolded, ridiculous. Don't even think about this again in the future. Your grandfather doesn't have even the slightest leverage over Jian Chen, and yet you still refuse to repent? If you don't change your ways, even your grandfather might be dragged into this mess. Xiao Han, feeling confused, spoke up, Uncle Mujia, so what should I do now? I didn't expect the Jia family to directly make such a suggestion. You should go apologize to Jian Chen. I will definitely tell your grandfather about this and hope it can be resolved and turned into a small issue, right? At this moment, in front of the civil and military officials, King Qin eagerly declared, I want to appoint Jian Chen as the national protector master of the Qin Empire. Does anyone have any objections? As soon as the words left his mouth, those around him were so envious they could hardly contain their astonishment. What? Is Jian Chen really going to rise to such heights? Soon after, several people stepped forward to object. Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. Alright, Jian Chen's abilities might qualify him to be a national master, but to bear the responsibility of protecting the nation, that may not be suitable. A minister next to him also clasped his hands together, speaking loudly to advise, Your Majesty, what Prime Minister Gullier says is very reasonable. The position of National Protector Master involves too many critical matters, and appointing someone so hastily would indeed be inappropriate. Perhaps it would be better to first appoint Jian Chen as the National Master. But King Qin refused to listen, he raised his hand, cutting off their words. Ministers, no need for further discussion, my decision is made. At that moment, Jian Chen's face showed concern as he subtly declined. Your Majesty, Jian Chen is unworthy and incapable, I fear I may not be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, there are still important matters that require my attention, and I must leave the Qin Empire in a few days. King Qin, however, did not give Jianchen the chance to refuse. He even spoke up himself. Jianchen, my wise minister, you need only take on the role of national protector master of my Qin Empire. There is no need to remain here. At this point, Qin Ji approached from the side and gently persuaded him, Jianchen, once you become the national protector master, you will have access to the spatial portal and all the various resources of our Qin Empire without any restrictions. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always call upon us for help. Knowing he could not decline, Jianchen reluctantly agreed to King Qin's request. Very well, he said. This pleased King Qin immensely, and he immediately issued an order to everyone. Good, everyone, hurry and come to pay your respects to our new national protector master of the Qin Empire. There was an order given, and the officials dared not disobey. They all simultaneously bowed and paid respects to the honored national protector master. Soon, the sky grew late, and in the dark of night, the figure of Jianchen appeared in front of a large room. He then pushed open the door with a single motion. Qin Ji, I've become the national master of the Qin Empire, so I should be able to use the space portal now, right? Seeing Jianchen come to him so late, Qin Ji immediately sensed something was wrong. Jianchen, could you tell me what urgent matter you're dealing with? Perhaps I can help you come up with an idea. Jianchen's expression suddenly turned serious. With a gloomy face, he said, a war has broken out in my homeland. I must return quickly, otherwise, the consequences may be unimaginable. The news hit Qin Ji like a thunderclap. He hurriedly asked, what did you say? Then, Qin Ji quickly grabbed Jianchen's hand. You seem even more anxious than Jianchen. Please, explain the situation to me in detail, so I can see if the Qin Empire can assist you in any way. It's hard to say how much time had passed, but Qin Ji was deep in thought as he followed the direction Jianchen pointed. So that's what it is, the Samsara kingdoms. After a moment of contemplation, he made a suggestion. Jianchen, take a few national masters with you. It will be hard for just one person to change the course of the battle. Jianchen didn't want to accept this favor, hesitating before replying. This might not be very convenient. But Qin Ji walked over and patted his shoulder, quickly reassuring him. Jianchen, don't hesitate any longer. Don't forget your current identity. You have the right to wield this power. Right now, the situation in Gushan is the most important. Jianchen reluctantly agreed. All right, then. I'll follow your advice. The scene shifted to a dense forest. Suddenly, a complex magic circle appeared in the sky. Then, a bright beam of energy shot down from it, bringing Jianchen and his group of 6 people to the ground. As they arrived, Tian Luo turned to Jianchen and asked, Honored National Master, where are we heading next? After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Jianchen pointed ahead. It's not far from the Samsara kingdoms. In the eastern direction, there must be a city, so let's head there first and see. Then, the 6 people quickly transformed into 6 beams of light, swiftly soaring across the sky. During their journey, Jianchen shared the preliminary plan with the group. Let's first enter the city and gather some information. At that moment, within the city, the market was bustling with activity. Hurry, hurry, come take a look, the fresh meat of the demonic beasts is here. Jianchen approached a street vendor and raised his hand to inquire, Shopkeeper, I would like to ask something. What is the current situation in the kingdom of Jesson? Has war broken out? The shopkeeper squinted his narrow eyes as if thinking for a moment before replying. He explained that 3 months ago, a war had broken out there, and it seemed to involve the elite troops of the 4 nations. Not only that, but 2 customers seated nearby also advised Jianchen, little brother, you'd better not go there at this time. The kingdom of Jesson is going to be destroyed. 7 days ago, 2 heavenly void saint masters from Gushan had been killed, while 3 others had been gravely injured. Moreover, only 1 heavenly void from the 4-nation alliance had been left in a near-death state. However, I heard that he was later saved by Guangming's Saint Master. The more they talked, the paler Jianshan's face became. The person continued, I even got word from Gushan 3 days ago that a heavenly void Saint Master powerhouse from Pingyang Kingdom captured a general and brought him back, then cut off his arms and legs and hung them up in front of the gates of Pingyang Kingdom. A whole day, with both arms and legs chopped off like that. Surely that general must have been a renowned figure, right? Upon hearing this, Yunair immediately interjected, You've guessed wrong, that general was no famous hero at all. After a brief pause, he continued, he was an unknown commander named Zhang Yanghu, I think.
Upon hearing that name, Jianshan's eyes widened in shock.
He struggled to suppress the surge of emotions within him and immediately grabbed the neck of one person. Jianshan lifted him off the ground and, with a low growl, asked, What did you say? The person's face turned pale from Jianshan's action, and in fear, he repeated, That person's name is Zhang Yanghu, he was captured by the heavenly void Saint Master of Pingyang Nation. Then, his 2 arms and 2 legs were chopped off and hung in front of the gates of Pingyang Nation for a full day and night. At that moment, Jianshan could no longer suppress his emotions. He blamed himself, saying, Boss, I'm sorry, I'm too late. But Jianshan quickly regained his composure. He turned to give orders to the others, the 5 of you, immediately head out to support Samsara Kingdom against the alliance of the 4 nations, and protect everyone in Zhangyang Manor for me. They responded loudly and clearly. After that, Jianshan hurriedly took off, silently praying in his heart. Boss, please, whatever happens, don't let anything happen to you. If anything does, I will raise Pingyang Nation to the ground and make the 4-nation alliance bury themselves with you. He moved at his fastest speed, and in no time, he reached the city wall of Pingyang Nation. Before the city gates, Yanghu, covered in wounds, was hanging motionless. Though Jianshan had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't remain calm. Pingyang Nation, you damn bastards! At that moment, the sky above was shining with a dazzling light that spread in all directions. The guards quickly noticed the strange phenomenon. They hurried to gather on the city wall and stopped. Who is it? The person next to them spoke up. How audacious, daring to infiltrate our Pingyang Nation! After that, the guard immediately launched an attack without saying a word, firing crossbow bolts. On the city wall, the war chariots simultaneously opened fire, and giant arrows shot straight up into the sky. The target of the attack was a figure surrounded by a powerful aura of spiritual energy from the mansion. Facing the rain of crossbow bolts, Jianshan simply waved his hand, and a vortex of spiritual energy was created, quickly shattering the storm of arrows. Seeing Jianshan effortlessly counter the attack, the soldiers were left stunned. What? Just as they were still dazed, Jianshan swept through 2 lines in the sky. He had used the ultimate technique, the Fengzi sword method, to apply the force of the storm. That strike cut through the solid wall, causing it to crack in a long section. On the other side, the second strike severed the rope holding Yanghu. Jianshan quickly flew over and caught the unconscious Yanghu. He spoke, Boss, I'm sorry. It's too late. Seeing the grim condition of the man before him, Jianshan puffed on his cigarette while deep in thought. First, he had to use the light god pill to protect his boss's life. As for whether he could later restore his boss's broken limbs, that would have to wait. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, launch the arrows, shoot those 2 beasts of Samsara Kingdom to pieces for me. Just when Jianshan's pent-up anger found no outlet, he immediately condensed a ball of spiritual energy in his hand. He raised his arm high, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura radiated throughout the space. At this time, one of Jianshan's hands was supporting Yanghu, while the other swung down, creating a trail of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the energy cut through the city wall ahead, causing the soldiers to be unable to escape in time and scream in terror. On top of the city wall, a figure who seemed to be a general shouted, Who are you, divine being? Why are you attacking our Pingyang Nation? Facing him, Jianshan's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. He coldly responded, Today, I intend for your Pingyang Nation to never raise its head again. As soon as the words ended, Jianshan swung his hand, and countless threads of spiritual power gathered rapidly like sparks. Then, he forcefully lashed the cord of spiritual power in his hand forward, and the energy emanating from it was like a massive flame, heading straight for the enemy general. He screamed in terror, "No, but there's no more way to escape now." Suddenly, the path of the spiritual energy unexpectedly veered off and flew over his head. It then fell to another corner, where it exploded upon striking the powerful spiritual force. In the fiery glow, the figure of a powerhouse calmly appeared. Chen Zun slowly glided through the flames and approached Jianchen. He seemed to have guessed it. "My lord. Are you from the Samsara kingdoms?" Jianchen looked at Chen Zun with a lofty gaze and did not beat around the bush, directly admitting, "Yes." At this moment, Chen Zun's voice rang out with a probing tone, "Might I ask, what is your name?" This old man has never heard of a character like yourself before. Jianchen had already lost all patience. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you sever the limbs of my boss?" Chen Zun guessed your boss? Could it be that you are also someone from Zhongyang Manor? But Jianchen ignored him and repeated the earlier question in a loud voice, "Answer me, did you cut off my boss's limbs?" Though taken aback by Jianchen's aura, Chen Zun still remained confident. "So what if it was me?" Jianchen fixed him with a cold stare, his voice laden with implication. "If that's so, then I believe you." With those words finished, Jianchen's figure vanished without a trace. By the time Chen Zun noticed anything amiss, Jianchen had already appeared behind him. What? Contrary to what Chen Zun had expected, Jianchen merely placed a light hand on his shoulder. In an instant, one of his arms was wrenched off mercilessly. Madness showed on Jianchen's face. He threw the arm away and calmly looked at Chen Zun. "Come on, before I take your limbs, you absolutely must not pass out." Standing before that towering aura, Chen Zun finally felt fear. He wondered to himself, why does the Changyang family have such a powerhouse? Chen Zun endured the sharp pain in his broken arm, raised his head, and shouted loudly, "Chen Yun Sr., please reveal yourself." When he saw the figure of Chen Yun appear, he immediately rejoiced and shouted, "He's here." Chen Yun appeared standing in the midst of the battle, his voice resounding. "I am Chen Yun, a member of the royal family of Qian Kuan Kingdom." He looked directly at Chen Yun, his killing intent surging fiercely, his voice filled with barely contained fury. "No need for many words. Today I will level your Pingyang nation and hang all your powerhouse heads on the city gates." Chen Zun, hiding behind Chen Yun, spoke with a trembling voice filled with anger. "A little brat who doesn't know the sky from the earth dares to speak disrespectfully to ancestor Chanyan? You think you can level my Pingyang nation just with the strength of a heavenly void saint master?" Jianchen gently helped Yang Hu lean against the wall, his voice low and calm. "Boss, wait for me for a moment, I will kill these two and take revenge for you." Jianchen's eyes suddenly blazed, a torrent of spiritual energy surged out, and pieces of broken wall flew suspended in the air. Jianchen waved his hand, and immediately, the shattered pieces of the walls around him trembled and shot off at a terrifying speed. Chen Yun and Chen Zun extended their hands to summon an attack spell against him. "Little bug, do you think that with an attack like this, we have nothing to counter it?" From a distance, the shards, carrying an intense murderous aura, shot toward Chen Yun and Chen Zun like a meteor shower. Chen Yun suddenly sensed something was wrong. Their speed was too fast, and this move was somewhat strange. "Be careful." He immediately stepped forward to block the terrifying speed of the debris. Chen Yun executed a move, each swing of his blade deflecting the incoming shards. What kind of person is this brat, after all? The debris rushed toward Chen Zun. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted, "Quick, use all your strength to protect your body." His face turned pale, cold sweat dripping down. Chen Zun frantically asked, "What?" Jianchen's attack came crashing down like a lightning strike. Chen Zun was unable to defend in time, and was struck by the blow, his body torn apart. Chen Yun looked on as his figure dissolved into nothingness. His hands clenched tightly, as if completely powerless, but Jianchen's eyes shone brightly with unwavering determination. He pointed directly at the man, then at the next one. With resolute motion, he extended his finger, and a surge of spiritual energy coursed through Jianchen's arm. With a single point, a colossal force was unleashed, shaking the very heavens and earth. Xian Yun could not help but be struck with terror, his face changing instantly.
What kind of power is this? Could it be a heaven-ranked combat skill?
The force rushed toward him, so powerful that it distorted the space around it. Xian Yun was panicked, his face turning ashen.
What in the world is this power? How can it break through my Shangli protective barrier?
In his panic, he instantly transformed into a streak of light, desperately trying to escape.
After dealing with the two men, Jian Chen fell into deep thought.
First and foremost, he needed to figure out how to ensure the safety of his boss.
Jian Chen's gaze glimmered with resolve.
Xian Yun, another day, I will definitely tread upon your Qiankuan kingdom and annihilate it, leaving nothing behind. At the palace of Galan Kingdom, the air was fresh and filled with the gentle glow of sunlight. Jian Guang sighed softly, it seems that our Galan Kingdom cannot escape this calamity this time. Yang Ba sat solemnly, an aura of cold killing intent surrounding him.
How long can we hold on?
Even if we lose our lives, we must not allow them to take pleasure in their victory so easily. He spoke up to offer some comfort. Zhang Yang, although your son was captured by the Pingyang nation, they probably won't dare to kill him. He clasped his hands together in deep concern, his gaze distant. I've heard that Ahu's limbs have been severed. Now, even living as a cripple is no longer possible.
Even if he's saved, what does it matter?
It would only bring him more suffering. Kei Kuang let out a long sigh, his expression one of helplessness, as though carrying countless unspeakable troubles.
La Si gently offered some reassurance. Uncle Chong Yang, don't you still have your talented son, Chong Yang Eternal Sky?
Jin Guang added, that's right, I heard that at just 15 years old, he already managed to condense a holy weapon. He fell silent, his heart heavy with worry for his son far away.
Liang Air, how are you now? How many years has it been since Liang Air left home?
Until now, there's still no news, no word from him, and no one knows anything. The door opened softly, and Ming Dong walked in from outside, saying, Uncle Chong Yang, that kid Chong Yang Eternal Sky, who was 15 years old, has already stopped deploying holy soldiers. He did it 3 years faster than I did.
It's really unexpected.
If only he were here, it would be so much better. Yang Ba furrowed his brows slightly, his face shadowed with a layer of sadness, as if carrying an unspoken worry. It's probably for the best that he doesn't return home. In a few more days, Zhangyang Manor may no longer exist. Seeing the worry on his face, Ming Dong spoke softly to comfort him. Zhangyang family head, don't worry. I will do everything I can to protect Zhou Quan for Zhangyang Manor. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out from outside, shattering the gloomy atmosphere.
Chan Yang, you better come out and surrender your life.
Madame C flew high above, her cold gaze looking down at the people below. The Dragon Kingdom has already broken through the western part of the Samsara Kingdom. Now it's your turn, she said coldly. Tell the other side to surrender the city wall soon to avoid unnecessary bloodshed.
Uncle Chong Yang, surrender the city now. Whoever surrenders will not be killed, otherwise, don't blame us from Dragon Kingdom for wiping out the entire city.
Yang Ba was furious, his voice full of resentment. Our Samsara Kingdom has no traitors, even if we die, we will never become slaves. A sinister smile briefly appeared at the corner of Ba Si's mouth. He's starting to use spiritual power, then let him die. Immediately, he released a powerful wave of spiritual energy, aimed directly at the man. As the attack rushed toward him, Yang Ba's face changed, his eyes wide in panic, his body frozen in place. A blazing red flame tore through the air, rushing toward Yang Ba like a bullet cutting through the wind, like an arrow slicing through the breeze. Jian Chen rushed forward, shouting loudly to warn him.
Uncle Chong Yang, be careful. Yang Ba stood rooted to the spot, his mouth agape. Could this be the place where I meet my end? In the most critical moment.
A translucent shield erupted, blocking the fierce attack rushing toward him.
A cracking sound echoed.
The ground split into two, and dust and rocks flew up in a cloud, leaving everyone stunned.
Ba Si turned around and yelled, Who did this? Who dares to ruin the good work of our hidden dragon kingdom? Tian Luo and the other heavenly void saint masters appeared behind him. Are you from the hidden dragon kingdom? Ba Si was stunned. He never expected these people to be heavenly void saint masters. He hesitated and replied, yes, but I don't know who you are. In the stillness of the air, Tian Luo's cold voice suddenly cut through. I am Tian Luo. We are from the Qin Empire, sent by the king to protect the national protector master. First, we are heading to assist the Samsara kingdoms. Ba Si was taken aback and screamed, what? You're from one of the 8 strongest nations of the Tian Yuan continent, the Qin Empire? Tian Luo smiled lightly. Is there another Qin Empire on the Tian Yuan continent? Ba Si quickly processed the information in his mind. This was bad. He absolutely had to report this to His Majesty. He hastily asked for permission to leave. If that's the case, then we must take our leave. Hearing this, Tian Luo waved his hand slightly. A faint stream of green magic power gradually gathered. Nonsense, do you think you can come and go as you please in this place? The brilliant green magic power spiraled and surged forward like a raging river, heading straight towards Ba Si. He raised his hand in an attempt to block the attack. Senior from the Qin Empire, we have no grudges, so why do you seek to hunt me down? Like a cold breeze, Tian Luo silently appeared behind Ba Si. Because our national protector master has ordered it. He summoned green magic power, his fist shattering, and it slammed into Ba Si's stomach with terrifying force. No. Tian Luo coldly tightened his grip on Ba Si's head. Ba Si's eyes gradually grew dim, his gaze vacant and full of despair. In the end, Tian Luo threw him forcefully to the ground. This old man Tian Luo, under the orders of the National Protector Master Sir, has come to assist everyone. Tian Luo's voice rang out clearly. If you need anything from us, just ask, there is no need for formalities. As for those from Hidden Dragon Kingdom, they should still be left for you to deal with. Yang Ba solemnly clasped his hands and bowed his head in respect. Thank you, seniors, for your assistance. May I ask how we should address the National Protector Master? Tian Luo answered softly, the distinguished name of our national master cannot be casually revealed to you. Wait until he returns and you will know it then. A blazing purple light shot down from the sky, striking the courtyard amid a fierce, whistling wind. The guards, seeing a stranger, hurriedly leveled their spears. Halt! Who goes there? Stop! This is the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. Anyone who charges in will be killed. Jian Chen did not hesitate. He swung his arm, and a cold, slicing sound cleaved the air. The first soldier froze, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Before he could understand what was happening, the second soldier also stood like a statue, his face filled with terror. Immediately the cluster of guards erupted into chaos and closed ranks. One of them pointed at him. How dare he come here to cause trouble? Seize him at once. Jian Chen, calm as ever, gave a slight flick of his hand. A streak of purple light tore through the air, screams followed and then quickly fell silent. When the guards had been completely swept aside, Chen Shan, having heard the disturbance, appeared at once. Who are you? Why are you slaughtering people in the imperial palace of our Pingyang nation? Jian Shen, seeing him, coldly said, You don't need to know who I am, you only need to know one thing. He declared loudly, From now on, this imperial palace on the Tian Yuan continent will be completely obliterated. Chen Shan immediately flew into a rage. Nonsense! Our Pingyang nation has established itself on the Tian Yuan continent for hundreds of years. Do you think that just because of a brat like you, everything will be overturned? Jian Shen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Whether it will or not, you can try taking this move of mine first, then we can talk. He raised his hand to the sky, and instantly, a surge of spiritual power erupted, spreading a terrifying force throughout the air. Chen Shan's expression changed drastically as he looked at the wave of spiritual power in front of him. What kind of strength is this? From the west, a fiery blaze of spiritual power erupted, surging with immense force.
The saint rank battle technique, fire wind burning origin, exploded with flames, radiating destructive heat as it shot straight toward Qin Shan. His eyes widened, filled with terror as he saw the fiery spiritual power rushing toward him.
Get out of the way! Everyone, get out of the way!
The flames roared like a wall of fire, mercilessly swallowing the full force of Qin Shan. The vast imperial palace of Zhan gradually disappeared behind a thick veil of dust, leaving only the silence of death in its wake.
Through the mist, Jian Chen walked through the smoldering ruins of Pingyang Nation.
His eyes were closed, and his spiritual energy erupted within, converging at a single point. Beneath him, the figure of a fleeing person began to emerge through the fog. Jian Chen's voice rang out cold and emotionless, "No matter where you hide, you can't escape the palm of my hand." 3 figures stood tall in the dim space of the mysterious mansion, each corner shrouded in shadow. Suddenly, Ping Guang's voice trembled in fear.
Who is that person? How can their strength be so terrifying? Even the 2 national masters couldn't stop him?
Ziqing clasped his hands and spoke, "Your Majesty, I suspect that person might be from the Samsara Kingdom. Since we are at war with them, it makes sense that their national masters might come to take revenge on us."
Ping Guang sighed deeply.
"If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in the war."
Ziqing smiled and pointed.
"Your Majesty, please rest assured this labyrinth is extremely solid, and there are many organs along the route."
Chen Bing, together with Guzhen and Ping Guang, the powerhouses stationed at Border Fortress, will arrive soon. The powerhouses of the Samsara Kingdoms will have no choice but to flee.
Hearing that, his expression relaxed somewhat. "You are right," Ping Guang ground out, clenching his hand.
"When we capture that powerhouse of the Samsara Kingdoms, I will make sure to torment him to death."
From somewhere, a voice rang out through the air.
"Oh? And how do you plan to torment me?"
He spun around in fear, his eyes coldly scanning the surroundings.
Who are you?" Jian Chen stepped forward calmly. "I am the powerhouse of the Samsara Kingdoms you keep talking about. Weren't you just trying to seize me?" Ping Guang began to tremble. How could that brat have made a hole in the wall? Wasn't it said that only a Saint King powerhouse could break through this wall? Could that brat truly be at the Saint King realm?
Without hesitation, Ziqing gripped his sword tightly and stepped in front to form a living shield to protect him. "Your Majesty, hurry and run, let us stop him." With a terrifying speed, he charged straight at Jian Chen, ready for a fierce battle. Jian Chen spoke lightly, "At your age, to have reached the level of Grand Earth Saint Master, that can be considered a genius in your own right." However, his hand coldly swept across, a flash of purple energy flickered, passing swiftly by Ziqing. He widened his eyes, his face filled with shock, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. "Before me, even a Grand Earth Saint Master is nothing more than a mere fly, easily swatted." Ping Guang's eyes went wide, stunned as he watched the man collapse to the ground. Qin Ping gritted his teeth, his entire body tense, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Jian Chen. He was so terrified that his hands trembled, yet he still tried to grip the sword tightly. "Your Majesty, hurry and run." Ping Guang suddenly placed a hand on Chen Ping's shoulder. "Enough, don't sacrifice your life in vain anymore." He turned and said, "Your Majesty?" Then he stepped forward, standing before Jian Chen, ready to face the consequences of this war. All the blame lies with this king, and of course, the consequences must be borne by this king himself. It has nothing to do with the soldiers here. If you want to kill someone, then kill King Ban. All the soldiers are innocent, they have families, and many of them are still young. He remembered old Tu's words, "If you want to eradicate something, you must eradicate it thoroughly." Before making any decision, remember this. After recalling that, Jian Chen decisively gave the order, "Take me to the treasury of Pingyang Nation. I want you to compensate for the soldiers who died in Samsara Kingdom." In the end, with no way out, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine. In a well-guarded camp, the guards were patrolling continuously and very seriously. Xiaoba pointed to the map. The general had just received a letter, and at this moment, the enemy had already breached 3 of the military zones. The main force was advancing toward the imperial city. Mo Jun was helpless, and it seemed that even if the national master of the Qin Empire came back to assist, they wouldn't be able to hold out. He looked at Xiao Ba and anxiously asked, "General, what should we do now? Are we abandoning this city and heading to rescue Imperial City?" He squinted and asked in return, "How many of us are left?" Mo Jun asked. "An estimated 700,000, came the reply. Xiao Ba suggested first sending a contingent to provide aid in 3 directions, southeast, northwest, and northeast. "What do you think?" Mo Jun hesitated. "General, if we do that, how many people will we have left here?" He answered, "About 200,000 should be sufficient. And there are also 5 national masters from the Qin Empire who can still deal significant damage to the enemy forces. Without the Heavenly Void Saint Master, 200,000 regular soldiers should be enough." Mo Jun immediately knelt down. "General, I request to lead 20,000 soldiers to guard this place." Xiao Ba placed his hand on his shoulder. "Old Zhou, leave the task of guarding this place to me. Once you have recovered, take the healthy children and leave the entire city." Mo Jun was unwilling. "General?" He smiled gently. "Old as I am, what's death to me? If I remember correctly, your child should be 3 years old by now, right?" Xiao Ba patted Mo Jun's shoulder lightly. "I ask you to stay behind here, and I really wouldn't be able to face your family." A subordinate hurriedly ran in. Gasping for breath, the urgent message was relayed. "General, someone is coming." The person your subordinate mentioned is Jian Shen, and Ping Guang appeared together, which greatly surprised Xiao Ba. He pondered for a moment, "Isn't that the national master of Pingyang? Why is he here? Could it be?" Xiao Ba quietly asked. "The king of Pingyang Nation, I never expected him to come in person. What do you think his purpose here is?" Jian Shen clasped his hands respectfully. "Lao General, please don't be in a rush. The king of Pingyang Nation has already been captured by me, now he is merely a prisoner." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ba couldn't hide his astonishment and shock. "What?" His eyes widened, his voice trembling with disbelief. He asked again as if he couldn't believe his own ears. "The king of Pingyang Nation was captured by you?" Jian Shen replied, "Yes, that's correct. By the way, has the national master of Southern Kingdom from the Qin Empire arrived here yet?" Xiao Ba was greatly surprised by this question. "Do you happen to know the 5 national masters of the Qin Empire?" Jian Shen answered, "I came here together with those 5, but we separated midway. They went ahead to assist the Samsara Kingdom first. We continued our journey towards Pingyang Nation. Suddenly, you remembered and asked, 'By the way, did the national master of the Qin Empire bring someone from Zhongyang Manor along?' Xiao Ba immediately recognized the person you were asking about. "Are you talking about Zhongyang Hu?" His voice suddenly grew serious. The young man had been severely wounded. I had already told his father, Uncle Chang Yang, to bring him back to the imperial city earlier, he added. "But..." Jian Shen furrowed his brows, his face filled with worry and concern, his voice urgent. "But what?" Xiao Ba lowered his gaze. "Not long ago, I received a messenger bird carrying news that the enemy forces were attacking towards the imperial city. It seems that, soon, both the Changyang family father and son may not make it. He blames himself, saying it's all due to his negligence." Mo Jun comforted him. "General, how could you blame yourself for this?" he said. "At that time, you were only concerned for the safety of the Changyang family." Jian Shen turned to reassure Xiao Ba. "Rest assured, old general. With the king of Pingyang here, the forces from the north, from Bingyang, will never dare to attack this place again." Xiao Ba's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with immense gratitude. Old Xiao really thanked little brother, then he asked, "Old general, where have the 5 from the Qin Empire gone?" Xiao Ba replied, "Not long ago, I asked them to help me protect the western part of this place.
Jian Chen bent down to pick up the map. Old General, may I borrow the map for a moment?
You get a running start and fly like the wind. As long as you can quickly reach West City and bring the 5 national masters back to support Imperial City, this situation will be resolved.
Jian Chen silently thought to himself, Father, boss, everyone must survive.
As soon as they arrived, cold spears from the vigilance guards pointed directly at him.
Who goes there?
Jian Chen clasped his hands and spoke in a calm voice, I am from Samsara Kingdom, not an enemy of you all.
One of the soldiers suspiciously asked, Do you have anything to prove your identity?
He stepped forward, You can casually call any national master from the Qin Empire over here.
They know me.
Upon hearing this, the soldier became enraged and shouted, The national master of Qin Empire is not someone you can just meet any time, dressed like some lowly thing like you. They all simultaneously pointed their spears forward, ready to attack Jian Chen.
Stop!
Lei Jing saw Jian Chen and immediately clasped his hands together. Lei Mo, I respectfully greet the honored National Protector Master. The guards hurriedly bowed in fear. We sincerely apologize, we truly failed to recognize you. Jian Chen waved his hand.
It's fine. With the responsibility weighing on his shoulders, I understand that.
One of the soldiers smiled warmly. Thank you, my heroic sirs, for your service.
Jian Chen turned and asked Lei Jing. Is it just you here?
He replied, Sir, there is one more person.
Jian Chen furrowed his brow. What about the other 3?
Lei Jing answered, They heard that the other fronts were in urgent need, so they left for the other camps. Jian Chen's gaze drifted down, and he suddenly noticed his hand.
Are you injured?
Lei Jing raised his hand and smiled. Sir, there's no need to worry, it's just a small wound, nothing serious.
Jian Chen lowered his voice. What exactly happened? Could the enemy be Heavenly Void Saint Masters as well?
Lei Jing answered seriously, Sir, there are a total of 5 Heavenly Void Saint Masters over there.
Old Dong and I barely managed to push back 5 of them with our combined efforts.
He rubbed his forehead and said that if they hadn't lost a Heavenly Void Saint Master, then Old Dong and I could have easily killed all 4 of them just now.
Jian Chen then asked, Where is the National Master? He replied, Old Dong is more severely injured than his subordinates. He's currently resting in his room.
Jian Chen threw a small vial toward Lei Jing. This is a Guangming Saint pill. I believe its quality is at the 4th level. You must use it to recover from your injuries as quickly as possible. Then, he immediately headed toward the eastern fortress to fight against the external threats.
Lei Jing clasped his hands in gratitude.
Thank you, honored National Protector Master. As soon as our brothers have recovered, we will immediately join you to eliminate those 5 Heavenly Void Saint Masters. Hearing this, Jian Chen waved his hand in refusal.
No need. I'll handle this on my own. Lei Jing was surprised and asked, What? Honored National Protector Master? Are you saying you want to handle the Hidden Dragon Kingdom's powerhouses by yourself? Jian Chen calmly replied, Yes, that's right. Seeing Lei Jing's calm demeanor, he tried to dissuade him.
Sir, there are 5 people over there. Although they haven't mastered the heaven rank battle skill yet, dealing with all 5 of them working together will be quite difficult.
Jian Chen placed his hand on Lei Jing's shoulder. It's fine, just manage your timing.
Additionally, the situation in the other 2 directions might.
A booming voice suddenly echoed from somewhere, interrupting his words.
The Heavenly Void Saint Master of the Samsara Kingdoms is over there.
Come out here and surrender your life.
Lei Jing looked at the group up above, his face filled with worry as he shouted.
This is bad, they've arrived.
Jian Chen turned around, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes.
How perfect. You're saving me the trouble of finding you.
In response to their challenge, Jian Chen boldly soared into the air. He appeared on top of the city wall, and a powerful figure mocked loudly.
That little brat, is he actually scared stiff?
The one behind him seems to be just as useless.
Fu Lu, still unaware of Jian Chen's strength, was arrogantly speaking out.
How dare you talk so big with just yourself?
You're looking for death, aren't you?
Jian Chen, not wanting to waste words with them, directly raised his hand to his chest.
You should be the ones who die.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Jian Chen's entire body radiated an overwhelming force. He charged directly towards the group of people.
Fu Lu was the first to step forward to face him.
Confident, he raised the shield in his hand and declared, "Behold my Saint King's shield." In the face of Fu Lu, Jian Chen showed no hesitation. He swung his arm, and with a simple punch, Fu Lu's powerful shield was torn apart. Clearly, Fu Lu hadn't expected his shield to be shattered in the blink of an eye. He was momentarily stunned. But it was too late for Fu Lu to react. Jian Chen's sword energy cleaved him in half. The scene immediately caused Fu Lu's companions to rush in.
Ping Kong exclaimed, "What the hell is this?"
At this point, they realized that Jian Chen's sword was not something to be trifled with. Lu Yang then suggested, "Let's play dirty, we should all attack together." "Be careful, he's wielding a holy weapon."
"We absolutely cannot face him head-on," Ping Kong shouted.
Then, a powerhouse leaped forward, sending strange waves of energy towards Jian Chen.
"Little brat, take this."
The strike managed to reach Jian Chen
and quickly wrapped around him.
Just as Ping Kong was still celebrating, thinking he had succeeded, the figure of Jian Chen appeared behind him.
"Not yet."
Hearing the sound, Ping Kong hurriedly turned his head, his face turning ashen with fear. What awaited Ping Kong was, of course, Jian Chen's palm strike, which pierced through his body and drained his life force away. In his final moments, Ping Kong's eyes were filled with terror.
"No, this can't be. What kind of power is this?"
Jian Chen waved his hand, letting Ping Kong's corpse fall freely. In the blink of an eye, the enemy had lost two powerhouses. After taking care of Ping Kong, Jian Chen turned his cold gaze toward the remaining opponents.
"The next one is you."
Seeing the fate of the other two, Lu Yang quickly urged, "Run fast." He then transformed into a streak of green light and abandoned his comrades, rushing off at full speed.
Jian Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. "You raise your hand in front of me, have I not let you go yet?"
As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive and dazzling surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm.
It quickly pierced through Lu Yang's body.
The pain made him cry out in a shrill voice. At that moment, the other two, Shi Xiong and Guanggu, hurriedly knelt down, begging for mercy.
"Great sir, we were wrong. Please spare our lives."
Jian Chen landed in front of them, coldly raising his hand.
"It's too late." On the city wall, Lei Jing calmly observed the situation below.
The future honored national master of the protector of the nation will undoubtedly become a true Saint King. After a while, Jian Chen returned to where Lei Jing and his companion were. They looked at Jian Chen with gratitude and thanked him for the medicinal pills provided by the Sir.
Lei Jing continued, "The injuries of both of us are almost fully healed now."
Jian Chen was pleased when he saw this. He quickly made his request. "Good, then I ask that both of you immediately go to the southern part of the Samsara kingdom to assist me." Then, Jian Chen swiftly took off.
"I will head east to see if anyone else needs assistance."
In the blink of an eye, he turned into a streak of light and flew off. While soaring through the sky, Jian Chen thought to himself, just now, he had sensed an aura coming from the east that seemed to have been ambushed by the Fenglan kingdom. After that, you flipped through the map in your hand, thinking that if Fenglan kingdom broke into the inner city, they would likely encounter both your father and your boss. With that thought, Jian Chen's eyes revealed a sense of determination. He knew that he had to stop the army of Fenglan kingdom before they clashed with his father and boss. At that moment, a large fire suddenly erupted in the middle of the forest, catching his attention.
Jian Chen's eyes fixed on the spot, and he silently muttered, "It's over there."
At that place, a group of vicious people was surrounding two injured individuals in the center. Gao Ling smirked slyly, saying, "National Master of the Qin Empire, quickly hand over the old man from Samsara Kingdom."
Fonlan Kingdom will not harm your subordinates. Tian Luo gritted his teeth and responded firmly, don't even think about it. I've already promised the honored National Protector Master that I would protect the people of Samsara Kingdom. I cannot go back on my word. Hearing that, Gao Ling wiped his forehead in apparent regret and said, if that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. His expression darkened with cruelty, and he swiftly lunged toward the two people, his great battle skill unleashing with deadly force. Die! Facing Gao Ling charging towards him, Tian Luo tightly held his injured arm and thought to himself, damn it, it's truly shameful to betray the trust of the honored National Protector Master. Then, he shouted, old man will fight to the death with you all. At that moment, water energy erupted around Tian Luo's body heaven rank battle skill, Water Dragon Fury. Seeing this, Gao Ling immediately shouted orders to his subordinates, hurry, take action. We cannot let him unleash a heaven rank battle skill. From both sides, Si Peng and Si Gao rushed in, both shouting in unison, understood. Taking advantage of the fact that Tian Luo's move hadn't yet fully gathered its energy, the two planned to strike him from behind. In such a perilous situation, Tian Luo resigned himself to fate. I'll die here. But just as their attacks were about to land on Tian Luo, they were stopped by an energy barrier. Si Peng and Si Gao immediately noticed this, swiftly jumping back to Gao Ling's side. Then, Si Gao angrily yelled, who dares? Si Peng also roared in fury, you dare to oppose Fonlan Kingdom? Do you really want to die? In contrast to them, Tian Luo Star had already recognized that the honored National Protector Master was here, it must be Sir. Old Sir had come to save him, and all of you are doomed. At this moment, Si Gao was still very arrogant, mocking the title of Protector of the Nation. He didn't even dare to show himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of Jian Shan's voice echoed from behind them. Are you talking about me? Hearing the sound, Si Peng and Si Gao's faces showed confusion, and they both turned around at the same time. But their movements were too slow, and all they saw was a flash of light cutting through the air. Before Si Peng and Si Gao could even react, the fatal blow had already struck them across their bodies. At that moment, Jian Shan turned around, his body exuding a thick murderous aura. He gritted his teeth and asked Gao Ling, do you know why you're still alive? Seeing the scene just now, Gao Ling turned pale, his voice trembling in fear. Because your heart is kind. Jian Shan calmly gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with coldness. No, it's because I need someone to go to Fonlan Kingdom to bring something back. His gaze lit up, emanating a sense of danger, telling the king of Fonlan Kingdom that if he did not want his kingdom to be destroyed, he should surrender immediately. At this moment, Gao Ling dared not stay any longer. He cowardly fled quickly, clearly intending to spread the word right away. After dealing with those people, Jian Shan turned to Han and asked, are you two alright? I have arrived late. Tian Luo respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, honored National Protector, please do not say such words. To die for you would be an honor for us. Even Kali, who was standing beside him, expressed his gratitude. Respected Qin Empire, honored National Protector, on behalf of the entire Samsara Kingdom, I deeply thank you for your assistance. Seeing his actions, Jian Shan silently thought to himself. Not long ago, the elders of Kaga's academy held a position so high that it was beyond his reach, and he could only look at them with respectful eyes. On the surface, he calmly asked, how are your injuries? Reminded by Jian Shan, Kali then recalled the wound on his shoulder, but his gaze was still directed at Tian Luo. The wound on my body is nothing, Kali replied. It's still better to quickly find a way to treat Tian Luo National Master's injury. Upon hearing this, Jian Shan immediately extended his hand. Tian Luo, let me see your injury. Tian Luo cautiously stepped forward, replying, yes, sir. As soon as he placed his hand on Tian Luo's wrist, Jian Shan was taken aback. How can Tian Luo's injury be so severe yet he's managed to endure until now? Then, Jian Shan took out a small porcelain bottle. Tian Luo, quickly take a few Guangming Saint pills to stabilize your condition. Tian Luo responded cautiously. He then asked Kali, old mister, Are there any Guangming Saint Masters in the army recently? My friend needs treatment. Of course, the old man was happy to guide Jianchen. Please follow me, sir. Over there is the base camp of our Samsara Kingdom army. Just over there, we happen to have a Guangming Saint Master from our kingdom. Upon hearing this, Jianchen felt somewhat reassured. He spoke, "Good, please lead the way." It was unclear how long they had walked, but eventually, the three arrived in front of a large city. As soon as the guard saw them, he immediately recognized them. "Kali, sir." "Thank heavens, you are safe and sound now," the guard next to him suddenly wondered. "Ah, may I ask, who are these two?" Kali immediately extended his hand and solemnly introduced the two people. "This is the National Protector Master and the honored National Master of the Qin Empire. Thanks to their support, I was able to make it back here." At that moment, the city gate was opened. As soon as they entered, Kali asked if General Liu was still in the camp. The guard nodded. General Liu was still in the camp. "Let me take you to him." At the same time, General Liu was in a room, discussing matters with his subordinates, and immediately began to tally the casualties. Understood. Just as the guard led the three of them inside, General Liu eagerly rushed out to greet them. "Kali Elder, I'm so glad to see you are safe and sound." He quickly got to the point. "General Liu, where is the Guangming messenger in the army?" "The National Master of the Qin Empire is severely injured and needs immediate treatment." General Liu was quick and efficient in his actions. He immediately ordered his subordinates to take the National Master of the Qin Empire for treatment, and his subordinates promptly withdrew. Understood. After resolving Kali's issue, General Liu asked with a stern face, "Elder, is the formation you set up at the front still intact? Can it be brought back?" Kali slowly unrolled an old, thin, brown piece of paper. "It's here. Please have a look, General." As soon as General Liu opened the scroll, he growled in anger. "That bastard! How dare he do such a thing? Is he trying to exterminate the Samsara kingdoms?" Jian Shen, seeing his agitated expression, stepped forward. "General Liu, what has happened? Could you explain it to me?" General Liu's face showed clear signs of tension, and his voice lowered as he reported, "Shen Kuan Kingdom has also joined the war. Therefore, what the Samsara kingdoms are facing isn't a siege by 4 nations, but an attack by 5 nations together." Hearing that familiar name, Jian Chen's expression darkened. "Shen Kuan Kingdom, Qian Yun, huh? If you've chosen to seek death, then don't blame me." The scene shifted to a rather well-maintained and spacious inn. Jian Chen was slowly walking in through the door. De Koan greeted him warmly. "Welcome, Guang Lin. Are you planning to rest, or would you like to stay here at our shop?" Jian Chen handed him a silver coin and asked, "Give me a room, and bring us some special dishes." De Koan happily took the coin. "Certainly, please come inside." As soon as they sat at the table, Jian Chen curiously asked De Koan, "Hey, you look very similar to a friend of mine. What's your name?" With the same cheerful smile, De Koan cleverly replied, "My lord, you're scaring me. My name is Kai De Koan. How could someone like me be worthy to be friends with someone as noble as you?" His words immediately stunned Jian Chen. The name echoed in his mind. Kai De Koan? Could it be? While Jian Chen was lost in thought, De Koan quickly brought the food. "My lord, this is a special dish from our shop. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." Jian Chen didn't rush to eat. He curiously looked around the shop. "Waiter, is this shop yours, or does it belong to someone else?" At that moment, De Koan was busy wiping down the tables and chairs. He replied in a completely natural tone. "This shop was opened by my family. My father went hunting, but it has been several years now and we still don't know where he is. In order to find him, my mother opened a small, simple inn inside this shop, hoping that someone passing through might have seen him." Hearing De Koan say that, Jian Chen's voice suddenly became urgent. What is his name? What does he look like? Tell me everything. It's possible I may have met him. De Cohen did not hide anything.
He described sincerely. His name is Kai de Bao, he is tall and sturdily built, and he has a very noticeable scar on his shoulder. That scar was actually caused by a mischievous boy when he was young. At this point, Jian Shen became even more certain of the thought in his heart. Yes, this really was the family of Uncle de Bao. With that thought, he paused slightly, raising the worn teacup to his lips. Uncle de Bao had been killed by magical beasts while protecting him. Now it was his turn to repay Uncle's family. Just as Jian Shen was about to speak, waiter, a brash voice abruptly cut him off.
Madam, our brothers are here to collect the payment. The people from Yangji sect are coming right now.
The deadline has passed, so quickly, hurry up and hand over the fees.
De Cohen, seeing them arrive, immediately took out a small pouch of money. Gentlemen, the payment you requested has been prepared.
Red Sun, rude as always, snatched the pouch from De Cohen's hand, while Deep Blue casually tossed it between his hands.
Although they had received the money, Red Sun was still not satisfied. He shouted, "Little brat, are you messing with old man?"
Naturally, De Cohen dared not joke around and tried to speak gently.
Young master, what are you saying? How could I dare to do such a thing?
But Red Sun immediately grabbed De Cohen by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Little brat, the protection fee for Yangji sect is clearly 3 taels of silver per month.
What you're doing is mocking us. At that moment, De Cohen's face turned pale from the lack of air.
In a soft voice, De Cohen explained, "Gentlemen, recently, there has been a war in Samsara Kingdom, and business at this small shop has not been good. Also, a few days ago, my mother fell ill, and all the money I have is right here."
But Red Sun didn't listen, he kept hitting De Cohen relentlessly. "You bastard, old man doesn't care. If you don't give me the money, I'll beat you to death." Hearing the commotion, Nyang Lan, struggling with her frail body, hurriedly rushed down.
"Sir, please stop." Seeing the painful expression on De Cohen's face, she trembled and took out the last bit of money she had.
"Sir, I'm giving you all the money I have left. On that day, could you please spare the lives of me and my child?"
Even though he was fighting through the pain, De Cohen still shouted with all his strength, "Mom, no. This money is for saving lives, your illness can't be cured with this." Nyanglan calmly held De Cohen in her arms, her voice barely a whisper, "Child, I've lived long enough, I know. This little money can't save my life, but it can save yours."
De Cohen, helpless, broke into tears. "Mom!"
Red Sun lunged forward and grabbed the money from Nyanglan's hands, angrily cursing, "Damn it, old man just took a bit of your money, hand it over to me now." At that moment, a stern voice rang out. "If I were you, I would never lay a hand on that money." Red Sun glanced toward the source of the sound and sneered, "Little brat, who are you?" At that moment Jian Shen was calmly sipping the cup of tea in his hand. "You don't need to know who I am, you only need to know that if I'm not in a good mood today, not one of the 3 of you will get out alive." Those words immediately enraged Red Sun's 2 lackeys, and they stormed forward as if seeking death. Toward these puny pests Jian Shen didn't even bother to look, he hurled 2 chopsticks straight at them.
The 2 underlings had no time to dodge, the chopsticks struck them in their vitals.
Meanwhile Red Sun, terrified, sank to the ground, stammering, You
dare attack members of our Yangji sect?"
Jian Shen didn't want to waste words on Red Sun, he continued to draw a chopstick from its case, his tone icy, "I'll give you 3 breaths, see if you can amuse me.
If not, you'll be the next to die." By now Red Sun had been frightened pale, he kept kowtowing repeatedly.
We were wrong, I won't dare to take any money from this shop again.
All the money that was taken away before will be returned.
Please don't kill me.
I know I was wrong." But Jian Shen still showed no signs of relenting. He coldly asked Red Sun, "I don't think that's enough. What do you think?"
For the sake of his life, he actually came up with this plan. "Starting from today, I will send money to this shop every month, and each time I will send a large sum. Not only that, Red Sun also took out a small ceramic jar. Here, this is a 5th level light god pill. It will definitely cure the owner of this shop. At this moment, Jianshan finally felt satisfied. You order him to take those 2 dog legs of yours and leave. I want to rest. Red Sun immediately backed out. Understood. Thank you, sir. Then, Jianshan held the jar of medicine in front of Dekuan. He continued what he had said earlier. My friend, I told you, you really look like a friend of mine. Quickly, night fell, and everything was submerged in a silent, dark night. Only the small courtyard echoed with the sound of people whispering. Master, we beg old sir to take charge of us. Descend the Mountain stood solemnly on the high platform, and in a raised voice he asked, Red Sun, what on earth happened? How did your 2 junior brothers end up dead? Only then did Red Sun dare to lift his head, his voice thick with grievance. Master, someone didn't even bother to treat the Yang Ji sect with any respect. He then recounted everything that had happened earlier that day. Master, my 3 junior brothers and I went down the mountain to a tavern and encountered a mysterious expert, though much of it was embellished and exaggerated. The mysterious expert, upon learning we were disciples of the Yang Ji sect, attacked the 3 of us without saying a single word. Added to that were provocations that turned truth on its head. After killing my 2 junior brothers, he not only humiliated the Yang Ji sect but also insulted us as useless trash. As expected, this account successfully provoked Descend the Mountain. Furious, he shouted, what kind of scoundrel dares behave so arrogantly in the Qian Kuan kingdom? Seeing his aim achieved, Red Sun seized the moment and appealed, Master, you must avenge my 2 junior brothers. Descend the Mountain thought for a moment, then burned a golden talisman in his hand. His expression tightened, and his hand clenched into a fist in front of his face. Zhou Qing, the sect leader has something to say. At the summons, Zhou Qing quickly appeared. Sect leader, what orders do you have? Descend the Mountain immediately gave the command, you will go down the mountain with Red Sun to find that mysterious expert and speak with him. Upon receiving the order, Zhou Qing cupped his hands and responded affirmatively. Before he left with Red Sun, Descend the Mountain deliberately emphasized, the Emperor is coming to discuss matters with me. I hope that when I return from the Imperial Palace, I will have a satisfactory result. Zhou Qing acknowledged the order clearly. At the same time, Jianshan had arrived at the Imperial Palace of Qiankuan Kingdom, which was right here. However, to his surprise, the guards had already spotted him. One of them shouted, there's someone in the sky, isn't that the peak-level powerhouse, the Heavenly Void Saint Master? Another guard quickly gave an order, this is bad, he's come to attack the Imperial Palace. Hurry, report to the honored National Master. Before they could react, a blaze of spiritual energy erupted on the ground, rapidly spreading in all directions, then charging toward the soldiers. At that moment it was too late for them to run, the fierce flames had already engulfed their bodies. While Jianshan was deep in thought, a voice rang out. Who are you? Why have you come to destroy the Imperial Palace of our Qiankuan Kingdom? Jianshan coldly looked at the one who had just flown over and said, damn the Qiankuan Kingdom, bring Chen Yunku out here for me at once. Hearing this, the man angrily barked, you old fossil, how dare you use His Majesty's given name directly? Then he condensed spiritual force in his hand and roared, die. But Jianshan merely moved a finger calmly. Immediately the man's body froze and the spiritual force within him completely dissipated. As his body fell freely through the air, only the whites of his eyes remained and his voice became hollow and lifeless, he had been stronger than anyone had expected. From above, Jianshan coldly issued a direct threat. Xian Yun, from today on, for every breath you take I will kill one person, until there is not a single soul left in your Qiankuan kingdom, if you refuse to come out. Soon after, everything that had happened outside was reported to Qian Yun word for word. Sitting upon the golden throne, he sighed, it's all my fault. If I hadn't joined those 4 nations' alliances, my Qian kingdom wouldn't have run into this murderer. Hearing that, Lord Zheng standing beside him spoke up anxiously, Your Majesty, I have already sent people to invite the sect leader of the Yang Ji sect to come and bolster the guard. We only need to wait until they arrive and nothing will happen to us. But Chen Yun raised a hand to signal them to stop. He seems to have made his decision. Don't dream of revenge.
This is all my doing. Then let me end all of this myself. After that, Chen Yun went straight to Jian Chen. He spoke first. It's been a long time. Seeing Chen Yun, anger flashed across Jian Chen's eyes. Chen Yun, do you remember the words you said to me?
The blue sword in his hand flared, and Jian Chen's gaze on it was wild. Back then I already said it, I would trample your Qian Kuan kingdom and wipe it clean, not leaving so much as a scrap of armor. Then his voice rang out, steel and sharp.
Now I'm here to keep that promise. Eunuch Shang could no longer bear it. He pointed and shouted, You dare to be disrespectful to your majesty like this?
Xian Yun raised his hand to interrupt, slowly flying forward.
My lord, the mistake of engaging in the war with Samsara kingdoms is solely mine.
Please, I beg you, spare the innocent people of Qian Kuan kingdom. Jian Chen heard those words and was so furious that he burst into laughter.
Well said, the innocent people. He immediately countered, Then tell me, are the soldiers who died for Samsara kingdoms not innocent?
To calm Jian Chen's anger, Chen Yun proposed that Qian Kuan kingdom would be willing to compensate the families of the fallen soldiers of Samsara kingdoms, but Jian Chen didn't want to hear anymore. He raised the weapon of spiritual power in his hand.
Do you think compensation will settle everything? How naive. The spiritual power cord quickly extended with Jian Chen's movement.
He gritted his teeth. Today, I will destroy the imperial palace of Qian Kuan kingdom.
Consider this a warning to all of you.
With that, Jian Chen forcefully struck it against one side of the imperial palace. A fierce blaze immediately spread, quickly engulfing the palace in a burning golden light.
It wasn't until this very moment that Descend the Mountain calmly made his appearance. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he come to destroy the imperial palace of our Qian Kuan kingdom?
Upon seeing him, Eunuch Shang joyfully pointed and said, Little brat, you're as good as dead. The sect leader of Yangji sect is none other than the fifth-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master. But Jian Chen remained strangely calm. If you think that you can avoid national destruction just by relying on the so-called fifth-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master, then I think you're being far too optimistic. His expression immediately caused Chen Yun to be stunned. He secretly gasped in surprise, What? From the tone of this brat, could it be that he can actually defeat the fifth-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master? Following that, Jian Chen indifferently looked at Descend the Mountain and said, I'll give you one more chance, either leave now, or die. At this moment, Descend the Mountain still wore a confident, mocking smile.
It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this.
As soon as he finished speaking, Descend the Mountain decisively charged toward Jian Chen. His entire body was now surrounded by a mansion of red flames, because those who dared speak to me like this had already been killed by me.
Amid the deafening roar, Little brat, come and offer your life.
Descend the Mountain unleashed his ultimate move, the Heaven Rank Martial Technique, All Heaven Sword Chi. Instantly, sharp strands of spiritual energy, like sword blades, shot out continuously from around his body. Facing this move, Jian Chen's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand to chest level, and immediately a whirlpool of spiritual energy was formed.
Jian Chen had used the Heaven Rank battle skill, Wind Tint.
Seeing his attack effortlessly neutralized, Descend the Mountain was momentarily stunned.
What?
At that moment of distraction, Jian Chen had already appeared behind Descend the Mountain.
Is this the fifth-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master?
Without hesitation, Jian Chen channeled all his spiritual energy into his hand and struck Descend the Mountain's back with a palm. With just that one move, he could not defend at all, and his body was sent flying uncontrollably forward. However, Descend the Mountain quickly regained his balance. He was internally horrified and exclaimed, How can this brat's speed be so fast? At this point, Descend the Mountain was still willing to risk continuing the fight, but someone stopped him, telling him to desist. He turned his head, confused, and looked toward where Chen Yun was standing.
Your Majesty! On Chen Yun's face was a look of exhaustion as he rubbed his forehead inside. Stop the senseless sacrifice. All of this happened because of my greed. Let me end it all.
Saying that, Chen Yun flew straight to Jian Shen's side. Sir, I know you've come here because of the matters related to Samsara kingdoms.
From now on, Shen Kuan Kingdom will never interfere with the affairs of Samsara kingdoms again.
Please, show mercy and spare them.
Jian Shen mocked him with a raised voice. So now, when death is near, you choose to regret? How could there be such a thing as a good outcome in this world?
Seeing that he could not persuade Jian Shen, Chen Yun had no choice but to play his final card. Sir, I am willing to trade the treasure map of Saint King's cave mansion for peace for my Qian Kuan kingdom. At the mention of this, Jian Shen suddenly hesitated. There must be a king's army in Saint King's cave mansion. If I let those brats help me temper it, my strength will take another step forward.
Thinking that, he agreed. Very well, I will comply.
At this, Chen Yun felt somewhat relieved. He withdrew a map from his private space and, his voice full of reverence, said, "Thank you, sir." Receiving the roll of yellow paper, Jian Shen carefully unrolled and glanced it over. After a moment he put it back into his space with satisfaction, but he did not forget to issue a warning. If you have paid this price, then I will not bring your crimes before the Qian Kuan kingdom. But if you dare to move troops against my Samsara kingdoms again, I will certainly destroy your Qian Kuan kingdom. Having settled matters here, Jian Shen quickly transformed into a beam of light and departed.
Seeing Chen Yun's unusual silence, eunuch Zhang spoke anxiously. Your Majesty, are you all right? Chen Yun regained his composure, turned and said, I'm fine. Go and do something for me.
Lord Zhang bowed, please, Your Majesty, command. Unexpectedly, Chen Yun produced many more rolls of yellow paper. He wore a grave expression as he issued his orders. Please send this map of Saint King's cave mansion to the great clans.
It turns out Chen Yun had already made plans.
I must make that bastard suffer to death at the hands of those great clans. Upon hearing this, eunuch Zhang smiled smugly before withdrawing.
Understood.
Afterward, Chen Yun turned to descend the mountain.
Sect leader, are you all right?
He clasped his hands respectfully.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern.
This old man has only suffered a slight injury.
The expression on Descend the Mountain's face suddenly turned serious, and he bowed even deeper.
Please, Your Majesty, punish this old man for failing to protect you, causing you to lose something so precious.
But Chen Yun, instead of reprimanding him, reassured him. Sect leader, what are you saying? If it weren't for your Yang sect, how could our Qian Kuan kingdom have a foothold on this continent?
Descend the Mountain responded in a soft voice, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness. Before long, dawn had arrived.
Jian Shen returned to De Kuan's shop, full of joy. He hadn't had the chance to tell Kai De Kuan about his father yesterday. He had to tell him today. Let's see if he'll agree to come with him to Samsara kingdoms.
If not, he could just give him some money instead. In no time, Jian Shen stood on the tiles in front of De Kuan's shop. The shop was still closed. The door remained shut, eerily silent.
A premonition told him that something was wrong. Jian Shen hurriedly swung open the door and called out loudly, Kongzi, Kongzi?
Just as he had suspected, the scene inside the tavern was nothing but chaos, with blood and broken furniture scattered everywhere.
In one corner, De Kuan was crying out, desperately holding onto the lifeless body of Nyan Lan.
Mother, mother, please wake up, mother.
Seeing this, the rage inside Jian Shen erupted instantly, and a thick killing intent engulfed the entire space. But then Jian Shen quickly regained his composure and stepped forward, asking, Kongzi, what happened?
De Kuan, unable to explain everything, anxiously pleaded, Hero, please save my mother.
Jian Shen took out a small vial of medicine and handed it to De Kuan.
Quickly, give this to her.
At that moment, De Kuan had no time to think much.
He carefully administered the medicine to Nyan Lan. Meanwhile, Jian Shen checked her pulse. It was then that he realized the injury had been inflicted by a heavenly void saint master.
However, Jian Chen still needed confirmation from Dekuan. Kongzi, I was only gone for a short while, what exactly happened?
With tear-filled eyes, Dekuan said through gritted teeth, it was those beasts from the Yang-ji sect.
Hearing that name, Jian Chen's face clearly showed his astonishment. The Yang-ji sect? What concerned Dekuan, however, was not that. He anxiously grabbed Jian Chen's arm. Hero, will my mother survive?
Jian Chen gently patted the trembling hand to reassure him.
Don't worry.
Your mother will no longer have to worry about her life after taking the holy Ming Shindan. Once she wakes up, I will use the holy light energy to heal her. She will certainly live a long life. Upon hearing this, Dekuan immediately fell to his knees, his body pressed against the ground.
Thank you, great hero, thank you.
Jian Chen quickly helped Dekuan up and softly asked, Kongzi, you no longer need to worry about your mother. Now, calm down and tell me what happened. Facing Jian Chen, Dekuan lowered his gaze, his mind recalling the events as he slowly began to speak. The group from Yang-ji sect, whom the great hero had driven away not long ago, had returned with a person named Uncle Master Zhou to seek revenge on you.
However, they didn't expect you to no longer be at the inn.
Then came the scene where Red Sun and his gang vented their rage, and to release some of their anger, they started smashing things in the shop. But it didn't stop there. They also ruthlessly attacked Nyang Lan. When he reached this point, Dekuan's voice faltered. My mother tried to stop them, but they beat her to this state. At that moment, his eyes were filled with a hatred that seemed to pierce the heavens. These beasts from Yang-ji sect. Wait until my mother, Ta Hui, recovers, and I will definitely step onto the path of cultivation to take revenge on you all. Jian Chen stepped forward and patted Dekuan on the shoulder, speaking to him calmly, there's no need for that.
I will take you to get revenge right now.
Jian Chen's face momentarily darkened, and his voice became cold. Just in time, I have something to discuss with their sect leader.
Immediately afterward, the image beneath Jian Chen's feet twisted and became blurry.
Then, the image of a spacious courtyard under the moonlight appeared. As the image slowly became clearer, it turned out to be members of the Yang-ji sect chatting. Jian Chen called out, found them.
A moment later, Jian Chen led Dekuan to a shop.
The waiter at the door greeted them.
Good day, honored guest. May I ask if you have come to rest or to dine?
Unexpectedly, Jian Chen generously tossed out a gold ingot. Please help me take 10 barrels of water to the back courtyard of the Yang-ji sect. Seeing the shining gold ingot in his hand, the waiter smiled so widely his eyes almost squinted.
Thank you, honored guest. I will go right away. That evening, Jian Chen nonchalantly led Dekuan to the residence of the Yang-ji sect members.
The disciple guarding the door raised his hand to stop them. Esteemed guests, this is the land of our Yang-ji sect, no one is allowed to enter without an invitation.
Jian Chen did not want to waste words with them.
He waved his hand, slashing across their faces, and the two guards immediately fell to the ground.
Jian Chen calmly walked inside. Kongzi, don't be afraid.
As long as I'm here, no one from the Yang-ji sect can harm you.
Upon hearing this, a look of excitement appeared on Dekuan's face.
He replied firmly, yes, sir. At this moment, the members of the Yang-ji sect were still joyfully sitting around a table chatting. When they finally realized what was happening, Red Sun, who was leading, shouted with an air of authority, who goes there? The expression on his face quickly turned to one of fear as he gazed in terror at Jian Chen.
Is it you?
Seeing this, a disciple behind him asked, Senior brother, do you know him? Red Sun stiffly replied, he's the one who killed our two junior brothers. The disciple, upon hearing this, exclaimed, what? In front of them, Jian Chen directly issued an order, quickly bring out the person you call Uncle Master Zhou. At this moment, a disciple beside them, who was unaware of the situation, dared to shout. You old medicine jar, little brat, who do you think you are? How dare you say such things?
Jian Chen fell silent and did not answer.
He flicked a trace of spiritual power from his hand, it quickly solidified into a blinding shaft of light that shot toward the disciple's throat.
By then it was too late for regret, the man could only stammer the word no.
Once again, a disciple of the Yang Ji sect fell beside Red Sun.
Jian Chen's pupils glowed with a terrifying light.
Repeat that and call out the name Uncle Master Joe right now, and I will give you a glorious death. At that, Red Sun was frightened out of his wits. He cried out pitifully.
Don't kill me, spare me, please.
Seeing this, Jian Chen lost patience and produced a spirit whip.
Have you heard me clearly?
Then he decisively cracked the whip toward Red Sun.
He was now so terrified he could not even lift a foot.
Just as the whip was about to strike Red Sun, a shield of spiritual energy intercepted it. Realizing someone had come to his rescue, Red Sun shouted boldly, "Uncle Master Joe!
Save me!"
From upstairs, a deep voice rang out.
"Who are you? Why have you come to Yang Ji sect in the middle of the night and killed someone so recklessly?"
Jian Chen didn't need to think, he already knew the person was the leader.
He raised his voice and asked in return, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question?"
In the endless darkness, Zhou Qing's figure emerged.
He spoke in a low tone, "What do you mean by that?"
Jian Chen sternly questioned, "Half an incense stick ago, why did your Yang Ji sect allow someone else's guest to kill with impunity?" At this point, Zhou Qing stepped into the light. He arrogantly looked down, realizing that the person in front of him had come for this little brother. Then, Zhou Qing casually looked at Jian Chen, his voice carrying a subtle threat. "I hope you understand, Yang Ji sect is the top sect of the Qiankuan kingdom, not just anyone can provoke us." His eyes suddenly gleamed with danger. Zhou Qing raised his voice, "If you insist on standing up for such a lowly person, then don't blame Yang Ji sect for not knowing how to treat guests properly."
Facing the oppressive aura emanating from him,
Jian Chen remained as calm as ever, "And I will only say one thing to you, if your Yang Ji sect does not want to be annihilated, then I advise you to get down here, kneel, apologize to Kaida Koan, and compensate him." As soon as these words were spoken, they deeply angered Zhou Qing. He roared, furious, "You're just a little brat who doesn't know your place." As he finished speaking, the spiritual power in his hand transformed into a blue sword, and he charged down, shouting, "Let's see what kind of ability you have." In contrast to Zhou Qing's aggressive attitude, Jian Chen calmly snapped his fingers, releasing a sharp bolt of spiritual power from his hand, which shot directly towards Zhou Qing. With just that single move, he was knocked flat onto the ground. At this moment, Zhou Qing finally felt fear.
He clumsily got up. "How do you have such cultivation?" "I am a heavenly void saint master of the third turn." Jian Chen's expression remained as indifferent as ever, his voice sharp as he spoke, "A third turn like you? I've already killed a few of them." It was then that Zhou Qing realized just how formidable Jian Chen's strength truly was. "What did you say? This brat has already killed the third turn?" Then, according to his words, his strength must at least have reached the fifth turn, right? After thinking for a moment, he realized his place and knelt down, begging Jian Chen for mercy. "Great sir, please spare me. I was just following orders." You not only didn't believe him but also questioned him. "Following orders, huh? You are a heavenly void saint master, yet you listen to a grand earth saint master?" Hearing this, Zhou Qing became so flustered that he stammered. No, that's not it. I was following the sect leader's orders to descend the mountain." Jian Chen, surprised, repeated his words. "Your sect leader? Why would he want to make things difficult for a guest of Kaida Koan? But you were afraid I would act against you." Zhou Qing raised his head, secretly observing Jian Chen's expression. He honestly admitted that he was there because he knew someone had killed a disciple of Yang Ji's sect. Then Jian Chen asked again, "So when you couldn't find me, did you frame my sick mother and Kaida Koan?" Zhou Qing's face turned pale as he stammered an apology. "Sir, we know we were wrong. Please, my lord, spare my life." But Jian Chen coldly and bluntly exposed him, "You don't know you were wrong, you just know you're about to die." As he spoke, the spiritual power in Jian Chen's hand flared up, splitting into two sharp beams. With a flick of his finger,
the two beams of spiritual power shot straight into the chests of Red Sun and Zhou Qing. He screamed, "No, please." After dealing with them, Jian Chen turned around and reassured De Kuan, "All right, let's go visit your mother. She should have woken up by now." As soon as De Kuan heard Niang Lan's name, his eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, let's go." As the first rays of sunlight broke through, the two of them arrived at De Kuan and Niang Lan's inn. Niang Lan had just awoken from her sleep on the bed. De Kuan, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to her side. Mother, you're okay. This is truly wonderful." Niang Lan still looked a little weak, but she was able to reach out and gently stroke De Kuan's head. "My good son, I'm sorry for making you worry." Then she sat up and turned her grateful gaze towards Jian Chen. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life and my son's." At this moment, the young man humbly bowed his head before Niang Lan. "Please, madam, there's no need for such formalities. This is something I should have done." In Jian Chen's mind, he was still preoccupied with the thought that he couldn't let these two mother and son stay here. He must repay Uncle Kaida's life-saving kindness. With that in mind, he asked, "Madam, may I ask if you two have any plans for the future?" After a moment of careful thought, Niang Lan turned to De Kuan. "I plan to take Kuan Ni and leave Qian Kuan Kingdom." Upon hearing this, his expression was filled with confusion. De Kuan asked, "Mother, aren't we going to stay here and wait for news of father?" On Niang Lan's weary face, her eyes closed in sadness. It had been so many years with no word from her husband. She feared the worst, that something had happened to him. She gently stroked De Kuan's head, her voice soft and soothing. "I had hoped to stay here and build a little livelihood for you, watch you grow up, marry, and have children. In that way, I could at least face your father with peace in my heart." But in an instant, Niang Lan's gaze shifted to the distant horizon. She spoke with deep sorrow. "The Yangji sect not only has a large and powerful following, but they also have connections to the royal family of the Qian Kuan Kingdom. If we stay here, they will definitely come after us." Niang Lan held De Kuan in her arms, tears rolling down her cheeks. She didn't want to see her son be looked down upon by the people of the Yangji sect anymore. De Kuan had already started crying along with Niang Lan. He had finally made his decision. "All right, mother, I'll go with you to the countryside and take care of you from now on." Jian Chen's heart suddenly ached at these words. He couldn't just let them leave on their own. How could he repay Uncle Kai de Bao's kindness if he did? With that thought in mind, he suggested to Kong Zi, "Please take aunt-in-law with me to the Samsara kingdoms." Niang Lan, holding De Kuan in her arms, gently declined. "Benefactor, I am already deeply grateful for your help. But the Yangji sect is too powerful. It's not worth making an enemy of them just to save us." Seeing their refusal, Jian Chen had no choice but to mention that name. "All right, I'll be direct with everyone. It was Uncle Kai de Bao who brought us here to take the two of you away." Upon hearing this, De Kuan was stunned and turned his head to look at Jian Chen. "Hero, do you know my father?" At this moment, Jian Chen was still uncertain. He decided to wait until aunt-in-law's health improved before telling them about uncle's passing. So, he quickly came up with a reasonable excuse. "Uncle received an important mission, so he asked me to come and take the two of you to the Samsara kingdom to enjoy the blessings there." Jian Chen then patted De Kuan's shoulder in encouragement. "As for uncle's matter, we can talk about it later. For now, focus on taking care of aunt-in-law's health." De Kuan immediately regained his spirits. "Okay. Thank you, hero." Before leaving, Jian Chen instructed the two of them, "Tomorrow, I will take you and aunt-in-law to the Yangji sect to demand an explanation, so be sure to rest well today." The implied meaning in his words made Niang Lan feel suspicious. What did demand an explanation mean? Could it be that the young hero is somehow connected to the royal family of the Qian Kuan Kingdom? On the other side, at the imperial palace of the Qian Kuan Kingdom, a panicked voice echoed out. "Your Majesty, something's happened. It's eunuch Zhang."
He urgently reports to Qian Yun. Yang Ji sect is in trouble. Noticing the unusual demeanor of eunuch Zhang, Qian Yun shouted, "What happened to Yang Ji sect?" At this moment, eunuch Zhang delivered the shocking news.
Your Majesty, last night Zhou Chang and the others from Yang Ji sect were killed in the guesthouse. None of the 50 disciples of Yang Ji sect survived.
Upon hearing this, Qian Yun immediately flew into a rage. He slammed the table and shouted, "Damn it, who had the audacity to do something like this?"
The stammering voice of Lord Zhang rose again. According to the people from the Six Fan Gate, it's likely the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the palace the night before did this.
This truly struck Qian Yun like a thunderclap. He was stunned and asked, "What did you say?"
Then, Qian Yun tried to suppress his anger, pointing a finger at Lord Zhang.
"Do you know the reason behind it?"
A few beads of sweat rolled down eunuch Zhang's forehead. He continued to report, "Your Majesty. It is said that the people of the Yang Ji sect acted first, sabotaging and beating the guests of the inn. The family of these guests apparently has a very good relationship with the mysterious powerhouse who lives there."
At this point, Qian Yun no longer needed to ask any further questions. He calmly sat down.
So, it was the people of the Yang Ji sect who acted first. In that case, it's no big deal.
After a brief pause, eunuch Zheng cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, should we still intervene in this matter?" Qian Yun nonchalantly dismissed the issue, saying, "Let it be.
Just tell the sect leader of Yang Ji sect that this is their own doing, and has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, eunuch Zhang could only respond with a clear "understood." At the same time, Descend the Mountain was angrily questioning the waiter at the inn, demanding to know who was the one who dared to harm the disciples of Yang Ji sect. The waiter, trembling in fear, knelt on the ground and responded vaguely, "Sir, I really don't know what the old master's name is." Clearly, this answer did not satisfy Descend the Mountain, and he quickly gathered his spiritual energy in his hand.
"If you won't speak, then I will find out myself." After that,
the red surge of power from Descend the Mountain shot straight into waiter's body. At that moment, a look of terror appeared on his face, his eyes wide and vacant, as though his soul had been lost. As a stream of white energy was forcibly extracted, waiter screamed out in excruciating pain. In the red light, Jian Chen's face clearly appeared.
Seeing that unforgettable face, Descend the Mountain gasped in shock and yelled, "What? How can this be?" The scene shifted to the entrance of Yang Ji sect, where Jian Chen had brought De Koan and Yang Lan alone. Despite arriving, De Koan still wanted to leave.
"Hero, maybe we should just turn back." Knowing that they were still haunted by the beating they had received, Jian Chen spoke slowly, trying to comfort them. "Aunt-in-law of Kongzi, don't worry, as long as I'm here, who could possibly hurt you too?" With that, the three of them continued into the sect, only to be stopped by the guarding disciples.
"Stop right there. Who are you?"
Seeing them, Jian Chen's expression darkened slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've come to Yang Ji sect today, and you owe me an explanation."
The two disciples actually burst out laughing. A mocking voice said, "Aren't you crazy? The person next to you is joining in too. And yet, you dare come to my Yang Ji sect, Brother Huang? Are you seeking death?" Jian Chen didn't bother exchanging words with them.
Calmly, he raised the blue sword, channeling his spiritual power into it.
"Yang Ji sect, receive my strike."
As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of murderous intent shot toward them, carrying an immense pressure that staggered their steps. The two men were horrified, sweat pouring from their foreheads as they instinctively screamed out, "Stop!" But of course, Jian Chen had no intention of stopping.
The surge of fury shot forward, accompanied by a resounding crack.
Jian Chen's aura was as hot as fire, burning relentlessly as though they were being scorched by hellfire itself.
De Koan watched in disbelief. Good Lord, this honored hero is incredible. What kind of relationship does he have with my father? Mother La looked at Jian Chen, deep in thought.
He's helping us like this, there must be a very strong bond between him and our family. Jian Chen's cold voice rang out again, "Since you're already here, don't think of sneaking around anymore." At this moment,
Descend the Mountain finally showed himself, looking at Jianchen before reproaching him. "My lord, why did you go back on your word?" Jianchen arrogantly responded, "When did I go back on my word? A few days ago, you promised His Majesty of the Qian Kingdom that you would no longer make things difficult for us. Have you already forgotten?" Indeed, Jianchen did say that if you offered an appropriate price, he would no longer pursue the previous crimes of the Qian Kingdom. He coldly added, "At that time, I also said that as long as you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't cause trouble for you." Now, remembering what they had done, Jianchen's heart filled with anger and hatred. "But unfortunately, Yang Ji sect, you refused to listen to my warnings." Jianchen coldly questioned, "People from your Yang Ji sect destroyed the inn of my old friend's son yesterday, and then severely injured his mother. If I hadn't arrived in time, old sir would have been dead by now." Upon hearing the criticism, Descend the Mountain looked confused and asked, "What inn are you talking about?" After a pause, Descend the Mountain seemed to recall, as if realizing something. At that moment, he called out to Zhou Chunhua, sect leader, "Is there anything you would like to command?" Descend the Mountain also gave an order, "You go with Red Sun to find that mysterious expert and have a word with him." Then he suddenly became startled. Wait a minute, this is a misunderstanding." Now, Jianchen was too lazy to listen to the explanation. "You say," he replied, "enough with the excuses, I can't rest easy if I don't avenge this. Today, I will use the blood of your Yangji sect to atone for the son of my old friend." After finishing his words, he quickly swung his sword down toward Descend the Mountain. Of course, the man didn't just sit there and wait for death, he immediately retaliated. The Earth-grade water element technique, the Water Dragon Slash. In the sky, two streams of deep green inner strength immediately collided with each other, creating a tremendous shockwave. Jianchen frowned, and he said, "Let's see if your water will extinguish my fire, or if my fire will make your water evaporate." Without wasting another moment, he quickly gathered his inner strength again, releasing an immense pressure as he stared intently at his opponent. In less than 2 seconds, Jianchen launched that surge of energy straight into the sky. At this point, everywhere around him was ablaze. From the air, a fireball suddenly appeared, and not only that, its momentum was incredibly enormous. Xia Chu stood frozen, completely dazed. What kind of power was this? Why did it feel so terrifying, even to himself? Jianchen looked toward him and then coldly spoke, "Sect leader of Yangji sect, prepare to be eliminated." After finishing his words, he leapt into the air to gather momentum, then launched his internal force directly toward Descend the Mountain. The old man hadn't expected Jianchen to possess such terrifying strength. He quickly raised his hands in front of him to shield himself. In less than half a moment, the old man from Descend the Mountain was struck by Jianchen's attack, with no way of retreating. Although he used all his strength to resist, it was futile. The shield that Descend the Mountain had immediately formed was shattered in an instant. After that, Descend the Mountain could not help but spit out blood. He was stunned. How could you? But before he could fully comprehend what had happened, he was once again sent flying far away. Jianchen threatened, "If you can't withstand this, then the people below will be reduced to nothing but crushed bones." These words from him startled Descend the Mountain. He quickly looked down below his building. It had just exploded. Descend the Mountain was taken aback, filled with resentment, and yelled loudly, "No, of course, everything is too late now." His residence had long since been consumed by the sea of flames from Jianchen. Now, the hatred in Descend the Mountain's heart made him no longer fear the young man. He stared at Jianchen and then said loudly, "This old man will live and die with you." Upon finishing his words, he channeled a massive amount of internal energy, his body emitting a pressure that was suffocating. Jianchen was momentarily surprised and thought to himself, "Is that a heaven-rank martial skill?" Descend the Mountain coldly shouted, "You, little brat, today this old man will show you what it means when there is a mountain beyond the mountain, and a person beyond the person." After saying this, he rushed toward Jianchen in a frenzy, shouting, "You will die." But just at that moment, Jianchen used 2 fingers to hold back the blue sword. Then, he calmly asked him, "Is that all you've got?" Descend the Mountain was stunned. He stared at him in disbelief. No, it can't be, how could you possibly block a holy weapon?
Jianshan casually snapped it, and at the same time, he disdainfully said, the heaven-rank combat aura is nothing more than this. Then, he gathered his inner strength, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Jianshan spoke, from now on, the Yang Ji sect will no longer exist. Descend the mountain, not believing him, shouted, a frog in a well, do you really think the Yang Ji sect is just a small sect? The strength of our Yang Ji sect is beyond your imagination. It's not too late for you to stop now. Jianshan looked at him with disdain and said, powerful, huh? Then let me see if you can withstand this move. At that moment, Jianshan halted the gathering of his inner strength, preparing to unleash his attack. Saint-rank battle technique, Blood Fury. Descend the mountain was beyond his comprehension. He muttered, Saint-rank battle technique, how is this possible? You're just a heavenly void, how could you know a saint-rank battle technique? But of course, Jianshan had no intention of explaining anything to a man about to die. With a cold expression, he pointed a finger at Descend the Mountain. Saint-rank battle technique, Prison of the Nether. At this moment, when death was closing in, he finally realized. Descend the Mountain cried out in fear, no, please, I was wrong, I beg you, don't kill me. In response to his words, furious wind rose, accompanied by a dramatic explosion. Descend the Mountain couldn't hold back the sharp pain, he let out a desperate scream, and his body was torn apart into many pieces by the force. In an instant, the area was blasted to pieces, and smoke and dust filled the air in every direction. Dakoan and her child hugged each other in fear, their eyes scanning the surroundings in stunned astonishment. Jianshan looked on with a flash of fear in his eyes. Chaotic power was indeed extremely powerful. He had only grasped the superficial edge of it, and yet its power was already so immense. He then landed from the sky, still calculating in his mind. It was time to take Uncle de Bao's family out of this place. Jianshan then spoke, Aunt-in-law Kong Zi, come with me to Samsara Kingdoms. I will take care of both of you in the coming days. From now on, you will no longer have to live in fear and worry. I promise you, no one will bully you in Samsara Kingdoms. Niang Lan smiled happily at him, replying politely. Thanks. The young master turned towards the tents. The atmosphere here was still strangely quiet. Jianshan and the two others quickly followed, and in no time, he had arrived. As soon as the soldier saw Jianshan, he was overjoyed and said, Honored National Protector Master, you have returned. Jianshan then asked, Is General Liu here now? The soldier replied eagerly, Yes, he is. Let me take you to meet the general. He quickly lifted the curtain and respectfully said, Please, this way. General Liu is inside. Jianshan courteously thanked him. As he entered, Jianshan spoke, General Liu, I have returned. The general stood up in delight, saying, Honored National Master, you have finally returned. You've come back and are already asking about official matters. I wasn't here for 2 days, has anything happened? General Liu replied, Nothing bad has occurred, but there has been a lot of good news. Sir, let me prepare some food for you first. But Jianshan quickly declined. There's no need. We still have other things to do. I only came here to ask you for a favor. General Liu was secretly delighted, thinking to himself, Finally, it's time to prove myself. I must make sure I earn a great accomplishment. He then respectfully said, Please, sir, feel free to give your orders. Jianshan pointed toward Di Kuan and Niang Lan. General Liu, these two are old friends of mine. I ask that you take care of them for a few days. Upon hearing this, General Liu happily responded, No problem at all. Niang Lan respectfully bowed her head. Thank you, benefactor, for saving both my son and me. Jianshan quickly interjected, Aunt-in-law, please don't say that. You can just call me Jianshan from now on. He then reminded General Liu, Oh, and it would be a great help if you could take them to get something to eat. They're not cultivators, so they must be both hungry and tired by now. Upon hearing this, General Liu quickly gave an order. Where are my men?
Take the honored national master's friends to eat something right away. The soldier immediately bowed his head. Understood, sir. Still not fully reassured, Jianchen asked, how are the war efforts going? General Lu cheerfully replied. Fortunately, thanks to Sir, the main army of Fonglin Kingdom has begun to retreat, and they have also sent us a letter of surrender. According to what you have told me, the situation at the three fortresses to the east, west, and north of Samsara Kingdoms has now stabilized. At this point, General Lu smiled even more joyfully, expressing gratitude to Sir. The aid from Gue Kingdom to Samsara Kingdoms will forever be remembered by the people of Samsara Kingdoms, never to be forgotten. That evening, seeing Niang Lan sitting alone, Jianchen, concerned, asked, Aunt-in-law, are you okay with dinner tonight? Niang Lan looked sad, then she turned to him and asked directly, Benefactor, Kaida, he's dead, right? Jianchen, flustered, replied, Aunt-in-law, uncle had a mission, so he's gone. Niang Lan, unwilling to deceive herself or anyone else, spoke frankly. All right, you don't need to worry about me. As she recounted, every year, he would come home 2 or 3 times, always bringing a lot of food. Then Niang Lan frowned, her voice cold, and asked, Tell me, how did he die? Jianchen didn't know how to refuse anymore, so he simply told the truth, Uncle lost his life while saving mine. She didn't seem surprised, only quietly saying, he truly was someone who kept his word. Hearing this, Jianchen was also very surprised and immediately asked, A promise? Niang Lan began to tell the story. He had great strength since he was young, and his cultivation progressed much faster than others. I remember asking him why he chose to cultivate. Wasn't it enough to live as a farmer? At that time, Kai had said, to protect others, one must have courage. Niang Lan's heart ached, he protected me for half of my life. Remembering Decoan, Madame Melancholy said, now it's my turn to protect his son. Seeing her lonely figure, Jianchen silently made a vow. Aunt-in-law, from today onwards, no one will look down on both of you again. Returning to the imperial palace, the surrounding space was extremely solid and quiet. Yun Tian sat in the room, her face unable to hide the worry and sadness. Seeing that she didn't respond, the person outside quickly added, Fourth sister. Is she inside? Then she pushed the door open and walked in. Fourth sister, I've noticed something's been off with you these past few days. Is there something on your mind? The girl spoke with a melancholic expression. I've been feeling restless these days, unable to calm down, and I keep having nightmares. Feng Yan gently sat down and said, Fourth sister, are you still thinking about Chung Tian? Yun Tian's gaze grew distant, and she added, If you were a mother like me, you would understand. Feng Yan kindly reassured her. Fourth sister, don't be upset. Cheng Tian is exceptionally talented, with great fortune and destiny. He will surely be protected by heaven, and it won't be long before he returns. Yun Tian responded. But when he was driven away by Hua Yuntong, he was only a 15-year-old child. We've been searching for him for so long and still haven't received any news. After saying this, Yun Tian's body trembled. I don't know where Chang Er is now. Will he ever come back? I'm afraid for him. Feng Yan patiently comforted her. Fourth sister, don't overthink it. Chang Er will surely be safe. She looked at Yun Tian and silently said to herself, Fourth sister, you must persist. Now, the only ones we can rely on in Zhongyang Manor are you and me. According to what has been said, the daughter of second sister, Changyang Bright Moon, left home a year ago in dissatisfaction with her engagement and her whereabouts remain unknown. A few days ago, the son of eldest sister, Zhongyang Hu, was brought back. Though he is alive, he has become a cripple. Feng Yan then walked over to the window and gazed into the distance. You all must be safe and sound. Outside, Jian Shen, along with De Kuan and his mother, had arrived. He spoke to himself, Mother, your son is back, are you well? Then Jian Shen quickly knocked on the door. The people inside were still busy with their tasks. At the same time, a voice came from inside the house, Who's outside?
The door was hurriedly opened, and Jianchen joyfully called out, "Uncle D, it's me." He looked at Jianchen with excitement.
"Fourth young master, you finally returned." Unable to contain his impatience, Jianchen asked, "Uncle D, is my mother still in good health?" The old man excitedly grabbed his hand. "Hurry up, follow me. Madam C thinks of you every day." "Wait, Uncle D, slow down. Inside, Feng Yan is still trying to reassure me. Chang Tianfu is lucky and intelligent, he will be fine. He's probably just hiding somewhere." Uncle De happily ran inside, loudly calling, "Fourth madam, fourth madam." Feng Yan, annoyed, quickly opened the door. "Uncle De, why are you shouting like that?" Uncle De pushed Jianchen in front of Feng Yan. Third madam, fourth young master has returned." She was startled. "Fourth young master, Chang Tian?"
As soon as Yun Tian heard the name, she hurriedly pushed Feng Jin aside. "Chang Er," Jianchen said with tears in his eyes as he looked at her.
"Your son has come back." Yun Tian embraced him tightly. "Chang Er, you're finally home. I've missed you so much."
Jianchen felt the pain in her words and was filled with sorrow. He had been an unfilial son, not returning home for such a long time. He then spoke to Uncle De. "Uncle De, there's something I need to ask of you." Uncle De happily replied, "Fourth young master, as you command."
He then pointed towards De Koen and said, "Uncle De, please arrange a place for these two. Their father is the savior of mine."
Uncle De bowed respectfully, "Young master, please rest assured.
I will definitely make all the necessary arrangements."
Feng Yan quickly interjected, "All right, you two don't need to stand outside any longer.
Come in and we'll talk.
I still need to hurry and deliver the good news to old master." Meanwhile, young Ba was sitting gloomily in his room, his face full of deep thought. Feng Yan hurriedly threw open the door and, full of excitement, exclaimed, "Old master, I have great news."
Hearing her voice, he frowned and grumbled, "What is it now? What's all the noise about?" Feng Yan rushed in, excitedly grabbing Yang Ba's arm. "Old master, fourth sister Chung Tian's son has returned."
Upon hearing this, Yang Ba was momentarily stunned.
"What? Is that true? You're saying Chang Er really has come back?" Feng Yan pulled on his arm and said, "It's true. Come with me."
Yang Ba, once he regained his composure, quickly got up and ran out with great haste.
We're leaving now."
Feng Yan hurriedly said, calling out, "Old man, wait for me." Meanwhile, Jianchen was excitedly recounting the story to his mother. "Mom, I even kept a little tiger as a pet, but because I was so eager to return, I left it at a friend's house.
When I have more time, I'll bring it back and let it play with you."
The in Heavenly Void did not say anything, she just silently looked at her son with affectionate eyes for a long time.
At that moment, a loud sound echoed.
Yun Tian was startled and looked toward Yang Ba, who was panting heavily in front of him. "Old master," Jianchen stood up and turned around, saying, "Father, your son has returned."
Yang Ba hugged and lifted him up. "Good son, I knew you wouldn't die."
Jianchen hugged both of them and silently reassured himself.
"This is home, this is my home, I've come back home." Yang Ba, overjoyed like it was the new year, shouted, "Where is everyone? Quickly prepare a feast for me.
Today, I want to have a drink with my son, a drink to my heart's content."
The servants in the house quickly understood.
Seeing the old man so uncontrollably happy, Jianchen hastily reminded them. "Father, the one just returned from the battlefield, it's best not to drink too much like that, your health is what's important." He replied cheerfully, "All right, I'll listen to my son.
If I shouldn't drink, then I won't." Then Jianchen spoke again, "Oh, by the way, Dad, where is my boss? Is he still all right?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ba sighed sadly. "Ah, who, your boss?" Jianchen, feeling anxious, quickly asked, "Dad, what happened to my boss?"
Yang Ba, with sorrow in his voice, explained, he had his limbs chopped off on the battlefield. Although he's awake now, he refuses to eat or drink anything, he only wants to die.
Jian Chen, feeling relieved, thought to himself, as long as the boss is still alive, everything will be fine. He then said, Father, let me go check on the boss for a while. Yang Ba naturally agreed. Go ahead, try to encourage him. Jian Chen replied, yes. When he got there, he saw Feng Yan bringing food to the door of the room.
Eldest sister, I know you're heartbroken over Ahu, but you can't just refuse to eat anything.
Seeing this scene, Jian Chen's perception of her shifted.
It seems that third mother is not as bad as I thought. At the same time, Feng Yan turned and looked at him, a little surprised when she saw Jian Chen looking at her.
She then spoke again. Chang Tian, hurry and go convince your aunt.
Jian Chen cheerfully replied. Don't worry, third mother, leave it to me. Just hand the food over to me, and I promise I'll make sure both boss and aunt will get their share. Jian Chen spoke sincerely, while I've been away, thank you, third mother.
Feng Yan was pleased and said. Chang Tian, what are you talking about?
Although I've always competed with the other sisters for favor, now is not the time for that.
Yu Feng Yan knows what needs to be done.
She then kindly patted his head, these years have been hard on you, my child.
Jian Chen added.
Third mother, go rest.
Let me wait for boss and aunt to eat. Feng Yan gently replied.
All right, third mother trusts you.
As soon as they entered, Jian Chen softly said. Aunt, boss, I'm back.
When Su Chi saw him, she smiled joyfully.
Chang Tian. Have you returned already? Jian Chen brought the food over.
Aunt, I have a way to cheer up boss, but first, you must finish all these dishes. As soon as Su Chi heard this, she immediately grasped Jian Chen's hand, making him startle. She then looked intently at Jian Chen, as if filled with hope.
Chang Tian, Aunt is begging you, please do your best to persuade your boss.
Jian Chen then firmly replied, Aunt, don't worry, just leave everything to me. Jian Chen walked over to Yang Hu's bed and lowered his voice to call out to boss. Yang Hu, with his dull eyes, turned to look at Jian Chen and said, Fourth brother, you've returned. Yang Hu seemed even more pessimistic. Fourth brother, if I had known that our boss would end up like this, I would have rather been beaten to death by Huayun Tong's people, than let you go and provoke them. He then spoke in a dispirited voice, as though on the verge of death. Fourth brother, it's all because of boss, I've dragged you into this. Seeing him like this, Jian Chen was not happy and immediately said, Boss, why are you saying things like that?
He tried to console him.
Boss, you really have to stay positive, just wait a little longer, I will find a way to restore your limbs. But Yang Hu has completely lost his strength. Fourth brother, you don't understand, to regenerate a severed limb, only a 7th rank Light Saint Master has the power to do so. In this lifetime, boss will never be able to stand up again. Then, Jian Chen happily presented a glowing Yuan Ming Zhou. Boss, look at this. As soon as Yang Hu saw it, his eyes lit up. Is this the power of light? After a moment, he suddenly snapped to attention and realized, Fourth brother, are you a Guangming Saint Master? Jian Chen added, Boss, I am now a 6th rank Light Saint Master. Just one more step, and I'll reach 7th rank, so just give me a little more time, and your body will recover. Yang Hu's eyes wavered. Fourth brother, is this really true? Is everything you're saying true? Jian Chen then said, Of course, boss. First, take this Guangming Saint pill. You must hold on and survive until that day comes. Finally, Yang Hu listened and quickly swallowed the pill, saying, Fourth brother, the boss will definitely make an effort to survive. Yang Hu tried to close his eyes, swallowing the pill with some difficulty. After that, Jian Chen was reassured and stood up. All right, then I'll go tell aunt. She will definitely be very happy. Meanwhile, the others were standing and gazing at the sky. The man dressed in armor seemed to be scheming something. At that moment, a subordinate quickly reported. Sir, I have something to report. Mingshan furrowed his brows. What is so urgent?
The subordinate hurriedly spoke, "Sir, Yang Zhangtian has returned."
Hearing this, he was taken aback in surprise.
"Did you see this with your own eyes?" The subordinate quickly lowered his head.
"Yes, sir, this is indeed true." Upon hearing this, Mingshan revealed a cunning smile. His voice turned cold as he said, "Good, very good."
Then Mingshan gave another order: "The direction of the attack has changed, follow the sect leader to Zhangyang Manor to collect the debt."
The subordinates behind him responded clearly. On the other side, Suchi was happily feeding Yang Hu.
Hu, eat more. He was also feeling upbeat. "Mom, I'm really full, I'll eat again tomorrow."
Jianshan, sitting to the side, teased, "So who was it who said that boss couldn't eat properly and couldn't sleep a few days ago?" Yang Hu, with a gloomy face, turned to look at him, but then again, it wasn't like one could eat enough for 4 or 5 days in one meal. At that moment, Yun Tian, pale and panicked, rushed in.
"Chang Er, come with me quickly." He was startled. "Mom, what's going on?"
Yun Tian hurriedly spoke, "Chang Er, people from Huayun Tong are coming to our Zhangyang Manor."
"You can't stay at home."
Jianshan calmly reassured, "Mom, don't worry, your son will be fine."
Feng Yan also hurried to follow. "Cheng Tian, you should find a place to hide." Yang Ba was worried.
"Chang Tian, you and your mother should hide for a while. I'll go to the palace immediately to ask the Grandmaster of Qin Kingdom to intervene and see if this matter can be resolved." Jianshan comforted them, "Father, mother, aunt, and third mother, don't worry. I can handle this matter with Huayun Tong myself." Yun Tian, flustered and agitated, exclaimed, "You silly child. Stop saying such foolish things.
Huayun Tong is very strong, how could you possibly deal with him?"
Yang Ba continued, "That's right, even though you've grown over the past few years, there's no way you can fight Huayun Tong." He felt dejected and heartbroken, thinking that it was because of his own lack of strength that both mother and son had to endure such injustice. Then, Yang Ba handed him a manual.
"Cheng Tian, this is a heaven-rank combat skill that I happened to come across. Take it and practice for a while. Once you've completed your training, come back."
Jianshan recalled that this was the very skill he had asked Ming Dong to send.
This guy actually delivered on time. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Uncle Changyang, today you must hand over your son, Changyang Wall, or Huayun Tong will destroy your entire mansion." Jianshan frowned and coldly replied, "Huayun Tong, I've been wanting to settle accounts with you for a long time." With that thought, he confidently walked toward the front door. At the same time, Yun Tian rushed forward and grabbed his hand tightly. She was scared and said, "Chang Er, where are you going?"
"Please listen to me, come with me and let's find a hiding place first." Jianshan explained with difficulty. "Mother, your son is no longer afraid of Huayun Tong."
"Just let me go," he said. She immediately shouted loudly, "No. What nonsense are you talking? How could you possibly be Huayun Tong's match? Please, just listen to me and behave."
Yang Ba stood in front of them.
"Cheng Tian, you and your mother should quickly leave through the back door. I'll go out front to delay them for a while."
Outside Jianshan's house, the door was still tightly shut, showing no sign of opening to welcome the troublesome guest.
Mingshan led his subordinates, shouting loudly,
"Changyang Eternal Sky, come out here and die."
Yang Ba stepped out from inside.
"She sect leader, why are you causing such a ruckus in front of my Zhangyang Manor?
Don't you know any manners?"
He provoked, "Uncle Changyang, as long as you hand over Changyang Eternal Sky, Huayun Tong will never trouble your Changyang family again." Yang Ba tried to explain, "She sect leader, the events of that year were clearly caused by your son, Chang Mingxiang, making the first mistake." Mingshan still refused to reason, "Uncle Changyang, I will give you a chance. Either you obediently hand over the Changyang Eternal Sky family, and I'll have nothing to do with you, or you stop for a moment, then I'll threaten again. I, Huayun Tong, will destroy Zhangyang Manor of your family." Yang Ba was frustrated, "Damn it, that Chang guy. If you really take a step further, then Zhangyang Manor will have no choice but to go all out and fight your Hua Yun Tong. Let's see if Hua Yun Tong is stronger or if our Zhangyang Manor is. Mingshan then quickly charged forward. Uncle Changyang, if you wanna die, then don't blame me for being merciless. He threw a punch toward Yang Ba, using the Earth Tier martial technique, Clear Wind Fist. At this moment, Uncle De, in fear, quickly shouted, "Old Master, be careful." Then, Uncle D also quickly gathered his inner strength and performed the Earth Tier martial technique, Wind Barrier. But of course, he was no match for Mingshan. Mingshan struck him with a powerful punch to his stomach, delivering a fatal blow. Seeing him fly out like that, Yang Ba was startled and shouted in panic, "Uncle Da!" Mingshan sneered at him, "You have some skill, and yet you dare to fight me?" At that moment the smile froze. Mingshan stared intently at his opponent. He hurried forward to support the old man, then spoke with aching concern, "Uncle De, I'm sorry to have troubled you." Although gravely wounded, the old man could not hide his worry. "Fourth young master, go quickly fetch the elixirs for Uncle De." He reassured him, "Don't worry, Uncle De, it will be over in a moment." Mingshan's eyes gleamed with delight. "Changyang Eternal Sky, at last I have found you. Today I will leave you without a grave." Jian Chen lifted the elder and instructed his father, "Father, tend to Uncle De first. Go leave this matter to me for a moment." Meanwhile Mingshan stood there muttering, "Zhangyang Zhangtian, accept your death." Then he channeled his inner power, Earth Rank Battle Technique, Clear Wind Fist. "Die, Changyang Eternal Sky?" Yang Ba, noticing the danger, could not help but warn. "Chang Tian, be careful." Before he even looked at his opponent, a hand rose to gently intercept the incoming strike. Upon seeing this scene, the subordinates were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. Mingshan was also shocked. "What? How could you block my attack? I am the Heavenly Void Saint Master." Jinshin spoke coldly, "My mother is still waiting for me at home, so Huayun, your grandfather, will likely die faster than him." He then formed a hand seal and pointed at him with the clear star sword. The move seemed light, but now Mingshan was sent flying through the air in an instant. Looking at the hole in his chest, he stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. He fell to the ground just like that, and Jinshin sneered, "Heavenly Void Saint Master, killing you is no different than killing a dog." The subordinates turned pale with fear. "The sect leader is dead. Run!" But of course, Jian Shen did not let them have their way. In no time, he forced them back. Seeing his enraged expression, they trembled in fear, as if encountering some terrifying demon. One of them knelt, stammering, great hero, I was wrong. I was just forced to do this, I haven't done anything wrong." Jian Chen casually responded. "Go back and tell the ancestors of Hua Yun Tong that Changyang Eternal Sky will soon come to your Hua Yun Tong to demand an explanation." After that, Jian Chen kicked his leg straight, then said, "Now get lost quickly," as he flew off, his face clearly showing signs of fear. "Thank you, honorable hero, for sparing my life," he said, then turned his gaze to Yang Ba. "Father, do you think your son is lying? Wasn't the conclusion reached very quickly?" Over at the imperial palace, everyone was gathered around, celebrating with a lavish feast. The king of Wu spoke respectfully, "Thank you, esteemed honored national masters from the Qin kingdom, for coming to our aid." The young man replied quickly, "The kings of the Samsara kingdoms have said too much. We are merely following orders to protect the national protector master of the Qin Empire." The other person then added, "Indeed, if the kings of the Samsara kingdoms wish to express gratitude, they should thank our honored national protector master of the Qin kingdom." The elder, curious, asked, "May I inquire, gentlemen, what is the name of your national protector master? Or perhaps the senior is someone familiar with the Samsara kingdoms? It would be good for us to know." The two exchanged looks, each surprised by the dean's question. Tian Luo then spoke up, "Protector of the nation, national master, our sir's name is Jian Chen. I wonder if any of you here are familiar with him." Upon hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before responding, "Jian Chen, you say?"
He then turned to ask the others, "Do any of you know this, sir?" They were all vague, none of them had ever heard of this name before. Could he be a recluse from some great family? Ming Dong was secretly surprised. Could it be that no one in the entire nation knew of Jianshen? Was he even a citizen of this country? He then tilted his head back to drink some wine, calculating that it must be around the time Jianshen was about to leave the Holy Land of the mercenaries in the city. He felt a bit melancholic. He remembered that Jianshen had told him to go to Zhangyang Manor and wait for him. Well, once the banquet was over, he would go there right away. Meanwhile, on a large mountain, a mysterious aura of light enveloped the area. Changyun laughed in delight. "I have finally broken through." "I've broken through." Two people below him happily echoed.
Congratulations to Ancestor for successfully breaking through and becoming a third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master. Changyun descended with satisfaction. "Good disciple, Master has gone through many difficult days for you." The other person responded, "This is what a disciple should do." Just as the joy hadn't yet faded, a report came in with alarming news. "Ancestor, help! My subordinates are running around in panic." "Ancestor, sect leader, the sect leader has been killed." Tianyun's heart skipped a beat. "What? What on earth is happening? Hurry up and tell me." As soon as he heard this, the other person immediately explained, "At the house of the male protagonist, everyone is eating and drinking happily. It's been a long time since the family has been so full of laughter." Chen Yang, holding his sword, said joyfully, "You guys don't know how happy old man is today." At that moment, Yun Tian quickly pushed his son away. "If you want wine, don't drag my son into it." She was annoyed and didn't believe it. Chang'er is only 21 years old. How could he have killed the sect leader of Huayan sect? Then Yun Tian gently spoke to him, "Chang'er, I just want you to live a peaceful and safe life." He reassured her. "Mother, don't worry, no one from the national rivers will dare to bully you anymore." Yang Ba was surprised and asked, "Chen Tian, what level have you reached in your cultivation? Why can't I sense your aura?" He replied honestly, "Father, due to some strange opportunities, my cultivation path has completely broken free from the divisions of realms in the Tianyuan continent." Then, Jianshen casually added, "As for my strength, under the 5th transmission Heavenly Void Saint Master, killing is no different than killing a dog." Upon hearing this, both parents fell silent in astonishment, unable to say a word. Jianshen then turned to look at them and asked, "Mother, father, what about you two?" Sure, Yun Tian, overjoyed, then asked, "Chang'er, have you become a Heavenly Void Saint Master?" Jianshen wasn't sure how to explain, scratching his head and laughing, "Well, I guess you could say that." Yang Ba laughed heartily, "Good, good. No wonder you're the son of Changyang Tian Ba." Afterward, Jianshen quickly excused himself, "Uncle De, I'm going out to settle everything with Hua Yun Tong once and for all." He was extremely worried. "Fourth young master, let me accompany you," the old servant said. Jianshen then spoke again, "I can handle the matter with Hua Yun Tong myself, but I need Uncle De to help me with something." The old servant responded, "Fourth young master, please tell me." Jianshen gave clear instructions, "In the coming days, someone named Mingdong will likely come to our mansion. If I am not here and he arrives, you must keep him here and tell him to wait for me. He is a close friend of mine." The old servant did not ask any more questions, simply replying respectfully, "Understood." After that, Jianshen flew up into the air. "Uncle De, I am going out to resolve things with Hua Yun Tong once and for all." Uncle De expressed concern, "Fourth young master, you are leaving? Please return soon." Jianshen turned his face away, a sharp gleam of killing intent appearing in his eyes. "Hua Yun Tong, I am coming for you." At the same time, in the imperial palace, the atmosphere around them was calm and quiet. Two figures sat inside a room, still conversing. At that moment, the king of Wu spoke, "Have you met Jianshen, the national master protector of the Qin Empire? Do you know who he is?" The man furrowed his brows and replied, "Your Majesty, although I have met Jianshen. But in reality, there was not the slightest impression. The King of Wu later wondered why he had spared no effort to travel thousands of miles to assist the Galan kingdom. Although it was said that the territory of our Galan kingdom was rich, it had not yet caught the attention of the Qin Empire. He couldn't suppress the curiosity that arose in his heart, and the distance between us and the Qin Empire was too vast. After a brief pause, the headmaster added, "Your Majesty, I suddenly remember someone." The King of Wu was surprised. "Who?" He then furrowed his brows and shared his thoughts with the King of Wu. "Ancestor Chan Yang." At this point, the King of Wu was startled as he suddenly remembered. "That's right, it must be Ancestor Chan Yang." Before he could finish his sentence, a soldier came in and presented a report. "Your Majesty, a secret report from Qinglong." Upon looking at the secret document, the King of Wu couldn't help but be shocked. "What? Not only is he alive, but he has returned." Seeing his expression, the headmaster could not resist asking, "Your Majesty, is that person named Jianchen truly related to Ancestor Chan Yang?" The King of Wu quickly folded the paper. "It was not a person named Jianchen, but rather Chang Yang Eternal Sky who has returned." Upon hearing this, the elder couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly exclaimed, "What? He's not dead?" He furrowed his brows and said, "Earlier, after he left Zhangyang Manor, he disappeared without a trace. I thought he had met with some misfortune. I never expected him to still be alive." King of Wu replied with interest, "This can be considered a stroke of good luck for Zhangyang Manor. After all, his eldest son had his limbs chopped off and has been miserable all day. Now, the return of his fourth son can be seen as a piece of good news." The director also came up with an idea, "Your Majesty, we should take this opportunity to flatter Zhangyang Manor." King of Wu agreed with this suggestion. Indeed, if they could win the favor of the national master protector of the nation, Qin Kingdom, Huang Jianshan, it would be a great honor for the kingdom of Galansan. At that moment, a soldier quickly entered to report, "Your Majesty, there's bad news. The sect leader of Huayun sect, Mingshan, was killed by Chung Tian right in the street." Upon hearing this report, both of them were taken aback and couldn't help but shout loudly in unison, "Damn!" The soldier then continued. "This afternoon, sect leader of Huayun sect, Mingshan, was killed by Chung Tian right on the street." The King of Wu was so startled that he broke out in a cold sweat. Mingshan, the sect leader of Huayun sect, was a Saint Master Heavenly Void at multiple turns. At the same time, the headmaster vaguely recalled that, if his memory served him right, he should be a Saint Master Heavenly Void at the third turn. The King of Wu was delighted. Didn't that mean that the strength of Chan Yang Eternal Sky was at least above the Saint Master Heavenly Void at the third turn? He couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Good, good. The Galan Kingdom has gained another young genius." The headmaster, recalling the innocent smile of the boy, couldn't help but think that this Zhang Yang Zhang Tian truly had extraordinary talent. Afterward, the King of Wu immediately gave an order, "Headmaster, quickly go to the royal treasury and pick out a few treasures. Later, we will go to Zhangyang Manor to congratulate him." The headmaster quickly agreed. After completing the task, the King of Wu silently rejoiced. It seemed that the country of LM was about to experience great fortune. In the evening, Jianshan finally arrived at the enemy's residence. The two guards standing at the gate immediately shouted as soon as they saw him, "Who goes there? What business do you have with Huayun Tong?" Jianshan's gaze now resembled that of a demon. He looked towards them, then coldly spoke two words, "Annihilation of the clan." They looked mockingly at Jianshan, "Your brother is dead, is this brat an idiot? Hurry up, Huayun Tong doesn't bully idiots." He said nothing, silently channeling his internal energy. A dense aura emanated from Jianshan's hand. The power gathered into a sharp sword, surrounded by intense, scorching flames, enclosing him. Now, their smiles gradually disappeared. Both of them shouted in unison, "What are you trying to do? Stop!" But, of course, he didn't offer any explanation. Jianshan struck out powerfully towards the two guards.
That night, an entire building was blasted into the air with a tremendous sound, shaking the surroundings. Inside, the guards were startled, each of them shouting loudly, "What's that noise? Is there an invasion? Go check it out." Soon after, Jian Chen was surrounded. "Little brat, who are you? Are you tired of living? How dare you come to Huayuntong and cause trouble, even destroying the gates of Huayuntong? Huayuntong will never let you go." Ming Xiai immediately asked, "Who are you? Why did you destroy the mountain gate and the representative of Huayuntong? If you don't explain yourself, no matter who you are, don't think you can leave here today." Jian Chen frowned and asked, "You don't know me, so why have you been sending people to find me all these years?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately realized, "You are Chang Yang Eternal Sky." Jian Chen then coldly looked at his enemy and said, "Long time no see." Chang Mingxiang laughed foolishly and looked at him. "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, the heavenly realm has a road, but you didn't take it, hell has no door, yet you entered on your own." Ming Xiang then shouted loudly, "Disciples of Huayuntong, listen to my orders. In the name of sect leader, I command you to immediately kill this evil doer. If you succeed in killing Chang Yang Eternal Sky, there will be great rewards for you." Below, the subordinates who had been eavesdropping immediately responded loudly, "Yes, young sect master." With that, they all charged towards Jian Chen without hesitation. Dong Qing shouted fiercely, "Die!" Jian Chen looked at him with disdain and mocked, "Chang Ming Xiang. After so many years, you're still a turtle hiding its head." After that, Jian Chen extended his hand and coldly stared at his opponent. "Die!" Seeing these overwhelming sources of internal energy, all the subordinates were startled and whispered to each other, "What? This is bad, be careful." Of course, Jian Chen had no intention of sparing them. From within his body, he unleashed massive sources of internal energy. The subordinates struck by these attacks had their bodies explode into a mess, like soft mud. When they fell, their bodies were completely unrecognizable. The sight of their corpses was horrifying. Jian Chen spoke coldly, "Chang Ming Xiang, back then, Huayuntong forced me to leave home and go into hiding. Now it's time to settle that debt." Only now did Ming Xiang begin to feel fear. "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, I warn you not to act recklessly. My father is the Heavenly Void Saint Master, and he will return soon." But now, Jian Chen looked at him with interest. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you still don't know that I killed your father this afternoon?" Ming Xiang thought he was bluffing. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? My father is the Heavenly Void Saint Master. Do you know what the Heavenly Void Saint Master is? It is an existence second only to the Saint King." Jian Chen once again reached toward him, halted the accumulation of his inner power, and said, "You do not believe? Then I shall send you below to be reunited with your father." The instant that attack was unleashed, Ming Xiang could not help but gape in astonishment. He stared at Jian Chen with wide eyes, himself unable to hide his fear. "No." Yet at the same moment, a stream of golden light appeared beneath Ming Xiang's feet, something he had not expected. In that perilous, knife-edge moment, when Ming Xiang should have been pierced through by Jian Chen's strike, the light suddenly formed a circle that enveloped his body. From afar, at last Chang Yun arrived in time to save his life. The moment Ming Xiang saw him, he rejoiced as if clutching at a straw. "Grand Elder, the Supreme Elder has arrived." Still, he remains supremely arrogant. "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, if even the Supreme Elder of Huayuntong has come forth, then you are surely dead." Chang Yin frowned and looked at him, asking, "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, what brings you to Huayuntong?" Jian Chen replied indifferently, "This afternoon, the sect leader of Huayun sect came to my house and argued, which upset my mother. That's why I came to Huayuntong to demand an explanation." Chang Yun was irritated. "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, you killed the sect leader of Huayun sect, and now you want to come to Huayuntong and demand justice?" Upon hearing this, the subordinates were stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. They could hardly believe their ears. "What? The sect leader is really dead?" Jian Chen then spoke again,
that's only the first matter. Second, years ago, when Hua Yin Tong used its strength to pressure me, I had no choice but to leave home and go into hiding. The grudge from then, along with the fresh anger from yesterday, will be settled today. Chang Yun responded, Changyang Eternal Sky, I'm not sure how your clan plans to resolve this. Seeing that the elder seemed willing to ease the situation, Jinshin said, I give Hua Yun Tong two options. First, you disband Hua Yun Tong, and have it erased from the kingdom of Jessen from this day forward. But it seemed that Chang Yun was not pleased. Damn it, Yang Zheng Tian, you are too arrogant. Do you think Hua Yun Tong is some insignificant place? Even your father, Uncle Chang Yang, wouldn't dare to speak so recklessly. What do you think you are? Jinshin continued. Secondly, I helped you destroy Hua Yun Tong, so that Hua Yun Tong would be erased from the kingdom of Jessen. Upon hearing this, the old man finally couldn't hold back his anger. Yang Zheng Tian, you are truly insolent. I initially thought that with your youth and talent, I could turn an enemy into a friend, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning Xiang was so angry that she shouted, That's right, ancestor, kill him, avenge my father. Immediately after, Chang Yin launched an attack towards Jin Shen, Chang Yang, and Cheng Tian, as if to say die. Yet Jin Shen didn't even care. As the sword energy struck towards his head, he still stood there calmly. This caused Chang Yun to hesitate in shock. How? How is this possible? Before Chang Yun could understand what was happening, Jin Shen calmly caught the sharp, golden blue sword with 2 fingers. Now the old man's face turned pale. Impossible. I just made a breakthrough. I am a third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master. You casually snapped the sword tip, then spoke with disdain, just a mere third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master, and you dare bark in front of me. Keep your distance from your opponent. Only now did the old man understand everything. No wonder you were so arrogant. You were already a Heavenly Void Saint Master. After that, Chang Yun continued to circulate his inner force, but even among Heavenly Void Saint Masters, there were differences in strength. Today, this old man had decided to go all out, to show you what a third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master truly was. Jian Chen could no longer hold back. His voice turned cold as he declared, Hua Yun Tong will be erased from the kingdom of Jessen today. High in the sky, the two stood facing each other, both releasing a powerful surge of inner energy. It seemed the old man was extremely eager to kill Jin Chen. He immediately launched an attack at him. But naturally, compared to him, Jin Chen's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Jin Chen calmly extended his hand and struck out, effortlessly stopping Chang Yun. Seeing this overwhelming aura from him, he couldn't contain his shock. How could this be? How could you manipulate both attributes? While he was still pondering, Jin Chen swiftly disappeared from his sight. With his speed, the old man couldn't help but be startled, his body jerking in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Jin Chen had moved behind Chang Yun. He scornfully said, Let me remove an arm for you. With that, he launched a sharp internal force strike. It sliced through the middle with a deafening sound. Seeing the internal force rushing toward him, Chang Yun could only freeze in shock and let out a loud yell. At this moment, Jin Chen had already gained the upper hand, and he casually stomped down on his opponent's body. Down you go. With a dazed look in his eyes, Chang Yun couldn't believe that his opponent, a mere young man, possessed such overwhelming power. Just like that, a loud explosion echoed in the air, while the sword remained calmly watching. Chang Yun's body was blasted into the mountain, and he looked utterly helpless. But realizing that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, Chang Yun quickly sat up, simultaneously channeling his internal energy to strike back. Jian Shen, however, did not rush into action. He stood still, observing to see what further tricks his opponent would try. At that moment, the old man swiftly launched a fatal blow toward him. It seemed as though Chang Yun was determined not to let Jian Shen survive. Seeing the massive explosion in front of him, Chang Yun couldn't help but feel smug. That's right, little brat, even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. However, Jian Shen emerged unscathed, not a single scratch on him. From within the smoke and dust,
he coldly asked, "Is this all the power you have?" He scornfully spoke to Chang Yun, "If you can't even reach the level of a low-level national protector master, then you're dreaming if you think you can hurt me today." Chang Yun was stunned, his mouth hanging open in shock. "No, no way, this is absolutely impossible." Immediately afterward, the old man frantically struck at the air. "I am a third-turn heavenly void saint master, the pinnacle existence of the kingdom of Jessen." Jian Chen no longer dodged. The waves of internal energy launched at him felt no stronger than a mere itch. "Farewell, Hua Yun Tong." With those words, Jian Chen immediately gathered his internal energy. "The aura around you now is no different from that of a demon from hell come to claim a soul." Looking at the circular streams of internal energy falling toward his body, Chang Yun was stunned. Below, the disciples of Hua Yun Tong were in a state of constant fear. They had heard Chang Yun's shrill cry for help. At this moment, the internal energy unleashed by Jian Chen was a saint-level combat skill. After gathering the internal energy, he gently flicked his hand toward the elder. To die under a saint-level combat skill, one could only consider it a life wasted. Chang Yun stared in astonishment as the hellish flames rushed toward him. Reluctantly, he shouted, "No, tonight the imperial palace is still very calm. It seems this news hasn't yet reached the king of Wu." At the same time, the Sa kingdom issued a statement, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of Jessen humbly respects you. The Heavenly Eagle Empire hopes to become eternal allies, and thus we have sent this humble minister to propose a marriage, hoping your Majesty will grant Princess Gulan's hand to the second prince of our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." The king of Wu happily replied, "Minister Sa, Uni is the only daughter of this king. At the same time, she was also the most beloved daughter. Still, let me negotiate with Uni for a bit, see what the child thinks." He stroked his beard and smiled faintly, "This is not a problem." Next, a good father, one whom even the old minister admires. After that, the Sa kingdom began to reveal its intentions. "We wonder when your Majesty might assist us in recommending a few national masters of the Qin Empire." The king of Wu secretly despised him. "Old fox, what are you up to? Don't think I don't know." He then came up with an excuse to respond. The national masters of the Qin Empire had been exhausted from the Great War and were currently resting. Once they were done recuperating in a few days, he would introduce them to Minister Sa. The Sa kingdom raised the cup of medicine and brought it before him, then respectfully said, "Thank you, your Majesty." At this moment, a soldier entered. "Your Majesty." An urgent letter from Hua Yun Tong had arrived. The king of Wu was secretly startled when he saw the seal. Wasn't this seal only used for emergencies? What happened to Hua Yun Tong? He hurriedly grabbed it. "Quick, bring it here." After reading the contents, the king of Wu was left dumbfounded. What? Zheng Tian of Chongyang single-handedly destroyed Hua Yun Tong? Sa Kingdom saw the stern expression on his face and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" The king of Wu quickly ordered his maid to take the guests from the Heavenly Eagle Empire to rest. "I have important matters to handle." She immediately responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king of Wu then anxiously knelt, preparing a grand ceremony. "I need to go to Luo Air City immediately. Tell the commander of the Black Armor Army, Blue Blade Fire Speed, to meet me." The soldier immediately answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." Before leaving, Sa Kingdom added, "Your Majesty, you are busy with state affairs, but do not forget the alliance between our two nations. Now you have the courage to refuse. You and I has been engaged for years, so forget about the marriage." Sa Kingdom sneered. "So what if there is an engagement? It's not like they've actually married, it can be cancelled at any time. The Prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, I cannot come here in vain." Early this morning, outside, everyone had already set up a banquet and were eating and drinking together. Tian Ling spoke up, "Tian Luo, Luoanai city is so large, how will we find the national protector master here?" Tian Luo then replied, "Sir didn't make it clear, we can just take our time and find it once we get there." Tian Ling, unable to hold back his curiosity, spoke up, "This is strange. Is Sir really from the Samsara kingdoms? He was somewhat surprised. Why didn't the powerhouses from Samsara kingdoms know the name of the honored national protector? Tian Luo also added, I find it strange as well. Given the strength and talent of the national protector master, no one in Samsara kingdoms should be unaware of him, and no one would dare to provoke him. At that moment, a commotion broke out, causing everyone to stir. The crowd was in chaos, people running in confusion. It's the Black Armor Army of the royal family. Why is the Black Armor Army entering our Luo Air city? Has something happened? What now? Tian Luo was surprised when he saw the figure on the golden palanquin. Wasn't that the king of Samsara kingdoms? Why had he come here? Could it be that he was looking for us? As soon as they arrived, the king of Wu immediately gave an order to halt. He then stepped down from his palanquin and walked alongside the others. The king of Wu looked at Tian Luo, clearly surprised to see the 5 Grand National Masters here. It's such a coincidence. Tian Ling then said, Your Majesty, you seem to be in a hurry. I wonder what happened. The king of Wu smiled and said, The 5 national masters might not believe it, but an unparalleled genius has appeared in our Samsara kingdoms. This person is so young yet has already reached the level of Heavenly Void Saint Master. Tian Ling was surprised, then he asked, Your Majesty, do you happen to know this person's name? The king of Wu loudly stated the name, Changyang Zheng Tianxi, young master of Zhangyang Manor. Tian Luo looked doubtful and cast a glance, Tian Ling, do you think this could be possible? He silently responded, I think it's possible. After all, how many geniuses like this can there be? Then Tian Ling spoke up, Your Majesty, if it's convenient, could you lead the 5 of us to meet this genius? The king of Wu happily agreed. Of course, please come with me. As soon as Yang Ba saw the king of Wu, he respectfully bowed his head to welcome His Majesty to Zhangyang Manor. The king of Wu then said, It's been a long time since I've been to Luo Air City. Today is a rare day of leisure, so I decided to come here and take a look. Afterwards, he pointed towards the group of Tian Luo. Ah, right, Uncle Chang Yang, these 5 are the national masters of the Qin Empire. Surely you've met them before, haven't you? Yang Ba respectfully replied, Uncle Chang Yang, I would like to thank these 5 national masters of the Qin Empire for their life-saving grace back then. Tian Luo secretly rejoiced, It's my turn to perform now. Then he said, Zhangyang family head, you flatter me. I am merely carrying out the orders of the honored national protector master. The king of Wu looked on in surprise. Why are these people being even more polite to Uncle Changyang than they are to me, the emperor? Then Yang Ba spoke again, Your Majesty, a banquet has been prepared for you in the mansion. Shall we go in and enjoy some food and conversation? The king of Wu agreed, all right. After everyone was seated at the table, the king of Wu spoke again, Uncle Changyang, I heard that Changyang Eternal Sky has returned. It has been a long time since I last saw this son-in-law of mine. Immediately, Yang Ba looked inside. Chang Tian, why aren't you coming over to pay respects to your majesty? The young man obeyed his father's words and quickly stepped forward, respectfully. Changyang Eternal Sky paid his respects to his majesty. The king of Wu was overjoyed. Good, good. No wonder he is my son-in-law. Truly, he is the man of Long Zhong, like a dragon among men. Both Tian Luo and Tian Ling secretly thought to themselves, as expected, just as we thought. The National Protector Master's real name was indeed Changyang Eternal Sky. They then exchanged satisfied glances. Old ZG was right, it was indeed this old man who was wise. The king of Wu then turned to them and cheerfully said, Gentlemen, national masters. Immediately, Tian Luo and Tian Ling both kneeled down. We, your humble servants, pay our respects to the honored National Protector Master. We foolish subordinates were unable to find the honored National Protector Master earlier. Please forgive us. Upon hearing this, the king of Wu was stunned. What did they just call Chang Tian? He thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, could it be that his son-in-law was the national protector master of the Qin Empire?
Jianshan then spoke, I apologize. I was in such a hurry when I left that I forgot to tell you my real name. He then helped them both up.
How are your injuries? Tian Luo respectfully replied, reporting, Sir. Some of us have fully recovered from our injuries. Jianshan was overjoyed. That's great, you all. At this moment, Yang Ba spoke to him, Cheng Tian, what exactly is going on?
He was stunned, his mouth hanging open.
Cheng Tian, why do they call you the National Protector Master? Could it be you?
Jianshan awkwardly said, Father, please sit down first, don't be so agitated, I really am the national master of the Qin Empire. The king of Wu suppressed the urge to gasp and shout.
Our samsara kingdom is doomed. You and I, your husband is amazing.
Immediately, he spoke again, Son-in-law, you've been hiding this from us for so long. Soon after, Uncle De whispered in his ear, Family head, Blue Blade has arrived.
Seeing Yang Ba so anxious, Jianshan couldn't help but ask, Father, what's going on?
Then, he quickly said to him, Cheng Tian, your uncle has come to help you. Jianshan was surprised and asked him back, his gaze also filled with curiosity, Uncle, is this when my memories started to recall the uncle who used to play with me when I was little?
King of Wu then immediately asked Uncle Chan Yang, could it be that Blue Blade is still harboring resentment over that event?
Yang Ba, feeling dejected, replied, I have advised him many times, along with Yun Tian, but he remains stubborn and insists on seeking revenge against the other party.
Yang Ba then inquired, Uncle De, where is he now?
He answered, according to old master's words, he is in 4th Madam's room. Yang Ba instructed the young man, Cheng Tian, go to your mother's room quickly, and persuade your uncle to let go of the desire for revenge.
The other party is not someone we can provoke.
Jianshan, upon hearing this, immediately realized the seriousness of the situation his uncle's enemy.
He quickly responded, Yes, Father, I will go right away. Tianling swiftly reassured, Your Majesty, you actually don't need to worry so much.
The strength of the National Protector Master is regarded as one of the top 2 on the entire continent.
Tianling was correct.
Moreover, with the assistance of our Qin Empire, as long as the opponent is not someone with Saint King realm cultivation, they will certainly not be able to trouble the honored National Protector Master. King of Wu appeared troubled, but the enemy of Bai Jiao was someone even a Saint King powerhouse could not deal with. Hearing him speak up to this point, both of them secretly turned pale, unable to suppress their shock.
What?
Over here, Jianshan quickly received his father's order and rushed over. As soon as she saw him, Yun Tian hurriedly stood up.
Chang Er, come meet your uncle.
The impression in his mind of this person was also very favorable.
Jianshan immediately spoke respectfully, Uncle?
But as soon as he saw him, this uncle immediately activated his inner strength and swiftly launched an attack. Jianshan, however, was not flustered. He calmly gathered his inner strength and condensed a powerful energy into his hand. Soon after, the two of them, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, engaged in a brief contest as soon as they met. Bai Jiao then looked at him with satisfaction, controlling the celestial energy.
Cheng Tian, you've indeed reached the Saint Master level in the air.
Yun Tian could not help but strike him forcefully.
Next time you dare to lay a hand on my son, do you believe I won't destroy you without hesitation, even for the sake of justice? He immediately gave a bitter smile.
Younger sister, I was only testing Cheng Tian's true strength. She anxiously hugged her young son, thinking that this wouldn't do.
What if she accidentally injured Cheng Tian? What would happen then?
Jianshan immediately reassured her, Mother, don't worry. Your child knows his limits. Bai Jiao, on the other hand, was extremely delighted. She never expected that at the moment of her destruction, a 21-year-old Saint Master of the Heavenly Void would appear. She spoke in a cold voice, Cheng Tian, now that you have become a Saint Master of the Heavenly Void, it is time for me to tell you about the blood feud that Bai Jiao holds.
However, Yun Tian seemed to be reluctant.
Brother Chang and I has only just managed to overcome the hardships of those difficult days.
Please, do not add any more burdens on Chang'er.
Pause a moment, she said again. Moreover, even if the enemy of Bai Jiao's ancestor reached the Sing King realm, that still wouldn't settle matters.
If you tell Chang'er, aren't you just leading him to his death?
At these words, Bai Jiao's face could not help but become sorrowful.
You're right, I was too stubborn. Hearing that, he inwardly wondered about the Saint King realm, then added, Mother, when I was traveling, friends said that Saint King powerhouses are not easily destroyed, perhaps ancestor Bai Jiao is still alive.
Bai Jiao now felt a little relieved. Indeed, Chang Tian's words were not without reason, perhaps the ancestor still lived in this world. Jian Shen, seeing him so worried, comforted him. Uncle, rest assured, I am not only a descendant of Zhangyang Manor but also a descendant of Bai Jiao. I will certainly avenge Bai Jiao.
Hearing these words, Bai Jiao was extremely pleased. Good grandson, hearing that from you has made uncle very satisfied.
Yun Tian immediately instructed, Chung Tian, stay and have a meal with mother and uncle, and then tell mother about the years you've spent traveling and cultivating. Anning wanted to listen, and Jian Shen could not bear to refuse them. The scene shifts to this side, where the minister of Sa Kingdom respectfully bowed in greeting, the former official visiting the second prince. Huang Bao smiled warmly and quickly helped him up.
Minister Sa, please stand up. How is the engagement matter progressing?
Then the minister of Sa Kingdom put on a sad expression. Today, the former official spoke with Emperor Sam, and he said that Princess Yu is already promised to someone. Upon hearing this, Huang Bao became furious and could not help but shout loudly.
What? Who dares to take a woman from me?
He immediately continued, recounting that several years ago, it seemed the king of the Samsara kingdom had betrothed Princess Gulan to someone named Changyang Eternal Sky.
Upon hearing this strange name, Huang Bao could not help but ask, Changyang Eternal Sky?
The minister of Sa Kingdom responded, the fourth young master of Zhangyang Manor.
Huang Bao ground his teeth in anger.
The king of the Samsara kingdom really doesn't know what's good for him.
My heavenly eagle kingdom has actively sought a marriage alliance with them, showing them respect.
Not only does he fail to appreciate this opportunity, but he has also put us in a difficult position, leaving us without face.
Afterward, he tried to appear calm and offered advice. Second prince, please calm down.
This marriage proposal is a task entrusted to me by your majesty, and I will certainly do my best to complete it well. At this point, a cruel expression appeared on Huang Bao's face.
Princess Yu will definitely be mine. No one can take her away.
He stared at the portrait of the beautiful young lady before him, and in his heart, a ruthless ambition began to rise. Back in the princess's chamber, Yu sat alone, melancholic, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Her beautiful face could not summon a single smile.
She thought to herself, Brother Zheng Tian, where are you now?
Then, she recalled the disgusted face of the second prince.
Uncontrollably, a wave of irritation surged within her.
Huang Bao had looked at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes, saying, Princess Yu, I am the second prince of the heavenly eagle kingdom.
Thinking of this, Yu felt no joy. She hated herself for asking, why must I be forced into a union with someone like him?
Seeing her in such a sorrowful state, Xiaoyi spoke up, Princess, do you want me to help you escape?
I'm sure your majesty wouldn't blame you for running away. Yu immediately responded. No need, leave this place, where could we go?
At the same time, the voice of the king of Wu came from outside.
You and I, may Emperor Father come in?
Upon hearing this, Yu was overjoyed and said, Emperor Father, come in, you and I is still awake. Xiaoyi, knowing they wanted to have a private conversation, said, Your Majesty, I will go prepare evening tea for you and the princess. He murmured to himself, it seems Yu and I does not like Changyang Eternal Sky, but for the kingdom of Jessen, there's nothing to do but make sacrifices. Then he continued, You and I, Emperor Father understands how you feel, but Emperor Father is the king of a country, and there are many things that cannot be done according to one's own wishes.
Yu sighed, Emperor Father, I understand.
From the moment I was born into the royal family, my fate was no longer in my hands. The king of Wu lowered his voice, You and I, quickly make yourself look beautiful, go meet the Changyang family and your future husband.
Changyang Eternal Sky. Hearing this name, she was startled and asked again, who? The king of Wu then said, it's Changyang Zhangtian. Don't you know he's back? Yu hurriedly asked. Brother Zhang Tian, when did you return? Yu asked. And isn't the person who was marrying into our family the prince of the heavenly eagle kingdom?
Hearing this, King of Wu's face showed clear signs of disgust.
What is the prince of the heavenly eagle kingdom, to dare have any designs on my UNI?
King of Wu was then surprised.
You have met Changyang Eternal Sky before.
Several years have passed, and now, Changyang Eternal Sky has achieved great heights, to the point that even Emperor Father can only admire from afar.
Yu was curious and eager to know more. Brother Zhang Tian, what great deeds has he accomplished?
King of Wu then explained, Changyang Eternal Sky is only 21 years old, but he has already reached the level of Heavenly Void Saint-S and has also become the national master protector of the Qin Empire.
Yu was left speechless in astonishment. How could this be? Emperor Father isn't deceiving you and I, is he? Unable to help herself, she speculated, could it be that the Qin Empire is assisting us because of brother Zhang Tian?
King of Wu, visibly excited, replied, my kingdom of Jessen has Changyang Eternal Sky. Our future will surely see exceptional development. The smile on his face grew even brighter.
You and I, tomorrow you must make sure to capsize brother Zhang Tian's boat.
Yu was so embarrassed by the teasing that her face turned beet red, and she became furious.
Emperor Father, what are you saying?
Meanwhile, Jian Shen and his father quickly arrived at the court to meet Yu, who was quite amused. To their surprise, it turned out that the National Master honored National Protector was actually the fourth young master of the Changyang residence.
Yang Ba couldn't stop laughing. Assistant Elder, you flatter me too much.
Then he added, by the way, the dean has gone to Huayun Tong. When he comes back, we must definitely give him a good scare. Jian Shen silently sighed, wondering that if the dean saw that Huayun Tong was no longer there, he would indeed be frightened out of his wits. At the same time, the king of Wu and his daughter quickly passed by.
Esteemed nephew, this is my daughter, Princess Yu.
Jian Shen hurriedly greeted them respectfully. He thought to himself, greetings, Princess Yu.
Why does this princess look so much like Yu? The names are identical too. Could it be?
Soon after, Jian Shen suddenly had a bold thought.
Could she and Yu be twins? That would be amazing.
Yu said nothing, but she was very happy to see him.
Cheng Tian, older brother, are you all right? I'm so glad.
The king of Wu then spoke, dear nephew, this is your first time visiting the imperial palace of the kingdom of Jessen, isn't it?
Let you and I take you for a tour.
Yu immediately responded respectfully, I, your humble subject, obey the emperor father's command. Watching the young couple walk away, the king of Wu then turned to Yang Ba and said, old-in-law, when should we hold our wedding celebration? He quickly followed up, I will discuss it with the boy's mother to see if there is a good auspicious day. The king of Wu was pleased, right. I'll send someone to check for a good and lucky day. Meanwhile, the soldiers quickly reported, the second prince, the honored prime minister, the princess of the kingdom of Jessen, and a young man around 20 years old are heading towards the imperial garden. Huang Bao was so furious that he ground his teeth, the young man must be Changyang Eternal Sky. The king of the kingdom of Jessen was truly someone who refused a gracious invitation and preferred to drink the punishment wine. How could it be reasonable for this prince to come here personally and be treated like this? Sa Kingdom takes advantage of the confusion to throw its hook. It seems that the emperor of the kingdom of Jessen has made up his mind to betroth Princess Yu to Zhangyang Manor. I'll go find the king of the kingdom and ask him directly, does he not care about the heavenly eagle kingdom at all? Huang Bao said, grinding his teeth in anger. Zhang Tian of Changyang, you are not someone that this emperor would ever allow to be sullied. Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to bring weapons and follow him. This prince wants to see what Changyang Eternal Sky is truly capable of. The soldiers quickly responded, yes, your highness. Meanwhile, Yu quickly led Jianchen to tour the garden of the imperial palace. As they walked, she introduced, "This is the largest garden in the royal palace of the kingdom of Jessen. I really like being here." Jianchen then asked, "Princess Yu, do you have a twin sister?" Yu was momentarily stunned, then asked, "Young Master Changyang, why do you say that?" Jianchen replied, "I met a girl who looked very similar to the princess at Zaja Sea Institute before. Her name is also Yu. I wonder if the princess knows her." Upon hearing this, she burst into laughter. "Young Master Changyang, I am the maid of the academy, don't you recognize me?" Jianchen was stunned, so surprised he couldn't even react. He hadn't seen this maidservant in years, and now she was as beautiful as ever. No, wait, she was a princess. Of course she would be this beautiful. Seeing him in a daze, she waved her hand. "Young Master Changyang, I heard from Emperor Father that you have become a heavenly void saint master." Jianchen snapped back to his senses, realizing he had momentarily spaced out, and stiffly responded, "Yes, princess, that's correct." Yu then spoke, "In that case, can you let me experience flying? I've never flown before, I used to ride magical beasts." At that moment, Jianchen looked at her, and Yu's beauty left him momentarily stunned. But quickly, he accepted her request. Jianchen calmly began to channel his inner strength from his hand. At the same time, a large blue sword, dazzling with a beautiful azure color, appeared beneath him as he stood on it, gazing at Yu. Jianchen smiled warmly, then extended his hand toward her, saying, "Princess, please come aboard." But Yu immediately replied, "You can still call me Yu. Calling me princess like that feels strange." She initiated the conversation in such a way that he felt more at ease. "All right, Yu, hold my hand tightly." As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them soared into the sky. Yu was startled, unable to stop herself from letting out a loud scream. As she looked down at everything from above, her joy surfaced and she exclaimed, "So this is what flying feels like? It's completely different from riding with a demon beast rider." Jianchen then spoke to her, "You have extraordinary talent. As long as you keep practicing diligently, you will definitely reach the level of a heavenly void saint master in the future." Yu felt a little melancholic, thinking to herself, "But after all these years, my strength is still stuck at the Grand Earth Saint Master level, while you have already become a heavenly void saint master." He sincerely advised her not to rush or become agitated in her cultivation, for he was simply the person she would become in a few years' time. Yu then recalled something. "All right, there's something very important I need to tell you." Afterward, the two of them landed, and she recounted everything to Jianchen, saying, "It's like this. You must be cautious of the prince of the heavenly eagle kingdom, but of course, you probably don't care. Don't worry, if I'm back, I won't let you suffer any injustice." At that moment, a voice sounded, "Princess Gulan, what a coincidence to meet you here." Looking at the soldiers following behind him, Yu spoke up, "Second Prince, Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to lead your army to capture me?" Huang Bao responded, "The princess jokes. These people are only here to ensure Your Highness's safety. How could we dare to do anything inappropriate towards Your Highness?" Immediately, she stepped behind Jianchen and whispered to him, "Be careful, he is the second prince of the heavenly eagle kingdom." Jianchen frowned disdainfully, thinking that he could at least match Brother Qin's level, but now it seemed that he was nothing but a useless pawn. Clearly, they were both princes, so why was there such a huge difference? Huang Bao pointed at him, "This must be the fourth young master of the Changyang residence, Changyang Eternal Sky." Then he turned to her and said, "Princess, I would like to have a private conversation with young Master Changyang. I wonder if it would be convenient." Seeing that Yu was not leaving, Jianchen spoke, "You go look at the flowers, I'll talk to him for a moment." Yu knew that staying would accomplish nothing, so she had no choice but to withdraw to avoid the scene. Huang Bao, who had just left, immediately took a hostile tone. "Changyang of Eternal Sky, this prince offers you a piece of advice. This prince esteems Princess Yu. If you do not want to lose face, hurry and go to your emperor to annul the betrothal." He, however, replied calmly, "My affairs are not for you to interfere with."
"If there is nothing else, then I bid you farewell." Huang Bao was furious, grinding his teeth. "Chang Yang, Chang Tian, do you intend to bring disaster upon Zhongyang Manor? It seems you do not know the strength of our heavenly eagle empire." He waved his hand toward him in a threatening manner. "Do you think I will let Zhongyang Manor be reduced to ruins? Jianchen is now powerless. Second Prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, do you believe that with a single word I could make your Heavenly Eagle Empire vanish overnight?"
Huang Bao slammed his hand on the table and, with strained bravado, continued, "If some Changyang of Eternal Sky ignorant and insolent dares to humiliate my Heavenly Eagle Empire like that, how dare you shield him? Choose a day to bring back to Heavenly Eagle Empire for Emperor Father to handle." At this moment, Jianchen also began to circulate his internal energy, but to the untrained eye, he was still standing motionless, and no one had moved forward. Huang Bao was so shocked that his mouth hung open in surprise.
"Where are they? Where are they?"
When he looked back, all the soldiers he had brought were lying motionless on the ground.
Huang Bao was stunned. What happened?
Jianchen then focused his gaze on him and asked, "Second Prince, Your Highness, why are you sitting on the ground?"
Huang Bao now trembled secretly. When did this brat strike? How did I not notice anything?
He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat.
Moreover, those guards hadn't even let out a single cry for help before they were immediately killed.
What level of strength does this brat have? After that, despite being shaken by the stunning display, Huang Bao still forced himself to stand up. He looked toward Jianchen and respectfully lowered his head.
"Young Master Chang Yang, I apologize for my disrespect." Once he saw him leave, you looked somewhat anxious. "Brother Zhang Tian, could this cause trouble for Zhongyang Manor?"
He quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, it's just the Heavenly Eagle Empire, I haven't even taken them seriously yet."
After that, Jianchen happily pulled you along and said, "Let's go back." You didn't even hesitate and immediately followed me.
On the other side, Zhang Sheng was sitting and talking with Ming Dong.
"Ming Dong brothers, I wonder if you have any plans for the future?" At this moment, the guards quickly entered to report, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, the fourth young master of Changyang Mansion, Changyang Eternal Sky, has killed the guard of the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. He is currently outside and demands an explanation from Your Highness."
Upon hearing this, he was stunned, his mouth agape in shock.
He couldn't help but shout, "What?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Bao stormed in, shouting loudly, "Crown Prince of the Samsara Kingdom, how do you manage your servants?" Zhang Sheng quickly tried to mediate, "Heavenly Eagle Second Prince, Your Highness, please sit down first and calm down." Seeing Ming Dong, he was startled.
"Young hero Ming Dong, what are you doing here?"
Huang Bao couldn't forget that this was the genius he had met during the celebration banquet of the Kingdom of Jessen. Ming Dong cast a disdainful glance at him and asked,
"How about it? Why should I report to you where we are?"
Huang Bao said with a cheerful laugh. Young hero Ming Dong spoke too much, I still wish to finish my speech before serving young hero Ming Dong.
He thought to himself, if it weren't for Minister Sa instructing me to draw you in, would old man have given you any face?
At this moment, Zhang Sheng happily handed over a cup of wine. If it's like this, then the three of us should drink together comfortably today.
However, Huang Bao remained haughty. "Crown Prince of the Samsara Kingdom, no matter how lenient and generous I am, shouldn't you at least have Changyang Eternal Sky come and bow his head to apologize to me?
I don't understand why he killed more than 10 of my guards." He quickly smiled and flattered, all right. I'll speak with Emperor Father later and have Zhang Tian compensate you." Zhang Sheng silently sighed in his heart. The Heavenly Eagle Empire is not a place we, the Kingdom of Jessen, can provoke.
Having an excuse to step down is truly fortunate.
Upon hearing this, Ming Dong was a bit confused.
Changyang Eternal Sky, Zhongyang Manor curious, he couldn't help but ask, "What does this Changyang Eternal Sky look like?"
Chang Sheng spoke up, "Although there is no portrait, we do have the arrest warrant left behind when Hua Yun Tong was hunting him."
Ming Dong was extremely surprised and quickly asked, "An arrest warrant? Can I see it?"
Not expecting him to be so curious, Zhang Sheng said, "Go get the arrest warrant."
The palace maid standing beside them respectfully responded, "Yes." She then handed the warrant to him. "Ming Dong, Your Highness, you would want to spit out your wine after seeing this. Isn't this Jian Chen?
I was wondering why no one in the country knew Jian Chen's name for 3 whole days.
It turns out your real name is Chang Yang Eternal Sky."
Now, Ming Dong scratched his head, feeling like a complete fool.
If he weren't the son of Uncle Chang Yang, how could I have trusted him with the position of National Protector Master? Thinking back, Jian Chen had said, "Ming Dong, please deliver this to Uncle Chang Yang, family head of Zhangyang Manor, Luoer City, Galan Kingdom." At the time, he had agreed, and now it all made sense. He then glanced at Huang Bao and added, "Wait a minute, this grandson says he just had a conflict with Jian Chen."
Seeing someone staring at him, he couldn't help but be curious.
"Young hero Ming Dong, what happened?"
Ming Dong asked him.
"You just encountered Chang Yang Eternal Sky and then had a conflict with him, right?"
Huang Bao immediately replied.
"That's right.
I originally wanted to talk to him about something, but unexpectedly, he suddenly attacked me and wiped out all my guards."
He grinned slyly.
"It's just right, you can go test the strength of Chang Yang Eternal Sky." Without delay, Ming Dong pulled Huang Bao into the air.
"It just so happens that you can take me to him. I also have something to discuss with him."
He thought Ming Dong had a personal vendetta with Jian Chen, so he was highly amused, and his eyes couldn't hide the craftiness. Just as they were about to leave, a loud voice suddenly rang out.
"Stop!" It was Chang Yang Eternal Sky.
Yu immediately recognized the voice as Huang Bao's. Feeling a bit scared, she placed her hand on Jian Chen's back. However, he calmly and quickly grasped her hand, then reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Quickly turning to face the source of the voice, Jian Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He gaped in surprise, pointing at Ming Dong before asking, "Why are you here?" He looked at Jian Chen and laughed joyfully. Huang Bao, furious, shouted loudly, "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, how dare you point a finger at young hero Ming Dong?" He immediately spoke coldly, "Kneel down before me."
Huang Bao, amused, pointed at him, "Did you hear that? Chang Yang Eternal Sky, young hero Ming Dong told you to kneel down."
Ming Dong, irritated, kicked Huang Bao hard in the leg. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, old man told you to kneel down." In just a moment, he found himself on the ground, unable to hold back his confusion as he gaped in surprise. Huang Bao stood there like a statue, seemingly still not understanding what had just happened to him. Ming Dong then looked back at him.
"Hey, Jian Chen, you little brat still haven't told me your real name."
Jian Chen smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. He had been in such a hurry earlier that he forgot to mention it. He then turned to his friend and introduced the girl. "Ming Dong, this is Princess Yu Yu of the Samsara Kingdoms." He then pointed toward Ming Dong.
"Princess Yu Yu, this is my brother, Ming Dong."
At that moment, Ming Dong quickly kicked Huang Bao's shoulder, causing him to break into a cold sweat from fear.
Then, with a hint of amusement, he said to Jian Chen, "This grandson of yours really wants to die, doesn't he?"
Huang Bao, terrified, immediately bowed his head to the ground. "Hero, please spare me. I truly didn't know that you and Chang Yang Eternal Sky were friends." Yu Yu also quickly intervened. "Brother Zhang Tian, please spare him. After all, he is the prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom."
Jian Chen spoke to Ming Dong, "Forget it, Ming Dong. Let him be. Let's find a place to have a drink."
Upon hearing this, Jian Chen kicked Huang Bao fiercely, irritated.
"Get lost already."
Huang Bao, terrified, scrambled to his feet and quickly ran off, thanking the two of them for not killing him.
Then, Jian Chen asked, "By the way, how come you're in the Imperial Palace?"
Ming Dong replied helplessly, "I just remembered. Your emperor has always treated me with great hospitality since the war ended. And, since I don't know your real name, I had no choice but to wait here for news of you."
You told him, Jian Shen?
Heavenly creation art has already been personally handed over to your father, and I've just learned about Hua Yun Tong's situation. Remember to set aside a portion for me, and don't forget to give me a call when the time comes.
Jian Shen smiled happily.
Then you must be unable to wait, Ming Dong asked in surprise.
Why is that?
Jian Shen replied nonchalantly, because yesterday afternoon, I already took care of Hua Yun Tong.
Yu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but be stunned.
Upon hearing this, Ming Dong showed a hint of disdain. He sulked, feeling as if there was nothing left to do. Immediately after, he looked in surprise at Jian Shen's hand.
Jian Shen, I'm extremely curious about one thing, he said. Jian Shen, hearing this, asked, what is it?
Ignoring the sly look in the other person's eyes, Ming Dong then threw his arm around Jian Shen's shoulder and grinned mischievously.
Who's older, the princess or Miss Huang?
As soon as Huang Bao returned, he was so furious that he started pacing around his room.
This anger was something he couldn't swallow.
Sitting at the table, Huang Bao struck it angrily.
Chanyang Eternal Sky, the humiliation I've suffered today, I will repay you 100-fold. At that moment, Sa Kingdom stepped forward and asked, Second Prince, what happened? Why are you so angry?
Immediately after, he coldly recounted, the people of Zhangyang Manor are too arrogant. Just now, I was at the flower garden, and Sa Kingdom seized the opportunity.
Now he's fanning the flames. How could he act like this?
Now I understand, no wonder the king of Samsara Kingdoms was so determined to form a marriage alliance with Zhangyang Manor. Sa Kingdom continued, if I'm not mistaken, this Chanyang Eternal Sky has the strength of a heavenly void saint master.
Huang Bao, distressed, asked him, Minister XA, could it be that your negotiations with the king of the kingdom have also failed?
Whether sincere or intentional, Sa Kingdom replied, that's right, but if I were in his position, I would have done the same. The future of Chanyang Eternal Sky is limitless, perhaps he can lead Samsara Kingdoms into a golden age.
Huang Bao, feeling anxious in his heart, said, this is a threat to our heavenly eagle kingdom. Once Samsara Kingdoms become stronger, it will surely pose a danger to us.
Therefore, the Chanyang Eternal Sky cannot be preserved. Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared on the face of the Sa Kingdom. Indeed, the old minister had the same intention. The Chanyang Eternal Sky had committed such a great act of rebellion, and this could conveniently serve as an excuse. Meanwhile, the king of Wu and Yang Bao were still sitting and chatting with each other in the grand hall.
At the same time, Jian Shan and Yu had returned.
Your Majesty, I and Princess Yu have returned, he said, smiling brightly as soon as he saw him. Son-in-law, you and Yu are no longer children. You should pick an auspicious day as soon as possible to discuss the marriage, the king of Wu replied. However, Jian Shen calmly responded, Your Majesty, I have many matters to attend to during this period, and this is not the right time to discuss marriage. Please, Your Majesty, kindly delay the wedding for now. It seemed that the king of Wu was not happy with this response. He stared at Jian Shen as if he wanted to say something to him, son-in-law. But at that moment, Yu quickly spoke up, Emperor Father, I too agree with the postponement of the marriage. The king of Wu was displeased, but there was nothing he could do. Now, all that's left is to go along with its intentions. In the end, the king of Wu also had no choice but to agree. Alright, if both sides are suggesting postponing the marriage, then let's just delay it for a while. By evening, Jian Shen quickly returned home after a long and tiring day at the imperial palace. Yun Tianru had been waiting and, upon seeing him, immediately said,
Chan Tian, have you turned down the child Yu again today?
I think that child is quite good. But Jian Shen immediately stopped her. Mother, you should go to bed first.
Tomorrow, I'll explain everything to you.
Yun Tian did not push him further.
Alright, then I'll remind you about the marriage tomorrow.
Jian Shen smiled lightly.
I understand, mother. You go rest now.
After returning to his room, he sat quietly on the bed and began to focus his internal energy. At the same time, on the roof, a stranger had been waiting there. At this moment, he was watching Jian Chen's every move. A jar with a strange fragrance was opened, and the scent spread downward, filling the room below. The man grinned smugly, his malicious eyes gleaming as he looked at Jian Chen with delight.
It's done. Now, the scent gradually spreads toward you.
Jian Chen remained still, his eyes not opening in the slightest. Up above, after waiting for a while, the assassin finally drew his weapon. He had assumed that his sedative had taken effect, so he immediately descended from the ceiling.
Die. But just as the knife plunged toward Jian Chen's neck, there was no sign of injury.
Seeing this, the assassin was even more shocked.
He couldn't help but wonder, what is going on? Why is this happening? Jian Chen then coldly spoke, this is truly rare. Is it really Shanli with the darkness attribute?
The assassin was startled and quickly retreated, questioning himself at the same time.
The assassin's sword energy froze, his face filled with confusion as beads of sweat appeared, and he asked, Did you know I was here all along? Jian Chen replied nonchalantly, Of course.
If it weren't for mother's concern, I would have killed you the moment you entered Zhangyang Manor. It seemed the assassin had never imagined that Jian Chen would be this powerful. Now, he was desperately trying to escape from this place as quickly as possible. But of course, Jian Chen wasn't about to let him leave so easily.
Want to run? It's not going to be that easy.
Immediately, a shadow flew out from his room, streaking through the air as fast as a rocket. In the next moment, a huge explosion rang out, striking directly at the back of the hidden assassin, leaving him completely unable to defend himself. Fresh blood splattered across the ground, and he felt as though his internal organs were being shattered. Ming Dong suddenly appeared out of nowhere, visibly annoyed, gritting his teeth and delivering a lethal blow straight at the opponent. After taking the hit from Ming Dong, the assassin's soul quickly left his body, dying on the spot. Ming Dong then cracked his knuckles.
Damn it, even old man can't sleep peacefully anymore, and now you're coming after old man's brothers? You must be tired of living.
Ming Dong picked the assassin up. It turned out he had left him with just enough life to still be conscious.
Jian Chen, should I just finish him off right now?
You answer quickly, no rush, let's wait for him to wake up and then we can ask. On this side, Yun Tian, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly rushed over, breathless.
Chang Er, what happened? Are you all right?
She looked anxiously at her son.
Chang Er, what was that noise just now? Are you hurt? Ming Dong smiled brightly. Aunt Bai, it's nothing.
An assassin broke in, but I handled it. Upon hearing him, she turned her gaze toward the assassin lying motionless on the ground, blood everywhere, and screamed in panic.
Ah!
Jian Chen wiped his face, sweat beading as he silently cursed, that's it, no training tonight.
Yun Tian quickly scolded, Chang Er, what did Ming Dong just say? Don't you listen to your mother? And what about that maidservant you today?
The next morning, Huang Bao could no longer keep quiet and went to report. Your Excellency, Emperor Sam Zhang Tian of Chongyang has insulted our great eagle kingdom. He has severely trampled on our kingdom's dignity. I hope you can bring us justice.
The king of Wu quickly responded, Second Prince Heavenly Eagle, I understand what happened yesterday. It's just a quarrel among young people, it's not as serious as you make it sound, Your Majesty, is it?
The Sa kingdom, now also raising its tone, said, Your Majesty, Zhang Tian from the Yang family has insulted our Heavenly Eagle kingdom. This old man must take him back for Emperor Heavenly Eagle to handle, it would be best if you don't get involved in this matter. The king of Wu then followed up, if that's the case, then you should take your people and leave here as soon as possible.
Our Samsara kingdom does not welcome you. Huang Bao began to show a threatening attitude. Do you want to stop the people of our Heavenly Eagle kingdom from doing their work?
But at the same time, the king of Wu could not help but feel anger. This is the imperial palace of Samsara kingdom, not your Heavenly Eagle kingdom.
If you insist on causing trouble here, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The Sa kingdom also couldn't hold back anymore. If your samsara kingdom is going to be unreasonable, then don't blame me for what happens next. Go ahead and make your move.
Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from outside the door, sending everyone inside flying. The king of Wu did not expect them to cause such chaos here.
He was startled and stood up. What's going on? Jay stepped arrogantly into the room. Prime Minister, all we need to do is capture this old man, right? Saw Kingdom, indifferent, showed no restraint.
That's correct, Mr. George.
Please, do take action. King of Wu is truly enraged now. Do you think that the Samsara Kingdom does not have a heavenly void saint master?
Elder assistantly, please teach these two blind men a lesson on my behalf. At that moment, assistantly quickly appeared, standing before King of Wu, channeling his internal energy to protect his emperor, following orders. Immediately, King of Wu became fearful and quickly sent word to Zhongyang Manor, instructing them to hide the Chongyang Eternal Sky and absolutely not allow anyone to take it.
The soldiers swiftly understood and acted on the orders.
That night, Jianshen endured a brutal lesson, leaving his eyes swollen and dark like a panda.
Ming Dong couldn't help but laugh upon seeing his miserable state. Now I finally understand why you didn't want to stay at home. Jian Chen, irritated, wanted to retort. Wasn't it around this time that the guard, terrified, ran over to report? Fourth young master Chang Yang, fourth young master Chang Yang.
He hurriedly said, My lord, the second prince of Heavenly Eagle Kingdom has brought people to your majesty and is demanding to see you.
Your majesty instructed me to inform you that you should flee. Your majesty will certainly block them for you. Upon hearing this name, Jian Chen coldly asked, the second prince of Heavenly Eagle?
If he's looking for death, then he shouldn't blame me. Meanwhile, Zhuoli was still locked in midair combat with George, neither side able to determine a clear winner. He focused intently on his opponent before unleashing an earth-grade martial technique, the Divine Wind Fist. The opponent looked at him and then disdainfully said, You dare use such a mediocre technique to try to deceive me? Then, he unleashed a heaven-rank battle skill, the Tyrant King Fist. George sneered, saying, Let me show you the difference between you and me. As his opponent charged toward him, Zhuoli couldn't help but silently curse. It was over. Just as the blow was about to land, a hand swiftly appeared to block it in front of Zhuoli, causing him to be momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Jianshen, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fourth young master Chang Yang did not answer him. With a single move, Jianshen effortlessly sent the dog flying. Then he respectfully turned to the elder. Assistant elder, I have troubled you. From here on, allow me to handle it. Zhuoli likewise addressed the old man with deep respect and thanked the fourth young master for saving his life. After that, Jianshen quickly escorted him away. Your Majesty, leave this to me. The King of Wu could not hide his worry. Son-in-law, I entrust this matter to you. At the same time, Huang Bao, blazing with rage, shouted, Chongyang Eternal Sky, I wondered how long you would hide it lest you show your face. Jian Chen looked at him. If you lead your people away now, I will let this pass, otherwise, suffer the consequences. Sneering, he added, Chongyang Eternal Sky, do you truly wish to become an enemy of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom? Do you know what kind of empire you are up against? He looked toward him, then said coldly, If you persist in your arrogance, do you believe I cannot make it so that none of you can leave the imperial palace of the Kingdom of Jessen? Sa Kingdom is not afraid that he will continue to provoke them. It seems that the Kingdom of Jessen can no longer avoid becoming the enemy of our Heavenly Eagle Empire. With that, he turned his gaze toward George. Senior Xiao, Gushin has made up his mind to become an enemy of the Heavenly Eagle Empire. Please lend your majesty your strength to eliminate this enemy. He said smugly. Rest assured, Minister Sa, this old man will definitely capture all these commoners and bring them back to the Heavenly Eagle Empire to await your majesty's orders. At that moment, George rushed toward Jianshen, shouting loudly, Little brat, die. However, now Jianshen could no longer hold back. Jianshen's hand quickly gathered his internal energy. With a loud explosion, the ground trembled as the force of his internal energy surged toward his opponent with devastating power.
George stared in surprise, asking, "Can you control the energy of heaven and earth? Are you a heavenly void saint master?" Jian Chen remained calm, then replied, "What's the matter? Didn't your master tell you?" He also didn't hesitate to warn his opponent. "Don't be distracted, or you'll die very quickly." George flinched in fear, but now he had climbed onto the tiger's back and could no longer stop. The only way to survive was to fight. The two of them now rushed at each other. A blazing aerial battle erupted in an instant. But it seemed the advantage leaned toward Jian Chen as his stream of sword chi began to sever the power of the blue sword. Watching his weapon split in two like that, he couldn't help but be stunned. How is this possible? You dare destroy my sacred weapon?" Jian Chen said nothing, he merely nonchalantly slashed strongly forward at his bewildered opponent. In the end, there was no sacred weapon left. Now he went into battle utterly unarmed. The final strike was a heaven-rank battle skill, Flame Cloud Chief. With that, Jian Chen's hand swiftly struck hard at the chest, trying to force his opponent to spit blood. At the same time, the man was so terrified that he hurriedly kept a safe distance and did not dare approach Jian Chen. Clutching his trembling body, George refused to accept it. "No, this is impossible. I am the third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master, how could I lose to a little brat like you?" Jian Chen coldly asked, "Do you know Zaja, a member of Huayun Tong?" George was taken aback upon hearing this, his mouth agape in shock. "Zaja, Senior, you know him?" He honestly recounted that 3 days ago, he had also reached the rank of third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master, but yesterday, he was killed by me. Now, he was trembling in fear. You're lying. A third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master can't be killed so easily." Jian Chen gathered his inner strength, speaking coldly, "I know that not only you don't believe it, but also those below don't believe it. So, I can only kill another third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master to show them that I'm not someone who can be easily bullied." At this moment, George looked as if he were seeing a ghost. No, I believe. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die." But of course, it was too late. Jian Chen immediately struck. Heaven-rank battle skill, Red Thunder Flash, he shouted loudly, "Die." In an instant, the entire body of George was pierced by the force, creating a large hole. Looking at his chest bleeding incessantly, Jay, in fear, kept repeating his words over and over again. No. And immediately, he collapsed to the ground in front of Huang Bao and Sa Kingdom, both horrified. Jian Chen, like a demon, descended before them and asked, "Do you believe it now?" Second Prince of Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Huang Bao, unable to hold back, widened his eyes in disbelief. "No, this can't be." At the same time, Sa Kingdom finally couldn't hold it in any longer and lowered his head. "Chang Yang Eternal Sky, you are very strong. We are no match for you. For the previous disrespect, on behalf of the Heavenly Eagle Empire, I apologize to you." He quickly pulled Huang Bao away and said, "We will leave the kingdom of Jessen right now." At that moment, Ming Dong spoke up and halted them. "Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, do you really think that the brothers of Ming Dong are so easily bullied?" Sa Kingdom turned pale, and with respect, he said, "Young hero Ming Dong, for the sake of our two countries, can you spare the second prince's life?" Ming Dong, without hesitation, couldn't help but threaten them further. A small kingdom like the Heavenly Eagle dares to be so arrogant? And those two countries, is it true that I'm rallying people to destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom right now? Before the astonished pair could react, he turned to the boy and asked, "Jian Chen, how do you intend to handle them?" Jian Chen looked at the confused king of Wu and thought it over. The Samsara kingdoms had just been through a great war and could not afford more devastation. After weighing it, Jian Chen said, "Ming Dong, let them go." Ming Dong asked in surprise, "Let them leave that easily?" Jian Chen hurriedly replied, "Let them go. I have my own plan." Although very irritated, he obeyed the boy, only unable to resist giving them a kick in the rear. "Better not let me catch you again later, or it won't be as easy as today."
Nearby, Gu Feng sat alone drinking tea, looking utterly dejected. Shinji's words made him even more dispirited. Brother Jinshan had returned to the Samsara kingdoms. If anyone wanted to go find him and stir trouble, then by all means, go ahead. Just at that moment, a fight was taking place over there, and you could definitely join in the excitement. Gu Fengard wondered aloud. Why is it that everywhere I go, I only find peace and quiet, with no excitement whatsoever? Lately, I've been searching all around. Hello, do you happen to know someone named Jinshan? But no matter who I ask, everyone says they don't know him. Gu Feng couldn't help but feel confused. He had been in Luoer City for nearly half a month, yet no one seemed to know Jinshan. At the same time, two people at a nearby tea house were discussing something. Have you heard? The fourth young master of Zhangyang Manor just killed a third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master with a single strike. Oh my goodness, the fourth young master of Zhangyang Manor is that strong. What? As soon as Gu Feng heard this, he became excited and quickly rushed over. Hey, are you talking about the fourth young master of Zhangyang? Where is he? But as soon as he reached the place, soldiers immediately blocked his way. Stop. This is Zhangyang Manor. Without an invitation, no one is allowed entry. Gu Feng, still full of enthusiasm, said, I am Gu Feng, here to challenge someone named Changyang Eternal Sky to a duel. As soon as the soldiers heard that, they became furious. How dare you? The name of the fourth young master, do you think just anyone can call it? Are you here to provoke? Gu Feng, on the other hand, hurriedly explained, No, I'm not here to provoke anyone. I really came here to fight. At that moment, a voice sounded, causing him to jump in surprise. Gu Feng, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the two of them, he became amused. Lone Sword Chen, I finally found you. Then, Feng Jin leaned in and whispered, Jinshan, I've heard that the fourth young master of Zhangyang Manor is very formidable. Do you know him? I want to challenge him. Jinshan didn't rush to answer but simply felt helpless. All right, follow me. He then quickly gave orders to his subordinates, This person is my friend, don't pay attention to him from now on. The subordinate replied, Yes. Gu Feng, still confused, didn't understand what was going on. Jinshan, you're here too? Do you know the fourth young master of Zhangyang Manor? Ming Dong, seeing him so clueless, couldn't help but chuckle mischievously and tease him. Know him? Of course. Soon after entering. Seeing Ming Dong continuously teasing, Gu Feng could only smile wryly and said, All right, stop teasing him. As soon as he learned the truth, Gu Feng couldn't help but be so startled that he stood up. What? You are the fourth young master of Changyang Eternal Sky? Ming Dong cheerfully replied, Then I'll be the one to preside over the duel between Gu Feng and Changyang Eternal Sky. Gu Feng, feeling dejected, collapsed to the ground as the sword energy began to surge. Stop teasing me. Before Jinshan became a Heavenly Void Saint Master, I was no match for him. Now that he's a Heavenly Void Saint Master, how can I be his opponent? Jinshan then spoke up, All right, don't listen to Ming Dong's nonsense. What brings you here? With a downcast expression, he replied, I originally came to fight with someone to improve my strength, but when I arrived, the war had already ended. Ming Dong then had an idea. That's right. Jinshan, let's recruit Gu Feng into our mercenary team. That way, our strength will increase significantly. Jinshan responded, I was thinking the same thing, but I'm not sure what Gu Feng brothers thinks about it. Gu Feng, on the other hand, was very happy with this suggestion. That's great. I was just worried about what to do next. After a pause, Jinshan looked worried. Speaking of which, I wonder if Dr. An and Yun Zhang, the two who saved my life, have made it to Luoer City. Ming Dong noticed Jinshan's deep thoughts and became serious. Tomorrow, I will inform the city lord's mansion so they can check every person entering the city. This way, as soon as Dr. An and Yun Zhang arrive in Luoer City, we will receive news. Handing the task over to Ming Dong, Jinshan felt a bit more at ease.
Alright, I'll leave this to you. Gu Feng hurriedly asked him. Jian Chen, do you have any plans after this? Jian Chen answered.
I plan to visit the cave-dwelling Saint King ruins tomorrow to have a look.
Would you two like to come along? Gu Feng quickly objected. No, I can't. My strength is too weak right now. I would definitely be a burden to you. Mingdong also followed suit. I won't be going either.
Right now, I have a special cultivation method, so the cave-dwelling Saint King ruins wouldn't be very useful to me.
Jian Chen didn't press the issue. Alright, then. While I'm out, please, the two of you help me take care of the family. Gu Feng eagerly handed the responsibility over to me.
Mingdong also said there was no problem, assuring me to relax. Once again, Jian Chen set off alone, venturing far from his family. As he soared through the sky, he checked his map. According to the map, this should be the place. He paused for a moment, his gaze suddenly falling on something below, a bit surprised. His curiosity piqued, he quickly flew towards the tall tower, then wondered to himself, is there really a sect hidden deep within this vast mountain range? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. A friend, Zifeng, has come from afar.
Welcome to Luohu. Su Zi, upon seeing him, immediately walked out. A guest from afar is always welcome.
If you are not bothered, please come and sit at our clear heart pavilion.
Jian Chen respectfully made his way over.
The old man, however, didn't seem to know whether I was good or evil, yet he welcomed me without hesitation.
Could it be that the old man trusts me so easily?
The old man replied indifferently. In my clear heart pavilion, we are extremely poor and have nothing, unlike the wealthy sects outside.
We don't even have anything that you might want. The disciples of Clear Heart Pavilion are all focused on cultivation, and we basically don't have any enemies. Little friend, you are worrying needlessly.
Jian Chen also replied respectfully, then, please allow me to trouble you for a moment. After that, Su Zi quickly led him inside. Jian Chen took the opportunity to look around for a while, silently assessing everything. The people here appeared no different from ordinary folks on the outside, but their strength was incredibly formidable. The old man quickly introduced himself. This old man is Tian Su Zi, the sect leader of Clear Heart Pavilion. Little friend is still young, yet has already achieved the rank of Heavenly Void Saint. Truly, this is hard to believe. Jian Chen was surprised upon hearing this and asked, could it be that old mister can tell my age? The elder happily explained, my Clear Heart Pavilion practices a profound cultivation method that allows us to perceive the essence of all things. Therefore, I can also discern your age with a glance.
I am certain you are no older than 25.
Jian Chen couldn't help but praise, it seems the cultivation techniques of your esteemed sect are indeed marvelous.
Su Zi added, that is only natural.
Although the clear heart technique is profound, only a few people are capable of cultivating it. According to what you said, the Clear Heart Pavilion has existed in these mountains for thousands of years, and each generation only has 100 disciples. Those with extraordinary talent will cultivate within the tower, while those with ordinary talent will go out to find the disciples of the next generation.
Then, the old man curiously looked at him. Little brother, may I ask what brings you to these mountains?
Jian Chen was now quietly contemplating whether he should tell him about the Saint King's cave dwelling.
But it seemed as if Su Zi could read his thoughts. Little brother, you came here because of the Saint King's cave dwelling, didn't you? Jian Chen was surprised and asked, Old mister, have you ever been to the Saint King's cave dwelling?
The old man smiled faintly. Little brother, there's no need to be so tense. When cultivating the clear heart technique, one must never be swayed by external things. No matter how precious a treasure may be, it should be treated like ordinary sand and stone.
Jian Chen then asked, in that case, senior, would you be able to guide me to the Saint King's cave dwelling? Su Zi did not hide anything at all.
About 50 miles to the south, beside a lake, there is the cave dwelling of the Saint King, surrounded by a powerful illusory formation for protection. Little brother, if you wish to enter, it seems you will have to exert some effort. As soon as he heard the elder's words, Jianchen immediately became cheerful and respectfully replied, "Thank you, senior, for the guidance." He then quickly took off, saying, "I still have important matters to attend to. Please excuse me." Suzy watched him leave, assessing him. At such a young age, he had already reached the realm of Heavenly Void Saint Master. In the future, he would certainly become one of the top powerhouses of the Tianyuan continent, and might even become another Mo Tianyun. Perhaps it would be wise to report this to the Pavilion Master. If they could recruit him, the pressure on the family would be reduced, and they would no longer be suffocated by the Beast God continent. Meanwhile, Jianchen had quickly flown to the location. In front of him was a clear hot spring lake, steaming gently. He looked around, then evaluated the surroundings, concluding that this was the place. He wondered where the master of the Saint King cave dwelling could be. At that moment, deep in the waters, something stirred, causing the surface of the lake to swirl in a large circle. At that moment, from below, a massive boa snake charged toward Jianchen with its blood-red eyes glowing fiercely. He looked at it with disdain, then quickly took out his holy weapon and said, "Looking for death?" After drawing a divine symbol in the air, he struck toward the giant boa snake and simultaneously commanded, "Go." However, Jianchen's holy weapon clearly pierced through the snake's head, yet it seemed completely unaffected. As it charged toward him again, he was even more surprised. "What's going on? Why didn't my attack work on it?" Jianchen then launched 3 more holy attacks consecutively at the snake. But even then, the boa snake remained shockingly powerful. Instantly, Jianchen's expression turned pale as he realized something: this boa snake was not real, it was an illusion. He then said to himself, "If it's an illusion, there must be a formation I need to find it quickly." With that thought, he immediately closed his eyes and began using all of his senses to feel his surroundings carefully. The source of your inner strength spread out, reaching across all the mountains, caves, and treacherous paths that Jianchen could see. After a moment, as soon as he opened his eyes, Jianchen also saw the eye of the formation of the boa snake. He had found it. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over and struck hard toward a corner of a nearby mountain. A beam of light shot straight ahead, causing the earth and rocks to tremble with a loud shockwave. In the end, Jianchen successfully killed the boa snake, shattering it into many pieces. Now, looking down below, he couldn't help but feel immense joy upon finding it. Before him lay a secret passage leading down into a deep cave, with no telling what awaited Jianchen ahead. Suddenly, a few bright red sparks appeared across the clear sky, darting through the air. A while later, they all landed in a mountain pass. Yan Lai asked, "Are the Feng Yuan elders nearby this area?" "Feng Yuan is just hoping for a stroke of luck to get through, let's go down and check. Hopefully, that Qian Yun isn't tricking us." Upon hearing him, Yan Lai pondered, then Manchen nodded. "Old Foam has thought it through. Didn't he say our secret exists to get us to kill someone? Why would he deceive us?" At this moment Yun Shang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, "True, but we don't know who he wants us to kill." Yan Lai simply doesn't care, his voice cold. "Whoever it is, once we've drained the Saint King of every last scrap, we'll make a trip to the kingdom of Jessen and wipe them out." Only when they drew close to that pit did Yan Lai freeze and exclaim, "It seems someone beat us here." Yun Sheng beside him guessed whether it might be the person Qian Yun told us to kill. Feng Yuan seemed to think the same. "It's highly likely." At this, the smile on Yan Lai's face grew broader. He raised his hand in excitement. "If that's the case, we don't have to hunt him down. We'll kill him right here." The other two were persuaded by that reasoning as well. Feng Yuan said, "Do as you suggest. We'll go in and see exactly what kind of deity he is." At the same time, below the secret chamber, Jianchen suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "Found it." In front of him was a skeleton radiating an eerie green light, the Saint King's bones. Jianchen, curious, wanted to examine it, but was stopped by the dense aura of spiritual energy surrounding it. Truly a master of the Saint King level, even though it was just a skeleton, the energy within it was no weaker than that of a fake king. Jianchen temporarily stored it away and continued searching around, still looking for other treasures. After walking a few steps, Jian-chan unexpectedly spotted something new, a spatial ring. He happily picked it up and eagerly began to inspect it. "Let's see what treasures you hold." As he casually tossed the ring into the air, a golden book with ancient symbols appeared. Jian-chan was astonished and exclaimed, "Mid-tier heaven rank combat skill, blazing heaven technique, what a huge gain." And so, Jian-chan had added another treasure to his collection. Just as he was still feeling pleased, a noise from behind startled him. Fortunately, Jian-chan reacted quickly and leapt high into the air. If not, the blinding stream of spiritual energy would have struck. After that blow, you could clearly see two figures of the powerhouse in the dark corner. Feng Yuan and the two elders. Seeing Jian-chan appear here, the two of them couldn't hide their astonishment and shouted loudly, "Son-in-law Yan-lai is ahead." Upon seeing that, both of you turned to ask son-in-law old Feng, "Old Yun, do you two know him?" Feng Yuan's face showed a slight trace of awkwardness. He rubbed the back of his neck and replied, "Of course I do, he's the son-in-law that our young lady has been longing for." Putting aside the greeting for now, Jun Chang looked up in curiosity. "Jian-chan, did you really reach the Heavenly Void Saint Master level already?" Jian-chan heard the question but did not answer immediately. "What you're more curious about is Feng Yuan and the two elders. Why are you here? And why did you attack me earlier?" A hint of awkwardness flashed across their faces. Feng Yuan hesitated before responding, "Son-in-law, let me explain. Please don't say anything to the young lady about this." On the side, Yun Chung hurriedly interjected to explain, "Son-in-law, we were trapped by that grandson of ours, Chen Yun." The moment those words were spoken, Jian Chen was astonished. He looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. What did he mean? At that, Yan Lai had no choice but to step forward and explain on their behalf. "All right, let me make it clear." A short while later, the four of them went to the scenic place with flowing waters to sit and converse. After talking for a bit, Jian Chen finally understood. Chen Yun had told them the location of the Saint King's cave dwelling. Yan Lai added, "Not only our royal family, there are likely other clans as well." Feng Yuan also interjected, "That's right, son-in-law, fortunately we arrived quickly." Yun Shang could not help but speak up. "If anything had happened to the son-in-law, the young lady would have beaten us to death." Now that he fully understood the situation, Jian Shen's gaze darkened. "I did not expect the king of the Qian Kuan kingdom to play such a trick on me. It seems I must find him and get to the bottom of this." After thinking it over, Jian Shen turned to the others and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Hearing that, Feng Yuan urged, "Old Yan, let's go. We don't need to make things difficult for her. Even Yun Shan wants to withdraw. Old Yan, listen to my advice. This matter is deep and hard to fathom, you won't be able to handle it, it's better to leave quickly." Seeing the expression on their faces, Yan Lai cursed inwardly, "Nonsense." He could tell that these two were just clinging to him, and they knew very well that today's battle was going nowhere. But even so, he decided to back off, and didn't forget to say, "Thanks. Jian Shen, Yan Lai, I am not someone who lacks understanding. Thank you for helping the young lady with the mercenary group. What happened today was a misunderstanding, I hope you won't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Jian Shen also cupped his hands and thanked them in return. "Yan Lai Sr., Feng Yuan Seniors, thank you. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." At that moment, Feng Yuan suddenly grabbed Jian Shen's arm. "Wait, Jian Shen, this old man has something to tell you." Jian Shen, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Then, Feng Yuan leaned in and whispered into Jian Shen's ear. "Ever since returning from the mercenary assembly, the young lady has become more silent, withdrawn, often lost in thought by herself. Whenever you have free time, you should visit the royal family." Jian Shen only replied, "Understood. All right, understood." A little while later, Jian Shen waved goodbye to the others, asking the two elders to convey his regards to Lady Huan Lon. Yun Chung quickly nodded, "I will definitely pass on your message, Jian Shen little friend." When their figures gradually disappeared from sight, Jian Shen began to calculate his vengeance. "Xian Yun, since you've played this game with me, don't blame me now. At the same time, in the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Eagle Empire, Huang Ba was kneeling before King Huang, paying a visit to Emperor Father. Beside him stood Sa Kingdom, offering his respects to the monarch. On the dragon throne, King Huang calmly took a cup of tea from the servant beside him and asked in a measured voice, "Prince, Prime Minister, was your trip to the kingdom of Jessen smooth?" Huang Bao, seemingly waiting for this moment, raised his voice to complain, "Emperor Father, the kingdom of Jessen is outrageous. Not only do they show no respect for anyone, even disregarding our Heavenly Eagle Empire, but they also killed Senior Qiao Jian. We almost couldn't even leave the imperial palace of the kingdom of Jessen." Upon hearing this, King Huang's face darkened. He spoke in a low, ominous tone to Sa Kingdom, "Prime Minister. Is what Prince said true? Did Kingdom of Jessen really do such a thing?" Minister Sa bowed his head, his voice full of sincerity as he reported, "Your Majesty, most of what Second Prince said is true. Kingdom of Jessen truly does not regard the Heavenly Eagle Empire, and furthermore, Senior Qiao Jian was indeed killed by their people. In the end, they even intended to keep the group of people affected by the divine powers there permanently." At this point, King Huang could no longer maintain his composure. Furious, he crushed the teacup in his hand. Damn it, Kingdom of Jessen really has no sense of propriety. In such a situation, an official behind him stepped forward and suggested, "Your Majesty, of course, Kingdom of Jessen is a minor player, but it is essential to first investigate the Qin Empire behind them." King Huang found this reasoning sound. He slowly wiped his hands and asked, "You are right, Minister Sa. Have you investigated the relationship between Kingdom of Jessen and Qin Empire?" Ping Kong lifted his head, his voice urgent, "Report, Your Majesty, even the King of Kingdom of Jessen does not know why the Qin Empire suddenly provided aid to them. I suspect that the 5 national masters of the Qin Empire were coincidentally passing by while on their training journey." At that moment, a cold, sharp expression appeared on King Huang's face. His gaze extended far into the distance, and sure enough, it was as he had thought. Then, he raised his voice and addressed everyone in the Grand Hall, who was willing to flatten the Kingdom of Jessen for this king. On the other side, the King of Wu was having a private conversation with Blue Blade. "Blue Blade, I heard you've met Cheng Tian before," he said. Blue Blade nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, that's correct." Unexpectedly, the King of Wu said, "Blue Blade, can you persuade my concubine Lu Yong to hurry up and marry my daughter?" Faced with this difficult matter, Blue Blade could only helplessly rub his head. "Your Majesty, as for this matter, I..." At that moment, a series of loud noises from outside startled both of them. "What's happening?" Blue Blade stopped the King of Wu and decisively turned to leave. "Your Majesty, please return to the palace. I will go and see what's going on." With that, the palace doors immediately swung open, and Blue Blade dashed outside. But the sight before him left him stunned. Blue Blade silently exclaimed, "What? Lu Qing's fortifications have already been shattered." 5 strange dark figures appeared in the sky. Sensing the unusual aura surrounding them, Blue Blade immediately questioned, "Who are you? Why have you come to my imperial palace cushion and acted so arrogantly?" Leading this audacious group was Red Sun. With a proud voice, he replied, "We are from the Heavenly Eagle Empire. Hand over King and Princess Yu of the Kingdom of Jessen, along with Grandmaster Yang Zhengtian. If you don't, we will destroy you." Not only did Blue Blade show no fear, but he also issued a warning in return. "Heavenly Eagle Empire, do you think the Kingdom of Jessen is still weak and easily bullied like before?" With his unpleasant face, Red Sun continued to mock them. Indeed, in the eyes of the Heavenly Eagle Empire, the Kingdom of Jessen was nothing more than a disorganized mess. These words enraged Blue Blade. Raising his blue sword high, he shouted, "Enough of this tyranny, take this strike." Then, Blue Blade twirled the blue sword in his hand and unleashed his move, Shixiong. Guangge, Feng Lan Kingdom. This scene immediately stunned Red Sun. He was taken aback and exclaimed, "National Protector Master? You have a National Protector Master?" As Blue Blade thrust his sword toward him, Red Sun suddenly laughed loudly and brazenly commanded, Bring that technique here, I can give you a quick and tidy death. The concealed blade roared, sweeping across Blue Sword. Not a chance. Yet Red Sun's figure had vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye he reappeared behind Blue Blade. Although he realized it, he could not turn in time. At that moment the crimson spiritual aura around Red Sun swelled ever larger. Then, decisively, he struck across Blue Blade's abdomen, his tone full of derision. You are too weak. Hit by such a treacherous blow, Blue Blade rapidly lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Red Sun, meanwhile, was gleefully fingering the golden ring on Blue Blade. National Protector Master, National Protector Master. After that, jars of elixirs suddenly appeared scattered messily across the ground. Red Sun's expression took on a dark, sinister cast. He gazed at the golden ring with covetous longing. By any means necessary, he had to possess this National Protector Master. Before you hand it over, I will not let you die first. In the palace. The King of Wu had only just received that report. Your Majesty, Blue Blade has been captured by the Saint Master of the Heavenly Eagle Empire. They are charging toward your Majesty. Please, your Majesty, flee at once. Hearing this, he remained calm and ordered Gao Ling, quick, take you to Zhongyang Manor, hurry. Gao Ling replied without hesitation. Yes. Before they could react, the palace doors were blasted open. Red Sun appeared before the King of Wu and shouted, Emperor of the Samsara Kingdoms, the Emperor of the Heavenly Eagle Empire invites you to tea. Come with us obediently. In that perilous moment, Gao Ling's loyal squad surged forward, vowing to protect their lord with their lives. Red Sun paid them no heed. He casually spread his hand, and the brash youths who had dared to be insolent were forced, within moments, by that crimson power to bow before Red Sun. Facing such a dire situation, the King of Wu had no choice but to speak up. Hold your hand. He stared at them and scolded, you will pay dearly to the Heavenly Eagle Empire for what you have done today. Do you even know who the person they captured actually is? He is the maternal uncle of the National Master who protects the Qin Empire. As soon as the words fell, Red Sun burst into laughter. He narrowed his eyes with utter disdain. You're really going to make me die from laughing? Red Sun cheerfully lifted up the unconscious Blue Blade and immediately refuted, Fu Lu, the protector of the nation, holds a status like that. How could someone who is his uncle be captured by me like a dead dog? Even the king of the kingdom of Jessen should think more carefully before lying. Seeing that they refused to listen to reason, the King of Wu could only roar, you all will regret this sooner or later. Red Sun didn't bother paying attention to him. He leisurely walked forward and gave an order. Bring out the princess in Chongyang Eternal Sky. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink punishment wine. In response to Red Sun, the King of Wu only showed a face full of disgust and sternly shouted for him to stop dreaming. This attitude infuriated Red Sun, and he decisively punched the King of Wu in the abdomen, seeking his life. After that, Red Sun stepped directly on the King of Wu's head and spoke coldly, if you don't know your place, don't blame us. Then Red Sun dragged the unconscious King of Wu outside. He angrily ordered, let's go, the next destination is Zhongyang Manor. Meanwhile, Yu Yu was sitting with Yun Tian, who was gently comforting her, Princess Yu Yu, just stay here and wait for that little brat to return. As his mother, I will personally teach him a lesson. Yu Yu was somewhat surprised. Oh, this. Then, Yun Tian presented a wooden box to Yu Yu. Yu Yu, this is for you. Try wearing it and see if it fits. Upon seeing the jade bracelet inside, Yu Yu hastily waved her hand, this is too precious, I can't accept it. While the two of them were talking, a voice suddenly rang out. Chongyang Eternal Sky, come out here. Realizing something was wrong, Yun Tian quickly pulled Yu Yu aside. Yu Yu, be careful. She asked in confusion, what's going on? But soon, Yu Yu understood what was happening. She froze for a moment and called out loudly, so Red Sun has found us. He tightened his grip on the King of Wu's neck and narrowed his long, narrow eyes, searching the surroundings. Chang Yang, Chang Tian, come out here now, or else.
We will turn Zhanyang Manor into a barren land where nothing can grow. Yu, seeing the king of Wu in such a miserable state, called out through her tears. Hearing her voice, Emperor Father, though in great pain, still tried to remind her, "You and I, hurry and escape." But it was precisely because of this that Red Sun noticed Yu. He laughed with delight, realizing that Princess Yu was hiding here. Immediately, Red Sun threw the king of Wu to his subordinates and rushed down below. "Watch over the emperor of the Samsara kingdoms, I'll go capture Princess Yu." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." Seeing Yu right in front of him, Red Sun became even more excited. "Princess Yu, I have been rude to you." At that moment, while floating in mid-air, Red Sun was about to strike Yu. Just as his attack was about to hit her, a surge of power suddenly appeared and blocked the blow. Red Sun was momentarily taken aback, and he paused, wondering, who is it? How could they block my attack? It turned out that Gu Feng and Ming Dong had arrived just in time. Ming Dong growled, "Lucky for you, I made it back in time today." "Who are you rabid dogs?" Yu saw him coming and immediately whispered, "Young hero Ming Dong, they are from the Heavenly Eagle Empire, be careful." Hearing that name, Ming Dong became even angrier. "I should have killed that prince back then." Gu Feng knew that a fierce battle was inevitable, so he suggested, "And by, Princess, you two should leave quickly. They are all Heavenly Void Saint Masters. Once the battle starts, even the aftershocks of the energy could hurt you." Yun Tian did not hesitate and immediately pulled Yu away. "I understand. I will take Yu to the cellar right now." Red Sun would never let his prey escape so easily. He quickly lunged forward. Where could they run to? But just as he moved, he fell right into Ming Dong's strike range. Ming Dong raised his fist, filled with deadly power. It was only then that Red Sun realized something was wrong. His face wrinkled in confusion, and his voice was filled with bewilderment. "What's going on?" Ming Dong decisively swung his fist at Red Sun's face. Caught off guard, Red Sun could only use both hands to block it. Even as he flew high into the air, Red Sun was still confused. What was happening? This brat clearly isn't a Heavenly Void Saint Master. How could he unleash such a powerful punch? Now, facing Red Sun, there stood Ming Dong, a third-turn Heavenly Void Saint Master with energy swirling around his body, yet still daring to bark like a dog in front of me. At this point, Red Sun no longer dared to underestimate his enemy. He immediately gave orders to his subordinates. "Everyone, pay attention. Zhanyang Manor has allies, everyone attack now." The group of people immediately shouted in unison. Then, they gathered together and released their power downward. The blinding rays of light instantly covered the mansion, and the aura radiated as if it could annihilate space itself. However, this combined strike was aimed directly at Yun Tian and Yu. The waves of power transformed into flames, burning everything in their path. At this moment, Yun Tian and Yu were also trapped by the flames. She desperately called out for Yu in her arms, Yu. But the only response was a lifeless face. Yun Tian anxiously shouted, "Wake up." In the blink of an eye, the magnificent mansion that once stood proudly was consumed by the flames. Amidst the chaos, Ming Dong stood angrily, cursing loudly, "Beast of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom! You've brought this upon yourself." The anger quickly merged with the mansion's power surrounding Ming Dong. He charged straight towards Red Sun. Faced with Ming Dong, Red Sun could only dodge. He quickly called for reinforcements, "Hurry up and help me, this kid is up to something." Upon hearing this, the others rushed over, with Lei Jiang leading the way. However, they hadn't gotten far before a streak of golden light swept across their path. It turned out that Gu Feng had blocked them. He spoke in a strong, resolute voice, "Neither of you are going anywhere." Lei Jiang shouted angrily, "Looking for death?" The elder behind him ordered, "We'll handle this kid, you two go help down below." Following the elder's command, the two immediately charged downwards, replying in unison. Tu Qi Yang, seeing his comrades had arrived to back him up, laughed loudly, kid, let's see how you're going to run now. But Ming Dong showed no sign of fear. He faintly curled his lips, his voice filled with provocation. Run? Why should I run? The ones who should be running are you. After finishing his words, Ming Dong raised his hand and created 2 clones. This was his ultimate technique, a heaven-rank battle skill, Furious Wind Afterimage. Red Sun, still excited to watch the battle technique in Ming Dong's hands, couldn't help but admire it. Another national protector master, today he was about to make a fortune. Then, the 2 clones charged toward Red Sun, each blocking one side. To everyone's surprise, Red Sun easily dodged. The 2 clones missed and fell headfirst onto the ground. Having avoided the attack, Red Sun quickly circulated his energy. A large amount of spiritual power was released, enveloping the area. A wicked smile appeared on Red Sun's face, clearly pleased with himself. A mere trick, he thought. Just as Red Sun focused on what was in front of him, a sudden scream came from behind. It turned out that the scream came from one of Red Sun's own men. He had been struck down by Gu Feng with a single sword strike. Seeing the scene unfold, Red Sun panicked and called out the name of the attacker, Elder Pingyun. But Gu Feng was not done yet. Raising his blue sword high, he shouted, "Die!" The man, too frightened to escape, met the same fate as the one before. Seeing the corpse of his comrade fall beside him, his body trembled with anger. You dare to kill people from the Heavenly Eagle Empire! At the moment when Red Sun was distracted, Ming Dong lunged at him with a punch. Where are you looking? It was only when he got closer that Red Sun realized something was wrong. It was too late. Ming Dong's powerful fist struck straight into Red Sun's back. Luckily, 2 of his subordinates were nearby to cushion the blow. Red Sun Saint Master, are you alright? Red Sun bent over and muttered quietly. These 2 kids are too strange. Need to think this through. Red Sun gave an order to Lei Jiang, telling him to throw down the 2 burdens. Withdraw quickly. He hastily responded. Yes. Immediately, King of Wu and Blue Blade were dropped freely. Seeing this, Gu Feng below stretched out his hands to catch them. After much effort, he finally managed to successfully catch the 2. Gu Feng angrily watched as the figures of the others moved farther away. You want to leave? It's not that easy. But Ming Dong held him back, saying, let's go check on Aunt Bai and Aunt's injuries first. At that, Gu Feng reluctantly gave up. He pouted and looked in that direction, as if to say, you're lucky. The scene shifted to outside the restroom of Yun Tian and Yu Yu, where Ming Dong was anxiously asking Uncle De how Aunt Bai and the princess were doing. Uncle De quickly reassured him, saying that it was just surface wounds and nothing to be concerned about. Hearing this, Ming Dong felt somewhat relieved. That's good. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to Jian Chen. On the side, Gu Feng could no longer contain his restlessness. If it's nothing serious, then I'll go find those bastards and settle the score. Ming Dong hurriedly stopped him. No. We can't go. What if they come back once we leave? Gu Feng turned away in frustration. Are we just going to let this go? Ming Dong seriously explained, we wait for Jian Chen to return. Our top priority is to ensure the safety of Jian Chen's family. Gu Feng finally calmed down. All right, he said. After what seemed like a long time, Jian Chen's figure finally appeared. He looked around in confusion, wondering, I was only gone for a few days. How did Zhongyang Manor end up like this? Jian Chen flew down towards the pile of debris. He scanned the surroundings, trying to figure out what had happened. At that moment, a disturbance from afar made Jian Chen turn around in vigilance. A powerful surge of spiritual energy quickly enveloped his entire body. Jian Chen shouted loudly, who's there? In the endless darkness, a shadow steadily approached him. Jian Chen, you finally returned. Jian Chen looked at the person in front of him with surprise, and he retracted his spiritual energy. Ming Dong, what happened to Zhongyang Manor? Weren't you supposed to be training with Dugu Feng? Ming Dong's expression turned serious. He recounted, "Don't even mention it. Luckily, I came back today."
Early this morning, 5 Heavenly Void Saint Masters from the King Kingdom arrived at Zhanyang Manor, speaking arrogantly and saying they wanted to take Aunt away.
Dugu Feng and I fought them, and the aftermath of the battle destroyed Zhanyang Manor.
Then, Ming Dong hurriedly grabbed Jian Shen's hand.
"Jian Shen, hurry and go visit bitch and aunt. Both of them are injured."
Hearing that his family was in trouble, Jian Shen's face darkened, bloodshot veins appearing on his face.
"Heavenly Eagle Empire, you've chosen your own death."
Standing in front of Jian Shen, Ming Dong lowered his head apologetically.
"Jian Shen, I'm sorry. Dugu Feng and I weren't able to protect your family."
Of course, Jian Shen did not blame him. He patted his shoulder in comfort.
"This is not your fault. What about Mother and the others?" Ming Dong quickly walked ahead to lead the way. "They're resting in the room, follow me."
As soon as Yun Tian stepped out of the room, Jian Shen's voice rang out.
"Mother, Yun Tian is so happy to see you back."
Ignoring her injury, she rushed over.
"Chang'er, you're back?"
Jian Shen observed the wound on Yun Tian's head, his voice full of concern. "Mother, your unfilial son has caused you to be injured," but she urged, "I'm fine, go check on you and I, she's badly hurt." Hearing this, Jian Shen reassured Yun Tian.
"Mother, don't worry. Now that I'm back, everything will be fine." The two of them then entered the room. Yu was still unconscious on the bed.
Jian Shen sat beside the bed and gently examined Yu's injuries.
After a while, "You only just told me." "Mother, rest assured, the princess's wounds will heal quickly. First, let me treat her." Yun Tian's face brightened with joy. "Really? You're not tricking me, are you?"
Jian Shen did not answer, he gently placed his hand on her forehead to heal her. When he finished, Jian Shen urged Yun Tian, "Mother, go and rest so I can treat Princess Yu."
"All right."
"If she sees that, she won't insist, so I won't trouble you any longer." After Yun Tian left the room, Jian Shen began to treat Yu.
"Princess Yu, forgive me for the trouble." The scene shifts to the main hall of Zhanyang Manor. Jian Shen was asking about the situation. "Sure, has our Zhanyang Manor suffered heavy losses?"
At that moment he suddenly closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, and uttered the name Qin Empire.
Hearing this, Ming Dong cried out in astonishment, "Qin Empire? Jian Shen, do you mean the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom?"
There was no doubt this was exactly what Jian Shen desired.
"Yes, I will make the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom truly disappear from the Tianyuan continent."
The excitement was evident on Ming Dong's face as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up in response. "The first time encountering something like a national annihilation, let's go, the two of us will go and destroy the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom."
But Jian Shen stopped Ming Dong. "Don't rush, let me first call Tian Luo and the others," Jian Shen said. To prepare for the plan, Jian Shen went to Tian Luo's location. "Tian Luo, is there a way to create a spatial gate leading to the Samsara kingdoms?" he asked carefully. Tian Luo responded, "Then we must definitely create a position sensing device." Upon hearing this, Jian Shen asked, "Is this something you can set up?" Tian Luo answered confidently, "No problem." Jian Shen seemed very satisfied with the answer.
He then took out an old scroll.
"Good.
Now, you immediately go and create a sensing device 10 miles from Luo Air City," Jian Shen instructed.
Tian Luo immediately responded with a clear affirmative.
Next, he turned to Tian Ling. "Tian Ling, you and the others will temporarily stay behind to guard Zhanyang Manor, especially my family. Make sure nothing happens." Tian Ling clenched his fist, affirming in a firm voice, "Honored National Protector Master, if that turtle dares to come again,
we will definitely behead them."
After giving out all the instructions, Jian Shen clasped his hands in front of the two of them.
"Everything is urgent, please convey my message to everyone."
The kindness of all of you, I, Jin Shen, will always remember. In the future, I will definitely treat you all with hospitality.
Tianling immediately knelt, showing his loyalty. It is our honor to serve the national master.
It didn't take long before Tianluo successfully created what Jin Shen desired.
Before leaving, Jin Shen suddenly asked, "Is everything ready?" Tianluo immediately reported, "Sir, everything has just been prepared." He then took out a transparent crystal and gave instructions.
Sir, please give this crystal to the person in charge of operating the spatial gate at the Qin Empire. He will naturally sense the location here through this crystal. Upon hearing this, Jin Shen praised him, "Very good. Then please take me to the Qin Empire first."
Tianluo responded affirmatively.
Without hesitation, Jin Shen stepped through the spatial gate. On the other side, the spatial door suddenly formed a blurry vortex. From the center of the vortex, Jin Shen, calm and composed, stepped out. Seeing him appear, the two guards who had been waiting immediately knelt down, greeting the honored National Protector Master. Jin Shen approached and gestured for them to rise, his voice urgent.
"Stand up, I have something urgent to discuss with your Majesty." "Do you know where His Majesty is?"
Hearing Jin Shen's words, one of the guards raised his hand toward the front.
"Please, sir, follow me."
At that moment, King Qin was approving official documents in the study when Gao Ling's voice rang out, announcing, "Honored National Protector Master requests an audience." King Qin quickly inquired, surprised that the National Protector Master had returned so soon.
Had the danger to Samsara Kingdom been resolved?
Jin Shen bowed and clasped his hands in a formal gesture, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance. The Xian Kingdom has escaped the flames of war, but I have returned this time to request a division of troops from Your Majesty." The words, once spoken, stunned King Qin.
He was taken aback and asked in shock, "What? A division of troops? What happened?"